Qin Yang. Watching Qin Yang's figure gradually disappear, Yi Qingshue's face was filled with frost and fury. Beside her, Qin Qianqian appeared deep in thought. Qin Yang had always been a well-known figure at Tianhai High School, though his reputation was less than stellar. As the best high school in Tianhai City, those who could enter were all elites with exceptional talent. Even those admitted through connections had deep backgrounds and abundant resources, so their talent would not be lacking by much. Qin Yang alone was the exception, his talent terribly poor. After 3 years in high school, he had still not been able to sense qi and blood. Qi and blood were the origin of the martial path. Only by sensing them could one forge the foundation of martial arts. Ordinary people could sense qi and blood by the age of 10. Qin Yang was nearly an adult and still had not sensed qi and blood. His talent could only be described as outrageously poor. Without sensing qi and blood, not to mention entering Tianhai High School, even a normal high school would be hard to get into. The rumor was that Qin Yang got into Tianhai High School thanks to Yi Qingxue. The two families had a deep relationship. Qin Yang's parents had both passed away, and Yi Qingxue, feeling sorry for Qin Yang, made a special condition: when her talent blossomed wherever Qin Yang went to school, she would go there too. But looking at things now, the rumors were false. The truth was not so. No wonder I never heard of Yi Qingshue's name during middle school. Qin Qianqian murmured these words in her heart. Unlike Yi Qingxue, who suddenly blossomed, Qin Qianqian came from a wealthy family. She had displayed extraordinary talent from a young age and was renowned throughout Tianhai City. Whether in elementary or middle school, Qin Qianqian had always been a top genius ranked among the best. Only Yi Qingxue was different. She emerged suddenly 1 month after the middle school entrance exam. Before that, no one knew Yi Qingshue's name. Qin Yang's transformation caused Yi Qingshue's face to change. Fury burned in her heart, and she wished she could tear him into 1,000 pieces. But suddenly remembering that someone was nearby, her expression shifted, and she revealed a troubled look. Qianqian, I regret it. I never should have told the school to bring Qin Yang along. He used to be so good. Though his talent was ordinary, he always worked hard. I just don't know why he's changed so much lately. I really regret it now. If I hadn't brought him in back then, maybe he wouldn't have changed. This place was never meant to be his world. Yi Qingxue wore an expression of regret and distress so vivid that anyone who didn't know better would truly believe Qin Yang had gotten into Tianhai High School because of her. Yi Qingshue's main reason for acting this way was to maintain her carefully crafted persona at Tianhai High School, not wanting to be exposed. Of course, she also wanted to build a good relationship with Qin Qianqian. Qin Qianqian had a very deep background. Her father had repeatedly told her to build a good relationship with Qin Qianqian. That's perfectly normal. Qin Qianqian revealed a sweet smile. The college entrance exams are approaching. Everyone's under a lot of pressure. There have been cases in the past where people completely broke down right before the exams. Qingshuo, there's one thing you said that's right. You really shouldn't have brought Qin Yang into a world that doesn't belong to him. That wasn't help. But you don't need to regret it either. You've already done everything you could. Yi Qingshue's manipulative tea-like act immediately made Qin Qianqian understand that what Qin Yang said was true. Besides, she had no conflict with Yi Qingshuo, so there was no need to tear off the facade, maintaining the status quo. How interesting. I'll have the butler investigate what the situation is between Qin Yang and the Yi family. Qin Qianqian glanced at Yi Qingshuo, saying these words in her heart. Seeing that Qin Qianqian believed her words, Yi Qingshuo finally revealed a rare, genuine smile. Qianqian, thank you for understanding me. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's head to the classroom first. Qin Qianqian took Yi Qingshue's hand and walked toward the school with a smile. Meanwhile, elsewhere, following the address provided by the system, Qin Yang immediately called a car and headed toward the veteran spirit fruit shop. He had to say the system was quite user-friendly. The intelligence provided included exact addresses and even showed the distance from his current location, much like a navigation system. About half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a shop. Qin Yang got out and immediately saw the large signboard of the veteran spirit fruit shop. Ever since the eruption of the spiritual essence tide, the world underwent tremendous changes. All things in heaven and earth transformed. Some flora and fauna contained spiritual essence, and these things gradually became spiritual objects. Consuming them could increase spiritual energy and chi blood within the body and transform oneself. However, most spirit fruits contained only a small amount of spiritual essence and could only make the body healthier. To truly change one's fate through them was almost impossible. Spirit fruits were also graded. Ordinary spirit fruits were about the same as fruits from a previous life and priced low. But once spirit fruits entered the graded ranks, it was different. The lowest quality, grade 1 spirit fruit started at 10,000 yuan. The veteran spirit fruit shop wasn't doing well. Perhaps it was the timing, but there wasn't a single customer in the store. The owner sat at the cashier counter playing games, not even bothering to greet anyone. No wonder business is bad, Qin Yang murmured in his heart. With an owner who doesn't even greet customers, even if customers wanted to buy something, seeing the owner's attitude would make them too lazy to bother. Qin Yang didn't pay attention to any of this. Following the system's navigation, he arrived at a stall where fruits resembling apples were displayed. Perfectly round cyan green skin about the size of a fist with a hazy glow surrounding them. Jade green fruits, a relatively common spirit fruit. They were simple to cultivate and required no special growing environment. 10 yuan each, a bit expensive. Qin Yang glanced at the price. Normal jade green fruits were 5 yuan each, but these were double the price. Although expensive, Qin Yang didn't complain or haggle. He took a bag from the wall, casually grabbed 10 jade green fruits, and tossed them in, including the one he wanted, the talent fruit, among them. 100 yuan. The owner said without looking up, eyes fixed on the computer screen. Qin Yang took out his phone and scanned the code, paying 100 yuan. Soon a mechanical voice rang out. Payment received, 100 yuan. This world was no different from the previous life in this respect. If anything, the technology was more advanced and convenient. Walking out of the spirit fruit shop, Qin Yang called a car to go home. 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a dilapidated residential complex. Happiness Residential Complex. This was the house Qin Yang rented. His parents had left him a house, but all of it had been swallowed up by Yi Qingshue's father. When Qin Yang's parents died, he was only 7 years old. Yi Qingshan was a scoundrel who, after obtaining guardianship, swallowed up all the inheritance left by Qin Yang's parents without leaving a single coin, and threw Qin Yang into a random rental house. If not for the fact that Qin Yang, as a child of a martyr, received a monthly subsidy of 20,000 yuan, Yi Qingshan, for the sake of that money, barely gave him some food every day. Otherwise, Qin Yang would have starved to death long ago. The original Qin Yang, because his parents passed away early, and because of Yi Qingshan's terrifying presence, and because he had no martial arts talent, was mocked by countless people. Over time, this nurtured an inferiority complex. Due to spending a long time with Yi Qingxue, he became especially dependent on her, following her lead in everything. He was practically Yi Qingshue's lapdog. But after Qin Yang transmigrated into this body, all of that was destined never to happen. Qin Yang's rental room was very small, only about 5 square meters. There was no bathroom, so to wash up he had to go to the public bathhouse. This talent fruit really looks the same as a jade green fruit. No wonder no one recognized it as a talent fruit. Qin Yang looked at the talent fruit in his hand with curiosity filling his eyes. The talent fruit and the jade green fruit showed no difference at all. No wonder no one could recognize it. Talent fruits were very special. They came in bizarre shapes with no obvious characteristics. Legend had it that they required special instruments to identify, or certain special martial arts techniques that could sense the fluctuations of a talent fruit. Normal people found it very difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye. The star-severing sword emperor, one of humanity's 3 great powerhouses, once consumed a grade A talent fruit and gained the star sword physique. By absorbing the radiance of the stars, he tempered his flesh and forged an unparalleled sword, intent sweeping across the world. If grade A is already this monstrous, then the SSS grade talent fruit in my hand must be even more heaven-defying. Moreover, there are rumors online that if one can obtain an S-grade talent, one has the qualification to become a god. Qin Yang's thoughts turned, his gaze gradually becoming firm. He took a big bite of the talent fruit. The flesh and juice slid down his throat and into his body. It actually tastes pretty good. The legends were true. Talent fruits are delicious. Qin Yang, not wanting to waste any of it, quickly devoured the entire talent fruit without leaving a single bit. Not long after, he sensed a warm current flooding into his body. In a cramped rental room, no more than 5 square meters, Qin Yang sat cross-legged. His skin flushed crimson, as if he were trapped in a blazing furnace. The effect of the talent fruit was remarkable. After consuming it, a torrent of energy surged into Qin Yang's body, coursing through his meridians and scouring his physique. The dormant cells seemed to awaken, and strands of potent power gradually revived. Qin Yang distinctly sensed a peculiar force within him. Qi and blood. Qi and blood formed the foundation of martial arts, a power born from the union of spirit and flesh. Ordinary people could neither perceive nor tap into it. Only by sensing Qi and blood could one step onto the threshold of martial arts. Only by sensing Qi and blood could one have the chance to become a martial artist. For over a decade, Qin Yang had trained, but never managed to sense it. Now, through the talent fruit, he had finally shattered that barrier. With a soft hum, the energy of the talent fruit flowed through his meridians, refining his body and transforming into strands of Qi and blood that surged into his dantian. Time passed. The Qi and blood within his dantian steadily increased. In half an hour, over 50 strands had accumulated. Almost simultaneously, the energy of the talent fruit was nearly depleted. With a hum, Qin Yang's eyes snapped open. Ecstatic, he exclaimed, "Amazing. I've refined 53 strands of Qi and blood in one go. According to the realm classification, I'm at the mid-stage of preliminary martial artist. Sensing Qi and blood was only the first step. This realm was called preliminary martial artist. Refining 1 strand signified the early stage, 30 strands the mid-stage, and 80 strands the late stage. Upon reaching 100 strands, which could be condensed into a single thread of Qi and blood, one could truly enter the Qi and blood realm. That realm marked the true martial artist. The Qi and blood realm comprised 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Like the preliminary stage, after condensing 100 threads of Qi and blood, one could break through to the 4 barriers of the flesh. The 4 barriers were skin, flesh, bone, and blood. Beyond that lay the Xintian Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Emperor realms. Rumor had it that above the martial emperor was the divine realm. Entering that realm meant becoming a true deity, yet such a realm was invisible. Even as humanity entered the interstellar era, no one had ever witnessed a true divine realm. Moreover, the three pinnacle powerhouses of humanity were at most martial kings. Martial emperors had never been seen, and though some claimed their existence, the truth remained unknown. These realms were far too distant. For ordinary people, even stepping into the Xiantian realm was an unattainable ambition. After all, martial artists who had merely broken through the four barriers of the flesh were already extremely rare. Heaven rewards diligence. This ability of mine is quite remarkable. After fully refining the talent fruit, Qin Yang understood his own power. Heaven rewards diligence, literally. As long as one kept striving, one would reap rewards without any shackles or limits. With enough effort, any realm could be reached. It seemed ordinary, yet it was utterly terrifying. Every living being had limitations. Some people had mediocre talent like the former Qin Yang, who could never become a martial artist no matter how hard he tried. Others could become martial artists with just a little practice. That was the limitation of talent. Each living being's talent was like a vessel, and the capacity of that vessel determined their upper limit. But now Qin Yang had no upper limit. No bottlenecks, no end. Basic fist technique proficient 56100. The special effect of heaven rewards diligence manifested all techniques and skills he practiced. Every practice increased the progress. As long as he trained enough, he could grow endlessly. Yi Qingshan is still too beastly. Seeing the skill displayed on the panel, Qin Yang couldn't help cursing. Basic fist technique was the most common martial skill. Everyone knew it a dime a dozen thing. No one at Tianhai High School practiced it. They all had other techniques and martial skills. Normally, as the child of a martyr, Qin Yang shouldn't have been so destitute. But Yi Qingshan was inhuman. He had swallowed up all the property left by Qin Yang's parents. If not for the 2000 subsidy and the fact that his own daughter wanted to attend Tianhai High School, Qin Yang wouldn't even have qualified to enroll. Yi Qingshan was already on Qin Yang's kill list. That guy had taken too much. Qin Yang would never let it slide. And Yi Qingshan certainly wouldn't let him go either. Embezzling the property of a martyr's child. If that were exposed, it would be enough to bury Yi Qingshan without a grave. I need to get a cultivation technique and a martial skill. Qin Yang pondered. Cultivation techniques and martial skills were essential for a martial artist. Techniques increased the speed of refining qi and blood and accelerated training. As for martial skills, they were means of combat. The stronger the skill, the greater one's battle prowess. But Qin Yang was penniless. Buying such techniques and skills was unrealistic. They were too expensive. The cheapest first-grade technique cost tens of thousands, and martial skills, though cheaper, still cost around 10 to 20,000. He couldn't afford that. Report Yi Qingshan, make him spit everything out with interest. Better yet, have him executed. Qin Yang held no goodwill toward the Yi family, not even Yi Qingxue. He wished for their ruin. Those vampires were too terrifying. They had nearly drained him dry. And not only that, they had brainwashed him into feeling grateful. Truly twisted. Without further ado, Qin Yang opened the Alliance's official website and wrote a report letter. The Human Alliance placed great importance on the children of martyrs, especially cases of embezzlement of their property. Qin Yang believed that this matter would be resolved soon. He was so confident mainly because Yi Qingshan was no big shot. The Alliance wouldn't bother shielding him. He wasn't worth that much. If it were one of the three great families of Tianhai City, Qin Yang certainly wouldn't have done this. Just after submitting the report, his phone rang. The caller ID showed his homeroom teacher. He answered. The teacher's cold voice came through. Qin Yang, for blatantly skipping class and disregarding school rules, you have been expelled. From this moment on, you don't need to come to school anymore. Got it. Qin Yang replied indifferently and hung up. He had long known the school wanted to expel him. Even if he hadn't broken the rules, they would have found a reason. There was no helping it. His talent was too poor. He wasn't even a preliminary martial artist, and staying at school would drag down their college admission rate. Now that he had an SSS grade talent, Qin Yang really didn't care about staying in school. The only thing school offered him was the college entrance exam quota, and that quota would be easy to obtain. All he needed was to become a martial artist, a Qi and Blood Realm martial artist. Then any school would open its doors to him. The college entrance exam was still a month away. With his SSS grade talent, it was enough to become a martial artist. Qin Yang ignored all distractions and began practicing the basic fist technique, wholeheartedly striving to become a Qi and Blood martial artist as soon as possible. After performing the basic fist technique, once another strand of Qi and Blood was generated within him. It worked. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. At this rate, he could become a Qi and Blood martial artist by tomorrow. The basic fist technique was the most common martial skill. Everyone knew it a dime a dozen thing. No one at Tianhai High School practiced it. They all had other techniques and martial skills. The effect is really remarkable. Qin Yang couldn't help but marvel. Practicing the basic fist technique just once could refine a wisp of blood qi. This was something unimaginable in the past. He knew that refining blood qi was no simple task. Even the geniuses in his class, after a full day of cultivation with various resources, often couldn't achieve it. For Qin Yang, a single practice session sufficed. The Milky Way never disappoints those who journey. Heaven rewards diligence. The ancients did not deceive me. Let's continue. Qin Yang was filled with fighting spirit. He continuously performed the basic fist technique, and the blood qi within his body steadily increased. After practicing for the 8th time, he clearly felt some discomfort and physical exhaustion. I can't go on anymore. My energy is depleted. Blood qi is the combination of flesh and spirit. Each refinement consumes both spirit and flesh. No wonder those people need various tonics to replenish. Excessive consumption of essence qi and spirit would bring no benefit if continued. At worst one might fall into a coma, at worst drop dead. For safety sake Qin Yang dared not continue. Let me rest for a while, eat something, and replenish my essence qi and spirit. Qin Yang began to understand the ancient saying, the poor study literature, the rich practice martial arts. No wonder the ancients needed to eat meat every day. Meat was the simplest way to replenish the body's energy. Fortunately, in this era martial arts formed the foundation and food was never lacking. With the flourishing of martial arts, there were countless potions to replenish blood qi, and some ordinary elixirs were even better than meat. These potions were within Qin Yang's reach. He still had a few such potions left. He opened a bottle, swallowed it in one gulp, and rested for half an hour to recover his spirit. Qin Yang continued practicing the basic fist technique. After a period of training, he would take another potion to replenish himself, cycling over and over again. The Yi residence. Teacher, since Qin Yang violated the school rules, expulsion is indeed unavoidable. I agree with the school's decision. Yi Qingshan hung up the phone, his face full of indifference, his eyes calculating. Qin Yang is almost an adult, we've gotten about enough subsidies from him. He's of no further use. I'll find a chance to deal with him later. Yi Qingshan couldn't care less about Qin Yang's expulsion. In fact, he was glad the school expelled him. This way he could handle Qin Yang. Embezzling the property of a martyr was a big trouble. If it ever came to light, it would cause unnecessary complications. That was not something Yi Qingshan wanted. In truth, he had long wanted to get rid of Qin Yang, but Qin Yang was a student of Tianhai High School. If he went missing, it would surely trigger an official investigation, and the things he had done would easily be exposed. After all, if the authorities looked into Qin Yang, they would discover that the living conditions of the martyr's child were so poor and none of his parents' legacy remained. It would be all too easy to trace back to Yi Qingshan. Now that Qin Yang was expelled, there was no such worry. At the same time, his phone rang. Qingshan, you didn't cover your tracks well. I've received a report accusing you of embezzling martyr's property. Lin Qingshan frowned. Who reported it? Chun Yun or Huang Shan? He had embezzled the property of many martyrs, some were dealt with, others were not. Qin Yang, do you know him? Hearing it was Qin Yang, Lin Qingshan was somewhat surprised. He never imagined Qin Yang would report him. In his mind, Qin Yang was dull and a bit foolish. Qin Yang had always obeyed them without question, like a puppet on strings. I know him. Help me deal with the report letter. I'll have the stuff placed in the usual spot. Same as before. Lin Qingshan's tone was steady, as if handling a trivial matter. All right. The other party was clearly satisfied and hung up immediately. It's actually Qin Yang. Is this kid not so stupid? Or is there someone behind him? Lin Qingshan sat on the sofa pondering this. In his eyes, Qin Yang was a complete fool, easily manipulated. It was precisely because he was easy to control that he had kept him around, especially since Qin Yang's subsidy was 2,000 per month. It might not mean much to him now, but back then, that sum was considerable. With Qin Yang being a student of Tianhai High School, it was inconvenient to deal with him directly. If higher-ups investigated, his deeds would easily surface. Being expelled is perfect. I can get rid of him without trouble. Surprised that Qin Yang had suddenly reported him, Lin Qingshan didn't take it to heart. The alliance did value martyrs, true, but it was too vast to oversee every corner. What was decided at the top was one thing, what was executed by the people below was another. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxue pushed open the door and rushed in, looking at Yi Qingshan anxiously. Dad, you need to be careful with Qin Yang. I don't know what's happened, but he seems to know that our family embezzled his property. As a beneficiary, Yi Qingxue was no fool. How could she not know what her family had done? If she had any conscience, Qin Yang wouldn't have lived so miserably. It's a small matter. Don't worry about it. Yi Qingshan chuckled lightly. I'll handle this. It won't affect you. The college entrance exam is coming soon. You need to be well prepared to get into Star Martial Arts University. As long as you succeed, we can leave this place and head for the vast starry sky. Hearing that it wouldn't affect her, Yi Qingxue relaxed a lot and said, Dad, that's a bit difficult. To enter Star Martial Arts University, one must at least pass the 4th stage, the blood pass. That's the bare minimum. The safest bet is to reach the innate realm. I'm only at the 3rd stage now. Breaking through to the 4th is extremely hard, and the innate realm is even more distant. Star Martial Arts University, as the best martial arts university in the Alliance, admitted only the most outstanding young humans. Now that humanity was expanding its territory, spanning several star systems, the population had long exceeded 1 trillion, and the younger generation was countless. Each year, Star Martial Arts University only admitted 1,000 students. To stand out was extremely difficult. It's fine. I've already acquired a 5th grade spiritual fruit, the Snow Jade Marrow, which can help you reach the innate realm. You just need to work hard and quickly break through to the 4th stage. Yi Qingshan said with a smile. Okay, thank you, Dad. Yi Qingshue's eyes lit up, her voice sweet and full of joy. In the rented room, Qin Yang was still in bitter cultivation when a voice suddenly sounded. Ding, today's intelligence has been generated. Today's intelligence. Lin Shan, a member of the Tianhai City Reporting Department, intercepted Qin Yang's report against Yi Qingshan and informed Yi Qingshan of it. The two reached a deal. At 10 o'clock tonight, Yi Qingshan will place 2 second-grade spiritual herbs blood source grass under Tianyuan Bridge, and Lin Shan will pick them up at 7 tomorrow morning. Holy shit. Qin Yang suddenly stopped, his eyes widening. Damn it, I just reported, and he already knows. Upon learning that Yi Qingshan had discovered the report, Qin Yang was left speechless. How could it be so fast? They were truly colluding in their nefarious deeds. Had I underestimated Yi Qingshan or overestimated the alliance's system? Qin Yang pondered deeply. Initially, he believed that lodging a complaint would be enough to finish Yi Qingshan. Now he realized his naivety. Where there are people, there is the Jianghu, a chaotic realm with complex human nature. I was still trapped in rigid thinking. I always thought the alliance would protect the children of fallen soldiers and severely punish those who bully them. But I never considered that the executors might not follow the policy. I must not make such a mistake again. After some reflection, Qin Yang admitted his own innocence. He had believed that a simple report would easily deal with Yi Qingshan. Yet he forgot that the sky is high and the emperor is far away. The smaller the place, the darker it often is. Thank goodness for the intelligence warning. Otherwise something serious would have happened. Yi Qingshan is really going all out. A second-grade spirit fruit costs at least 100,000 and 2 would be 200,000. And I happen to need them. After all, it's a debt Yi Qingshan owes me. Qin Yang stopped his cultivation, left the room, and headed toward the location indicated by the intelligence. Tianyuan Bridge was quite far from Qin Yang, about 30 kilometers. Too lazy to walk, he simply took a taxi. However, he didn't get off near Tianyuan Bridge. Instead, he alighted at a tavern about 3 kilometers away. Then, passing through the tavern, he quickly arrived at the bridge. It was around 1 in the morning, and Yi Qingshan's men had already buried the items. Qin Yang only needed to dig them up. Without any hindrance, Qin Yang easily unearthed a box buried in the ground. He didn't open it. He simply took the box and left. The journey was smooth. He hailed a taxi and returned to his rented room without any trouble. Closing the door, Qin Yang opened the box. Inside lay 2 palm-sized plants with sprawling branches entirely blood-red in color with a faint crimson glow emanating from them. Second-grade spiritual herb blood origin grass. This herb could be used to refine pills and also offered immense benefits for cultivation, especially for martial artists below the pre-celestial realm, whether breaking through thresholds or refining blood and chi. It provided extraordinary advantages. Just as Qin Yang was about to step into the blood chi realm and become a martial artist, this herb was perfectly suited for him. No wonder Yi Qingshan dared to embezzle the property of fallen soldiers' children. On the way back, Qin Yang specifically searched for cases of such embezzlement. He found quite a number of cases. Over the past decade, there had been nearly 100 incidents. In most of these cases, the victims had vanished without a trace, with only a few succeeding. Those who succeeded shared a notable characteristic: they had become martial artists, and their talent was far from ordinary. The failed cases often involved complainants with mediocre talent who never became martial artists and who inexplicably disappeared when the case unfolded. The alliance offered no response to this. After reviewing these cases, Qin Yang had only one thought: how very realistic the alliance is. After all, this is a high martial world. The fist rules supreme. To gain rights, one must either have value or a strong enough fist. Qin Yang immediately understood. Embezzling the property of fallen soldiers' children was indeed a grave crime, but it also depended on whether the local alliance officials chose to enforce the law. If they didn't enforce it, it was as if nothing had happened. At least being a martial artist made a difference. In the alliance, ordinary people and martial artists were treated vastly differently. If one was a martial artist, the alliance would protect their rights, especially if they had excellent talent. But if one was not a martial artist, the procedure would still be followed, but much more slowly, and if they disappeared, the alliance would not investigate deeply. In this era, the population was too vast. The entire alliance had over 1 trillion people. One more or less made no difference. No one cared, and no one would specifically pursue the matter. The human alliance? I call it the martial artist alliance. If you're not a martial artist, you live worse than an ant. Qin Yang sighed, having accepted the reality. To topple Yi Qingshan with the alliance's help, he himself had to be a martial artist. Otherwise, it was impossible. The human alliance would not care about the affairs of an ordinary person, let alone one with no power, no influence, and worthless talent. Even if that person was a fallen soldier. The human alliance was constantly expanding its territory, and soldiers died on the battlefield every moment. There were too many casualties. The alliance could not attend to everyone, nor could it protect everyone. In the past, I truly had no way to resist. But now it's different. Qin Yang looked at the blood origin grass in his hand, his gaze determined, and swallowed it whole. The herb slid down his throat into his body. In moments, a torrent of blood chi surged forth, an energy far more vigorous than the previous talent fruit. High talent could grant innate ability, but the energy contained within one's own body was still meager. It could only help sense blood chi at best. But blood origin grass was different. Like an unending river it poured through his meridians, awakening every cell in his body, filling him with power. Within minutes the blood chi in Qin Yang's body increased continuously. As if there were no shackles, a seed of blood chi condensed within him. The blood chi realm. He had successfully entered the blood chi realm and become a martial artist. Rumble. The blood chi continued to erupt. Even after entering the realm, it did not stop. Qin Yang's entire body flushed red, his skin burning as if in a furnace. With each breath, 2 streams of white smoke shot from his nostrils. The energy of the blood origin grass was too intense. Qin Yang immediately rose and began to practice the basic fist technique. He needed to quickly digest this energy. As he performed the moves, the blood chi in his dantian grew steadily. His realm advanced accordingly. Blood chi middle stage. Continue. Not enough yet. Qin Yang swallowed the last stalk of blood origin grass. As he refined it, his realm rose once more. Blood chi late stage, only a step away from the peak. A top-tier physique is truly different. In the past, 2 stalks of blood origin grass would never have allowed me to reach blood chi late stage. Qin Yang understood deeply that the gap in talent was unimaginable. With his previous physique, he could only refine 1/10 of the herb's energy at best. But now his physique could absorb it 100%. Not a single ounce was wasted. This was the terror of SSS Rank Talent. The talent was so heaven-defying that it knew no shackles. This was the most terrifying part. It meant Qin Yang could theoretically reach any realm. Blood chi late stage. Though I haven't broken through a threshold, it's still something ordinary people can hardly match. Tomorrow I'll verify my realm. The Alliance truly treats martial artists well. Once you become one, you get a monthly subsidy of 2,000. 2,000 a month free of charge. As long as you were at that realm, you received it without any conditions. And 2,000 was an ordinary person's monthly salary. This was one of the reasons countless people pursued martial arts. Both society and the Alliance granted martial artists an unparalleled status. And Yi Qingshan, he must be dealt with eventually. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He couldn't rest easy until Yi Qingshan was eliminated. Qin Yang would surely eliminate Yi Qingshan. But not now. First, Yi Qingshan's strength was no weaker. He was already a Xiantian martial artist, and with years of steady management in Tianhai City, he wielded considerable influence there. Otherwise, how could someone have suppressed his whistleblowing letter? And though Qin Yang was a late-stage Qi and blood martial artist compared to Yi Qingshan, the gap was still vast. A Qi and blood martial artist was nothing before a Xiantian master. Moreover, in the eyes of the Alliance, such a practitioner was merely a talented genius. The Alliance would never single out Yi Qingshan for an ordinary man like Qin Yang. Thus, relying on the Alliance was futile, unless a powerful family in Tianhai City's Alliance branch could stand up for him. But clearly Qin Yang knew no such family. Support was impossible. There was only one path to astonish everyone in the college entrance examination. For instance, by gaining admission to the Star Martial Arts University. Even if not that, any of the top 5 martial arts universities would make the Tianhai Alliance value Qin Yang, and thus execute judgment on Yi Qingshan. In short, he had to be valuable for the Alliance to take notice. If he was worthless, no one would care. The next step is to survive, then shine in the exam. Qin Yang knew well that Yi Qingshan was ruthless. Now that he knew about the whistleblowing, he would certainly use his means to deal with him. Tianhai City's public security was indeed good, but that was only an illusion. After all, thousands of people disappeared every year, their fates unknown. On the surface it was decent, but behind the scenes who could tell? To participate, I need the exam qualification, which only schools can provide. But there's no rush. If I can break through the barrier, any school will accept me. Qin Yang wasn't worried about the exam qualification. Even if he was expelled from Tianhai High School, dozens of schools in the city would, as the exam approached, pay a price to invite geniuses to boost their own admission rates to martial arts universities. The physical body realm was rare, even in Tianhai High School, and in other schools it would be a peerless prodigy. Not to mention the physical body realm. Qin Yang, now at late stage Qi and blood, could already tempt some schools. But those schools wouldn't offer generous benefits. So Qin Yang planned to reach the physical body realm, break through the barrier, and then approach them. For the sake of admission rates, those schools would lavish him with resources. The next day Qin Yang went to the Alliance Martial Arts Department to verify his realm. The process was simple. A machine tested his Qi and blood concentration, and verification succeeded. Since the test was done in private rooms, it didn't cause a stir. The only changes were that his identity card now showed the Qi and blood realm, and 2,000 yuan was credited to his account. What annoyed Qin Yang most came next. Before he even stepped out of the Alliance Martial Arts Department, a loan call came. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, on becoming a martial artist. We have a fine product here. Would you be interested? What product? We are the Alliance's support department. We assist new martial artists, knowing you need various cultivation resources and face difficulties. We offer an interest-free loan of up to 100,000 yuan for 1 year, with 2 repayment options, monthly or a lump sum after a year. Which would you prefer? Qin Yang was speechless. I haven't even left the martial arts department, and you're already calling about a loan. Isn't that a bit improper? The voice on the other end chuckled. Mr. Qin, this interest-free loan is a one-time benefit for new martial artists. If you decline now, it's gone forever. Would you be interested? As absurd as it was, Qin Yang wouldn't refuse. He was indeed short of money. Can the amount be increased? Look, I'm 18 and already at late-stage chi and blood, just one step away from the physical body realm. The voice replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, but you don't meet our genius criteria. What are the criteria? Reaching the physical body realm by 18. Different breakthrough levels offer different amounts, 500,000 for the first level, 1 million for the second. Damn it. Even loans had realm requirements. Forget it, I'll take it. Qin Yang couldn't be bothered to listen further. He was still 2 realms away from the physical body. Very well, Mr. Qin. The document has been sent to you. Please sign. A file immediately appeared in Qin Yang's identity card. He read through it. There was indeed no interest. Confirming no traps, he signed his name. Within a second, 100,000 yuan was credited. The speed surprised Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, wish you a pleasant life. With the contract signed, the caller offered a blessing and hung up. This human alliance can't be judged by conventional standards. Qin Yang mused inwardly as he gazed at the opulent building before him. Initially, he thought the human alliance was similar to the governments of his past life, but now he saw the difference. Not too dark, yet not too bright. In a word, if you wanted rights, you had to prove your strength. Non-martial artists were not entitled to human rights. All alliance benefits and treatment depended on power. For ordinary people, this era was akin to hell. But for the strong, the alliance offered many conveniences. After a moment, Qin Yang left. He didn't return to his rented room. It was no longer safe. Given Yi Qingshan's methods, he would surely make a move. Staying in the rental would be problematic. This 100,000 yuan is too little. I can't buy any martial arts techniques or skills. Only some cultivation resources. Qin Yang was troubled. His basic fist technique was too weak. Though training it could increase a sliver of chi and blood, it lacked offensive power. Moreover, cultivation was too slow. At this rate, reaching the Xiantian realm in a month was a pipe dream. He needed a stronger technique. But such things were prohibitively expensive. Any graded technique or skill cost at least 100,000 yuan. Ding. Today's intelligence generated. Today's intelligence at a stall in Tianyuan Market East District. Various items are sold. Among them, a sphere contains the Gold Body Clan's ultimate treasure, a 4th grade technique, 100 refinements golden body. It will be bought by Yi Qingxue at noon tomorrow. A 4th grade technique. Qin Yang's whole body trembled, and he perked up. He knew exactly what a 4th grade technique meant. Within the alliance, it would be worth at least 1 million yuan. And if it was an undiscovered technique, its value would be even higher. Especially since this item seemed to originally belong to Yi Qingxue. That made it even more satisfying. The Yi residence. You didn't get the goods, eh? Impossible. Hearing that the other party had failed to retrieve the items, Yi Qingshan furrowed his brows. As usual, he had placed the goods in their old location. It was impossible that the other party hadn't obtained them. I truly did not get them. The other party's tone was equally irritable. Never mind. Perhaps something unexpected happened. I'll simply use a different location next time. Yi Qingshan had collaborated with this party many times. They would never cheat over such a small sum. Most likely something had gone wrong. All right. The other party did not press the matter. Having cooperated with Yi Qingshan for so long, Yi Qingshan had never made a mistake, and he knew nothing of their identity. This was probably just an unforeseen accident. In truth, Yi Qingshan knew nothing of the other party's identity. He only knew they were a member of the Lin family, but who exactly remained unknown. Thus, their collaboration was always conducted in secret. They never met in person, partly because the alliance maintained strict oversight and much information had become transparent. While things usually proceeded smoothly, once a trace was left behind, it could easily be exploited. So both parties handled their cooperation with extreme caution. Of course, the real reason was that they had not yet reached a high enough stature. If they were among the elite of Tianhai City, there would be no need for such measures. They could simply hand things over directly. I'll give you an address. Have your person leave the goods there. The other party spoke softly. Very well. I hope there won't be any trouble this time. If something goes wrong, we've most likely been put on someone's radar. Yi Qingshan said solemnly. Being targeted was no small matter. In that case, let's pause this for now. We'll revisit it later. The other party was extremely cautious and had no intention of continuing. Very well. Yi Qingshan was unfazed. After all, the whistleblowing letter had already been deleted. Don't contact me for now. Those were the other party's final words before hanging up. Yi Qingshan sat on the sofa pondering, am I really being watched? Unlikely. If I truly were, I'd have been dragged away long ago. Yi Qingshan had embezzled the property of many martyrs' children, a grave offense under alliance law. Any investigation and Yi Qingshan would have nowhere to run. But he was not afraid. Worst case, he would fall back on the Lin family. His daughter was indeed a prodigy with a high probability of entering the Starry Sky Martial University. Once she succeeded, all his transgressions would be swept away. Yi Qingshan knew this all too well. In this world, talent and strength were paramount. Sufficient talent brought enormous privilege. Especially upon entering the Starry Sky Martial University, one's status would undergo a complete transformation overnight. Tianhai City had not produced a single entrant to the Starry Sky Martial University in hundreds of years. and those who entered as long as they did not perish young would achieve boundless glory. Most importantly, the Alliance would offer unlimited protection to all Starry Sky Marshall University students and their families. This was precisely why Yi Qingshan was so desperate to see Yi Qingxue drawn toward the university. As long as she got close, the three great families would step aside, and he would reign supreme over Tianhai City. Qin Yang still needs to be dealt with. Send someone to quietly eliminate him. Yi Qingshan was not worried about the impact of Qin Yang's report. He simply did not want any trouble for Yi Qingxue. Even if Qin Yang succeeded in reporting him, he could do little harm. He had powerful backers. As long as he paid a sufficient price, the Lin family would protect him. His enterprises were too intertwined with the Lin family's interests. Of course, if the matter were exposed, the financial cost would be enormous. But now he could suppress it with only a fraction of that expense. Yi Qingshan would certainly choose the latter. As for Qin Yang, a talentless ordinary person, in this era such individuals were merely ants easily crushed. Not worth mentioning. Yi Qingshan casually assigned one of his subordinates to handle it. Simply take Qin Yang beyond the city walls and kill him. Then close the case as a disappearance. Without background, without talent, and an ordinary mortal, he was destined to vanish like grains of sand on a beach unnoticed. After all, in this world, non-martial artists were even more worthless than ants on the roadside. Every year, countless people disappeared. Yet no one bothered to investigate thoroughly. Simply put, they had no value. Had they been martial artists, the Alliance might have looked into it. But ordinary people, skip them. A waste of energy and resources. Tianhai City was divided into 4 districts, and Qin Yang resided in the Eastern District. Among them, the Tianyuan Market was a familiar name. It was a flea market where anyone could set up a stall provided they paid the fee. All flea markets shared one characteristic: gold panning and dumb. 99% of the goods were counterfeit, though only 1% might be genuine. Yet that 1% was enough to lure countless people forward, each hoping to become the fortunate 1 in 100. Qin Yang knew the Tianyuan Market was a pitfall, and he had no discerning eye, so he had never considered hunting for bargains. He had never thought of entering before. But this time was different. He had the system. Knowing precisely which items were treasures, Qin Yang entered the Tianhai Market with confidence. The Tianhai Market was chaotic, stalls scattered across every street. Most vendors spread a simple cloth and piled it with assorted goods, their hawkers' cries ringing endlessly. Star Clan, heart of the galaxy, divine race. Bargain auction price only 1 million. Don't walk past without looking. Inheritance left by a former martial emperor, only 10 million. The market buzzed with liveliness. Qin Yang glanced around and ignored it all. Instead, following the system's guidance, he arrived at an unremarkable stall. Behind it sat a portly man absorbed in a handheld gaming device, making no effort to greet, even as Qin Yang approached. Qin Yang took no offense and scanned the items on display. They all appeared deeply ancient, as though exhumed from a tomb, clinging with clods of yellow earth, a sight both amusing and absurd. Though secret realms existed in this world, precious artifacts typically retained an immaculate quality untouched by dust. It was nearly impossible for genuine treasures to appear so shabby. Clearly the vendor was only fooling children. Anyone with basic knowledge would know everything here was counterfeit. Fortunately, Qin Yang was also young. Playing the part of the ignorant, he pointed to a mirror beside a string of beads and asked, "Boss, what is this?" "The Heavenly Demon Mirror, the clan treasure of the galaxy heavenly demon race." The portly boss replied without looking up. "Boss, you're quite amusing." Qin Yang smiled lightly. "If this truly is the Heavenly Demon Mirror, then surely I couldn't afford it. The beads beside it can't possibly be a family heirloom, can they? Those are Tianyuan beads, the core of a martial emperor tier beast. By your logic, they'd be priceless." "Precisely. And this, the lifebound divine sword of a former martial emperor. This is a divine ability personally created by a martial emperor." Listening to the vendor's nonsense, Qin Yang's lip twitched. Helplessly he said, "If they're all priceless treasures, then tell me, how much for the mirror and the beads?" "They look sufficiently ancient. They could serve as decorations in your home. The mirror is 2 million and the beads are 500,000. "Stop joking, boss. The mirror 10,000. Throw in the beads for free." "Impossible. That doesn't even cover the cost." 20,000. "No. 30,000, and that's my final offer. Otherwise I'm leaving." "Very well. Seeing you're young, I'll let you have a stroke of fortune." Sensing this was the upper limit of Qin Yang's budget, the portly man stopped resisting and reluctantly let the items go. In truth, these were all picked up from a junkyard. Worthless. Pure profit. Qin Yang paid and walked away with the 2 items. Watching his departing figure, the portly boss beamed with delight. So many suckers in this world. Qin Yang did not return to the rented house, mainly because that place was unsafe and could easily invite Yi Qingshan's retaliation. He planned to finish cultivating the 100 refinements golden body, then leave Tianhai City to lie low for a while until his cultivation was sufficient and the time was right to return for revenge. But for now, the top priority was to successfully cultivate the 100 refinements golden body. Qin Yang casually found a hotel, booked a room, took the elevator to the 20th floor, used the room card to enter the room, then locked the door and took out the dark red bead from his pocket, close to his body. Following the system prompt, he bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the bead. The drop of blood touched the surface and was instantly absorbed. A low hum. The bead vibrated slightly, projecting a faint golden beam that directly shot into Qin Yang's brow. A massive stream of information instantly flooded his mind, forming a complex and ancient scripture. 100 Refinements Golden Body. The scripture was very complex. Qin Yang could hardly comprehend the content, but he could roughly grasp the meaning. The 100 Refinements Golden Body, as its name suggested, only required drawing upon one's own blood and qi to hammer and refine every inch of skin, bone, and internal organ thousands upon thousands of times. Each refinement was like a piece of ordinary iron undergoing a forging, removing impurities and enhancing toughness. Upon great accomplishment, it would be like an indestructible golden body, invulnerable to weapons and immune to damage. Of course, this was somewhat exaggerated, but once mastered, one's defensive power would reach an unimaginable level. Qin Yang closed his eyes, digesting the mysteries within. Merely understanding the introductory chapter was more than 10 times more complex than the basic fist techniques taught at school. The physical strength it described far exceeded the scope of the flesh-body realm, as he currently understood it. Without delay, he immediately sat cross-legged according to the scripture's guidance, sinking his mind into his dantian, attempting to draw upon the newly born blood and qi. The process was more difficult than he had imagined. Controlling the blood and qi to finally refine the flesh, his essence, qi, and spirit completely merged together, beginning to extract blood and qi. These blood and qi sank into the dantian, then continuously refined the flesh. His body felt as if it were being struck by iron hammers, and intense pain gradually emerged. After a few minutes, he finally succeeded in one cycle, and a feeling of smoothness spread through his body. The blood and qi within him also increased. At the same time, the information in his mind resurfaced. 100 Refinements Golden Body Beginner 1100. Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised. He found that the extraction of blood and qi had increased more than fivefold, and the cultivation speed was far beyond what the basic fist techniques could compare. No wonder so many pursued high-level techniques and martial skills. There was indeed a reason. The advantages brought by high-quality techniques were immediately apparent. The effects were remarkable, but the consumption of essence, qi, and spirit was also much higher than the basic fist techniques. Fortunately, his realm had improved, so he could still bear the consumption. However, for better cultivation, Qin Yang tapped the screen beside the bed, opened the hotel store, and ordered 10 bottles of basic blood and qi potions, each costing 1,000 yuan. 10 bottles cost 10,000, leaving only 60,000 in his account. But it was all worth it. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. A short service robot handed in a sealed box containing 10 dark red potions. Resources secured, Qin Yang wasted no time and immediately drank 1 bottle of basic blood and qi potion. A gentle warm current spread through his stomach, replenishing the previous consumption. He immediately sat cross-legged again and began the third cycles of the 100 Refinements Golden Body. Time passed in tedious and painful cultivation. When his blood and qi were nearly depleted, he would drink a potion, rest briefly, and continue refining. Under the repeated wash of blood and qi, his skin began to turn slightly red and hot, as if being baked in an invisible furnace. Muscle fibers were subtly torn and reorganized, and his bones emitted faint sounds of strain. 2 hours later, Qin Yang collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. Sweat had pooled into a small puddle beneath him. 3 empty potion boxes had been discarded beside him. In just 2 hours, he had performed 30 high-intensity cycles of the 100 Refinements Golden Body. His spirit and physical strength were both nearing their limits. But as he looked at the progress, 100 Refinements Golden Body Beginner 31,100 in his mind, his eyes remained blazing. After resting for 10 minutes, he picked up another blood and qi potion and downed it. Continue. Qin Yang was completely immersed in the pleasure of becoming stronger, forgetting time, forgetting Yi Qingshan, forgetting everything. One by one, empty potion tubes were thrown into the trash. His skin gradually returned to normal from its flushed red, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a very faint, barely perceptible metallic sheen on the surface, and the texture had become more resilient. When the 10th potion was exhausted and the blood and qi in Qin Yang's body completed the final cycle along the path of the 100 Refinements Golden Body, boom. The blood and qi vortex in his dantian suddenly accelerated, expanding in size, becoming more solid and dense. A far more powerful aura than before surged from him. At the same time, the faint golden light on his body surface suddenly brightened for an instant. Although still thin, it was now visible to the naked eye. He raised his hand and touched the skin on his arm. It felt tough. When he pressed hard, it was like pressing on water-soaked thick cowhide. 100 Refinements Golden Body Minor Achievement 01000. It worked. Qin Yang clenched his fist, feeling the surging blood and qi within and the solid sense of power from his body. Peak of the blood and qi realm. Only a single step away from the flesh body realm, which required knocking on the inner mysterious gate to enter. And this 100 Refinements Golden Body was only at the beginner stage. If he could cultivate to a higher level. He looked out the window. The sky was pitch black and the city's neon lights flickered. If I can successfully break through and enter the skin gate of the flesh-body realm, I won't need to worry about Yi Qingshan's threat. Successfully breaking through at 18 years old, such talent would be considered top-notch in Tianhai City. In Tianhai High School, the best high school in Tianhai City, it would be enough to rank among the top 10. Although Tianhai High School was the best, not many had truly succeeded in breaking through and entering the flesh-body realm. These people were basically those with extraordinary talent and deep backgrounds. Ordinary geniuses were rare. If he entered the first gate of the flesh-body realm, the skin gate, Tianhai High School would probably beg him to return. Of course, Qin Yang would not return to his old ways. Time to go. Qin Yang slowly exhaled, immediately checked out, and left the hotel. He quickly went to the station and headed to Baiyun City. The reason for choosing this city was mainly because Baiyun City was near Baiyun Mountain. Baiyun Mountain was one of the few remaining primitive mountain ranges on Earth's star. It could be understood as a primeval forest of the modern era. Not much had been excavated inside. Many natural treasures and ferocious beasts remained. It was basically a place left for martial artists to train. Of course, this place was very dangerous. Ferocious beasts gathered and people died there every day. But people kept coming endlessly because some natural treasures in Baiyun Mountain were extremely valuable. If one could find them, it could change their life. After finishing his cultivation, Qin Yang took a bath, booked a flight ticket to Baiyun City online, then checked out of the room and called a car to the airport. His journey to Baiyun City served two purposes: to lie low, and because Baiyun City bordered Baiyun Mountain, where the system might provide more valuable intelligence. If he were merely a breakthrough martial artist, staying in Tianhai City would likely go unnoticed. But as a breakthrough martial artist, his value would be entirely different. He had no fear of Yi Qingshan making a covert move. After waiting an hour at the airport, Qin Yang boarded the plane following standard procedure. Despite the passage of time, airplanes remained a convenient mode of transportation. Of course, there were better options, spaceships which could land anywhere on Earth in mere minutes. But their fares were much higher. Those slower planes were cheaper. For Qin Yang at this moment, saving wherever possible was wise. With a roar, the plane slowly took off. 2 hours later, the plane neared Baiyun City. It pierced through the clouds and began its descent. Through the window, Qin Yang saw the majestic, undulating mountain range below. Even at 10,000 meters, he could feel its overwhelming grandeur. Unlike the bustling clamor of Tianhai City, this place exuded a primitive wildness. Upon landing and exiting the cabin, a humid, warm breeze greeted him. Baiyun City's climate was entirely different from Tianhai's. Without delay, Qin Yang found a random hotel and checked in. He had come here to take refuge and also hoped to encounter some good fortune in the area. Qin Yang had no intention of entering Baiyun Mountain. With his reward for diligence, given enough time, he would inevitably grow stronger, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. The room was ordinary with nothing special about it. Qin Yang paid it no mind, set down his belongings, and immediately sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Boss, I waited a day at Qin Yang's rented place, but found no trace of him. Yi Qingshan's hand holding a teacup paused as his brow furrowed slightly. Disappeared. He pondered for a moment, then his brow relaxed as he let out a scornful laugh. Forget it. A worthless nobody, probably hiding in some corner to rot. Afraid I might find him. No need to investigate further. Qin Yang had no talent and was utterly alone without any backing. He posed no threat whatsoever. The only reason to silence him was convenience. Since he had fled, there was no point in pursuing the matter. Even if Qin Yang surfaced, he would pose no danger. No one would support him. An ordinary person in this world was nothing but an ant devoid of rights, merely a cog in the machine. Embezzling the property of martyrs' children was indeed a grave crime, but he dared to seize so much precisely because he had the backing to ignore any reports or complaints. Of course, it was also because Qin Yang had no value. A talentless ordinary person would never cause much trouble. Even if he had some influence, it would only cost Yi Qingshan a bit of money. At the Chun residence in the study, Chun Qianqian looked at the information compiled by Butler Liu on her personal terminal, her expression calm. She said softly, Qin Yang really is pitiful. After his parents died, Yi Qingshan, as his guardian, swallowed all the property without leaving a single scrap. His parents left an inheritance, yet he had to live in poverty. Butler Liu, standing beside Chun Qianqian, said quietly, this is common. Those without background often have their elders die in the starry battlefield, leaving them unprotected, and they are carved up by others. Qin Yang is not the worst. Yi Qingshan has seized the property of many martyrs' children. Some lose their parents, and within days their only child also dies. Chun Qianqian sighed and said softly, do they not fear disheartening others? As a member of a great family, she was well aware of these ugly realities. Of course, the Qin family had never engaged in such acts. She simply couldn't understand how these people could be so heartless. Butler Liu replied, those who are plundered are all without background and are ordinary people. They can't stir up any waves, so naturally they are not feared. They are not afraid of disheartening people. The Alliance now occupies several star systems with a population exceeding 1 trillion. Chun Qianqian's expression remained unchanged as she said flatly, can this evidence bring down Yi Qingshan? Butler Liu shook his head. No. Qin Yang is a talentless, ordinary person now alone. Even if we sincerely seek justice, we cannot touch Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan is already a Xiantian martial artist, and his daughter, Yi Qingxue, has reached the 3rd stage of physical cultivation with hopes of entering the 4th stage. Her talent is extraordinary and she may enter the Starry Martial University. Even if we intend to deal with Yi Qingshan, with Yi Qingxue in the picture, no major power will move against him. Miss, you understand well what it means for a city to produce a Starry Martial University student. Earth is vast, and as the former ancestral planet it receives the Alliance's special attention, yet only a handful of such students emerged each year. Qin Yang knew this all too well. When a city produced a student of the Starry Martial University, the Alliance would allocate additional resources to that city. This was why countless people pursued the Starry Martial University. It was tied to local interests. For the sake of that possibility, no one cared about Qin Yang. A talentless, ordinary person. Miss, why are you so concerned about Qin Yang? This puzzled Butler Liu, as his mistress rarely paid attention to such matters. Why had she suddenly taken an interest in Qin Yang? Qin Yang said calmly, nothing much. I originally planned to use this matter to cause trouble for Yi Qingxue. After all, she is my formidable rival. Butler Liu fell silent for a moment, sensing there was more to it, but he did not press further. Butler Liu withdrew silently. Qin Yang was left alone in the study. Gazing out the window, she murmured, Qin Yang is just an ordinary person. Why does he stir such a flutter in my heart? The reason she paid so much attention to Qin Yang was her unique talent, the Wheel of Fate. This was an extremely rare ability, and Qin Yang had only awakened it gradually over the past year. She had not fully developed this talent, but one ability she had mastered: discerning good fortune from ill. If something was beneficial to her, her heart would flutter. If harmful, it would feel averse. The last time she saw Qin Yang at school, her heart had fluttered violently. The frequency was high, meaning that being close to Qin Yang would bring her immense benefits. Qin Yang seems ordinary, but perhaps he has something extraordinary. I trust the Wheel of Fate more than my eyes. With that thought, Qin Yang directly called Qin Yang. In a small hotel in Baiyun City, Qin Yang had just finished a session of cultivating the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. He felt the blood energies surging within him and the subtle strengthening of his skin, muscles, and bones as they were tempered by the blood energy. After attaining the initial stage, each cultivation session still brought discernible improvements, but the progress had clearly slowed. It required a greater amount of blood energy and deeper refinement. Just then his phone rang. It was Qin Yan's number. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised, as he had little interaction with Qin Yan. After a moment of thought, Qin Yang answered the call. Instantly, a melodious voice came from the other end. Qin Yang. Why did Qin Yan come to me? This was what Qin Yang found most puzzling. He wasn't familiar with Qin Yan. They had only met a few times. Under normal circumstances, there should be no connection between them. As for how she got his number, Qin Yang wasn't surprised at all. As the eldest daughter of the Chun family, obtaining his contact information was a trivial matter. Qin Yang. Qin Yan's voice came through, crisp and melodious. What business does Miss Qin have with me? Qin Yang replied in a steady tone. He still couldn't understand why Qin Yan had sought him out. Ignoring the sharpness in his words, Qin Yan got straight to the point. Last time at the school gate, I heard you mention that Yi Qingxue and her family had embezzled the property of a martyr's child, so I decided to look into it. She paused, her voice dropping a few degrees. Yi Qingshan indeed embezzled your parents' pension and property. Although he tried to cover it up, the traces remain. Moreover, such incidents are not limited to your family. Qin Yang's eyes flickered and his fingers tightened slightly around the communicator. She actually investigated. Why? We barely know each other. Could she be trying to seek justice for me? Shock gave way to deeper wariness. He didn't believe in kindness without reason. He doubted Qin Yan was the type overflowing with righteousness. Such people might exist, but certainly not in Tianhai City. So Miss Qin wants to help me get justice. Qin Yang remained puzzled. What exactly did Qin Yan want? Was there profit to be gained? That seemed unlikely. Qin Yang was a useless cripple with no talent, an orphan without any background. His only asset, if one could call it, that was his good looks. Could it be because of his appearance? That didn't seem realistic either. If that were the case, why would Qin Yan seek him out today? Qin Yan took a light breath on the other end. I did consider it. But the reality is I can't. At least not for now. Yi Qingshan is a Xiantian warrior and a member of the Lin family. As you know, the Lin family is the top family in Tianhai City, and even the mayor is from the Lin family. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness. And Yi Qingshue's talent. She is a key focus of Tianhai City, even the entire Earth Federation. Such geniuses are always given special treatment, so it's hard to move against Yi Qingshan, at least before the college entrance exam. Qin Yang was not surprised. One was an ordinary person with no background, barely able to become a warrior. The other was a favored daughter of heaven, expected to enter the Star Martial Arts University. Their worth was indeed incomparable. Even if Yi Qingshue's father had committed a grave mistake, the authorities would likely turn a blind eye. Qin Yang had long understood this, so his heart remained calm. The only thing he couldn't fathom was why Qin Yan would seek him out despite knowing all this. That was the greatest mystery. I understand all that. Since you understand too, Miss Qin, why did you come to me? You should also know that helping me brings you no significant benefit, a worthless cripple like me. Qin Yang's voice was calm without much fluctuation. Qin Qian had already prepared her words, her voice clear and vibrant. Heaven never seals off all paths. Qin Yang may have no way now, but that doesn't mean he never will. If you are willing to continue cultivating martial arts, I can help. I can provide techniques and resources, as long as you keep practicing martial arts. Qin Qian herself hadn't fully understood why befriending Qin Yang would be beneficial, but the Wheel of Fate's warning was never wrong. Even if in her eyes Qin Yang had no chance of turning his life around, having spent years in high school without even sensing blood chi and now expelled from school, with no background whatsoever, all signs pointed to Qin Yang being unable to rise again. Yet as always, the Wheel of Fate would never deceive her. Even if it were false, she would lose nothing. At most, she would waste some resources. Are you serious? Of course. Qin Qian's voice was unwavering. This left Qin Yang dumbfounded. Wait, I'm a loser. Could it be that she knows my cultivation level? That seemed unlikely. The Alliance strictly regulated such information. Even the top brass of Tianhai City, let alone the Earth Federation, might not be able to see it. Qin Yang was confident in this. What resources can you provide? He thought it over. Why refuse something offered for free? Get it first, then worry about the rest. Even if she had ulterior motives, he had nothing worth taking. His priority was to rapidly improve his cultivation. As for everything else, Qin Yang didn't care. I can give you money, and you can buy whatever you need. If you have any questions about cultivation, I can help answer them. I can also hire a martial arts instructor to teach you personally. Qin Qian still trusted the Wheel of Fate. Even if Qin Yang was a waste, she was bleeding resources. I can give you 1 million now. The conditions Qin Qian offered were generous. Every aspect was something Qin Yang could not refuse. Transfer the money first. He didn't understand her motives, but money in hand was real. All right. Qin Qian was decisive. She immediately transferred 1 million to Qin Yang's account. In this world, every member of the Human Alliance had an account imprinted with their DNA linked to banks and everything else. So Qin Qian didn't need his account number. She could transfer money directly through his Alliance account, and the same for calls. Soon, a ding sounded. 1 million arrived. Qin Yang fell silent. Wait, you're serious? Did you receive the money? Qin Qian asked when he didn't respond. What are you after? I'm not selling my body. Qin Yang couldn't help but say after a moment of silence. He still couldn't figure out what she wanted. Though he was handsome, that couldn't possibly be enough for Qin Qian to offer such generous help. I don't need your body. Qin Qian rolled her eyes, snorting lightly. Don't overthink it. I simply think you're worth investing in. Of course, if you're grateful, I won't refuse. Qin Yang immediately retorted, don't even think about it. I won't be grateful to you. I don't need your gratitude. I just hope you can take revenge in the future. Qin Qian didn't mind. She simply believed in the Wheel of Fate. Of course, if Qin Yang couldn't change his fate afterward, she would accept that too. It was just 1 million after all. Nothing significant. Selling my body is definitely out of the question. But still, thank you. Though he didn't know what was going on in Qin Qian's head, the million was a timely help, and Qin Yang didn't hold back his thanks. You have some conscience. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. Also, to improve your combat ability, try logging into the virtual god realm more often. Even if it's virtual, it can enhance real combat skills. Qin Yang's mouth twitched. Who could afford that thing? The virtual god realm was a virtual combat platform where any cultivator could fight. The experience was incredibly realistic, like the virtual games of ancient fantasies. But it required a pod which cost over 1 million. Not something ordinary people could afford. Of course, there were internet cafes, but the price was steep, 1,000 per hour at minimum. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they both hung up. Both stared at their phones, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a voice sounded in Qin Yang's ear. Ding, today's intelligence generated. Today's intelligence at 5 o'clock this morning, a batch of spirit pets arrived at the Baiyun City Spirit Pet Market. Among the white wolf spirit pets, there is a 4th grade beast, the silver moon wolf cub. It will be purchased by Huang Shan at 3 o'clock the day after tomorrow. A 4th rank spiritual beast cub. Indeed, there are greater opportunities in Baiyun City. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, a surge of excitement filling his heart. After humanity ventured into the cosmic expanse and began to continuously expand its territory, they encountered countless races. Some of these races were inherently powerful, possessing mature minds and formidable combat capabilities upon reaching adulthood. And these races were often tamed into spiritual companions. Of course, spiritual beasts typically manifest in animal forms and must be tamed at an early age. Adult fierce beasts possess mature minds comparable to humans, yet their wild instincts remain. Unless subdued through special techniques, they can easily injure their masters. The pricing for these fierce beast cubs varies dramatically according to their rank. The white wolf cub, for instance, is an unranked spiritual companion whose adult form boasts combat power no greater than that of a martial artist. However, the white wolf cub enjoys several advantages that make it exceedingly popular. Chief among them is its unwavering loyalty. If raised from youth, it will never betray its master. Furthermore, the white wolf grows to an imposing 3 meters at maturity, its fur gleaming snow white, like pristine powder, making it breathtakingly handsome. It was handsome, massive, and utterly devoted. Aside from its limited combat prowess, it had virtually no drawbacks. This led countless individuals to raise white wolf cubs as spiritual companions. Unlike the white wolf, the silver moon wolf was an exceptionally powerful, fierce beast. Much like an upgraded version of the white wolf, it shared the same unwavering loyalty and silver-white fur. Upon reaching adulthood, it could grow to over 100 meters in length. The silver moon wolf was an extraordinarily rare race, innately absorbing the essence of the silver moon. It carried inherited divine abilities and possessed mental powers capable of suppressing and hypnotizing enemies. This made it an exceedingly special spiritual companion, commanding tremendous value in the outside world. What is the price for a silver moon wolf? Qin Yang rotated the watch on his wrist, instantly activating a holographic display. He navigated the Alliance Mall with practiced ease. Anything could be purchased within, and anything could be sold. Prices floated according to market conditions. However, the Alliance's handling fees were staggering. Most vendors opted for underground websites instead, where prices were higher and commissions lower. Qin Yang input, Silver Moon Wolf Cub. The screen immediately displayed a series of prices. A fourth-rank Silver Moon Wolf Cub, 36 million. Another 1 billion. A third 63 million. So vast was the price fluctuation. Qin Yang grew curious. The value of Silver Moon Wolf Cubs varied wildly, some reaching the startling figure of 1 billion, while others sold for merely 36 million. Could these cubs differ in some way? Qin Yang examined the listings and discovered they were graded according to innate talent. The Silver Moon Wolf Cub, priced at 1 billion, possessed the bloodline of a Silver Wolf King, which accounted for its premium valuation. The 36 million specimen was merely an ordinary cub, while the one valued at 63 million possessed mental talents, raising its worth slightly. If I were to sell one, would they assess these factors? Qin Yang opened the recovery page, which stated that Alliance personnel would evaluate value based on the characteristics of each item. In plain terms, identical items. For instance, certain heavenly treasures might be valued differently depending on their age. Spiritual companions were no different. From person to person, some spirit beasts possessed remarkable talents and thus commanded differing values. Qin Yang then checked other fourth-rank spiritual companions and found their values were not as high, most exceeding only 10 million. It seems spiritual companions with mental attributes truly do carry higher value. Qin Yang murmured to himself. He knew the mental attribute had always been considered noble and commanded higher prices. Aside from that, only time and space along with certain special attributes might exceed the value of mental attributes. Regardless, even the most common Silver Moon Wolf starts at 30 million. Even if the Alliance's buyback is predatory, it cannot differ too greatly. If I sell this Silver Moon Wolf, my subsequent cultivation resources will be more than adequate. Considering this, Qin Yang felt exhilarated. Although he had not yet acquired the Silver Moon Wolf, he felt as though it were already within his grasp, his mind already pondering how to allocate the forthcoming funds. I wonder what value the 100 refinements immortal body holds. Qin Yang began searching for fourth-rank cultivation manuals and martial skills. The Alliance placed fewer restrictions on cultivation techniques and martial skills. So long as one possessed sufficient credits, anything could be purchased. Of course, this was limited to 5th rank and below. Beyond that, such techniques ceased to appear. Those higher-tier cultivation manuals and martial skills held astonishing value far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Their worth was measured in barter. Humming softly as Qin Yang conducted his search, a dazzling array of cultivation methods and martial skills materialized before his eyes. 4th rank martial skill Crescent Moon Divine Saber, 60 million. 4th rank cultivation manual Pure Yang Divine Art, 1 billion. 4th rank martial skill Heaven Burning Fury, 30 million. Qin Yang surveyed the listings and noticed that even among divine ability martial skills values varied considerably. Yet the minimum started at 20 million with pricier ones reaching 1 billion. Wait, why does this one cost a billion? Qin Yang could not fathom why the Pure Yang Divine Art was priced so extravagantly. He tapped on the Pure Yang Divine Art, bringing up a detailed description. Pure Yang Divine Art, created 600 years ago by the Pure Yang Martial King. This cultivation manual is suitable exclusively for men. It draws upon the practitioner's innate Pure Yang energy to refine the physical body into a furnace. Upon entering the innate realm, this energy transforms into Pure Yang primordial force, fierce and violent, burning like the fires of a great sun. Below the Pure Yang Divine Art description lay its listed advantages and disadvantages. Advantages: upon full mastery of the Pure Yang Divine Art, one attains supreme Yang energy, peerless hardness and ferocity, and invincibility within one's realm. The body becomes like a furnace, impervious to all forms of evil. Disadvantages: one must maintain a pristine physique to cultivate this art. Even at full mastery, the seal cannot be broken. Should it be broken, the Pure Yang power will be damaged, lightly resulting in the dissipation of primordial force and ruin, severely causing primal energy to surge wildly and certain death. The former Pure Yang Divine King himself fell victim to treachery that forced him to break his seal, leading to his demise. Note: self-gratification also counts as breaking the seal. Qin Yang His mouth parted slightly, words catching in his throat. He could only sigh resignedly. This cultivation manual is not for me. It was not that he could not afford it, but rather that it simply was not suitable. If a man was forbidden even from satisfying himself, what difference would there be from being dead? What manner of existence was that? How different from living in purgatory? Qin Yang scanned the remaining listings, then moved on. Following the standard procedure, he instructed Alliance personnel to appraise the 100 Refinements Immortal Body. He checked the official website and found no record of the 100 Refinements Immortal Body among their records. Therefore, it qualified for recovery. Moreover, the value would be somewhat higher than market rates. Alliance personnel would require approximately 1 hour to arrive. Qin Yang decided to purchase the Silver Moon Wolf first and process the recovery in one go. This way, he could earn tens of millions. He would have no further concerns regarding resources. Solving a resource problem with merely a few intelligence reports. Truly, this system is extraordinary. Qin Yang remarked to himself, then departed from the hotel. Since he had obtained the intelligence first, no one suspected that the Silver Moon Wolf was not an ordinary white wolf. Qin Yang purchased the Silver Moon Wolf without difficulty. The little creature was remarkably adorable, roughly the size of a palm, and he wondered how it had been mixed in among the white wolf cubs. Qin Yang did not concern himself with such matters. What mattered was that he had secured a bargain. The purchase of the Silver Moon Wolf took half an hour. For the remainder of that time, Qin Yang simply waited within the hotel. Half an hour later, a knock sounded at the door. They had arrived. Hearing the knock on the door, Qin Yang knew that the Alliance's people had arrived. He opened the door, and 2 individuals stood outside. Both wore the azure white Alliance uniforms. The woman leading the way was about the same age as Qin Yang, her face beaming with a smile, her hair of vibrant purple, and her eyes likewise purple, like precious gems that shimmered with a faint luster. The woman had an excellent figure, her tight uniform accentuating her physique perfectly. Her features were equally striking, even surpassing Yi Qingxue in beauty. What was most important was her high cultivation level. Qin Yang felt a sense of oppression. She was undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse, her surging blood vitality as vast as an ocean. Behind the woman stood a middle-aged man, expressionless, his aura ethereal, as if he were an ordinary person. Yet Qin Yang sensed that the man behind might be even stronger than the woman. Mr. Qin, hello. My name is Yilin. We are from the Alliance's Resource Department. Based on your application, we have come specifically to retrieve the treasures. We will verify their value and provide you with the corresponding price. Yilin spoke to Qin Yang with a smile. As she spoke, she also took a subtle measure of him, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Initially, when she learned that a 4th-grade item was to be recovered, she assumed the seller was a congenital powerhouse or a grandmaster. She never expected to find merely a Qi blood realm martial artist. Please come in. Knowing they were from the Alliance, Qin Yang invited them inside. The human alliance of today was a far cry from the past. Its territory had expanded into the stars, governing several star systems. Internally, factions were intricate, but broadly divided into departments, such as the Martial Arts Department, the Resource Department, and the Research Department. The Resource Department handled all resources, including the recovery and sale of various items. These were all under its purview. The reason he chose the Resource Department was mainly for safety. Yes, that was correct. The Resource Department was quite safe. Once an order was placed, the Resource Department personnel were monitored by artificial intelligence during the recovery process, and the valuation was also conducted by AI. These individuals essentially served only as couriers for the recovery, possessing no other authority. Thus, there was no need to worry about being cheated. Of course, one could also choose to sell to other individuals, which often fetched higher prices, but the risk of being robbed was also high. Even the Resource Department personnel were not immune to such risks, though the probability was lower. Qin Yang knew no one else urgently needed money to purchase resources and wanted to avoid being robbed, so he had no choice but to turn to the Resource Department. The reason he chose the Resource Department was also because the Alliance strictly regulated these personnel, and anyone found guilty of robbery would be executed. At least that was the official stance. But regardless, it was far better than many shady shops. Qin Yang had no doubt that if he took these treasures to those shops, the chances of being robbed were high. This is a Silver Moon Wolf. Qin Yang pulled out the cage from under the bed and placed it in front of the 2. Inside the cage, a small white cub opened its eyes, curiously observing them. Sir, this appears to be a white wolf, not a Silver Moon Wolf. Yilin looked at the cage, somewhat confused. To her, it looked exactly like the most common spirit pet, the white wolf. This is a Silver Moon Wolf. The middle-aged man, who had remained silent, finally spoke, his tone flat. It's just that this particular Silver Moon Wolf likely has white wolf bloodline, making it appear like a white wolf. This Silver Moon Wolf has a significant amount of white wolf bloodline, so the price won't be too extraordinary. Use the instrument to detect it, and you'll see. Yilin produced a sphere from thin air and pressed a button on it. The sphere instantly activated, hovering in midair, and shot a beam of light onto the Silver Moon Wolf. After a few seconds, a mechanical voice rang out. 4th grade, Silver Moon Wolf, impure bloodline, a mongrel. Recovery price, 30 million. Qin Yang's mouth twitched. This detector was truly absurd. The 2 seemed accustomed to it. Yilin turned to Qin Yang and said, Mr. Qin, the appraisal price is 30 million. Do you accept? I accept. This price was within Qin Yang's expectations. This silver moon wolf had gone undiscovered precisely because its bloodline was impure. If it had been a pure-blood silver moon wolf, it wouldn't have been his lucky find. The cheapest silver moon wolf in the alliance cost over 30 million, so the recovery price would naturally be discounted. Qin Yang understood this well. 30 million was enough. All right. Yilin took out a device and began to operate it, saying, Mr. Qin, the silver moon wolf has been successfully recovered. The money will be transferred to your account shortly. Does Mr. Qin have any other treasures to sell? Without further ado, Qin Yang handed over the copied 100 refinements golden body technique. This is a technique I obtained by chance. Yilin reminded him, Mr. Qin, only techniques that have not been recorded in the database have recovery value. I am well aware of that. Qin Yang had not found any record of the 100 refinements golden body, indicating it had not yet been discovered. As such, it certainly had recovery value. With a hum, the sphere began scanning. As before, after a few seconds, it gave a price, 4th grade body refinement technique garbage. Appraisal price 48 million. This thing was truly something else. Qin Yang didn't know what to say. Was a 4th grade technique considered garbage in its eyes? But he didn't mind garbage or not, it didn't matter. After all, it was something he had gotten for free. As long as the money arrived, that was fine. And selling for 48 million was within his acceptable range. Yilin performed a series of operations and said, Mr. Qin, both items have been fully recovered. Do you have any other items to sell? Qin Yang shook his head. No. Yilin, still smiling, handed Qin Yang a business card. Mr. Qin, if you have anything else to sell in the future, you can contact us using the number on this card. We'll offer you a fair price. Qin Yang was stunned. Wasn't this too bold? What was this? Poaching the alliance's clients and stealing its business. Seeing his expression, Yilin continued with a smile, Mr. Qin, rest assured. This is a rule recognized by the alliance. The alliance does not restrict us from developing private business. In fact, it strongly encourages it. Qin Yang didn't know whether to believe her, but seeing her calm and practiced demeanor, there might be some truth to it. He took the card and glanced at it. It read, Wanbao Pavilion. He had heard of this name. The head of the Human Alliance's resource department was a member of Wanbao Pavilion. No wonder they were so bold. Mr. Qin, if you have anything to sell next time, remember to contact me. All right. Yilin didn't linger and left with the items, leaving a somewhat bewildered Qin Yang behind. After a moment, he couldn't help but shake his head and mutter, this Human Alliance is truly bizarre. Alliance personnel can actually run private businesses, and even high-ranking officials openly poach Alliance business. That's quite something. Yilin's maneuver had provided Qin Yang with a new perspective. He now had a fresh understanding of the Alliance. The Human Alliance might not be as stable as it seemed. The money has arrived. 78 million. With this money, I can finally purchase some cultivation resources. Qin Yang slowly exhaled. He could barely escape his predicament. After all, with nearly 80 million on hand, he could buy all sorts of cultivation resources he needed. After all, the resources required for martial arts cultivation were vast. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying, the poor study, the rich practice martial arts. Especially in this era, to go far in martial arts, resources were indispensable. Some resources could rapidly enhance one's strength and grant combat power that ordinary people lacked, such as special cultivation techniques. These were beyond comparison for commoners. Moreover, with resources, breaking through realms would be more stable. For instance, Qin Yang now needed to break through barriers to enter the fleshly body realm. The fleshly body realm consisted of 4 barriers: skin barrier, flesh barrier, bone barrier, and blood barrier. These barriers were extremely important. Each one was difficult, and no failure could be tolerated. A single failure could at best damage one's foundation, making further progress impossible for life. At worst, it could rupture meridians and reduce one to a cripple. Miss, you gave your business card to that ordinary person. Is it really worth it? Outside the hotel, the middle-aged man looked at Yilin and asked softly. Qin Yang didn't know what the Wanbao Pavilion business card meant, but he understood very well. As the most elite force among humans, Wanbao Pavilion gathered treasures from all over the world. Even the treasures within the alliance were inferior to those of Wanbao Pavilion. This led to Wanbao Pavilion's high status. It also gave its members a transcendent position in the alliance. But ordinary people could not contact Wanbao Pavilion, only a few could. Basically, anyone who had a Wanbao Pavilion business card must have considerable strength. And Yilin was from Wanbao Pavilion, its legitimate daughter with a high status. For people of their status, giving a business card meant a willingness to befriend, something countless people desired. Yilin said indifferently, a whim, a sudden impulse. That means, Grandpa Qin, you understand better than I do. The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. A sudden impulse, it was just a feeling. For ordinary people it might mean nothing. But for martial artists, there was an unseen destiny. Often a sudden feeling might have significance for the future. Therefore, martial artists were quite cautious about sudden impulses. Of course, that didn't mean it was truly useful. Besides, I only gave a business card. The other party may not be willing to contact me. If he looks it up online, he'll most likely avoid me like a snake or scorpion, since few in the resource department dare to do this. Yilin smiled. In fact, what she said to Qin Yang was a lie. How could the alliance allow its members to start private business? It was impossible. Only Wanbao Pavilion was a bit special. That's true. The middle-aged man thought about it and agreed. There had been people like Yilin before, and quite a few. But no one dared to be as open as Yilin if they all did it secretly. I'm also curious about what fate has in store for this Mr. Qin. To actually make me have a sudden impulse. This is also a gain. Coming here today to collect items, it's a harvest after all. Yilin smiled. She was originally free and bored, so she acted as a receiver for the resource department. Simply put, she did it out of boredom. It was something done out of boredom with no great expectations. But she never expected that an ordinary Qi blood martial artist could trigger a sudden impulse in her. Every time she had a sudden impulse, her luck turned out well. Therefore, within the family, she was known as one favored by destiny. Perhaps this time was the same. At the hotel, Qin Yang did not leave. He looked at the business card in his hand, contemplating, maybe I can ask Qin Shanqian about this. Yilin directly giving the business card startled Qin Yang. After thinking back, he realized that with Wanbao Pavilion backing her, she might be of no ordinary status. Of course, he was also afraid it might be a trap, and he didn't understand these matters. Naturally, he needed to find Qin Shanqian and ask. After all, Qin Shanqian was from a large family and might know something. Now to purchase resources. After thinking it over, Qin Yang didn't worry too much and opened the alliance store. He began to buy resources. Before, he had no money and had to be frugal. Now that he had money, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with himself. First, buy a spatial ring. With a spatial ring, I'll have a place to store things. Qin Yang had seen Yilin produce items out of thin air, clearly using a spatial tool. This thing was extremely practical, especially for Qin Yang. The special items provided by intelligence could be directly stored in the spatial ring without worrying about losing them. Spatial ring 1 cubic meter price, 10 million credits. Spatial bracelet 10 cubic meters price, 150 million credits. Truly expensive. Qin Yang took a look, the cheapest was 10 million. And the more cubic meters, the more expensive. Seeing the price, Qin Yang had no hesitation and directly bought a 1 cubic meter spatial ring. It was indeed expensive, but he needed it. The difference with or without spatial storage was huge. With the spatial ring taken care of, Qin Yang bought a bunch of premium Qi blood potions. These potions were quite expensive, 100,000 credits each. This potion had a benefit: when one's essence, energy, and spirit were overly depleted, it could instantly restore full vitality. And it had no side effects. Of course, there was a limitation: it only worked below the Grandmaster level. Once one reached the Grandmaster realm, it no longer had this effect. This thing was not only beneficial for cultivation, but also served as a trump card in battle. After all, when one was about to run out of mana and health, suddenly drinking one could fully restore everything. It was definitely a treasure that could turn the tide. But for Qin Yang, this thing was used for cultivation. Qin Yang bought 20 at once. 2 million credits. With the potions purchased, Qin Yang began to look at martial techniques. He now had a cultivation method, but no martial techniques. For a martial artist, combat was inevitable. Without martial techniques, combat effectiveness would be greatly diminished. Especially during the college entrance exam, there was a practical combat assessment. Without martial techniques, he couldn't demonstrate his combat ability, and failing the exam would be disastrous. Moreover, he would definitely have to fight Yi Qingshan in the future. Without martial techniques, how could he kill his opponent? He couldn't rely on intelligence alone. Who knew when intelligence would provide martial techniques? So while he had money, he quickly bought a martial technique to cultivate. Third grade Flame Yuan Fist, 12 million credits. Qinglan Sword, Art, 15 million credits. Palm Thunder, 20 million credits. Violent Dragon Fist, 13 million credits. Qin Yang looked for a while. He dismissed any that required weapons. Mainly because he cultivated the 100 refinements golden body. If it was perfected, his physical strength would be very high. Only by practicing external martial techniques could he unleash his best combat power. Violent Dragon Fist seems good. Once perfected, it's like a violent dragon sweeping through crushing mountains with a single punch. Qin Yang looked a while and chose Violent Dragon Fist. He quickly selected and placed the order, and also checked for pills that helped refine the body, buying some as well. In total, he spent 20 million credits. The alliance delivered, swiftly arriving within half an hour. Qin Yang opened the door to find a box outside with no one in sight. He grabbed the box and shut the door. He walked to the bedside, opened the box, and a beam of light shone out, scanning Qin Yang's face. With a soft click, the box instantly opened. Inside lay 20 vials, 3 or 4 bottles, each containing several pills, and beside them a ring. A spatial ring. Qin Yang cut his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the ring. The spatial ring was a type of spiritual artifact, a weapon that transcended ordinary tools. Such spiritual artifacts required blood bonding to claim ownership, but once bound, they could not be stolen unless the owner died. Spatial rings are truly expensive. I'll trade up for a better one when I have more money. After the blood bonding, Qin Yang could retrieve items with his will and also sense the space within the ring. Qin Yang stored everything before him into the ring. Then he took a pill from a jade bottle, a tier 2 dragon tiger pill. Legend said that this pill, refined from the flesh and blood of dragons and tigers, would, when swallowed, grant the strength of a dragon and tiger, tempering the body and bestowing their might. Of course, such claims were exaggerated. The effects were not that miraculous. but it did enhance physical strength. Taking out a pill, Qin Yang did not immediately consume it. Instead, he opened his wristwatch and began reading the Fierce Dragon Fist. One advantage of purchasing divine techniques from the Alliance was the ability to connect to their server and browse freely. However, to prevent excessive circulation of the techniques, they were generally deleted after one view. Qin Yang glanced through the Fierce Dragon Fist's moves, which were all imprinted deeply in his mind. Immediately afterward, he swallowed the Dragon Tiger Pill. The reason he had bought the Dragon Tiger Pill was precisely for the Fierce Dragon Fist. Cultivating the Fierce Dragon Fist would yield extraordinary results if one had dragon blood or dragon-related medicine. The Dragon Tiger Pill naturally contained a trace of dragon power, albeit thin, but it should be effective. A hum echoed. The potent medicinal power surged into his body. Qin Yang's frame instantly flushed red, his vital energy roaring like a furnace, making him feel as if he were immersed in a blazing fire, his entire body resembling a steamed shrimp with a faint mist rising around him. The Dragon Tiger Pill's power was too overwhelming, vast, and unending. It was almost too much for Qin Yang to bear. He dared not delay and began executing the Fierce Dragon Fist. Fierce Dragon Fist entry I-1300. As he practiced, the energy within merged into his body like a furnace, constantly refining it. His cells began to transform, cycling through destruction and rebirth like the birth and death of a universe, destruction and creation rotating. His vital energy roared like a dragon and tiger, surging through his meridians and flowing into his dantian. Qin Yang continued to practice the Fierce Dragon Fist repeatedly. For him, cultivation was nothing but the constant repetition of martial techniques. By doing so, he could gradually grow stronger. Time passed, days and nights turned. Unknowingly, a day had gone by. Around Qin Yang lay a multitude of empty vials, and his aura had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. Unconsciously, his surging vital energy burst forth like a roaring ocean, ceaselessly scouring his meridians and body. Breakthrough. After a day of cultivation, Qin Yang had reached the peak of the Qi blood realm, enough to enter the physical body realm. Without any barrier, Qin Yang surged into the physical body realm. The first barrier was conquered. For ordinary people, breaking through was extremely perilous. But for Qin Yang, it was as easy as a leisurely stroll without any danger. With the realm breakthrough, his vital energy continuously tempered the skin of his body. The physical body realm had 4 barriers, each one tempering the body. The first barrier, the skin barrier, as the name implied, tempered the skin until it was like iron, or after countless refinements, gradually turning into fine steel. The skin barrier was like that. Generally, upon entering the skin barrier, after 100 temperings, the skin would become as tough as rhino hide, unyielding and impervious to blades and spears. Qin Yang remained silent, simply continuing to execute the Fierce Dragon Fist. Fierce Dragon Fist entry 152,300. After a day of cultivation, the progress of his Fierce Dragon Fist was steadily increasing. Such progress was terrifying. At this rate, he would achieve entry by tomorrow. For ordinary people without exceptional talent, it would take at least several months to enter the door. He needed only 2 days. At this pace, it might not be long before he reached perfection. With a sigh, Qin Yang slowly exhaled a deep breath and abruptly opened his eyes. After a day of cultivation, traveling day and night without stop, he had now stepped into the skin barrier. Qin Yang chose to rest for a while. Finally, the skin barrier. At this rate, entering the innate realm won't take too long. He slowly let out a breath. Originally, reaching the innate realm would have been somewhat difficult for him. But now, with sufficient resources, 1 month was enough for him to enter the innate realm. Today's intelligence generated today's intelligence. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, a tier 5 spiritual herb, the 5-color lotus, will mature deep in Baiyun Mountain. At 3, it will be picked by Long Yu. A tier 5 spiritual herb. That was a good thing, but it wouldn't be easy to obtain. Qin Yang hesitated. The value of a tier 5 spiritual herb was unquestionable, a treasure worth at least 100 million. Especially the 5-color lotus, which had the effect of purifying marrow and cleansing the meridians, making it even more valuable. However, the depths of Baiyun Mountain were extremely dangerous, with innate and grandmaster level beasts rampant. He wouldn't feel safe going there. The main point, according to the intelligence, it seemed someone had already set their sights on it. It would mature at 3 and be taken at 3. That meant the 5-color lotus had been targeted long ago. He didn't know the opponent's strength, but daring to roam the depths meant they were certainly not weak, at least innate realm. If he went and was discovered, he would die for sure. I don't need to take the risk. Qin Yang thought it over and chose to give up. There was no need for him to risk it. He didn't lack resources. As long as he advanced steadily, he would inevitably reach the innate realm, pass the college entrance exam, and enter Star Sky Martial University. Especially since this item was already claimed. If he forced his way there, he would surely die. That would be suicidal. I don't need the item, but I can sell the information to someone else. This Yilin seems like a good choice. Or should I tell Qin Qianqian? He definitely didn't want the item, but the intelligence was still valuable. He wanted to sell it, but he didn't know how to decide. Yilin was from the Wanbao Pavilion, and her entourage was powerful. If he told her, he might gain substantial benefits. Moreover, he had checked that even people from the Wanbao Pavilion couldn't casually promote it. That she dared to do so meant her identity was not simple. Such a big shot probably won't do anything to me. Qin Yang thought it over and decided to contact Yilin. As for Qin Qianqian, he wasn't familiar with her and her wealth was inferior to Yilin's. If he sold to Qin Qianqian, the price would surely be lower than what Yilin would offer. Qin Yang took out the business card and dialed the number for Yilin. Before long, a clear voice answered, "Hello, Mr. Qin, do you have something to sell?" "Yes, but not an item. It's information. I'm wondering if you'd be interested." Hearing it was information, Yilin became intrigued and said with a smile, "The Wanbao Pavilion accepts everything, but it depends on what kind of information. It concerns a tier 5 spiritual herb. A 5th grade spiritual herb. What kind of spiritual herb?" Yilin was genuinely intrigued. Last time on a whim, she had a vague feeling that Qin Yang was not an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, within just one day, the other party had already given her a surprise. Qin Yang got straight to the point, 5-colored lotus. On the other side, atop a tall building, Yilin, with purple hair, stood by the window. Her purple eyes were calm and composed as she said lightly, "The 5-colored lotus is quite valuable. It has the effect of purifying the marrow and cleansing the body. It is priceless in the outside world with a starting price of 300 million. If Mr. Qin can truly provide intelligence, and if I succeed in obtaining it, I will give you 100 million. How about that? One piece of intelligence for 1/3 of its value." The price for this intelligence was acceptable. Qin Yang could accept it. After all, without being able to obtain the 5-colored lotus himself, he would normally receive nothing. All right. Qin Yang was too lazy to negotiate further. The other party already knew his capabilities and probably had his entire background investigated thoroughly. The 5-colored lotus is located deep within Baiyun Mountain beneath Tianma Canyon. It will ripen tomorrow. If you wish to obtain it, you might as well send people to keep watch now. I'll remind you, one person is already watching over this 5-colored lotus. Their strength is considerable. To get paid, Qin Yang did not withhold any intelligence. He did not want the other party to let their guard down and lose the 5-colored lotus. "Mr. Qin isn't afraid that after obtaining the 5-colored lotus, I won't pay you?" Yilin was somewhat curious. Qin Yang was far too honest. He had actually revealed all the intelligence completely. Qin Yang said casually, "Miss Yi, your background is not simple. I believe a person of your status would not deceive me over such a small matter." He also had his own considerations. If she were to deceive him over something like this, he would simply cut off all ties with her in the future. It was no big deal. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Qin. However, I will still offer a piece of advice: do not readily trust others. This applies to everyone. I will first give you 50 million as a deposit. If the intelligence proves accurate, I will transfer the remaining 50 million. Yilin was not surprised that Qin Yang knew her background was extraordinary. Such information could be discovered with a simple inquiry. Just from her previous actions, any normal person would realize that her status was far from ordinary. Using the alliance's resources to conduct personal affairs was absolutely not permitted within the alliance. "Very well. I was right not to doubt you, Miss Yi." Yilin was decisive, and the money had already arrived by the time she finished speaking. Indeed, such wealthy patrons truly had deep pockets. "Mr. Qin, if there is other intelligence in the future, my doors are always open to you. As long as the intelligence has value, I will offer corresponding compensation," Yilin said softly. Afterward, the two chatted briefly before ending the call. "Interesting. Perhaps I can make use of Yilin's connections." Qin Yang thought about it for a moment. His current formidable enemy, Yi Qingshan, held a prominent position in Tianhai City and had close ties with the Lin family. Using conventional means to bring him down would be extremely difficult. Normal reports and lawsuits would be completely useless. The other party would cut off any threat at its root. After all, Yi Qingshan was a local emperor in Tianhai City. But Yilin was different. Although they shared the same surname, their statuses were worlds apart. If Yilin were to take action, she could surely eliminate Yi Qingshan. Of course, at present, there was insufficient incentive for Yilin to act. It would depend on whether there was future intelligence of value. If so, he could certainly have Yilin take matters into her hands. This Qin Yang is not simple. Yilin looked at the scenery outside the window and smiled, saying, "I have a feeling that Qin Yang will help us obtain that great one's legacy." Yilin's background was indeed extraordinary. Having come to Ancestral Star, she naturally had a purpose: to obtain the legacy of a martial king from ancient times. He was the first martial king in human history from the era when humanity first opened the path of martial arts. After achieving breakthrough, he was surrounded and killed by enemies, eventually perishing. But legends claimed that this martial king possessed secrets about the path to godhood, and those secrets were hidden on Ancestral Star Earth. This had led countless people over the years to explore the martial king's legacy. Alas, throughout the long passage of time, no one had succeeded. "Miss, isn't this placing too much expectation on him? He is ultimately just an ordinary person," said the middle-aged man helplessly. He could not understand why the young miss believed so deeply in an ordinary person. Yilin said lightly, "You do not understand the way of fortune and destiny. Fortune and destiny are mysterious and elusive, never bound by so-called talent or background. Why did the martial king of destiny become the first martial king of humanity? What did he rely on? Nothing but fortune. In terms of talent and comprehension, the martial king of destiny could not rank among the notable figures in human history. Yilin rubbed the silver-white ring on her hand, which emanated a faint glow with light flowing within it. The middle-aged man said, "Even though the martial emperor of destiny had fortune that reached the heavens in the end, did he not perish? Whether he truly died no one can know for certain," Yilin said calmly. The martial king of destiny was the first martial king of the human race whose talent had originally been unremarkable. But one day he began to reverse his fate, becoming a martial king at a pace incomprehensible to ordinary people. Like a comet suddenly appearing in the sky, brilliant and dazzling, his fate was also like that of a comet, flashing brilliantly only to vanish in an instant. But regardless, the martial king of destiny had left an indelible mark in human history. Yet few knew that the martial king of destiny had walked the path of fortune and destiny. "Miss, this path is not an easy one to follow," the middle-aged man said gravely. Yilin's flawless expression did not change. Her purple eyes seemed to contain flowing stars as she said lightly, "On the path of advancement, which road is truly easy? It all boils down to success or failure. There is not much difference. To improve actual combat ability, the Void God realm is indispensable. I need to switch to a different hotel." Previously, Qin Yang had no money, so he had simply stayed at whatever hotel was available. Now that he had sufficient funds, he needed to improve himself in all aspects. He already had cultivation methods and martial techniques, but to enhance his combat ability, he necessarily needed to experience real battles. The Void God realm was an excellent tool for this purpose. The Void God realm was a combat platform where one could experience sensations indistinguishable from reality. Therefore, many people trained in the Void God realm to improve their combat capabilities. However, to enter the Void God realm, one required a void capsule. Unfortunately, these devices were far too expensive for ordinary people to afford. Qin Yang had been the same before, but now things were different. With money, he was no longer short of such things. However, Qin Yang did not plan to buy one himself, primarily because void capsules were extremely expensive and cumbersome to carry. Moreover, void capsules were available for rent, especially in some hotels where the capsules were of high quality. Although they were costly, they were still better than purchasing one. Thinking of this, Qin Yang immediately checked out. He headed straight for the best hotel in Baiyun City, the Baiyun Hotel. Baiyun Hotel. As the only 5-star hotel in Baiyun City, it was built near the Baiyun Mountains, offering pleasant scenery and boundless views. The Baiyun Mountains could be seen through the windows, which was also why the Baiyun Hotel was quite popular. Many people came specifically to stay at the hotel to enjoy the mountain scenery. However, Qin Yang was not there for the so-called scenery. Only one thing attracted him to the Baiyun Hotel: the Void Cabin. The Void Cabin could connect to the virtual God realm, and different levels of Void Cabin offered different sensory experiences and prices. The Baiyun Hotel was the only one in Baiyun City with a premium Void Cabin, which naturally came at a steep cost. In the past, Qin Yang could not have afforded it. But now, with a change of fortune, there was no need to settle. As a 5-star hotel, the Baiyun Hotel excelled in every aspect, leaving nothing to be desired. Qin Yang came to use the Void Cabin and had no time to explore the rest of the hotel. He immediately went to the front desk to book a room. Rooms with a premium Void Cabin were the top tier, ones costing 50,000 a day. Qin Yang booked 10 days, a total of 500,000. The room was on the 45th floor. He took the elevator straight up, found his room, and opened it with the key card. The room was quite nice, about 40 square meters with everything one could need. Qin Yang glanced around and headed straight for the room with the Void Cabin. Opening the door, he saw a cabin-like device sitting in the room, oval-shaped, bullet-shaped, covered with transparent glass. The premium Void Cabin offers a 100% immersive experience and can also nourish the body, helping to adjust it to its most perfect state. But this thing is really expensive. One costs 100 million. Different levels of Void Cabin have different functions. An ordinary Void Cabin only connects to the virtual God realm with no adjustments. A higher level can warm and nourish the body. The premium Void Cabin, like Qin Yang's, was said to even nourish the spirit and potentially enhance talent. Of course, this felt like hype. However, it was said that there was an extremely special Void Cabin that could indeed enhance potential, but the price was very high. Only major powers used such cabins to cultivate their descendants. It was said that using it once cost at least 1 million. That was no longer a Void Cabin, but a genius cultivation pod. Qin Yang naturally did not need such things. He opened the Void Cabin, lay down inside. As the cabin slowly closed, darkness enveloped his vision, and in an instant he arrived in a special void surrounded by a vast universe with brilliant galaxies shining. Ding, welcome back to the virtual God realm. A cold mechanical voice came. Qin Yang skillfully opened the menu and entered the virtual God realm. The virtual God realm was special, like a virtual game, and it was rumored to hide secrets and opportunities for becoming a god. But this was just a legend, of so far no one had obtained the so-called opportunity to become a god. However, one thing was certain: the virtual God realm did hide some opportunities. Qin Yang knew that a lucky person in Tianhai City had obtained a heavenly god flower in the virtual God realm. This was an extremely rare celestial treasure rooted in the vast spiritual void, maturing only after thousands of years. If refined, it could enhance spiritual power and comprehension, making it a truly special treasure. But the virtual god realm was a virtual world and also dangerous. For instance, if one died in this world 5 times, they would die in reality. Similarly, if one cultivated here, it would also benefit the real world. Another advantage of the virtual god realm was that cultivation here did not consume too much energy, allowing one to continue for a long time. Martial arts training could not be sustained continuously. Each session of refining qi and blood would deplete energy. An ordinary body refining practitioner could at most train for 10 hours before needing rest. To extend the time, one would need supplements, but such supplements had drawbacks. If the duration was prolonged, it would cause damage to the body. But in the virtual god realm, there was no such worry, even if one trained for half a month. Especially with higher-level void cabins, the impact was minimal. That was why premium void cabins were so expensive. At the same time, the virtual god realm was a place of intense competition for countless people, which was why the wealthy were often insurmountable by commoners. Because these people enjoyed better resources without any burden. If those with backgrounds worked hard enough, they would be unattainable by ordinary people. Additionally, the virtual god realm had special arenas. Different realms had corresponding rankings settled once a year. Those in the top 100 would receive special rewards rumored to enhance spiritual power. Of course, these were mostly monopolized by the major families. Not the families of Tianhai City, but the true alliance families. Void Arena. Qin Yang chose it immediately. In an instant, the scene shifted and a screen appeared before him with information battle of the gods leaderboard. The battle of the gods was like a game's ranking with no realm restrictions. In short, to climb up, one had to rely on their own strength. The ranking levels were simple: 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 9th grade, and the highest was divine grade. Qin Yang had never played ranked, so he was at the most basic 1st grade. Unlike the Battle of the Gods, this leaderboard was more complex, very detailed. It was detailed from the Human Alliance Milky Way solar system Earth to Tianhai City. Different regions had different rankings and were based on different realms. Qin Yang was from Tianhai City, so he was placed in Tianhai City, and his realm was the Piguan realm. It must be said that the virtual god realm had something to it. He had just broken through to the Piguan realm, and no one knew his realm. But the virtual god realm could detect it. Start the ranked matches. The leaderboard was based on ranking points. It would list according to points. Buzz. Qin Yang clicked on the Battle of the Gods, and instantly the surroundings changed, shifting dramatically. In a flash, he entered a special arena. He found himself on a small island surrounded by a forest with the sea visible in the distance. On the other side was a child about 10 years old who looked stunned when he saw Qin Yang. Wait, you're in the Piguan realm and haven't played ranked before? The child was baffled. Ranked matches had no realm restrictions. This meant that one could encounter any realm. However, normally, no matter how many times one lost, they would be limited to the same realm, avoiding lower realm opponents, thus reducing the chance of smuffing. There were only 2 possibilities: either one had never played ranked, so they would meet others with the same points, or someone displayed combat power beyond their realm, breaking the point limit, and could encounter opponents 1 realm higher. Clearly, Qin Yang was the first case. You're unlucky. Qin Yang smiled. The child opposite was young but talented already at the Qi and Blood realm. I surrender. The child was extremely frustrated. How could he fight? The Qi and Blood realm was a whole major realm below the Piguan realm. No matter how he fought, he would be beaten and abused. With the child's surrender, Qin Yang gained 50 points. He now had 50 points at 1st grade, normally accumulating 1,000 points with no promotion matches unless the points exploded to 2,000 and the system detected the ability to fight above one's realm. Would a promotion match appear? It required 3 matches, winning 2 to enter the next level. For example, if someone at the Qi and Blood realm was powerful enough to defeat 2 body refining practitioners, they could enter the body refining realm for ranking. Subsequently, Qin Yang encountered 10 more Qi and Blood realm practitioners and preparatory martial artists. When they saw Qin Yang's realm, they immediately surrendered. There was no way to fight. Of course, there were those who did not believe it, and they naturally got beaten by Qin Yang. Due to the win streak, Qin Yang quickly reached 1,000 points and easily achieved the 2nd grade. This is too easy. Qin Yang was speechless. At school, people boasted about how hard the virtual god realm was, how difficult it was to reach 2nd grade. Now it was nothing, although he was smuffing. With the promotion to 2nd grade, Qin Yang's next opponents would be at the flesh body realm. Finally, Qin Yang was thrilled. With a hum, the surroundings shifted and transformed. A vast, boundless ocean surged forth, stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. The battlefields of the divine realm were randomly generated. Any terrain could manifest. Except that you can't fall, everything else is real. Qin Yang stepped onto the ocean below, sending ripples across the surface, yet he remained on top, as if treading solid ground. An invisible space formed a platform beneath his feet. Qin Yang. A startled voice rang out. Not far away, a young man's face was filled with shock. Do you know me? Qin Yang frowned, scrutinizing the other person, confirming he indeed did not recognize him. I am Zhao Tianyuan. Your classmate. Zhao Tianyuan paused. Had he mistaken the person? Impossible. They had been classmates for years. Qin Yang looked at him carefully and shook his head helplessly. Sorry, I really don't remember you. It wasn't Qin Yang's fault. The former self was timid and isolated, never interacting with classmates. Apart from those who bullied him, he had no impression of anyone. Qin Yang used to sleep through class, never exchanging a word with his classmates for years. Thus he had no memory of them. Meanwhile, Qin Yang himself was well known as the class's worthless failure. Everyone knew him. Seeing Qin Yang's expression and demeanor, Zhao Tianyuan understood. He truly didn't recognize him. Though a little uncomfortable, he didn't care much. He knew Qin Yang had always been a loner, and they had no interactions, so not recognizing him seemed normal. But how did you afford to enter the divine realm? And you've even broken through the skin gate. Zhao Tianyuan couldn't accept it. Qin Yang was infamous for being a failure, and not long ago he had been expelled. In just a few days, a failure who couldn't even sense his blood energy had transformed into a genius. Stepping into the flesh body realm at Tianhai High School was enough to be called a prodigy. Few at Tianhai High School had reached the flesh body realm. Zhao Tianyuan's expression twisted. If the teachers knew Qin Yang had suddenly become a rare genius, they would probably cry. After all, anyone in the flesh body realm could easily enter a top-tier martial university on Earth, though not the Starry Sky Martial University. Still, it was an impressive record. Let's begin. Qin Yang was not familiar with him and didn't want to chat. I'm surprised to see you here, Zhao Tianyuan said. But the gap between us is beyond your imagination. I advise you to surrender early. The old stereotype made Zhao Tianyuan still feel superior to Qin Yang. In his view, Qin Yang might have had a lucky break to enter the skin gate, but years of neglect meant he couldn't compare in combat experience or other aspects. Even at the same realm, there were differences. Too much talk. Qin Yang wasted no words. His right foot stomped the water's surface, unleashing explosive power like a rocket. He charged at Zhao Tianyuan, fists roaring like savage dragons, tearing through the air with a piercing screech, aiming straight for Zhao's head. The fist force was overwhelming, like a cannonball, ripping the air apart and churning the ocean below into waves. Zhao Tianyuan was undaunted, meeting the attack head-on, trying to grab Qin Yang's fists and subdue him, making him understand the disparity. But he had underestimated. He did catch Qin Yang's fists, but the power contained within was boundless like a cannonball. His arms couldn't withstand it. They trembled, muscles tore, bones shattered, and he was blasted backward. He flew over 10 meters, crashing hard against the sea surface. Impossible. Zhao Tianyuan leaped up immediately, his face pale with shock. Both were at the skin gate. How could there be such a difference in power? He had trained in a second-rank body forging technique, which naturally gave him greater strength than his peers. But he didn't know Qin Yang had cultivated a fourth-rank body forging art. Nothing is impossible. Qin Yang followed up, his fist, as big as a boulder, crashing forward, its aura coalescing into a savage dragon that roared across the surroundings. Boom. Savage dragon fist. The punch landed on Zhao Tianyuan's head, the ferocious force penetrating like a watermelon, exploding, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Before Zhao Tianyuan could react, he was instantly expelled from the divine realm. Somewhat mediocre, Qin Yang shook his head. This Zhao Tianyuan seemed to be a genius at Tianhai High School. But compared to him, he was far inferior. His advantage came from cultivating the 100 refinements golden body, which gave him superior strength, and the savage dragon fist's power was unmatched by other fist techniques. 2 fourth-rank secret arts ensured Qin Yang stood above his peers. Continue. Qin Yang didn't stop, he fought on. In the next 3 battles, Qin Yang still won easily. Even though he had just entered the skin gate, the advantage from 2 techniques was too great for ordinary skin gate cultivators to overcome. It wasn't until Qin Yang encountered a flesh gate cultivator that he finally suffered a setback. A full realm apart, he struggled for dozens of exchanges before ultimately losing. After the defeat, Qin Yang reviewed. A difference of 1 realm means a huge gap in power. And I haven't even mastered the savage dragon fist. Overcoming that gap is nearly impossible. If I could reach minor success in the 100 refinements golden body, I might be able to do it. I still need to train harder. But within the skin gate, I'm likely among the top with few opponents. Having clearly assessed his strength, Qin Yang stopped. After a dozen battles lasting several hours, he had gained insights. He would spend the remaining time cultivating. Strength was paramount. Even if one was weak at the same realm, a single level higher created an insurmountable chasm for ordinary people. Meanwhile, in Tianhai City, the virtual cabin slowly opened. Zhao Tianyuan rose, his face full of horror. I actually lost. And I was crushed, nowhere near his equal. Zhao Tianyuan was utterly dumbfounded. He was a top 30 genius at Tianhai High School. Though he couldn't match the monsters above, he easily defeated those below. Who would have thought that the former bottom dweller had effortlessly beaten him? He couldn't accept it. Fortunately, Zhao Tianyuan was relatively easygoing and didn't dwell on it. Being gossipy, though, losing to Qin Yang was embarrassing. He didn't take it to heart. Instead, he immediately opened the class group chat. Zhao Tianyuan, damn, guess what just happened to me? Wang Lin, you got cheated on. Zhao Tianyuan, get lost. I just ran into Qin Yang in the divine realm, and he crushed me. What should you dreaming? Qin Yang is a well-known loser, couldn't even sense blood energy, and was expelled. Zhao Tianyuan, for real, I just got beaten up. Wang Lin, wait, you got beaten by Qin Yang, and you're still happy? Huang Shanhe, does that mean Qin Yang has reached the peak of blood energy? Zhao Tianyuan, bro, I've already broken through to the skin gate. The class fell silent. Skin gate. Were they dreaming? Just days ago Qin Yang couldn't even sense blood energy. This news spread like wildfire through Tianhai High School. Qin Yang's homeroom teacher Qin Qianqian and Yi Qingxue, who had never paid him any mind, were stunned. Qin Yang stepped into the Skin Gate realm. The most devastated were undoubtedly Yi Qingxue and the homeroom teacher. Yi Qingxue had always regarded Qin Yang as a waste, and with the enmity between their families, the more prodigious Qin Yang became, the more detrimental it was to her household. The homeroom teacher was consumed by regret. A prodigy of the Skin Gate realm could easily secure admission to a decent martial arts university, boosting his promotion rate and earning him a bonus. Yet now all of that was lost. Qin Yang has entered the Skin Gate realm and even defeated Zhao Tianyuan. Kai Lin stared at the message in the group chat, his face frozen, a tempest raging in his heart. No, he understood each word, yet why did they seem incomprehensible? Qin Yang, the notorious waste of yesteryear. The one who had cultivated for over a decade without even sensing blood energy. It must be false. Probably a case of a duplicate name. After a moment of thought, Kai Lin contacted Zhao Tianyuan. Tianyuan, is what you said in the group true? Seeing the homeroom teacher reach out to him, Zhao Tianyuan's heart blossomed with joy. He knew exactly why the teacher was contacting him. The teacher must be regretting his decision to the marrow. Zhao Tianyuan replied, I saw it with my own eyes. It was indeed Qin Yang. Confirming it was truly Qin Yang, Kai Lin was utterly stunned. No, it really is Qin Yang. Only a few days had passed. How could Qin Yang have changed so drastically? He couldn't understand, couldn't comprehend. If Qin Yang was a genius, why had he been a waste for so many years? No, Qin Yang must have obtained a fortuitous encounter. But what kind of encounter could so dramatically alter his fate? He was baffled, unable to fathom it. Kai Lin pondered, could the rumors be true? During Qin Yang's time at school, there had always been whispers that his background was formidable, that his parents wielded great influence, allowing him to attend Tianhai High School. But Kai Lin had never taken it seriously, knowing that Qin Yang's admission was solely due to his status as a martyr's child. Moreover, Qin Yang lived a frugal life, not at all like someone with a powerful background. Now that Qin Yang had transformed into a genius, Kai Lin was forced to reconsider the veracity of those rumors. Regret was inevitable. If Qin Yang truly had a powerful background, Kai Lin could have reaped the benefits. But now Qin Yang had been expelled. It wasn't just about losing the performance bonus. The real fear was that Qin Yang might indeed have someone backing him. Coupled with his own neglect of Qin Yang, if he incurred resentment, trouble would surely follow. Damn it, if you had a background, why didn't you say so earlier? Kai Lin fumed inwardly. Had he known, he would have treated Qin Yang like an ancestor. He also considered the possibility that Qin Yang had stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. But no matter what, it was impossible to change so drastically in just a few days. Qin Yang's reputation preceded him. He was known throughout Tianhai High School, infamous to all. Now the most celebrated waste had suddenly become a genius. The transformation was so immense that it spread like wildfire. Before long, Qin Qianqian received the news. Skin Gate realm. Such a leap in power. Qin Qianqian had a steady mind, but even she couldn't help rising to her feet. The news was too shocking. In just a few days, he had gone from an ordinary person to the Skin Gate realm. The magnitude of change was beyond imagination. The wheel of fate was indeed correct. This Qin Yang is no ordinary man. Initially, Qin Qianqian had chosen to help Qin Yang on the wheel of fate's prompting. Though she had hesitated at first, her trust in the wheel of fate had led her to aid Qin Yang. Now it was clear that this help had been immensely worthwhile. I can contact Qin Yang now that he has the status. Perhaps we can overthrow Yi Qingshan and help Qin Yang exact his revenge. Qin Qianqian's eyes lit up. Previously, Qin Yang was an ordinary person, so the Qin family couldn't waste resources on him. Now that he was a genius of the Skin Gate realm, everything was different. In this world, reality was harsh. Rules were flexible. If you were a genius, if you possessed strength, any rule could be enforced. Conversely, if you had nothing, you were an ant, ignored by all. Even if the Qin family wished to help Qin Yang, the alliance of Tianhai City would not pay attention. After all, Yi Qingshan was a pre-celestial martial artist and a member of the Lin family. In terms of value and background, Qin Yang was insignificant. The so-called justice was the same. Justice resided in the hearts of men, but only value brought justice, only value made one human. In this era, ordinary people could not be counted as humans. They were mere consumables. No. How did Qin Yang suddenly become a genius? Upon hearing the news, Yi Qingxue was terrified, her face turning pale. She had indeed never taken Qin Yang to heart. After all, he was just a waste. But now that Qin Yang had become a genius, everything was different. His value had changed. The former Qin Yang was a mere consumable, unnoticed by anyone. Even if he reported them, it would be suppressed. But now, as a genius, especially one who had transformed from a waste, he would inevitably attract attention and stir public opinion. Perhaps the things their family had done would come to the attention of those above. I must tell father to be on guard. Yi Qingxue, fully aware of the danger, immediately contacted Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan asked Schwerer what's wrong. He was puzzled as to why Yi Qingxue was suddenly calling him. Father, something has happened. What is it? Why are you so flustered? Yi Qingshan didn't take Yi Qingxue's anxiety seriously. The next moment, he too was stunned. Dad Qin Yang has entered the Skin Gate realm. Qin Yang. Which Qin Yang? Yi Qingshan was dumbfounded, as if his mind had short-circuited, unable to process the news. That waste. Are you sure? Yi Qingshan was utterly bewildered. They had watched Qin Yang, that waste, grow up after all having raised him for so many years. That waste couldn't even sense blood energy. How could he suddenly step into the Skin Gate realm? Positive. The news has spread like wildfire. Dad Qin Yang is now in the Skin Gate realm. What if he reports us? Yi Qingxue was extremely anxious. With the college entrance exam approaching, she didn't want this to cause trouble for their family. Don't panic. This is not a big deal. Shocked as he was, Yi Qingshan had weathered many storms and quickly calmed down. Your priority now is the college entrance exam. You have a chance to enter the Starlight Martial University. If you can become a pre-celestial martial artist and get into Starlight, then none of this will matter. Besides, as one of the most promising candidates in Tianhai City, the major powers will protect us for the sake of your admission to Starlight. So there's no need to worry. Let me handle these matters. Focus on your cultivation without distraction. Yi Qingshan remained extremely calm. Qin Yang's transformation was unexpected, but he did not lose his composure. Although he was nothing in Tianhai City, merely a dog of the Lin family, he knew that Yi Qingshue's value was immense. Before the college entrance exam, the people of Tianhai City would not move against their family. At most, they would demand some money, like the time Qin Yang's report letter was suppressed. Okay. Trusting Yi Qingshan, Yi Qingxue immediately calmed down. Yes, what mattered most now was cultivation. As long as she could enter Starlight Martial University, everything would be resolved. Not even if Qin Yang reached the Bloodgate realm, the final stage of the physical body realm, could he affect them. Qin Yang, unaware that his confrontation with Zhao Tianyuan had already exposed his information, only learned of his revealed strength when Qin Qianqian called. When he found out from Qin Qianqian that Zhao Tianyuan had voluntarily disclosed his details, Qin Yang fell into complete silence, at a loss for words. Most people, when a subordinate oversteps, would likely keep it to themselves to save face. But Zhao Tianyuan, on the contrary, cared not a whit and kept boasting about Qin Yang instead. This left Qin Yang baffled. Bro, something so embarrassing you don't even care. So according to you, with my current talent, I can get the Qin family to act. To help me seek justice. Qin Yang immediately understood Qin Qianqian's intention. She now saw him as a genius worthy of the Qin family's intervention. Indeed so. A genius of the skin barrier realm is enough to gain the alliance's attention. Qin Qianqian understood Qin Yang's thoughts and felt a hint of resentment. Not long ago, no one had cared about Qin Yang's opinions. Even if there was injustice, it went unnoticed. All because he had stepped into the skin barrier realm. Everything had changed. Then let me ask you, can you send Yi Qingshan away? Given how much the alliance values Yi Qingxue. Qin Yang remained neither sad nor happy, unmoved by the stir this news caused. He had long understood this truth. In any world, any society, everything is brutally realistic. Even on Earth, some injustices without backing would be buried in the dirt. It's just that compared to the alliance, Earth might have a slightly smaller chance. Knowing the rules of the world, Qin Yang would not rejoice over this so-called opportunity. Moreover, he was well aware that merely being at the skin barrier realm might not be enough. It's hard to say. Qin Qianqian pondered for a moment and said softly, not long ago, Yi Qingxue broke through to the blood barrier realm. It is said she has hopes of reaching the innate martial artist level, gaining the alliance's attention. They have granted her many resources, and the Lin family has also provided ample support. To truly bring down Yi Qingshan may not be possible. Times have changed. A genius with the potential to enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts University is immensely important to both Tianhai City and the entire Earth. Although Earth is the ancestral planet, ever since humanity ventured into the stars, the ancestral planet has gradually declined, much like the Earth of Qin Yang's previous life, which had become a backwater town. Though not completely forgotten, it cannot compare to some planets and star systems within the Alliance. The main reason is that Earth's location is not particularly favorable. But as the ancestral planet, it still enjoys some privileges. For instance, it is easier to enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts University from Earth than from other star systems. Even so, Earth rarely produces candidates who can enter that prestigious institution. Each one is extremely valuable. Then there's no point. Since we can't finish off Yi Qingshan, it's meaningless. Qin Yang knew that even if he reported Yi Qingshan now as a skin barrier realm cultivator, the outcome would remain unchanged. Yi Qingshue's special status ensures that the alliance will protect Yi Qingshan for a time. Only if Yi Qingxue fails to enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts University will the alliance abandon its protection. And now the result is yet to be determined. Yi Qingxue still has a chance, so it is naturally difficult to bring Yi Qingshan to trial. Knowing this, Qin Yang had no intention of destroying the Yi family immediately. He planned to kill Yi Qingxue during the college entrance exam, plunging the Yi family into hell. Unlike the exams of his previous life, the entrance exam of the Human Alliance is extremely dangerous. Especially for those aspiring to enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, they are often thrown into a secret realm where they must fight to the death. Only the survivors can enter the Alliance's top 5 martial arts universities. Thus, many contestants fall during the exam. Qin Yang intended to slay Yi Qingxue in the exam, completely erasing her chance of entering the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. The odds are slim, but the Qin family can help you. We can lend you a hand. Chun Qianqian naturally knew the chances were slim. The reason she contacted Qin Yang was simply that he now had investment value. She wanted to build a good relationship. No need. I'm not short of resources now. Also, I'll return the 1 million to you later. Qin Yang said dismissively. He didn't need the Chun family's help now, and their power wasn't enough to destroy the Yi family anyway. No need. Chun Qianqian naturally did not want to accept. After all, that 1 million was the only thread connecting her to Qin Yang. Don't refuse. Although I don't know why you helped me, I'll remember this favor. Qin Yang was also puzzled why Chun Qianqian helped him so much, especially when he had been nothing at the beginning. He didn't know the reason, but since she had helped, he would keep it in mind. If the Chun family ever encountered trouble, he would help within his ability. No need. Cultivation requires money. Keep it for yourself. And if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. Chun Qianqian hurriedly said. Knowing that Qin Yang was extraordinary, she was unwilling to give up the chance to build a good relationship with him. There's an AI. I believe I understand everything about the path of martial arts. Qin Yang chuckled. One advantage of this era was the highly advanced technology. For instance, the Alliance's AI detailed the secrets of every cultivation realm. The later realms might be unknown, but at least the flesh realm was thoroughly documented. Some experience is beyond what an AI can provide. Chun Qianqian said softly. If you need to improve your strength, I can spar with you in the virtual god realm. This time had verified the accuracy of the Wheel of Destiny. Chun Qianqian did not want their relationship to become that of strangers. She vaguely felt that getting along well with Qin Yang would bring immense benefits in the future. If only she knew where Qin Yang was, she would go find him right now. Miss Qin, I don't understand. Why are you helping me so much? I have no power, no influence, I'm a nobody. What good does it do you to help me? Chun Qianqian was too proactive, too kind, even somewhat ingratiating. This baffled Qin Yang. It didn't make sense. There must be some benefit involved, but he had nothing to offer. At least when she gave him 1 million, he truly had nothing. I don't get along with Yi Qingxue, and I'm a shallow person who likes good looks. Chun Qianqian was laying it on thick, pretending to be smitten. Though it sounded far-fetched, it seemed plausible. And you can just call me Qianqian, no need to be so formal. Qin Yang fell silent. He still didn't understand. He knew he was handsome, but not enough to make Chun Qianqian completely devoted. It didn't make sense. If Chun Qianqian had any such feelings, there would have been some connection before. I need to keep my distance. Qin Yang vaguely sensed that Chun Qianqian had ulterior motives and didn't want to get too close. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Qin. I nearly forgot I'm still good looking. Let's leave it at that for today. Qin Yang hung up without giving her a chance to refuse. This Chun Qianqian is definitely suspicious. Qin Yang thought for a moment. All of Chun Qianqian's actions seemed strange. From the very beginning, she had put on a warm-hearted facade pretending to help him seek justice, yet she never went all out. It was completely unreasonable. As for the so-called looks-obsessed reason, it was even more impossible. Moreover, from the start, Chun Qianqian had definitely not thought highly of him. It was only due to some special circumstances that she chose to help him. Later, after he stepped into the Piguan realm, she completely changed her attitude, acting obsequiously. This shift was enough to prove that Chun Qianqian was up to something. As for what it was, Qin Yang couldn't figure it out. I'll keep my distance for now and investigate Chun Qianqian's intentions later, he thought to himself. Just as Qin Yang was about to resume his cultivation, his homeroom teacher called. This was the same person who had expelled him. Glancing at the phone, Qin Yang hung up without hesitation. He couldn't be bothered to deal with him, not even feeling the urge to mock him. There was no need to waste time. Instead of taunting him, it was better to continue cultivating. He hung up. Kai Lin's face darkened. After staring for a moment, he let out a deep sigh. The news that Qin Yang had entered the Piguan realm had spread completely, and the school's higher-ups were putting pressure on him. They ordered him to bring Qin Yang back to Tianhai High School by any means necessary. However, it was almost impossible to get him to return. Tianhai High School had ruthlessly expelled Qin Yang. Anyone with a shred of pride would never come back. Troublesome. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Kai Lin was completely speechless. Qin Yang had been a useless waste at school, unable to even sense his blood qi, and had made no progress in several years. No class would have wanted Qin Yang to stay. Who would have thought? The moment they expelled him, he rose up. They got none of the benefits, but all of the drawbacks. Kai Lin could already imagine the punishment the school would give him. Moreover, Qin Yang was a martyr's son. He might even be stripped of his position as homeroom teacher. In high school, the difference between a regular teacher and a homeroom teacher was significant. The treatment they received was also different. This meant that homeroom teachers were inherently superior. Unfortunately, all of this was about to disappear, and he was powerless to stop it. Kai Lin had even considered whether to go all out to get Qin Yang back. But after considering the value of Qin Yang's return, it was not worth the cost of what he had in hand. Even without the homeroom teacher position, it was still the same. After figuring this out, Kai Lin stopped bothering to look for Qin Yang. The Yi family. Yi Qingshan tapped his fingers on the table, his expression stern and his gaze indifferent. This Qin Yang has transformed from a waste into a prodigy in such a short time. He must have some opportunity, or perhaps those two old fellows left behind a treasure. Whichever it is, if I can obtain it, I can surely ensure Qin Shue's admission to Starry Sky Martial University as solid as a mountain. No, I must find Qin Yang. I must find Qin Yang no matter what. Qin Yang had changed too much. In just a few days he had achieved what would take an ordinary person over a decade of cultivation. Such a dramatic change could not be due to an acquired awakening, it must be the aid of a treasure and of no low grade. If one could obtain such a treasure, anyone could defy fate and change their destiny. If I can get Qin Yang's treasure, the probability of Qin Shue entering Starry Sky Martial University will skyrocket. It might even allow me to step into the Grandmaster realm. At the thought, Yi Qingshan's eyes glowed with greed and desire. The Grandmaster realm. It was a watershed in martial arts. In Tianhai City, there were only 3 Grandmasters. Each Grandmaster held a lofty status far beyond the reach of others. It was precisely because of these 3 Grandmasters that the 3 great families remained unshakable. Moreover, after becoming a Grandmaster, the treatment one received from the alliance was different. Status would rise, and one could obtain more opportunities. For example, discovering new planets and worlds often required at least a Grandmaster to enter. New planets and worlds meant boundless resources, but also tremendous danger with a high risk of falling. But if one was lucky enough, they could defy fate. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qingshan made a phone call. Go and thoroughly investigate Qin Yang's whereabouts. No matter the cost. Whether it was the treasure on Qin Yang or the enmity between them, he wanted Qin Yang dead. If Qin Yang did not die, he would never have peace. He was ultimately a ticking time bomb. If Yi Qingshue failed to enter Starry Sky Martial University, the alliance would no longer protect them and might even settle accounts with him. This was not what Yi Qingshan wanted to see. Today's intelligence generating. Today's intelligence. In 3 days, several Grandmaster rank ferocious beasts in Baiyun Mountain Range will activate a teleportation array to link with the Blood Demon Clan. The Blood Demon Clan will descend upon Earth, and the Blood Demon Army will wreak havoc in Baiyun City. Hearing the system notification, Qin Yang snapped out of his cultivation state. When he saw the intelligence before him, a flicker of light passed through his eyes. He didn't know the Blood Demon Clan. The universe was vast with countless races, with new ones being born and others being destroyed all the time. As for the human alliance, since stepping into the stars, they had annihilated countless races. Apart from some special races, the human alliance had no records of them. Clearly the Blood Demon Clan was not among them, so Qin Yang naturally didn't know. He had never heard of them. However, the fact that the Blood Demon Clan could rampage in Baiyun City meant they were no ordinary force. This intelligence could be sold to Yi Lin. Qin Yang fell into thought. This intelligence was too important. The Blood Demon Clan's ability to wreak havoc in Baiyun City meant their strength was formidable, likely with beings beyond the Grandmaster realm, possibly even great Grandmasters. The emergence of such beings posed a tremendous threat to Baiyun City. Although Earth was the ancestral star, it actually had few strong experts. Its position was too awkward. Located at the border of the universe with scarce resources, most powerful individuals did not reside on Earth. The harm the Blood Demon Clan could cause was unimaginable. If he hadn't known, it would have been fine, but now that he did, Qin Yang naturally couldn't let the Blood Demon Clan slaughter innocents. However, how was he supposed to tell Yi Lin? This was a huge problem. After all, even the alliance didn't know the Blood Demon Clan was about to descend. They had managed to hide from the ancestral star's formation. This meant that no one else knew this information. Without a good reason, simply telling Yi Lin would inevitably arouse her suspicion. The Blood Demon Clan was descending, and Qin Yang would certainly have to stop them. He was staying at the White Cloud Hotel near the White Cloud Mountains. If the Blood Demon Clan descended, the White Cloud Hotel would be the first to suffer. He had booked the hotel for 10 days, and only the second day had passed. He had spent hundreds of thousands on this stay. Qin Yang certainly could not afford to waste it. Qin Yang was pondering how to leak this information to Yi Lin, and after some thought decided to tell her directly. At first, Qin Yang felt uneasy about revealing this directly to Yi Lin. After all, if the alliance could not detect it, how could an ordinary person like him possibly know? But then he reasoned that since he had already provided intelligence about selling spiritual items before suggesting he frequently roamed the White Cloud Mountains, it would not be unreasonable for him to also know about the Blood Demon Clan's descent. Besides, he did not need to tell Yi Lin it was the Blood Demon Clan specifically. He only needed to warn her that something strange was happening deep in the White Cloud Mountains, and she would likely detect it herself when her people investigated. With his plan formulated, Qin Yang immediately contacted Yi Lin. After a few seconds, her clear voice came through. Mr. Qin, how can I help you? Yi Lin, acting on a sudden impulse, had a vague sense that building a good relationship with Qin Yang might give her a chance to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly fortune Martial King. I do not need help with that, but I have received reports of strange fluctuations emanating from the southern depths of the White Cloud Mountains. I am unsure whether this is related to a ferocious beast tide or something else entirely, and I would like to send someone to investigate. After all, I am currently staying at the White Cloud Hotel, and I am concerned about potential incidents. He could not directly reveal the Blood Demon Clan. That would be impossible. So Qin Yang fabricated a plausible excuse. Yi Lin replied without hesitation, there is no need to worry about that. We have surveillance systems monitoring the White Cloud Mountains. Once any ferocious beasts become aggressive, the Alliance will be notified immediately. If an ancestor-level beast emerges, our ancestor cultivators will respond without delay. Ferocious beast uprisings in the White Cloud Mountains were not frequent occurrences. They happen perhaps once every few years, and each time the Alliance contained them within the mountain range. That was precisely why the White Cloud Hotel could operate here safely. I think it is better to be cautious. The depths are far too unusual. This does not bode well. Qin Yang did not reveal everything, but he had made his warning clear. Yilin, being perceptive, caught the underlying implication in his words. Sure enough, a flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes. In that case, I will dispatch someone to thoroughly investigate the depths. That is excellent news. I can rest easy at the White Cloud Hotel then. Qin Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could tell she was not merely paying lip service. She would certainly send someone to conduct a thorough search, which would likely expose the Blood Demon clan all at once. There was no need to worry about their descent anymore. By the way, Mr. Qin, the Alliance is already investigating your previous report about Yi Qingshan embezzling the property of martyr children. It will not be long before this matter is resolved. Yilin added unexpectedly. Ever since their encounter with Qin Yang, she had immediately set about investigating his background. For someone of her caliber, Qin Yang held no secrets whatsoever. Even deleted complaint letters could be recovered and examined with ease. Consequently, she understood the conflict between Qin Yang and Yi Qingshan all too well. Are you certain this can be resolved? Qin Yang offered a faint smile and said, as far as I know, Yi Qingshan's daughter Yi Qingxue is being considered for admission to the Starry Sky Martial University, and the Earth Alliance is currently extending protection to her family. He was aware that Yilin came from an extraordinary background, though he had no idea to what extent. This matter has nothing to do with Yi Qingxue. Yilin replied calmly. We are investigating Yi Qingshan. He has embezzled the property of dozens of martyrs' children, which constitutes a serious offense under Alliance law. Regardless of whether Yi Qingxue gains admission to the Starry Sky Martial University, or even if she enrolls, she will still face judgment. Her tone made it clear that Yilin's status was beyond imagining. She showed no deference to the Earth Alliance itself. She clearly held no regard for Yi Qingxue, and the same seemed true of the Alliance's upper echelons. If justice can be served, that would be wonderful. It is only a pity it comes so late. The fact that Yilin could say something like this meant Yi Qingshan's fate was sealed. However, Yi Qingxue would almost certainly be spared. This was ultimately Yi Qingshan's doing, and though Yi Qingxue had benefited from it, she had not participated. Combined with her exceptional talent, she would likely escape entanglement. Still, this worked out fine for him. If need be, he could eliminate her directly during the college entrance examination. Revenge was best served personally. However, this matter will most likely not be executed until after the college entrance examination. Yilin said softly, the trial requires a certain amount of time. Even with evidence in hand, the legal procedures remained intact. A trial through the court system was necessary, and Qin Yang understood this well. Since the other whistleblowers are deceased, we need you to serve as a witness. I wonder if you would be willing to appear in court, Mr. Qin. Though of course if you prefer not to, that is perfectly acceptable. It is entirely up to you. Would he attend? Absolutely. He was eager to watch Yi Qingshan face justice. There was no way Qin Yang could refuse such an opportunity. I am willing to appear. Who wouldn't want to see an enemy apprehended, mock them in the process, and vent their frustrations? No one would turn down such a chance. Moreover, he sensed that Yilin seemed particularly attentive toward him, an ambiguity that troubled Qin Yang. It reminded him of Chun Qianqian, who had also offered help and attention without reason. Why was this happening? He had no clue. Surely he was not so handsome that they were both captivated. That was impossible. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Looking handsome meant something only when matched with power. Without strength, no amount of good looks mattered. Strength paired with handsomeness was unbeatable, a royal flush. Could it be that after awakening his system, he had also gained some kind of succubus-like charm? No, that could not be it. There must be something I am unaware of. Qin Yang pondered carefully. He did not believe either woman knew about his system. Yet there was certainly an aspect he was missing. At the very least, he was useful to both of them in some significant way. That must be what drew their help. Even if dealing with Yi Qingshan was merely a trivial matter to her, someone like Yilin was not a saint or a figure of righteous judgment. She would not help him without reason. In that case, you will need to return to Tianhai City. We are preparing to arrest Yi Qingshan at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yilin instructed him. The operation had not actually begun yet, but it did not matter. With solid evidence and her intervention, they could proceed whenever they chose. They could make the arrest whenever they wanted. Understood. I will be there on time. Before ending the call, Qin Yang added a reminder. Miss Yi, do not forget about the situation in White Cloud Mountains. All right. With nothing else to discuss, they hung up. Yilin contemplated for a moment, then turned to the middle-aged man beside her. Go to the depths of White Cloud Mountains and investigate. See what is going on. While White Cloud Mountains were fraught with danger, it depended on who was dealing with it. The middle-aged man was a grandmaster, capable of sweeping through the entire range. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded, and his figure vanished. On the other side, Qin Yang gazed toward Tianhai City and sneered. Yi Qingshan, your time has come. After ending the call, with Yi Lin, Qin Yang immediately returned to the Void God realm to continue his cultivation. 100 refinements, golden body minor achievement, 852-1000 Meng long fist beginner, 450,500. After these 2 days of cultivation, Qin Yang's progress has advanced by leaps and bounds. His skin barrier realm became increasingly refined, his skin as tough as rhinoceros hide, resilient and impenetrable to blades and spears. His strength had increased several-fold. Now Qin Yang could be considered completely reborn. The next day at dawn, the void pod slowly opened, and Qin Yang abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of light streaking past like a thunderbolt. His mind was clear and bright. Qin Yang stood up, stepped out of the void pod, and stretched his body, a series of crackling sounds echoing out. Peak of the skin barrier realm, only a step away from the flesh barrier realm. As long as the 100 refinements golden body is perfected, I can step into the flesh barrier realm and simultaneously shape the golden body, greatly enhancing my physique, even able to contend with the bone barrier realm. Divine abilities and secret arts, once perfected, boost combat power terrifyingly, especially this type of body tempering technique. If the 100 refinements golden body is perfected, it will condense a golden body shrouded in a hazy luster with an invisible armor. This is unmatched by ordinary body tempering methods. If it reaches completion, it would be even more terrifying. Comparable to the physical body of a Xiantian realm martial artist. Even the physical body realm would have the power to contend with the Xiantian realm. Perfection is still far away. A Qin Yang didn't need to think about that at all. After the 100 refinements golden body is perfected, I will practice Meng long fist to minor achievement. Once it reaches minor achievement, my combat power will also increase by a level, and I will gain a new understanding of battle. Martial techniques are extremely important for martial artists. The difference between a martial artist with techniques and one without is enormous, like a beast without claws and fangs. Incomparable. It's about time. I'll go back to Tianhai City. Witness Yi Qingshan's doom with my own eyes. Thinking of what was to come, Qin Yang smiled knowingly. This time he would only witness Yi Qingshan being arrested, and afterward, he would return. After all, he had booked the Baiyun Hotel for 10 days, he couldn't just give it up. Besides, he had experienced the effects of the premium void pod, and it was truly effective. No wonder it's difficult for humble families to produce outstanding talents. The resources used are different. To surpass others, one would have to cheat like him. Besides that, only innate talent fostered by some strong practitioners or mutation. In any case, normal effort could never bridge the gap between the two. He was destined to be trampled underfoot. On the other side, a middle-aged man came to Yi Lin with a grave expression. Seeing his face, Yi Lin frowned. Did something really happen in Baiyun mountain range? His expression was not good. If even he was so cautious, the matter was serious. The middle-aged man nodded and said in a deep voice, I discovered a teleportation array deep in the Baiyun mountain range. I don't know what race it is for now, and some Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts in the range have been controlled. Being able to control so many Grandmaster-level beasts means the other side has a beast tamer and of no low rank, possibly a great Grandmaster. Once this race descends and the beasts gather, it will pose a great threat. Moreover, they constructed a spatial array, yet the fluctuations weren't detected by the Alliance. That's very strange. The Earth Alliance is blessed with a special divine artifact set up by the Martial Emperor back then. To shield a Martial Emperor's array is nearly impossible unless someone turned it off. Obviously, something had also gone wrong inside the Earth Alliance. A traitor had appeared. Hearing this, Yi Lin was not flustered and said softly, those who can access the Martial Emperor's array are not low-level, likely high-ranking officials. Since he is a high-ranking official, hasn't he considered that once Earth is in trouble, the Martial Emperor's array will activate automatically and kill anyone deemed an enemy? What benefit does he gain from this? The Martial Emperor's array is dormant most of the time and is also manually controlled. But if a major incident occurs on Earth, the Martial Emperor's array will automatically revive. This was a rule set by the Martial Emperor in the past to guard against danger to Earth. Moreover, once a crisis occurs, all the powerful experts of the Alliance will descend here. Although the ancestral star has declined with most families and experts leaving Earth, it doesn't mean Earth is forgotten. It's just that the location is too remote, so no one is here. But if danger arises, these experts will rush over immediately. There is another possibility. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said softly, maybe there is no spy inside. Perhaps this race has a treasure that can shield the aura of the Martial Emperor's array, making it undetectable. The universe and starry sky are boundless civilizations as numerous as grains of sand in the ocean. Some civilizations have not connected with the cosmic civilization, so they know very little, like frogs at the bottom of a well, only seeing the moon in the well. When Earth first stepped out of itself, it also made some jokes. The universe is too vast, and it is constantly expanding over eons, giving rise to countless civilizations. These civilizations, for various reasons, cannot connect with the cosmic civilization, dwelling in remote mountains and forests completely isolated from the cosmic civilization. Such civilizations are either extremely weak, unable to break through their own shackles, and thus cannot enter the starry sky, or very powerful with barriers so strong that even a martial emperor finds it hard to cross. Such cases are not unheard of. As far as they knew, a martial king once accidentally entered a world thinking it was a lamb to be slaughtered, but it turned out to conceal a martial emperor, and that martial king was naturally completely annihilated. This concerns the ancestral star. The situation is serious, we cannot take it lightly. I will contact third grandfather and ask him to come and oversee the protection of the ancestral star. Neither scenario was what Yi Lin wanted to see. The former meant the descending race was exceptionally powerful and Earth's current combat strength could hardly resist. A martial king would be needed to oversee. If it was the latter, that was even better. It meant the treasure in the other party's hands was of unimaginable value, and they could plunder it first. The middle-aged man naturally had no objection. At this moment, deep in the Baiyun mountain range, a strange creature with a burly figure and bull horns on its head stared intently at the spinning blood-colored array before it, revealing a ferocious grin and speaking in a sharp voice. In 2 more days my clansmen can descend upon this world and completely occupy it. As long as we occupy this world, our clan will have a foothold and won't have to worry about the Tianshu destroying the world. Our blood demon clan can endure forever. The burly man smiled as he looked ahead toward the mountain range. His eyes were full of longing. If not for the need to teleport his clansmen here without alerting the enemy, he would have already gone on a killing spree outside. He never imagined that his plan had already been exposed. In Tianhai City, Qin Yang had just disembarked from the plane when someone immediately approached him. A man in his 20s, well-built, wearing ordinary clothes with a grave expression, said, "Mr. Qin Yang, my name is Li Xian." He continued, "I come from the Earth Alliance headquarters serving as vice minister. Until Yi Qingshan is completely captured, I will be protecting you, ensuring your safety and shielding you from any danger." It must be said that Yi Lin's background was indeed formidable and her preparations were thorough. To prevent any harm to Qin Yang, she had specifically arranged for a vice minister to protect him. This vice minister's strength was not insignificant. He was merely a step away from the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, he held a position second only to the minister, commanding authority over all others. Within the entire police department, apart from the minister, his status was the highest. In truth, Li Xian was also curious about Qin Yang. Who exactly was this person who had earned the favor of Miss Yi? It was known that ever since Miss Yi arrived on Earth, even the highest authority on the planet, the president of the Earth-Human Alliance, treated her with the utmost respect. That president was a being of the great Grandmaster level, holding a high status even elsewhere. Especially since the president was extremely concerned with face. Anyone who tarnished his reputation or displeased him would never be forgiven. Yet in public, he showed the utmost deference to Miss Yi, even to the point of fawning. It was a complete loss of his dignity. Thus, when Yi Lin decided to personally handle Yi Qingshan and requested protection for Qin Yang, the higher-ups dispatched Li Xian to guard him, ensuring he came to no harm. "Thank you, Minister Li," Qin Yang said with a smile. "I didn't expect such a small matter to trouble you. Someone once told me that I could never bring down Yi Qingshan because he was in league with the Alliance. Even if I reported him, the Alliance wouldn't investigate. Now I only want to tell him that this is impossible. The Alliance will not let any criminal go unpunished. It's only a matter of time. Justice may be delayed, but it will never vanish." Li Xian felt embarrassed inside, but his face showed helplessness. He sighed and said, "This is indeed our fault. We are deeply ashamed for not dealing with Yi Qingshan sooner." Li Xian did not make excuses. There was no point. He knew Qin Yang was venting his frustration. Qin Yang's background was no secret to them. In the past, he would not have given him a second glance, but now things were different. He had gained Yi Lin's favor, and she had specifically instructed that Qin Yang should not suffer any loss. With that word, even if Qin Yang wanted to strike him, Li Xian would not dare retaliate, but would have to endure. Such was the oppression of power. Moreover, those who reached this position all possessed formidable inner strength. A few taunts meant nothing. They did not take it to heart. Qin Yang was merely venting some dissatisfaction. After all, he had been quite stifled lately. He knew that the other party did not care. With Yi Lin backing him, the other party certainly did not care. Li Xian led Qin Yang out of the airport. As they left, a figure with flickering eyes immediately made a phone call. Before long, in his office, Yi Qingshan received a call. "Qin Yang is back." He stood up abruptly, his expression changing, then broke into a sudden laugh. "This fool has quite the nerve. Does he think that by stepping into the skin barrier realm, he can turn things around? The skin barrier realm is indeed a sign of talent, but in the end it's nothing. Keep a close watch on Qin Yang. Have Lauer deal with him. Find a time to eliminate him completely, and make sure to leave no traces." Regardless of what Qin Yang did, he held no value for Yi Qingshan. As long as he lived, he was a ticking time bomb, a potential weapon for others. So Yi Qingshan had to eliminate him. Over the years, he had done the same, squeezed the value out of the children of martyrs, then disposed of them. Now that Qin Yang had become a talent, the danger was even greater. They naturally could not let him go. After leaving the airport, Qin Yang followed Li Xian into a car. Li Xian sat beside him and said, "Mr. Qin, I heard that you are not currently enrolled in any school." Since Qin Yang was someone Yi Lin valued, they all wanted to build a good relationship with him, even if they didn't know why. I was expelled, Qin Yang said nonchalantly. My talent was too poor before, so they feared it would affect the school's graduation rate, and they kicked me out. Qin Yang was well aware that his background could be checked by these people. There were no secrets, nothing could be hidden. On Earth, in his past life, communications were too advanced, all kinds of information were impossible to conceal. In this era, even more so than before, everything about one's identity would be thoroughly investigated. That school was foolish. With your talent, you can choose any high school you want. If you intend to take the college entrance exam, I can help you get into Imperial Capital High School. If you are willing, you can start right now. Imperial Capital High School was the best high school on Earth, gathering all the geniuses of the planet. Any student, there was a dragon among men. It was said that all seniors at Imperial Capital High School had reached the body realm, and several had even entered the innate realm. Li Xian had investigated Qin Yang's background and knew his story well. When he first saw the information, he was shocked. Just a few days ago, Qin Yang was a useless waste with terrible talent, unable to even sense blood energy. Yet in just a few days, he had stepped into the body realm. Moreover, he had already broken through one barrier and was on the verge of entering the second, the flesh barrier. His cultivation progress was unprecedented. At that moment, Li Xian was certain that Qin Yang's transformation was related to Yi Lin. Qin Yang was definitely Yi Lin's favored one. Perhaps she even had her eye on him. In any case, in Li Xian's eyes, he had leaped over the dragon's gate and was destined to become a great figure. Therefore, Li Xian was determined to forge a connection at all costs. Knowing that Qin Yang had been expelled and had no school, he immediately contacted his own father, the principal of Imperial Capital High School. Normally, as the college entrance exam approached, Imperial Capital High School would not admit anyone unless they were at the innate realm. But these rules did not apply to Qin Yang. Fine. Qin Yang naturally did not refuse. Imperial Capital High School, the best high school on Earth, was said to have top-tier virtual training pods and even higher-level ones. Cultivating there for a while would surely provide a better environment. He would not refuse. Moreover, in the Imperial Capital, he could probably obtain better intelligence. As the ancestral star, even if it had declined, the Imperial Capital was one of the few cities on Earth connected to the universe, a hub of trade. The intelligence gathered there would be more valuable. Morning. The sky was clear and boundless, pure as sapphire, as the rising sun blanketed the earth, utterly dispelling the darkness. Under the gentle light, rays pierced through the clouds, cascading vertically onto the window of Class 6 Grade 3 at Tianhai High School, casting dappled patterns on the floor. Chun Qianqian sat by the windowsill, her delicate face greeting the sunlight, her fair skin growing even more radiant. Yet her mood was far from pleasant. After days of conversation, she realized that Qin Yang still harbored reservations toward her, and they had never truly opened their hearts to each other. This vexed Chun Qianqian greatly. Recently, the wheel of fate had been trembling incessantly, especially when she divined about Qin Yang, constantly telling her that he was awakening and would achieve extraordinary greatness in the future. If she could forge a bond with him, it would undoubtedly be a great fortune. But now she had no effective way to approach him. Qin Yang was unlike others. If it were anyone else with her family background, her flawless beauty, and her figure, they would have been utterly infatuated long ago. Clearly, Qin Yang was not that kind of person. Everything remained lukewarm. She could not truly enter his heart. Just then, Chun Qianqian's watch vibrated. She glanced at it, and upon seeing the message, her pupils constricted. It was from her butler. The authorities were preparing to arrest Yi Qingshan, and the news had already spread. Even the Lin family could do nothing. This shocked Chun Qianqian deeply. As a power player in Tianhai City, she knew well how difficult it was to bring down Yi Qingshan. He appeared to be an ordinary businessman, but was actually the Lin family's white glove, and most of the embezzlement of Martyr's property was orchestrated by the Lin family. In essence, the benefits all went to the Lin family, while Yi Qingshan only got a few scraps. That was why he dared to act so boldly. Embezzling Martyr's property was not something just anyone could do. Precisely because of this, Yi Qingshan was hard to bring down. The Lin family would surely protect him. Moreover, Tianhai City was relatively remote, and with the Lin family holding high positions in the Earth Alliance, toppling Yi Qingshan meant toppling the Lin family. Of course, unless a high-ranking official moved against Yi Qingshan, forcing the Lin family to abandon him. But achieving that required the intervention of the highest echelons. At least the Chun family could not do it. Chun Qianqian felt helpless. She could not help Qin Yang. Now the high-level officials had made a move, and the news had spread, meaning Yi Qingshan had no escape. Even the Lin family had abandoned him. If even the Lin family retreated, it meant the person behind this was extremely formidable. Who could it be? Chun Qianqian never imagined the alliance would act on a tip-off letter to deal with Yi Qingshan. That was impossible. Over the years, countless people had reported Yi Qingshan. Some suddenly died, others disappeared. No tip-off letter ever lasted long. Does Qin Yang have a benefactor? Or did Yi Qingshan mess with someone connected? Yi Qingshan had harmed too many children of martyrs. The parents and families of those martyrs' children might have ties to powerful figures. When they learned of these issues, it was not impossible that they initiated the action against Yi Qingshan. Such incidents happened often. Of course, Qin Yang's involvement could not be ruled out given his drastic change recently. But regardless, this was good news. She immediately contacted Qin Yang, choosing to send a message rather than call. I heard that Yi Qingshan is being dealt with, and even the Lin family has abandoned him. In the car, Qin Yang received the message and smiled. I'm on my way to the arrest right now. Do you want to come and watch your good friend's father get caught? So it was indeed related to Qin Yang. Chen Qianqian suddenly understood. His sudden change was due to meeting a benefactor. Most likely Qin Yang's parents had connections with some powerful figures. That was why he had completely burned bridges when leaving school that day. Thinking of this, Chen Qianqian felt a hint of resentment. Since he had connections all along, why toy with her? Recalling how she had offered him all kinds of advice, Chen Qianqian felt helpless. She's not my best friend, just an acquaintance. That was the truth. Because of the Lin family, Chen Qianqian did not keep close ties with Yi Qingxue, though Yi Qingxue always tried to please her. Chen Qianqian did not know why. Are you coming? Yes. Of course she would go. Chen Qianqian was eager to build a better relationship with Qin Yang, and this was a good opportunity. Besides, she had not really seen Qin Yang much. I'll wait for you. Qin Yang sent her an address. Upon receiving it, Chen Qianqian left during class. No one stopped her. The teacher pretended not to see. Although school rules forbade it, depended on the person. Chen Qianqian was not one of those bound by such rules. However, Yi Qingxue in the classroom was surprised. She thought she knew Chen Qianqian, who usually never did such things. Skipping class now must mean something big was happening. Thinking this, Yi Qingxue sent Chen Qianqian a message. Chen Qianqian glanced at it and directly ignored it. How could she reply? Would she say, I'm going to watch your father get arrested? Even though their relationship was not close, that would be too much. A bit awkward. On the other side, Yi Qingshan was lounging in his chair waiting for news from his subordinates. Suddenly a phone call came, the voice anxious. Boss, Qin Yang's car is heading toward your company. And I've spotted several Alliance police cars coming. Hearing this, Yi Qingshan jumped up in fright and rushed to the window. Below, police cars were gathering with over a dozen vehicles stopping. Did Qin Yang come back to arrest me? Impossible. If they were really coming for me, the Lin family would have warned me. Yi Qingshan frowned. He was the Lin family's dog, and a useful one at that. Moreover, he knew many secrets. Normally, the Lin family would alert him at the slightest sign of trouble. Over the years, they had helped him suppress many incidents. Since there was no news from the Lin family, now it should be unrelated to him. Yet a vague unease crept into his heart. At the same time, a car pulled up, and a familiar figure stepped out. It was none other than Qin Yang. It really is Qin Yang. Seeing Qin Yang's face, Yi Qingshan's pupils contracted, and the person behind him shocked Yi Qingshan even more. What did he see? He saw Li Xian, the deputy minister of the Alliance headquarters. Li Xian was no stranger to him. As the second-in-command of the police department, Yi Qingshan had once seen him from afar. They're coming for me. Seeing Li Xian appear and treat Qin Yang with considerable respect, Yi Qingshan understood instantly. Everything was aimed at him. The reason the Lin family had given no warning was that they had abandoned him, cutting off the tail to survive. He did not know whom Qin Yang had turned to, but the person behind him was at a level so high that even the Lin family was terrified and dared not make a move. At this thought, Yi Qingshan's face turned ashen and despair filled his eyes. He was doomed. BOSS, the police have brought many people and have already stormed down below. Our men can't stop them. Boss, we can still escape if we go now. The door was smashed open. A burly man, his face etched with anxiety, looked at Yi Qingshan and spoke with a trembling voice. No need, Yi Qingshan replied. Let them come up. Yi Qingshan turned around and sat down on the chair, his face ashen. He said in a deep voice, we can't escape. This time is different from before. Before, it was only people from within Tianhai City who were after us, and we still had room to maneuver. But now this is an order from the Earth Alliance headquarters. Even the Lin family dare not interfere. We have been abandoned. They have set up an inescapable net. Even if we possessed heaven-defying abilities, we couldn't slip through their fingers. Besides, they would be delighted if we tried to flee. Yi Qingshan felt despair in his heart, yet he remained remarkably calm. The Earth of today was unlike the past. It was now the dominion of the Alliance. If the Earth Alliance headquarters wanted to capture someone, not even leaving Tianhai City, let alone Earth, could guarantee survival. The entire solar system was under the Alliance's surveillance. Escape was certainly impossible. Even if there were a chance, he couldn't take it. Once he ran, the police would have sufficient reason to kill him without any burden. Innate realm martial artists were indeed formidable, but before a behemoth like the Alliance, they were still insignificant. More importantly, he still had a chance, his daughter Yi Qingxue. As long as Yi Qingxue could be admitted to the Starry Martial Arts University, his situation would change. At the very least, he wouldn't face the death penalty. Even if he wasn't released, he could live comfortably. Boss, if we don't leave now, we'll die. The subordinates were frantic. They had killed many people, and according to Alliance law, they were doomed. In the past, with the Lin family's protection, it didn't matter. The case would never be judged by the Alliance. Now, however, the Lin family had abandoned them. What's the rush? We still have a turning point. As long as my daughter gets into the Starry Martial Arts University, we all still have a chance. Even if there is a trial, it will take time. We won't die. Yi Qingshan said calmly, see that man down there. The second-in-command of the Earth Police Department, a Grandmaster-level existence. Do you think we can escape with such a figure present? At these words, the man fell silent. What was a Grandmaster? one who could traverse the void and move mountains and overturn seas. It would not be an exaggeration to call them gods. Before such a being, even innate realm martial artists were like weaklings. No wonder Yi Qingshan didn't flee. It was impossible to escape. Footsteps echoed. Yi Qingshan lay motionless in his chair, staring intently at the doorway. Before long, 2 police officers led the way while Li Xian and Qin Yang walked side by side, with Qin Qianqian standing nearby. Qin Qianqian's delicate face was filled with shock as she constantly looked around. She never imagined that in just a few days Qin Yang had changed so much, and even Li Xian treated him with great respect. As for Qin Yang and Li Xian, they appeared calm and composed. Qin Yang strode forward to stand before Yi Qingshan, a smile on his face, and said evenly, "Yi Qingshan, we meet again." Seeing Yi Qingshan's slightly trembling form, Qin Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. "Bastard, even you have moments of fear." Thinking of how his parents had shown Yi Qingshan boundless kindness only to be repaid with betrayal, Qin Yang wished he could tear Yi Qingshan apart. At first, Yi Qingshan was filled with despair and his body trembled. But upon seeing Qin Yang, he calmed down and sneered. "I, Yi Qingshan, have lived a life of distinction, yet I have fallen into your hands. It's my misfortune. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted back then. Back then, thinking your parents treated me well, I spared you and let you live in peace. Who would have thought that my past kindness would become the handle that plunges me into the abyss, eh? I regret it deeply." Qin Yang sneered. "You're still as shameless as ever. A life of distinction. You were a dog. Why gild yourself? Why did you keep me? Wasn't it for the 2,000 yuan monthly allowance for martyrs' children? But don't worry, you'll have to spit all of that back out. And don't think anyone will come to bail you out. Those above you are too busy dealing with their own troubles." With Yi Lin's order, Yi Qingshan was destined to become a deserted island in the vast ocean. The Lin family was now overwhelmed with their own problems. Especially after the embezzlement of martyrs' children's property was uncovered, even the strong members of the Lin family stationed at headquarters were under investigation. Barring any surprises, the Lin family would likely be uprooted entirely. "I never counted on the Lin family," Yi Qingshan said dismissively, pulling out a cigarette to light it. Li Xian frowned and snorted. With a loud thud, Yi Qingshan's body jolted, and he fell from the chair, landing face first on the ground and eating a mouthful of dust. Seeing this, laughter erupted around him. Yi Qingshan got up nonchalantly as if he hadn't heard the laughter, even though he had just been humiliated. "Qin Yang, you can't kill me. The alliance is too pragmatic. Even if you arrest me now, the trial will take time. No matter how powerful your backer is, it's the same." Yi Qingshan now pinned his hopes on Yi Qingxue. The college entrance exam was imminent, and the alliance attached great importance to it. Combined with Yi Qingxue's potential to enter the Starry Martial Arts University and the fact that the alliance's trial of criminals took time, he knew he wouldn't die. At least within this month he was safe. As long as he held out until Yi Qingxue was admitted to the Starry Martial Arts University, everything would turn around. The value of the Starry Martial Arts University was immense. The human alliance consisted of trillions of people, yet the university admitted only a few thousand each year. Each one a human elite, a seedling with the potential to become a grandmaster. Such individuals had always received preferential treatment from the human alliance. Unless they committed a heinous crime, their family members were often pardoned. Qin Yang understood this. In his eyes, Yi Qingshan's actions were undoubtedly heinous crimes. But the rules and laws of this era were completely different. The scale was too vast, and many things were bound to change. Especially in this era of human alliance expansion, anyone with talent, as long as they didn't go too far, would be nurtured. Killing a few people was nothing significant. After all, in the eyes of the human alliance, ordinary humans held no value. They were mere consumables. "You're pinning your hopes on Yi Qingxue. Don't worry, you won't get that wish. She is destined not to enter the Starry Martial Arts University." Qin Yang naturally couldn't say he would kill Yi Qingxue during the exam. After all, she was still a member of the alliance. Saying such things would be inappropriate. Of course, this was from Qin Yang's perspective. He didn't know that the alliance didn't care about such things. At the same time, Qin Yang had studied the difficulty of getting into the Starry Martial Arts University. Although Earth, as the ancestral planet, had 5 slots every year, those 5 slots were not easy to obtain. To even qualify, one had to at least reach the innate realm. Currently, Yi Qingxue was only at the Blood Pass realm, having not yet broken through to the innate realm. It was highly likely she would miss the Starry Martial Arts University. "Impossible. My daughter's prodigious talent is beyond the reach of a waste like you," Yi Qingshan said with immense pride, sneering at Qin Yang. Yi Qingshan's face beamed with a confident smile, his demeanor composed, and a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. It seemed as if Yi Qingxue's admission to Star Sky Martial University was a foregone conclusion. This was a mad obsession, or perhaps the last hope born of utter despair. Seeing this, Qin Yang felt no ripples in his heart. He smiled and said, "A Xiantian martial artist is merely a ticket to pry open the door of Star Sky Martial University. It does not guarantee entry. You underestimate the world too much. But it no longer matters. When the college entrance exam ends, you will understand for yourself that so-called expectations and hopes have always been daydreams destined to vanish into thin air." Yi Qingshan had no other path left. Yi Qingshua's entry into Star Sky Martial University had become his only extravagant hope. At the same time, it had become an obsession in his heart. He believed that as long as Yi Qingxue stepped into the Xiantian realm, she would surely become a student of Star Sky Martial University. However, was it so easy to get into Star Sky Martial University? Li Xian, who was standing nearby, could not help but say a frog at the bottom of a well. The world's elites are as numerous as the fish in the river. The Xiantian realm in the third year of high school is nothing special. In the imperial capital alone, there are no fewer than 20 such students. Moreover, not to mention those who have already reached the Xiantian realm, standing out among these people is no easy feat. Furthermore, on the Ancestral Star, there are 5 reserved spots. Some strong individuals, in order to gain admission to Star Sky Martial University, will also transfer some people to the Ancestral Star to take the college entrance exam later. Therefore, gaining admission to Star Sky Martial University on the Ancestral Star is absolutely not simple. Your daughter is only at the Blood Pass realm. Even if she steps into the Xiantian realm, it is doomed to be impossible. The waters here run deeper than you imagine. Upon hearing these words, the originally confident Yi Qingshan instantly stiffened, his body trembling as he muttered, "Impossible. This is impossible. You're lying to me." Li Xian couldn't be bothered with him. If it weren't for Qin Yang, a small fry like Yi Qingshan would never have warranted his personal intervention. Arrest him. Qin Yang, standing nearby, also couldn't be bothered. He had already seen Yi Qingshan's ugly display, and since the case was already ironclad, Yi Qingshan had no chance to turn things around. Downstairs, Li Xian said to Qin Yang with slight respect, "Mr. Qin, the notice from Imperial Capital Martial University will likely arrive tomorrow, the day after you can enroll. So during this time you need to prepare. Also rest assured the procedures will be carried out truthfully. With all the evidence we have now, no one can save Yi Qingshan." With Li Xian's position, these words sealed Yi Qingshan's fate. "Thank you, Minister Li, for your assistance. And also thank you for seeking justice for the children of fallen martyrs who suffered injustice in the past." Qin Yang has always been impartial, focusing on the matter rather than the person. Even if Li Xian came to help because of Yi Lin, he indeed did a good job and showed ample respect. When others show respect, there is no reason not to reciprocate. Moreover, the other party had managed to secure him a status at Imperial Capital High School, which alone was enough for Qin Yang to show full respect. Even if it was to curry favor with him for Yi Lin's sake, the assistance was indeed significant. "This is what we should do." Li Xian sighed helplessly. "If we had discovered it earlier, perhaps we could have spared some people from misfortune." Watching the other's shameful expression, Qin Yang opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Cut the act, buddy. Having been in this world for so long, Qin Yang had confirmed one thing: this world does not care much about the human rights of ordinary people. Everything is judged by strength. For Li Xian to become a deputy minister, he was naturally not one of those compassionate, good people. If these people had ever considered this, so many would not have suffered misfortune. "Let's not talk about this. I'll be going now." Li Xian, probably unable to keep up the act any longer, said his farewell and left. Qin Qianqian watched Li Xian leave and couldn't help but say, "Minister Li's acting skills are really good. I can hardly find any flaw. I was almost fooled by him." Qin Yang hadn't expected Qin Qianqian to be so blunt. "He hasn't gone far yet. Is it really okay to say that?" Qin Qianqian waved her hand casually and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Minister Li won't mind." Then she changed the subject and asked curiously, "I'm just curious, how did you get in touch with Minister Li?" "I know a bit about this Minister Li. He's very proud. Could it be that you really sold yourself to a rich woman?" As she spoke, Qin Qianqian kept sizing up Qin Yang. Not to mention Qin Yang was indeed handsome, with perfect features and a heroic aura. Especially after breaking through the skin pass realm, his temperament had changed, becoming more masculine. "By the way, Miss Qin, it seems we are not that familiar, are we?" Qin Yang frowned. This Qin Qianqian was a bit too forward. They had exchanged only a few words. "Not familiar," Qin Qianqian argued. "I invested $1 million in you and pulled so many strings for your affairs. Having done this much, how can you say we're not familiar? Saying that really hurts my feelings." Qin Yang said nonchalantly, "Enough, drop the act. Your acting is not as good as Minister Li's. To be honest, I don't understand why you are helping me so much. What do I have that can benefit you? If you don't make it clear today, let's part ways here." Qin Yang had always wondered why Qin Qianqian was helping him so much. He knew very well that there must be a reason for her kindness. Simply disliking Yi Qingsue was not a sufficient reason. Seeing him in such a miserable state and deciding to help, that reason was even less convincing. Qin Qianqian was no naive do-gooder. If she were a bleeding heart, she wouldn't have waited until today. Therefore, he wanted to get to the bottom of it today. Hearing this, a flicker of contemplation crossed Qin Qianqian's eyes. She could tell that Qin Yang was serious. If she didn't explain clearly, she would likely become a stranger to him. Thinking of this, Qin Qianqian activated the wheel of fate and began to divine. She wanted to know the situation on both sides. Soon the result came out. If she concealed the truth from Qin Yang, the future would be bleak. If she told him honestly, the future would be bright. With such a clear answer, Qin Qianqian naturally made her choice. "I can tell you, but let's go to the hotel first. This place is not suitable for conversation," Qin Qianqian said seriously. Hearing this, Qin Yang was taken aback. Miss Qin, although you gave me $1 million, I really don't sell myself. And I'm not that kind of dissolute person. Going to the hotel is too fast. Qin Qianqian's face flushed, and she snapped, shut up. Do you think I'm some slut like Yi Qingxue? I'm not that kind of person either. It's just that this place isn't suitable for a clear explanation. Are you coming or not? I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Could it be that you're impotent? Qin Qianqian immediately counterattacked, and Qin Yang couldn't take it. A man's greatest fear is being impotent. You're the one who's impotent. I don't have that thing. Hotel. The two booked a temporary room. Qin Yang walked in composedly, and Qin Qianqian closed the door behind them. Then, pretending to be frail, she trembled and said, "Please be gentle with me later." Qin Yang watched Qin Qianqian putting on an act, his expression darkening. Still playing around at a time like this? No one's around now. You can just say it. Qin Yang had no patience for games and got straight to the point. Seeing this, Qin Qianqian dropped the act as well. You're truly a boring person. Deciding to stop playing, she spoke plainly. To be honest, I initially agreed to help you because there was something in it for me. But I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Anyone else would have eagerly accepted my kindness and obeyed me without question. Qin Yang cut in. I'm not some bootlicker. Don't even think about it. Qin Qianqian was remarkably beautiful, tall, standing around 1.8 meters with fair rosy skin that glowed softly. Her features were delicate and flawless, and her curvaceous figure was absolutely captivating, like a series of proud peaks. In a certain sense, Qin Qianqian could be called a peerless beauty. At Tianhai High School, she had countless admirers and was the dream goddess of innumerable boys. Among all the women Qin Yang had encountered, only Yi Lin surpassed her. Yet in terms of looks, there was little difference. Yi Lin carried a superior temperament. One could tell at a glance she was no ordinary person, radiating a distinctive aura of nobility. Qin Qianqian's face was enchanting and her voice pleasing, but she came across as overly affected, somewhat like a green tea girl. Actually, I never intended to help you. Qin Qianqian opened up, speaking indifferently. The main reason is that you were far too ordinary back then. Your parents were both dead and orphaned with no background whatsoever. Even your cultivation talent was the worst. After studying at school for so many years, you couldn't even sense your blood qi. Someone like that with nothing outstanding about them would never attract anyone's attention. I had only ever heard your name before, never actually seen you in person, until I unexpectedly ran into you at the school gate with Yi Qingxue, when the ability within me issued a warning. Hearing this, a gleam appeared in Qin Qianqian's eyes as she said seriously, "This ability of mine is called the Wheel of Destiny, a remarkably special power. I only awakened it not long ago. My ability is quite unique. I can perform divinations on various matters, but divinations concerning myself always yield answers, whether favorable or unfavorable. I can conduct one divination per day. Additionally, it has a passive effect. It senses those destined into my life. It sends warnings about people who would harm my fate, and those favorable to my destiny will cause it to tremble. When I encountered you, the Wheel of Destiny didn't shake violently, but it was among the rare few that responded. That's precisely why I chose to help you." As she spoke, Qin Qianqian extended a hand. A faint glow emerged from her palm, followed by a special orb of light containing a distinct silhouette that continuously rotated as if threads of fate were intertwining within. Qin Yang looked at the silhouette before him and largely believed her. Qin Qianqian's explanation was reasonable. Initially, he truly had no value. Any normal person would act only if there was benefit, and without value there would be no reason to help him. Qin Qianqian seemed somewhat regretful as she said, "To be honest, I wasn't decisive enough at the start. Your appearance was far too ordinary. I couldn't have imagined how you'd turn things around." It wasn't until a few days later that the Wheel of Destiny continued to vibrate, and I heard you had entered the skin refining realm. From that day on, I knew you had turned your life around and intended to increase my investment. Unfortunately, you rose far too quickly, catching me off guard. I had originally planned to have my master step in to fully control Yi Qingshan and thereby build a closer relationship with you. But someone else had already made a move. Qin Qianqian laid everything bare without the slightest concealment. She even revealed her ability, her purpose being clear, to gain Qin Yang's trust. "I see." Qin Yang glanced at Qin Qianqian and said calmly, "With this explanation, everything makes sense. When you came to me, did you perform a divination? That's why you intended to tell me everything?" Qin Qianqian nodded and replied, "Indeed. I divined it. The truth revealed to you is a favorable omen, while withholding it would be unfavorable. Now you should understand why I've been so good to you, and there's no need for you to remain so cautious. I've told you everything. Because you are someone destined into my life, I will not harm you." Saying this, Qin Qianqian felt somewhat wronged and rubbed her face. This Qin Yang was too troublesome. He was far too cautious, unlike the fools at school, those who could be tamed with a few words and spun around at will. Qin Yang was different. Perhaps due to his harsh upbringing, he was meticulous and wary of everything, never easily trusting others. That's hard to say. After all, if one day I lose my usefulness, then I'd have no value at all. It was unrealistic to expect Qin Yang to fully trust her. This world was far too ruthless. One could not easily trust anyone. Yet learning the entire story from Qin Qianqian was already enough. "Sigh. It's not like that. I'm not that kind of person." Qin Yang was at a loss. No matter what she did, she couldn't earn his trust. Qin Yang smiled and said, all relationships require time. Trust must also be accumulated. Actually, you've done well. I already partially trust you. Whether we reach complete trust in the future depends on you. Complete trust was impossible. Through a series of events, Qin Yang approached everything with a suspicious attitude. Seeing this, Qin Yang stopped pressing the issue. After all, she had revealed everything, and their relationship had at least drawn closer. That was something worthwhile. By the way, how did you manage to make Li Xian respect you so deeply? That old man comes from a distinguished background and is extremely proud, always carrying himself above others. I've never seen him respect anyone so deeply. Qin Yang's experiences over these past few days were too mysterious. Going from an ordinary person to a major figure commanding even Li Xian's respect, the magnitude of this transformation was hard to imagine. What if I told you my grandfather is a martial emperor? Do you think that's possible? Qin Yang said with a smile. Since you've said it, I believe you. Although this sounded rather far-fetched, Qin Yang felt it was not entirely impossible. After all, the world was full of unbelievable things. Nothing was impossible. Qin Yang had self-awareness. His relationship with Yilin was not close enough for him to casually flaunt her name. By the way, shall we go to the imperial capital together in a couple of days? Qin Yang suddenly spoke up. Why are you going to the imperial capital? Qin Yang looked at Qin Yang with confusion. Now that Yi Qingshan had been dealt with, staying nearby held no significance. At most, the money spent on the White Cloud Hotel would be wasted. However, his initial decision to stay at the White Cloud Hotel was solely for its premium void capsule. The Imperial Capital High School lacked nothing of the sort, offering even a higher-tier void capsule, so he naturally welcomed the move. Though the loss of several 100,000 stung, he was indeed not short of that amount now. Yet Qin Yang seemed bent on clinging to him, leaving Qin Yang somewhat puzzled. Was it because of the Wheel of Fate's divination, or did she value the Yilin behind him? Nevertheless, her complete candor did earn a measure of trust from Qin Yang. After all, revealing such a talent required a certain degree of trust. Don't you know? On Earth, any student who has stepped into the Blood Pass realm and above will be selected for a special training camp. They undergo a period of intensive training in preparation for the subsequent college entrance exam, especially for the Alliance's 5 great martial universities. These are the targets of the Earth Alliance. Not only will I go, but I expect you'll meet Yi Qingshan in the Imperial Capital. Speaking of this, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Now this gets interesting. Enemies meeting face to face, their eyes blazing with hatred. Yi Qingshan will surely learn later that you were the one who brought down Yi Qingshan. If she finds out you're in the Imperial Capital, she'll stop at nothing to deal with you. Why do you look so delighted? Qin Yang said calmly. Then you're in trouble too. You came with me, and many people saw it. It's very possible Yi Qingshan will think you with the Qin family brought down Yi Qingshan. To shift responsibility, the Lin family will certainly say and do the same. Especially since she has already been trying to win you over. Now because of me you've helped destroy Yi Qingshan, and Yi Qingshan will only resent you more. Qin Yang was indifferent. If they crossed paths, so be it. He actually wished for such an encounter. Of course he couldn't defeat her now. But if he couldn't win, couldn't he avoid her? He would wait until his strength was sufficient, then suppress Yi Qingshan in one fell swoop. She can't beat me. Qin Yang said nonchalantly. I stepped into the innate realm some time ago. If she comes after me, she'll only be asking for trouble. No wonder she was so composed. So she had the confidence. Rumor has it that your strength is actually a bit lower than Yi Qingshan's. That's me hiding my true power. The Lin family is watching me like hawks. If I didn't conceal it, what would I do? Wait for the Lin family to hunt me down. Qin Yang rolled her eyes. The relationship between the Lin and Chun families was far from amicable. The two sides were irreconcilable, locked in a feud for years. From time to time, they would secretly strike. Qin Yang's cousin was once a genius renowned in Tianhai City. At 16, he suddenly died. Though there was no evidence, it was clearly the work of the Lin family. Of course, the Qin family was no pushover. Later, they also killed a prodigy of the Lin family, incurring the extreme displeasure of the Lin family's patriarch. See, I've even revealed my trump card to you. Qin Yang put on a pitiful expression. Now you should trust me, right? Her demeanor was coquettish and delicate, evoking sympathy. But Qin Yang knew well that beneath Qin Yang's fragile appearance lay terrifying strength. I've always trusted you. Qin Yang replied with a smile. You see, when you offered me $1 million, I agreed without a second thought. Qin Yang's expression stiffened. She said irritably, who wouldn't take money? Especially a direct transfer. Seeing Qin Yang remain unmoved, she was secretly furious. Why couldn't Qin Yang be one of her sycophants? Then she wouldn't have to work so hard. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Yet precisely because of this, Qin Yang grew even more curious. Having encountered too many yes-men in the past, she now faced a wolf-like man. The desire to conquer surged within her. Coupled with the divination of the Wheel of Fate, it was enough to make Qin Yang intensely curious about Qin Yang and determined to subdue him. No more nonsense with you. I'm leaving. As for the Imperial Capital, we won't go together. I'm afraid your father might make a move on the sly. Qin Yang was a treasure in the Qin family, especially since her father was a notorious daughter-doting man. If they traveled together, her father would inevitably try something underhanded. Qin Yang wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. He only wished to grow quickly and ascend to a higher level. How boring. Qin Qianqian didn't insist. After all, they would have plenty of time to meet in the imperial capital. Qin Yang simply left Tianhai City and flew back to Baiyan City. On the other side, in the classroom, Yi Qingshue's blood and qi churned her heart, filled with unease. It seemed as if something had gone wrong. Suddenly, several messages popped up. Yi Qingxue glanced at them, and her vision went dark. The messages read, Qin Qianqian with the Qin family's help had assisted Qin Yang in capturing Yi Qingshan. Accompanying the text were clear photos. Qin Qianqian stood beside Qin Yang, her radiant face beaming with a smile. In front of them, Yi Qingshan knelt on the ground, unwilling, his eyes filled with resentment. Qin Yang. Qin Qianqian. Yi Qingxue gnashed her teeth in hatred. She had been on such good terms with Qin Qianqian, often trying to please her. In her view, their relationship was intimate, close enough to be called best friends. She had shared many things with Qin Qianqian. Never did she expect Qin Qianqian to betray her, stabbing her in the back. She believed the news. Qin Yang was a waste. Even if he had suddenly turned over a new leaf, he had no ability to take down Yi Qingshan. Qin Qianqian had the backing of the Qin family, a powerful clan rumored to have high-ranking officials at Earth's headquarters. With her capabilities, she could indeed destroy Yi Qingshan. Just as Qin Yang had predicted, Yi Qingxue now harbored a deep hatred for Qin Qianqian. Uncle Lin, can my father be saved? Despite her hatred, Yi Qingxue knew the urgent priority was to rescue her father. She contacted a core member of the Lin family, a man of high status for whom Yi Qingshan had been a loyal dog. No, the other side moved too fast, and the evidence is airtight. There's almost no chance of overturning it. Unless you can get into one of the Alliance's 5 great martial universities, preferably Star Martial University. If you can, your father will be granted amnesty. The reply came swiftly, exactly as Qin Yang had foreseen, shifting the blame onto Yi Qingxue. Not a word about abandoning Yi Qingshan. This was a common tactic. Since Yi Lin had spoken, they couldn't stop her, and they themselves were in jeopardy. But they could redirect the hatred, for instance toward the Qin family, and let Yi Qingxue deal with them. Although Yi Qingxue had decent talent, her chances of entering Star Martial University were slim. But what if, in her current volatile state, she might collapse, or she might surge forward? If she turned out to be the latter, she might just take this opportunity to eradicate the Qin family without incurring her enmity. I will definitely get into Star Martial University. The training camp in the imperial capital starts in a couple of days. Uncle Lin promised to invest 5 million. Can you send it now, eh? Yi Qingxue asked. Yes. After a moment's thought, he agreed. He had intended to ignore her, but considering she might indeed have a chance, he consented. The 5 million was a token of appreciation for Yi Qingshan's years of loyal service as his dog. It meant little to him, and not worth losing a good pawn over. Qin Yang, Qin Qianqian, just you wait. After ending the message, Yi Qingshue's face turned icy cold, her eyes blazing with boundless hatred. The overwhelming hatred chilled the surrounding air, causing the nearby classmates to instinctively step away. Qin Yang returned to the White Cloud Hotel and immediately entered the virtual spirit realm to begin cultivation. He unceasingly cycled the 100 refining golden body, its proficiency steadily increasing. 100 refining golden body mastery 0 with the minor attainment of the 100 refining golden body, the original proficiency of 1000 had increased to 5000. Minor attainment required 1000 while mastery required 5000, a direct 5-fold increase. Yet Qin Yang cared little. 5000 proficiency was merely a matter of a week at most. Beyond that, the transformation brought by the minor attainment of the 100 refining golden body benefited Qin Yang immensely. When the 100 refining golden body was pushed to its extreme, a faint golden radiance on his body surface grew increasingly intense, as if a layer of liquid metal flowed beneath the skin. His entire skeleton emitted a subtle hum, as though being repeatedly hammered by an invisible giant mallet. Now, he let out a low shout, and the chi blood vortex at his dantian spun at an unprecedented speed, frantically drawing energy from throughout his body. Suddenly, a tearing pain surged from his limbs and bones. On his skin, the faint golden light began to materialize, condensing into fine, dense golden patterns. These patterns slithered across his body like living creatures, eventually converging into a profound, mysterious design. At the same time, his bones emitted a series of explosive cracks like popping beans. Beneath his originally fair skin, a jade-like luster subtly emerged. His sinews became more supple, and the reconstituted muscle fibers contained explosive power. The most noticeable change occurred on his chest. There a faint golden imprint appeared, shaped like a turning millstone, exuding an ancient weathered aura. Boom. As if breaking some shackle, Qin Yang felt his entire body become light. The previously surging chi blood became docile, responding to his will as naturally as an extension of his being. Every movement carried a formidable power. He looked down. The golden patterns on his body were slowly fading, but the jade-like luster beneath his skin remained undiminished. Casually throwing a punch, the air echoed with a faint sonic boom. Flesh Gate Realm. Qin Yang snapped open his eyes, Though he was in the virtual spirit realm, it felt as real as the physical world. He had complete mastery over his physical body. With the minor attainment of the 100 refining golden body, Qin Yang had finally stepped into the fleshgate realm. His skin had been tempered through countless refinements, the flesh and blood within gradually transformed, and his body had become taut like piled stone brimming with power. The 100 refining golden body is truly different. Qin Yang could clearly perceive the changes in his body, but the best part was the 100 refining golden body. A golden glow enveloped his body's surface like a virtual armor with astonishing defensive power that ordinary weapons could never penetrate. He even sensed that a cultivator at the Bone Gate realm would likely be inferior to him, unable to break through his body's defenses. What a thrill. Next, there's only the Barbaric Dragon Fist left. The Barbaric Dragon Fist at the entry level, then minor attainment, and the 100 refining golden body at mastery. Enough to be invincible in the physical body realm. The surge in power and the elevation of his strength filled Qin Yang with immense excitement. In just one short week since obtaining the system, he had truly advanced by leaps and bounds. From an ordinary person, he had grown to contend with existences at the Bone Gate realm and even clash with weaker Blood Gate realm opponents. Daily intelligence generated daily intelligence tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the morning. Yi Qingshan, with the aid of Lin Yuan and the Blood Demon Clan's Grandmaster, will escape from prison. After his escape, Yi Qingshan will track down your location and come to the White Cloud Hotel to assassinate you. This intelligence was intriguing. It actually involved Yi Qingshan and even the Blood Demon Clan. No wonder the Blood Demon Clan could descend so silently. It turns out there really is a traitor within. This Lin Yuan is the ancestor of the Lin family, a Grandmaster-level existence, and the pillar of the Lin family. But why would Lin Yuan and the Blood Demon Clan rashly rescue Yi Qingshan? This was what Qin Yang couldn't understand. In the eyes of the Lin family, Yi Qingshan was nothing more than a dog. Normally, they would discard him without a second thought. Even if he died, the Lin family wouldn't care. Yet now not only had a Blood Demon Clan Grandmaster intervened, but even Lin Yuan had risked exposure to act. Such treatment was likely beyond even Lin Yuan's own son. This meant that Yi Qingshan harbored a secret so valuable that Lin Yuan and the Blood Demon Clan were willing to take such a desperate risk. That bastard still wants to kill me. I'll make sure you never return. Qin Yang paid no heed. If Yi Lin were thorough, she would likely have discovered the irregularities in the White Cloud Mountains. With the previous intelligence, if he informed her that Yi Qingshan carried the aura of the Blood Demon Clan, she would scrutinize him closely. They would definitely keep a tight watch on Yi Qingshan, making it impossible for either Yi Qingshan or Lin Yuan to escape. Even if Yi Qingshan wanted to kill him, he would never reach his presence. With that thought, Qin Yang ceased to worry. In his mind, Yi Qingshan was as good as dead. It probably wouldn't even require a trial. But he couldn't fathom what Yi Qingshan possessed that made Lin Yuan and the Blood Demon Clan value him so highly. From the looks of it, the treasure on Yi Qingshan must be of unimaginable value. Qin Yang mused inwardly. Yet he didn't dwell on it. At present, his strength was insufficient, and the subsequent battle would undoubtedly be a domain for Grandmasters. He hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm. Foolishly involving himself would only court death. Compared to that, it was better to develop steadily. One path led to a clearly visible future, the other to unpredictable danger. Anyone with a shred of sense would choose the former. There were countless treasures in the world, and no one could claim them all. With that settled, Qin Yang dismissed the matter. Deep within the White Cloud Mountains, a spaceship hovered high above its surface, nearly blending into the night, as if invisible. Inside the spaceship, Yi Lin sat in a chair while beside her stood a man with a slender build and an effeminate air. This was Yi Lin's third grandfather, a martial king within the Yi family. Third grandfather, what have you discerned from this formation? Yi Lin turned to look at the effeminate man beside her. Yi Tianji, Yi Lin's third grandfather. The formation is sinister, shrouded in bloodlight with a faint blood moon emerging. These are the hallmarks of the demon clan. Yi Tianji gazed intently. This demon clan is quite bold, daring to strike at our ancestral star. In the vast cosmos, there were countless races. However, some special races belong to a broader category. For instance, the Demon Clan was a major race in the universe. The Demon Clan was peculiar, often appearing in the cosmos with eerie and terrifying attributes. Yet the Demon Clan comprised many subraces, each with distinct abilities. Third grandfather, anyone can see it's a Demon Clan, Yi Lin said helplessly. Yi Tianji replied calmly, what's the hurry? The Demon Clan includes countless bizarre races, and their chi are all similar. It's not easy to distinguish them from just one formation. But this Demon Clan is probably not very strong. If it were the Heavenly Demon Clan, they would have descended long ago. Anyway, it's a minor Demon Clan. We just need to wait for them to descend and confirm their identity. As long as it's not one of the major demon clans, we can follow the teleportation array to clean them out. Who knows, we might even find some treasures in the demon world. They kept the formation intact to confirm the demon clan's identity. As long as it wasn't a powerful demon clan, it would be a treasure trove. In other words, they were waiting by the stump for the rabbit to come crashing into it. The universe is a dark forest where every civilization is a hunter concealed within the trees. To survive in this dark forest, one must remain hidden and never reveal oneself, but once exposed, the hunter with a gun becomes the prey. Such is the case with the Blood Demon clan now. They believe Earth is an exposed civilization, unaware that in Earth's eyes they are already exposed prey. Earth's humans simply do not know the full extent of the Blood Demon clan's strength. Once their true nature is uncovered, the entire civilization will become prey, a treasure trove never before discovered. The law of nature is the survival of the fittest. The same holds true in the vast cosmos. How did Earth's humans rise to such prosperity in such a short time? In just over 1,000 years, they evolved from an ordinary planetary civilization to a hegemon spanning multiple star systems. They did so by following this very law, transforming from small fish feeding on shrimp, growing into large fish that continuously devours smaller fish and shrimp. There is no so-called justice in this universe. The only justice is the fist. The fist is supreme. Whoever is stronger is the righteous one. Whoosh. In the scene, several Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts gathered in a canyon. Each beast exuded a terrifying aura with massive mountain-like frames that radiated an oppressive dread. They all shared a common trait: their eyes glowed with rainbow light, as if they were puppets controlled by unseen strings. Judging by the situation, this formation will be activated within a few hours at most. Yilin stared intently at the screen. They were now lying in wait, ready to take control of the Blood Demon clan's teleportation formation once it activated. By probing the enemy's strength, as long as they were not among the top demon clans, they could usurp the connection and plunder the other world mercilessly. World civilizations are as numerous as grains of sand. Each world is a treasure trove containing countless invaluable artifacts. Some special treasures are priceless, offering immense benefits for cultivation. Yilin knew of a clansman who had been fortunate enough to acquire an 8th-grade treasure from a weak civilization, which allowed him to leapfrog the Grandmaster bottleneck, become a half-step martial king, and soon after a full martial king. Now he was a half-step martial emperor, only a step away from the martial emperor realm, with the potential to become a dominant figure of the era. Yilin did not believe the opposing world possessed such a treasure, but even a single 6th grade or above artifact would be a tremendous gain. Once a heavenly treasure reached the 6th grade, it underwent a qualitative transformation. Each such treasure was unique and possessed extraordinary effects. Of course, if this world also contained ancient ruins, that would be even better, perhaps revealing secrets of the primordial era and granting access to high-level secret arts. Ding! Suddenly a message notification popped up. Yilin glanced at it and saw it was from Qin Yang. Qin Yang, Yi Qingshan's aura is strange. It carries the scent of the Baiyun Mountains. I'm worried someone might try to rescue Yi Qingshan. Why not send someone to check? Was this guy trying to finish off Yi Qingshan completely? Qin Yang and Yi Qingshan shared a blood feud, but due to the current rules they couldn't simply kill Yi Qingshan outright. They could only detain him for a while. Yet the hatred between them was so deep that Yilin suspected Qin Yang wanted to prevent Yi Qingshan from lingering on. Yilin, are you letting personal grudges drive you to wish Yi Qingshan dead? If that's what you want, I can have someone execute Yi Qingshan. Though it would violate the rules, it's not a big deal. Rules are subject to interpretation, they are flexible. If Yilin, by virtue of her position, directly ordered someone to kill Yi Qingshan, she would likely face some punishment, but it wouldn't be too severe. After all, Yi Qingshan's guilt was well documented. He wasn't wrongfully accused. Even if killed, it would just be a premature execution, a minor rule violation. She had that kind of power. I had underestimated Yilin. Just who was she really? Qin Yang was shocked. He knew Yilin's identity was not ordinary, but he never imagined it was this extraordinary. This was a complete violation of the Alliance's regulations. Anyone who executed someone like that would be caught and killed without mercy. No need to go that far. Qin Yang paused for a moment, then continued writing. Yi Qingshan is doomed anyway, sooner or later, doesn't matter to me. Yi Qingshan indeed carries the aura of the deep mountains, and I heard that the Tianhai city, Yi family has colluded with him to arrange a prison break. I suspect it's related to the aura from the depths of the Baiyun Mountains. If you're willing to investigate, you can look into it. If not, that's fine too. Qin Yang had a backup plan. If the other party was willing to act, he would stay in the hotel and cultivate. If not, he would fly to the imperial capital that very night. He refused to believe that anyone would dare to venture deep into the imperial capital to kill him. After all, the imperial capital was the heart of Earth, guarded by 2 half-step martial kings. Even a grandmaster would not return alive, let alone a great grandmaster. Your words have piqued my interest. I'll send a great grandmaster to check it out. If nothing happens, then you'll be in trouble. Yilin sent Qin Yang a message with a smile on her face. What kind of trouble? You'll be my errand boy. Many people would beg for this job. It's not a punishment. It's a reward. Yilin wasn't wrong. With her status, finding a lackey was easy. Not just on Earth, but the prodigies of the entire human alliance would line up all the way to the edge of the solar system. Then forget it. I take it back. I'm a proud man, who I have no desire to be a beast of burden. I've been a workhorse too long, who I've built up a resistance. Qin Yang could tell Yilin was joking. You had your chance, but you blew it. You'll regret this later. Yilin sent a smiling emoji tinged with a hint of sarcasm and coldness. Leave that opportunity for someone else. I'll pass. Qin Yang shrugged dismissively. Come on, he had a cheat code. There was no way he'd be anyone's lackey. If he didn't have the cheat, he would definitely be chasing after the chance to be her lackey. After all, Yilin's identity was extraordinary. Becoming her subordinate might very well change his fate. It would certainly be better than staying in Tianhai City. A man of true character knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Qin Yang felt no burden in that. But now things were different. He definitely couldn't agree. In other words, if he had a cheat and still lacked confidence, then what was the point of having it? That's settled then. I'll send a great grandmaster to guard the prison. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Seeing Qin Yang's refusal, Yilin dropped the playful tone. She decided to have Uncle Qin go investigate. Here, third grandpa Yi Jitian, a martial king-level combatant, was enough to handle things. Of course, the reason she trusted Qin Yang so much was that his 2 previous pieces of intelligence had brought her enormous benefits. That was the most important factor. Thus, Yilin had a favorable impression of Qin Yang. Indeed, that sudden impulse back then had been right. Even without the premonition of the Wheel of Fate, that gut feeling allowed Yilin to seize the opportunity. If Yi Qingshan and his accomplices barely escaped the prison only to run straight into a great grandmaster, won't they be dumbfounded? Just imagining the look on their faces if they escaped and then bumped into a great grandmaster was amusing. They would probably be scared to death. As night fell, a deep indigo hue encroached upon the heavens and earth. The bright moon hung high, casting down its pure radiance, granting a sliver of light to the dark and sinking world. Moonlight filtered through the branches and leaves, painting dappled patterns upon the ground. Beneath a towering tree, a young man stood upright, his hands clasped behind his back. His aura was ethereal, as if he had merged with the world itself, returning to simplicity, uniting with nature. This was the hallmark of a grandmaster. Having reached this level, he had already absorbed the power of heaven and earth, able to harness it and wield strength beyond ordinary mortals. His life had undergone a leap in quality, much like the beings revered as gods in ancient times. This man was named Lin Yuan, the ancient ancestor of the Lin family of Tianhai City. He had lived for nearly 400 years, a formidable grandmaster, and also a high-ranking member of the Earth Alliance. A low hum resonated. A muffled sound boomed through the void. The space twisted and a bizarre bird emerged, its body drenched in blood, flesh clearly visible. Its head was a bare skull devoid of any flesh, and crimson flames flickered in its eye sockets like burning furnace embers. The bird was no larger than a palm, yet its aura was nearly equivalent to Lin Yuan's, perhaps even surpassing it. In certain respects, this bird was more powerful than Lin Yuan himself. The blood demon bird fixed its gaze on Lin Yuan and spoke in a cold voice. Why didn't you protect Yi Qingshan? You should know that what he holds is of utmost importance to my clan. Lin Yuan frowned, annoyed by the creature's tone. This foolish bird was something Lin Yuan had encountered by chance a few months ago. Back then he had failed in his breakthrough, suffered severe injuries, and was on the verge of death. It was this bird that helped him recover, allowed him to break through his bottleneck, and elevated his status in the alliance. At first Lin Yuan was deeply grateful to the bird. But then the creature revealed that the food he had consumed was laced with a poison that bound his soul. If he disobeyed, it could kill him at any moment. Lin Yuan initially refused to believe it and attempted to resist. The blood demon bird responded instantly, and the excruciating pain forced Lin Yuan to abandon all thought of struggle. With his life in another's hands, he had no choice but to obey. He was especially frustrated when he learned that the creature intended to seize Earth. The blood demon clan was far too foolish. The current human alliance was thriving, gaining some renown across the universe. How could an ordinary blood demon hope to compete? If it were an ordinary planet, perhaps it could be taken. But Earth was the ancestral planet. Even if its development lagged behind, it was not something a mere outsider could toy with. He had said as much, but it was useless. The other party was a frog at the bottom of a well, refusing to believe. I couldn't keep him safe. Lin Yuan let out a slow breath and said in a deep voice, this was an order from the top brass of the alliance. Not even I nor the alliance chairman himself could defy it. Lin Yuan had initially wanted to protect Yi Qingshan. Otherwise, given the commotion Yi Qingshan had stirred up over the years, he would have been arrested and executed hundreds of times already. But now it was different. With the directive from the Wanbao Pavilion's Yi family, if he dared to stand in the way, he would only be courting death. Useless. The blood demon bird did not hide its contempt. It sneered, since you couldn't protect him, then rescue him. Don't tell me that in your own territory, you can't even free Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan was currently in the prison of Tianhai City, which was for all intents and purposes Lin Yuan's domain, the true local power. It's guarded by grandmasters from the alliance. Lin Yuan said flatly, to rescue him, I alone won't be enough. You'd better come with me. He really didn't want to act, but the creature was pressing him too hard. His life was in the hands of another, and he could not refuse. Fine. Whether it was because the item Yi Qingshan held was too important, or for some other reason, the blood demon bird did not argue further. In a room in Tianhai City, Yi Qingxue gazed expressionlessly at a blood clot in her hand. The clot was extremely strange, twitching continuously, as if it were alive. This was something Yi Qingshan had given her a few days ago. He had told her that if she consumed it her strength would increase rapidly, and she would surely be able to pass the entrance exam for Star Martial Arts University. Because it was too disgusting, Yi Qingxue had long hesitated to make a decision. Now that Yi Qingshan had been arrested, she desperately wanted to improve her strength. She knew the crimes he had committed. To obtain a pardon, she would have to get into Star Martial Arts University. Even if a full pardon was impossible, she could at least spare her father from death. Eat it. Yi Qingxue steeled herself, opened her mouth, and swallowed the blood clot in one gulp. Her mouth was filled with blood, and she looked utterly bizarre. Alohum. The blood clot went down her throat. Yi Qingxue let out a pained cry. Her body began to convulse, her eyes rolled back, and she foamed at the mouth. She fell to the ground, twitching, as if she were dead. In the prison of Tianhai City, the night was dark and the wind high. A perfect time for a jailbreak. However, ordinary people dared not attempt such a thing. The Alliance's technology was far too advanced. Every person's aura was locked. Anyone who tried to escape would be detected by the Alliance in an instant. Even Grandmasters were no exception. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not dare to show his face, so he sent the Blood Demon Bird to handle it alone. Of course, Lin Yuan had prepared a good excuse. He was the only Blood Demon Clan agent embedded deep within the Human Alliance. If he were discovered, the Blood Demon Clan's entire plan would be ruined. The Blood Demon Bird, though displeased, had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, it possessed a variety of special abilities and was small enough to slip through the prison undetected. The 18th floor. The vast prison was pitch black and utterly silent, with almost no one around except for a single cell holding a single prisoner. That prisoner was none other than Yi Qingshan. The 18th floor was the deepest level of the prison, where the most dangerous criminals were usually confined. But since its construction, no one had ever been held there. Yi Qingshan was the first. After being locked up, Yi Qingshan knew he was doomed. His crimes didn't even warrant being placed on this level. The dark, silent environment was oppressive. The Blood Demon Bird seemed to merge with the surroundings, unseen by anyone, undetected by the prison's cameras. However, the Blood Demon Bird was unaware that outside a special existence with eyes blazing like the sun was watching it intently. After a long while, the Blood Demon Bird searched floor by floor until it reached the 18th. Finally, it saw Yi Qingshan. Without a word, the bird emitted a flash of blood-red light, and a formation blazed into existence beneath Yi Qingshan's feet. The formation activated, and Yi Qingshan's figure began to blur. At that moment, a cold snort rang out. "Who's there?" The voice had barely faded when a terrifying figure charged in. "You're too late," the Blood Demon Bird taunted, its form vanishing along with the formation. This was a unique secret technique of the Blood Demon Clan capable of teleportation. Elsewhere, Lin Yuan waited under the tree. The formation beside him flickered to life, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Qingshan and the Blood Demon Bird, who had been in the prison moments before, materialized out of thin air. "I'm out of prison." Yi Qingshan, who had been asleep, woke up as if from a dream. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings and the two familiar faces, he was overjoyed. He had been saved. Before anyone else could speak, a deep voice rang out. The young lady was right. Waiting here will indeed bring the hare to the doorstep. Truly, a rabbit can be caught just by waiting. Hearing this, the three of them immediately tensed up. "Who's there?" Lin Yuan in particular was terrified. If the news of his collusion with an alien race got out, he would be doomed. The next moment, a figure appeared. Fear filled the eyes of the three, especially Lin Yuan and the Blood Demon Bird. This was the aura of a great grandmaster. From beneath the shadow, a figure slowly emerged. He was tall, with a blade in hand, his face indifferent and devoid of expression. His eyes in particular brimmed with boundless killing intent. He released his aura fully, and a terrifying pressure descended, as if a god or Buddha had arrived. The overwhelming pressure nearly suffocated Yi Qingshan, as if he were facing a deity, instilling an innate reverence. This was the aura of a grandmaster. "It's over." Lin Yuan's face was ashen. With a grandmaster present, they stood no chance. Though the difference between a master and a grandmaster seemed only one realm apart, the gap was unimaginable. It was tens of times greater than the gap between a mortal and a master, a different dimension entirely. No matter how prodigious a master was, they could never defy the natural order to slay a grandmaster, while the weakest grandmaster could effortlessly kill a master. Even if the master were exceptionally talented, it remained the same. Lin Yuan recognized the man. He had always been by Miss Ye's side, serving as her bodyguard. His presence here meant he placed great importance on Yi Qingshan. The reason was likely due to Qin Yang. It had long been rumored that Yi Lin favored Qin Yang, and that they might be lovers. Lin Yuan had never believed it, but now he had no choice. Even the bodyguard had been dispatched personally, ensuring Yi Qingshan couldn't escape. Such attention, what else could it be but a romantic relationship? He didn't think they had been exposed, for their methods were extremely covert. If they had been, it wouldn't be a grandmaster, but a stronger expert who would come. Moreover, it wouldn't be Miss Ye's bodyguard, but a grandmaster from the Earth-Human Alliance. "Sir, this has nothing to do with me." Everything was forced by the Blood Demon Clan. Lin Yuan immediately surrendered, not daring to clash with the man head-on. That would be seeking death. The only way now was to surrender immediately, hoping for a glimmer of survival. "Coward!" The Blood Demon Bird, seeing Lin Yuan kneel, couldn't help cursing under his breath. How utterly pathetic. Lin Yuan paid him no heed. Meanwhile, the blood demon bird was equally blunt. Sir, I can tell you anything you want to know, as long as you spare my life. The others were speechless. Hadn't you been so tough just now? Why are you kneeling too? The middle-aged man was also surprised. He had expected the blood demon bird to fight to the death, but he knelt immediately. This took him aback, yet he remained unmoved. To him, whether they surrendered or not, the outcome was the same. Now it's truly over. Seeing his two greatest backers kneel, Yi Qingshan knew it was all finished. There was no chance. What I want your soul will tell me. The middle-aged man remained unmoved, a blue glow appearing in his eyes as a unique wave spread out. Soul Walker. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's heart trembled. A soul walker was a very special profession, more commonly known as a psychic, a cultivator of spiritual power. In this world, it was called the spirit soul. Soul walkers specialized in the spirit soul, mastering it to the highest degree. Moreover, soul walkers had one formidable trait: they had no weaknesses. Their physical bodies were no weaker than ordinary martial artists, and with their control over spirit soul power, they were invincible within the same realm, almost never losing. Unless the gap in strength was too great or the opponent had means to block spiritual power. Otherwise, within the same realm, no one could match a soul walker. Soul walkers were not like mages, their physical bodies were not a weakness. However, because they had to balance so many aspects, their cultivation was often slow, requiring long periods of time. Their cultivation speed was more than twice as slow as that of ordinary martial artists. But once they advanced in realm, the advantages gained were unimaginable. Within the same realm, a soul walker could face 4 or 5 opponents of the same level. In the human alliance, there was a martial emperor who was a soul walker. It was with his combat prowess that the human alliance held considerable strength in the vast cosmos, and though their overall power was inferior to some factions, they still made the overlord powers wary. With a hum, the wave rippled, and the 3 bodies exploded. Whether they were at the Xiantian realm or the master realm, their flesh shattered like paper, dissipating into the void. Only 3 orbs of light remained. These were the souls of the 3. However, their souls had been completely erased, leaving only 3 clusters of memories. The middle-aged man extracted the blood demon bird's memories. The chaotic memories flooded his mind like a rapid lantern show, vividly displaying the bird's entire life. It took about an hour for the middle-aged man to fully digest the memories. The blood demon clan. So they are not under the command of the major demon clans, but are an isolated demonic force. The reason they attacked Earth was simply that their world was about to perish, to return to nothingness. It was a desperate move to choose Earth. Not because they were reckless, but because they had no other choice. However, the blood demon clan did have some merits. The middle-aged man scanned through the blood demon clan, actually knew of the human alliance's strength, and realized they couldn't oppose it. Thus, they had made thorough preparations. After activating the grand formation, their army would conquer Earth, slaughter the humans, and construct a special teleportation array to send the entire Earth into the vast cosmic starry sky. They didn't care where they ended up as long as they could transmit. Teleporting Earth away would give them a chance to survive and avoid extinction. The blood demon clan excels in spatial martial techniques, and the blood wheel moon is a special spatial divine weapon. This is a good find. The middle-aged man was delighted. These things were all extremely precious. Spatial attributes were invaluable in any world, far surpassing the value of other attributes. He now had the complete plan of the blood demon clan, and knew that their world was not particularly powerful. The strongest was only a grandmaster without a single martial king. With such foundations and strength, they didn't even need others to act. They could handle it themselves. With the blood demon bird's memories, the middle-aged man understood the whole story and had no need for other memories. He didn't care about Lin Yuan and Yi Qingshan's memories at all. He casually erased them. Reading memories was troublesome. Mixing large amounts of memory easily led to mental confusion. Usually after reading one person's memories, he needed about half a month to digest them. Of course, he could read continuously, but the drawbacks were significant. However, Lin Yuan and Yi Qingshan's memories clearly held no value, so he didn't bother reading them. The greatest value was all in the blood demon bird. Under the dark moon and high wind, it was a night for murder. Beneath the pure moonlight, the middle-aged man vanished from the spot. The surroundings returned to calm. No one knew that in this silent place 2 masters had just perished into nothingness. Late at night, in the cozy room, Yi Qingxue, like a corpse, slowly opened her eyes and struggled to sit up. Intense pain converged throughout her body. Yi Qingxue's eyes were filled with agony. This feeling was unbearable, as if her entire body had been shattered, every inch filled with piercing pain that was hard to endure. After about 10 minutes, the pain gradually subsided. Foundation establishment. Yi Qingxue's face was full of surprise. A unique gas appeared in her dantian. Pre-celestial qi. Only after stepping into the pre-celestial realm could one transform acquired into innate, generating this energy. Clearly, she had entered the pre-celestial realm. The legacy left by her father was indeed useful, helping her break through to the pre-celestial realm. It should be noted that she had only recently broken through the Bloodgate realm, which normally would take several months. And now she was already at the pre-celestial realm. The effect was beyond imagination. Father, rest assured. After the Gaokao, when I enter Star Martial University, I will clear your name. At the same time, I will tear Qin Yang into pieces. Yi Qingxue hated Qin Yang deeply, even though the fault lay with them. But to Yi Qingxue, Qin Yang was her greatest enemy. If Qin Yang had died earlier, her father would not have suffered such a calamity and been arrested at this time. Everything was because of Qin Yang. And the Qin family, I won't let them off either. The mere thought of Qin Qianqian made Yi Qingxue furious. In school, she had immense respect for Qin Qianqian, trying to build a good relationship. She regarded her as a best friend and shared almost all her secrets. Yet Qin Qianqian showed no loyalty and helped Qin Yang attack her family. In Yi Qingxue's view, it was probably because she had been too famous in school, stealing the spotlight from Qin Qianqian, which made Qin Qianqian jealous. After all, among the school's several campus beauties, Yi Qingxue had always been the most prominent, leaving Qin Qianqian and others in the dust. I need to stabilize my realm. As long as I stabilize my realm, the admission letter from Star Martial University will be within easy reach. With this thought, Yi Qingxue ignored her physical discomfort and immediately began to cultivate. Her mind calmed completely, and she began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Having entered the pre-celestial realm, advancement no longer relied on the physical body, but could draw on external power. For instance, pre-celestial spiritual energy was the most basic form. However, Yi Qingxue did not know that behind her a blood-red wheel moon was faintly appearing. The blood moon was extremely eerie, with a faintly visible ferocious smile that quickly vanished as if it had never appeared. Bayan City. Qin Yang was completely immersed in cultivation, without sleep or rest, endlessly. His entire being was in the virtual divine realm, never leaving. Meanwhile, on the spaceship, the middle-aged man who had finished handling matters returned to the ship. Lord Black Moon Martial King. The middle-aged man bowed to Yi Tianji. A martial king held a high status anywhere. Yi Tianji casually responded and asked, "How is the situation on your end?" The middle-aged man answered truthfully, as Qin Yang predicted. There was indeed a prison break, a demon and a grandmaster from the Alliance. The demon is a blood demon, a type of demon proficient in spatial secret arts. His cultivation was at the grandmaster realm. After they broke out, I killed all three and extracted the blood demon's memories. From the memories, I learned that the blood demon's world was on the verge of destruction. To escape and find a good home, they attempted countless world teleportations, ravaging many worlds, and finally chose the ancestral star. This blood demon was a vanguard. He arrived here months ago and used a secret technique to control a grandmaster of the Alliance. Besides that, there were some ordinary martial artists, but their statuses were low. Yilin, standing by, asked, since it controlled a grandmaster, it should know the strength of the human alliance. Why would it still do this? Could it be that they also have a martial emperor on their side? If the other side didn't know the depth of Earth's strength, Yilin could understand their actions. Since they know Earth's background, they shouldn't insist on this. Unless they have a trump card. No, their world doesn't even have a martial king. The reason they chose this place was out of desperation. One, they saw that although Earth had a deep background, there were no powerful suppressors, so they could handle it. Besides, they never intended to conflict with the human alliance. They planned to teleport over, immediately massacre a city, use the city to build a spatial formation, and teleport Earth elsewhere to achieve their escape. Moreover, I discovered from the memories that although their world has collapsed, there are many treasures. Additionally, the blood demon race possesses an extremely special divine weapon, a spatial divine weapon of no low quality. It might be at least 7th rank. As the words fell, everyone's expressions changed. A 7th rank divine weapon. The value of such a divine weapon was unimaginable. Not to mention martial kings, even martial emperors, could not underestimate it. Moreover, it was a special spatial divine weapon. Such a weapon was extremely unique, providing immense boosts in all aspects. For example, in battle, one could instantly teleport, granting a huge advantage. Or if one couldn't win and needed to escape, directly teleporting away would infuriate the enemy. In any case, it had many uses, a divine weapon coveted by countless people. Your information is highly valuable. Yi Tianji's face broke into a smile, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Fully understanding that the blood demon's world held no danger, it was undoubtedly like discovering a treasure trove. Moreover, they had discovered a 7th rank divine weapon and one of the rarest spatial attribute. Regardless, it was unimaginably good news. So Qin Yang's information is really good. Priceless. My sudden impulse back then was indeed right. Yilin was overjoyed. She was really lucky. Just by meeting one person, she had a sudden inspiration that helped her find a great opportunity. Of course, she didn't forget. The opportunity with the blood demon was all thanks to Qin Yang. Although even without Qin Yang, they could still enter the blood demon world. The effect of being the first to enter versus later entries was different. Especially now, as the first batch, they could take all the blood demon treasures. Without Qin Yang's warning, when the blood demon descended, even if they were the first to make contact, they would still have to wait for the alliance to share. Eating a cake alone versus sharing with a group. The value is certainly different. Yilin, tell that little guy Qin Yang that I am about to go treasure hunting. In consideration of his intelligence, I can take him along. It depends on whether he is willing to come. Thinking of the treasure mountain of the blood demon world, Yi Tianji was in a good mood. Knowing that this intelligence came from Qin Yang, he decided to give Qin Yang a chance to share the treasure. Great. Yilin was worried about how to repay Qin Yang. The intelligence was too valuable, giving him 1 or 200 million seemed pointless. But now with Yi Tianji's offer everything was fine. Being the first to enter a new world and divide the spoils, the value of this opportunity was immense. With this thought Yilin smiled and sent a message to Qin Yang. Void God Realm. Inside a small hut Qin Yang concentrated intensely as he continuously practiced the barbarian dragon fist. After his 100 refining iron body reached the minor completion stage, Qin Yang began studying the barbarian dragon fist, aiming to quickly master it. In this way he could also improve his combat strength somewhat. For martial artists, possessing extraordinary fighting power required indispensable martial techniques. A martial technique of high rank with high proficiency alone could boost combat ability by 3 or 4/10. This was of tremendous benefit when facing enemies in the future. Just then a voice sounded. Qin Yang finished practicing the barbarian dragon fist and glanced around, discovering a message from Yilin. He stopped in his tracks and tapped to view it. Yilin, your intelligence was very accurate and helped Earth avoid a crisis, especially yesterday's information, which proved highly useful. As you predicted, Yi Qingshan was indeed connected to the Blood Demon clan, but we ambushed and killed him. Yi Qingshan is already dead, so there is no need to wait for trial. Yi Qingshan was finally dead. Although Yi Qingshan had never posed any real threat to him, Qin Yang felt immense satisfaction hearing of his enemy's death. Qin Yang, Blood Demon clan. He knew of the Blood Demon clan, but only through the system. On the surface, he had never come into contact with them. Yilin, they are a race from another world, a branch of the Demon clan with unique abilities. They have always sought to invade and occupy Earth, but that is no longer a concern now that the Alliance has taken notice. Yilin, furthermore, your intelligence has proven extremely valuable. As compensation, we will bring you into the Blood Demon clan's territory to seek treasures. Yilin, you should have heard of world treasures. World treasures. Qin Yang had indeed heard of them. In fact, almost no one within the Human Alliance was unaware of them. Like their name suggested, every newly discovered world was a treasure, hiding countless resources and opportunities within. The Human Alliance had developed so rapidly in merely 1,000 years by continuously conquering one world after another, drawing immense power from the treasures and planets they acquired. The Dark Forest Law. In the vast and boundless universe, the cosmos resembled a dark forest. Every existing civilization and planet was like a hunter carrying a gun, mostly hiding, deeply unwilling to be discovered, for they could not judge the moral alignment of others. Once exposed, they would easily face annihilation. However, the Dark Forest Law was not universal. Within the expansive cosmos, there existed exceptionally powerful civilizations whose reputations were widely known and who had stood unshaken through the long ages simply because those civilizations had reached the pinnacle of the universe. They possessed experts capable of sweeping away all opposition, looking down upon the entire cosmos. There were a total of 10 such civilizations, famously known as the 10 Great Civilizations. The Human Alliance was not among them, likely ranking only within the top 1,000 in the vast cosmos. It should be noted that Earth's Human Alliance now controlled several star systems, each no inferior to the Milky Way. Even so, the Human Alliance remained far from a colossus in the face of the boundless cosmos. The universe was far too immense, stretching immeasurably and still constantly expanding. In short, under normal circumstances, all major civilizations dared not reveal themselves, for doing so would invite annihilation. However, for certain powerful civilizations or supreme experts, weaker civilizations became treasures, for no one knew what hidden valuables they contained. For example, the Wu Emperor of the Human Alliance had obtained a 9th-grade treasure from a weak civilization's world, using it in one stroke to break through to the Wu Emperor realm. A brand new world was like a blind box, much like Schrodinger's cat. Before it was opened, no one knew what lay within. Therefore, the value of each newly discovered world was beyond imagination. The first person to enter and open it would reap the greatest rewards. In simple terms, the first to eat the crab. Generally, those who could be the first to try held enormous value. Such matters were not something even a body refinement cultivator like Qin Yang could expect to encounter, nor could most grandmasters. The reward Yilin offered far exceeded the so-called hundreds of millions. If sold on the open market, Qin Yang was certain it would attract countless experts clamoring to buy, with bids reaching hundreds of billions, even trillions. However, Qin Yang also understood that the reason they allowed him to join was not merely due to his outstanding contributions, but also because his strength was too weak to claim more than his share. After some thought, Qin Yang replied, "Everyone in the Alliance has heard of this. Countless past experts rose to prominence through world treasures. Is the Blood Demon clan's world also a completely new one?" Yilin, you guessed correctly. As your reward for providing intelligence, we will take you along into the Blood Demon clan's world to search for treasures. How does that sound? Qin Yang, of course it sounds good, but my strength is far too weak. Would going there not be seeking death? Tempting as it is for someone like me now, money might be more practical. That was the truth. His strength was too weak, unlike grandmasters or martial kings. Restricted to a larger area, both efficiency and other aspects were quite low. He could essentially only muddle about in one place, hoping to find treasures by luck or coming away with nothing. Yilin, rest assured on that score. With a martial king providing protection, you will not face any danger. Of course, if you choose the monetary reward, that is also an option, though it would only be 200 million. I personally recommend you choose to enter the Blood Demon clan. If you are fortunate, your gains could far exceed 200 million. Qin Yang was still considering this, and clearly Yilin's suggestion was highly tempting. Yet he also took into account his weak strength and the possibility that he might not obtain any fine treasures. Even if he did find them, they might not end up in his hands. After all, there were still people like Yilin present. If the value of his finds was low, they might not care, but if it were too high, things would be different. Just at that moment, a crisp voice resounded through the air. Today's intelligence is generating. Today's intelligence. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, Song Yuan will discover the 7th-grade martial technique Soul Phantom Formless Soul Palace, the ancestral treasure of the Ghost Soul Demon tribe, inside a room of the Ghost Soul tribe. A 7th-grade martial technique. And a soul-seeking technique. At that, Qin Yang's eyes immediately lit up. This was truly precious. Divine sense techniques had always been the most valuable, worth more than 10 times that of ordinary techniques at the same level. Moreover, this was a 7th-grade technique, its value beyond imagination. And upon successful cultivation, he would become a soul walker. Qin Yang knew well the value of a soul walker. Furthermore, as cultivation advanced, the advantages of a soul walker would grow greater. Qin Yang no longer hesitated, and immediately sent a message to Yilin. I'll go. World treasures, such opportunities are hard to come by. If I miss this chance, there may never be another. Thank you, Miss Yi, for granting this opportunity. Without this intelligence, there would have been no problem, but with it, Qin Yang could not have hesitated. A 7th-grade soul technique. Who in their right mind could refuse such a thing? If anyone else had learned of this, they would have wanted to slap Qin Yang several times. Before a 7th-grade soul technique, 200 million was nothing, utterly insignificant. Lin smiled faintly as she had expected. No one could refuse a world treasure. It meant the possibility of soaring to unprecedented heights. The temptation was simply too great. Even martial kings and martial emperors would not refuse a world treasure. Why does the human alliance continue to expand? It is solely for resources and to seek the possibility of reaching higher realms. And a world treasure possesses precisely such possibility. The universe has cycled through countless eras. With each era's destruction and rebirth, remnants are often left behind, hidden across the cosmos, waiting for those fated to inherit the treasures of the past. Throughout the ages, there have indeed been fortunate ones who inherited the treasures of previous eras, rising rapidly to step into the supreme realm. Yet the legacy of a previous era does not guarantee success. Some paths led to dead ends, resulting in destruction. Even if someone retraced those steps, the outcome would remain unchanged. However, each era evolves. Perhaps by merging the concepts of multiple eras, a completely new path can be forged, opening the way to an unprecedented future. These are the paths that the top-tier powerhouse must tread. They are also the direction of their advancement. I had Uncle Chun bring you over, so you can also see the strong warriors of the human alliance. Lin sent a message and immediately instructed the middle-aged man beside her, Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun, Qin Yang is at the White Cloud Hotel. Bring him here. Understood. Uncle Chun nodded and vanished from the spot in an instant. After Uncle Chun departed, Lin turned to Yi Tianji and asked softly, "Third grandfather, why would you agree to take Qin Yang along?" Although the intelligence Qin Yang provided was indeed valuable, this doesn't align with your usual approach. Lin naturally hoped Qin Yang could accompany them. Qin Yang's cultivation level is quite low, and since the search area isn't extensive, it would be difficult for him to acquire rare treasures. His presence wouldn't make much difference even if he came along. They could avoid splitting the costs. Hundreds of millions may not be substantial, yet it still slightly affects their resources. Simply put, Qin Yang wouldn't significantly impact her plans while also reducing expenses. Why not take advantage of this? At first, Lin dared not invite Qin Yang. The primary reason was that Yi Tianji was their main force and the best guarantee for entering the Blood Demon world. Given the stakes involving a world treasure, even with their good relationship, she couldn't recklessly propose it. There's nothing that can't be agreed upon. He's merely a youth at the physical body realm. His presence won't affect me inside, and he might just bring me great benefits. Yi Tianji smiled faintly and said, all of this began because of Qin Yang, so naturally it will end with him. The explanation sounded quite reasonable. However, Lin didn't believe a word of it, certainly not the fundamental reason. Third grandfather, you're not being honest. Yi Tianji chuckled, knowing he couldn't deceive her. Since childhood, Lin had possessed extraordinary perception. She was also an extremely rare soul walker, highly sensitive to the mental fluctuations of ordinary people. Actually, you've already guessed it yourself. I reviewed Qin Yang's information. 10 days ago, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't even sense his qi and blood, but in such a short time, he advanced rapidly with tremendous improvement. Although I haven't met this person, I did a spiritual scan and found that he lives up to his reputation. His talent is extraordinarily monstrous beyond what ordinary people can compare to. He likely had destiny's favor, obtained some special innate gifts, and thereby defied heaven to change his fate. His cultivated techniques and martial arts were also no less than 4th rank. Therefore I surmise he has great fortune surrounding him. He's probably a fortune bearer. You're also aware that fortune is something mysterious and profound. Besides the heavenly fortune martial king, no one can observe or perceive it, yet it constantly surrounds all living beings. Throughout the ages, some people's fortune has been so great it touches the heavens, as if blessed by the sky itself. A fall from a cliff might lead them to discover an ancestor's legacy, and a casual purchase could yield an unexpected treasure. Even your third grandfather like me experienced such periods. However, extraordinary fortune cannot accompany one permanently. The more intense the fortune at any given time, the more terrifying the backlash becomes. Heavenly fortune martial artists are those who manipulate fortune. They absorb others' fortune to enhance themselves, but eventually face their own backlash. For someone like this who receives heaven's favor, others around him often benefit as well. If we bring him along, we might receive fortune's blessing too. Those who follow fortunate people tend to have good luck themselves. This was Yi Tianji's thinking, and this approach has been verified. The universe has witnessed countless epochs, and all kinds of bizarre events have occurred and been verified. So Yi Tianji immediately recognized that Qin Yang was a fortune bearer. In truth, fortune bearers aren't particularly rare. Since this isn't permanent, and everyone has the opportunity, it's merely a matter of how great that opportunity is. For instance, both Ying Lin and Yi Tianji were once fortune bearers for a period. Of course, there are also those whose fortune lasts for a very long time. That would be the heavenly fortune martial king. Apart from them, some races also have such beings. These beings seem blessed by heaven itself, with everything going smoothly in their endeavors. It's as if all doors open for them, rarely facing setbacks. Yet such existences often meet tragic ends. Fortune is too mystical in nature. Accumulating too much invites the backlash of the cosmos. Thus, some powerful individuals understand a principle: those without fortune are inevitably cursed and should not be approached lest misfortune spreads. But possessing excessive fortune is equally dangerous, as it attracts the universe's retribution. As for why this occurs, no one knows. Yi Tianji only vaguely understands that in previous eras a supreme power trained exclusively in fortune cultivation, causing changes in heaven and earth. Gradually, those who bear fortune must face the consequences. What they did specifically remains unknown. From the perspective of the rules, bearing too much fortune is simply not permitted. Such individuals will inevitably be repelled and grow unfortunate. Therefore, many great fortune bearers often become extremely unfortunate. Some top-tier powers would rather face misfortune than bear excessive fortune, even transferring it to others. In essence, within this world, fortune must be maintained in balance, neither excessive nor insufficient. Uncle Chun moved swiftly. In merely 2 minutes, he brought Qin Yang over. Ying Lin approached and introduced them. This is my third grandfather, Yi Tianji. You may not have heard his name, but you should know his title, the Black Moon Martial King. Indeed, a martial king. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang immediately bowed. Junior Qin Yang greets Black Moon Martial King. His heart raced with excitement at the prospect of meeting such a legendary figure. While Qin Yang's words carried some exaggeration, among the human alliance, Black Moon Martial King was undoubtedly the most renowned powerhouse of recent times. 2 years prior, Yi Tianji conquered an entire world single-handedly, facing 3 alien martial kings and beheading them all, fighting 1 against 3 and killing all of them. His strength was truly formidable, striking fear into the hearts of all. Yi Tianji had a tall and slender figure with delicate features, appearing quite young, barely past his early 20s. In reality, his age had already surpassed 200 years. However, once one's cultivation reaches a certain realm, as long as their vital energy remains robust, they can maintain eternal youth. Hello. I have heard about you from that girl Yi Lin. If not for the intelligence you provided, humanity might have suffered an unimaginable calamity. Your information helped us avert the disaster and saved countless lives. You can be considered a hero of humanity. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianji was remarkably serene, showing no hesitation in praising Qin Yang. This reaction also caught Qin Yang off guard. Your Majesty's praise is too kind. This was something we should have done. Qin Yang feigned humility, though inwardly he remained largely unmoved. Perhaps after experiencing too many things, Qin Yang felt that Black Moon Wu Wang's approachability might be driven by ulterior motives, though he could not fathom what they were. But there was certainly a reason behind it. Of course, he could not let it show. The other party was a martial king, and upon entering the Blood Demon clan world, he would still need Black Moon Wu Wang's protection. He might as well flatter the other party thoroughly first to avoid any displeasure. Qin Yang felt no inner turmoil about this. Survival in the cracks meant speaking the language of the powerful. This was the only means of struggle available to those at the bottom. Moreover, the other party was quite courteous toward him, showing no arrogance. This alone was enough to warrant Qin Yang's sincere praise. Little one, you are somewhat hypocritical. Yi Tianji looked at Qin Yang with a smile. As an old monster like him, he had complete mastery over the fluctuations around him, spiritual vibrations which he understood thoroughly. Deep down, he knew Qin Yang was not as flattering toward him as it seemed. Everything was merely an act. Hearing this, Qin Yang's expression grew slightly rigid. Damn it. Old monsters were not easy to fool. However, what you are doing is correct. Yi Tianji said calmly. In this world, danger and traps are everywhere. Anyone will betray you for their own benefit, so everyone must walk with a mask on. But you are not yet adept at it. You must wear a mask not only on your face, but within your heart as well. For example, when you were flattering me just now, your inner thoughts should carry genuine fluctuations, as if you truly were complimenting me, and your spiritual resonance must align accordingly. At first, Qin Yang felt somewhat unsettled, but then he realized Yi Tianji was teaching him. This caught Qin Yang completely off guard. It defied all conventional logic. Thank you, Martial King, for your guidance. Qin Yang is deeply grateful. Only now did Qin Yang understand how terrifying top-tier experts truly were, able to clearly perceive the subtle shifts within themselves, not changes in the body, but transformations of the spirit. This was of utmost importance. The ability to perceive spiritual fluctuations meant that during conversation, one could clearly discern the truth or falsehood of every word. It meant the other party possessed no secrets whatsoever. This time you are indeed right. Yi Tianji smiled and said, you are quite an interesting kid, somewhat different from the rest. I have encountered countless people, especially those from the lower ranks. When they see me, regardless of their true feelings, they spare no effort in ingratiating themselves and flattering me. You, however, are one of the rare exceptions, showing little regard for me. It seems the talent fruit you acquired in the past was incredibly powerful. It gave you sufficient confidence. It had to be said that such an old monster was truly formidable. With just a few words, Yi Tianji had dismantled Qin Yang's defenses. However, he had misunderstood one thing. Qin Yang's true trump card was not a talent fruit, but the system. Indeed, I cannot hide anything from Martial King. You old monsters are far too monstrous. It seems I should not casually interact with you. Through these conversations, Qin Yang could see that Yi Tianji was actually quite amenable and did not carry excessive airs. Deciding to stop pretending altogether, he smiled and said, I suppose Martial King has already reviewed my records. In the past, I truly had no talent for martial cultivation. For over 10 years of training, I could not even sense my vital energy. It was not merely poor aptitude. It could almost be described as pure uselessness. It was not until 10 days ago that I purchased several spiritual fruits from a shop. After consuming them, I discovered I could suddenly sense my vital energy. In that moment, I realized I had struck it lucky. They were talent fruits, though I never learned what specific talent they conferred. I only knew my cultivation speed had accelerated many times over. Subsequently, my luck went wild. At the flea market, I casually bought something that turned out to contain a 4th-grade body refining technique, the 100 refining body. When I purchased a spiritual pet, I also grabbed a 4th-grade one at a bargain. I still do not know why. I wonder if Martial King could help me solve this puzzle. Armed with Yi Tianji's reminder, Qin Yang felt no need to conceal anything this time. This also allowed Yi Tianji to sense that Qin Yang was not deceiving him. Fortune seekers. Everyone experiences a period where their luck explodes, granting them extraordinary fortune. And you are currently in such a phase. Yi Tianji explained, however, excessive fortune is not always a good thing, because luck can exact a backlash. I think you are promising, so if you encounter more valuable items in the future, it would be best not to take them. Doing so makes you highly vulnerable to the backlash of fortune, which would severely disadvantage you. If you do not believe me, you can query the Alliance's artificial intelligence yourself. This is hardly a secret. Powerful fortune is not necessarily a blessing. Some experts even shun it like the plague. Qin Yang truly had not been aware of this. After a moment's thought, he immediately opened the Alliance's artificial intelligence. Since the other party had stated it so directly, and considering they were reasonably amiable, it did not constitute a breach of trust. Moreover, at this moment, the other party would prefer him to be more genuine. After reading through it, he found Yi Tianji's words to be true. Qin Yang immediately said respectfully, thank you for the guidance, Martial King. Although it was heartfelt, his inner fluctuations were nearly indistinguishable from genuine emotion. The main reason was that Qin Yang did not believe he possessed any special fortune. What was luck after all? It meant obtaining good things or stumbling upon them unexpectedly without prior knowledge. He was not like that at all. Qin Yang knew exactly where the items were. It was not luck. He relied on the system. Therefore, he feared no backlash. Furthermore, he sensed that the other party's words were partly for his own benefit and partly motivated by a desire to leverage his fortune, planning to acquire valuable items and hand them over directly, thereby allowing himself to avoid the backlash of fortune. All the treasures I obtain in this new world will be made available for Martial King to inspect. This is also to avoid the backlash of fortune, Qin Yang said on this occasion. Teachable indeed. Yi Tianji had said so much, and indeed it was for this purpose. I said all that because I genuinely wish to borrow your fortune. But it is also for your own good. After all, you are a rather decent young man, and have helped us considerably. I do not wish for you to fall victim to fortune's backlash and perish confusedly. I hope you can understand. Qin Yang believed this. Because Yi Tianji could have easily remained silent, and with his capabilities, obtaining Qin Yang's things would have been trivial. There was exploitation involved, yet it was done without concealment. Open and above board. To some extent, Yi Tianji could be considered a gentleman. He was one of the few good people Qin Yang had encountered in this world. The two were conversing, and the others did not interrupt. They all watched silently. However, Yi Lin found it quite amusing mainly because Yi Tianji was a well-known eccentric in the alliance. Generally, those who reach a certain level of cultivation are ruthless individuals with many hidden schemes, while a moment of carelessness leads to being trapped and killed. Yi Tianji was the sole exception. Yi Tianji was immensely powerful with a deep background, yet he was a man of integrity. Among a group of treacherous powerhouses, he was truly an anomaly. But that did not mean he was easy to bully, it was just that he often chose not to act otherwise. To have reached this level and survived for so long, he was certainly not simple. Your luck is quite good. Fortunately, it was my third uncle who came this time. If it had been another martial king, you would probably be left with nothing but dust. Yi Lin looked at Qin Yang and chuckled softly. Perhaps because of the previous intelligence reports, she was in a good mood and deliberately said a few words. This was extremely rare. Yi Tianji also spoke. Your disguise is good, that's a positive, but you have too little experience. In the eyes of some old veterans, it's a bit too superficial. You should pay attention to this point. It's also one of the few kindnesses from this old man. Believe it if you will, but if you don't, it's fine too. But one thing is true, when you're out there, trust no one. Not even the alliance nor people like us. You must maintain absolute vigilance, or else you'll easily be devoured, leaving not even bones behind. Yi Tianji's words were not pleasant, but every piece of advice was invaluable. They were also experiences that most people could never have access to. Thank you for your guidance, Martial King. Qin Yang had said this countless times, but each time it was sincere. For someone of Yi Tianji's status to be willing to offer advice was truly commendable. He was indeed a gentleman. The formation is about to activate. At this moment, Uncle Chen interjected. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze to the screen ahead. On the screen, multiple Grandmaster-level beasts stood within a formation, assuming special postures, as vast surges of energy continuously erupted. A faint glow emerged, and the bodies of these Grandmaster beasts began to melt, turning into clumps of blood essence that fully merged into the formation. The formation seemed to absorb power and continuously expanded. In a short time, it nearly covered the entire White Cloud Mountain range. Amidst the boundless blood light, eerie fluctuations faintly spread, and twisted monsters could be vaguely seen, their faces hideous. Finally, they're here. Ha ha ha. Yi Tianji burst into wild laughter, his figure vanishing from the spot. On the screen, a colossal arm abruptly appeared like a divine palm, erupting with silvery white radiance, and like a blade it struck fiercely at the center of the formation. Immediately, the jade-white arm pierced through the blood-colored light of the formation. Rumbling, terrifying sounds echoed out, and one after another wails rose incessantly. Come! A gust of wind swept up, and Qin Yang and the other two instantly disappeared from their spot. Qin Yang had no idea what happened, he only felt his vision go dark. The next moment, he had entered a special world. Nearly 5 blood moons circled in the sky, and the entire world was bathed in blood red, as if it were the only color of this realm. I will leave you the Martial King's mark. If you encounter danger, crush the Martial King's mark, and you will be teleported to me. Although this world is on the verge of collapse, the accumulation of countless ages of civilization still holds unimaginable value. What treasures you can obtain depends on yourselves. Yi Tianji left these words and abruptly flung the several people away. He was indeed a gentleman, offering protection to prevent others from dying, yet granting ample freedom for them to explore on their own. Whatever they obtained would be theirs, and he would never interfere. At that moment, furious roars resounded. Blood Demon Clan, what have you done? Blood Demon Clan, you have betrayed the true demon. Since ancient times, we have always devoured others. How could we allow others to devour us? Kill! 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 Yi Tianji's appearance immediately alarmed the powerful beings of the blood demon world, as terrifying auras spread out, suppressing heaven and earth. The sky howled in fury and split apart. A bunch of ants dare to bare their claws. This king's arrival is your fortune. Yi Tianji completely unleashed his power, domineering beyond measure. His jade-white hand easily crushed a massive demon as effortlessly as squashing a tiny shrimp. He was invincible, with no one able to stand against him. Even the strongest experts of the entire world were like ants before him, effortlessly crushed to death. At that moment, Qin Yang finally perceived the might of a martial king. It completely exceeded his expectations. This was a power beyond ordinary comprehension. Like a god. Directly overwhelming. No wonder they say a martial king is like a deity. Every move can destroy the heavens and the earth. It's too monstrous. Qin Yang glanced around, his heart filled with shock. He saw towering demons tens of thousands of meters tall, overwhelming the sky and earth, their terrifying aura suppressing all, like gods of destruction. Yet such beings were like ants before Yi Tianji, effortlessly crushed. There were several such demons standing at the apex of the blood demon world, but they were nothing before Yi Tianji. A single sweep of his hand was enough without needing anything else. It was too monstrous. No wonder Yi Tianji was confident they would not die. In this world, Yi Tianji was invincible, like a creator god. Any living being was nothing before him. Stop watching, hurry up and find things. The stronger Yi Tianji was, the better. Then he would not fear danger and could leave this world alive. Moreover, this was his first time participating in plundering a civilized world, so he definitely wanted to gain as much as possible. At the same time, he was full of anticipation for the 7th rank soul technique. He had to obtain it. Fortunately, the system was user-friendly, providing a map. That saved Qin Yang a lot of effort. Without any other thoughts, he headed straight for the 7th rank soul technique. He knew he couldn't hide anything from Yi Tianji, so he simply stopped bothering to conceal. As long as he could later cultivate the 7th rank soul technique, he didn't care whether the item would be taken by the other party. Because if Yi Tianji wanted nothing on him, could be hidden. Besides, the fact that he could obtain this item was largely due to Yi Tianji's merit. One person sweeping through the entire world's powerhouses also attracted the attention of all the strong. This was extremely important, otherwise Qin Yang would not have been able to travel unimpeded. Moreover, precisely because of Yi Tianji's deterrence carrying the martial king's mark, the other blood demon world powerhouses dared not even glance at him, fearing that a single look would cause them to explode. Therefore, Qin Yang mentally prepared himself. As long as he could get the 7th rank soul technique, anything was acceptable. He was completely indifferent in his heart. Boom. The activation of the blood moon array caused a massive commotion across the entire Earth. While Yi Tianji was ravaging the blood demon world, the other powerhouses on Earth sensed the disturbances in the White Cloud Mountain range. A spatial teleportation array. This is a portal connecting to another world. Damn, that's the aura of the Black Moon War King. When did Earth get a portal to another world? Instantly, many powerhouses surged forward, all eager to enter the blood demon world. After all, they knew all too well what a brand new world could contain. Just then, a terrifying wave of energy spread out, and Yi Tianji's voice thundered forth. No one enters until tomorrow. Anyone who dares defy this order will be killed without mercy. The murderous intent made many powerhouses halt immediately. No one dared to defy a war king's command unless they themselves were a war king. Moreover, the Human Alliance had a rule: whoever discovered a new world had the exclusive right to the first sweep. No one else could venture deep into it, or they would violate the regulations and face severe punishment. Many rules of the Human Alliance were absurd, but this one was inviolable. Unless there was one possibility. That possibility was if the discovered world was too powerful and the discoverer couldn't handle it alone, needing alliance support or help from other powerhouses. Only then would the rule change. But obviously Yi Tianji's strength was more than sufficient. As the Black Moon War King who had once fought 3 opponents alone, his deterrent power was unquestionable. Besides, the strongest on Earth were only half-step war kings a whole dimension lower. Of course, these people weren't stupid. Knowing they couldn't go deep themselves, and with the news already spreading, if they wanted to gain more value and pick up leftovers, they had to find allies. The earlier one entered, the greater the potential benefits. Thus many started calling for reinforcements. Several war kings, upon hearing the news, began heading this way. As the news spread, the discovery of a new world in the White Cloud Mountain range became known, and many people across Earth began gathering there. The reason was the same: to enter the new world and seek opportunities. Typically, when a new world was discovered, the discoverer would sweep it first, then some powerhouses would clear out the strong ones. After that, it would be fully opened, allowing alliance members to seek their own fortunes. Many treasures might be insignificant to the strong, but to ordinary martial artists, they were excellent opportunities. Though it was like scavenging, it was still worthwhile. Moreover, scavenging wasn't easy. The ancestral planet Earth had been isolated for too long, and new worlds rarely appeared. This was the first in centuries. It was enough to drive some people wild. The news spread quickly, and soon almost the entire Earth was in an uproar. Many began to take action. In her room, Yi Qingxue, who had just finished her cultivation, was panting, her eyes firm. I must enter this new world. I am already at the Xiantian realm. Normal cultivation can no longer advance me further. Perhaps entering this world might grant me some opportunities. And I have a feeling that I will obtain great fortune in this world. The sensation was mysterious, but Yi Qingxue was utterly convinced. As if she was destined to go to the blood demon world. This puzzled Yi Qingxue. She vaguely felt that the flesh she had consumed earlier might be related to this world. Normally she shouldn't go. But Yi Qingxue didn't care, because the Alliance didn't care about such things. The Human Alliance was a conglomerate of interests with no concept of good or evil. Whatever you cultivated, as long as you didn't commit senseless slaughter or harm humanity, it was permitted. For instance, cultivating techniques that absorbed flesh and blood was allowed as long as humans weren't used as fuel. Demonic arts or heretical techniques, none of that mattered. As long as they weren't used against humans, it was all fine. Because of this, Yi Qingxue felt no burden. Even if she was discovered, she could simply claim she found the technique in the blood demon world. There wouldn't be much regulation. Qin Yang, a new world has appeared in the White Cloud Mountain range. Let's go check it out and see if we can get lucky. Qin Xianqian, upon hearing the news, immediately sent a message to Qin Yang. She knew Qin Yang was a cultivation fanatic, always training in the virtual god realm. Afraid that Qin Yang might miss this opportunity, she messaged him. But she noticed that he hadn't replied for half an hour. This surprised her, as Qin Yang usually replied within minutes. Wait, could this guy be among the first batch to enter? Qin Xianqian suddenly remembered that Qin Yang lived at the White Cloud Hotel, and had moved to Yeqing Mountain thanks to a person with strong connections. That person was Yilin, a person of high status. Meanwhile, the Black Moon War King was named Yi Tianji. Both were from the Yi family. Could it be that Qin Yang got on Yilin's good side because of this world? And in return, Yilin let Qin Yang enter the new world in the first batch. Damn, Qin Yang is incredibly lucky. Qin Xianqian was sharp, and since the situation wasn't complicated and various pieces of information were available, a simple deduction hit the mark pretty accurately. In fact, she had initially wondered why Yilin helped Qin Yang. She assumed Qin Yang was handsome and had latched onto a wealthy woman. Now it seemed there was indeed a mutual benefit. And his luck was extraordinary. Yilin actually let him be in the first batch. What incredible luck. Meeting the right person, and a generous one at that. I'm a bit envious. Those who entered a new world in the first batch usually reaped significant rewards, a luxury ordinary people could only dream of. Even Qin Xianqian felt the same. She had performed a divination. If she entered in the first batch, her gains would be huge, if later there would still be benefits, but not as much. Thinking about this, Qin Xianqian sighed. She vaguely felt that she had missed a great opportunity. If she had quickly built a closer relationship with Qin Yang, she might have been able to sneak in through his connection. Of course, envy aside, Qin Xianqian didn't dwell on it. If Qin Yang could get in, it was his own skill. Meanwhile, elsewhere, guided by the map, and with Yi Tianji and Uncle Chun taking action, the entire blood demon world was in chaos. People were fleeing and lives were being lost every moment. Cries of anguish echoed continuously, blood flowed like rivers, and the thick, cloying scent of blood made the already eerie world even more sinister. It was like a hellish scene, shocking to behold. Qin Yang paid no attention to it. Protected by the War King's mark, he moved unimpeded, picking up treasures along the way, spiritual items of the 3rd or 4th grade, or some divine weapons, though they were taken from the fallen. Before long, Qin Yang finally reached the house indicated on the intelligence map. A blood moon hung in the sky, spilling viscous sanguine radiance that dyed heaven and earth in a sinister crimson. A grand mansion lay dormant here, its black-tiled roof absorbing the moonlight, gleaming with a dim, bloody sheen. The eaves and upturned corners resembled demonic claws reaching toward the scarlet firmament. The mottled vermilion gate, its color dark as dried blood scabs, bore bronze beast head rings etched with rust, as if they had just sipped life itself. Inside the courtyard, lanterns and festoons were displayed, blazing with lights and brimming with a celebratory atmosphere, as if a banquet had just concluded. Qin Yang stood atop the walls, surveying the entire courtyard. Within it, a peculiar aura, immensely powerful, lingered, even more formidable than so-called grandmasters. This was a master of the grandmaster realm. The technique seems to be in the hall ahead. The system was highly intuitive. The treasure pinpointed by the intelligence followed him constantly, like a timer. A grandmaster. Qin Yang hesitated. Such a realm was undoubtedly the most powerful existence in this world, and even beyond it was an exalted presence. Yet he was merely a cultivator in the body refinement realm. Before such a being, he was like an ant. It seems I arrived too early. According to the intelligence, the one named Song Yuan would only pick up the technique tomorrow. This meant that at this moment the technique was not ownerless, it was carried by someone. The reason the lucky Song Yun would find it was likely because the Black Moon Martial King Yi Tianji had slaughtered all the strong in this world, including this grandmaster. In other words, this technique was probably brought down by this grandmaster. Knowing they were doomed, he deliberately carried this clan-guarding treasure to preserve the spark. Qin Yang had been puzzled before. How could something so important simply be picked up, and why was it not within the ghost clan, but in a mansion? It turned out that those who preserved the sparks had all been slain by Yi Tianji, leaving no chance to safeguard it. I have the Martial King's mark. I am not afraid of them. The Martial King's mark was no ordinary thing. It bore the spirit and will of the Martial King possessing his might. Though merely a projection, it was far beyond a grandmaster's capability. Even if a grandmaster attacked, Qin Yang could withstand their assault unscathed. In short, with this Martial King's mark, he had a talisman of protection. Go. Fear nothing. With the Martial King's mark, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. With that thought, Qin Yang swaggered straight in without a shred of fear. Inside the hall, over a dozen figures were seated within their auras as deep as the abyss. These were all Ghost Clan beings, mostly young, with only a couple bearing a more mature air. Clearly, these were the sparks the Ghost Clan sought to preserve. One of them, clad in armor, his form bizarre, and his face bearing 4 eyes, spoke grimly. These outsiders are far too insolent. Dare they act so recklessly as soon as they step into the transcendent realm? Do they think we have no one? As his voice faded, Qin Yang swaggered in. He swept his gaze across the room. There were indeed many strong practitioners here. An oppressive aura swept over, causing the air to explode and the entire mansion to seem on the verge of bursting. The terrifying pressure surged forth, splitting the air around, and the whole mansion seemed about to shatter. Yet Qin Yang remained at ease, completely impervious to the pressure. A unique symbol materialized above his head, radiating a faint glow that blocked everything before him. The crowd stared at the symbol, their eyes filled with wariness. They were not unfamiliar with this aura. It was the same one that was now wreaking havoc across their world. Outsider, you have quite the nerve. Do you know what realm we are? The Ghost Clan Grandmaster at the center spoke with a darkened face. He was the only Grandmaster among them. Of course I know, Qin Yang said calmly with a faint smile. But what of it? You can't do anything to me. See that mark above? The moment you dare to make a move, that being will appear before you. However, I am a man of peace, and do not kill indiscriminately. Hand over what you have, and I will pretend I never saw you. Otherwise, if that one pursues you, you will surely die. Yi Tianji's character seemed decent, but he had also said that spoils are shared. If Yi Tianji came in person, most of these people's belongings would go to him. If he did not see them, then they would be Qin Yang's. Humans are selfish by nature, naturally unwilling to share. Even if Qin Yang used Yi Tianji as a deterrent. Impossible. The young Ghost Clan being was filled with resentment. If it were Yi Tianji threatening them, that would be one thing, but who was Qin Yang? His strength was inferior to his own. Silence. The Ghost Clan Grandmaster barked, his eyes flickering with struggle. How can I trust you? In the past, he would have killed Qin Yang without a second thought. But now it was different. The martial king's might shook the heavens and earth like a god. The aura of the symbol made even him unable to resist. He knew that Qin Yang was telling the truth. If Qin Yang wanted to kill him, he could summon that true god at any moment. In their eyes, the martial king was a true god. You have no choice but to believe me. Qin Yang said expressionlessly, his voice soft. You are not that fool. You know well that if I truly wanted to destroy you, I would not have come out. The Ghost Clan Grandmaster naturally understood. He sneered, it seems you are not a monolithic block. Each of you harbors your own schemes. These things are enough to satisfy you. As he spoke, the Ghost Clan Grandmaster tossed out a jade pendant. Blood-red, palm-sized, engraved with ancient runes, eerie and ferocious. Dimly one could see a savage beast devouring the world within. A space divine artifact. Qin Yang shook his head, helplessly looking at the crowd coldly. I gave you time to breathe. Without hesitation, he crushed the symbol. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended. Divine might like a prison, its vast power instantly suppressed everyone. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended. Divine might like a prison, its vast power instantly suppressed everyone. You. The Ghost Clan Grandmaster's eyes widened. He had never expected Qin Yang to trust him, not one bit. Even though he had indeed left a wisp of his divine sense within the space divine artifact, intending that as soon as Qin Yang tried to refine it, that wisp would erode his mind and seize his soul. But Qin Yang was too cautious. He would rather forego his own gains than take any risk. Whoosh. Yi Tianji was too busy. His aura barely descended before he instantly wiped out everyone present. He gave them no chance to speak, like casually crushing a few ants. Take the items first, choose 2 treasures for yourself, leave the rest to me. Take the items first, choose 2 treasures for yourself, leave the rest to me. Yi Tianji's voice faded. Good. Qin Yang was very satisfied. Without Yi Tianji, he could not have obtained these things. Besides, he only needed that 7th rank soul technique. Now he could also choose another treasure. Overall, it was a gain. After all, without Yi Tianji, he would not even have the right to touch these treasures. After all, without Yi Tianji, he would not even have the right to touch these treasures. Yi Tianji slaughtered in all directions, annihilating every living being within 100 miles. Not a single one remained. With all threats eliminated, Qin Yang was safe, no longer needing to fear sudden attacks from the demonic race, and could now inventory his gains. The slain had left behind several storage artifacts, 5 in total, each of bizarre design. Some were jade pendants, some skulls, some masks, and 2 were rings. With a sweeping glance following the system's prompt, Qin Yang opened a spatial ring. This spatial ring was vast, approximately 10,000 square meters in area. Inside, treasures abounded. Crimson crystal blocks piled like mountains, various pills stacked like small hills, jade slips, unique celestial herbs, and a myriad of other items scattered everywhere. Could this fellow have been carrying an entire racial treasury while fleeing? Qin Yang had harbored such suspicions when he first saw them. Several powerful figures were shielding a group of youths. Clearly they were fleeing with the remnants of their bloodline, preserving the spark. But alas, it was impossible. Unless they could leave this world the moment Yi Tianji set foot in it, the fate of every living being here was sealed. When 2 civilizations collide, one is destined to be bathed in the other's blood. This was a lesson Earth's humanity had learned over centuries at the cost of countless lives. At first, when Earth's humans encountered other civilizations, they did not massacre them. They merely sought to rule, even cooperating with them. Yet such an approach often led to unimaginable losses. From then on, Earth's humans changed their mindset. Even when they ventured into the starry cosmos, they had heard of a rule. That rule was when 2 civilizations collide, one must eradicate the roots completely, leaving no future trouble. Initially, Earth's humans scoffed at this, considering it too cruel. After suffering several bitter lessons, they immediately understood the truth. Indeed, no lingering threat could be allowed. All were advanced civilizations. If even a single seed of danger remained, it would pose a colossal threat to the entire civilization. After all, who could guarantee that the preserved spark of life would not suddenly rise at some future moment, delivering a devastating blow to the entire civilization? In the vast universe, the best course was to uproot the weeds entirely. No other option was viable. Enslavement or cooperation were both unrealistic. Unless there existed a terrifying soul walker who could invade the soul and turn beings into marionettes, only then could there be room for manipulation. Otherwise, the remaining sparks of life would become a thorn in the heart in the future. The treasures inside were numerous and bizarre, and Qin Yang did not recognize them. He was too lazy to examine them further, and following the system's guidance, he quickly searched for the 7th grade soul technique. Before long, a broken jade pendant materialized in Qin Yang's palm. It was the size of a palm with a chipped corner at the bottom devoid of any carved patterns, and without the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. It appeared to be the most worthless of jade pieces. It held no value. No wonder Yi Tianji overlooked it. This object was indeed too well hidden. Qin Yang speculated that when Yi Tianji attacked, these people might have concealed the jade pendant, and Yi Tianji likely paid little attention, simply gathering all storage treasures. Since the entire world was a treasure trove, he had no time to scrutinize each item. Time was limited, he only needed to pocket the majority of the treasures. How do I extract the soul technique from within? Qin Yang hesitated, for the jade pendant was too ravaged. It bore no distinguishing features. He had no idea how to open it. Could it require a drop of blood to claim ownership? Or should I use the old method? After a moment of thought, Qin Yang chose not to use his own blood, but instead selected the blood of the deceased beings. This was their clan's treasure, and human blood might prove useless. With this in mind, Qin Yang placed the jade pendant on a nearby corpse. With a hum, the jade pendant suddenly erupted with a crimson light, then burst apart. Ancient characters materialized in midair, forming a complex scripture that was arcane and profound like a celestial text. Qin Yang immediately set down what he was holding and began to record it. Though he could not comprehend the characters, that was irrelevant. Thanks to his Heaven Rewards diligence talent, he needed only to read it once to engrave it into his mind, as if he possessed an innate translator. Before long, the scripture was etched into Qin Yang's consciousness. Yuhan Wuxiang Hun Gong Beginner 0300. Yuhan Wuxiang Hun Gong Beginner 0300. 3,000 were needed just for the beginner level. But it was reasonable after all, it was a 7th grade soul technique. Got it. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. With this 7th grade soul technique in hand, everything was worthwhile. Soul cultivation techniques had always been rare and invaluable. Even the lowest grade soul technique was worth more than 10 times an ordinary technique, let alone his, which was of the 7th grade. Such a soul technique was priceless. Yi Tianji had said he could choose 2 treasures. The soul technique was secured, leaving one more selection. After a moment's thought, Qin Yang decided to choose the spatial ring he held. His own spatial ring had only 1 square meter of space, which might suffice for now, but would certainly be insufficient later. The ring he now held boasted 10,000 square meters, 10,000 times his current capacity, and its value was likely incalculable. This one it is. Having made his decision, Qin Yang stored the items away and did not continue looting. The main reason was that he no longer had the martial king mark. If he encountered any powerful enemies, he would be in grave danger. Moreover, his gains this time were substantial. Apart from the 7th grade soul technique, he had also obtained many treasures along the way, including some 4th and 5th grade spiritual objects. These items were extremely precious, and there was no need to risk further danger. His needs were satisfied. There was no reason to pay a price for greed. In the end, my strength is still insufficient. Qin Yang sighed. If he were a bit more powerful, he would certainly sweep through this world for a round of plunder. After all, a newly discovered world was filled with countless treasures unmatched by any other place. Even secret realms could not compare to a new world, especially one that had nurtured a supernatural civilization. New worlds were many, but most were ordinary worlds devoid of spiritual energy and without cultivators. Such worlds often held no spiritual objects and were of little value. For instance, Earth before the spiritual energy recovery, or the Earth of Qin Yang's previous life, were both like that. Only worlds that had birthed supernatural powers were truly valuable. Of course, the level mattered too. This world, for instance, was quite suitable. Its highest power was at the Grandmaster level. With that thought, Qin Yang did not hesitate, and called out to Yi Tianji once more, informing him that he was satisfied and intended to leave the blood demon world. This time it was not Yi Tianji's true body that came, but merely a divine projection. Upon learning that Qin Yang was content, he was inwardly surprised. Most people who were among the first to enter a civilized world would be reluctant to leave, wanting to stay inside. But Qin Yang, on the contrary, had come and gone in less than 2 hours. I am satisfied. I have obtained what I wanted. Among the treasures here, I have chosen 1 technique and 1 spatial ring. Qin Yang reported honestly. Yi Tianji did not pry and collected all the treasures from Qin Yang's hands. He could sense that Qin Yang's words were not false. In that case, I will not force you. I will send you off. With a wuxia beam of light carried Qin Yang through the barrier past the Baiyun Mountains and finally landed at the Baiyun Hotel. Baiyun Hotel. Having been sent out of the world, Qin Yang rushed straight back to the hotel to prepare for cultivation. Although he had only stayed for a few hours, the gains were substantial, enough to propel Qin Yang forward by several realms in a short span. Moreover, even within the blood demon world, the danger was not particularly severe. The martial king mark had already been expended, and Yi Tianji and the others were too occupied harvesting treasures and hunting down natives to pay him any mind. He was merely an ordinary physique realm cultivator. The moment any nascent realm expert appeared, it would be game over. Furthermore, these individuals possessed formidable strength and illustrious lineages. The finest treasures had long since been claimed by them. The treasures remaining for Qin Yang were exceedingly rare, making reckless gambles wholly unnecessary. Besides, even the most precious artifacts had already fallen to him, rendering any further risk all the more pointless. Thus his swift departure was the product of careful deliberation. Firstly, the valuable treasures within had largely been depleted. Secondly, the world was so vast that finding the remaining prizes would depend entirely on fortune. After all, anything of true value would surely reside in the hands of the most powerful factions within that world. The fluctuations had been far too enormous. Within merely a few hours, innumerable beings had converged upon Mount Bayun. People from every corner of Earth, as well as envoys from distant star domains. Powerful experts of every stripe streamed in endlessly, all waiting for the appointed time to pass, so they could rush into the blood demon world and plunder its wealth at the earliest opportunity. Consequently, when Qin Yang was expelled from the world, he immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. Someone had just been sent out. Such a precious opportunity, and he chose to leave rather than continue seeking treasures. Is that person mad? Damn it, he actually squandered such a rare chance. Damn it, why wasn't it me? Does anyone know who that person was? Can we ascertain their identity? Since Qin Yang had been shrouded in Yi Tianji's radiant aura, no one could discern his features. Moreover, with the alliance behind Bayun Hotel and its rules firmly established, none dared defy the alliance's authority, though naturally some ignored these rules altogether. Meanwhile, atop a mountain peak, a towering man with sapphire blue eyes scanned the direction of Bayun Hotel and spoke in a chilling voice. Investigate who that person emerging from the new world was. I want to know everything about him. Some feared the alliance and dared not forcefully enter Bayun Hotel. But others of noble standing could freely invoke alliance rules. Since Bayun Hotel was merely an ordinary establishment with limited authority, certain individuals could naturally access information. Not long after, intelligence on Qin Yang began arriving in the hands of various parties. These individuals were either high-ranking officials of the Earth Alliance or representatives from other star domains. Upon reading the reports, everyone couldn't help but furrow their brows. Qin Yang himself was unremarkable, lacking any notable background. Yet not long ago, Yi Lin had intervened on his behalf. This detail troubled some. Yi Lin's position within the alliance was far from insignificant. She was the legitimate daughter of Wanbao Pavilion, her status revered, and they dared not provoke her. Even without knowing the exact nature of her relationship with Qin Yang, he was ultimately connected to her. This involves Yi Lin. It makes sense. Without Yi Lin's backing, he never would have gained entry to the new world. The blue-eyed man's tone remained flat, betraying no emotion as he remarked casually, "Bring Qin Yang to me." Others feared Yi Lin, but he did not. Moreover, Qin Yang's hasty return from the new world suggested he had obtained something valuable. Yes, his subordinate responded softly and vanished instantly. Bayun Hotel. As the blue-eyed man's people arrived at the floor where Qin Yang resided, someone immediately blocked their path and stated calmly, "The young miss has issued orders. No one may step foot on this floor." Blocking the man's path was a woman in her early 30s, her expression icy, clad in black attire that radiated in terrifying aura, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. She was a grandmaster. And not merely any grandmaster. Her strength was formidable. Yet facing the woman's words, the man's expression remained calm, his tone flat, but carrying undeniable authority. "Lord Feng Tian sends his regards. I must deliver this message to Qin Yang." "There is no need. I shall inform him myself." "That will not suffice. I must deliver this message to Qin Yang in person." The man's tone gradually turned icy, his aura surging. Boom. The two auras collided, warping the air and twisting the very floor into a maelstrom as though ready to explode. Unexpectedly, the hotel remained unharmed. It was as though an invisible force held them back. After a brief moment, the man staggered backward, a trail of blood escaping the corner of his mouth as his expression darkened. In their initial exchange, he had been outmatched. "You should leave. Should this happen again, I will kill you. Your young master's authority holds no weight here." The woman's striking black and white eyes blazed with boundless killing intent, and the temperature around them plummeted until the air crystallized into ice. "Fine." The man, recognizing his inferiority, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes before he turned and departed. Though they were not in the same realm, the gap in their strength was enormous. Had he pressed forward recklessly, death would have been certain. Moreover, Yi Lin's status was well known, and he truly dared not venture deeper. Soon he returned to the mountain peak and relayed the news to Feng Tian. Feng Tian's brows furrowed. "Do you place such importance on Qin Yang? This Yi Lin is rather interesting. Since you failed, I shall go myself." With those words, Feng Tian vanished from the spot. Not long after, Feng Tian arrived at Bayun Hotel in person. Upon seeing him, the woman's eyes flickered with subtle emotion, yet she did not hesitate for a moment, immediately stepping into his path. "Halt. Before the young miss returns, no one may disturb Qin Yang." Feng Tian's azure eyes flowed with energy as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Even your young miss dares not block me." As his words fell, a faint luminescence surfaced in Feng Tian's blue eyes, and a distinctive power radiated outward. Yu's gaze flickered and a jade pendant materialized in her hand. Black jade carved with a dragon, so lifelike it seemed ready to come alive. Roar! The true dragon let out a furious cry, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Feng Tian's expression darkened dramatically, his teeth grinding, as he forced out, "How delightful. She actually entrusted the Black Moon Jade pendant to you. Does Yi Lin value Qin Yang this highly?" The Black Moon Jade pendant was Martial King Yi Tianji's innate divine weapon. This was no mere Martial King mark. It was the Black Moon Martial King's greatest trump card, containing power equivalent to the Martial King himself. The pendant itself wielded terrifying power. Unless the Martial King appeared in person, no one could stand against it. Moreover, such an innate divine weapon signified the Martial King's personal involvement. Martial King Yi Tianji himself. The Martial King's pressure was something no one dared defy. Even Feng Tian was no exception. Feng Tian had never anticipated that a mere pauper would command such reverence from Yi Lin. So much so that the Black Moon Martial King would deploy his innate divine weapon to shield you. This was beyond his comprehension. "Scram," Yu murmured softly. Feng Tian's face darkened like coal, yet he dared not utter a word and slowly withdrew. Under normal circumstances, you would never dare address him this way. However, with the Black Moon Jade pendant present, it was as though the Martial King himself had arrived. She indeed possessed that authority. Meanwhile, Qin Yang began examining his spoils, preparing to break through his cultivation realm in one decisive move. Inside the room, Qin Yang laid out all his gains: a palm-sized lotus, a finger-sized fruit, a black bamboo, and besides that some blood-colored pills and blood-colored crystals. These items were the treasures Qin Yang obtained from the Nether Soul Formless Soul Palace. On the way, he encountered some people and unexpectedly picked them up from a few individuals. Some were alive, some were dead. What is this? Qin Yang opened the Alliance Artificial Intelligence. An advantage of this era was that unknown celestial treasures could be identified through the Alliance AI, so there was no need to worry about not recognizing them or eating the wrong thing. It was quite convenient. Buzz. A flash of light and detailed information immediately appeared. 9 Nether Soul Condensing Lotus, grade 5, grows in the deepest regions of extreme, places usually under 10,000-year-old mystic ice or beside the river Styx. Its roots are embedded in pure soul crystal veins. The stem is a translucent ink jade color with threads of silver soul light flowing like blood vessels inside. The lotus has 7 petals, the texture of which is like the finest netherworld silk, a dark purple that seems to absorb light. However, at the tips of the petals, a pure white pinpoint of light, like a teardrop, coalesces, symbolizing the purest soul force nurtured in the ultimate environment. A very special spiritual soul-type object, it is the main ingredient for the 6th grade pill, Heavenly Soul Pill. At the same time, if refined personally, it can condense the spiritual sense, allow one to become a soul walker, and also enhance one's comprehension and increase soul strength. A good find. Looking at the introduction before him, Qin Yang's face showed ecstasy. Soul Walker is an extremely rare profession, considered one of the most noble among martial artists. In particular, the ability to use various soul energies gives Soul Walkers a transcendent status. Moreover, Soul Walkers are not mages, their own combat power is formidable, and they are not afraid of close combat. Besides allowing one to become a Soul Walker, it can also enhance comprehension and soul strength. Indeed, it is a good thing. Qin Yang was stunned. The value of this thing was unimaginable, especially the ability to become a Soul Walker. This destined the item to be extraordinary. Keep it to sell. This was Qin Yang's first thought. Mainly, this thing didn't seem to have much use for him. Becoming a Soul Walker seemed difficult, but for his talent, if he could cultivate soul-type martial techniques and cultivation methods, he could likely become a Soul Walker anyway. Yet that was the most valuable aspect of this item. As for comprehension, needless to say, there were few who could surpass him in that regard. Although his comprehension was not as immediately effective as others, given enough time, any comprehension would yield to him. Enhancing soul strength, on the other hand, was something Qin Yang needed. However, to improve his soul strength, he could practice some soul-tempering martial techniques, and also purchase other soul-type pills and heavenly materials, all of which could help him increase his soul strength. Sell it, or let Yi Lin purchase it. Qin Yang thought for a moment. This item was indeed not very useful to him. Compared to it, he was more urgently in need of heavenly materials that could increase blood and qi. With that thought, Qin Yang put away the lotus. Then he looked at the following introduction. Blood Source Fruit. Grade 4, grows in areas of abundant spiritual energy formed by the blood of countless beings, containing immense blood and qi power. It is one of the main ingredients for the heavenly blood pill. Swallowing it can greatly increase blood and qi while also refining the blood, helping to quickly enter the blood barrier stage. A good thing. This was what he needed. The 4 barriers of the flesh-body realm: skin barrier, flesh barrier, bone barrier, blood barrier. Among them, the blood barrier was the last and most important. As long as he could step into this barrier, he would basically have reached the final step of the flesh-body realm and would not be far from the innate realm. Spirit Blood Pill, grade 4, a special pill containing rich blood and qi, can greatly increase blood and qi. Cold bamboo grade 4, a special bamboo containing extreme cold power, is a very special material for artifact forging. Bone tempering pill grade 3, in essence condensed from 36 heavenly materials. After swallowing it can greatly temper the bones inside the body. All good things. Qin Yang looked at the introductions above. These items were all grade 3 and above and each had a huge effect on his cultivation. The bone tempering pill could help him quickly step into the bone barrier stage, and the spirit blood pill could help him enter the blood barrier stage. Each pill was something he needed, especially the blood source fruit. According to Qin Yang's estimation, if he refined it all, he would likely be able to reach the peak of the blood barrier stage, or even step into the innate realm in one go. Begin. Qin Yang's heart was ecstatic and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. This harvest was too great enough to help him grow rapidly. On the bed, Qin Yang sat cross-legged, holding a dragon eye-sized pill in his hand, pure white all over, emitting a faint chill and a strange herbal fragrance. Grade 3 pill, the bone tempering pill. He hesitated no longer and placed the pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, not turning into a warm current, but like a stream of cold molten steel surging into his throat and plunging straight into his dantian. The next moment, this molten steel exploded violently, transforming into countless sharp needle-like and heavy as mercury medicinal forces rampaging through his limbs and bones, drilling into all 206 bones of his body. Qin Yang let out an uncontrollable grunt, veins bulging on his forehead. He could clearly hear his bones creaking under the strain as if being crushed and forged by an invisible force. It was not simple pain, but an extreme tearing sensation spreading from the deepest marrow, a mix of sourness, numbness, swelling, and pain. The medicinal force was like thousands of forging hammers striking his bones repeatedly. Impurities inside the bones were shaken out little by little, turning into black mist seeping from his pores. At the same time, the vast vitality and tempering power contained in the pill, like the most precise craftsman, rapidly repaired and reshaped the broken parts, imprinting a new, more resilient and powerful structure onto the bones. He could sense that his bones from their original pale color were gradually taking on a warm and solid white jade luster. The density and strength of the bones were increasing at an astonishing rate. After an unknown time, the raging pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of solidity and lightness, as if breaking free from some innate heavy shackles. Wong! A clear sound that only he could hear rang from within his body, as if some barrier had been pierced. The bones of his whole body glowed with a subdued white light, integrated as one. Now on the surface of the bones, extremely fine, naturally formed strengthening patterns faintly appeared. He opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing and fading. As he lightly clenched his fist, a sonic boom resounded in the air. The bone barrier stage achieved. At this moment, power surged through his entire body like a boiling ocean, enough to destroy everything. Bone lock realm. The third stage of the 4 body tempering passes, refining the bones like steel, indestructible, and able to drive the qi and blood within the body, unleashing unimaginable power. However, the most difficult of the 4 body passes is the 4th one. Bloodlock realm. The skin pass, flesh pass, and bone pass are all relatively concrete. Qi and blood can wash through them, tempering like a blacksmith's hammer. The blood pass is different. Tempering circulating blood is infinitely more difficult. Therefore, many people stagnate at this stage for long periods, and some may never transcend it in their entire lifetime. Moreover, blood is the root of life and one of its essences. To temper it requires extreme caution and mental clarity. One misstep could easily lead to qi deviation. Having entered the bone lock realm, Qin Yang cycled his qi and blood to consolidate his foundation and stabilize the energy within his body. Once his breath evened out, he withdrew another spiritual treasure, a 4th-tier blood source fruit. This was among the finest spiritual treasures for cultivating the bloodlock realm. Ordinary practitioners could likely break through to this stage by refining it. Continue. Qin Yang gazed at the fist-sized heart-shaped fruit in his palm. Its entire surface glowed crimson like fresh blood overlaid with natural meridian patterns. Most strangely, it pulsed faintly, producing a dull sound akin to war drums, while emitting an intensely concentrated fragrance of qi and blood, so thick it seemed almost tangible. It was indeed the 4th-tier blood source fruit. Without hesitation, he devoured the fruit in several bites. The flesh dissolved upon contact with his tongue, lacking any sweetness. Instead, a torrent as scorching as molten lava surged down his throat. Boom! It felt as though a volcano had erupted within his body, explosive energy detonating instantly and surging toward every meridian and crevice throughout his system. Qin Yang felt his blood boiling, not metaphorically, but in reality. Every drop churned under extreme heat, then was forcibly compressed and condensed. His skin turned crimson as a branding iron, countless capillaries bulging and twisting beneath the surface like writhing dragons. His pores no longer exuded filth, but rather erupted with blazing crimson qi and blood mist, bathing the entire room in an intense red glow. The agony far surpassed that of bone tempering. It was the process of completely shattering and reforming his blood, as though millions of red-hot needles were threading through his vessels, forging anew. The once bright red blood was being forcibly refined and compressed by the overwhelming medicinal power. Impurities burned away entirely, each droplet now brimming with torrential essence of life. The invisible shackles suddenly shattered and his chi and blood surged flowing along his meridians into his dantian. In an instant the storm within ceased, and all suffering receded like a ebbing tide. An unprecedented surge of power and vitality welled from the deepest depths of his blood, flowing ceaselessly. He opened his eyes, and at the core of his pupils a flash of crimson gold light briefly appeared. With a gentle clench of his fist he no longer sensed merely the strength of bone, but the boundless vitality and power surging endlessly within his blood. Wounds healed multiple times faster, and he could clearly perceive a significant increase in his lifespan. The Bloodlock realm, achieved. At this moment his chi and blood flowed like a dragon, and his life's origin underwent a qualitative leap, shattering the fourth barrier of physical tempering. He had genuinely entered the pinnacle of the post-heaven realm, mere steps away from condensing pre-heaven primordial energy and reverting from post-heaven to pre-heaven. Qin Yang slowly exhaled. Having supplemented himself with 2 spiritual treasures, he had broken through from the Fleshlock realm directly to the Bloodlock realm in one fell swoop. His strength had advanced dramatically. Moreover, he had only transmigrated 10 days prior. In just 10 days he had undergone a complete transformation. No one would have imagined that the most talentless student from Tianhai High School would break through to the Bloodlock realm in merely a dozen days. Such a cultivation pace was extremely rare across the entire alliance. Now only the pre-heaven realm remains. Once I enter the pre-heaven realm, I will have a real chance to be admitted to the Starry Sky Martial University. If the hundredfold tempered body could reach perfection, if the Nether Soul Formless Soul Palace reached at least basic mastery, or even minor accomplishment, and the Barbarian Dragon Fist achieved minor success, he reckoned he could swim among dragons in the college entrance examination. There was still much for Qin Yang to accomplish. If the hundredfold tempered body reached perfection, he could condense a golden physique, tempered through 1,000 trials, indestructible, unmatched, in the mortal form capable of sweeping away all opposition. The Barbarian Dragon Fist and the Nether Soul Formless Soul Palace went without saying. Especially the latter, for the Nether Soul Formless Soul Palace was a 7th-tier soul technique. Once successfully cultivated, becoming a soul walker, the boost in combat power would be beyond imagination. Time is somewhat tight. The pressing matter is to perfect the hundredfold tempered body first. Although there were still over 10 days until the entrance exam, the techniques and martial skills Qin Yang possessed were no ordinary arts. Especially the hundredfold tempered body. It required an immense quantity of cultivation to reach perfection. Furthermore, perfecting the hundredfold tempered body would yield the greatest combat enhancement, followed by the Nether Soul Formless Soul Palace. The Barbarian Dragon Fist, however, was gradually losing its effectiveness. After all, there were superior martial techniques now. The 3rd-tier Barbarian Dragon Fist was gradually falling behind. With his current resources, Qin Yang had already decided to replace it with a higher-level art. Meanwhile, outside the door knocking echoes rang out. "Who is it?" "It's me." Yi Lin's voice caught Qin Yang somewhat off guard. Shouldn't Yi Lin still be inside searching for treasures? How did she end up outside? Qin Yang rose from his bed and opened the door. Before him lay Yi Lin's flawless, delicate face. Refined features, pale skin radiating a captivating aura that was irresistible. "How did you get out?" Yi Lin stepped inside, curiously, her words laced with bewilderment. Normally someone of Qin Yang's ordinary background, upon encountering a fortunate opportunity, would not squander a single moment, risking his life to search for treasures within, would he? "I've gathered enough, so I naturally came out. Besides, the truly valuable items have already been swept clean by you. No matter how hard I try, I doubt I'd find anything worthwhile." Qin Yang shrugged indifferently. "What did you find?" "I'm content with this." "How you've reached the Bloodlock realm." A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Lin's lovely eyes. She vaguely recalled that when they first crossed paths, Qin Yang hadn't even broken through to the physical tempering realm. In merely a few days he had advanced to the Bloodlock realm. Such a cultivation pace was far too rapid. Shouldn't even spiritual treasure assistants make progress this swift? King Wu. The mandate of heaven both loves and despises King's Wu. It despises how half-step kings will hunt them to absorb their power, yet loves that the presence of a King Wu within the world can significantly boost its own strength. However, most often the mandate is absorbed by half-step kings Wu residing within, who then convert the entire world into their own domain. Only a handful of exceptionally powerful worlds, or those governed by galaxies and star domains, can resist the influence of mighty beings like King's Wu. Beyond the level of King Wu, cultivation no longer draws upon ordinary heavenly treasures and spiritual energy, but rather the mandate itself. One could understand it this way: upon reaching the stage of King Wu, one becomes a world in themselves. To advance further, they must expand their own world, whether into something like the solar system, a galaxy, a river of stars, or a star domain, climbing upward step by step. This is why the human alliance began its boundless expansion, For to progress further, they could only continuously swallow the wills of other worlds advancing themselves, otherwise they would become prey to stronger beings. Meanwhile, some powerful mandates also hunt Kings Wu themselves. Absorbing a mandate. I've never actually seen that. There's no documentation online either, just some records I've come across on the web. Qin Yang nodded. Absorbing a mandate was far too rare. For absorbing a mandate is no simple task, since it requires confronting the will of all living beings within a world, not merely outmatching a few enemies, but facing an entire world itself. Yet the mandate has its vulnerabilities too. Its strength lies in the collective existence of all beings within the world. Should the population suffer massive casualties, the mandate's power would inevitably decline. This explains why conquering a world necessitates slaughtering its strongest cultivators, not out of cruelty, but because it remains the only path to hunting the mandate itself. Then you'll see it soon enough. Yilin complained, I could have harvested for quite a while longer if not for Third Grandpa's excessive slaughter. It forced the mandate to retaliate, leaving him no choice but to forcefully absorb it, which resulted in our expulsion. Otherwise, we could have kept harvesting for some time. During a typical world hunt, one wouldn't slaughter every powerful cultivator. Instead, preserving a select few keeps the mandate from detecting the threat, since it remains dormant most of the time and only awakens when mass deaths occur within the world. At that moment, once the mandate senses intruders, it automatically strikes back. Even without triggering this awakening, any outsider entering the world would be detected immediately. However, after years of development, outsiders had long mastered techniques to evade the mandate's detection, which is why Qin Yang and his companions were able to enter without obstruction. Undetected. I've heard that mandates vary in strength, and some seem to even challenge martial emperors, Qin Yang asked curiously. The mandate remained largely unfamiliar to them, as there were minimal records available, mostly just basic information about its existence. Indeed, Yilin nodded and replied softly, the mandate beneath our feet on Earth represents one level the solar system, another the Milky Way, higher still, and even the Qin Star River another level altogether. These mandates differ in strength depending on their coverage. Larger domains produce more formidable mandates. Furthermore, the mightier the mandate, the less it concerns itself with powerful beings emerging within. Even a martial emperor poses no threat. Take the Earth Alliance, for instance. It exists within the Qin Star River, which envelopes the entire Milky Way, and even the Milky Way is merely a small portion within the Qin Star River. Merely 100,000th of its scope. A mandate of this magnitude fears no so-called powerhouse, not even a martial emperor. It is said only those in the divine realm can subdue such a presence, yet whether that's truly possible remains uncertain given that the Qin Star River has endured since ancient times. Some have speculated that to break through to the divine realm, one must devour the Qin mandate. Whether this is true, none can say. In any case, over the years, countless powerful cultivators have thrown themselves at the task of subduing the Qin mandate only to fail and instead become its nourishment. For an ordinary mandate, cultivators are hazards, but for a powerful mandate, cultivators are prey. And mandates come in several types. Some remain dormant, simply maintaining the natural order without any sentient awareness. Some mandates possess innate consciousness and to strengthen themselves deliberately grant certain individuals exceptional fortune, helping them rapidly advance their cultivation. When the time is ripe, they devour these cultivators all at once. This is why I told you before that excessive fortune is sometimes not a good thing. Whenever luck surges beyond normal bounds, it is often the mandate at work. Qin Yang had never heard of such tactics involving the mandate before. By that logic, so-called blessed ones were merely livestock being fattened by the mandate for eventual slaughter. In any case, the mandate is quite special, and our relationship with cultivators is exceedingly complex. We require the mandate's existence to sustain the world's cycle, yet we also seek to consume its will and strengthen ourselves. In a sense, we are its enemies. Yilin spoke calmly. There exists another type of mandate, one that takes physical manifestation. To outward appearance, it resembles any living being, yet it is actually the direct embodiment of the mandate itself. Such entities are often extremely powerful and exceedingly dangerous, nearly impossible to detect through conventional means. Only those who cultivate the path of fortune can perceive them. In Earth's human history, there was such an existence. He was once humanity's first martial king, but later suddenly disappeared. Some suspect he was hunted down by the mandate. Cultivation demands one contend not only with fellow humans, but with heaven itself, and the dangers multiply exponentially once one enters the King Wu realm. To a King Wu, the mandate is the finest. Conversely, in the eyes of the mandate, a King Wu is the same. After all, only those who have absorbed a mandate can achieve that status, making them existences spanning entire worlds. The mandate could take physical form. Qin Yang truly found this unprecedented, though he was fortunate that the mandate only hunted Kings Wu. Simply put, those of insufficient strength were beneath its notice. How intriguing. Yilin's words had opened an entirely new world to Qin Yang. Secrets inaccessible to ordinary people. Yet upon reflection, he had only just reached the Blood Pass realm. Such matters lay far beyond his current station. Does Earth still possess a mandate? Qin Yang wondered. Certainly not. Yilin replied coolly, Earth's mandate was long ago consumed. Humanity's first martial king achieved that realm by hunting Earth's own mandate. Though that martial king later vanished, and Earth's mandate remains unaccounted for. All subsequent martial kings among humanity advanced by conquering other world mandates. Enough of this. Third Grandpa is about to hunt a mandate. As the words departed his lips, heaven and earth trembled. Deep within the Bayun Mountains, a crimson formation exploded, violently shattering the void and exposing countless fissures as terrifying presences spilled forth, coalescing into a peculiar screen. Within it, the Black Moon Martial King Yi Tianji stood supreme above heaven and earth, his aura vast and his pressure crushing all living beings. Opposite Yi Tianji, brilliant starlight converged to form a colossal rainbow, serpent blotting out the sky and sun as it arched across the void, its enormous body nearly engulfing the entire world. The mandate of the blood demon world. The heavens shattered and the earth collapsed. Now the blood demon realm, once glorious, flickered like a dying candle under Yi Tianji's relentless devastation, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Amidst the vast expanse, a towering figure stood like a pillar between heaven and earth. His stalwart frame loomed above the firmament, blood energy surging skyward, an overwhelming pressure crushing the universe itself. Every gesture he made contained power enough to destroy all. A piercing shriek filled with boundless agony and fury resounded not through the air, but directly within the very rules of the world. In the void, a colossal multicolored serpent coiled opposite Yi Tianji. It was the embodiment of the world's will. Its body was formed from flowing laws and primordial essence, not flesh and blood. The serpent's body shimmered with myriad hues, each representing a force of nature: crimson for flames that scorched the sky, azure for the boundless ocean, emerald for vibrant life, ochre for the heavy earth, and dark purple for devastating thunder. These colors intertwined and flowed, breathtakingly beautiful, yet lethally dangerous. Its massive form coiled around the void, and its serpentine pupils were two rotating vortexes of stars, cold, supreme, reflecting Yi Tianji's image. Outsider, how dare you hunt my children? You deserve death. The voice of law thundered. Do you think you can? Yi Tianji retorted. Even the destinies that a martial king cannot nurture are but inferior, mere prey for me to hunt at will. Yi Tianji's voice boomed like a great bell. With one step, the void exploded. He reached out with a massive hand covered in countless shattered martial runes and grabbed directly at the serpent's vital spot. The five-colored serpent roared, its body bursting with dazzling light. Flames turned into rivers of stars sweeping forward, thunder coalesced into billions of spears raining down. The power of earth formed endless barriers. All the forces of heaven and earth surged toward Yi Tianji. He showed no fear, chuckling softly as he punched. His fist intent pierced through everything, breaking all laws with sheer force. The fist struck horizontally, containing unparalleled might. Every power seemed like paper easily obliterated. Boom. At last his hand, covering the sky, gripped the serpent's throat tightly. The serpent thrashed wildly, its five-colored body twisting, shattering thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, but it could not break free from the grip that held the ultimate power of martial arts. Yi Tianji's eyes blazed. He took a deep breath and forcibly extracted the vast world's primordial essence, enough to burst a great realm from the serpent's body, turning it into streams of brilliant colors that he swallowed into himself. The serpent's body grew translucent and dim, uttering a mournful cry, then shattered inch by inch, dissolving back into the most basic spiritual energy particles, fading into the void. A rain of colorful light descended upon the world, the elegy of the worlds will collapsing. Yi Tianji stood alone in the void, his aura suddenly rising vast and infinite like the starry river. At that moment, Yi Tianji seemed like a true deity, standing alone in the cosmos, gazing down upon all beings. This scene also plunged the nearby onlookers into shock. Countless people gasped. Hunting destiny had always been mysterious, but few had ever witnessed it. Many were seeing it for the first time, the stunning spectacle leaving their minds blank and beyond comprehension. Even a martial king is like a god, so what level is a true god? Qin Yang exhaled slowly, his eyes bright with awe and a trace of anticipation. In the past, he had no concept of martial kings, imagining they could cross the void in the starry sky or punch a planet into pieces. But now he realized that the power of a martial king far exceeded anything he had imagined. Perhaps it was a matter of perception. Qin Yang had thought a martial king might be similar to the super scions from his past life, but now he saw that the dimension of power a martial king commanded was likely beyond what any super scion could match. Who knows? Yilin shook her head and said calmly, the universe is boundless, no one knows what life lurks within. Some speculate that gods may have vanished long ago, while others believe the universe is so vast that perhaps a divine realm exists hidden behind special barriers we cannot penetrate. It's like the creatures of ancient Earth who could not step beyond the sky to gaze at the starry river. Perhaps the same is true for us. They might exist, but there is a barrier between us. When we one day cross that barrier, perhaps we will meet the so-called gods. Whether gods truly existed remained unknown. Yet the Earth-Human Alliance, having contacted countless worlds across the vast universe, had never encountered a real god. It was an eternal mystery. Even over countless ages, no true god had ever been born. As they spoke, a man with blue eyes appeared out of nowhere and landed beside them. It was none other than Feng Tian. Feng Tian ignored Qin Yang, his blue eyes fixed on Yilin. Yilin, you guard this boy quite closely. I thought he might be some prodigy, he said calmly. He paused, sizing up Qin Yang with a look of contempt. But now I see he's nothing special. A mere blood-pass realm martial artist, good-looking perhaps, but why would you go so far as to bring out the Black Moon Jade pendant to protect him? Hearing this, Qin Yang glanced at him and then ignored him. It was meaningless, a waste of breath. Yilin shot Feng Tian a dismissive look. Are you done? If you are, scram. Don't disturb my peace. I hate flies buzzing around me. She turned to Qin Yang. Don't you agree, Qin Yang? Though Qin Yang disliked trouble, he wasn't afraid of it. Since Feng Tian had come for him, and Yilin was clearly helping him, retreating would be unmanly. I really don't like idiots yapping next to me either. I once heard online that talking too much with idiots can infect you. Qin Yang chuckled lightly, and Yilin couldn't help but laugh. Makes sense. Then her expression turned cold as she glared at Feng Tian. Did you hear that? Scram, you idiot. You. Feng Tian's face turned livid. Trembling with rage, he erupted with a terrifying aura. Almost simultaneously, Yilin struck without warning. Before anyone could react, she kicked Feng Tian flying. Young master. Feng Tian's men cried out, rushing to catch him. Get lost, or I'll cripple you if you come near again. Yilin's voice was filled with utter disgust and coldness. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. He had never seen her like this. She was usually polite and gentle. Took another hit, huh? Why provoke, Yilin? Who gave you the guts? Some onlookers sneered as Feng Tian was kicked away. They were all from decent backgrounds and unafraid of Feng Tian himself. Shut up. Feng Tian's face turned livid, seething with fury. The reason he had been so antagonistic toward Qin Yang and Yilin today was primarily due to the long-standing poor relationship between the two. This enmity extended beyond the two individuals themselves, involving the highest echelons. The patriarchs of Yilin's family and his own family had always been at odds, leading to mutual disdain and confrontation between their respective forces. Each side always sought to gain the upper hand. Originally, he had made progress in his cultivation and believed he could surpass Yilin by a step, only to find that Yilin's cultivation was profoundly deep, completely beyond his expectations. This led to his utter defeat today, a complete loss of face. Half-step Grandmaster. Yilin, you've been hiding your strength well. A flicker of wariness flashed in Feng Tian's eyes. A single realm difference in cultivation was an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, a half-step Grandmaster had already touched upon the Grandmaster realm, far beyond what an ordinary Xiantian could compare to. Even though he was at the peak of Xiantian, facing a half-step Grandmaster left him no room to counter, utterly dominated. That was why Yilin could suppress him so easily. As these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd erupted in exclamations. Their gazes toward Yilin shifted. On the path of cultivation, talent was exceptionally important. A half-step Grandmaster at 18 and one at 20 were not the same. To reach the half-step Grandmaster realm at this age with such formidable talent, he could easily be ranked among the top 10 of the younger generation in the Human Alliance. His talent overflowed, overshadowing the younger generation. Is it possible that I am a Grandmaster? Facing the crowd's astonishment and speculation, Yilin smiled nonchalantly and said, an 18-year-old Grandmaster. The crowd fell silent. If that were true, Yilin would undoubtedly be a standout among the younger generation. The scope would no longer be within the Human Alliance, but across the cosmic starry sky, able to contend with myriad races of the universe. A real Grandmaster. Qin Yang looked at Yilin with curiosity. She was about the same age as him, yet already a Grandmaster. He had heard a little about how difficult it was to become a Grandmaster. It was said that among 1,000,000 Xiantian cultivators, perhaps not one could become a Grandmaster. In the Human Alliance, Xiantian martial artists were countless, but Grandmasters were extremely rare. And she was the same age as him, yet possibly a Grandmaster. Such talent was extraordinary. But considering her background, Qin Yang could somewhat understand. As the saying goes, with a good background, even a pig could become a god. Though it was a jest, those with backing often had limits that ordinary people could never match. Although these people have backgrounds and lack no resources, they still can't compare to me. I have a cheat. Thinking of this, Qin Yang felt much more at ease. I have a cheat, especially with my own talent. Heaven rewards diligence. There are no shackles, and as long as conditions are right, breakthrough comes naturally. This was something no other genius could match. Or rather, he was the greatest genius. To break through to Martial King requires a heavenly mandate. I wonder if after countless tempering and continuous cultivation, I might be able to break through to Martial King without a heavenly mandate. Qin Yang was curious. His talent had no shackles. Breakthrough came naturally when conditions were ripe. But ordinary people were different. To enter the Martial King realm, one must absorb a heavenly mandate, forge one's true destiny, and condense the world origin. Without a heavenly mandate gathered within, no matter how talented one could never cross the chasm. Probably not needed. Qin Yang pondered and estimated that he would not need it. This set him apart from others. Without a heavenly mandate, ordinary people would be completely unable to advance. But he didn't need it, which was his advantage over others. An advantage that others could never compensate for. A hum resounded. The void trembled, and the surroundings quaked as if an earthquake had struck. A divine radiance burst forth from the blood demon world, and the next moment landed beside Qin Yang and Yi Lin. The light faded, revealing a majestic figure before the crowd. It was none other than the Black Moon Martial King Yi Tianji. The heavenly mandate has departed, the world is vacant. If any of you seek opportunities, feel free to enter the new world and find your fortune. Yi Tianji spoke with the authority of heaven. His voice was soft, yet carried supreme, while reaching every ear. The moment his voice resounded, the crowd stirred with excitement. It had finally arrived. They could begin pioneering. No, they could enter to seek opportunities. The pioneering had already been done. As Yi Tianji's voice faded, the formation that had been circling the Baiyun Mountains gradually expanded. The originally weak spatial rift instantly widened to hundreds of meters, as if half the sky had been torn open. A shocking and awe-inspiring sight. Almost simultaneously, teams of people surged in, afraid of being left behind. Martial King. Qin Yang bowed to Yi Tianji. Yi Tianji nodded with a smile, seemingly in good spirits. Yi Lin, standing nearby, seemed to guess something, and asked curiously, "Third grandfather, have you broken through?" "A breakthrough by luck." Yi Tianji laughed heartily. "I thought it was just an ordinary, extraordinary heavenly mandate, but it contained a trace of special origin that allowed me to complete my origin and break through in one go." Saying this, Yi Tianji looked at Qin Yang and said with a smile, "All of this is thanks to you, Qin Yang. If not for the information you provided, I might not have been able to hunt this heavenly mandate." Qin Yang clasped his hands. "Each is what they need, an unexpected delight. More than that, I should thank the Martial King for your intervention, otherwise Baiyun City would have been in danger." Yi Tianji had clearly gained a lot, but Qin Yang didn't mind. Because his own gains were also substantial, he was already satisfied. Moreover, Yi Tianji's appearance had indeed been crucial. If Yi Tianji hadn't appeared, the blood demon race would have descended, and he would have been in danger. Besides, he had also gained considerably in the blood demon world. Both sides had their gains, and were extremely satisfied. This is my duty. This time the harvest far exceeded my expectations. As a return, I will gift you a cultivation technique. Yi Tianji waved his hand casually, and a dark orb of light floated before Qin Yang. This is the Blood Demon Clan's treasured heirloom, a 7th grade cultivation technique, a spatial system technique. If you can cultivate it, that would be best, otherwise you can sell it to the Alliance and I believe they will offer a corresponding value. A 7th grade spatial technique. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. It was probably not inferior to the ghostly formless soul palace, perhaps even superior. Space is revered, time is king. These two attributes have always been special, and those who can cultivate them are extremely rare. Their value is unimaginable. If he could cultivate it, that would be ideal. However, for someone like Qin Yang, not being collected by the Alliance actually made its value even greater. It could be exchanged for a great deal of benefits. "Thank you, Martial King." Qin Yang sincerely thanked him. Yi Tianji had done him a great favor. Spatial cultivation techniques were obscure and difficult to understand. For others, it might be impossible to comprehend. But for Qin Yang, it wouldn't be too difficult at all. Yi Tianji cautioned, "Spatial techniques are obscure and hard for ordinary people to grasp. If you cannot comprehend it, it's only natural. Don't be discouraged. You can sell this technique to the Alliance in exchange for other things." Clearly, Yi Tianji hadn't expected Qin Yang to comprehend it. He simply handed over the value of the technique to Qin Yang to handle. And this value was unimaginable. Not to mention Qin Yang, even a great grandmaster would covet it. Qin Yang nodded and touched the orb with his finger. Instantly, complex scriptures flooded into his mind, each word, as if his own, every character containing profound truths. Palm of the Universe, Beginner 03000. The sky was clear and cloudless, with a gentle breeze rippling through the air. At the mountain peak, Yi Tianji stood with a towering figure, his eyes blazing like the sun, his aura vast and overwhelming, pressing down upon all living beings. He floated silently in the void, while beside him, Yi Lin yawned, utterly bored. After Yi Tianji bestowed the technique, Qin Yang had been deeply immersed in it for half an hour. At that moment, Qin Yang, who had been as still as a wooden post, gave a slight tremor, his eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Thank you, Martial King, for bestowing the technique. The art of space is profound and mysterious. This humble one's talent is meager and cannot comprehend it. I can only commit the scripture to memory." Qin Yang's expression held a hint of helplessness, and he let out a soft sigh. It seemed he regretted not being able to grasp the universe in the palm. "Ha!" Yi Tianji chuckled softly. Yi Lin couldn't help but remark, "You're a bit too arrogant, kid." "Why?" Qin Yang feigned ignorance. Yi Lin shook her head. "The art of space is so profound that even a 1st or 2nd grade space technique has never been comprehended by a grandmaster. Yet the technique you are cultivating is a 7th grade space art 10,000 times more profound than the 1st or 2nd grade. If you could comprehend it on the spot and master it thoroughly, you would be the most monstrous genius in the history of the cosmos. In other words, if you had learned it right now, I would suspect you were a reincarnated powerhouse. The mysteries of space, how profound they are. For an ordinary person to grasp, even a sliver is already a peerless posture. Moreover, a 7th grade technique is already a high-level secret art involving such profound mysteries that not even a martial king, let alone a Xiantian cultivator, could easily penetrate. Yi Tianji bestowed the secret art upon Qin Yang partly because his own path was blocked and he could hardly comprehend it, and partly because the help Qin Yang had provided was too great. Not to mention other things, the abundant destiny was something nothing else could compare to. Additionally, the high-level resources from the entire Blood Demon world were priceless treasures, all taken in astonishing even the Black Moon Martial King. Of course, if the gains were enormous, Yi Tianji might not have bestowed the technique to Qin Yang. After all, he had already given Qin Yang benefits. The value of pioneering a new world was unimaginable. Moreover, he had helped Qin Yang slay a powerful enemy, made a move once, and allowed Qin Yang to choose 2 treasures. To some extent, the value given had already been settled. The reason he still gave Qin Yang the secret art was out of regard for Qin Yang's extraordinary talent. Even though the record said Qin Yang was a waste unable to sense even blood qi for over 18 years. But now Qin Yang had already changed. In just over 10 days, he had leaped from an ordinary person to the blood pass realm. His cultivation speed was extremely rare. A former waste, now a prodigy. Such a performance could be attributed to several reasons. One was that a powerful being had taken over his body, his flesh and soul belonging to another, or his mind had undergone a great change, sensing the Tao and suddenly achieving enlightenment, or he had obtained some kind of opportunity, such as a high-level talent fruit that cleansed his marrow and defied fate to seize a new life. He believed Qin Yang was the latter, because if it were a possession by a powerful being, it would definitely not escape his eyes. A martial king had already explored destiny and probed the origin mysteries of the world. If Qin Yang had been swapped like a cat for a dragon, there would inevitably be a residual aura on him, which could never deceive him. Sudden enlightenment was also impossible, too rare. Only a high-level talent fruit could so drastically alter one's fate. In short, in Yi Tianji's eyes, Qin Yang had become one of the very few extraordinary geniuses. Perhaps even his talent might surpass Yi Lin's. Although his strength was mediocre and he had no background, appearing as an insignificant pawn. However, in the eyes of these top-tier powerhouses, this was actually the best. No background, heaven-defying talent, a clean record. If they invested now and he later achieved great success, the returns would be immense. If I were truly a reincarnated powerhouse, I would have already slaughtered all my enemies. Why would I need your help? Qin Yang said nonchalantly. Although he was a transmigrator, it was obvious he had a cheat, unafraid of being discovered. Besides, if he had been found out, he would have been dead already. So Qin Yang was not flustered at all. That's true. Yi Lin nodded. Yi Tianji casually waved his hand, and a jade pendant appeared before Qin Yang. He said indifferently, "This is the Black Moon Jade Pendant, my token as the Black Moon Martial King. In the future, if you have a conflict with someone and they bully you using their family background, you can use this Jade Pendant. Of course, you cannot use the Black Moon Jade Pendant to oppress others or commit evil deeds. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, not only Qin Yang, the surrounding crowd also showed expressions of shock. Yi Tianji's move was almost announcing to all major powers that Qin Yang was under his protection, and he thought highly of Qin Yang. This was both a deterrent and a declaration. In short, Yi Tianji was becoming Qin Yang's backer. If anyone bullied him based on power, they would have to deal with Yi Tianji. Of course, he also told Qin Yang that he could not use his favor to bully others or commit crimes. Thank you, Martial King. Qin Yang was overjoyed in his heart. With this item, he now had a backer. As for why the other party did this, Qin Yang did not know. There must be a reason, perhaps for profit, or perhaps he truly thought highly of him. But regardless, having this item brought more benefits than drawbacks. In a little over 10 days, it will be the college entrance exam. I hope you can enter the Starry Sky Martial University. Yi Tianji left these words, then his figure vanished into the distance without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Yi Lin walked over, playing with the Black Moon Jade Pendant. Qin Yang did not stop her. Yi Lin sighed, "You are quite lucky. Although my third grandfather is not a saint, he is an upright man. Few people earn his recognition. You are one of the few he acknowledges. Even I have not gained his approval." Yi Lin's tone carried a hint of envy. Qin Yang put away the jade pendant. Their relationship had grown somewhat familiar and Yi Lin had no heirs, so Qin Yang said with a smile, "You are the young lady of the Wanbao Pavilion. Why would you care about a Martial King's approval? If the Martial King did not approve of you, why would he come in person? The jade pendant is just a deterrent. You don't lack such items, nor do you even need them. The deterrent power of the Wanbao Pavilion behind you is stronger than any jade pendant, isn't it? You are blessed, but don't know it." Yi Lin rolled her eyes and said lightly, "You don't understand. The more you come from a prestigious family, the greater the pressure. Especially when your predecessors are powerful and dazzling. If the younger generation cannot keep up, they're often called rats, enduring psychological pressure beyond ordinary people's imagination. Hearing this, Qin Yang was speechless. How about we switch? No thanks. Just kidding. Yilin laughed it off, her smile blooming like a flower. It's almost time. I need to go too. I hope to see you at the Starry Sky Martial University later. If you can enter the Starry Sky Martial University, you will be qualified to call me senior. That Yilin was a student of the Starry Sky Martial University was not surprising. After all, with her background, even a waste could get in. It would be strange if she did not attend. Born into a wealthy family with countless strong members, she naturally lacked no guidance from experts, and the resources she enjoyed far surpassed what any school could offer. But she still chose to study at the Starry Sky Martial University, which meant that the university had something special, something even those from major powers could not resist. Hard to say. I might fail the exam. Qin Yang chuckled. Yilin was momentarily stunned, then saw the confident look in Qin Yang's eyes and smiled. If that happens, I will definitely come back to the ancestral planet and give you a good beating. If you can't even get into the Starry Sky Martial University, you would have wasted my third grandfather's regard and disgraced him. With those words, Yilin did not linger and left. They had already plundered the Blood Demon realm completely, taking all the important things. There was no need to stay and fight over the leftovers. After Yi Tianji and Yilin departed one after another, the vast mountaintop was left only with Qin Yang alone. At the same time, a graceful figure flickered past and landed beside Qin Yang. She was a young woman with a slender figure, fair skin, dressed in a black and white gown, her posture graceful and her figure voluptuous. The soft fabric could not conceal her fiery physique. Her facial features were exquisite, like the most perfect combination, without a single flaw, and her black hair cascaded like a waterfall. With black hair and a long dress, her aura ethereal, she stood out like a crane among chickens, not like a mortal woman. Well, this person was Qin Qianqian. Qin Qianqian had arrived long ago, but seeing Yilin and Yi Tianji by Qin Yang's side, she had refrained from disturbing them. Now that the two had left, Qin Qianqian came over. What exactly did you do to make even the War King value you so highly? What kind of medicine did you take? Qin Qianqian kept scrutinizing Qin Yang, her eyes full of shock and curiosity. Yi Tianji's actions were open and above board, never concealed, observed by the surrounding crowd. Whether it was the War King's token or the War King's bestowed methods, the value of these things was unimaginable. Moreover, by doing so, he was practically telling the world that Qin Yang was his man. Anyone who dared to touch Qin Yang would have to answer to Yi Tianji first. It could be said that after today, Qin Yang would become one of the most influential figures on the ancestral star. The so-called Earth Alliance families, or even the Alliance president, would have to step aside and think twice. Of course, the ancestral star is the origin of everything, and there must be War Kings behind it as well. However, the War Kings would certainly not offend Yi Tianji over trivial matters. After all, Yi Tianji was at the peak of his fame and came from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Especially since this man was vengeful and extremely protective of his own. If it were another War King, they might not care. But Yi Tianji would definitely take action. Bro, I'm gifted, what do you know? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said flatly, why don't you go in? Although the Blood Demon world has been cleared, there must still be some good stuff inside. If we can get a few things, it would be a decent gain. Like some cultivation techniques that the Alliance hasn't collected. Or have you already divined? According to Qin Qianqian's practice, she would divine before any action. The fact that she hadn't gone in now meant the divination result was probably not good. I dare not go in. Qin Qianqian gritted her teeth and said helplessly, it's an omen of great misfortune. If I go in, I'll die. She wanted to go too. Even though the Blood Demon realm had been harvested, there were things the War Kings didn't want. What the War Kings looked down upon were still treasures to them. But alas, the omen of great misfortune. What if I go in with you? Qin Yang asked curiously. Qin Qianqian's wheel of fate was quite peculiar, entangled with destiny. She could discern her own luck through divination. This ability was quite practical, seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. With this ability, her actions were almost never dangerous. I've divined it. The response is very strange. Fortune and misfortune fluctuate. There are omens of great misfortune and also great fortune. I think if we combine forces, maybe there's an opportunity inside. Shall we give it a try? Qin Qianqian's eyes sparkled, her words full of urgency. A treasure mountain before her, yet unable to delve deep. This was unbearable for Qin Qianqian. No, Qin Yang refused without even thinking. No way. If it were great fortune, he might consider it. But for something uncertain, there was no need to take risks. Besides, this time his gains were too great. He needed time to digest them. Although the Blood Demon realm had many treasures, and entering would bring great benefits. But could any gain compare to the 2 7th-grade secret techniques in his hands? Either one, if sold, would yield value incomparable to those treasures. Moreover, there was danger. Which was more important? How to choose? Qin Yang had his own judgment. All right. Qin Qianqian had expected this and didn't insist. This time she came just to try. If Qin Yang was unwilling, she could only give up. When do you plan to go to the imperial capital? Qin Qianqian followed Qin Yang back to the Baiyun Hotel. Tomorrow. Now that everything was over, Qin Yang had no intention of staying here. He needed a change of environment. The imperial capital was obviously a good choice. The imperial capital was far better than the Baiyun Hotel. Together. I'll come to Baiyun City tomorrow, and we'll go together, Chen Qianqian said with a smile. Since she knew Qin Yang's future was boundless, she just wanted to build a good relationship with him and cling to his coattails. Will your father agree? Rumor has it that your father is very strict with you, and any man who approaches you will be threatened by him. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his expression. Chen Qianqian was quite famous at Tianhai High School. One reason was her natural beauty and pure charm, which naturally attracted countless admirers of the opposite sex. The other was the methods of her father. Anyone who dared to approach regardless of who they were would first be threatened. It depends on the person. Chen Qianqian sighed helplessly. If they are ordinary mortals, he naturally doesn't want me to get too close. But if they are prodigies with deep backgrounds who can help expand the family, he would be more than willing. And you are already far stronger than those prodigies in his mind. The deterrence of the Black Moon War King is not something those useless ones can compare to. Chen Qianqian's father was a rather rigid family patriarch. For the sake of family interests, children's marriages must align with family benefits. Personal preference was unimportant. What mattered was serving family interests. According to you, if I went to propose marriage right now, your father would immediately agree. Qin Yang stroked his chin, speaking meaningfully. As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Qianqian. You're taking advantage of the situation. You'll lose me. Chen Qianqian pretended to be delicate, speaking with a trembling voice. Qin Yang was speechless. Stop pretending. Actually, you're not afraid of your father. Her previous demeanor was naturally an act. With her talent, she probably wasn't afraid of her father's suppression. And in the past, she allowed her father to intimidate others, likely to drive away those pests. In short, Chen Qianqian's father's actions aligned with her own thoughts, so she didn't interfere. I'm not pretending. If it's young Master Qin, I would indeed agree. Chen Qianqian's voice was charming, ethereal, with a unique allure that could make one lose oneself. T-talk, truly a white cut black in the truest sense. People often say that those who appear pure on the outside often have a contrasting inner self. The ancients did not deceive me. Qin Yang smiled lightly, leaped up, and immediately returned to the Baiyun Hotel, ignoring Chen Qianqian's expression. Those words were just a joke, a way to relax himself. What do you know? I'm not a tea. Chen Qianqian laughed and scolded, watching Qin Yang leave, murmuring to herself. 18 years of obscurity, ridiculed by all, overnight change, of fish leaping over the dragon gate. The fate of mortals is truly wonderful and ineffable. If I can continue to observe Qin Yang, it will surely advance my path of destiny further. This Qin Yang is truly fortunate. A worthless good-for-nothing, yet he has won the favor of young Lady Yi and now even the respect of the martial king. Despicable. Is he merely good-looking? What right does he have? My talent is 10 times better than his, and I am naturally graceful. Why was I not chosen? Qin Yang is nothing but a lucky dog. Young Lady Yi spares no effort to cultivate him all because of a handsome face. Now Qin Yang has soared to the heavens. As Qin Yang and his companions left, the crowd buzzed with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They could not comprehend. Why would a worthless man receive the attention of Yi Lin and the martial king? The martial king, no less. A supreme sovereign who intimidates the cosmos. And Yi Lin was no ordinary figure. As the legitimate daughter of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, she might even be its heir. Her status was noble, ordinary people could hardly dream of meeting her. Yet now Qin Yang had earned the favor of both, and they were helping him transform. How could this not stir jealousy? In their eyes, they were no worse than Qin Yang. In fact, they were superior in many ways, save for lacking his handsome face. Can good looks fill one's stomach? Why him? Countless people fumed silently, not daring to speak openly. Times had changed. Qin Yang's status was now entirely different. If they dared to mock Qin Yang, many would step in to teach them a lesson. Qin Yang wouldn't even need to utter a word. Near the vast mountain range, Yi Qingxue concealed herself among the crowd, her beautiful face twisted with fury, eyes blazing with boundless rage. She had arrived early. She had been lurking in the crowd, waiting to enter the blood demon world. Simply put, she was standing in line. Though Yi Tianji had already claimed the destiny and opened the gates of the blood demon world, the second wave of entrants would be the noble ones. The rest had to wait. In essence, a newly opened world would first be devoured by the major powers. The pioneers ate the meat, the subsequent waves sipped the broth, and finally ordinary people got the scraps. Yet even this was a decent opportunity. Sometimes valuable remnants remained, and a few lucky ones could pick up extraordinary fortunes. Such examples were countless, though the probability was low. What exactly did Qin Yang do to earn Yi Lin's favor? Yi Qingxue could not understand. Qin Yang's talent was mediocre, a complete waste. His character was cowardly and inferior. How could he win the regard of the lofty and noble Yi Lin? Just because he was handsome? Could good looks fill one's stomach? She too was baffled. Perhaps hatred had clouded her mind, robbing her of reason and the ability to discern the truth. The college entrance exam. The exam includes practical combat. If Qin Yang participates, I will have a chance to avenge myself. Yi Lin harbored an intense hatred for Qin Yang. In her eyes, his existence had caused her father's death and reduced her from a noble lady to an ordinary commoner. Everything was because of Qin Yang. As for Yi Lin, she had no thoughts. The gap between them was too vast. One was the legitimate daughter of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, among the most distinguished youths of the entire human alliance. Provoking such a figure was surely a death sentence. Perhaps this blood demon world will grant me my chance. Yi Qingxue gazed toward the direction of the blood demon world. She sensed a peculiar aura from within the blood demon world, a yearning deep in her heart. It was as if something was calling to her. White Cloud Hotel. Qin Yang returned to his room, sat on the bed, and tallied his gains, 2 7th-grade secret arts, and some rare, celestial treasures of no mean grade. My harvest this time is immense. And now I am a mere step away from the pre-celestial realm. Truly the intelligence he had provided earlier had yielded tremendous value. Not to mention the spoils from the blood demon world. The Black Moon Jade pendant given by Yi Tianji, a token of the martial king, was enough to grant Qin Yang a formidable backing. That alone was excellent. Of course, most valuable items were surely in Yi Tianji's hands, such as the most precious destiny. But Qin Yang had self-awareness. That was not something he could take. He lacked the ability to claim such things. Without even reaching the pre-celestial realm, facing a great world head-on would be suicide. Moreover, Yi Tianji had been more than generous. He had not only bestowed techniques, but also a patron. The value far exceeded the intelligence provided. 2 7th-grade secret arts, one of the soul system, one of the space system. Both are extremely rare and unique paths. If I can master them, my arsenal of trump cards will increase significantly. And these 2 7th-grade secret arts have never been revealed. If I sell them to the Alliance, I could gain even more value. Qin Yang mused to himself. Secret arts not yet collected by the Human Alliance always commanded the highest prices, especially since both arts in his possession were 7th grade and of extremely rare attributes. Their value was unimaginable. Such high-level secret arts could probably not be measured in money. Should I sell them? How can I maximize the profit? This troubled Qin Yang. 7th-grade secret arts were already high-level, touching upon the martial king realm. Their value was immense. It would not be an exaggeration to call them priceless. Perhaps I can ask Yi Lin. As the legitimate daughter of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, she had handled countless treasures. Yi Lin would surely know best about the value of treasures. After a moment of thought, Qin Yang activated his terminal and contacted Yi Lin. If I want to sell 7th-grade secret arts, how should I proceed? Qin Yang sent a message. The Palm Universe technique was given by Yi Tianji, and Yi Lin was well aware of it. It depends on your choice. You can sell to the Alliance, but the return is low. They'll only offer some money, which isn't ideal. Alliance currency can only purchase items below the 5th grade. Anything above requires special exchange. The second option is to participate in an auction and consign the arts. 7th grade techniques are somewhat special and valuable, and you can bid for what you desire from the auction. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion will hold a decennial auction next year. You can consign them. Yi Lin replied, promptly explaining in detail. Selling to the Alliance seemed the least favorable. Although currency is liquid and has value, ordinary money cannot buy high-tier items. And the Alliance only pays in ordinary currency, making it a losing deal. In short, ordinary currency can only buy items below the 5th grade. Higher ones require a different currency. Thus, value diminishes greatly. What currency is needed for items above the 5th grade? Qin Yang had checked. Indeed, the Alliance had no purchase channels above the 5th grade. Destiny crystals. These are crystals condensed from destiny, a special material that aids cultivation with significant benefits, especially after entering the pre-celestial realm. However, condensing destiny crystals requires destiny, which is scarce and highly valuable. Ordinary currency cannot be exchanged for them. The Alliance has not opened this channel either. Most exchanges are done through private channels. At Yi Lin's explanation, Qin Yang instantly understood. Destiny crystals served as the high-level currency of circulation, with most transactions conducted through destiny currency. However, the Alliance had not opened channels for exchanging destiny currency. Unable to exchange, only ordinary currency could be converted. This was certainly a loss for high-level items, as all high-level beings required destiny crystals. This also meant that items sold to the Alliance would be greatly devalued. Qin Yang simply couldn't understand why the Alliance didn't open a channel for exchanging destiny crystals. Why hasn't the exchange channel for destiny crystals been opened? Qin Yang sent a message. He was somewhat puzzled. Normally, as the largest human force, the Alliance should have control over currency rights. It shouldn't be like this. I can't tell you for now, but originally the Alliance did have a channel for exchanging destiny crystals. Later, due to some reasons, the Alliance lost this ability. Yi Lin sent a message, then, after thinking for a moment, continued. Once you reach the Grandmaster realm, you'll probably understand. What the hell, you're being cryptic. It's not that it's a rule I can't violate. You'll understand when the time comes. Although Yi Lin didn't say it, the fact that even Miss Yi was so cautious suggested it was indeed something untouchable. Given Yi Lin's status, since she didn't speak, Qin Yang wouldn't press further. Then how can destiny crystals be exchanged? Or how can high-level secret arts be obtained? There should be a channel for that, right? This question was quite important. In the future, as his realm improved, Qin Yang would definitely need to purchase high-level resources or acquire intelligence about them. Even if he didn't need them himself, he would need to sell them. As his cultivation level rose, Qin Yang would inevitably need to buy high-level resources or obtain intelligence about them. Even if he didn't need them, he would have to sell them. Many. For example, the black market or major auction houses and chambers of commerce. They all have channels where you can exchange. It's just that the exchange rates fluctuate at each place. If you want to buy or sell something, you can still come to me. I'll give you a good deal. Reading Yilin's message, Qin Yang pondered for a moment and replied, okay. From this conversation, Qin Yang sensed that the alliance was not monolithic. It seemed that various forces were mixed within the alliance and its authority was being suppressed. Yet due to various reasons it hadn't disbanded. The waters were too deep. Qin Yang didn't want to get involved. Besides, he had no immediate needs, so he couldn't be bothered to care. Improving himself was the most important thing. With that thought, Qin Yang dismissed the matter. Ghostly, formless soul palace universe in the palm. These two secret arts definitely need to be cultivated. The 100 refinements golden body is also nearing completion, and I can practice the fierce dragon fist along with it. It seems my training tasks are still quite heavy. Things were different now. With 2 additional 7th grade secret arts, the time for cultivation needed to be reallocated. After all, time was limited. If he spent more on one, the other would suffer. Moreover, with 2 7th grade secret arts, the 3rd grade fierce dragon fist was naturally abandoned. But the 100 refinements golden body couldn't be given up as it was nearing completion and would be Qin Yang's future reliance. Let's begin. Ghostly formless soul palace. Qin Yang took a deep breath and immediately entered the virtual divine realm. He began to circulate the ghostly formless soul palace. As a soul-type technique, the ghostly formless soul palace was obscure and difficult to cultivate, requiring tens or even hundreds of times the time of his other techniques. After half an hour, Qin Yang barely saw his experience points increase by 1. So difficult. He slowly exhaled. Half an hour for just 1 experience point. To reach the entry level, he needed 3,000 points. Just getting started would take hundreds of times longer than other techniques. However, Qin Yang understood. It was a 7th grade technique after all. Cultivation was long. The night passed without incident. The next day, Qin Yang emerged from the virtual capsule. He glanced at the panel. Ghostly formless soul palace entry, 93,100 refinements golden body, great accomplishment. 1250500 universe in the palm entries of fierce dragon fist entry 350500. The fierce dragon fist was close to entry. The 100 refinements golden body needed more time, and the 2 7th grade secret arts had just begun. I should focus on the 100 refinements golden body for now. Let's perfect it first. As for the 7th grade secret arts, I'll practice them from time to time. Qin Yang was about to take the college entrance exam. To stand out, he had to increase his strength quickly. Obviously, in the remaining 10+ days, he couldn't even get the ghostly formless soul palace to entry level, so he decided to perfect the 100 refinements golden body first. Once the 100 refinements golden body was perfected, forming the Vajra golden body, his physical form would be indestructible and invincible at the same realm. This was extremely important for Qin Yang. The priority was to get into Starry Sky Martial University. There was a saying in the Human Alliance, Starry Sky Martial University was the Dragon Gate. No matter your background, once you entered, you would leap over the Dragon Gate. Some powerful figures dared not easily touch students of Starry Sky Martial University. Even foreign races were extremely wary of them because the principal of Starry Sky Martial University was one of the 3 martial emperors of the Human Alliance. With a martial emperor backing it, Starry Sky Martial University was one of the strongest forces in the Alliance. A ringtone sounded. A message from Qin Yang arrived. Obviously, Qin Yang had arrived. Qin Yang replied with a message, then packed up and checked out. Today he was going to the Imperial Capital High School to obtain the college entrance exam qualification and spend the next 10+ days there. A few minutes later, Qin Yang came downstairs. Qin Yang stood at the entrance in a white dress, her black hair flowing in the breeze. Her delicate features were pure and charming, making people linger and want to take another look. Qin Yang, over here. Seeing Qin Yang, Qin Yang immediately waved at him. At this sight, many hearts broke. Plus, Qin Yang had become a celebrity, and some people's eyes turned red with jealousy. Damn it, he already has Miss Ye's favor, yet he dares to provoke another woman. Why him? Qin Yang is just a bit handsome. Why does he get so much attention from beauties? I don't understand. I'm clearly so much better than Qin Yang. Can being handsome let you get away with anything? Qin Yang was unaware of the thoughts around him. He walked straight up to Qin Yang, looked around, and asked, "Where's your family? Shouldn't they be seeing you off?" Qin Yang rolled her eyes. They already saw me off in Bayan City. Who would come all the way to another city to see me off? Qin Yang said indifferently, "Your family isn't ordinary. A few extra plane tickets wouldn't hurt. I told them to go back. Ever since my dad found out I'm close to you, his eyes sparkle like he's seen a treasure. He wishes I could marry you right now." Qin Yang complained. She knew her father's nature all too well. He was eager for her to marry into a good family that could help the Qin family rise. For example, to leave Tianhai City, or even Earth. But I never expected my dad to act like such a lovesick fool. You don't understand. Your dad has sharp eyes. Yeah, the car is here. Without any obstacles, Qin Yang and Chun Qianqian took a car to the airport and headed to the imperial capital. Baiyan City was quite far from Didi University, requiring several hours of travel. We will be arriving at Didi University shortly. Please gather your belongings. With a chime, the previously tranquil cabin gradually bustled with activity. Qin Yang opened his eyes slightly and looked out the window beside him. Beneath them floated an ancient city of timeless charm. Every building within the city showcased classical architecture as though one had traveled back in time and stepped into ancient times. We have arrived. The city below is Didi University. The entire school operates as its own self-contained city. Chun Qianqian chuckled softly beside him, gazing down at the city below and remarking, Didi University floats entirely 100 meters above the ground. It was raised into the sky by a martial king through sheer power hundreds of years ago and has remained as stable as ever since, never changing in all that time. Can you see the city over there? That is Didi. Chun Qianqian pointed in another direction. Qin Yang followed her gaze and could indeed make out a city faintly visible in the distance, though it was quite far away. Didi University was among the most extraordinary institutions on Earth. Though called a university, it was essentially a city itself with a population nearing 10 million floating in the sky. In the present era, such a feat was no longer remarkable, for across the vast cosmos, countless bizarre and wondrous cities existed beyond counting. Yet on Earth it remained a spectacular wonder. Didi University had been established hundreds of years ago when the martial path had only just begun to awaken less than a century prior. Didi University was the only floating university. Moreover, it shared ancestral ties with Shinkong Martial University. Its founder was the current president of Shinkong Martial University, one of the three great martial emperors. Qin Yang's destination, Didi High School, lay within the grounds of Didi University. The university was unique, encompassing elementary, middle, and high schools. It even had over a dozen high schools. Whoosh! The aircraft descended and Qin Yang and Chun Qianqian followed the crowd off the plane. No sooner had they stepped out when two people approached them. A young man and a young woman. The man wore a bright sunlit smile and extended his hand. You must be Qin Yang, right? I have heard so much about you. I am Su Sheng, a student at Didi High School. The girl beside him also smiled. Hello, I am Zhou Fengyin, also a student at Didi High School. The principal was worried you might not be familiar with Didi University, so he specially sent us to welcome you. Hello, I am Qin Yang. Hello, I am Chun Qianqian. After the introductions, they all shook hands. Though the focus was naturally on Qin Yang, they did not neglect Chun Qianqian. Let us get in the car first. I will explain everything about Didi High School and the entire Didi University along the way. Su Sheng spoke with a warm, approachable smile that radiated friendliness. A vehicle was parked not far from the aircraft. The four of them entered together. As the car started, it slowly departed the airport and merged onto the highway. The school has already arranged your dormitories for you. You can view them through your terminal. Since the Gaokao is approaching, the school has few classes scheduled. Of course, if you have any questions, you can consult the teachers through the terminal or even visit them in person. All the teachers are amiable and will happily help you. The high school teachers are all kind people and their strength is formidable. Several of them are zongshi. In this era, cars had long been capable of autonomous driving, so no one was needed to drive. This era was far too advanced. Many things could be handled with a single terminal. For instance, Qin Yang's enrollment required no formal procedures. He could simply pay through the terminal and learn about every part of the school, even understanding the teachers through it. If there were areas he did not understand, he could invite a teacher for private instruction. However, it would require money. But if one had a good relationship with a teacher, payment might not be necessary. None of this concerned Qin Yang, however, for he would only stay at the school for about 10 days. He was merely cultivating in a different place. Qin Yang, I heard you entered the blood demon world to pioneer. What does pioneering feel like? Su Sheng seemed deeply curious, repeatedly glancing at Qin Yang. It feels nothing special. You just search for whatever you can find. Whatever you can find belongs to you. And it is very dangerous. My strength is rather weak, so I found nothing valuable and returned quickly. Qin Yang responded with an air of calm detachment. Pioneering intrigued many people. After all, few had ever tried it. Coupled with widespread rumors that pioneering was like picking treasures from a vault and decades of bizarre rumors, it naturally sparked great interest among many. Isn't it said online that pioneering is incredibly thrilling? Su Sheng scratched his head. Qin Yang smiled and replied, for the powerful it truly is thrilling. They possess the strength to sweep aside everything and acquire vast treasures. But for ordinary people it is far from thrilling, especially since the blood demon world is filled with strong experts, numerous zongshi and grand masters. Once discovered, we would surely die. Moreover, the most precious treasures are held by powerful individuals, making them difficult to obtain. Danger lurks at every moment. Seeing that Su Sheng's attitude was reasonable, Qin Yang responded with a few more words. However, Su Sheng's curiosity was insatiable, his energy endless, and he kept chatting incessantly. It left Qin Yang with no choice but to fall silent. Seeing Qin Yang close his eyes, Su Sheng wisely kept quiet as well. Before long, they arrived at Didi High School, a campus built in the classical style of the Tang dynasty. Under Su Sheng's guidance, Qin Yang arrived at his dormitory, while Chen Qianqian was led to the girls' dormitory by Zhou Fengying. Qin Yang, the other students are very curious about you. Since you are new, we plan to hold a gathering and would like to invite you. I wonder if you have time. Su Sheng stood at the doorway and spoke softly. I am sorry, but I have no time. Qin Yang gave a slight smile and closed the door. Time was pressing, he could not afford to waste it on such matters. Over 10 days remained, and cultivation was paramount. Su Sheng was stunned. He had assumed Qin Yang would accept. He had never expected such a straightforward refusal. For a moment his expression shifted, turning somewhat sallow, as though he had lost face. He gazed at Qin Yang's dormitory for a while, but ultimately said nothing and walked away. Soon after, inside a room, Su Sheng relayed the news to a burly young man. He actually refuses to come. This Qin Yang is quite arrogant. Who does he think he is? He merely caught the favor of Miss Yi and now acts as though he is someone important. Besides, he has not even reached the innate stage. The burly man was furious, his voice cold and sharp. Someone beside him offered a reminder. King Heiyue holds Qin Yang in very high regard. So what if he does? The burly man sneered. As long as I do not kill him outright, it would simply mean Qin Yang lacks skill. The martial king would not bully a junior. Whoever can find an opportunity to lure Qin Yang out and cripple him will receive 500 million from me. And you will also gain the favor of young Master Feng Tian. What that means I trust you all understand. At these words, everyone trembled, their eyes blazing with greed. 500 million was enough to drive anyone mad, let alone the prospect of gaining Feng Tian's favor. Feng Tian's status was hardly inferior to Yi Lin's. In the spacious room, the crowd's eyes burned with fervor, exuding a frenzied aura that made the surrounding temperature gradually rise like men obsessed with the beauty. Those present were the geniuses of the Imperial Capital High School, ranking high and mostly within the top 30. They were undoubtedly the cream of the young generation on Earth. These individuals were either exceptionally gifted or came from formidable backgrounds, so normally, they possessed decent composure. However, the offer was simply too generous. 500 million was still an astronomical figure to them. Martial arts required immense wealth. Whether for daily elixirs, master guidance, or divine weapons, the expenses were endless. The higher their level, the more they spent. At their stage, monthly expenditures often exceeded millions, sometimes even more. More than the 500 million. Feng Tian's favor was the most crucial. Who was Feng Tian? He was the legitimate eldest son of the Feng family, the one most likely to inherit the family. One must know that the Feng family held a high position in the alliance. In particular, their ancestor, though not a martial emperor, was among the strongest martial kings. Moreover, this martial king was a master of formations, the foremost formation grandmaster in the alliance, enjoying an unparalleled status. Additionally, the Feng family's merchant guild was one of the strongest in the human alliance, comparable in scale to the Wanbao Pavilion. Unlike the Wanbao Pavilion, the Feng family's guild engaged in all kinds of businesses from top to bottom. Madman Zhang, why does young Master Feng Tian target Qin Yang? I checked Qin Yang's background. He was originally a waste, never sensing his blood chi for 18 years, relying solely on his appearance to win Yi Lin's favor and turn his life around. Such a person doesn't deserve young Master Feng Tian's attention, does he? They were not unfamiliar with Qin Yang. His reputation had already spread throughout the Earth Alliance in recent days, and he even had some fame in the Human Alliance. Of course, it wasn't a good reputation. Sponging off a wealthy woman had always been despised, and it also stirred envy and resentment in many. Why couldn't it be me? The burly man was named Zhang Kuang, ranked first in the Imperial Capital High School, and recognized as the #1 among the young generation of the Earth Alliance, at least for their generation. Zhang Kuang sat majestically on a chair and sneered. You are truly foolish. Do you believe everything the outside world says? It's true that Qin Yang is handsome, but among the young generation, he's only second to me. Upon hearing this, many opened their mouths slightly and subconsciously looked at Zhang Kuang. Silence fell over the room. To put it bluntly, Zhang Kuang was burly with vigorous blood chi and an imposing aura, but he resembled Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms era. At first glance, he clearly looked like a strong man, but he had nothing to do with handsomeness. What do you mean by that? Sensing the strange expressions, Zhang Kuang's face darkened. Am I not handsome? Madman Zhang, please calm down. I was just thinking how Qin Yang could compare to you. You are extraordinary in bearing and heroic in spirit. Qin Yang isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. Someone quickly chimed in, with a sincere expression devoid of any falsehood. You understand me. Zhang Kuang nodded with satisfaction. This kid knew how to talk, no wonder he always kept him around. The others cursed inwardly. Damn, you really know how to flatter. I must remember this and react faster next time. Madman Zhang, according to you, are the rumors all false? Does Qin Yang have some exceptional qualities that won Yi Lin's favor? Zhang Kuang nodded gravely and said, of course. What is Yi Lin's status? As the legitimate daughter of the Wanbao Pavilion, given her position, what kind of man couldn't she have if she wanted? Over the years, no one has ever made her so attentive. Qin Yang must have extraordinary qualities, especially since he only sensed his blood chi a little over 10 days ago, leaping from an ordinary person to a blood barrier realm martial artist. His breakthrough speed should be very clear to you. How long did it take us to step into the blood barrier realm? How long did it take Qin Yang? Though I'm reluctant to admit it, this Qin Yang is undoubtedly a genius. The others thought it over and agreed. They were considered peerless geniuses, at least on Earth. But even entering the blood barrier realm had taken them several years. How long for Qin Yang? Just over 10 days. Comparing people truly drives one mad. Suddenly the expressions of the crowd turned solemn. This Qin Yang was indeed extraordinary. At least in terms of talent, they were inferior. Zhang Kuang was pleased with their reactions and said calmly, Qin Yang most likely consumed a high-level talent fruit to reverse his fate, which is why he won Yi Lin's favor and even the approval of Martial King Yi Tianji. Unfortunately, he made the wrong choice, or perhaps his luck was poor. If he had met young Master Feng Tian, first his situation would have been better. Most importantly, young Master Feng Tian saw his talent and didn't want it to go to waste under Yi Lin, so he specifically tried to recruit him. But this man was ungrateful and offended young Master Feng Tian. Of course, the crucial point is that he chose Yi Lin. Hearing this, everyone understood. One Qin Yang didn't give face to Feng Tian, who the power behind Qin Yang was Yi Lin. Anyone with a bit of status in the alliance knew that the Yi family of Wanbao Pavilion and the Feng family of Tianyu Chamber of Commerce were irreconcilable. Over the years, their conflict had grown increasingly severe. It had reached the point of being untouchable. If not for the restraint of other powerful figures in the alliance, the two forces might have already come to blows. This young Master Feng Tian was truly narrow-minded. Some couldn't help muttering inwardly. From the scene, Qin Yang hadn't done anything wrong. After all, Yi Lin had helped him and their relationship was closer. He certainly couldn't offend Yi Lin for the sake of Feng Tian. Doing so would cast doubt on his character and invite suppression from the Wanbao Pavilion. Such was the tragedy of ordinary people. A small dissatisfaction or whim from the upper echelons could often mean destruction for the common folk. This Qin Yang deserves to die. Yes, young Master Feng Tian was so gracious, yet he dared to refuse. He deserves 1,000 deaths. But if we really cripple Qin Yang, will Yi Lin retaliate? This was a concern for many. They were willing to become dogs for advancement, but only if they could gain something from it. Or if the person backing them could protect them. Now that two major forces were clashing, they were like ants easily crushed. They didn't want to be finished off because of this matter, no matter how rich the reward. Zhang Kuang stroked his chin and said meaningfully, of course, with young Master Feng Tian behind us, how would Yi Lin dare to act recklessly? But Qin Yang has the approval of a martial king. Especially Yi Tianji, who is extremely protective of his own. No matter how protective, a martial king can't lay a hand on you directly. The martial king can't, but those below him can, just like us. Someone muttered. A few had already considered backing out. They were licking boots for a future, not seeking death. Moi. Zhang Kuang squinted his eyes and said coldly, if you're afraid, you can leave now. On the path of martial arts, one must strive to rise. Even if danger abounds, you must still fight for a glimmer of hope to scale the heights. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance today. If you make young Master Feng Tian happy, various cultivation resources will be secondary, and you might even enter the Starry Sky Martial University. As long as you become a student of the Starry Sky Martial University, even if Black Moon Martial King is dissatisfied, he won't dare to do anything to you. The 5 billion, the quota for Star Martial University, and the favor of Feng Tian. The combined allure of these benefits was enough to drive them into a frenzy. Though they were Earth's elite, none were confident of securing a place at Star Martial University. Star Martial University was too exceptional. Only the best of humanity could enter. If Earth hadn't been the ancestral planet of old, they probably wouldn't have even 5 spots. Count me in, Boss Zhang. Qin Yang. Just a lucky piece of trash. I'll cripple him for sure. Many stood up, their eyes brimming with cold malice. The world has never lacked bold individuals. As long as the profit was great enough, they would rather risk their lives than back down. Clearly the benefits Zhang Kuang had promised were enough to make them take the risk and fight tooth and nail. If they succeeded and Yi Tianji didn't pursue the matter, they would turn their fortunes around. If they failed, it was merely total defeat. A worthless life, nothing to lose. Excellent. Zhang Kuang scanned the crowd, beaming. You are truly dragons among men. You are far superior to Qin Yang. The only thing you lack is opportunity. Give you a chance, and you will surely surpass him. Qin Yang is a waste. Over a decade without even sensing his blood energy. How could such a failure stand beside you? A failure like him should be trampled under your feet, not stand shoulder to shoulder with you, let alone above you. Once you cripple Qin Yang, everything I promised will come true. You will not be confined to the ancestral planet. You will venture into the vast starry sky. In the future, being crowned a king and attaining the Tao will not be a dream, but a reality within easy reach. Zhang Kuang's voice soared, carrying a peculiar aura that stirred the blood of everyone present. Their faces flushed as if they were undertaking a great cause, sacrificing themselves for the future of humanity with noble righteousness. Yet in truth, they were merely acting out of selfish interest to cripple another. Today's intelligence generated today's intelligence. At 5 p.m. today, Lin Shu will purchase a second-grade spiritual herb, the Jade Lotus, at the flea market on the South Campus. The familiar notification sound rang out. Qin Yang's eyes flickered, then he dismissed it. The value of a second-grade spiritual item was not low. In the past, he would have dropped everything to secure it. But now Qin Yang had little interest. Compared to the value of such items, his time was far more precious. It wasn't that he looked down on them, but time was pressing. With only a dozen days left until the college entrance exam, he urgently needed to break through to the Xiantian realm and even raise his cultivation further to be confident of entering Star Martial University. Trading cultivation time for such trivial gains was simply not worth it no matter how he looked at it. Besides, Qin Yang was not short on money. He used to exchange time for benefits when he was broke, but now there was no need. The intelligence lately has been rather mediocre. Qin Yang frowned. He had been at Imperial Capital High School for several days now, yet the intelligence provided was of little value. Only first and second grade spiritual herbs. This was quite disappointing. In terms of value, it didn't even compare to Tianhai City and Baiyan City. At least in those places he could find items of third or fourth grade. Here third-grade items were rarely seen, let alone intelligence of equal value to the Blood Demon realm. 100 refinements, golden body, great completion, 458050000. With the poor intelligence returns recently, Qin Yang couldn't be bothered to move. The good news was that 100 refinements golden body was nearing great completion. Once it was complete, his strength would reach another level. Especially after condensing the golden body, his combat power would multiply several times over. If he could achieve perfection, it would be the indestructible Vajra body, making him invincible at the same cultivation level. Unless he encountered extraordinary monsters, he could roam freely. The blood barrier realm is also perfected. The next step is to break into the Xiantian realm. Qin Yang's eyes blazed with golden light. He had finally reached this point. In the path of martial arts, condensing blood energy was one watershed. Entering the Xiantian realm, returning from acquired to innate was another, and stepping from Grandmaster to Martial King was yet another great divide. These three watersheds marked entry into a completely new level of martial arts. Especially the Martial King realm. Once crowned a king, one was no longer confined to a single world, but could gaze upon the vast cosmos. During this period, Qin Yang had looked up some news. A martial king, if not suppressing his power, could casually obliterate a star system. Not just a common system like the solar system, but one hundreds of times larger. A single punch could annihilate it entirely. Such might was infinite and beyond imagination. It was almost like a true god, or immortal. It was also the realm pursued by countless martial artists. Ding. His terminal buzzed. Qin Yang glanced at it. A video call from Qin Xianqian. He answered, and her radiant face appeared before him. Still cultivating. Qin Xianqian looked at him speechlessly. This guy was way too intense. Ever since arriving at Imperial Capital High School, Qin Yang had never left his dorm, always in seclusion training. She wanted to explore the campus with him, but he never had time. He was cultivating every moment. His diligence was almost nauseating. It made her feel guilty for not working as hard. Isn't it obvious? The college entrance exam is coming. I need to break into the Xiantian realm as soon as possible. Qin Yang replied with exasperation. Qin Xianqian was already at the Xiantian realm, so she had no reason to worry. But he was different. Star Martial University's minimum requirement was the Xiantian realm. Without the Xiantian realm, there was absolutely no way to enter Star Martial University, no matter what connections he had. That's true. Then just focus on your training, and don't come out for a while. I don't know who you've offended, but recently someone's been looking for you, and they're not friendly. Did you cuckold them? Qin Xianqian looked at him with curiosity. Many top students in the senior year wanted to spar with Qin Yang. Not just one, but almost all of them. Rumors had spread that defeating Qin Yang would earn a huge reward. I wish I could, Qin Yang said helplessly. Over the past few days, countless people had challenged him to a duel. He had turned them all down. One reason was lack of time, the other was that he didn't want to waste effort on them. There was no benefit to sparring with them, and for practical experience, the virtual god realm was enough. So you really are a bullheaded guy? You actually have that thought? Qin Xianqian teased with a smile. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. Who's trying to get me? Do you have any info? He didn't want to deal with these people, but clearly someone was targeting him. Qin Yang wanted to know who it was so he could settle the score after breaking into the Xiantian realm. Zhang Kuang. Who? Seeing Qin Yang's puzzled look, Qin Xianqian wasn't surprised. Qin Yang treated Imperial Capital High School as a stopgap, much like the Baiyan Hotel, so he didn't know much about it. The top genius of Imperial Capital High School. I heard his talent is impressive, B-grade talent. And his background isn't bad, either. There's a grandmaster in his family, though not on the ancestral planet, but elsewhere. He's the one who put out the bounty for people to challenge you. He's up to no good. Rumors say if you're crippled, the reward is 5 billion and a chance to enter Star Martial University. How did you offend him? I even thought you might have cuckolded him. That was the reason Qin Xianqian had called specifically. Zhang Kuang's bounty was so high that it clearly indicated a deep grudge against Qin Yang. She couldn't understand it. They had no interactions, so why the sudden life or death hostility? After racking her brains, she concluded that Qin Yang must have cuckolded Zhang Kuang. Otherwise, there was no reason for such a move. But seeing that Qin Yang didn't even know him, Qin Xianqian knew something was off. I don't even know him. Qin Yang frowned and said coldly, this guy must be insane. I'll settle accounts with him later. Zhang Kuang had put a bounty on him for no reason and even sent people to cripple him. This was a debt that must be settled. There must be a reason behind it. That bastard showing up unprovoked certainly had some cause. Did you offend someone? Qin Yang was even more curious. Since there was no conflict between them, the other party had no reason to do such a thing. Is Zhang Kuang ugly? Could it be that I'm too handsome and made him jealous? Qin Yang racked his brain, but couldn't recall any offense he had given the other party. In fact, they hadn't even interacted. Moreover, he didn't have many enemies, just the Yi family. Could it be that Zhang Kuang was also a sycophant of Yi Qingxue? He really is quite ugly, Qin Yang said after thinking it over. Zhang Kuang was indeed ugly with a brutish build and a bizarre appearance like a pig. Yet this guy was somewhat arrogant, always believing himself to be the most handsome in school. He often demanded others to praise him as such. Due to his background and power, many people went along with the lie, and those who didn't respond were usually beaten up. In short, Zhang Kuang was the school bully of Imperial High School. No one dared to provoke him. That explains it. Ugly people being jealous of the handsome is normal. Jealousy drives people mad. Qin Yang sighed helplessly. Being handsome is also a sin. Sigh. Qin Yan's face darkened. I don't think it's that simple. If it were just jealousy, he wouldn't need to hire others. Zhang Kuang could do it himself. His strength is so great, there's no need to involve others. That was the strangest part. Zhang Kuang was clearly the strongest student in the school, almost invincible, yet he didn't act himself, and instead sent others. He even paid such a heavy price to get others to do the job. This went against his own interests, a loss rather than a gain. Do you think it might be because of Yi Qingxue? I don't have many enemies, just the Yi family. Yi Qingshan is already dead, leaving only Yi Qingxue. Qin Yang thought for a moment, and said slowly. Unlikely. Yi Qingxue doesn't have that kind of influence. Qin Yan shook her head. She had also suspected Yi Qingxue, but later realized it wasn't realistic because Yi Qingxue lacked the means. Moreover, if she could command Zhang Kuang, she would have shown herself long ago. Yi Qingxue came to Imperial High School 2 days ago, but like you, she's hidden away cultivating. She never meets anyone. That doesn't match her usual behavior. Qin Yan knew Yi Qingxue well. In the past, she would have come out to network. Her father just died, so she's not in the mood. But aside from Yi Qingxue, I can only think of someone named Feng Tian. I have a slight conflict with him. Qin Yang thought besides the Yi family there was no one else. Only Feng Tian. He had offended Feng Tian, and only Feng Tian's background could make Zhang Kuang pay such a high price. The young master of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, Feng Tian. Qin Yan was slightly startled, her brow furrowed. If it's Feng Tian, that's troublesome. Feng Tian's status is slightly lower than Yi Lin's, but his family's power is not much less than the Wanbao Pavilion. If you've offended Feng Tian, you're in big trouble. How did you provoke Feng Tian? Whether it was Yi Lin or Feng Tian, those top-tier family heirs were rarely seen by ordinary people. Qin Yang, on the other hand, managed to get involved with one and offend another. It was beyond normal comprehension. You know the temper of these young masters. They're lofty and look down on us. I just snapped back at him a couple of times. Qin Yang spread his hands, somewhat helpless. I didn't expect such a big shot to be so petty. It's not like someone from a major family. In his mind, heirs from big families were usually monsters, unflappable and inscrutable. No matter who they faced, they would wear a mask and smile. But Feng Tian was arrogant and haughty like a mindless villain from a novel. A lot of things depend on the person. If you had some status or background, it might be different. Without background or strength, the other party probably doesn't care about you. Qin Yan said softly, the problem at Imperial High School is easy to solve, just ignore it. But at Starry Sky Martial University, it'll be different. Feng Tian is also a student there, and with his influence he'll cause you no small trouble. Young masters with connections were troublesome. They had too many lackeys who would annoy you endlessly. When I get to Starry Sky Martial University, I'll let Yi Lin handle it. This situation is also partly because of Yi Lin. Qin Yang didn't care much. If he really couldn't afford to provoke them, he would just hide. He could wait until he had the capability to deal with them. He didn't believe Feng Tian could cover the sky with one hand and kill him at Starry Sky Martial University. If Feng Tian really had that ability, then he would have to admit defeat. But there was a martial emperor standing at Starry Sky Martial University. Killing him, there would be a slap in the emperor's face. Unless the Feng family was truly that powerful, there was nothing to be done. He believed Yi Lin wouldn't just sit idly by either. I'm done talking. I need to continue cultivating. Qin Yang quickly ended the video call and prepared to enter the virtual god realm to continue training. Time was pressing and he wanted to achieve the great perfection of the 100 refinements golden body as soon as possible. That way he would be able to handle the college entrance exam with ease. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hall, a group had gathered. Zhang Kuang sat in the middle looking impatient. Is Qin Yang still hiding like a turtle? He still won't come out. Ever since the bounty was placed on Qin Yang, the students of Imperial High School had been buzzing with excitement, treating Qin Yang like a treasure, eager to cripple him. But Qin Yang was like a turtle, refusing to come out. They had tried everything, including insults and provocations. Still it was useless. Young Master Kuang, it's not working. A man in a black and white robe shook his head. Qin Yang simply won't come out. He doesn't reply to messages, not even from the teachers. It's like he's cut off from the world. He doesn't leave his room, either, so we can't find him. We can't force our way into the dormitory. You know the school rules. If we break in and attack Qin Yang, expulsion would be the least of our worries. Zhang Kuang frowned. He hadn't expected Qin Yang to ignore them completely. They had no way to strike. Forcing their way into the dormitory was unrealistic. Although he had some influence, he didn't dare to violate Imperial High School's rules. Young Master Kuang, I have an idea. I heard Qin Yang came with a girl named Qin Qianqian, and they're close. They seem to be intimate. If we start with Qin Qianqian, we might force Qin Yang out. If Qin Qianqian is in danger, Qin Yang will definitely show up. A sharp-faced man said with a smile. Zhang Kuang's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Go ahead and find Qin Qianqian. Use her to lure Qin Yang out. Even if you cripple Qin Qianqian, I'll cover for you. As long as we can force Qin Yang out and cripple him. Zhang Kuang's voice was icy, filled with murderous intent. Hearing this, some were excited, others hesitant. Doing this would bring serious trouble. If Qin Qianqian was crippled, she would likely be expelled from Imperial High School. Crippling Qin Yang would also lead to expulsion, but the reward was worth it. Qin Qianqian was different. Zhang Kuang wouldn't offer that much benefit. But for the sake of the reward Zhang Kuang promised, many had become completely reckless. Interest moved people. And so Qin Qianqian became the unlucky one. The next day, in the height of summer, the sunlight was like tempered fire pouring down fiercely, turning heaven and earth into a massive furnace. At the Imperial Capital High School, in the student dormitory, Qin Qianqian sat by the window, her chin resting on one hand, gazing at the scenery outside through the glass. She said rather listlessly, "It's a bit boring." With only a few days left until the college entrance exam, Qin Yang is surely in seclusion, breaking through to the Xiantian realm, so he won't be coming out. Having already entered the Xiantian realm herself and cultivating the path of fate, she had divined that this exam would go smoothly, and her admission to Starry Sky Martial University was almost certain. With the outcome known, Qin Qianqian relaxed her tense heart. Consequently, she let her guard down. Unlike other senior students who were frantically improving, she had become somewhat lazy. Since she already knew the result, no matter what she did, it wouldn't change. So Qin Qianqian decided to take a break. Consider it a vacation for herself. Once she made that decision, she found the surroundings terribly dull. She didn't know anyone at Imperial Capital High School. Her peers were all diligently cultivating, and especially Qin Yang was in seclusion, unlikely to emerge. This left Qin Qianqian extremely bored with nothing to do. A crisp knock at the door. She responded, "Who is it?" "Qianqian, it's me, Zhou Fengyin, the person who had received them last time." Qin Qianqian raised an eyebrow. When she and Qin Yang first arrived at Imperial Capital University, it was Zhou Fengyin and a man named Su Sheng who had escorted them to Imperial Capital High School. After parting ways, they hadn't crossed paths again. Now Zhou Fengyin suddenly showing up made Qin Qianqian a bit curious. Curious though she was, she still got up and opened the door. Zhou Fengyin stood outside with a smile on her face. "Qianqian, you haven't been at school long, so you probably haven't had a chance to look around much, have you? How about I take you on a tour of the campus? Even though the exam is near Imperial Capital High School, it's still your school. You should at least walk around and leave a memory." Bored and with nothing to do, Qin Qianqian thought a tour wasn't a bad idea. "All right." Zhou Fengyin's eyes lit up, her smile broadening. "Let me take you to the training ground. That place is one of the highlights of Imperial Capital High School. The facilities are extremely well equipped, rivaling even top martial universities." Chatting, the two of them walked out of the dormitory. Before long, they arrived before an ancient-style pavilion. The pavilion occupied a vast area with 5 floors, each spaced 5 or 6 meters apart. Though only 5 stories high, it stood towering and imposing, exuding a majestic aura like a slumbering beast, its presence extraordinary. Zhou Fengyin led Qin Qianqian inside, not lingering on the lower floors, taking her directly to the 3rd floor. "Qianqian, let me tell you, the 3rd floor of this training tower is the best. It has top-notch facilities and is surrounded by special formations that can withstand Grandmaster-level damage. No matter how powerful the attack, it won't affect the entire floor." As she spoke, Zhou Fengyin pushed open the door. Before them lay a spacious scene similar to an ordinary sports field, but much larger. There were very few people inside, only a handful. Qin Qianqian frowned. The atmosphere felt off. She glanced at Zhou Fengyin and noticed that somehow several people had appeared behind her, their eyes unfriendly. "Interesting." Qin Qianqian smiled lightly, said nothing more, and walked straight in. As she passed Zhou Fengyin, she laughed. "Thank you for finding me some amusement." Zhou Fengyin's smile froze, a look of confusion flickering in her eyes. What did Qin Qianqian mean? Though puzzled, she thought of the people inside and didn't dwell on it. The interior was spacious, like a medium-sized sports arena with seats tiered around several arenas below. A few people sat on the upper seats. One burly man with a rugged face stood with arms crossed, scrutinizing Qin Qianqian as she approached, his eyes flashing with admiration. There was no denying that Qin Qianqian was naturally beautiful, with a country-toppling appearance. At Imperial Capital High School, few girls could compare. Standing above, Zhang Kuang looked down at Qin Qianqian and said coldly, "So you're Qin Qianqian. I heard you're quite close to Qin Yang. I'll give you a choice: contact Qin Yang now and make him come out, or you'll take his place and fight us." Beautiful as Qin Qianqian was, Zhang Kuang hadn't forgotten his purpose. He intended to use Qin Yang to force Qin Yang out. Even if Qin Yang was very pretty, he had no intention of showing mercy. No matter how beautiful a woman, she couldn't hinder his ambition. Miss Qin, you come from a small family, yet you're exceptionally gifted. You've managed to step into the Xiantian realm, and now you have the chance to enter Starry Sky Martial University. I imagine you wouldn't want to lose the opportunity to take the college entrance exam because of a Qin Yang, would you? Besides, you're not that close to him, are you? Beside Zhang Kuang stood several others. One man stout, and wearing a sleeveless vest revealed bulging muscles like mountains, and he smiled at Qin Yang. As he spoke, his blood qi surged, emitting a faint thunderous sound. Like a tiger's roar, it shook the eardrums. Blood qi rumbled like muffled thunder, vibrating in all directions. Xiantian realm, and not an ordinary Xiantian, a likely in the middle stage. The group smiled, apparently already imagining Qin Yan's expression. They expected her face to darken, or that she would shout angrily or struggle with her decision, and eventually call Qin Yang out. In their view, Qin Yang had come from a small place, fought hard to get this far, and now had the opportunity to take the exam and change her fate. Surely she wouldn't give up her chance at the exam for Qin Yang. After all, they weren't that close. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang was brimming with fighting spirit, her eyes blazing as she swept her gaze over the crowd, laughing. So you couldn't force Qin Yang out, so you came for me. You know I'm not close to Qin Yang. Do you think you can force him out through me? And if you harm me, neither the Alliance nor Imperial Capital High School will let you off. Qin Yang really couldn't understand. Were these people crazy? Didn't they know how much importance the Alliance placed on the college entrance exam? Now for some benefits they were willing to throw away their entire future. Was it truly worth it? The exam was the only chance for ordinary people to change their fate. Even if they couldn't get into Starry Sky Martial University, other martial universities were still decent. We don't care about the consequences. Someone laughed. To them the exam was important, but compared to the benefits offered by Feng Tian, the latter was far more attractive. They knew that if they acted today according to Alliance rules, they would likely be stripped of their exam eligibility. At best, there would be minor punishment, maybe a school disciplinary. But compared to what Feng Tian offered, all of this was insignificant. Their rankings at Imperial Capital High School were decent, but they knew Starry Sky Martial University was out of reach anyway. Very well. Qin Yang smiled lightly, carefully sizing up the group, and said calmly, "Who's first? If you want to force Qin Yang out, you're not qualified." Qin Yang had never expected that Zhang Kuang and his group, unable to find Qin Yang, would come looking for her instead. She could only consider herself unlucky, caught in a disaster without cause. But Qin Yang could not have cared less. She was simply too bored with nothing to occupy her time. Now someone had come seeking her out. A pillow handed to a drowsy man. "Are you certain?" All present were taken aback, and Zhou Fengyin beside them was equally bewildered. They merely intended to coerce Qin Yang into handing over Qin Yang. There was no need to escalate matters this dramatically. It was nothing more than a simple threat. Now it was everyone else's turn to be troubled. The words spoken earlier were merely threats. They had never considered crippling Qin Yang, nor did they intend to engage her in combat. The truth was that crippling Qin Yang offered insufficient returns. Feng Tian's target was Qin Yang. Only by eliminating him would favorable treatment follow. Qin Yang was not on their list. Naturally, Qin Yang nodded, her gaze sweeping across the crowd as a frown creased her brow. "Surely you're not afraid." She had initially thought this group possessed considerable boldness. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be paper tigers. Their sole aim was to frighten her. And indeed, that was precisely what they desired, to intimidate Qin Yang. They harbored no other designs. Should they truly cripple Qin Yang, their own futures would be forfeit. Yet they had not anticipated that Qin Yang would remain unyielding to such tactics. She would rather risk being crippled than allow anything to happen to Qin Yang. Instantly their eyes turned toward Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang's brows knit together. Qin Yang's choice had indeed surprised him, yet having come this far, retreat was impossible. He called out to one of his men, "Kai Hung, take the field. Teach her a lesson. If we allow a country bumpkin to grow so brazen, she'll treat our Imperial Capital High School with complete disregard. Should anything go wrong, I will protect you." Kai Hung was a rugged, handsome young man who had long been the dream lover of countless girls at Imperial Capital High. All right. Though he had little desire to confront Qin and Zhang Kuang had specifically called upon him. There was no way out now, unless he wished to abandon Zhang Kuang's circle entirely. Kai Hung leapt down and drew a deep breath before speaking in a grave tone. "Qin, if you persist in your obstinacy, then do not blame us for being ruthless. Direct your resentment toward Qin Yang, who cowers like a turtle in his shell." Qin offered a dismissive smile. "You're far too important to yourself. You are no match for me." Kai Heng's expression darkened. What did she mean? How dare a mere early-stage innate practitioner look down upon someone at the mid-stage level? By realm, Qin was inferior to him. By background, she was equally outmatched. Moreover, she came from some backwater region. Average background, average strength. Arrogant. Kai Hung dropped his smirk, his voice laced with cold contempt. "I will make you understand. The chasm between us is impassable. Fragile as glass. You will come to regret sacrificing your future for Qin Yang." Kai Heng seethed inwardly, consumed by rage at Qin Qianqian's overwhelming confidence. She showed no respect for him whatsoever. Enough wasted breath. If you want to fight, then fight. Qin Qianqian's face remained tranquil as she replied coldly, "You no longer have the luxury of regretting this moment." Kai Heng let out a scornful laugh, his hands curling into fists as he surged forward with blinding speed toward Qin Qianqian. Lightning fist. The air erupted with a deafening crackle of thunder as his fist, swelling like a cauldron and surging with overwhelming vital energy, came crashing down toward Qin Qianqian, carrying with it a piercing shriek that split the atmosphere itself. Raging wave fist. A faint torrent of yuan energy spread outward, its radiance flickering as monstrous waves surged relentlessly around him, as though he stood amidst endless churning tides. Kai Heng's aura continued to climb higher and higher. Astonishment flashed across everyone's faces. Kai Heng was truly going all out. The raging wave fist was his ultimate technique, employed only with unwavering conviction each time. They seemed certain they could already envision Qin Qianqian being utterly defeated in an instant. A thunderous boom echoed through the air. Qin Qianqian moved before anyone could track her motion, a flash of speed nearly invisible to the naked eye, as her leg lashed out, delivering a devastating kick straight to Kai Heng's chest. With a sharp whoosh, Kai Heng was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall until his body was embedded within it. A heavy silence descended, and everyone froze in shock. What was happening? Kai Heng held a full realm advantage, yet he was no match for Qin Qianqian. How was this even possible? Kai Heng ranked among the top 10 at Imperial Capital High. He was a true prodigy destined for Starry Sky Martial University. To be defeated so swiftly despite his superior cultivation. What kind of monster was Qin Qianqian? Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward? Qin Qianqian radiated fierce determination and triumph. With your level of ability, you lack the means to cripple Qin Yang. Indeed, watching Kai Heng fall so quickly had genuinely frightened several of them. Some at the early innate stage instinctively stepped back, desperate to avoid being chosen next. Their strength barely bridged the gap between early and mid-stage innate cultivation, proving inferior to Kai Heng's capabilities. If he had fallen so swiftly, they stood no chance either. Zhang Kuang's expression darkened. He had assumed Qin Qianqian would be an easy target, but she proved to be a flower with thorns, dangerous to handle carelessly. Attack together. Zhang Kuang ground his teeth. As long as we cripple Qin Qianqian and force Qin Yang to reveal himself, I will give each of you 100 million and secure your admission to Imperial Capital Martial University. Imperial Capital Martial University may not rival Starry Sky Martial University, but the benefits are still substantial. The promise triggered hesitation. One individual chose to withdraw. Young Master Kuang, I am my family's primary provider, and with the college entrance examination approaching, I cannot risk everything on such a reckless gamble. After uttering those words, he departed. Coward, someone sneered, his expression sour. Afraid of a country bumpkin. Turning toward Qin Qianqian, he declared, I'll handle this. Let me see what capabilities you actually possess. With those words, he charged forward with fierce momentum and aggressive energy. His bravado lasted only a moment. With a loud crash, Qin Qianqian struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying backward with devastating force. He slammed into the same wall beside Kai Heng, pinned in place like a mounted painting, utterly immobilized. You'd be wise to attack all at once. Otherwise, I'll defeat each of you individually and pin every one of you against these walls until you're reunited with these two. Qin Qianqian's lips curved into a smile, though it carried a chilling edge. Attack. Damn it all, how dare a country bumpkin mock us like this? Cripple her. Enraged and pale with fury, the remaining individuals surged forward in unison. 3 of them were at the innate realm with formidable strength. Another thunderous impact followed. As expected, the trio joined their companions against the wall, each one imprinted upon its surface. Zhou Fengyin stood dumbfounded. All 5 individuals pinned to the wall were elite students from Imperial Capital High. They had already achieved the innate realm and ranked among the top 30 geniuses in their senior year. One of them had placed within the top 10. Under normal circumstances, Qin Qianqian, with only early-stage innate cultivation, stood no chance against them. The outcome defied all expectations. She excelled in both one-on-one combat and overwhelming odds. Watching his subordinates fall so swiftly, Zhang Kuang's face contorted with rage. Qin Qianqian, you've made a grave mistake. I never expected a mundane city like Tianhai to harbor such concealed treasures and hidden dragons, let alone someone of your caliber. For someone at the early innate stage to possess combat power like hers, anyone with basic intelligence would recognize that Qin Qianqian was no ordinary person. She was a rare anomaly. Across all of Imperial Capital High, there likely existed no one who could match her. In that case, I will handle this myself. I will make you understand that this place is not yours to run wild in. Zhang Kuang rose slowly, his aura erupting like an imminent volcanic explosion. A crushing pressure descended upon the area, thickening the air itself until it seemed to solidify. Qin Qianqian smiled sweetly. You should save those threats for your teacher. Oh, and also for the Alliance representatives. I recorded everything you just said. No sooner had she finished speaking than the doors burst open and 3 figures entered with grim expressions. Their auras surged powerfully, each one at the Grandmaster realm. Upon entering, Qin Yang deliberately activated the recording function and simultaneously alerted the authorities. The Alliance places great importance on college entrance examination students. Especially as the exams draw near, anyone who dares to harm a student will inevitably face severe punishment. Being stripped of the qualification to take the exam is considered a lenient outcome. Those with worse luck and greater impact are directly sent to the stellar battlefield, reduced to mere cannon fodder. Outside the door stood 3 people. 2 were in police uniforms while the third wore ordinary clothes with a plain face, his expression grim and barely containing his fury. Zhang Kuang, do you have any idea what you're doing? At this critical time, you would harm a classmate for your own selfish gain. An officer said calmly, who is Qin Yang? It's me. Qin Yang replied, pointing at the nearby group. Officer, these people are the ones trying to harm me. They intended to cripple me. Knowing their malicious intent, Qin Yang had directly called the police. It wasn't that she feared them. These people were far from being her match. She could crush them single-handedly, but merely teaching them a lesson would be too merciful. Qin Yang decided to strike decisively, leaving them no chance to recover. Since they had targeted her, she would reciprocate in kind and present them with a grand gift. As she spoke, Qin Yang played the recording. It captured their conversation. Hearing his own voice, Kai Heng's face changed in an instant, and he immediately shifted the blame. Officer, we were all forced by Zhang Kuang. He is the true villain. He threatened us, saying that if we didn't do his bidding, he would silently cripple us too. We didn't want any accidents during the college entrance exams, so we had no choice but to obey Zhang Kuang. Kai Heng's background was not illustrious. Though he came from a big city, his family was just ordinary. He was the pillar of his entire clan, the hope of countless family members. With the exams imminent, this was his chance to overturn his fate. He didn't want to be utterly destroyed because of these incidents. You're all coming with me. The officer dismissed their excuses. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for argument. Even if Kai Heng had been threatened, it was still his own fault. For the sake of selfishness, he had resolved to ruin another's future. How could that not be a crime? Criminals are not absolved of their sins just because they are pitiable, unless you have connections that changes things. Zhang Kuang remained silent, his face ashen, his fists clenched tight. He knew the die was cast. He had stumbled badly. Soon they were all arrested. Officer, please, I didn't even hit her. We were the ones beaten up. It really has nothing to do with us. The group wept and panicked, utterly terrified. They had been arrogantly reckless before, and now they were paralyzed by fear. Clearly they weren't repentant for their wrongdoing. They were simply terrified of their impending doom. Goodbye. Qin Yang smiled brightly and waved at them. Once they were gone, Qin Yang grinned. How amusing. Too bad there won't be any more of this. Qin Yang owes me a favor for handling this trouble for him. When he finds out, he'll surely be grateful to me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yang remained oblivious, completely immersed in cultivation. Even when Qin Yang sent him messages, he didn't respond, his focus entirely on his training. 2 days later, in a spacious room, Qin Yang sat cross-legged. His skin was no longer bronze, but had taken on a deep dark gold like an ancient, unchanging stone. A chime sounded. 100 refinements, golden body, grand completion, 5000-5000. With the proficiency of the 100 refinements, golden body maxed out, it reached grand completion. In that instant, a surging tide of blood and chi erupted within him, like a vast ocean coursing through his meridians, merging into his dantian, like rivers flowing into the sea. The once barren dantian began to expand. The blood and chi coalesced, giving birth to a unique energy. The return of blood and chi to the origin was one of the hallmarks of entering the Xiantian realm. Stepping into the Xiantian realm, one condensed Xiantian primordial power, returning from the postnatal to the prenatal state, and the very essence of life underwent a leap. The blood and chi gathered in the dantian, gradually transforming into Xiantian Yuanli. This abundant Yuanli continuously reshaped his body, expelling the deepest impurities that ordinary methods could not purge. Now they were completely cleansed, forming a body of spotless purity. All 3600 pores of his body opened, expelling the filth. An unprecedented sense of power flooded through him. Not merely an increase in strength, but a transcendence of life itself. His senses became extraordinarily acute. He could hear sounds from dozens of miles away, and his eyes could clearly discern the traces of dust. Everything had undergone a metamorphosis. He slowly opened his eyes, no longer glowing with piercing light, but instead exhibiting a gentle calmness deep as a starry sea. Qin Yang gently clenched his fist without using any blood or chi, relying solely on pure physical strength. The air around his fist erupted in a series of low sonic booms. Xiantian realm. Grand completion, 100 refinements, golden body. Qin Yang's heart was filled with exhilaration. After more than 10 days of relentless cultivation, he had finally entered the Xiantian realm. The prolonged ascetic training and arduous effort had weighed on his heart like a stone. Now at last that stone had been shattered. Now he finally held the admission ticket to the Stellar Martial Academy. With a thought, a reddish-golden light emerged on his body like a suit of armor enveloping him, exuding a heavy and terrifying aura. He appeared majestic and solemn. Qin Yang clenched his right fist and slammed it against his chest. Bang! It was like striking something extremely hard. His chest remained utterly unmoved. The grand completion 100 refinements golden body is truly extraordinary. If it reaches perfection, forming an indestructible diamond body, then no attack of the same realm could harm me in the slightest. His current strength could shatter a small hill with one punch. Yet when it struck the 100 refinements golden body, it didn't budge. This showed the formidable defensive power of the technique. It was utterly terrifying. Now he could charge into battle while tanking enemy attacks impervious to danger. If grand completion is this effective, just how terrifying would perfection be? I wonder how much proficiency is needed for perfection. Thinking this, Qin Yang opened his panel. 100 refinements golden body perfection 010000. This time the required proficiency had increased to 10,000. He still had more than 10 days left, enough to reach perfection. With 100 refinements golden body at perfection, I'll likely be invincible at the same realm. Unless I encounter some top-tier monsters with perfection level 5th grade secret arts or high-level divine weapons, I fear no one. Qin Yang mused inwardly. Despite the technique's power, he didn't underestimate the world. Prodigies from powerful families had countless treasures. Rare items that ordinary people could never obtain were abundant among them. Regardless, Qin Yang's combat strength had reached a terrifying level. This gave him great satisfaction. Qin Qianqian sent a message. At this moment, Qin Yang noticed that Qin Qianqian had sent many messages. He skimmed through them, his expression turning strange. Qin Qianqian really had bad luck. Those people couldn't find me, so they went after her instead. And she got them all locked up. Why would they provoke her of all people? Knowing that Zhang Kuang and his group couldn't find him, they targeted Qin Qianqian instead, expecting her to be easy prey, but never anticipated their complete annihilation. Seeing this news, Qin Yang felt a mix of amusement and speechlessness. Zhang Kuang and his gang were simply unlucky, having assumed that Qin Qianqian, coming from a small city, was probably no different from ordinary prodigies. Furthermore, with her ordinary background, even if they crippled her, no one could do anything to them. However, Qin Qianqian was no ordinary genius. As for the level of talent of the Wheel of Fate, Qin Yang was not clear, but it was definitely not weak. Moreover, from very early on, Qin Yang had felt that Qin Qianqian was deliberately holding back. Perhaps her current cultivation realm was not even her true strength. Evil begets evil, and the wicked will be punished by heaven. Qin Yang felt relieved and immensely satisfied. Speaking of which, these people had come to target him, and Qin Qianqian had suffered an undeserved calamity. Fortunately, Qin Qianqian was no ordinary person, and she had also helped him vent his anger. After a moment's thought, Qin Yang made a video call to Qin Qianqian. Soon Qin Qianqian's radiant face appeared before him, her big eyes full of surprise. Qin Yang, you've come out of seclusion. Have you broken through to the Xiantian realm? She knew that Qin Yang had been in seclusion to break through to the Xiantian realm. He hadn't even replied to her messages before, but now that he had appeared, he had most likely succeeded. Qin Yang nodded. I was lucky, managed to break through by chance. How are things on your end? Speaking of which, you've been unlucky, implicated because of me. Because of him, Qin Qianqian had been targeted by Zhang Kuang and his group. This made Qin Yang feel a bit guilty, even if Qin Qianqian had initially approached him because of the Wheel of Fate. Regardless, she had indeed helped him. Now she had suffered an undeserved calamity because of him. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianqian couldn't help but remark, how can there be such a thing as luck in cultivation? She continued, you're a monster too. It's only been a few days. Just over 10 days ago, you couldn't even sense your blood energy, and now you're already at the Xiantian realm. She added, if the principal of Tianhai High School knew how much you've changed, he'd probably fire your homeroom teacher. It's too insane. The so-called luck was merely the modesty of the strong. Qin Qianqian was well aware of this. She said, I'm fine. That Zhang Kuang guy was arrested. Everyone except Zhang Kuang was expelled, permanently disqualified from the college entrance exam, and now have criminal records in the Alliance's archives. It's not like their lives are completely ruined, but they've certainly been punished. She continued, as for Zhang Kuang, his background is something. He was bailed out. He was in custody for less than 2 hours before being released. Hearing that Zhang Kuang was unharmed, Qin Yang frowned, feeling displeased. Although he understood that the Alliance was pragmatic, he hadn't expected it to be so outrageous. His underlings were arrested, but Zhang Kuang was released instead. After all, Zhang Kuang was the instigator of everything. Normally, he should bear the greatest responsibility. At the very least, he would be punished and disqualified from the college entrance exam, and at worst, he would be sent to prison. Qin Yang cursed under his breath, his tone harsh. Having connections really makes a difference. Such a crime can be turned into innocence. No, I have to destroy this Zhang Kuang no matter what. He continued, at least strip him of his college entrance exam qualification. By the way, what's Zhang Kuang's background? Do you know? To Qin Yang, Imperial Capital High School was merely a transition. He had never thought to understand it. After all, he would only stay for a little over 10 days. He hadn't expected that even without going out, he would be targeted. Moreover, despite having Yi Tianji's protection, someone still dared to take the risk. It could only be said that although Yi Tianji was powerful, some people still disregarded him. Qin Qianqian replied, I'm not sure. I only heard that Zhang Kuang's family has a grandmaster, and their status is not low. Qin Qianqian shook her head. Zhang Kuang's background was not low, but his identity was very mysterious. Few knew who was behind him, only that his background was so powerful that he could do whatever he wanted at Imperial Capital High School. He said, regardless of his origins, I'll ask Yilin to see if she has a way. If not, I'll find another. Qin Yang thought for a moment. This Zhang Kuang absolutely could not be let off. This bastard had come specifically to cripple him. No matter the reason, since he had provoked him, Zhang Kuang would not have peace. If even Yilin's connections were useless, then he would have to take revenge during the college entrance exam. After all, he was already prepared to kill Yi Qingxue, so adding one more Zhang Kuang wouldn't make a difference. He said, wait for me a moment. Leaving these words, Qin Yang ended the video call and quickly contacted Yilin. Such a small matter definitely couldn't be brought to Yi Tianji, it would be too embarrassing. Instead, Yilin was a good tool for this. Buzz. The video connection was successful. Yilin's little face appeared before Qin Yang wearing pajamas and a face mask. What's happened that makes you Master Qin contact me? After the previous incident, Yilin and Qin Yang had a decent relationship. They were friends, able to joke with each other. Qin Yang didn't waste words and got straight to the point. I've run into some trouble here. He said, do you have any intelligence on Zhang Kuang from Imperial Capital High School? I want to know his background. Zhang Kuang's information was very mysterious. Basically none was available to the outside world. But that was only for ordinary people. For someone like Yilin from a major family, she definitely had intelligence. Zhang Kuang. You've been targeted by him, haven't you? She continued. He's Feng Tian's lackey, the kind that Feng Tian doesn't really pay attention to. But Zhang Kuang is very eager to suck up to Feng Tian. Hearing her words, Yilin thought for a moment, and then asked curiously, did Zhang Kuang make a move on you? Qin Yang nodded and said softly, that guy's not right in the head. On the very first day I joined Imperial Capital High School, he had people there target me and even put a bounty to have me crippled. He continued, but I ignored him. Instead, my friend suffered an undeserved calamity. Saying this, Qin Yang could only complain helplessly, I don't know what's wrong with his brain. He couldn't find me, so he went after my friend instead. He said, fortunately my friend is quite capable and wasn't hurt. She called the police and had them arrested. His underlings were severely punished, but Zhang Kuang was released. He continued, although he didn't cause me any trouble, he did touch my friend. Besides, he targeted me from the start. I'm not going to let this slide. He said, I'm asking if you have any way to deal with him. I don't need anything too extreme, I'll just let the law take its course. For Qin Qianqian, and also for himself. Qin Yang definitely couldn't let it go. Yilin thought for a moment and said softly, I don't mind doing that. But even if we get Zhang Kuang arrested, we probably can't do much to him. She continued, Zhang Kuang's background is not low. His grandfather is expected to break through to Martial King, and he is valued by the Alliance. With the Feng family behind him, at most he can be disqualified from the college entrance exam. Forget about sending him to prison. She said, being disqualified from the college entrance exam doesn't really affect them. If you truly want revenge, I suggest that when you are strong enough, you challenge Zhang Kuang to a duel and cripple him directly. She added, that's the best way. If you've broken through to the Xiantian realm, I can lend you my divine weapon. A 7th grade divine weapon is enough to slay Zhang Kuang. Qin Yang stroked his chin. This approach seemed quite good. Inside the room, a flicker of contemplation passed through Qin Yang's eyes. Not to mention Yilin's approach seemed quite good. Yilin removed the mask from her face and said calmly, repay in kind. To exact revenge, the best way is to cripple the other party. Of course, this also carries risks. It will completely offend the Zhang family. Although the Zhang family is not as powerful as the Feng family, they have a consummate grandmaster who is about to break through to Martial King a half-step Martial King. Therefore, the Zhang family's status within the alliance has been rising sharply in recent years. Especially Zhang Kuang's elder brother, who has extraordinary talent and is quite famous in Shinkong Martial Arts University, considered a standout among his peers. If you do this, you will be targeted by his brother upon entering Shinkong Martial Arts University. So you need to think it over carefully. Anyway, you now have two choices. One is for me to use the family's influence to pressure the Earth Alliance side, making them judge Zhang Kuang according to the rules. But the alliance is not owned by my family after all. Several major forces are intertwined with similar strengths. Although Feng Tian finds Zhang Kuang annoying, Zhang Kuang's family background is decent. His great-grandfather has the potential to become a Martial King, and the Feng family has been trying to win them over the years. Additionally, his brother is talented and gets along well with Feng Tian and Shinkong Martial Arts University. The two brothers Zhang Kuang and his elder brother have a close relationship. If I intervene, the other side will not sit idly by. When the two families clash, the most likely outcome is a proper trial, at most revoking his college entrance exam eligibility, and then letting him out after 3 months in confinement. You also know that children from prestigious families often have privileges that ordinary people cannot compare to. To make it any more severe is basically impossible. The second option is for you to cripple Zhang Kuang yourself. In a peer-to-peer duel, no one can intervene, no matter the outcome. The older generation cannot interfere. If the other side dares to interfere, third grandpa will have a reason to step in. Conflicts among the younger generation are not something the older generation can meddle in. They wouldn't have the face to do so. If you choose the second option, I will definitely lend you a 7th grade divine weapon. This is a divine weapon condensed by a martial king. Not even a Xiantian realm cultivator, but even a grandmaster would kneel. Yilin had made it very clear. Even with the backing of the Yi family's power, it would be difficult to satisfy Qin Yang, and the punishment would not be too severe. In essence, it was just a formality. Actually, crippling Zhang Kuang was not realistic. The second option was simple. With sufficient strength in a peer-to-peer duel, no one could interfere regardless of the outcome. Qin Yang pondered for a moment, looked at Yilin, and said, "What realm is Zhang Kuang?" Xiantian late stage. But he's a pill junkie cultivated by consuming pills. Among the Xiantian late stage, he's in the middle tier, definitely not the weakest. Plus his background is decent and his resources in various aspects are not too bad. But he's still not comparable to ordinary Xiantian realm cultivators. However, don't worry. With a martial king weapon in hand, it will be simple to cripple him. Saying this, Yilin smiled and said, "Of course I'm renting this divine weapon to you. It's 100 million per use. This is already a rock-bottom price. You must understand a 7th grade imperial weapon is hailed as a martial king's divine weapon with boundless power. If rented outside, the price would not be this low." It must be said that Yilin had done very well. She knew Qin Yang needed to vent his anger, so she gave the most rational and best analysis. Because she understood that if Qin Yang wanted to vent, he would certainly punish Zhang Kuang severely, preferably directly crippling him. Yilin was clearly well aware of this. She could speak up to have Wanbao Pavilion put pressure on the Alliance high-level officials, but after all, the Feng family and the Zhang family were behind them. Even if the two families were not as powerful as Wanbao Pavilion, they were still not to be offended by the Alliance officials. Afterward, both sides would probably give face and go through the motions. Wanting to cripple Zhang Kuang was almost impossible. The second option. No matter which choice, the Zhang family would be completely offended. In that case, it was better to choose the second option. The first option would at most get him confined, and even then with good food and drink. The second option was simple: directly cripple him. Completely retaliate against the other party. Are you sure you want to choose the second option? If you do this, there will be no turning back. Yilin looked at Qin Yang with a meaningful gaze and said solemnly, "If you choose the second option, you won't be completely unable to move in Shinkong Martial Arts University since I'm here. But your situation won't be great either. They will definitely cause you trouble." Qin Yang retorted, "If I hide in the dormitory, what can they do to me?" "That's true, there's no way." "Then that's settled. I'll just hide." Qin Yang had already thought it through. He would just go into seclusion. Anyway, he was not short of money. He could prepare enough resources, go into seclusion for a few years, and then make a leap of success. He didn't believe these people could do anything to him. Ridiculous. Others might not improve during seclusion and might even regress in strength. But he was different. Yilin shook her head. "It's not as simple as you think. Shinkong Martial Arts University requires credits every year. Insufficient credits will get you expelled. That means you can't stay in the dormitory forever. You will inevitably cross paths with them. So you need to think it through. After all, pretending this never happened is actually the best. It depends on whether you can endure it." Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said lightly, "I can endure it, but can those people endure it? I've already offended Feng Tian long ago. Even if I don't cripple Zhang Kuang today, they will target me in the future. The result is the same. In that case, I might as well collect some interest." This was Qin Yang's thought after careful consideration. Feng Tian was already thoroughly offended. No matter what he did, he couldn't avoid the other party. Today there was Zhang Kuang, and tomorrow there would definitely be a Wang Kuang or something. As long as Qin Yang was still around, the other side would never give up. "All right." Yilin smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling. "I was right about you. Against scum like this, you should strike hard. I'll have someone deliver the divine weapon shortly. Then I'll wait for your good news." Yilin certainly wanted to see Qin Yang strike hard. After all, on the path of martial arts, the difficulties ahead would certainly not be limited to this. If he backed down now, it meant he would back down later, and it would be hard to advance on the martial path. Similarly, Yilin wanted to see Feng Tian suffer a setback. The two families had been at odds for countless years, irreconcilable and unable to resolve their conflicts. If not for the suppression by some powerful figures in the human alliance, the two sides would probably have started fighting. In this regard, both sides wanted to see the other suffer, whether the older generation or the younger generation. Yilin's delivery speed was quite fast. In less than half an hour, the item was already in his hands. A black jade pendant engraved with a crescent moon mark, emitting a unique aura noble beyond compare, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. The Black Moon Jade Pendant. This was the life-bound divine weapon of the Black Moon Martial King Yi Tianji. Due to some special reasons, this pendant had always been in Yilin's possession. Now Yilin lent the Black Moon Jade Pendant to Qin Yang as a trump card. With the item in hand, Qin Yang no longer had any burden. He didn't know where Zhang Kuang was, but he used the simplest and most practical method. "Zhang Kuang, get the hell out here. Your grandpa Qin Yang is here." Since the intention was to cripple Zhang Kuang, there would be no quarter given. He did not even know where Zhang Kuang was, nor did he care to search for him. So he chose the simplest method. forcing Zhang Kuang to come out. He knew Zhang Kuang would not accept this passively and had been sending people to track his whereabouts. Qin Yang's voice thundered forth, echoing throughout the entire Imperial Capital High School. At that moment, many students halted in their tracks, their gazes drawn toward the dormitory. Shock rippled through the crowd. The rift between Qin Yang and Zhang Kuang had become common knowledge. Since Qin Yang had been in seclusion, many assumed he was too afraid to face Zhang Kuang. Compounded by Zhang Kuang's humiliation at Chun Xianxian's hands, it was no secret that Zhang Kuang bristled with pent-up anger and sought to vent it on Qin Yang. What the hell? How did Qin Yang suddenly pop up? I figured we wouldn't see Qin Yang until after the Gaokao. Nobody knows how Qin Yang and Zhang Kuang ended up feuding. This should be good. Zhang Kuang is already at the late stage of the innate realm. Within all of Imperial Capital High, only Qin Xianxian could stand against him. If I recall correctly, Qin Yang is merely at the Blood Pass realm. With such a massive gap between their cultivation levels, is this even a fair fight? Blood Pass? Don't be absurd. I can sense it. Qin Yang has already broken through to the innate realm. He's merely entered the innate realm, but his cultivation is still vastly inferior. Do you expect Qin Yang to be some peerless prodigy like Chun Xianxian, able to triumph against impossible odds? Who knows? Qin Yang is an odd one. Just over 10 days ago, he couldn't even sense his qi and blood. He was a total waste. Then suddenly, for no reason anyone could fathom, he broke through to reach the innate realm in merely 12 days. The magnitude of his transformation is truly inconceivable. Just days prior, Zhang Kuang had been regarded as the premier genius. At 18, he had already reached the late stage of the innate realm, a milestone no other student could match, though everyone knew his achievements were bolstered by pills. However, after Qin Xianxian made her move, everything changed. She dismantled a pack of prodigies in a single stroke, surpassing Zhang Kuang and securing her position as the undisputed #1 genius. The entire school acknowledged this without dissent. Wasn't Zhang Kuang imprisoned? Even if he wanted to accept the challenge, how could he? No, Zhang Kuang has already been let out. True enough. With Zhang Kuang's background, it's impossible he'd stay locked up. Do you think Zhang Kuang will come? He'll definitely come. They wouldn't provoke Qin Xianxian and her crowd, but Qin Yang is different. And Qin Yang is their real target. Finding Qin Xianxian was only a desperate measure. If Qin Yang had shown up from the beginning, they might not have dared to pick a fight with Qin Xianxian. So now Zhang Kuang has all that pent-up anger to unleash. This is interesting. Meanwhile, word was sent to Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang wasn't on campus. He had returned home upon his release. He had assumed Qin Yang was too timid to make a move, convinced he wouldn't show his face before the Gaokao. That's why he hadn't appeared. But now the situation had changed. Qin Yang had truly emerged. Upon learning of Qin Yang's emergence, Zhang Kuang's rage twisted into a dark laugh. Excellent. That coward has finally shown himself. Tell Qin Yang to wait for me at the training ground. I'll personally dismantle him. Zhang Kuang was fuming with rage. After being thoroughly humiliated by Chun Xianxian and subsequently arrested, Zhang Kuang's wrath had boiled over. With nowhere to vent his frustration, he was on the verge of losing control. Now that Qin Yang had finally emerged, Zhang Kuang was beside himself with glee. Very well. Though several of Zhang Kuang's henchmen had been detained, he still had ample lackeys to carry the word. Moments later, one of the lackeys bellowed toward the dormitory building. Qin Yang, don't get too arrogant. Master Kuang is already on his way. He wants you to wait for him on the 3rd floor of the training ground. He'll be there in minutes to personally break you. And don't you dare retreat into your shell like a coward once more. They were equally wary that Qin Yang might only show up to flaunt himself, then vanish the moment Zhang Kuang appeared. If this turns out to be another bluff, it's going to be a real problem. Why would I deign to meet a waste like that at the training ground? I'll wait for him right here. Tell him to hurry up and get over here. I don't have all day for this nonsense. Qin Yang's tone was laced with impatience, and many were taken aback. What arrogance! He's barely broken through to the innate realm. What gives him the right to be so arrogant? Could Qin Yang actually be a genius? Could he truly be on par with that monster Chun Xianxian? Hold on. It wasn't entirely unreasonable to consider him a peerless genius. After mulling it over, the crowd recalled that Qin Yang had only broken through to the innate realm within the past 10 days. Just then, a handsome young man emerged, speaking with evident exasperation. Qin Yang, I'd suggest heading to the training ground. This area is far too confined for combat. Upon recognizing the newcomer, many bowed respectfully and addressed him as principal. This was the headmaster of Imperial Capital High School, a grandmaster. The principal of Imperial Capital High School was rather exasperated. This year's students had brought nothing but trouble after trouble. Take Zhang Kuang, for instance. Behind him stand the Zhang and Feng families. And then there's the other party backed by Yi Lin. Neither side was one he could afford to cross. Yet his deepest ire was reserved for Zhang Kuang, not merely because of his troubling conduct, but because so many disruptions at the school traced back to him. Thanks to his influential family, these incidents typically fizzled out without resolution. The present conflict was likewise born from Zhang Kuang's provocations. Thus the principal harbored a strong desire to see Zhang Kuang dealt with permanently. However, he was well aware that achieving this would prove exceedingly difficult. Even if Qin Yang proved to be a prodigy, he still stood no chance against Zhang Kuang. The disparity in their cultivation bases was simply too great. Qin Yang possesses considerable talent. He could very well gain admission to Shinkong Wuda. I can't afford to let anything go wrong for him. The principal heaved a sigh. He held Qin Yang in high regard, a diligent young man who maintained harmonious relationships with his peers. Combined with his exceptional aptitude and promising prospects for Shinkong Wuda, the last thing he wanted was for Qin Yang to come to harm over this matter. The same consideration extended to Zhang Kuang as well. Oh, it's the principal. Qin Yang pondered for a moment, then relented. Through Chun Shanshan's accounts, he had come to understand that the principal had played a pivotal role in ensuring those individuals faced severe punishment. He suspected that without the principal's intervention, Zhang Kuang himself might never have faced consequences. At the training ground 3rd floor. Within the expansive hall, Qin Yang stood atop a sand-covered platform awaiting calmly. Above him, spectators continuously filed in, taking their seats to observe Qin Yang. The upcoming duel had certainly captured everyone's attention. A great many were eager to witness it firsthand. Within mere minutes, 2,000 or 3,000 spectators had already gathered. Among the crowd were not only students, but also several faculty members. 3 minutes later, a figure burst through the entrance, eyes blazing with fury, his face crimson, an aura of killing intent radiating from his entire body. Qin Yang, come out. Upon hearing that voice, the assembled crowd turned their gaze. Zhang Kuang had finally arrived. Zhang Kuang's gaze swept across the arena. Upon spotting Qin Yang below, his fury surged uncontainable. With a thunderous crash, he descended upon him, fists driving forward like the sun and moon in celestial motion, their impact accompanied by phantom tiger roars that shook the very foundations. Boom. Zhang Kuang's assault was devastating, his chi and blood surging like tidal waves as his fist drove down toward Qin Yang's skull with crushing force. Crack. But instead of impact, it was as though his fist struck an immovable mountain. A golden radiance shimmered across Qin Yang's form. He stood utterly still, completely unharmed. The 100 refinement golden body at its peak stage. You finally arrived. Qin Yang seized Zhang Kuang's arm with one hand, and with overwhelming strength wrenched him downward, slamming him hard against the ground. A boot pressed firmly against Zhang Kuang's face as Qin Yang sneered, "You fool. Is that all you've got? You think you can break me? Which waste?" Since his transmigration, Qin Yang had been quietly developing, either cultivating or on the path to cultivation. He knew that in this world strength was everything. Without strength, one was nothing. So he had always kept a low profile, unwilling to be disturbed by other matters. But this time he decided to endure no longer. Being low-key was good, but could avoid many troubles. However, it also depended on the timing. When one had no background, being low-key was the best, as it prevented being targeted and encountering problems. Now things were different. Both Yi Lin and Yi Tianji were watching from behind. To gain their attention and obtain more resources, he had to demonstrate his value. If he continued to tolerate trash like Zhang Kuang, even with them as his backing, his worth in their eyes would be greatly diminished. This was not what Qin Yang wanted to see. Making a move today served two purposes. First, to vindicate himself. Zhang Kuang had targeted him, declaring that anyone who crippled him would receive a bounty. That was something Qin Yang could not tolerate. He had never provoked Zhang Kuang, yet the latter sought to cripple him for no reason. How could Qin Yang bear such treatment? Second, he had to display sufficient value to secure the Yi family's support. Whether they were motivated by profit was irrelevant. With a powerful backer, Qin Yang could cultivate safely without any burdens or worries. Simply put, given enough time, Qin Yang could reach any realm and surpass anyone. Moreover, by demonstrating ample value, he could obtain better resources from them. That was also what Qin Yang wanted. The floor collapsed as Zhang Kuang's body sank deep into the ground, his face, pale eyes, bloodshot rage consuming his heart, nearly driving him mad. He clawed at the floor with both hands, emitting a burst of aura. But Qin Yang's foot was like a mountain, immovable. No matter how Zhang Kuang struggled, he could not break free. Watching the gaze of the surrounding crowd, Zhang Kuang was on the verge of insanity. He had never suffered such humiliation. Under the public eye, being stepped on the face by a trash he despised. At this moment, Zhang Kuang wished to tear Qin Yang into pieces. The number 1 of Imperial High School. Is that all you've got? I think your title is undeserved. Did you rely on your family background to threaten others into losing to you? Is that why those people rank you first? These were Qin Yang's true thoughts. Zhang Kuang was too weak. He was nothing like the strength of the top student of Imperial High School. Normally, a difference of 2 minor realms meant being completely dominated. In theory, Qin Yang was inferior to Zhang Kuang, who was a late-stage innate. But from their fight, the opponent was pathetic. This made Qin Yang suspect that this guy's cultivation was all from taking pills, and perhaps his ranking was also bought. After all, the Zhang family did have influence. According to Yi Lin, the Zhang family was currently riding high and major powers were courting them. Out of respect, many factions tactically stepped back to build ties. So Imperial High School was the same. Some feared the Zhang family's power, others gave face, allowing Zhang Kuang to easily claim the top spot. Zhang Kuang tried to speak, but his entire head was pressed against the ground, unable to make a sound. At that moment, a familiar voice came. Qin Yang stood above, calling out, "Qin Yang, you were absolutely right. I checked. A few months ago when he was still at mid-stage innate, he ranked only in the 20s. But after stepping into late-stage innate, he soared to first. However, that title is undeserved. At least the top 5 on the ranking have never fought him. I heard that to make him happy, some people ordered others to concede when facing Zhang Kuang." These words did not cause the expected uproar. The crowd's expressions were complex. Some looked strange, some seemed to want to speak, others were filled with anger. A myriad of emotions, each different. But most people shared the same thought: Qin Yang had lost her mind. How could she say such a thing? What she said was true, but it was an unspoken rule of the school. Because of his background, many feared Zhang Kuang, and with pressure from above, the top position naturally went to him. Many were dissatisfied but dared not speak. Zhang Kuang was a lackey of Feng Tian, and the Zhang family's power was not to be underestimated. No one dared to defy Zhang Kuang. Or rather, it was about giving face to the Zhang family. Principal, is what she said true? Qin Yang turned to look at the principal of Imperial High School. Ahem, I don't concern myself with such matters. Besides, that so-called ranking is compiled by the students themselves and has nothing to do with the school. The principal coughed twice, feigning embarrassment. This was indeed a dark chapter in the school's history. But there was no choice, orders had come from above. Those below could only go along with it. Besides, it really had nothing to do with the school, the ranking was just student entertainment. However, Qin Yang's performance still surprised the principal. That Zhang Kuang is indeed trash, but Qin Yang, who just stepped into the innate realm, can suppress him. That's impressive. No wonder he caught the Yi family's attention. A prodigy, a genius. Good thing he's from my school. The principal was grateful that Qin Yang had such great talent and combat power. If nothing unexpected happened, he would likely enter the Starry Sky Martial Academy. Although Earth had 5 slots for the Starry Sky Martial Academy, they were often taken by powerful cultivators from other galaxies, like educational migrants. They were not usually on the home planet, but returned to Earth to compete for spots during the exams. Over the past few centuries, most of Earth's slots had been taken by these people. This caused much dissatisfaction among Earth's inhabitants, but they were powerless, as those who came here had formidable backgrounds. At that moment, Qin Yang sensed the trash beneath him becoming uncontrollable. He frowned and vanished instantly. As he left, Zhang Kuang suddenly broke free. A terrifying aura erupted, the ground shattered, and above Zhang Kuang's head a palm-sized seal hovered, radiating golden divine light, intimidating all around. The aura was fierce, sharp, and dangerous. A 5th-grade divine weapon. This was Zhang Kuang's trump card. 5th-grade divine weapons were for the master level, 6th grade for the grandmaster level. Such divine weapons were extremely precious. Zhang Kuang, being lower in the Zhang family, certainly could not have a 6th-grade one. No wonder you became number 1, relying on a 5th-grade divine weapon. That explains it. Facing the 5th-grade divine weapon, Qin Yang remained calm and continued his sarcastic tone. In terms of strength, Zhang Kuang was indeed lacking, but he had a powerful background. With a 5th-grade divine weapon protecting him, even if his own strength was insufficient, the weapon could compensate. Zhang Kuang's face was cold, teeth clenched, filled with bottomless hatred, as if he wanted to tear Qin Yang apart. No matter who stands behind you, you will die today. He had lost all reason. He didn't care who backed Qin Yang, he had to die. The humiliation Qin Yang inflicted, stepping on his face, was too great. This was a shame he had never endured before. Die. The golden seal trembled slightly, and a strand of golden divine radiance shot forth like a bolt of cloth, carrying an overwhelming aura, as if it could pierce through everything, annihilate everything, and charge forward with an unstoppable momentum, directly bombarding Qin Yang. Everything happened so suddenly that it caught everyone off guard. The crowd's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Kuang truly left no room for mercy. He was simply a madman. The principal was right there. But recalling that Zhang Kuang had never shown the principal any respect, this seemed reasonable again. Qin Yang is finished. He can't block it. Would the principal dare to step in? Probably not. The principal is really afraid of Zhang Kuang. Everyone glanced at the principal, only to see him immovable as Mount Tai, his face calm, without a ripple, as if he cared nothing about the matter. At the same moment, with a loud bang, the golden beam of light landed before Qin Yang, as if striking something silent, and collapsed, unable to advance further. With a hum, a black radiance emanated, covering the entire venue in a terrifying manner, as silver-white light condensed and traced the outline of a moon. The sudden turn of events caught Zhang Kuang off guard, his face twisting. Why? How can you block the power of a 5th-rank divine weapon? Qin Yang did not answer. A light emerged. The black moon pendant hovered in midair, its radiance spreading like an invisible hand that seized Zhang Kuang's seal and directly suppressed it beneath. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yang charged forward, his fist, as large as a millstone, smashing fiercely into Zhang Kuang's face. With a loud bang, Zhang Kuang's body, like a cannonball, crashed into the ground, leaving a human-shaped pit. Qin Yang did not stop. His foot stomped hard on Zhang Kuang's lower body. With a crack, Zhang Kuang screamed in agony, his face turning pale, veins bulging, and no blood left in his visage. Broken. The most important part of a man. Qin Yang's foot, along with the lower body, directly crushed it. Damn, is Qin Yang that ruthless? His manhood is crushed. Zhang Kuang is finished now. What's there to panic about? Technology is advanced now. It can be treated anytime. Even if it can't be healed, a transplant is possible. But it wouldn't be the original part. Having something is better than nothing. Qin Yang came prepared to cripple Zhang Kuang. He could suppress a 5th rank divine weapon so easily. That divine weapon must be at least 6th rank, right? None of them are simple characters. Indeed, one pulls out a 5th rank divine weapon, the other at least 7th rank. Both have backing, damn it. Zhang Kuang has been acting arrogantly in the Imperial Capital High School for so long, even the principal couldn't control him. He's long looked down on us. It's good to have someone finally subdue him. A great blessing indeed. When they saw Zhang Kuang's mangled lower body, many men felt a sharp pain in their crotch, as if Qin Yang had crushed their own manhood. Since he was going to cripple him, he had to be thorough. After crushing Zhang Kuang's manhood, Qin Yang's other foot stomped hard on Zhang Kuang's left hand. With a crack, the arm burst apart. Intense pain racked Zhang Kuang's body, making him suffer unbearably. Stop! A cold shout rang out, and a burly man rushed forward, his face dark, his aura powerful. This was a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, and also Zhang Kuang's bodyguard. Zhang Kuang by nature was flamboyant, arrogant, and unruly, having offended many people. He had nearly died several times. To protect him, the Zhang family specially assigned a Grandmaster. With a hum, the Grandmaster tried to rush in, but at almost the same moment the principal appeared beside him, blocking him with one hand, and saying calmly, "This is a student duel, no one can interfere." "I can't, and neither can you. If you dare to break the rules, you will be severely punished." The principal had long been displeased with Zhang Kuang. If not for certain restrictions, would he have let Zhang Kuang run rampant? Now that someone was helping him teach Zhang Kuang a lesson, the principal was more than happy. At this moment, another man stepped forward. "Principal, if anything happens to young Master Zhang, we will all be in trouble." This was a teacher at the school. The principal's face remained calm as he said softly, "So what? The Zhang family doesn't even have a martial king, and even a martial king cannot violate the rules. And are you a member of the Imperial Capital High School, or the Zhang family?" The man's face changed drastically, and he said no more. "You dog, get lost." The Grandmaster was furious, ignoring the principal, and reached out to grab him. The principal's face turned cold. He easily caught the Grandmaster's arm, and with a gentle squeeze the arm shattered like paper exploding. "Get lost." The principal's face was icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly dropped, as if winter had arrived. The shift in the surroundings caught everyone's attention. Especially the students of the Imperial Capital High School felt surprised. The usually low-key principal had finally torn off his disguise. It was well known that no matter how excessive Zhang Kuang's actions were, the principal had always remained silent. Hence many said that the Imperial Capital High School belonged to the Zhang family. Zhang Kuang appeared to be a student, but in reality, he was the ruler of the school. Now everything had changed. The principal no longer held back. He had torn off the mask. Qin Yang paid little attention to the outside world. He was completely focused, relentlessly beating Zhang Kuang. In a short time, Zhang Kuang's face was covered in lumps, his breath weak, as if he might die at any moment. His limbs were completely broken, blood gushing out and pooling on the ground. With a loud bang, Qin Yang's foot stomped hard on Zhang Kuang's dantian, which exploded instantly, and his aura plummeted. Crippled. Qin Yang had truly crippled Zhang Kuang. Without any hesitation or concern, because of the black moon pendant, the people outside could only watch helplessly. They saw Qin Yang's fists falling like a storm, completely destroying Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang was like a bloodied man covered in blood, his breath faint, resembling someone on the verge of death. Exhausted, the surroundings had fallen silent, never expecting this outcome. They had thought that no matter how monstrous Qin Yang was, he couldn't overcome the gap in cultivation levels. Moreover, Qin Yang had only been cultivating for about 10 days, certainly inferior to Zhang Kuang. The gap in realm and experience was enormous. Who would have thought that Zhang Kuang would be completely crushed? Even when he pulled out his trump card, a 5th rank divine weapon, he was still no match for Qin Yang. Zhang Kuang certainly couldn't be killed. If he were killed, the Zhang family might go mad. Though crippling him would also provoke madness, at least he would keep his life. After several minutes of bombardment, Zhang Kuang's breath was faint, lying on the ground like a corpse, unable to move. Seeing Zhang Kuang completely crippled, Qin Yang paid him no further heed. Instead, he smiled and said calmly to the surroundings, "I personally prefer solitary cultivation. I hope no one will disturb me, otherwise Zhang Kuang will be your fate." With those words, Qin Yang left. An eye for an eye, fully accomplished. At this moment, the principal slowly spoke, protected by a 7th rank divine weapon. "This Black Moon Martial King Yi Tianji truly values Qin Yang highly. Even the treatment of a personal disciple is no more than this." Qin Yang walked away from the training ground with composure, no one daring to intercept him, the entire arena devoid of sound. Many widened their eyes and gaped, their faces pale with shock. The outcome of this battle was utterly unexpected. They had assumed Qin Yang would be beaten mercilessly, perhaps even crippled by Zhang Kuang. Such assumptions were natural, for Zhang Kuang hailed from a noble family, had cultivated painstakingly for over a decade, and practiced advanced arcane arts. In terms of both realm and martial technique proficiency, he was far beyond Qin Yang's reach. After all, Qin Yang had only been cultivating for a mere 10-odd days. Half a month ago, he was an ordinary person unable even to sense qi and blood. Coupled with his humble background, he had no access to high-level cultivation methods and martial techniques, which inevitably made his combat prowess inferior to others. Even if he possessed exceptional talent and comprehension. Even if he had practiced high-level martial techniques for half a month, it would be difficult to achieve mastery. Yet the outcome was the reverse. They had expected Qin Yang to be brutally overwhelmed, but never imagined that Zhang Kuang would be the one obliterated. Had it not been for the 5th-grade divine weapon, Zhang Kuang would have been suppressed and utterly annihilated. It was not like a late Xiantian realm fighting an early Xiantian realm with a realm advantage. Instead, it was as if a body-tempering realm was fighting a Xiantian realm. They were not on the same plane at all. Zhang Kuang was completely obliterated, not on the same level. This Qin Yang is too monstrous. I suspect it's fake. How could someone who couldn't even sense qi and blood a dozen days ago now be in the Xiantian realm with such terrifying combat power? Moreover, his body-tempering art is of no low level, and his proficiency is remarkable. It was already perfected. Could this be accomplished in just a dozen days? If he really achieved it in a dozen days, I'll eat my words. The rumors must be false. This Qin Yang is definitely hiding his true strength. He must have exceptional qualities to earn the recognition of the Yi family. Exactly how could an ordinary person, no matter how prodigious, gain the approval of a martial king? He's too freakish, not like a human. Zhang Kuang has lost face this time, and badly. Losing face is nothing. Qin Yang struck viciously as Zhang Kuang is now crippled and has even lost his manhood. What's there to fear? The alliance has countless means. Restoring him is a trivial matter. The Dantian is hard to repair, and even if repaired, it's difficult to restore to perfection. There's still a chance, isn't there? Qin Yang's displayed combat prowess thoroughly convinced the surrounding crowd, suppressing Zhang Kuang despite a 2-realm difference. Coupled with his high-level perfected body-tempering art, this series of abilities left them with no words. As for Zhang Kuang, most were naturally mocking and sneering. After all, Zhang Kuang had dominated the capital's high school for so many years, earning widespread discontent. But due to the Zhang family's influence, few dared to speak out. Now that Zhang Kuang was crippled, many were secretly overjoyed. You've finally met your match, haven't you? On the high platform, Chun Chanqian rested her chin on one hand, listening to the exclamations around her. A faint smile curved at the corners of her mouth, and her face beamed with delight. Qin Yang is indeed extraordinary. He actually managed to suppress Zhang Kuang. And in just a dozen days, he has perfected a body-tempering art. Such comprehension is truly terrifying. The Wheel of Fate's choice was indeed correct. Perhaps Qin Yang is the one who can help me survive my fate tribulation. He is also the one with the greatest hope at present. During their duel, Chun Chanqian had been worried about accidents. She had been prepared to intervene if Qin Yang fell into a disadvantage. Fortunately, Qin Yang was fine. This made Chun Chanqian very happy. Qin Yang had fully grown, and she knew very well that this perfected secret art was cultivated by Qin Yang in just a dozen days. Half a month ago, Qin Yang didn't even have the most basic cultivation method. She was clear about that. In a mere half-month, Qin Yang had managed to perfect the secret art. His comprehension was so formidable that even Chun Chanqian admired him. At least she couldn't do it. With that thought, Chun Chanqian happily left the training ground, but as she departed, she noticed a familiar figure in the corner. Yi Qingxue. In a corner of the training ground, Yi Qingxue leaned against the wall, her brows furrowed, watching the concluded duel below with a heavy heart. Why couldn't Zhang Kuang defeat Qin Yang? It's unreasonable. Zhang Kuang's realm is clearly higher, and by 2 minor realms. Like Qin Yang, Yi Qingxue had hidden herself in the capital's high school to cultivate in seclusion. She mainly wanted to avoid drawing too much attention. After Yi Qingshan's death, she lost her greatest support. With her enemy receiving help from powerful benefactors and rising rapidly, Yi Qingxue was acutely aware of her dangerous situation and dared not be too ostentatious. Otherwise, given her personality, she would have already built connections with the top talents of the capital's high school. She had expected Qin Yang to be brutally defeated, but instead Zhang Kuang was the one obliterated. This displeased Yi Qingxue immensely. So arrogant, calling himself the #1 young genius of Earth. And this is all he's capable of. It's only natural that the man lying on the ground is no match for Qin Yang. Qin Yang has a 4th-grade perfected body-tempering art, while the man on the ground relied entirely on pills to boost his cultivation. His foundation is unstable, his qi fluctuates. He appears to be at the late Xiantian realm, but in reality he's not much stronger than a mid-Xiantian, and is even inferior to some mid-Xiantian cultivators. His martial technique proficiency is virtually non-existent, so he cannot break through Qin Yang's physical strength and defense. Naturally, he is no match. A hoarse voice echoed in Yi Qingxue's mind. This was the opportunity Yi Qingxue had gained within the blood demon realm, a wisp of remnant soul. The remnant soul of the blood demon clan. According to the remnant soul, it was originally the blood demon ancestor with cultivation that traversed the heavens and reached an extremely terrifying level. Later, due to certain events, it encountered a calamity and was reduced to a mere wisp of remnant soul. It had been sleeping, but when the Blood Demon clan was annihilated, it had no choice but to awaken. Yi Tianji was too powerful, so it dared not reveal itself, hiding until Yi Tianji fled before emerging. Coincidentally, Yi Qingxue carried the bloodline of the Blood Demon clan, so the Blood Demon ancestor attached itself to her. Somewhat like a ring grandpa. Or rather a ring grandma. With his perfected body tempering art, can I defeat him now, eh? Yi Qingxue frowned. This was not good news. Her greatest enemy was Qin Yang, and she had planned to eliminate him completely during the college entrance exam. She had been very confident in this plan, believing Qin Yang was a pushover. Who knew that Qin Yang would truly leap over the dragon's gate? Your chances are slim. Of course, if you cultivate the Blood Demon scripture, dealing with Qin Yang would be a breeze. Even if you can't defeat him, he wouldn't be able to harm you. Otherwise, with your current martial techniques and cultivation methods, you are no match. You cannot break through his defenses. The ring grandma said dismissively. Yi Qingxue frowned. She was extremely cautious. She had not cultivated the techniques taught by the Blood Demon ancestor, mainly worried about potential drawbacks. Such incidents had occurred many times. Moreover, she even didn't want this ring grandma. But the other party was like a plaster, impossible to shake off. Yi Qingxue was now deeply troubled. The ring's old woman hailed from the Blood Demon realm, which had been annihilated by humanity. In simple terms, the two sides were sworn enemies. Moreover, the alliance had issued numerous warnings. Some powerful individuals seeking to seize others' bodies, often masqueraded as remnants of mighty souls, posing as mentors to attach themselves to hosts, then using the guise of teaching techniques to facilitate possession. Yi Qingxue feared that the ring's old woman might be such a person, so she had not cultivated any of the techniques given by the Blood Demon ancestor. In her view, she was destined to enter the Star Martial Arts University. Once admitted, the so-called Blood Demon ancestor would be utterly insignificant. Before the colossal entity of the human alliance, even the Blood Demon realm had been utterly crushed. What use was the Blood Demon ancestor? Relying on the human alliance as her backbone, she saw no need for the Blood Demon ancestor's guidance. But now circumstances had changed. Qin Yang had crippled Zhang Kuang with thunderous force. This forced Yi Qingxue to hesitate. Qin Yang's combat prowess was clearly beyond her reach. If they met during the college entrance exams, she would surely die. Yi Qingxue understood clearly that a blood feud had long been sealed between them. Either she would kill Qin Yang, or he would kill her. There was no room for reconciliation. Mercy for a maiden, childhood sweethearts, or being driven by base desires. None of these were possible. Qin Yang would never do such things. Yi Qingxue knew that her current safety was merely a result of the alliance's regulations. Once the exams were over, everything would change. Without the identity of a student taking the exams, she would have no protection. At present, Qin Yang could make her vanish without a trace unless she was admitted to the Star Martial Arts University. Clearly, Qin Yang would not give her that chance. It was a feeling. Yi Qingxue sensed that both she and Qin Yang intended to settle the score during the exams. After long deliberation, Yi Qingxue suddenly spoke. Teach me the Blood Demon scripture. Though cooperating with the Blood Demon ancestor was akin to courting a tiger, it was her only chance. Qin Yang had the Yi family as his backing, while she had nothing. If she played it safe, she would surely be outmatched. The disparity in resources was too great. To win, she had to take a risk. Even if it meant the danger of being possessed, at least there was still an opportunity. Moreover, she held the initiative. If she could kill Qin Yang and still enter the Star Martial Arts University, she would no longer need to fear the Blood Demon ancestor. Before the colossal entity of the human alliance, the Blood Demon clan was like ants, and the Blood Demon ancestor was no different. Hearing Yi Qingxue relent, the Blood Demon ancestor let out a strange laugh. This is the most correct decision you will ever make. Rest assured, with me here, you will surely slay Qin Yang. Back in the dormitory, Qin Yang immediately entered the virtual god realm. This time, crippling Zhang Kuang served two purposes: to demonstrate his own value and to make an example of him. He did not wish to be disturbed in his cultivation, and Zhang Kuang was clearly a suitable target. Otherwise, some people tempted by the bounties would surely disrupt his life. Though they posed no threat, a swarm of buzzing flies would be immensely annoying. After today, these flies would understand that Qin Yang was not to be trifled with. Continue. I must hasten to perfect the 100 refinements golden body. Once perfected, I can walk unopposed in the innate realm. Then I can begin cultivating the phantom soul, formless soul palace, and the palm holding the universe. The 100 refinements golden body forged an indestructible diamond physique. This was Qin Yang's most effective means to maximize his combat power. Once accomplished, he would pass the exams, enter the Star Martial Arts University, and have ample time to cultivate those 2 7th-grade secret arts. These would also be his ultimate trump cards for the future. Especially the palm holding the universe, which controlled spatial power, allowing him to achieve unexpected effects in battle. Whether for escape or ambush, it was extremely formidable. The Tianyu Galaxy. One of the major galaxies of the Milky Way, located 5,000 light-years from the solar system. It was once controlled by a special race, but after humanity stepped into the stars, that race discovered the solar system and attempted to annex it, only to be completely annihilated by human powerhouses. Thus, the Tianyu Galaxy became part of human territory. Ostensibly under the domain of the Feng family governed by a martial king of the Fengs, it was actually the territory of the Zhang family. This was a gift from the Feng family to the Zhang family. The Zhang family's founding ancestor was a half-step martial king highly likely to step into the martial king realm. To win over the Zhang family, the Feng family reluctantly parted with the Tianyu galaxy. At this moment, the Tianyu galaxy was vast, hundreds of times larger than the solar system, with countless planets. A giant sun orbited at the center with other planets revolving around it. Among the multitude of planets, one was nearly the size of the sun. This was the most important core of the Tianyu galaxy, the Tianyu star. In a luxurious hall, a man in a long robe entered and bowed before the figure ahead. Grandfather Kuang has been crippled. Ahead stood a man who appeared young, seemingly just an adult, yet his eyes brimmed with wisdom and a depth beyond his years. This was the Zhang family's founding ancestor, Zhang Tianxin, a half-step martial king, only one step away from becoming a true martial king. Upon hearing that Zhang Kuang was crippled, a flicker of emotion passed through Zhang Tianxin's eyes. He had never favored Zhang Kuang due to his mediocre talent and poor character, making him unfit for important tasks. Sending him to Earth was partly to avoid seeing him and partly because Earth offered easier advancement opportunities for entry into the Star Martial Arts University. Who crippled him? Displeasure aside, Zhang Kuang was still a member of the Zhang family. He could not stand idly by. Moreover, the fact that his grandson had come meant the matter was difficult to handle. Qin Yang, a member of the Yi family. Zhang Kuang's father wore a grim expression. Zhang Kuang was his favorite son, and he had invested considerable resources to ensure his success, spoiling him completely. During the exam period, he could not act. He had planned to take action after the exams, but Qin Yang had the backing of the Yi family. This was beyond his ability to resolve. The Yi family. Zhang Tianxin frowned. This was troublesome. The Yi family has also sent word. They conveyed a message: do not touch Qin Yang. Zhang Kuang's father said in a deep voice. The Yi family's message indicated they placed great importance on Qin Yang. Any attempt to target Qin Yang would be seen as targeting the Yi family. But he could not swallow the humiliation of his son being crippled. Competition among peers, the Yi family cannot stop it. Find a few powerful senior students. Have them kill Qin Yang during the exams. As long as we do not interfere, even if Qin Yang dies, they cannot blame us. Instead, the Feng family will step in to help. Having the Yi family as backing could indeed deter many, but the Zhang family also had the Feng family behind them, so they had no fear. Understood. Zhang Kuang's father continued. Grandfather, the Feng family has also sent word. They have found a mid-grade fate, and said they can help us hunt it. Help father achieve the martial king realm. Moreover, the Feng family said they will handle the matter of Qin Yang. Hearing this, Zhang Tianxin smiled. In that case, leave it to the Feng family. Tell the Feng family as long as Qin Yang dies, the Zhang family will stand with them forever. Qin Yang was unaware that he had already become the target of two major families. Even though Zhang Kuang was crippled, others would still take risks. But they were not from Earth. They were top prodigies from other galaxies. The vast cosmos was shrouded in pure darkness, as if it were a forbidden zone for light, revealing not a single trace. Countless stars like grains of sand existed within the boundless dark. In a corner of the universe, a terrifying giant warship roamed, its colossal form resembling a revived ferocious beast, hideous and fearsome. Inside the giant ship, in a spacious hall, Yilin reclined on a chair, her demeanor calm and leisurely, as she watched the screen before her, a faint smile on her face, as if she had seen something amusing. At that moment, Yi Tianji's figure suddenly appeared beside her, and he said, the family has received news that the Feng family has gone to some trouble to find several talented geniuses to go to Earth and participate in the college entrance exam. These people are all outstanding talents of the Feng family, or its subordinates, and most of them have a chance to be admitted to the 5 major martial arts universities. Without a doubt, they are here to target Qin Yang. What Qin Yang has done has already alarmed the Feng family. The Feng family has set their mind on killing Qin Yang. There are rumors that they plan to assassinate him during the college entrance exam. Having said this, Yi Tianji noticed that Yilin's expression remained unchanged, and he chuckled. The Feng family is about to hunt down Qin Yang, and you're not worried. You think highly of Qin Yang, and you even had me give him a cultivation technique in public, making him my backing. Now that Qin Yang is in such a situation, aren't you anxious? Back then, Yi Tianji deliberately gave the technique in front of everyone at Yilin's direction. Although Qin Yang possessed extraordinary talent and character, Yi Tianji was a martial king who had seen countless geniuses like fish in a river. Qin Yang had his merits, but not enough to make Yi Tianji regard him exceptionally. If he had, he would likely have taken him as a disciple. Hearing this, Yilin looked up and smiled. What's there to worry about? As long as the Feng family doesn't break the rules and doesn't ambush Qin Yang before the exam, there's nothing to be concerned about. Qin Yang went from an ordinary person to the Xiantian realm in just over 10 days. With half a month left, he might even have a chance to become a grandmaster. Those people from the Feng family are indeed formidable, but they're only at the peak of Xiantian. Nothing to say, oh, I believe Qin Yang can handle them. Besides, Qin Yang has a cautious personality. If he can't win, he'll definitely run. He's not a hot-blooded youth who would face an unbeatable enemy shouting, I believe in myself, and then rush headlong to his death. Yi Tianji's eyes flickered with surprise. You're that confident in Qin Yang. You know yourself how difficult it is to go from Xiantian to Grandmaster. How many so-called geniuses are stuck at this realm? 100 years ago, there was a peerless genius who entered the body realm in 3 days, broke through the 4 barriers to reach Xiantian in 7 days, and then took decades to barely step into the Grandmaster realm. Although Qin Yang's talent is indeed remarkable, going from an ordinary person to Xiantian in half a month, it's not so easy to go from Xiantian to Grandmaster. To subdue the Zhang family, the Feng family certainly won't do things half-heartedly. They will send top-tier geniuses. No matter how monstrous Qin Yang is, he is only at the early Xiantian stage. Yi Lin's confidence in Qin Yang completely exceeded Yi Tianji's expectations. He acknowledged that Qin Yang had good talent. But the enemies Qin Yang now faced were not worthless scum like Zhang Kuang, but true prodigies. Geniuses from vast galaxies, top talents who emerged from tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. Any one of these geniuses would be a dimensionality-reducing strike on Earth. Moreover, Qin Yang only had half a month. Yi Tianji still found it hard to believe that Qin Yang could defeat these top geniuses in half a month. Yi Lin was unconcerned, a smile on her face. She lightly tapped her terminal, and a video projected out showing the scene of Qin Yang suppressing Zhang Kuang. In the video, Zhang Kuang charged furiously, but Qin Yang effortlessly suppressed him, a faint golden light shimmering on his body. Yi Lin pointed at the golden light on Qin Yang and said softly, "Third grandfather, do you see this golden light?" Yi Tianji thought for a moment. This is a body tempering technique. Qin Yang's comprehension is quite good. He should have cultivated it to the great accomplishment stage. The insight of a martial king was naturally beyond question. Even though Qin Yang had hidden it deeply, the characteristics of the 100 refinements golden body only leaked out a little, yet he could clearly sense it. Third grandfather, the body tempering technique Qin Yang cultivates is the 100 refinements golden body. Back then Qin Yang sold it to the Alliance, and I personally went to collect it. At that time Qin Yang had just acquired the 100 refinements golden body and hadn't even begun to practice it. Now in just 10 short days he has reached great accomplishment. As expected, he can reach perfection in the remaining half a month. The perfection of a 4th grade body tempering secret technique. What that means, third grandfather, you know better than I. Moreover, to cultivate a body tempering technique to perfection in less than a month. What does that represent? I don't need to say more, do I? Yi Tianji was silent for a moment. He naturally understood Yi Lin's meaning. Body tempering had always been the most difficult and time-consuming. It required thousands of refinements and temperings to achieve great accomplishment, often taking years or even a decade. But the benefits were also clear. A body tempered to great accomplishment forged a flawless physique enough to be invincible within the same realm. If it reached perfection, unless there was someone with the same constitution, no one could be a match. A perfected body tempering was far ahead, at least at this level. Yi Tianji was somewhat incredulous. He has only been practicing for 10 days. Are you sure? Yi Lin said, of course I'm sure. I saw it with my own eyes. Qin Yang's talent and comprehension are of the highest order. Unfortunately, his past was too tragic, making him overly cautious and not easily trusting others. Otherwise, I would have already brought him under my wing. Now I'm just building a good relationship with him. Moreover, the Feng family, for the sake of a mere Zhang family, has completely offended such a peerless genius, constantly oppressing him, giving me the opportunity to help Qin Yang. Isn't that a good thing? In fact, I should thank the Feng family. If they knew that the Qin Yang they never paid attention to was such a monstrous talent, they would most likely be filled with regret. Yi Tianji did not refute. If everything was true, Qin Yang's talent was indisputable. The bearing of a martial king, no exaggeration. He had a high chance of becoming a high-rank martial king, or even a half-step martial emperor, and a martial emperor was not impossible. Such talent would inevitably attract the eager pursuit of all major families. If this news reached the Feng family, they would probably be eager to cut ties with the Zhang family, and even Feng Tian, that proud man, would come to apologize. Yi Tianji pondered for a long time, then said solemnly, if all this is true, Qin Yang can be called a peerless genius. However, he has too little cultivation experience and lacks practical combat experience, while his opponents are all well-trained with almost no weaknesses in any aspect. If his 100 refinements golden body does not reach perfection, he will surely be no match. Yi Lin said nonchalantly, that's nothing. I've already considered all this. Of course, third grandfather, your Black Moon Jade pendant should remain with Qin Yang as a guarantee. Yi Tianji said indifferently, it's just an unwanted divine weapon anyway. Keeping it with Qin Yang is a good thing. The Black Moon Jade pendant was originally a life-bound divine weapon, but later Yi Tianji found a better one, so he abandoned it, and it ended up in Yi Lin's hands. If it were a true life-bound divine weapon, Yi Tianji certainly could not have lent it out. After all, it was connected to the soul. If the weapon was damaged, he would suffer as well. Time flew by like a white steed passing a gap, and 10 days passed in a flash. After Qin Yang suppressed Zhang Kuang, whether out of fear of Qin Yang's strength or for other reasons, the Imperial Capital High School remained calm and uneventful. However, the power Qin Yang exhibited when suppressing Zhang Kuang was far too formidable. It was earth-shattering, causing discussions not only within the Imperial Capital High School, but throughout the entire Imperial Capital University. The fact that an early-stage Xiantian could trounce a late-stage Xiantian completely defied everyone's expectations. Even if the late-stage Xiantian had relied on pills, he was still a late-stage Xiantian. A mid-stage Xiantian might have a chance to win, but a trouncing was unrealistic, let alone an early-stage Xiantian like Qin Yang. Because of this incident, Qin Yang became the talk of the Imperial Capital University. Yet as Qin Yang entered seclusion, the buzz faded, and gradually there was little discussion. At the Imperial Capital University Bayou Tower. Although the Imperial Capital Martial University was called a university, it was more like a city. Bayou Tower was the finest hotel in the Imperial Capital University, excelling in both accommodation and dining. At this moment, inside a private room of Bayou Tower, several people sat, each radiating smiles and confidence. One of them stood by the windowsill, his tall figure clad in black and white attire. His golden hair shimmered like melted gold, faint light radiating from it. His black eyes were quite distinctive, imbued with an air of nobility. The man turned around, looked at the others before him, and said with a smile, "What kind of demon or monster is this Qin Yang of yours?" The eldest princess of the Yi family acts as his backer, and the Feng family, in order to kill him, went to great lengths to transfer us to Earth. You know, many people rack their brains to return to Earth for the college entrance exams, but never succeed. We, on the other hand, did nothing. Just because of this Qin Yang, we ended up on Earth. Earth, as the ancestral planet, no longer boasts its former glory and is no longer the core of humanity. Yet due to its unique status, Earth's immigrant students still enjoy special treatment in the college entrance exams. For instance, the Starry Sky Martial University always reserves 5 spots. As long as a student ranks among the top 5 in Earth's exams, they can enter the Starry Sky Martial University. Even if their scores are incomparable to those from other star systems, they still gain admission. This is something countless people crave. The rest of the human alliance is far more powerful than Earth. It's not that anyone can easily dominate, but compared to geniuses from other star systems, Earth's geniuses indeed pale in comparison. Therefore, to enter the Starry Sky Martial University, some people go to great lengths to transfer themselves or their children to Earth, the so-called college entrance exam immigration. Enjoying the resources of highly developed star systems while attempting to plunder the welfare of a low-region planet like Earth. The Alliance has been strict about this, and very few have succeeded in such immigration. These people all came from other star systems and had once attempted exam immigration but failed. This time, however, thanks to Qin Yang, they all transferred to Earth. Whatever, a blue-haired man shrugged nonchalantly. At least we're on Earth now. But the Feng family really did invest heavily. To kill Qin Yang, they brought us here. It must have cost them a considerable price. At this, the dark-haired man interjected, "You're overthinking it. The entire human alliance is controlled by these few families. Making us transfer to Earth is just a word from them. I've also heard that the Yi family sent a few people over. Yi Mingyue is even here." At these words, everyone's expressions shifted slightly. They were all too familiar with Yi Mingyue, as Yi Lin's cousin. Yi Mingyue's talent was hardly inferior to Yi Lin's, and she had long been renowned as a top-tier prodigy. Even they, filled with confidence, dared not cross her. The golden-haired man's eyes flickered. Damn, even Yi Mingyue is here. The eldest princess of the Yi family is determined to protect Qin Yang. In that case, we need to be careful. If we run into her, we'll be left without even bones to bury. Let's not die for the sake of some petty gain. Although they were under the Feng family, it was merely a cooperative relationship. This so-called cooperation was merely for profit. They would not sacrifice their lives for gain, nor would they knowingly take risks on impossible tasks. The Feng family is well prepared. Feng Han is here. He's probably meant to counter Yi Mingyue. The Feng family never expected the Yi family to value Qin Yang so much, someone said softly. At this, the group showed expressions of fear. Damn Feng Han too. They knew that Feng Han and Yi Mingyue were on the same level. Both were among the most prominent figures of the younger generation in the Human Alliance. Both ranked in the top 10 of the Human Alliance's senior high school students across the entire alliance, not just a single star system. The Feng family has stated that as long as we assist Feng Han in killing Qin Yang, the rewards will still be honored. Even if we encounter Yi Mingyue, Feng Han can hold her off. All we need to do is kill Qin Yang. Hearing this, the golden-haired man asked in confusion, "Why is the Feng family so fixated on Qin Yang? What grave crime has he committed?" It made no sense. Qin Yang had only crippled Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan was favored by the Zhang family, but was it necessary to go to such lengths? Surely there's more to it. There must be other matters, but those are not for us to interfere in. At these words, everyone fell silent, their eyes shifting, each harboring their own thoughts. At that moment in the dormitory of the Imperial Capital High School, within the Shushan realm, Qin Yang ended 10 hours of cultivation and rested briefly. 100 refinements, golden body perfection, 851010000. After 10 days of seclusion, his 100 refinements golden body was nearing perfection. My realm has also reached mid-stage Xiantian. If the 100 refinements golden body reaches perfection, I can likely step into late stage, or even peak. Moreover, once I condense the Vajra indestructible body, I will fear no one and be invincible at the same realm. Qin Yang rarely showed a smile. What was the purpose of this tireless cultivation? Nothing but his own safety. After crippling Zhang Kuang, he knew full well that revenge would come, and not just any ordinary revenge. It was a matter of life and death. In the eyes of these great powers, a single life meant nothing. They would kill if they wished. Had it not been for the Yi family's protection, he would have died long ago. Before Zhang Kuang even had a chance to threaten him openly, they would have acted. Knowing this, Qin Yang chose to demonstrate his worth. He understood clearly that in the human alliance strength was paramount, and next came value. If one lacked sufficient strength, but had enough value, others would still lend a hand. For instance, the Yi family. If he had not shown his worth, they might not have sheltered him, and the Zhang family behind Zhang Kuang would certainly have come after him. Yet compared to such external forces, one's own strength was the most important. At most 2 more days, and I'll reach perfection. Around the time the college entrance exams began, a gleam of excitement flickered in Qin Yang's eyes. As long as he entered the starry sky Martial University, everything else would be worry-free. Even the Feng or Zhang families would have to think twice before acting against him. That was because the starry sky Martial University held immense weight in the human alliance. For no other reason than that its backing was solid enough. Today's intelligence has been generated. Today's intelligence on June 5th at 3:00 p.m. Feng Han, based on information in hand, opened a void secret realm at Tianyuan Mountain. Inside, he discovered a peculiar skeleton, and from the palm of the skeleton obtained a 9th-grade cultivation technique, the Heavenly Fortune Diagram. The Tianyuan Codex. Isn't this the cultivation method of the Tianyuan Martial King? Qin Yang trembled all over. During these days, besides training, he had been reading various histories and ancient texts. At the dawn of the spiritual energy resurgence, when humanity was on the brink of destruction, countless prodigies emerged. Among them, the Tianyuan Martial King was unique. Not only because he cultivated the path of fortune, but also because he was humanity's first martial king. The martial king seized the mandate of heaven, created a divine body universe, and wielded boundless powers like a deity. Especially after his breakthrough, humanity launched its first counterattack, ushering in a new era. The emergence of the Tianyuan Martial King greatly accelerated humanity's evolution. Had no misfortune occurred, he might have become the first martial emperor of mankind, even breaking the shackles to become a true god. But fate had other plans. One day, the Tianyuan Martial King vanished without a trace. No one knew where he went. Over the long years, countless people scoured the entire earth, yet found no sign of him. Some predicted that the Tianyuan Martial King had met a tragic end, while others believed he had simply left Earth. The truth remained unknown. As time passed with no news of the Tianyuan Martial King, it was generally concluded that he had died. Nevertheless, his uniqueness and the Tianyuan Codex he possessed made many covetous, leading to continuous searches on Earth over the years. Among them, Yi Lin came to Earth in search of the Tianyuan Martial King's remains and cultivation method. A 9th-grade method holds the secret to divinity. Such a treasure, even in the universe, would make martial emperors' hearts pound. If I could obtain it, I would never need another method. Moreover, I don't need to worry about talent. Diligence can break any barrier. This method must be obtained. Qin Yang pondered. A 9th-grade method could stir the heart. He certainly could not ignore it. Moreover, the one who had found this opportunity was from the Feng family. Feng Han. The name clearly belonged to the Feng clan. And Yi Lin had told him that the Feng family had sent a prodigy to target him, named Feng Han. But now it seemed that Feng Han's mission here was not primarily about dealing with him. Instead, acquiring the Tianyuan Codex was paramount. I cannot disclose this information. It's hard to explain. And a 9th-grade method is too precious, especially the Tianyuan Martial Kings. Qin Yang decided not to tell Yi Lin. This was a dangerous matter. He couldn't explain it. How could he tell Yi Lin that he learned it from the Feng family? Impossible. He and the Feng family were enemies, or why would they tell him? And there were probably few in the Feng family who knew this news. However, if I don't inform her, obtaining this secret method won't be easy. The method is hidden deep in the void of Tianyuan Mountain. Without a special method, it cannot be retrieved. And the experts have already turned Earth upside down. Normal spaces can't escape their notice. There must be some way to open the space. The method lies in Feng Han's hands. But has Feng Han informed the Feng family? Qin Yang pondered this question. If Feng Han came alone to secretly seek the treasure with his strength, he had no fear of the opponent. Once his golden body was perfected, he could dominate the innate realm. If the Feng family knew, things would be different. They would surely send strong experts. Yi Lin said the Feng family had other matters, only Feng Han is here. That means the Feng family hasn't sent any strong experts. So Feng Han came alone. At this thought, Qin Yang's heart raced. If it was only Feng Han, things were simple. With his current strength and trump cards, he could kill Feng Han. What did prodigies matter? In the face of absolute power, prodigies are useless. With this in mind, Qin Yang's eyes flashed. He thought, I still need to observe. If Feng Han is searching for the treasure alone, I can ambush him. If the Feng family's experts are present, I'll flee and spread the news to the world. The Feng family cannot monopolize a 9th-grade method. The allure of a 9th-grade method will put the Feng family in a bind. Qin Yang knew clearly that if the Feng family intervened, this method was as good as lost. Compared to a behemoth like the Feng family, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But even so, he couldn't let them take the ninth grade method easily. After all his enmity with them was deep, the Feng family wouldn't spare him. With that thought, Qin Yang stopped deliberating and immersed himself in cultivation. The urgent task was to perfect his golden body. Only with a perfected golden body could he have confidence. Then he could scheme for the Tianyun Codex. In the imperial capital, on a luxurious high-rise, a tall, handsome man with a wine glass stood by the window, his gaze cold. Any news on Qin Yang? Master Qin Yang stays indoors. Due to the rules, we can't do anything to him. He is cautious as a turtle. The only chance to act is during the college entrance exams. Feng Han took a sip of wine, his expression unchanged. I understand. Let Qin Yang live for now. When the exams come, I'll cut off his head. During this time, I will go into seclusion. Do not disturb me. Even if Qin Yang comes out, ignore him. On the screen, a woman in black said respectfully, understood, master. Then the screen went dark. Feng Han gazed at the distant mountain peak, faintly visible. Tianyuan Mountain. This was a famous mountain on Earth where one of the 3 human martial emperors, the Tianyuan martial emperor, had broken through to the martial king realm. Hence the name change, commanding Tianyuan. The mountain itself held no great marvel. Its fame came solely from the Tianyuan martial emperor. Many superstition clung to the belief that the emperor's lingering radiance might help them break their own limits. Thus, Tianyuan Mountain was perpetually occupied by many people. According to the intelligence I have, the Tianyun martial king vanished here. And someone once entered a peculiar space near Tianyuan Mountain where they saw a towering body. Standing tall like a mountain, the body was pure white as jade, lifelike. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely the Tianyun martial king's corpse. He met with an accident and died here. If I can enter that space, I will likely obtain his inheritance. Especially the Tianyun Codex, which contains the method to become a god. At this thought, Feng Han clenched his fist, his eyes burning with fervor and coldness. If I one day achieve the martial emperor realm, I will make the Yi family and the Tianyuan martial emperor pay. With that, a piece of worn paper appeared in his palm, inscribed with text faintly exuding an extraordinary aura. This is the first step of my revenge. I suppose the heavenly Yuan martial emperor and the Yi family don't know that our ancestor left a backup plan. The world knows that the ancestor was the fortune martial king, but they don't know that his spatial Tao reached a level of divine mastery. Feng Han murmured in his heart. The fortune martial king was exactly the ancestor of their Feng family. Back then, the fortune martial king stepped into the martial king realm, broke conventions, and was expected to lead the human race. But he was framed and eventually disappeared without a trace. The Feng family's status plummeted. In fact, the once supreme first family can no longer even rank among the top 5. Although not completely fallen, their position was long gone. If there were no traitors within the family, how could the ancestor have been harmed? Feng Han spoke with resentment. This paper was left by the fortune martial king. The reason he didn't inform the Feng family was that the family had long been fragmented. Their branch was not the main line, they were a collateral branch. The reason he enjoyed the treatment of a legitimate son was simply because he was strong enough. But even so, he often suffered suppression. Moreover, Feng Han could sense that the main line feared their rise and often gave him resources with restraint. At the same time, from certain matters, he learned that the ancestor was framed by a traitor, and that traitor was the main line of the Feng family. Otherwise, with the fortune martial king's strength, it would have been impossible for something to happen to him. This was why Feng Han did not inform the Feng family. There were problems within the family. Once leaked, the Yi family and the heavenly Yuan martial emperor would know immediately. In that case, all the opportunities left by the ancestor would be seized by these enemies. Then the Feng family would have no hope of rising at all. This Qin Yang is not worth mentioning. Once I obtain the ancestor's treasure, I'll take care of him during the college entrance exam. Feng Han didn't take Qin Yang seriously at all. No matter how monstrous Qin Yang was, he had only been cultivating for half a month. In terms of talent, martial arts, and experience, Qin Yang had no advantage whatsoever. Before him, Qin Yang was like an ant underfoot, easily crushed with one step. Let me pretend for a while, and in a few days I'll go to Tianyuan Mountain. Feng Han was quite cautious. He knew there were people from the Feng family around him. If he went to Tianyuan Mountain immediately, it might arouse suspicion from the Feng family. Also, it was the time of the college entrance exam, and Qin Yang was playing the role of a coward. He could take this opportunity to go into seclusion. In a couple of days, when the Feng family came looking for him, he would show up for a moment to dispel any doubts, and then he could secretly go to Tianyuan Mountain. This way no one would know his whereabouts. Of course, to avoid alerting the enemy, he had prepared many things. He had a special identity that could hide from the internal intelligence of the Alliance. In a few days I will leap over the Dragon Gate. With that thought, Feng Han closed his eyes. The energy within him surged like a boiling ocean, unfathomably deep. Imperial Capital High School. In the spacious room, Qin Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, as if placed on a furnace. His skin was flushed red, white mist billowing around him, his face showing pain, and his aura began to rise gradually. After 2 days of arduous cultivation, Qin Yang was about to perfect the 100 refinements golden body. At this moment, within Qin Yang's body, the boiling blood and qi were like magma, continuously penetrating his meridians and flesh. The flesh was constantly being tempered, giving birth to new life amidst destruction. Gradually, it became transcendent. The cells within his body, after countless destructions, burst forth with extraordinary properties. Boom. The energy condensed, and a terrifying aura burst forth. Qin Yang's skin was tinged with gold, his entire body appearing golden, as if cast from gold, gleaming brightly. The dazzling light almost blinded the eyes, yet it contained an unimaginable fluctuation. 100 refinements, golden body perfection, 5000, 5000. After more than 20 days of arduous cultivation, his 100 refinements golden body was finally perfected. Now he possessed an indestructible golden body impervious to blades and spears, with a resilient physique. He could face a 4th-rank divine weapon head-on, and even against a grandmaster he could barely withstand one blow without being swept away. In the same realm, he was invincible. Mid-stage innate. Just one step away from late-stage innate. Sensing his realm, Qin Yang felt at ease. Actually, this speed was already very fast. It had only been a few days since his last breakthrough to the innate realm. Normally, going from early-stage innate to mid-stage innate took at least several months, or even a year. Even with pills, it took 10 days to half a month, and that was under the condition of extremely outstanding talent. Only someone like him, with both talent, hard work, and pills, could achieve such a level. Heaven rewards diligence was not a cheat, it was his talent. He didn't use cheats. Qin Yang slightly opened his eyes, feeling the vigorous energy within him, and said with a smile, "Indeed, the harder you work, the luckier you get. At this pace, entering the Grandmaster realm this year is within reach." All of this was the result of his hard work. Now that the 100 refinements golden body is perfected, the next step is the Palm World and the Formless Soul Palace. One is a spatial secret technique, the other is a soul cultivation method. Both of these hold exceptional status among martial artists. If I can master them both, even at Starry Sky Martial University, I won't fade into obscurity and will still be able to stand out as a true elite. In the coming days, I'll first cultivate the Palm World. The Palm World was given by the Knight Martial King. This was common knowledge to the outside world. If he could successfully cultivate it, the outside world would only praise his awesomeness without any special thoughts. If he got into Starry Sky Martial University, Qin Yang had no intention of lying low. Playing the fool to catch the tiger was enjoyable, but only if no one was watching. Now that the Feng family was paying close attention to him, if he stayed low-key, he would be beyond saving. He would completely lose his value, and the Yi family would not help him nor become his support. In this world, without backing, without background, and without sufficient strength, a major power like the Feng family could easily make a person disappear. To withstand these open and covert attacks, one naturally could not hide oneself. Most importantly, it was said that if one's talent was monstrous enough, they might gain the favor of the founder of Starry Sky Martial University, a martial emperor. They might even take him as a disciple. If a martial emperor became his master, then everything would be fine. The damned Feng family would not be worth a glance. However, all this was still too far away. The urgent task was to first obtain the fortune diagram and also get into Starry Sky Martial University, who, according to the timing, Feng Han should be heading to Tianyuan Mountain now. Qin Yang took a deep breath, pulled open the curtains, and said softly, "As long as the Feng family doesn't interfere, all of this will become my wedding dress. I hope this Feng Han is selfish enough." Almost at the same time, Feng Han also rose and headed to Tianyuan Mountain, 200 kilometers outside the imperial capital. In the vast plain, a towering mountain soared into the sky like a divine sword with its edge exposed. Surrounded by clouds and bathed in sunlight, it faintly emanated strands of terrifying sharpness. Tianyuan Mountain stood tall, over 2,000 meters in height. The entire mountain was flawless emerald green, with dense trees and shrubs covering the entire peak, except for the summit, shrouded in wind and snow. At the foot of the mountain, a gate dozens of meters high stood upright, with a plaque engraved with 3 large characters. Tianyuan Mountain. The characters were gilded, exuding an ethereal aura. It was rumored to have been carved by a martial king through his aura. Even after hundreds of years, it remained as vibrant and fresh as if just inscribed. If one looked closely, they could also sense a terrifying aura within. It was said that this place also contained a special aura left by the martial king, and those with exceptional talent could hope to comprehend a cultivation technique of no low level. However, over the long years, no one had ever managed to do so. As time passed, it was merely regarded as a joke. This was the entrance to Tianyuan Mountain. The surroundings were extremely lively, with various shops lining the area. The wide roads were bustling with people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the Tianyuan Hotel 3rd floor, Qin Yang pulled back the curtain and gazed at the entrance of Tianyuan Mountain. The entire Tianyuan Mountain was enveloped by restrictions. One was to prevent the ferocious beasts of Tianyuan Mountain from leaving, and the other was to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Therefore, to enter Tianyuan Mountain, one could only pass through this entrance. Qin Yang was waiting here also for Feng Han. Apart from that, he was contemplating the plaque of Tianyuan Mountain. It was rumored that a martial king had left a secret technique which could only be comprehended by those with extremely high enlightenment. Qin Yang didn't know if it was true or false. Since he was waiting for someone anyway, he might as well give it a try rather than waste time. If he could comprehend it, it wouldn't be a bad thing. The secret technique left by the martial king was likely not of a low level. Thinking this, Qin Yang fixed his gaze on the plaque ahead. In terms of talent and comprehension, he was second to none under heaven. SSS grade talent. Such talent was rare even across the entire universe. Qin Yang stared at the plaque, and the gilded characters faintly radiated a brilliant light, full of mystery. After about 10 minutes of gazing, Qin Yang's heart trembled. In his mind appeared a towering figure executing a boxing technique. His form was like a mountain, his fist momentum overwhelming the heavens. A single punch unleashed like the roar of dragons and tigers. Dragons chanted across the world, tigers shook the starry sky, causing heaven and earth to shatter. The terrifying power tore apart the firmament, and the emanating aftershocks caused entire mountains to collapse completely. Like a god or demon, awe-inspiring. Taishu boundary-breaking fist beginner 0100. There really is a boxing technique. In its 5th grade, Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. He had thought it was just a rumor and hadn't taken it seriously, treating it as a pastime. Who would have known that he actually comprehended a boxing technique? A 5th grade boxing technique. Whether it was martial skills or cultivation techniques, anything beyond 4th grade, reaching the 5th grade level, was extremely precious. Such things were simply not available within the Alliance. Unless one's level was high enough to exchange for them, or one had the opportunity to purchase them through various trading associations. However, most exchanges were barter. Tian Dao Cho Qin is truly monstrous. As expected of SSS grade talent. As long as there are techniques and martial skills left behind, I can imprint them and use them for cultivation. In that case, I can comprehend anything left behind by powerful beings across the vast universe. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This attempt had helped him tremendously. There were too many inheritances left by powerful beings across the universe, but they were meant to find destined individuals. Of course, most of them were scams used to trap people. But Qin Yang was not worried. With Tian Dao Cho Qin, he could learn instantly and would never fall into those traps. Coming to Tianyan Mountain this time was the right decision. But I wonder where that guy Feng Han is. Although he was in contemplation, Qin Yang was also observing his surroundings. He found no trace of Feng Han. Time is almost up. There's no significant commotion around. This means Feng Han came alone quietly. Qin Yang had come here to observe for 2 reasons. One was to try to comprehend a technique, and the other was to watch for any movements. If there were any signs of the Feng family, he would immediately flee. But now time was almost up, and there was no sign of the Feng family. This meant that Feng Han had come alone. Thinking of this, Qin Yang's heart stirred. He left the hotel and headed straight for Tianyan Mountain. Because of his intelligence, he knew the location of the dimensional space where Feng Han was to enter. A few minutes later, Qin Yang arrived at the mountainside. In the middle of the solid rock, there was a cave carved into the mountain. Scanning the surroundings, Qin Yang saw that Feng Han had not yet arrived. A black moonjade pendant appeared in his palm. The pendant rose above his head, and black light cascaded down, completely enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yang completely merged with his surroundings. This was a special ability of the black moonjade pendant. It was not a spatial technique, but a special formation that could disguise one's location to blend in with the surroundings. The formation was of a high level such that only a grandmaster could sense it faintly, or a 7th grade divine weapon might be able to detect it. This was why Qin Yang dared to take the risk. As long as no Feng family experts were present, Feng Han was nothing to fear. He had 1,000 ways to kill Feng Han. Qin Yang waited quietly for Feng Han. After about 20 minutes, a figure entered the cave, looking cautious, constantly glancing around, being careful and sneaky. He even turned around and left after entering. After waiting a few minutes, he came back in. After confirming that no one was following him, Feng Han reached the end of the cave, touching the rock wall, unable to hide his excitement. I finally made it here. As long as I can obtain the inheritance left by my ancestors, I will surely revive the Feng family and reclaim everything that belongs to us. Whether it's the Yi family or the Tianyuan martial emperor, they will all pay the price. Qin Yang, who was nearby, was somewhat surprised. Feng Han's words revealed too much information. He had thought this was just a chance encounter for Feng Han. But now it seemed there were countless secrets hidden within. Ancestor. Could it be that the Tianyun martial king's surname is Feng? Qin Yang really didn't know. There was very little information about the Tianyun martial king, only that he was the first martial king of humanity. As for his name, where he came from, or what achievements he had, there were no records at all. It was like a mystery. It was almost as if he didn't belong to this era. You see, when spiritual energy revived on Earth, humanity had already entered the technological era. Even though technology declined for a time, it still existed. In that most difficult era, anyone who had done something earth-shattering was recorded. And the records were very clear except for the Tianyun martial king. He was like a taboo. Could it be that the Tianyun martial king was killed by the Tianyuan martial emperor and the Yi family? Qin Yang speculated inwardly. Meanwhile, a piece of paper appeared in Feng Han's hand, ancient in style, radiating a special aura. The moment the paper appeared, the space at the end of the cave began to warp. Here it comes. The paper hovered in the air, strands of divine light, cascading down as the space ahead twisted faintly, revealing a stretch of path. The ancestors did not deceive me. Feng Han shuddered, unable to conceal his exhilaration. If I can find the missing chapters of the Book of Heavenly Fate, I will unlock the ancestors' cave dwelling. The ancestral legacy lies within this moment. Feng Han let out a roar and immediately charged forward, plunging straight into the cave dwelling. Qin Yang followed close behind, entering almost simultaneously. Thanks to the concealment of the Black Moon Jade pendant, he was not worried about being discovered. Traversing the illusory void tunnel, a flash of light appeared ahead. What met his eyes was a vast pitch-black void where a mountain-like giant skeleton sat cross-legged, clutching a golden book in its palm. Though countless years had passed since its fall, it remained lifelike, exuding a terrifying aura, as if it had never truly died. The divine might still lingered, awe-inspiring. At the same time, Qin Yang sensed a terrifying pressure, as if the heavens themselves were watching him. This feeling he had only experienced from the Black Moon War King. War King. A War King's body. Qin Yang shuddered, staring at the massive skeleton before him, his heart shaken beyond calm. Although he had known that the body of the Heavenly Fate War King lay here, he had not expected that after so many years the remains would still endure. Like a living person, its aura still lingered. If not for the absence of a soul, Qin Yang would have suspected the body was merely sleeping. At that moment, Feng Han gazed at the skeleton, his body trembling. He knelt and bowed, his voice laden with grief. Feng Han, a descendant of the Feng family, pays respects to the ancestor. Rest assured, ancestor. Today I inherit your path, and in the future I will surely avenge you. I will restore the glory of the Feng family, annihilate the Yi clan, and slay the heavenly origin martial emperor. By the end, Feng Han's voice was almost a roar filled with boundless, unending hatred. After speaking, he rose and soared upward. Having reached the innate realm, one could fly through the air. The skeleton towered nearly 100 meters high. Since it was the ancestor, Feng Han did not dare to be disrespectful. He flew up with great reverence, taking about 10 minutes to slowly reach the palm, intending to collect the Book of Heavenly Fate diagram. It won't work. Feng Han was somewhat surprised. He had planned to directly take the Book of Heavenly Fate diagram, but found it impossible. After a moment of thought, he took out the paper again. The paper emitted a golden radiance, and the giant skeleton trembled, shaking the earth and sky as waves of terrifying aura surged forth. It seemed as if the giant was about to fully awaken. The ancestor is awakening. Seeing the giant stir, Feng Han felt no panic, only immense excitement. This was a tremendous blessing. In the past, the Heavenly Fate War King possessed unparalleled talent, unmatched even by the three martial emperors. If the Heavenly Fate War King could revive, the Feng family would rise completely, and their branch would no longer be a mere offshoot, but the true main line. Could it really be awakening? Qin Yang was quite shocked. That the Heavenly Fate War King had died was a statement made by a certain martial emperor. However, without a corpse, some believed the Heavenly Fate War King might not have perished. Of course, most people thought the Heavenly Origin War King was also dead. Qin Yang was among them. After about 10 minutes, the paper seemed to have exhausted its aura, slowly drifting down, and the giant's body also stopped moving. Though still divine, it no longer held vitality. Clearly it had failed. No revival. Feng Han was utterly despondent. He was the one who most wanted the Heavenly Fate War King to awaken, but it did not succeed. The book in the palm should be the Book of Heavenly Fate, the ancestor's most powerful divine weapon. Unfortunately, it cannot be taken. There is a prohibition, but it contains the Heavenly Fate diagram. This is the cultivation method of the ancestor. With that thought, Feng Han began to carefully study the ancient script on the golden book. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yang was also browsing. The book lay open, covered in complex characters. Each character was strange, yet carried a unique aura. Heavenly Fate Diagram Initiation 0100000. 100,000 just to start. Seriously, Qin Yang fell silent. But considering this was a 9th rank cultivation method that touched the boundaries of the divine, 100,000 seemed reasonable. Having obtained the desired method, Qin Yang felt relieved and casually glanced at Feng Han. He found the man utterly frustrated, scratching his head and ears, clearly unable to comprehend the method before him. A 9th rank method was still too profound for him. No, it's too abstruse. With my comprehension, I cannot grasp it. Write the Book of Heavenly Fate might help. Thinking this, Feng Han grabbed the now glowless Book of Heavenly Fate. Instantly, the Book of Heavenly Fate emitted a faint radiance, and Feng Han calmed down, his eyes becoming vacant as he entered a special state. It was as if heaven and earth had merged with him. Enlightenment. A mysterious, profound realm. In this state, one was at one with the cosmos with maximum comprehension. This Book of Heavenly Fate seems quite useful, even if incomplete. Seeing that Feng Han, originally a waste, had turned into a genius after using the paper, Qin Yang immediately understood that this must be the treasure of the Heavenly Fate War King. He did not know what the Book of Heavenly Fate was, as there was no record of it. But judging from Feng Han's recent state, it was likely the Heavenly Fate War King's treasure, and possibly related to the Heavenly Fate diagram. Either way, it was a good thing. He had to obtain it. Success. As expected of the Book of Heavenly Fate, the ancestor's strongest divine weapon. Feng Han's eyes snapped open, his face wild with joy. He had now fully comprehended the Heavenly Fate diagram. Having understood the heavenly fate diagram, Feng Han continued to search the surroundings, hoping to find more treasures and opportunities. But the area was empty with nothing. This left him somewhat regretful. Ancestor, farewell. If I can one day step into the martial emperor realm, I will surely avenge you. After bowing, Feng Han prepared to leave. Now that I have the inheritance, I just wait for the college entrance exam to kill Qin Yang. That guy is nothing. I can kill him easily. And the Feng family's reward is substantial, so I can gain some bonuses. Feng Han murmured as he walked. At the same time, a hand suddenly appeared, piercing through Feng Han's chest like a divine sword, crushing his heart utterly. You won't have that chance. Qin Yang appeared before Feng Han with a smile. He had not expected this guy to want to kill him. Damn it. He had no grudge against him. Though he also intended to kill him, Feng Han wanting to kill him was unacceptable. When did you? Feng Han's eyes widened. I've been here all along. You. Feng Han stared at Qin Yang, having just uttered a single word when Qin Yang turned his hand into a blade and chopped off Feng Han's neck. What are you saying? At death's door, yet you still babble so much. Qin Yang grabbed Feng Han's head, casually tossed it aside, and then walked out of the space. Seeing the familiar cave before him, Qin Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. A fragment of the Book of Fate appeared in his palm, and the surrounding space returned to its original state with no further disturbances. This harvest is indeed substantial. But let's leave Tianyuan Mountain first. Qin Yang did not linger. He immediately descended the mountain and returned to Imperial Capital High School. In the spacious living room, Qin Yang opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of drink, opened it, took a sip, and sat on the sofa. Fortunately, Feng Han was greedy and overconfident, thinking he had it in the bag, so he didn't inform the Feng family. Otherwise, the Tianyan Tulu would have been lost to me. Qin Yang was actually quite grateful to Feng Han. If this fellow had been even a little selfless and contacted the Feng family, Qin Yang could only have watched from afar and would not have acted personally. At most, he would have spread the news, causing others within the alliance to fight for it. As for the Tianyan Tulu, it would naturally have nothing to do with him. Fortunately, Feng Han was selfish. This gave Qin Yang an opportunity. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Feng Han. The college entrance exam is about to begin. Although I am already at the mid-stage of innate realm with the perfected, refined golden body and the indestructible diamond body, the alliance is vast with countless prodigies. Some have backgrounds so formidable that they possess abilities surpassing their peers. Therefore, I must not be too complacent. Qin Yang was self-aware. The world's heroes were as numerous as carp crossing the river. He had his strengths, and others naturally had theirs too. Opportunities and luck. In the face of such vast numbers, several exceptional individuals often emerge. Moreover, the major powers within the alliance possess immense resources, and the offspring they produce are rarely lacking in talent. If he underestimated these people, he would surely suffer. Qin Yang knew that arrogance and complacency were the beginning of ruin. Therefore, uncertain of his opponent's prowess, he still needed to be cautious. Of course, he couldn't truly play the fool to deceive his enemies. The indestructible diamond body would inevitably be revealed. It was the key to gaining the alliance's attention, but it could not be the foundation of Qin Yang's strength. He still needed a few trump cards. Currently, I have the cosmos in the palm, the formless soul palace, the Tianyan Tulu, and the void-breaking fist. Among the four techniques, the lowest is the void-breaking fist of 5th grade quality. The Tianyan Tulu is 9th grade, and the other two are 7th grade. I must definitely cultivate the Tianyan Tulu, even if it is the path of fortune. I cannot let it go. A 9th grade technique is the key to glimpsing the divine realm, let alone for a mere innate realm cultivator like him. Even a martial emperor for the hope of breakthrough would not give up cultivating a 9th grade technique. With the college entrance exam imminent, to enhance my combat power, I can only improve through the fastest means. The Tianyan Tulu requires 100,000 repetitions just to enter the gate, which is difficult to achieve in a short time. The void-breaking fist is only 5th grade, so it can be improved rapidly in a short time. By the time of the exam, I might attain minor mastery, or even major mastery. The cosmos in the palm and the formless soul palace also need cultivation. If I can achieve entry level in either of these divine abilities, it will become one of my trump cards. The spatial divine ability is vast, allowing control over space. The soul-type divine ability is unfathomable, killing without a trace. Both are formidable. Qin Yang continued to ponder. In the past, he had no techniques or martial skills and desperately wanted them. Now he had too many. He didn't know which to cultivate. The formless soul palace. If news of the cosmos in the palm spreads, those people will surely be on guard. The formless soul palace is different. No one knows about it. It can become my trump card. With that said, Qin Yang had already devised a plan for himself. In the coming time, he would at least attain minor mastery in the void-breaking fist and entry level in the formless soul palace. As long as these were achieved, he would be able to walk unchallenged during the college entrance exam, fearing no one. Having made his plan, Qin Yang did not delay cultivation. He immediately entered the void chamber and began to train. For him, cultivation was more important than anything else. Improving his strength was his top priority. However, as he entered the void chamber, a familiar voice resounded. Today's intelligence, Feng Han's disappearance has enraged the Feng family. The Feng family's martial king intended to forcibly enter Earth, but multiple Alliance experts intervened to stop him, preventing a forced entry. Meanwhile, Alliance enforcers have been dispatched to investigate the mystery of Feng Han's disappearance. Today's intelligence, Yi Qingxue, cultivated the blood demon art, and was ultimately completely refined by the blood demon ancestor, her soul annihilated and herself turned into nourishment. To achieve a perfect fusion with her body, the blood demon ancestor plans to avenge Yi Qingxue and intends to target Qin Yang. Today's intelligence, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion of Imperial Capital University, has acquired a batch of treasures. Inside a third-grade divine stone lies a hidden 7th-grade heavenly treasure, the celestial void divine jade, a special spatial treasure. If refined into a divine weapon, it can grant multiple spatial abilities. There were quite a few pieces of intelligence this time. There's quite a lot of intelligence this time. The Feng family's ancestor was actually stopped. It seems the Alliance has many factions and is quite complex. Moreover, the Feng family's divine king was stopped this time, likely not over Feng Han's disappearance, but for some other purpose. As for Yi Qingxue, she was actually possessed. How interesting. Qin Yang was surprised. After killing Yi Qingshan, he had not troubled Yi Qingxue, mainly due to the restrictions of the Alliance rules, and since Yi Qingxue posed no significant threat, he could kill her during the college entrance exam. So he had not bothered with her, never expecting she would be possessed. This was truly unexpected. I should have killed her earlier. Qin Yang felt a bit regretful. Not being able to slay his enemy was indeed a regret. But it didn't matter anymore. The two were no longer on the same level. Since this blood demon ancestor wants to come looking for trouble, I'll have to send him on his way. The celestial void divine jade is a spatial heavenly treasure. This thing is valuable. Qin Yang's eyes glittered with greed. He would definitely cultivate the cosmos in the palm in the future, and if he had a spatial divine weapon, his combat power would skyrocket. Therefore, he had to obtain this heavenly treasure. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion is a force of the Yi family. I can have someone deliver it over. Now he was no longer the same as before. Everyone knew that the Yi family's eldest princess was investing in him, and even the Black Moon Martial King held him in high regard. Thus his status had risen sharply, and he held a high position at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. When he arrived at Imperial Capital University, the head of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had already contacted him. Thinking of this, Qin Yang immediately contacted the people at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, informing them of the 3rd-grade Divine Stone and asking them to deliver it personally. A divine stone is a rather special item. Inside, after billions of years of evolution, a stellar core is enveloped, making it impossible to see what is truly inside. Thus an industry was born: stone gambling. The items contained within are all sorts of wonders, and many people try their luck with it. In essence, it was like gambling on jade in his past life. However, 9 out of 10 gambles end in loss, and only a few lucky ones make a profit. 10 minutes later, a knock came at the door, and Qin Yang opened it. Before his eyes stood a middle-aged man with a gentle expression, holding a gift box in his hand. He said respectfully, "Mr. Qin, the 3rd-rank divine stone you requested is inside. To express my gratitude for your tremendous support to the Wanbao Pavilion, I have also placed 9 4th-rank divine stones within the ring. May Mr. Qin have perfect fortune." This was the head of the Wanbao Pavilion at the Imperial Capital University. "Thank you for the gift, Pavilion Master Kai." Qin Yang revealed a warm smile. "In the future, should I encounter Yi Lin and the Black Moon Martial King, I will surely speak a few kind words on your behalf. When someone offers a gift for free, there is no reason to refuse. Moreover, the other party had done nothing improper. Speaking a few pleasant words in return was only fair." Pavilion Master Kai's eyes lit up, and he said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. With the college entrance examination imminent, I shall not disturb you further. I hope you sweep away all opponents and claim the top spot." Qin Yang smiled in response. "I appreciate your kind words." The two understood each other without further words, and Pavilion Master Kai departed swiftly. Qin Yang also returned to the living room. He took out all the divine stones from the ring. 10 stones of various shapes filled the living room. Rather than stones, they were more like a special kind of crystal. All the divine stones had different colors, as if enveloped by a unique crystalline essence, possessing a special aura that was invisible to the naked eye and even beyond the reach of divine sense. A 4th-rank divine stone costs 1 million each. This Pavilion Master Kai has really spared no expense. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. The man had just gifted him 9 million. From this, it was evident how much Pavilion Master Kai sought to curry favor. 9 million was no small amount. I wonder if these divine stones contain anything valuable. Qin Yang brought out the Black Moon Pendant, a 7th-rank divine weapon. Even if it was not a weapon of attack, its power was sufficient to cut through divine stones. First, I'll extract the Taishu Divine Jade. Qin Yang located the divine stone, marked by the intelligence. The Black Moon Pendant emitted a faint glow like a divine blade, intending to split the stone in two. When the cut reached halfway, it seemed to encounter some hard substance, and could go no further. Qin Yang knew this was the Taishu Divine Jade. Although the Black Moon Pendant's edge was formidable, freely cutting a 7th-rank heavenly material was still somewhat difficult. Besides, the Taishu Divine Jade was renowned for its hardness. With several more cuts, Qin Yang easily extracted the Taishu Divine Jade. The Taishu Divine Jade was peculiar. About the size of a palm, completely transparent, nearly invisible to the naked eye, as if blending with heaven and earth. Only with divine sense could one barely perceive its faint patterns. A 7th rank heavenly material truly extraordinary. Qin Yang gazed at it for a moment, then casually stored it in his spatial storage. This item was exceptionally precious, and he would definitely use it later to refine his divine weapon. But for now there was no opportunity, nor was it necessary to fixate on it. Having it in hand was enough. Besides, there were 9 4th-rank divine stones. He also wanted to know what treasures lay hidden within them. Subsequently, Qin Yang began cutting. Unlike before this time, he was extremely cautious. When cutting the stone containing the Taishu Divine Jade, he had known that the Black Moon pendant's edge could not sever the jade, so he had been reckless. But he had no idea what these divine stones concealed. So he had to be careful, afraid of cutting directly through. Damn, it's empty. Qin Yang cut open 5 consecutive divine stones, finding nothing inside. This gambling on stones is truly a scam. No wonder so many people are deceived into bankruptcy. Qin Yang shook his head. The gambling on stones in this world was even more treacherous than in his past life. In his previous life, at least, there was a guarantee of something inside, only the quality varied. In this world, one couldn't even be sure if there was anything inside a divine stone. And often 9 out of 10 stones were empty. Why was that? Simply because the good items had already been examined, leaving only low-quality stones for the market. After all, those who play the gambling game have dirty hearts. If they find something good, they keep it for themselves, selling only trash to outsiders. Only a few pieces that they overlook might be picked up by others. Of course, these merchants are not stupid. They wouldn't leave everything empty. Some stones with value are deliberately left to attract the market. What a scam. Qin Yang cut open the remaining 4 divine stones and did manage to extract some things. But their value was insignificant except for one stone that yielded a few drops of blood. The blood was golden with faint dragon roars spreading out. Dragon blood. Qin Yang was curious. He could sense the violent energy contained within the blood. Though restrained, it was extremely formidable. Clearly this dragon blood was not low in value. A barely acceptable gain. Qin Yang pondered for a moment, then took out a jade bottle to store it. He planned to have it appraised when the opportunity arose. If it was pure dragon blood, these items held immense value. Whether used for alchemy or personal refinement, they would be of unimaginable worth. Moreover, pure dragon blood was extremely expensive with no market price in the outside world. It was often beyond the reach of alliance currency. Cultivation. Qin Yang did not dwell on it further, put away his belongings, and opened the void chamber. He officially began a new round of seclusion. By the time he emerged, it would likely be right around the college entrance examination. Simultaneously, in the vast starry universe, a colossal planet hovered, as if it were the center of the cosmos with all stars revolving around it. At that moment, a piece of news shook the entire Feng clan. Feng Han's life aura has vanished. When this news spread, the Feng clan was enraged. Instantly, in a majestic hall on the planet, space twisted and a towering figure materialized, his aura deep as an abyss. My descendant has fallen. Explain yourselves. As his voice fell, several figures gathered. Please calm yourself, Qinglan Martial King. We have no idea what happened. Hearing this, Qinglan Martial King erupted with a terrifying aura cracking the space around him. He shouted coldly, no idea. Have Feng Yunluo come out at once. Did you not guarantee that my descendant would be safe when he went to the ancestral star? Now, after only 3 days on the ancestral star, Feng Han has vanished without a trace. I have reason to suspect that you are repeating the calamity of the extinction of fortune from hundreds of years ago. The Feng clan was not united internally. Back then, the lineage of the Heavenly Fortune Martial King was the main branch of the Feng clan, but after his death, the other bloodlines collaborated with human forces to launch a campaign to wipe out the Heavenly Fortune lineage. After decades, the direct descendants of the Heavenly Fortune bloodline were completely eradicated, leaving only a few collateral branches. Because these collateral branches carried the Heavenly Fortune bloodline, they suffered oppression. It was only after Qinglan Martial King stepped into the Martial King realm that this situation began to slowly change. Yet even so, the internal factions of the Feng clan remained wary of their lineage and often suppressed them. In short, the two sides were extremely hostile. Now Feng Han was the most talented member of their lineage, the disciple of Qinglan Martial King, and was expected to reach the Martial King realm. His sudden disappearance caused Qinglan Martial King to think darkly. Boom. The starry sky trembled and space rippled like a calm surface. A towering figure stood upon the cosmos, surrounded by nebulas, his body a cyan blue hue with massive eyes like blazing suns, illuminating all realms. Qinglan the Martial King, one of the 2 Martial Kings of the Feng clan who attained the Tao centuries ago, with terrifying cultivation, his might suppressing all domains. Swoosh. At the same time, within the vast cosmos, a pair of enormous eyes appeared, calm and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Seeing the eyes, Qinglan the Martial King sneered, Feng Yunluo, you finally deigned to crawl out. Feng Yunluo, one of the 2 Martial Kings of the Feng clan. He was also the most powerful pillar of the Feng clan in the human alliance, rumored to be only a step away from the realm of the Lai Martial Emperor. Qinglan, we truly know nothing about Feng Han's matter, Feng Yunluo said in a low voice slowly. Moreover, if I wanted to kill him, why would I resort to such a despicable tactic? Feng Han is a prodigy of the Feng clan, crucial to the clan. His fall pains me as much as it does you. I can accompany you to the Ancestral Star to investigate. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Qinglan's eyes. He knew Feng Yunluo well. This man, in order to step into the Martial Emperor realm, had been in seclusion for many years, and to avoid disturbance, he had forbidden his clan from provoking other powers. For years he had remained silent and exceptionally low-key. Now for Feng Han, he was actually willing to take action personally, and to the Ancestral Star at that. Although the Ancestral Star had declined, it was still the birthplace of humanity under the jurisdiction of the Tianyuan Martial Emperor. The Feng clan had long-standing conflicts with the Tianyuan Martial Emperor. It was Tianyuan who had led a campaign to exterminate the Tianyuan Martial King's lineage back then. Feng Yunluo was one of those who had cooperated with Tianyuan Martial Emperor. It could be said that the decline of their lineage was largely due to Feng Yunluo and Tianyuan Martial Emperor. Normally the two should have been on good terms. But something happened centuries ago, no one knew what. A conflict arose between them, and before Tianyuan Martial Emperor had attained the Tao and become an emperor, they fought a bloody battle, both nearly perishing. Fortunately, other powerful figures intervened, saving them from disaster. Otherwise, the human alliance would have suffered a great loss. That was when the two once allies became completely hostile. From that day on, Feng Yunluo began cooperating with other forces. This also meant that the Feng clan would not easily set foot into the territory of Tianyuan Martial Emperor. The human alliance now appeared to be a unified entity, but in reality, it was like ancient Earth. Several great powers divided the territories, forming invisible empires. Only when major events occurred would the two sides join forces. In ordinary times, their relationship was extremely hostile, and they would not easily enter each other's domains. Set foot on the Ancestral Star. Aren't you afraid Tianyuan will kill you? Qinglan, the Martial King, frowned. This was unusual. Although relations had somewhat recovered in recent years, the near annihilation still cast a shadow over Qinglan's heart. Don't easily trust Feng Yunluo. He can't kill me, Feng Yunluo said calmly. I am doing this only to tell you. We have never harmed Feng Han, nor do we have any such intention. If you wish to pursue the truth, I can accompany you. Even if Tianyuan intervenes, it will be the same. I only want to tell you that you and I are ultimately members of the Feng clan. As for the events of that year, I was also deceived by Tianyuan. When I step into the Martial Emperor realm, that will be the moment of Tianyuan's fall. You need not doubt me, these words are witnessed by chaos, and can be seen by heaven and earth. As his words fell, endless thunderbolts descended from the vast cosmos, turning the pitch-black starry sky as bright as day. Seeing this, Qinglan, the Martial King, believed him. This was a chaos oath, sworn by the heavenly Tao, with the great Tao as witness. Anyone who violated it would suffer backlash from the great Tao, their karma shattered. Even a Martial Emperor would perish, body and Tao eradicated. Let's go. Qinglan, the Martial King, did not stand on ceremony, lowly shouting. Feng Han was his successor, one of the few exceptionally talented individuals in his lineage. He had the potential to reach the Martial King realm. Now that Feng Han had died for no reason, he could not ignore it. Two Martial Kings set out their might, crushing the universe. Moreover, the two did not conceal their auras, unleashing a vast pressure. Instantly throughout the cosmos, countless powerful beings opened their eyes. At that moment on a mountain peak, Heiwa Martial King, Yi Tianji, slowly opened his eyes, his expression grave. Feng Han died on the Ancestral Star. Feng Yunluo is coming with Qinglan to seek revenge. Interesting, they have actually set aside their past grievances. The conflict between the two Martial Kings of the Feng clan was well known, and everyone thought they would never reconcile in this lifetime. Now they were back to their former harmony. This surprised Yi Tianji. Feng Han is dead. How did he die? Could it be that Qin Yang killed him? Yilin was dumbfounded. Feng Han had come with a mission to kill Qin Yang. Now that Feng Han was in trouble, her first thought was of Qin Yang. But considering Feng Han's cultivation, it would not be easy for Qin Yang to kill him. Unless he activated the Heiwa Jade, but if a 7th grade divine weapon was activated, news should have spread. It should have nothing to do with Qin Yang. Yi Tianji thought for a moment and said slowly, if he died in a battle between peers, no matter how angry the two are, they wouldn't dare overstep the rules. They wouldn't have gone to the trouble of coming all this way. Most likely he was assassinated. Although the human alliance was chaotic and intricate, there were a few rules jointly established by the three martial emperors to restrain all major powers and experts. What Yi Tianji had just mentioned was one of them. This was stated by Tianyuan Martial Emperor. He did not want the affairs of the younger generation to involve the older generation. He did not want the old to bully the young by killing a promising youth after a young one was killed. In his view, if a young powerhouse from a top-tier force could be killed, it meant the victim was incompetent. After all, with the best resources, if one still fell short, their future potential would be limited. If the killer came from a humble background, they should be even more protected. Tianyuan Martial Emperor said that those who rise from humble origins have boundless potential and are a blessing for humanity. The older generation must not interfere. Anyone who disobeys would be an enemy of Tianyuan. Because of this statement, the mortality rate of many young prodigies dropped significantly. Although not everyone was spared, at least they would not be killed as soon as they emerged. I'll go take a look. I feel something good is about to happen. Yi Tianji smiled lightly, and his figure vanished. On the other side, Yi Lin began to contact Qin Yang. The moment she called, Qin Yang answered immediately. Miss Yi, what brings you? Qin Yang's voice was calm as he spoke slowly. Have you seen Feng Han? No, after killing that person I've been in hard training. Did something happen to him? No one knows who killed him. What a pity it wasn't you. If it had been you, you might have gained the attention of Tianyuan Martial Emperor. Yi Lin's words carried regret. Qin Yang was puzzled. What the hell? What does that mean? Killing him would be the best. What do you mean by that? Qin Yang couldn't help but ask curiously. Qin Yang was genuinely surprised. Yi Lin's regret in her words was also not feigned. The other party was eager for him to kill Feng Han, implying that something good would happen. You come from a humble background, so there are many things you don't know. Yi Lin paused slightly, then said softly. The alliance is indeed chaotic with intricate factions and the three martial emperors dividing the world. However, there are a few rules established by the three martial emperors that all major forces must obey. One I mentioned before: in battles among the younger generation, life and death are at stake. The older generation cannot intervene. Only the young can fight. If any violation is found, the offender will face severe punishment from the martial emperor. That is also why after you killed Feng Tian, the Feng family sent Feng Han. It's not that the Feng family doesn't want to bully the weak, but they have no choice. If this were the early days of the spiritual energy revival, after you killed Feng Tian, his father would have come for you within at most 2 hours. That era was chaotic. There was no so-called demeanor of the strong, and no one could restrain those powerful figures. This led to many prodigies dying not at the hands of alien races, but at the hands of their own people. It was only when Tianyuan Martial Emperor set the rules that this situation was averted. Moreover, Tianyuan Martial Emperor is magnanimous and shows much favor to the underprivileged. For instance, if an ordinary person like you can kill a prodigy from a great family like Feng Han, especially one not under Tianyuan Martial Emperor's domain, you often receive rewards and even have the chance to meet the Martial Emperor himself. If your talent is sufficient, you might gain his favor and become his disciple. That is why I feel regret. If you had killed Feng Han with your own hands, you might have met the Martial Emperor. With that, Qin Yang immediately understood. This meant he had lost a tremendous opportunity. Damn, if that were true, he could meet the Martial Emperor and even become his disciple. What the hell was the Feng family? He didn't care at all. Thinking of this, Qin Yang vaguely considered telling the truth. But considering the matter of the heavenly fortune chart and the book of destiny, after a moment of deliberation, he still decided not to reveal himself. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have gone into seclusion. I would have waited for Feng Han to come. Qin Yang sighed, his tone full of regret. Did you really not kill Feng Han? Yi Lin was somewhat suspicious. If I had that ability, why would I hide from him? Qin Yang said softly, but what do you think about me taking credit for the kill? Yi Lin's lips twitched. This Qin Yang was truly reckless. Can you find Feng Han's body? If you can't, you'll become the target of the Feng family's wrath. Even if they kill you, no one will say anything. Yi Lin said helplessly, don't think about that. With your talent, you will surely meet the Martial Emperor one day. Maybe you'll even become his disciple and be my junior brother. Qin Yang knew Yi Lin held a high status, but he hadn't expected this connection. Does the Martial Emperor have many disciples? Why do you ask? Yi Lin was a bit surprised. Mainly because you didn't call him master, but Martial Emperor. I am his disciple, but I have never met him in person and the apprenticeship ceremony hasn't been held yet. So it's not appropriate to call him master yet. And the Martial Emperor doesn't have many disciples. Only 7 at present. Yi Lin explained, and Qin Yang understood. No wonder Yi Lin referred to him as Martial Emperor. Though the formal ceremony hadn't taken place, her status was likely already fixed. To outsiders, she was still a direct disciple of the Martial Emperor. This has nothing to do with you. Just focus on your seclusion. The college entrance exam is coming up. You need to work hard. And this year's exam is a bit different from usual. A glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. How is it different? Yi Lin chuckled lightly. In the past, the exam was an internal competition among humans. Now some alien races have been added, and you'll compete with them. If you manage to kill some alien prodigies, you'll receive extra rewards. If you dominate and become the top among the younger generation, the rewards will be substantial. You'll be designated as the chosen prodigy of the human alliance, possessing the qualifications to become a king. You'll receive abundant cultivation resources prepared by the alliance, and even when you later seek to attain the Tao and become a king, the alliance will help you hunt for your destiny. In simple terms, you'll never lack cultivation resources from now on, with a direct path to the martial king realm. If you have any doubts in your cultivation, a martial king will answer them. You know what that means. Qin Yang's eyes lit up immediately. The treatment was indeed extraordinary. It was equivalent to the treatment of a true inheritor. The entire alliance's resources would be poured into him. With this nurturing model, as long as one had exceptional talent, sufficient effort, and high comprehension, one could become a martial king without any obstacles. This was truly the treatment of a genuine chosen one. No one could be unmoved, and no one would refuse. This had never been offered before. To be honest, I'm a bit jealous of you. If only I were in this year's cohort. Yilin sighed helplessly. The benefits this time were too good. Many people lamented. Within the alliance, very few could enjoy such treatment. Only 1 or 2 per generation, sometimes none at all. Because those who received this treatment were all top-tier talents. The alliance would rather go without than use it lightly. After all, those who could enjoy such resources were called hidden dragons. This showed how much the alliance valued them. I don't hear any jealousy in your voice. I feel like you've already enjoyed such treatment. Qin Yang said. Yilin's tone sounded helpless, but there was actually little emotion in it. Haha, I'm not one of them. But I'm not much worse than a hidden dragon. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. Prepare well. If you can become a hidden dragon, you won't have to worry about the Feng family. After saying this, Yilin hung up, leaving Qin Yang no time to react. Hidden dragon. Alien races. Qin Yang muttered to himself, not paying much attention, and immersed himself in cultivation, ignoring everything else. The outside world's turmoil had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 martial kings flew across the void, preparing to enter the Milky Way. However, outside the realm, a colossal monster tore through space, blocking their path. Please turn back, both of you. Regarding the matter of Fenghan, the alliance will dispatch enforcers to investigate thoroughly. If you insist on proceeding, don't blame us for being impolite. Upon hearing this, Qinlan martial king snorted coldly. I do not trust the enforcers. Only what I see with my own eyes can I believe. If you block me again, don't blame me for being rude. The colossal monster remained emotionless, saying calmly, this is the order of the martial emperor. If you too persist in your delusion, we will have no choice but to send you to the Yellow Springs. Feng Yunluo asked, which martial emperor? Tongtian. At these words, both of them gasped, their pupils contracting, and their figures vanished from the spot, as if they had seen some terrifying monster. They dared not provoke, dared not even glimpse. The Tongtian Sword Emperor, one of the 3 martial emperors. He was also the youngest martial emperor, yet the most powerful among humanity in terms of combat prowess. Possessing the stellar sword body, he wielded stars as his blades. The vast cosmos with its countless stars were all his weapons, his combat ability unmatched, peerless. Even the other 2 martial emperors dared not provoke the Tongtian Sword Emperor lightly. At the same time, the Tongtian Sword Emperor was the leader of the human alliance's enforcers, holding the power of judgment. Whoever dared to defy the rules or bring chaos to the human race regardless of their status would only face the might of his sword. The martial emperors were not afraid, but the martial kings were terrified. That was why the 2 fled. The martial emperor's decree was a warning. If they dared to disobey, the Tongtian sword would greet them, and in an instant they would perish body and soul. The Tongtian Sword Emperor had no scruples. He would kill without hesitation. At the Imperial Capital High School, in a room, the virtual cabin opened, and Yi Qingxue, lying inside, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes brimmed with resentment, and she said coldly, why can I still not step into the mid-stage of the Xiantian realm? Instantly, an aged voice resounded. A wisp of divine soul materialized. An old woman with a weathered face, clad in a robe, her expression calm. How long has it been since you entered the Xiantian realm? Moreover, your cultivation has been built through resource accumulation. Your foundation is unstable. It has only been 10 days since you entered the Xiantian realm. Without massive resources, reaching the mid-stage of Xiantian is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even if you did break through to the mid-stage of Xiantian, you might suffer qi deviation and perish body and soul. Right now, you should focus on consolidating your foundation, not think about breakthroughs. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor was a remnant soul of a patriarch from the Blood Demon world's Blood Demon race. He was a grandmaster, and when Yi Tianji annihilated the Blood Demon world, this grandmaster survived by relying on a mysterious secret art. When Yi Qingxue entered the Blood Demon world, she sensed the aura of the Blood Demon race, and accordingly the old ancestor followed her out of that world. Now he had become the ring old woman of Yi Qingxue. When I brought you out, that wasn't what you said. You claimed you could help me quickly reach the grandmaster realm. You deceived me. Yi Qingxue's face turned ugly, and she said coldly, you seem unaware of your situation. If I report you to the Alliance, you will surely die. And this is an Alliance stronghold. If you are discovered, you will also die without a doubt. Hearing the threat, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor was unperturbed. Your situation is no better. You have a blood feud with Qin Yang. He hasn't killed you yet, only because you are protected by the status of a college entrance examinee, making it inconvenient for him to act. Once he enters the college entrance exam, he will surely find you and slay you. Even if you manage to survive, once you lose your examinee identity, you will be killed silently and without a trace. To turn the situation around, you must gain admission to Starry Sky Martial University and obtain the identity of a student there. Then Qin Yang will be powerless against you. But your talent is mediocre. Your entire cultivation was forcibly raised through resources. Becoming a student of Starry Sky Martial University is as difficult as ascending to heaven. And now only I can help you. At this point the blood demon old ancestor barked coldly, so little girl you'd better show me some respect. And don't threaten me. My tribe has been annihilated, I am alone. If I die, it doesn't matter. But you are different. Yi Qingshue's face darkened. These words were indeed true. Her current situation was too awkward. If she failed to enter Starry Sky Martial University, she would die regardless. Originally she had been confident. Not many on Earth had reached the Xiantian realm. Among her peers she had hoped to be in the top 5. But after Qin Yang killed that person, everything changed. Some college entrance exam immigrants had arrived taking up Earth's quotas. At the same time the strength Qin Yang had displayed filled her with dread. Seeing Yi Qingxue remain silent, the blood demon old ancestor sneered inwardly. With such little skill she still dared to threaten him. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, if I die you won't fare well either. We are locusts tied to the same rope. To survive you must help me get into Starry Sky Martial University. These words were indeed true. The blood demon old ancestor did not object. He dared not reveal himself now. Once exposed he would surely die. Qin Yang is no ordinary person. In such a short time he has achieved such cultivation and combat power. With your current ability you will definitely die without a doubt. Stop the nonsense. What must I do to kill Qin Yang, or at least avoid his pursuit, and enter Starry Sky Martial University? Yi Qingxue vexed shouted in a low voice. Did she not know these truths? The blood demon old ancestor ignored her, and said calmly, cultivate the blood demon art. As long as you practice the blood demon art and devour living beings, you can rapidly break through realms. Yi Qingxue hesitated. This technique had long been promoted by the blood demon old ancestor, but she had dared not cultivate it fearing detection by the Alliance. Of course it was also out of caution. Such an old thing had too many tricks. She feared being duped. The blood demon old ancestor, knowing Yi Qingshue's concerns, said with a smile, the human alliance's tolerance is broader than you imagine. They do not restrict the cultivation of any secret arts, whether demonic or otherwise, as long as one grows stronger and does not betray humanity. So you need not have such worries. Yi Qingxue naturally knew this as well. The Alliance did permit the cultivation of demonic arts. It seemed to be the idea of the Tianyuan martial emperor. Any technique was merely a tool for becoming stronger as long as one's heart remained with humanity. When that decree was issued, many people rapidly advanced their realms using special techniques. This also allowed the human alliance to expand rapidly. Was that what she was worried about? She was worried that the blood demon old ancestor had a trap. You have no choice left. This is your only way. Otherwise you can only wait to be killed by Qin Yang. Think it over carefully. The blood demon old ancestor's words carried a calm, seductive tone. After a moment Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and whispered, teach me. The blood demon old ancestor's heart was wild with joy, but his tone remained flat. Then the blood demon old ancestor fully imparted the blood demon art to Yi Qingxue. She immediately began to cultivate. After about half an hour Yi Qingxue was immersed in cultivation. She found her cultivation base continuously rising. The barrier that had once seemed unattainable now gradually became clear, and it seemed that before long she could step into the mid-stage of Xintian, and even the late stage was no longer a fantasy. Cultivation was silent, she was wholly absorbed. This was the first time Yi Qingxue had experienced the joy of cultivation. Everything was so smooth, breaking through realms with ease. Mid-stage, Xintian, late stage, Xiantian. Yi Qingxue was completely immersed, unaware of the passage of time. Wait! Suddenly goosebumps rose on Yi Qingxue's skin, and a chill of terror surged in her heart. The breakthrough was too fast. She had actually already entered the Grandmaster realm. That was impossible. Even if the blood demon art were incredibly powerful, it could not achieve this. Otherwise the blood demon race would not have been exterminated by the martial kings. She had been tricked. Your willpower is not bad, but it's too late. The blood demon old ancestor's sinister voice came. Yi Qingxue was furious. You are trying to possess me. Very clever. Rest assured, I will help you kill Qin Yang. As the voice faded, Yi Qingxue's will was eroded. In the last moment before her dissolution, she vaguely thought of Qin Yang. Her emotions were complex. Perhaps if she had treated Qin Yang well in the beginning, she would not have ended up like this. In the room, Yi Qingxue abruptly opened her eyes, a crimson glow flickering within her pupils. In the moment before death, you actually felt admiration and regret toward Qin Yang. What a despicable woman. Now Yi Qingxue had been possessed. It was now the blood demon old ancestor. The blood demon old ancestor perused Yi Qingxue's memories and frowned. According to the memories, Yi Qingxue had indeed tormented Qin Yang for over a decade, never treating him as a human being since childhood, but as a servant. Until Qin Yang suddenly rose to power, Yi Qingshan died, and she was even pushed to the brink. Yi Qingxue harbored a deep hatred for Qin Yang, wishing to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Yet in the final moment of her death, Yi Qingxue's heart underwent a change. She felt she should not have hated Qin Yang. Seeing this, the blood demon old ancestor cursed inwardly. This Yi Qingxue truly was a despicable woman. Of course, if it were only that it might be bearable, but this shift in mindset had begun to affect the blood demon old ancestor. This was something the blood demon old ancestor could not accept. If it continued, their souls would gradually merge, and this could silently alter him. Thus, she must kill Qin Yang. Only by killing him could she sever this thought. This Qin Yang is also strange. It's as if he has been possessed. What seemed normal at first glance turned shocking upon closer inspection. In the first half of his life, Qin Yang was like a useless waste, his heart filled with inferiority, and he treated Yi Qingxue with utmost deference. Until half a month ago, everything changed. Especially at the school gate, his gaze at Yi Qingxue and no longer held the foolishness of the past. He vaguely suspected that Qin Yang might have been possessed. Interesting. Both of them have been possessed. The blood demon old ancestor was now almost certain. As an old monster who had encountered countless people, he had also met many who had undergone drastic changes in circumstance and mindset. Yet such people often retain traces of their past, making it difficult to change completely in a short time. Qin Yang, however, showed no such traces. This meant the person had been replaced. Though it sounded absurd, it was indeed the case. And his cultivation progress is too fast with no obstacles whatsoever. The blood demon old ancestor pondered for a long time before muttering. Could it be that this fellow is a top-tier powerhouse who has possessed someone, like a martial king or a martial emperor? If so, he would not dare to act. He was merely a grandmaster, not even a top-tier one, and could not even glimpse the threshold of a martial king. The reason he could survive was due to his cautious nature and numerous tricks. It was precisely this nature that prevented him from taking risks or acting rashly. Upon sensing that Qin Yang might have been possessed, his only thought was to avoid him. But the enmity between them ran deep, and even if he wished to avoid conflict, Qin Yang would take the initiative. Perhaps I can contact Qin Yang's enemies like the Feng family. At this thought, the blood demon old ancestor had an idea. The Feng family had a grudge against Qin Yang, and if he could pass this information to them, let the Feng family operate in the shadows, and perhaps they could use this to eliminate Qin Yang. Then the blood demon old ancestor immediately set to work. First, he needed to find the Feng family. On the other side, Qin Yang was immersed in cultivation. Taishu Boundary Breaking Fist Beginner, 234-1000. Nether Phantom Soul Palace Beginner, 354-3000. This was the result of many days of cultivation. In the outside world, only a day had passed, but in the spirit realm, 10 days had already elapsed. This was why Qin Yang could improve so rapidly. One day equaling 10 days, a tenfold acceleration of time. It was hard not to make progress. At this rate, before the college entrance exam, I can master both techniques and divine abilities, and my realm will likely reach the peak. Thinking of this, Qin Yang felt immensely exhilarated, his eyes burning with passion. Once both were mastered, he would surely astonish everyone in the exam and sweep through all the prodigies. At that time, as long as he secured the hidden dragon slot, he would no longer fear threats like the Feng family. Just as Qin Yang was pondering, the daily intelligence arrived. Today's intelligence, generated after successfully possessing Yi Qingxue, the blood demon old ancestor, browsed through her memories and found your transformation too drastic. Believing you to be a martial king, or even a martial emperor who had been possessed, he grew fearful and dared not act against you. However, the flaw in his soul forced him to act. Thus, he planned to find Feng Han and inform him of your possible possession. But he failed to locate Feng Han and instead ran into the Alliance's enforcement team. Under questioning, he told the truth. The enforcement team will find you at 3 p.m. on June 8th. Today's intelligence 2, at 10 a.m. on June 8th, Qin Yang picked up an ancient second-grade divine weapon at the flea market. Today's intelligence 3, the enforcement team reported the matter of the blood demon old ancestor to the Alliance headquarters. The Alliance will send a martial king to personally inspect your soul. To avoid risks, the Black Moon martial king will not act, but will accompany them. The 3 pieces of intelligence came slowly. The second one was irrelevant. A second-grade divine weapon did not matter to him now. There was no need to seize someone else's opportunity. The other 2 pieces of intelligence, however, were noteworthy. One was that the blood demon old ancestor suspected he was not the original Qin Yang, and the other was that a martial king would personally come to inspect him. This was indeed troublesome. But Qin Yang was not worried. The Alliance's experts were not fools, especially someone like Yilin, who came from a prominent background. Their knowledge and insight were far beyond ordinary people's. She had certainly investigated his records and knew how much he had changed, so she must have suspected that he had been possessed. Because in this world, possession by strong individuals was very common. Especially for those above the Grandmaster level, they often forcibly possess others to survive. To prevent spies from infiltrating their ranks, the universe's great powers had strict restrictions on possession, and anyone discovered would be executed immediately. Moreover, possession was quite easy to detect. When newly possessed, the soul was not yet complete, and a martial king could see through it at a glance. Qin Yang had been close to Yi Tianji before, and given his abilities, he had probably already seen through it. So Qin Yang was not worried at all. Instead, it was the blood demon old ancestor who was in trouble. He was complete, but the blood demon old ancestor, having just possessed a body, would surely be seen through immediately. At the same time, the third piece of intelligence provided quite a bit of information. The Black Moon Martial King personally coming was likely to prevent anyone from making a move against him in secret. It was also a proof that his judgment was not wrong. The blood demon old ancestor is a bit stupid. Qin Yang exhaled. He had thought this old monster would have some capability. Now it seemed he was also a waste. Stupidity is also good. I can use this opportunity to eliminate him. Even though he is not much of a threat, it's better to kill him early. After thinking it through, Qin Yang immediately entered cultivation. Time passed, and the blood demon old ancestor encountered the enforcement team. He informed the enforcement team of the information. The team quickly reported the intelligence to the Alliance headquarters. Soon a plan was finalized. 2 martial kings arrived on Earth. The next day, in the pitch-black void, strands of divine radiance coalesced into a passageway through which 2 towering figures walked. One of them, clad in a cyan robe, had a refined countenance, but wore an expression of impatience. This person was none other than the Dark Moon Martial King Yi Tianji. Beside him, a man dressed in shorts and a white t-shirt had his hands clasped behind his head, saying with a smile, "What's still not over it? You should understand that the Alliance is not to blame for this. After all, Feng Han is dead. That old immortal of the Feng family has gone mad, nearly committing a massacre within the clan, and even forced Feng Yunluo to bow his head. Moreover, Feng Han vanished inexplicably, and on the ancestral planet no less. The Alliance had to give some explanation. It's not that the Alliance doesn't trust you. The higher-ups also know that given your nature, you would never allow an outsider who has taken over a body to survive, let alone grant them such substantial support. I'm just here to go through the motions." After the Blood Demon Patriarch reported the intelligence, the Alliance had convened to discuss the matter. At first no one paid it any mind, but then Feng Han suddenly disappeared without a trace, and now Qin Yang was suspected of being taken over by a powerful entity. Consequently, the Feng family exerted immense pressure. Even though Yi Tianji had examined Qin Yang's soul and found no signs of possession, they still applied pressure. In order to offer some explanation, the Alliance had no choice but to dispatch a martial king to accompany them. That man was Zhao Yunlong, who had attained the martial king realm many years ago. He was also a personal disciple of the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor. He almost represented the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor. Yi Tianji had a good relationship with Zhao Yunlong, so he had come specifically. The Alliance has its own considerations, though I don't mind that. As he walked, Yi Tianji said, "I just find this report a bit sudden. It didn't come earlier or later. It came precisely at this time. It feels like a thief crying, 'Catch the thief.' And the reporter is Qin Yang's enemy." Zhao Yunlong replied, "We'll know the truth once we get there." At this moment, in the room of the Imperial Capital High School, the Blood Demon Patriarch was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, with an ancient mighty seal hovering before him, its light, faint, and carrying a terrifying oppressive aura. After a long time, the seal merged into the Blood Demon Patriarch's body, and he revealed a faint smile. The soul-suppressing seal of the Yuhan clan is truly impressive. Now that I have fully refined it, even a martial king cannot see through the differences in my soul. The soul-suppressing seal was the clan treasure of the Yuhan clan, possessing great powers and mysterious effects. Its greatest ability was to simulate the aura of a soul. It prevented others from peering into the essence of the soul. It was precisely because of the soul-suppressing seal that he dared to report Qin Yang. He was not afraid of inspection by martial kings. At the same time, having the martial king's inspection would also grant him a safe identity. As long as he got through this, he could continue to lurk within the human alliance and later break through to the martial king realm or even the martial emperor realm to help his clan seek revenge. Beep. The terminal vibrated. The Blood Demon Patriarch knew that the Alliance's enforcement team had arrived. Now, to determine the truth of the report, he, as the informant, had to go along as well. The Blood Demon Patriarch took a deep breath, then rose and left. A few minutes later, he arrived at the dormitory building where Qin Yang lived. Arriving at the floor where Qin Yang resided, he saw nearly 10 people standing ahead. 2 of them had unique auras standing out like cranes among chickens. In particular, one of them made the Blood Demon Patriarch's heart restless. The Dark Moon Martial King Yi Tianji, the enemy who had destroyed his clan. Seeing his nemesis here, the Blood Demon Patriarch found it difficult to calm his heart. His hatred nearly burst forth. But he was a veteran after all, and quickly concealed it. At that moment, Zhao Yunlong also looked over, fixing his gaze on Yi Qingxue, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "You are Yi Qingxue. So you are the one who reported that Qin Yang was possessed?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue immediately replied, "Yes, my lord. I grew up with Qin Yang. We were childhood sweethearts. His parents died on the border, leaving him all alone." Zhao Yunlong immediately interrupted, "Stop with the nonsense, get to the point." The Blood Demon Patriarch paused briefly, then continued. Qin Yang originally had no talent for cultivation. For years, he couldn't even sense blood qi. Then about 20 days ago, he suddenly made rapid progress in cultivation. I don't understand how someone who couldn't sense blood qi for 18 years could suddenly step into the Xiantian realm in just over 20 days and even defeat a genius like Zhang Quan. At these words, the crowd also showed a look of surprise. Indeed, it was true. The only ways to improve one's cultivation in such a short time were to obtain heavenly treasures, to forcibly raise it, or to receive an infusion from another. The last possibility was possession. Powerful beings after taking over a body could often quickly restore their realm. You make a good point. Zhao Yunlong gave the blood demon patriarch a deep look, then said, "Open the door. Let Qin Yang come out." Just then the door opened. Qin Yang stood at the doorway scanning the crowd, and cupped his hands toward Yi Tianji, Lord Martial King. Yi Tianji nodded and said softly, "Come in, it's not good to stand outside." Then everyone entered. Fortunately the room was spacious enough that even with over a dozen people inside it didn't feel cramped. Zhao Yunlong got straight to the point. "Your childhood sweetheart reported that you have been possessed. The Alliance does not allow any possessed individuals to enter the Human Alliance, so we need to check whether the report is true. We need your cooperation." Qin Yang glanced at Yi Qingxue and said calmly, "What do I need to do?" "Just stand there, you don't need to do anything." As Zhao Yunlong spoke, a mirror appeared out of thin air, before him roughly the size of a palm, ancient in style, with dragons and phoenixes circling the left and right sides. A beam of light shot out from the mirror and instantly fell upon Qin Yang. Qin Yang felt completely comfortable, as if bathing in sunlight, extremely pleasant. After a moment the light disappeared. Zhao Yunlong said, "The soul mirror examination is complete. Qin Yang shows no signs of possession." Hearing this, the blood demon patriarch, who had been watching from the side, exclaimed, "Impossible. If he wasn't possessed, how could he have changed so drastically in such a short time?" Zhao Yunlong did not respond, and the other enforcers surrounded the blood demon patriarch. At the same time the mirror was directed at the blood demon patriarch. With a crack, a great seal shook out from above the blood demon patriarch's head, and a seductive figure emerged with 2 ox horns on its head, its face fierce and terrifying. Zhao Yunlong looked at the blood demon patriarch with a cold expression and said, "You have quite the nerve. Did you think that with a 6th grade divine artifact protecting your soul, you could fool us, eh? You are so eager to kill Qin Yang. It's the will of this body that's driving you, making you want to tear Qin Yang to pieces." Qin Yang, standing nearby, looked at the blood demon patriarch's true form with some surprise. The blood demon patriarch's upper body was rather seductive, but his lower body was somewhat unsightly, resembling a goat's body. Blood demon clan. Yi Tianji's expression darkened. There are still remnants of the blood demon world. Yi Tianji's expression darkened. Upon seeing the blood demon ancestor, he vaguely suspected that Yi Qingxue had been possessed. Yet he never imagined it was someone from the blood demon world. For when he struck, he had thoroughly swept away all the powerhouses of the blood demon world, leaving none alive. Little did he expect that this blood demon ancestor had survived by clinging to a remnant soul. Zhao Yunlong glanced at Yi Tianji and said flatly, "Your negligence allowed a clan member to be possessed. If it weren't for this fool's arrogance, thinking a mere 6th grade divine weapon could conceal the truth. Otherwise this wretch would have caused unimaginable harm to the Alliance. This crime I cannot shield you from." Yi Tianji understood and said solemnly, "No need for you to say it, I will accept it. This is ultimately my oversight. Let me handle it." Zhao Yunlong was about to agree when Qin Yang spoke up. "2 war kings, is there a way for me to kill this fiend? The one she possessed is my enemy." Yi Tianji looked at Zhao Yunlong, knowing the enmity between Qin Yang and Yi Qingxue. Zhao Yunlong pondered for a moment. The mirror above his head shone, and the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor, like a ghost exposed to scorching sunlight, emitted a series of wails. After 10 seconds the light gradually ceased, and the soul of the blood demon ancestor became as feeble as a flickering candle in the wind. Zhao Yunlong stepped back 2 paces. Qin Yang immediately understood, formed a fist with his hand, and struck the blood demon ancestor's head with full force. With a crack the head burst like a watermelon, scattering red and white matter all around. Qin Yang breathed heavily, a look of relief in his eyes, and cupped his hands toward Zhao Yunlong. "Thank you, War King, for granting my wish." Zhao Yunlong shook his head dismissively, and said calmly, "A trivial matter not worth mentioning. However, you are quite peculiar. Your soul is complete without any trace of possession. But how did you manage to advance to this level so quickly?" Qin Yang said softly, "Over 20 days ago, I bought some spirit fruits at a shop. When I ate one, my body underwent an unexpected transformation. The bottleneck that had long hindered my breakthrough was crossed in just a few minutes. Later I consulted the records and realized I might have consumed a talent fruit. This information was not a secret. Zhao Yunlong had already investigated and knew it, merely wanting to hear Qin Yang's own account. "What talent did you awaken?" Qin Yang pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not sure what it is, only that my mind is clear and I can master any martial skill with ease and learn quickly." He had long prepared this excuse. Talent fruits were countless, with hundreds of thousands of different talents. A talent of comprehension. Your luck is indeed good. Zhao Yunlong did not press further. It was enough that Qin Yang was not possessed. Then he turned to the enforcement team and asked, "Has the enforcement footage been sent to the Feng family?" "The Feng family has received it, but has not replied. Since they haven't responded, it means they accept it." Zhao Yunlong remained calm and unconcerned. Given his status, he truly had no need to care about the Feng family's thoughts. The mission was completed, and it was confirmed that Qin Yang was not possessed. The footage was also there. They could say nothing against it. "You may leave now," Zhao Yunlong said to the enforcement team. The enforcement team immediately packed up and left. Zhao Yunlong picked up the soul-suppressing seal and said to Qin Yang with a smile, "This is a 6th-grade divine weapon. Its effects are quite remarkable. It can simulate soul aura and also suppress the soul, making it more stable. Most importantly, it is a weapon of offense that can directly strike the soul. Its value is beyond imagination." Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yunlong must have something to ask of him. "May I ask what orders the War King has?" If he spoke like this, there must be a request. There was no need to guess. Otherwise, Zhao Yunlong wouldn't have said all this. "Indeed, you are a clever man." Zhao Yunlong smiled. "Do you know that the college entrance examination this time has changed?" Qin Yang nodded. "I have heard something about it." Zhao Yunlong said solemnly, "This examination is no small matter. It is a youth assessment jointly organized by the Human Alliance and several major cosmic powers. The one who wins first place will become the Alliance's hidden dragon. The benefits and rewards have already been told to you, so I won't repeat them." He paused for a moment, then added, "I see that your foundation is solid. Although you are only at the mid-stage of Xiantian, you possess extraordinary combat power, especially your indestructible physical body. Among Xiantian cultivators, few can match you. I need you to kill 2 people during the examination. If you agree, this soul-suppressing seal will be yours." At these words, not only Qin Yang, but also Yi Tianji showed a hint of surprise. A 6th-grade divine weapon, priceless, and the most precious soul weapon at that. Even Yi Tianji would treasure it, and Zhao Yunlong was willing to offer it as a mission reward. "You bureaucrats indeed feast on the fat of the land." Yi Tianji couldn't help muttering under his breath. This was too extravagant. A 6th-grade divine weapon given away without a second thought. Qin Yang pondered for a moment. He knew this 6th-grade divine weapon would not be easy to obtain. For a war king to offer such a huge price, the target must be formidable in both cultivation and status. War King, don't tell me it's a descendant of some alien race. Qin Yang's mouth twitched. He had a feeling Zhao Yunlong's target was significant. Zhao Yunlong smiled lightly. "You're half right. This person is not an alien descendant, but his talent is no weaker than theirs. His name is Gusman from the Titan clan. He is a half-blood of Titan and human, possessing the powerful physique of the Titans and the exceptional comprehension of humans. He is currently at the peak of Xiantian, and it is said he can exchange a few moves with a Grandmaster." Qin Yang was not surprised. A war king offering such a reward meant the target was no ordinary person. The Titan clan was no ordinary race, one of the most powerful forces in the current universe. The Titans were blessed with a perfect physical body at birth and reached the Grandmaster realm upon adulthood. Their physical resilience was especially formidable, and few could match them at the same realm. Qin Yang hesitated. He desired the reward, but this opponent was indeed troublesome. "If you can kill him, you will receive more than just this reward. You will gain the protection of my master. My master is the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor," Zhao Yunlong said softly. "With my master's protection, not to mention the Feng family, no one in the entire alliance can touch you." The heaven-piercing Sword Emperor. Qin Yang was not unfamiliar with that name. He was the most powerful among the 3 human emperors, the youngest and fastest to reach the emperor realm. "War King, the conditions you offer are indeed tempting, but I don't understand why you think I can kill Gusman." Qin Yang said softly, "There are countless prodigies among humans, many far stronger than me." Zhao Yunlong smiled slightly. "Naturally, you are not the only one. I have given this task to the top 10 young talents among humans. Whoever kills Gusman will receive the reward." Well, so I'm not special." Seeing this, Qin Yang felt less pressure. "I can accept." Hearing this, Zhao Yunlong said with a meaningful tone, "If you can kill Gusman, you will be a hero of humanity." A hero of humanity. Qin Yang appeared tense on the surface, but inwardly, he was unimpressed. He had no clear idea of how much substance the title of human hero truly held. He only knew that the human alliance of today was no longer what it used to be, a tangled web of complexity and mixed elements. After stepping into the vast starry sky, over 1,000 years of change had led to explosive growth in the human population, while various other races had also infiltrated their ranks. Of course, humans were still the dominant force, but many mixed blood individuals had emerged. In the human alliance, one needed human bloodline to be acknowledged and recognized. Over years of reproduction, some powerful races had intermingled with human bloodlines, giving birth to many prodigies. As far as he knew, half of the martial kings were of mixed blood origin. These mixed bloods also maintained good relations with other factions, sometimes even closer than with the human alliance. Due to various reasons, the human alliance grew stronger, yet increasingly chaotic. The so-called heroes of humanity were not widely recognized by mixed bloods. Yi Tianji's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. "You go first. I have words to exchange with Qin Yang." "Oh, and leave the item behind." Zhao Yunlong said nothing, casually tossing the soul-calming seal to Qin Yang. "I'll wait for you outside." Qin Yang caught the soul-calming seal, glanced at it, and a flicker of emotion stirred within him. What a treasure! A 6th-grade divine weapon, and he had obtained it so easily. It must be said his earlier connection with Yilin had indeed been a wise choice. Not only did he have the protection of a 7th-grade divine weapon, but now he had also gained a 6th-grade one. He understood that Zhao Yunlong's willingness to give him the soul calming seal was largely due to Yi Tianji. Lord Martial King, call me Uncle Yi. Yi Tianji interrupted, speaking seriously. Gusman's parents come from extraordinary origins. His mother is a goddess of the Titan race, his father a human martial king. He possesses a unique talent with an unmatched soul gift. Gusman inherits the talents of both, reaching the pinnacle in both divine body and soul. This makes him exceedingly formidable with countless means. Moreover, I heard he was about to break through to the Grandmaster realm, but deliberately held back to participate in this tournament. His strength is not inferior to an ordinary martial king. You must be cautious and not act rashly. Qin Yang was taken aback. Yi Tianji's voice was indifferent, yet it was filled with concern. This was unexpected for Qin Yang. He and Yi Tianji were not particularly close, having met only once. Moreover, most of the people he had encountered in this world were rather villainous, with few showing goodwill. And although his talent was decent, it was not enough to warrant such concern from Yi Tianji. Could this fellow be plotting against me? Qin Yang remained cautious, knowing that in this treacherous world one could easily be devoured by carelessness. Though hearing Yi Tianji's concern, his first instinct was that the other had ulterior motives. But considering he had no reason to be targeted by him, he suppressed his inner turmoil, nodded, and said solemnly, Uncle Yi, rest assured. I will act with caution. Although he was eager to complete the mission, he knew it was no simple task. You'd better avoid him entirely. Yi Tianji said in a grave tone, flee if you encounter him. Do not hesitate. Gusman's father's clan committed a grave offense, and the heavenly origin martial emperor personally eradicated them. His father was fortunate with the protection of a Titan race martial emperor to escape the calamity. Because of this, Gusman harbors an intense hatred for the human race, especially the faction of the heavenly origin martial emperor. I and the Yi family belong to that faction, and you will be seen as part of it as well. I've said this much so you should understand my meaning. Quite the revelation. So his identity had long been marked. But Qin Yang did not resent it, as having this layer of identification would make future tasks easier. Besides, Yi Tianji had indeed helped him considerably, and he had no way to refuse. Such was the fate of an ordinary person, no choice at all. Qin Yang pondered, I used to be a nobody, and here in the ancestral star, no matter how much Gusman hates you people, would he really take it out on me? He didn't think he would be recognized. Yi Tianji glanced at him and sneered. As long as you are human, you are his target. The Titan race, and we share a blood feud. The previous chieftain of the Titans was slain by the heavenly origin martial emperor. Gusman's status within the Titan race has always been questioned due to his impure bloodline. He likely came this time with the intention of sweeping everything aside. He will destroy anyone who has even a trace of connection to humanity. Qin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. This guy was far too ruthless. In short, be careful. If you see him run, don't harbor any illusions. And don't worry about the soul calming seal being taken back. That fellow is extremely wealthy. A 6th grade divine weapon is nothing to him. Even if you fail to complete the mission, he won't come to reclaim it. Qin Yang asked cautiously, really? Of course. A martial king's words are as binding as a decree. Yi Tianji's tone was proud with a hint of self-assurance. Hearing that, Qin Yang felt relieved. Uncle Yi, rest assured. I will stay far away from him. Qin Yang nodded vigorously. Time is short. Prepare yourself well. I have already given you the Black Moon Jade Pendant. Don't let it fall into anyone else's hands. Yi Tianji instructed. Although the Black Moon Jade Pendant was no longer his life-bound divine weapon, it was still a 7th grade divine artifact. Had it not been for a certain scheme, Yi Tianji would not have given it to Qin Yang for protection. Understood. Qin Yang nodded. Yi Tianji then vanished. Gazing at the empty corridor, Qin Yang closed the door and entered the virtual divine realm, resuming his cultivation journey. The arduous training continued. In the void within a pitch-black space, a rift appeared, and a pair of hands tore through the void with sheer force. Zhao Yunlong, who had been waiting nearby, opened his eyes and said, You hold that little fellow in such high regard. Or does he harbor some secret that can help you hunt fate? He had always been curious about why Yi Tianji placed so much importance on Qin Yang, bestowing the Black Moon Jade Pendant for protection and offering such earnest warnings. Even a disciple wouldn't receive such treatment. And Qin Yang was not even Yi Tianji's disciple. Could Qin Yang be the illegitimate son of some martial emperor? Zhao Yunlong's eyes widened as he stared intently at Yi Tianji. Yi Tianji's face darkened, and he said with displeasure, What nonsense are you thinking? He's not an illegitimate son. Besides, if he were, why would he have lived such a miserable life? Zhao Yunlong nodded, acknowledging the truth. At the level of a martial emperor, one was no longer bound by mortal constraints, possessing immense divine powers. They could sense all their own bloodlines. If Qin Yang had even a trace of a martial emperor's bloodline, they would have known immediately. Then what is the reason? Having ruled out any connection to a martial emperor only made Zhao Yunlong more curious. I see my own reflection in him. Yi Tianji said seriously. Zhao Yunlong sighed. There's no need to use such a flimsy lie. It's meaningless. You know I won't tell, yet you still ask. You brought this upon yourself. Yi Tianji, you dog. Do you remember the oath we made? That our battlefire friendship would never fade, and we would never hide anything from each other. All right. Amidst the sounds of their scuffling, the two gradually faded away, leaving only the echoes of their voices in the empty void. On the evening of June 15th, the eve of the college entrance examination, the next day would be the most important day for the younger generation of humanity, especially for those born into ordinary families. This day would determine their future. If one could be admitted into a Marshall King University, they could change their fate, perhaps not becoming a supreme powerhouse, but enough to elevate their own status. The college entrance examination was too important for them. Only by entering a martial arts university could they access more reasonable cultivation methods and also meet people they had never encountered before. At this moment, in the dormitory of the Imperial Capital High School, Qin Yang sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, with a faint illusory array flickering before her. Black and white divine radiance pervaded, swirling around Qin Yang. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, panting, and said in surprise, "Although the college entrance exam had some twists and turns, the result turned out as I wished. I can enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts University." Although she possessed the Wheel of Fate talent, Qin Yang was still uncertain whether she could be admitted to the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. I can enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Although she possessed the Wheel of Fate talent, Qin Yang was still uncertain whether she could be admitted to the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. This college entrance exam was different from the ancient one. In ancient times, the exam only required meeting the score threshold. The martial artist exam required not only formidable strength, but also a certain amount of luck. For example, some unlucky ones who were originally quite strong and could have entered decent martial arts universities unfortunately encountered a thunderbolt at the start. Facing a top-tier powerhouse in the beginning, they were regrettably defeated or even died at their hands. As a result, their scores were at the bottom. Such incidents were countless. Although Qin Yang was confident, she also understood that the human alliance was full of hidden talents, and there were many who surpassed her. If her luck was a bit worse, she might really not be able to enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. So today she specifically performed a divination. The hexagram showed many twists and turns, but she could cross them and reach the other shore. It's a pity my realm is too low. Otherwise I could help Qin Yang with a divination. No, that guy is a freak. He should easily get the Starry Sky Martial Arts University spot. I'm not sure about first place, but top 5 should be no problem. Earth had 5 spots for the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Although there were some exam migrants which caused many Earth candidates to lose their opportunities. But Qin Yang was not among them. Qin Yang was very sure of this. I wonder what Qin Yang is doing. Probably still cultivating. Since Qin Yang started cultivating, Qin Yang had not seen him. Even video chats had become much rarer. At this moment, Qin Yang's dormitory. Ghostly Soul, Formless Soul Palace, Small Success 0100000 tie, Void World Breaking Fist, Small Success 03000. During these days, Qin Yang cultivated arduously. He cultivated 24 hours a day, not wasting a single second. After many days of relentless hard training, he finally gained entry into both divine arts. This Ghostly Soul, Formless Soul Palace is truly extraordinary. I have actually given birth to Divine Sense. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. Divine Sense was a characteristic of the Grandmaster realm. Only by entering the Grandmaster realm and opening the Soul Palace could one utilize Divine Sense. At this realm, the soul was no longer ethereal, but one could sense it and also control the soul to do things. For example, using the soul to kill enemies, destroy their souls. It could also suppress enemies or even control them. The greatest feature was still the ability to manipulate objects with the soul. I should now be an entry-level soul walker. Qin Yang slowly exhaled. The profession of soul walker was quite special. Whether in the human alliance or other cosmic forces, soul walkers held a high status. Soul walkers were also the only ones who could awaken divine sense before the Grandmaster realm. Peak of the innate realm. I am not far from Grandmaster. My speed is a bit monstrous. No wonder I'm suspected of being reincarnated. In just 1 month, from a waste who couldn't even sense blood energy, he leaped straight into the peak of the innate realm. Such talent was enough to leave countless people speechless. This talent was too heaven-defying, not something a normal person could achieve. Even some top geniuses could not step into this realm in just 1 month, like Qin Yang. Before, my realm was too low and I couldn't do anything to Gusman. Now perhaps I have the strength to fight. The reason for such confidence was mainly that he had become a soul walker. After becoming a soul walker, the soul-suppressing seal was no longer an ordinary divine weapon, but a true divine blade balanced in offense and defense. It no longer only protected the soul, but could also transform the soul into a shocking weapon. The change will be tomorrow. Tomorrow, through the college entrance exam, I will enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Then I can leave Earth and glimpse the true universe. Everyone was curious about the universe. Especially in his previous life on Earth, he had never seen the true universe. And now he had the opportunity. Of course, it was not just about stepping into the universe. He wanted to become a martial emperor, or even the so-called true god. These were his goals, and he had enough confidence. Who gave him this confidence? Naturally, his own talent. At the same time, the familiar voice of intelligence came. Today's Intelligence 1, at 3 o'clock today, the Feng family informed Lan Xinyu and Huang Shan that, if they killed Qin Yang, the Feng family would help them enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and also obtain a 7th rank cultivation technique and many rewards. Lan Xinyu and Huang Shan immediately decided to abandon the exam results and join forces to kill Qin Yang at the first opportunity. Today's Intelligence 2, at 5 o'clock today, the Feng family contacted Huang Heng, informing him that if he killed Qin Yang, they would help his father hunt the heavenly mandate, allowing him to step into the martial king realm. Today's Intelligence 3, at 3 o'clock today, Yi Lin and Yi Tianji contacted Yi Mingyue, asking her to help Qin Yang survive. Yi Mingyue was puzzled, but still agreed, though she was unconcerned in her heart. Today's Intelligence at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on June 16th, Gusman obtained the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed in the Huayan Ancient Temple of the Tianlan world. So many intelligence items this time. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. The first 3 are all related to me, 2 of them are targeting me. Lan Xinyu and Huang Shan are exam migrants, but this Feng family really hates me too much. Even so, they are willing to pay such a high price to kill me. Could it be that they are sure I killed Feng Han? That's impossible. Feng Han died in the secret realm, they can't find out. He thought that with Feng Han dead, the Feng family would be busy investigating his death and have no time to deal with him. Unexpectedly, the Feng family still wanted to kill him as before. This made Qin Yang both amused and annoyed. Bro, I'm only at the innate realm. Is it necessary to target me so much? They even took out the Starry Sky Martial Arts University spot. Qin Yang did know that some big families had spots for the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, but the number was very small, and with many family members the spots were not enough to distribute. Now the Feng family had even taken out a 7th rank technique and a spot. This caught Qin Yang off guard. He knew that the Starry Sky Martial Arts University spot had no price in auction, it could only be exchanged for something of equal value. This Huang Heng must be no ordinary person. Qin Yang took out his terminal and began searching. There was detailed information on it. Huang Heng, one of the top 10 strongest examinees in the Human Alliance, had already reached the peak of the innate realm, proficient in swordsmanship. His annihilation sword Dao had slain countless foes. All the top 10 have come. Interesting. If it were before, Qin Yang might have treated them cautiously. Now he didn't care at all. What's so great about the top 10? What is the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed? Compared to Huang Heng, Qin Yang was more concerned about the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed that Gusman had obtained. This name sounded extraordinary. Heavenly Heart Soul Seed. During his cultivation, Qin Yang had browsed through numerous books via the Alliance network. Blessed with a photographic memory, he could memorize everything with a single glance. Yet as he scoured his memories, he found not a single trace of the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed. With this thought, Qin Yang opened his terminal to search for the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed. The Alliance network was exceptionally useful, ever since humanity expanded, the data on conquered races had been fully incorporated into it. One could say that most divine objects and entities in the universe were documented in detail. Almost instantly, a flood of information about the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed poured in. Heavenly Heart Soul Seed, a 7th grade celestial treasure born from the convergence of billions of souls, taking tens of thousands of years to form and yielding an extraordinarily rare marvel of the world. It often emerges in perilous battlefields where countless beings have perished, their souls interweaving and gathering, fused by the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth, thus giving birth to the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed. The Heavenly Heart Soul Seed is formless and colorless, detectable only by those with exceptionally powerful souls, and it requires special tools to capture. It can be refined directly to greatly enhance soul strength, potentially achieving a perfect soul. It can also be used as the main ingredient for the Heavenly Soul Pill, which when breaking through to the Martial King realm perfects the soul and wards off backlash from heavenly fate. Such a spiritual object is exceedingly rare, a divine creation of nature's utmost ingenuity. Once a martial emperor sought to produce the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed by slaughtering thousands of worlds, yet gained nothing. Later deductions by another martial emperor revealed that the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed cannot be man-made, it can only be spontaneously evolved by the universe itself, carrying the will of the cosmos. Truly a remarkable treasure. No wonder it was specifically mentioned. With this I can step into the Martial King realm flawlessly. Qin Yang drew a sharp breath. The effects of the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed were immensely powerful, direct refinement, enhanced soul strength, elevating the very essence of the soul, with a growth potential much like leveling up. Some people gain 4 or 5 attribute points per level, while others gain over a dozen. The Heavenly Heart Soul Seed raises the ceiling. But its greatest value lies in refining the Heavenly Soul Pill. As Qin Yang knew, breaking through the Martial King realm was extremely perilous, with a success rate of less than 1 in 10,000. And that 1 in 10,000 is not an ordinary person. It refers to those at the peak of Grandmaster. Those who can reach the peak of Grandmaster are truly the cream of the crop. On a planet like Earth, such a person might not emerge even once in a century. As for the emergence of prodigies during the spiritual energy revival, that was a different era, a time of great upheaval when everything changed. Among Grandmasters, those who reach the peak are even rarer. One could say that every existence at the peak of Grandmaster is a true dragon among men. For instance, among the top 10 powerhouses of Qin Yang's generation, it would be good if 2 or 3 reached the peak of Grandmaster. That would be considered a prosperous era. This illustrates the scarcity of Grandmaster peak cultivators. Yet even so, very few of these existences manage to step into the Martial King realm. The reasons are twofold. First, the heavenly tribulation. Entering the Martial King realm means seizing the universe's origin, incurring the universe's suppression. Every breakthrough cultivator must undergo tribulation. Second, the backlash of heavenly fate. Heavenly fate is the will of a world. To step into the Martial King realm, one must devour the complete heavenly fate. But the world's will is not easily consumed. It requires immense soul power and will. Tribulation can be weathered with various treasures, but the means to counter heavenly fate backlash are few. Among them, the heavenly soul pill is the most perfect solution. It was once said that the heavenly soul pill could be called the Martial King pill. With the heavenly soul pill in hand, anyone could become a king. And that king is the Martial King. But the materials for the heavenly soul pill are far too scarce. Especially the heavenly heart soul seed. Countless world collisions, the birth and death of billions of souls. Only an infinitesimally small probability yields one. Moreover, the heavenly heart soul seed can only exist for a year. If left untouched, it dissipates into the world. Thus, the number of heavenly heart soul seeds is extremely limited. Even though the human alliance spans several galaxies covering billions of stars and ruling over myriad races, the discovered heavenly heart soul seeds number no more than a handful. One can imagine how rare this thing is. If I were to spread the news, forget about us contestants. Even Martial Kings would go mad. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the importance of the heavenly heart soul seed. If this news got out, the entire human alliance would erupt. The college entrance exam would likely be cancelled immediately, and countless powerhouses would swarm to seize the world containing the heavenly heart soul seed. Perhaps even the major factions would go to war. All for the heavenly heart soul seed. Of course, Qin Yang had no intention of spreading the news. My strength has skyrocketed now. I am no longer the same person I was 7 days ago. 7 days ago, facing Gusman, I would likely have had to avoid his edge. But now it is he who must avoid my edge. Qin Yang's eyes gleamed, a confident smile spreading across his face. He was a completely different person now. One could say he was unmatched within his realm, even capable of challenging those above. In short, this heavenly heart soul seed was his no matter what. No one could stop him. Gusman, merely a named stepping stone on the path, not even a roadblock. Confidence. That was the Qin Yang of today. I've been holding back for nearly a month. Tomorrow I shall unleash my killing spree. A smile graced Qin Yang's face, his gaze burning with intensity. For the sake of this so-called college entrance exam, he had trained hard, kept a low profile, and excelled at concealing his abilities. But now he no longer needed to. Silent for a long time, but once he speaks, he astonishes the world. Tomorrow he would reveal his sharp edge. The next day, at the Imperial Capital High School Square, a massive spaceship hovered high above with countless students gathered below. Today was the day of the college entrance exam, and all examinees would head to the same testing ground. Any high school senior within the territory of the Human Alliance possessing a Human Alliance identity, regardless of whether they were mixed blood or pure human, was eligible. Of course, this was limited to mixed blood and pure humans. Other races need not apply. At this moment, the examinees of Imperial Capital High School were gathering by class groups. Only a few stood apart. These were not students of Imperial Capital High School. They came from other cities or had migrated for the exam. Qin Yang stood in a corner scanning the crowd. Why hasn't Qin Yang come down yet? Could he still be cultivating? Qin Yang frowned. The assembly time was almost up. If he didn't arrive, he would be disqualified from the exam. After a moment's thought, she decided to call him. Almost at the same moment, a figure emerged from the crowd. Qin Yang. Seeing it was Qin Yang, Qin Yang immediately waved. Qin Yang spotted her, greeted those around him, and walked toward Qin Yang. Ever since he had crushed Zhang Quang, Qin Yang had become quite famous in Imperial Capital High School. As soon as he came down, he was surrounded. Just as Qin Yang reached Qin Yang, a graceful figure suddenly approached. She wore a blue-white combat suit with a slender figure, fair skin, delicate features, and especially her blue-white eyes, which seemed to shimmer with light. Her aura was extraordinary, subtly overshadowing Qin Yang. One could even say she was slightly more beautiful than Qin Yang. You are Qin Yang. Her clear, cool voice was like the bright moon, soothing to the heart and soul. You are. Qin Yang looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, whose face vaguely resembled Yi Lin's. He vaguely guessed who she was. Yi Mingyue. Yi Mingyue's expression was indifferent, her voice flat, yet carrying an undeniable command. Third grandfather and cousin have already told me. During the college entrance exam, just follow me. I will help you secure a top 5 spot on Earth and get you into Starry Sky Martial University. But the prerequisite is that you cannot have your own thoughts. You must do whatever I tell you. Qin Yang's smile faded, and he carefully examined Yi Mingyue. Her physical strength was solid, clearly also at the peak of innate realm. Moreover, Yi Lin had told him that this cousin of hers was very formidable. However, she was still no match for him. No need, Qin Yang said calmly. I will earn my spot at Starry Sky Martial University on my own. I don't need anyone's help, so I won't trouble you. Of course, I also know that this is not what you truly want. So you can also inform Miss Yi and Uncle Yi. I think they won't say anything. He wanted to obtain the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed, and he definitely did not want anyone following him. This would easily expose the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed. The human alliance was too pragmatic. Even though Yi Tianji had said the alliance would protect him, Qin Yang remained somewhat skeptical, mainly because this thing was too precious. Even a martial king would be tempted and take risks. If he exposed the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed, he had no doubt that it might be handed over to the authorities. Even if Yi Tianji didn't need it, what about the Yi family behind him and the other martial kings? In the end, it was a trouble. So Qin Yang was absolutely unwilling to let the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed be exposed. Therefore, it was best that no one followed him. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could obtain it himself. If it were a few days ago, he might have teamed up with Yi Mingyue, letting her hold off Gusamon while he took the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed and then trade with the Yi family. But now Qin Yang had enough strength. Naturally, he was unwilling and he needed the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed. It wasn't because of the so-called worry about breaking through to Martial King. With his realm, he wasn't afraid of any of this. What he needed was to increase his soul strength, to raise the upper limit of his soul. The greatest use of the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed was to allow one to break through to Martial King without any burden. But in Qin Yang's eyes, raising the soul's upper limit was the most important. The further one progressed in cultivation, the more crucial soul strength became. Such heavenly treasures that could enhance the soul's upper limit were rare. Each one cost a sky-high price beyond ordinary imagination. Do you feel insulted? Yi Mingyue suddenly revealed a hint of a smile, and her indifferent eyes became bright. I didn't expect that despite your humble background you have some backbone. Or are you playing hard to get? No, he wasn't. Chen Xianqian, who had been acting as a transparent person on the side, couldn't help but speak up. She was someone who knew Qin Yang well. Qin Yang absolutely hated trouble, so he didn't want Yi Mingyue to follow him. But Yi Mingyue seemed to have misunderstood. Do you think that will make me look at you differently? If you really think that, then you underestimate me. Seeing Qin Yang silent, Yi Mingyue became even more convinced of her own thoughts. Qin Yang was helpless beside her, and he pulled Chen Xianqian to hurry away. Let's get out of here quickly. She's a lunatic. To be honest, Qin Yang hadn't expected Yi Mingyue to add so much drama. What bullshit about playing hard to get? Yi Mingyue was indeed beautiful, and as a man, having thoughts was normal. But the premise was that it didn't affect his matters. Moreover, women were just women, as long as one had enough strength there were plenty. In this world, no one would interfere with having a harem. Did I hit a nerve? Are you broken? Yi Mingyue sneered, completely convinced that Qin Yang was playing hard to get. Her eyes were contemptuous. Chen Xianqian couldn't help saying, how is she different from Miss Yi? Qin Yang was also helpless. How would I know? I thought she would be very proud, or like Yi Lin, hiding her pride, but still approachable. Who knew she was a lunatic? Yi Lin never told me that Yi Mingyue was crazy. Chen Xianqian chuckled. I think it's quite interesting. She's just a bit prone to overthinking, and besides, she didn't refuse, and was indeed going to help you. She seems very proud, but she still gets things done, which is much better than many noble disciples. Although Yi Mingyue was a bit strange, at least she intended to help Qin Yang enter Starry Sky Martial University. You're too naive. You believe that? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Anyone can talk. Whether it can be done is another matter. If you really believe it, come the college entrance exam, you'll end up as cannon fodder. Chen Xianqian shook her head. I can sense that she isn't lying. And she's not as bad as you think. Qin Yang was surprised. Your physique has this kind of ability. Of course, if I step into the Grandmaster realm, I can even calculate others' destinies. The Wheel of Fate is the most powerful fate physique. Chen Xianqian smiled brightly, saying with great confidence. Qin Yang said dismissively, you made up that most powerful yourself, didn't you? There's no terminal network record. Chen Xianqian said helplessly, my physique is special, it's not on the network. That's what my master said. My master is a martial emperor. Qin Yang sneered, I'm a true god. Having said that, Qin Yang actually felt that Chen Xianqian was telling the truth. But whether her master was really a martial emperor was debatable. After all, if he were truly a martial emperor, he wouldn't still be in this damn place. Assemble. Suddenly a furious shout rang out. The spaceship opened and a row of Alliance soldiers walked out, forming a passage. Many examinees immediately lined up to enter the spaceship. Originally, Qin Yang and Chen Xianqian also planned to queue. However, a person who seemed to be an officer let them enter first. Stepping into the spaceship, the scene before them underwent a earth-shattering change. The spaceship didn't seem too large from the outside, but inside it was completely different. The entire area was extremely vast, nearly thousands of acres, and inside it didn't resemble a spaceship interior at all. It was as if they had entered a brand new world with mountains and rivers, everything present. Even the height was very high, nearly several thousand meters. This wasn't a spaceship, it was a small world. This spaceship is no ordinary one, it's an Alliance special class spaceship that contains a small world. I heard the price is very expensive, a sky-high price. Chen Xianqian explained, this spaceship has reached the 5th grade level, and its price is more expensive than a 6th grade divine weapon. With this thing, the spaceship becomes a base camp capable of traveling to any galaxy. The two stood on a huge arena. Looking down at the land below, they felt a slight sigh of admiration. I must buy one. Looking at everything before him, Qin Yang had only this thought. This thing was too good a must-have for home and travel. About half an hour later, all senior year 3 students on Earth had entered the interior of the spaceship. The crowd was immense. Several massive arenas were packed with people. Qin Yang casually scanned the surroundings and estimated there were at least 1 million examinees. This number was actually not that large. In his past life on Earth, a single nation's examination cohort could reach tens of millions, let alone an entire planet. The reason for such a small number was mainly that Earth had declined, with its overall power dropping severely. After everyone assembled, the hatch sealed shut, and several figures emerged from above. The leader was a burly man in military uniform, his gaze ruthless and filled with killing intent, radiating an oppressive aura that suffocated all who felt it. A Grandmaster. This person was undoubtedly a Grandmaster. Upon the Grandmaster's appearance, silence fell over the crowd. The man swept his gaze across them and spoke coldly. I am Beekman, the official in charge of transporting you to the examination venue. I will deliver you there and bring you back. Meanwhile, I will inform you of the important guidelines for this college entrance examination. The examination represents a pivotal opportunity for the vast majority to reshape their destiny. Should you come from humble origins, yet gain admission to an ordinary Martial University, your fate can still be transformed. If you manage to enter the top 100, or even the top 50 Martial Universities, you shall be regarded as true elites. Entering the top 10 federations guarantees respect wherever you go. Those admitted to the Starry Sky Martial University become the outstanding talents among humanity. Since Earth serves as humanity's birthplace and ancestral homeland, it receives special favor. Among you, those who rank in the top 5 during assessment shall gain entry to the Starry Sky Martial University. At this point, Beekman roared, if you wish to become a powerhouse and reverse your fate, this examination is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity of your lives. As long as you place in the top 5, you will no longer be at the bottom. You will rise above all others. Even the president of the Earth Federation will show you respect, and so shall I. This is the authority bestowed by the Starry Sky Martial University. Therefore, if you desire respect, power, and dominance, you must abandon everything and fight for it. Seize it by any means. The examination will be held on the Azure planet within the Spider Galaxy, a colossal world 100 times larger than Earth, once renowned across the cosmos. 2 centuries ago, however, the planet's arrogance drew the wrath of the Human Alliance and powerhouse clans such as the Titans, leading to its destruction by numerous experts. Now it stands as a prison world where every creature is an inmate with the highest cultivation, never exceeding the ancestor level. These individuals shall become your prey, and according to their respective cultivation realms, you will earn different scores. Furthermore, this examination is jointly hosted by the Human Alliance alongside the Titan Clan, Holy Spirit Clan, and Myriad Demon Coalition. Their younger generation will also participate, and they too shall be among your targets. At these words, Beekman surveyed the crowd. This examination is fraught with peril, where life and death hang by a thread. Does anyone here feel fear? If you are afraid, raise your hand now to withdraw. You have 10 minutes to consider. Upon hearing this, an unnatural silence descended upon the surroundings. Expressions varied among the crowd. Some outstanding figures like Yi Mingyu, Qin Yang, and Lan Xinyu remained composed and unfazed, while most displayed deep anxiety. They understood the dangers of the examination, but had never imagined them to be so severe. Many hesitated, seemingly waiting for someone brave enough to raise their hand. After approximately 2 minutes, one person finally did, and soon many others followed suit. Beekman's expression remained unchanged, saying nothing. This was routine. Each year some would shrink back, and he had long grown accustomed to it. After 10 minutes, roughly 10,000 withdrew from the examination. These were the timid souls lacking conviction, afraid of death. The 1% withdrawal rate hardly affected the overall situation. The hatch opened to see off the tens of thousands, then sealed shut. Beekman gazed down at the remaining crowd and intoned, "You have forfeited your chance to withdraw. The vessel will launch in 10 minutes and arrive at the Spider Galaxy system within half an hour. During this time, manage your own schedule." With those final words, Beekman disregarded the assembly entirely and vanished without another glance. The atmosphere gradually normalized as nearly 1 million people clustered into tight groups, engaging in animated conversation. Qin Yang wore a grave expression. What exactly has happened? Why are these 3 supreme powers involved in the examination? She had previously puzzled over why her divinations proved so turbulent. Now she understood. Given her abilities, she could have secured a top 5 finish with ease. The complications stemmed entirely from the 3 major factions unexpectedly entering the competition. The Titan Clan, Myriad Demon Coalition, Holy Spirit Clan. These 3 were among the 8 supreme powers of the cosmos. The 8 supreme powers consisted of the Human Alliance, Myriad Demon Coalition, Holy Spirit Clan, Titan Clan, Mechanical Divine, Clan Temple, a Fate Swarm Clan, and Ancient Divine Clan. These 8 powers divided the cosmos among themselves. The human alliance was the newest and weakest, yet humanity possessed extraordinary comprehension and advanced more rapidly than any other race. Within merely a millennium, it surged to prominence. 3 martial emperors emerged simultaneously, directly absorbing one of the 8 great races. Especially the peerless sword emperor, whose starry sword Dao allowed him to face 3 martial emperors alone, slaying 1, crippling 2, and forcing the survivors to flee. Following this battle, the peerless sword emperor's name echoed across the cosmos, earning him recognition as the mightiest offensive martial emperor and instilling fear in countless beings. Through this victory, he secured the human alliance's position among the stellar powers. Yet this did not guarantee the human alliance's safety. Emerging powers inevitably faced suppression from established forces. The mechanical divine clan, ancient clan, and especially the ancient divine clan all regarded them as enemies. Most notably the ancient divine clan, which had once held 2 seats among the 8. Everything shifted with the arrival of the human alliance. Claiming descent from true gods through genuine divine bloodlines, the ancient divine clan maintained an elevated stance. Their innate bloodline proved formidable. Achieving ancestor rank upon adulthood, reaching grandmaster status came effortlessly to the gifted, and they produced the greatest numbers of martial kings and martial emperors among all factions. However, they suffered from a critical flaw. Too few members, or rather too few meeting their stringent standards. Bloodline purity determined tribal belonging. Only those with sufficiently pure bloodlines belonged to the ancient divine clan, and lesser concentrations marked them as demigods. This displaced lineage now faced replacement by the human alliance among the supreme powers. Who knows? Qin Yang shrugged, dismissing the matter. To him it made no difference. Any opponent could be crushed with a single punch. The Azure Planet harbors rare treasures, which is precisely why the 3 great powers are intervening. Just then Yi Mingyue walked over. Sister Mingyue. Seeing Yi Mingyue approach, Qin Qianqian called out sweetly. Although Yi Mingyue seemed a bit eccentric, Qin Qianqian felt she was not a bad person. With such a high background, building a good relationship would certainly be worthwhile. Yi Mingyue's brows furrowed as she glanced at Qin Qianqian, feeling a twinge of discomfort, but saying nothing. Instead, she turned to Qin Yang. If you agree to my previous request, I will tell you everything, including the treasures hidden in the Tianlan world. You have the chance to obtain them. Qin Yang sighed helplessly. Never mind. Besides, even if I don't agree, you'll tell me anyway, right? If you refuse to speak and I die as a result, how will you face Yi Lin and Uncle Yi? Yi Mingyue huffed coldly, clearly displeased. But Qin Yang was right. She was very close to Yi Lin and even admired her deeply. Since Yi Lin valued Qin Yang so highly, no matter how unwilling she was, she did not want to disappoint her. The Tianlan world was once the territory of the half-god race, also known as the subdivine race. The half-god race ruled the Tianlan world for many years. The native creatures were almost wiped out, and most carried the bloodline of the half-god race. Over time, some ancient god races emerged in the Tianlan world, making its status quite extraordinary. At that time, it was considered one of the more important planets under the half-god race. Legend has it that millions of years ago, a quasi-divine being of the half-god race left behind a treasure containing the secret to divinity when he passed away. This has always been a legend. Both the half-god race and the ancient god race searched every corner of the Tianlan planet, but never found the so-called treasure. Until recently, there have been rumors that the treasure is about to emerge, which is why the 3 major forces have intervened. Now, although the human alliance is powerful, the 3 major forces are not to be trifled with, so we agreed to cooperate. The Myriad Demons Alliance and the Holy Spirit race are our allies. Our relationship with the Titan race is more strained with frequent conflicts. However, the Titan race maintains good relations with the other 2 factions, so when entering the Tianlan world, all 3 major forces are our enemies and cannot be trusted. Yi Mingyue spoke softly. If you encounter beings from these 3 major forces, kill them if you can, if not, run. These beings from those forces are extremely arrogant and will view us as prey. Qin Qianqian asked in confusion, aren't we allied with them? When the human alliance became the overlord of the universe, these 3 major forces contributed greatly. Normally, shouldn't our relationship with them be good? Qin Yang smiled. Exactly because of that, those forces are so arrogant. It's also because their strength is relatively weaker. The Martial Emperor is the most elite combat power in the universe. The lowest ranking overlord of a universe must have at least 10 Martial Emperors, while we only have 3. Plus, they believe the human alliance became the universe overlord not through our own merit, but because they forcibly elevated us. Therefore, they have always treated us with a condescending attitude. It's a very normal phenomenon. Qin Yang was unfazed, as such behavior was entirely expected. No matter what kind of life form, when dividing territories, they all become cunning and ruthless. Human nations are no different, nor are universe overlords. Territory represents resources and the path to advancement. This is the rule of nature. A beast with territory enjoys steady meals, while one without may go days without food. The same holds true on a cosmic scale. With sufficient territory, they would possess abundant resources which could cultivate more strong beings, ultimately allowing them to seize the territories of others and acquire even greater resources like an endless cycle of nesting dolls. Resources. This was extremely important. Qin Yang is right, Yi Minghua said softly. There is no such thing as an alliance, and the three major forces have never valued us. If not for the immense strength of our three martial emperors, each capable of fighting many opponents alone, we would never have become the universe overlord. The world knows that the heaven-piercing sword emperor alone suppressed the three major force martial emperors, yet few realize that the other martial emperors are equally formidable. With that, Yi Minghua looked at Qin Yang. Be careful. The Feng family has suffered heavy losses because of you and holds a grudge. I suspect they will make a move against you during this college entrance exam. Given your current strength, you should stay by my side or accidents are likely to occur. Yi Minghua was genuinely trying to help. Having grown up in a prominent family, she clearly understood Qin Yang's current predicament. Qin Yang was fully aware as well, but there was nothing he could do. He had to obtain the heavenly heart soul seed. That thing was too critical, it represented his own potential ceiling. You help me protect this one. Qin Yang pushed Qin Qianqian forward. Her strength is slightly lacking. As for me, no need to worry. No one can harm me. Of course, if someone gangs up on me, I'll come to you. Qin Yang could easily handle 1 or 2 opponents, but facing 3 or 4 at once would be risky. Yi Minghua frowned, satisfied with Qin Yang's arrangement. To be honest, she had already given him plenty of face. Yet he showed no appreciation whatsoever. If not for Yi Lin's instructions, Yi Minghua wouldn't have bothered with Qin Yang at all. Yi Minghua was speechless with anger, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Qin Yang. Fine, since you've made your choice, I won't worry about you anymore. Send me your terminal ID, and I'll give you intelligence on some strong opponents for this exam. You won't get this elsewhere. Though angry, Yi Minghua was not completely abandoning Qin Yang, and still offered her help. After adding each other as friends, Yi Minghua sent a file. Qin Yang quickly scanned through it, and memorized its contents thoroughly. At the same time, he found the intelligence he was looking for within the file. Huang Heng. He was one of the top 10 strongest in this cohort, ranked 5th. Exceptionally talented and powerful, it was rumored that he had already half-stepped into the Grandmaster realm and could break through at any moment. Moreover, he had long been qualified to enter the Starry Sky Martial University, but chose to delay enrollment for the reward of this college entrance exam. Huang Heng. Qin Yang went through Huang Heng's intelligence, committing everything to memory. This guy was likely going to be his enemy as well. As for enemies, Qin Yang never showed mercy. Half an hour later, the spaceship arrived at the Spider Star system, the Tianlan world. Beckman appeared and roared. We have reached the Tianlan world. You have 3 minutes. Everyone get down immediately. Anyone who exceeds the time limit will be disqualified from the exam. As soon as he finished speaking, several cabin doors opened, and everyone rushed out. Qin Yang and his group followed the crowd out of the hatch. In an instant, a sky-blue planet appeared before their eyes. The entire sphere was enormous, entirely sky-blue, with no trace of other colors. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yang saw other areas where spaceships were opening their hatches and countless beings were falling through the void. The numbers were unimaginable. Even the vast Tianlan planet seemed slightly crowded. The exam has begun. Qin Yang smiled and increased his speed, diving straight down toward the planet below. Boom! Countless figures descended from the sky, diving toward the massive planet before them. These were the students participating in the college entrance examination, 80% from the Human Alliance, and the remaining 20% from the 3 great factions. Qin Yang confirmed the location of the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed and proceeded forward. At that moment, Yi Minghua's call came through. Qin Yang, I'll give you one more chance. Follow me, and you can secure a spot at the Starry Sky Martial University without any obstacles. Yi Minghua's cold voice echoed through, marking her 3rd invitation to Qin Yang. No need. Just travel with my friend. She's quite capable and won't hold you back. She could be a valuable asset to you. He needed to retrieve the Heavenly Heart Soul Seed. There was no way he could take Yi Minghua along. Of course, he understood she meant well. This girl appeared cold on the surface, but was warm inside. She wasn't as indifferent as she seemed. Hearing that Qin Yang still refused, Yi Minghua grew anxious. You don't understand how the Feng family is targeting you. I just received word that the Feng family has made contact with Huang Heng. He's ranked 5th among this year's top 10 competitors. His strength is formidable, and you stand no chance against him. But this is only what's visible on the surface. There may be others operating in the shadows. The Feng family has committed heavily this time, determined to prevent you from leaving the blue sky world. Qin Yang smiled faintly. I'll kill them all. With those words, he ended the call immediately, his figure diving downward and vanishing into the crowd in an instant. Meanwhile, upon hearing the call disconnect, Yi Minghua's expression darkened. She gritted her teeth, fury spreading across her face as she turned to Qin Qianqian. Is your boyfriend always this arrogant? Boyfriend? Qin Qianqian paused for a moment before realizing the misunderstanding. But the thought that Qin Yang was her boyfriend made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. He turned you down? Qin Qianqian didn't answer directly, but asked instead. Yi Minghua muttered. This Qin Yang is far too overconfident. He truly doesn't respect ordinary people. Who does he think he is? A young martial emperor. Someone invincible in the world sweeping through the younger generation alone. Yi Mingwei was extremely displeased. As the saying goes, even a clay figure has its limits. She had offered to protect Qin Yang out of goodwill, yet he repeatedly refused. This was an opportunity others would kill for. He's quite composed. There must be reason behind his actions. Perhaps he senses it's too perilous and doesn't want to drag you into it. Qin Qianqian pondered for a moment before speaking softly, offering a defense on Qin Yang's behalf. Composed, Yi Mingwei sneered disdainfully. I'd call it sheer arrogance. Never mind. Let it go. Since he's made up his mind, I suppose I shouldn't meddle. Let him fend for himself. With that, Yi Mingwei fell silent and led Qin Qianqian in one direction. Qin Qianqian glanced that way. It seemed to be the same direction Qin Yang had taken when he descended. Boom. Piercing through the boundless cloud layer, Qin Yang crashed down like a falling meteor. At 20 meters above ground, Qin Yang suddenly halted, suspending himself mid-air as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him stretched a sky-blue dome, like a shell covering the heavens with faint clouds drifting lazily. The continent ahead seemed boundless, nearly endless, with countless mountains coiling through the landscape, like a crouching dragon faintly radiating an ominous presence. At that moment, an abnormality struck. A brilliant flash of cold light erupted from behind, surging forward with unstoppable force toward Qin Yang's neck. Clang! The blade struck something impenetrable, echoing with a resonant metallic ring. How is this possible? The figure behind him widened his eyes in shock. Is this even human flesh? His blade couldn't so much as scratch the surface. He was the Empire's 10th sword, a true transcendent powerhouse, whose blade struck terror into all who faced it. Before he could react, a faint energy emanated outward. The man felt the force pierce straight into his soul, agony spreading through him instantly. His eyes lost focus and went completely blank. Qin Yang turned and seized the man's head. Soul-searching technique activated instantly. The man's memories flooded into his mind like a revolving lantern. The 5 great divine clans, 4 great empires. The Yushan Empire refining soul art. After reviewing the information, Qin Yang confirmed he was in the Yushan Empire, one of the 4 great empires. The man before him was among the top 10 warriors of that empire, having reached the peak of the transcendent realm equivalent to the innate peak on his side. So the people of this world, no humans from the Alliance, would descend. Qin Yang's expression remained calm. He wasn't surprised. The Human Alliance's entrance examination was brutal, a genuine battlefield of life and death. Each time the exam occurred, mortality rates were alarmingly high, around 10%. This was because students who entered Martial University would become the true heroes of humanity. Martial University wasn't just about studying. Students had to complete world dungeons and fight enemies on the battlefield of 10,000 races. In fact, during some alien invasions, if the threat wasn't too severe, Martial University students would be required to participate. They weren't like the naive, sheltered college students from Qin Yang's previous life. Indeed, we're also prey. When we kill these people, there's a reward. And when the people of this world kill us, there's also a reward. We've become playthings of the rulers from both worlds. How interesting. After examining the man's memories, Qin Yang confirmed one thing: the strong of the blue sky world likely hadn't all perished. They might be hiding through some means beyond the reach of the major factions, which is why they'd organized this scheme. Both sides would send their people, and the victor would pay some price. What that price was remained unknown, certainly something beyond Qin Yang's comprehension. What was certain was that they'd become pawns. Though this was merely Qin Yang's conjecture, he tended to view people in the darkest light. At this thought, Qin Yang smashed the man's head with a single punch. Instantly a number appeared before his eyes, 10 points added to his score. This wasn't a terminal. It felt like a system embedded into the world itself. As long as they killed people, they earned points. Even fate has been reduced to something like a system. What exactly are these people trying to achieve? Qin Yang's pupils deepened as he glanced upward, then set off toward the heavenly heart soul seed. He didn't know what those above intended. But Qin Yang could be certain of one thing: as long as he killed enough and performed exceptionally well, he would face no real danger. Most likely the powerful figures from each major faction were watching. Damn it, are these top powerhouses spying on us? These bastards are truly insidious. Fortunately, I have the remnant pages of the Book of Fate enough to shield against any powerhouse's prying eyes and evade the deduction of fate. The remnant pages of the Book of Fate. This was a function Qin Yang had recently discovered. As the divine weapon of the former Tianyun martial king, the Book of Fate possessed boundless power. Qin Yang suspected that this artifact was not actually forged by the Tianyun martial king, but rather that the king had been fortunate enough to inherit it from a greater powerhouse. In any case, the quality of the Book of Fate was far beyond what the Tianyun martial king could have produced. The Black Moon Pendant, a 7th grade divine weapon, was inferior even to a single page of this book. One could imagine how formidable the complete Book of Fate must be. Let's secure the heavenly soul seed first. Qin Yang's thoughts churned as his body erupted with terrifying speed. Like a rocket launched, a streak of light shot across the sky. His speed was astonishing, almost invisible to the naked eye. After about 10 minutes, Qin Yang arrived deep in the mountains. Ahead lay a flat expanse of land surrounded by peaks on all sides, forming a hidden paradise within the wilderness. However, it seemed someone had once lived here. Despite the passage of eons, one could still see the remnants of a magnificent city below. Even some of the buildings weathered by time showed no signs of decay. Qin Yang glanced at it, but paid no heed. Instead, he headed toward the center of the city below. Before long, an ancient towering altar stood before him, having weathered countless ages. Though overgrown with weeds, it still exuded an aura of transcendence. At the base of the altar lay a pool of water, in the center of which was a wide, clean stone platform where a rare spiritual herb had taken root. The heavenly soul seed was formless and colorless, imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Only a soul walker with their divine sense fully unleashed could perceive it. This was an extremely rare spiritual treasure. Merely discovering it required a certain threshold, let alone claiming it. Gazing at the heavenly soul seed before him, Qin Yang produced the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal soared forth, a palm-sized stamp emanating a gray radiance. It grew with the wind, transforming into a miniature mountain, its gray light cascading down like a hand that swiftly wrapped around the heavenly soul seed below. To claim the heavenly soul seed, a special vessel was required. As a 6th-grade divine weapon attuned to the soul-suppressing seal naturally possessed such capability. Whoosh! The soul-suppressing seal returned to Qin Yang's palm. He grasped it, a smile spreading across his face. Finally got it. The spiritual energy here is quite abundant. Gusman won't be here for a while, though I can afford to wait for him. Before that, I'll refine the heavenly soul seed. Qin Yang had no intention of leaving. Whether it was Zhao Yunlong's mission, the points from killing Gusman, or his need to make a grand entrance and draw the attention of the top powerhouses, he required Gusman's identity, the so-called true prodigy of the Titan race. In other words, Gusman was but a stepping stone for Qin Yang's meteoric rise. Not that Qin Yang had targeted him, it was simply his misfortune. With that thought, Qin Yang ascended to the top of the altar. This was the heart of the city, the center of the entire city's formation. Though it had been in ruins for countless years, the remnants of the ancient formation still retained some power, granting the altar a concentration of spiritual energy, several times that of the surrounding area. Qin Yang took out the Black Moon token and sat cross-legged. He pressed his palms together, and the soul-suppressing seal between them emitted a faint glow. Immediately he began to absorb the heavenly soul seed within. There was no significant resistance. The heavenly soul seed did not struggle, allowing Qin Yang to absorb it freely. The heavenly soul seed was the purest soul essence in the world, devoid of any impurities. This meant that such a spiritual treasure could be easily refined by anyone without any burden. A torrent of power surged into his body like a tiny flood, rushing straight into his mind. His once faint divine sense gradually grew stronger. If Qin Yang's divine sense had been the size of a strand of hair at the start, now with the supplement of the heavenly soul seed, it swelled and expanded. Simultaneously, his soul continued to grow, from 3 strands to 4, until finally Qin Yang's soul's strength reached the size of a finger. Deep within his soul, a condensation occurred, forming a unique hall. Inside the hall, a miniature figure took shape. The Soul Palace. This was the hallmark of a soul walker reaching the 5th grade, also known as the Grandmaster Realm. In truth, to reach the Grandmaster Realm, one must first open the divine sense and then establish the Soul Palace. However, the divine sense of a Grandmaster is not particularly powerful, and most soul palaces are but vague outlines lacking true form. But for a soul walker, reaching the 5th grade means establishing the Soul Palace, condensing the soul's origin, and dwelling within it like a sovereign god. This greatly enhances one's soul. At that point, with a single thought, deadly killing intent emerges. Even billions of living beings could have their souls shattered by a mere thought. Qin Yang had only recently become a soul walker, but after tempering with the heavenly soul seed, his soul strength had increased dramatically. In a short time, he had jumped to the 3rd grade, with the 4th grade just a step away. What delighted Qin Yang most, however, was the strength and resilience of his soul's origin. The soul's origin began to condense into a magnificent soul palace and the image of a divine sovereign. This meant he was already halfway to the 5th grade. A 3rd grade soul walker with the characteristics of the 5th grade. This was indeed terrifying talent. No wonder a 7th grade spiritual treasure is extraordinary. Qin Yang took a deep breath. After fully refining the heavenly soul seed, his soul walker cultivation had perfectly reached the 3rd grade, with the 4th grade just a step away. Moreover, he felt that when he broke through to the 4th grade, he would likely be able to form the Soul Palace. This was a trait of the 5th grade, yet he could achieve it at the 4th. This was an extremely prodigious feat. As far as he knew, in the entire history of the human alliance, fewer than 5 people had accomplished this. All of them had later become martial kings, or even half-step martial emperors. 3rd grade rivaling the 4th grade. A whole tier higher. The heavenly soul seed is incredible. No wonder it's hailed as one of the best soul treasures. Truly lives up to its reputation. Joy welled up in Qin Yang's heart, and an involuntary smile graced his face. The next moment, Qin Yang's smile grew even broader. He sensed a powerful aura approaching. Before long, a towering figure appeared in the sky above. He stood nearly 100 meters tall like a small mountain clad in luxurious attire with refined features and a robust, powerful build, resembling an ancient giant god. A hybrid of humans and titans. The so-called top prodigy of the titan race, Gusman. I sensed a special aura here. What did you take? Tell me, and I might grant you an intact corpse. Gusman looked down at Qin Yang, arrogance radiating from him as the top prodigy of the titans. He did not deem Qin Yang worthy of his attention. Qin Yang was not among the top 10 humans, even at the peak of the innate realm. In his eyes, he was just an ordinary human, one he could crush with a single slap. Qin Yang stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and said with a smile, "Hybrid, that's not for you to know. After all, you're dead." Upon hearing this, Gusman burst into loud laughter, sneering, "Do you know who I am? I called you a hybrid. Do you still need to ask? Gusman, since you know my name, how dare you be so arrogant?" Gusman's enormous pupils fixed on Qin Yang as he spoke calmly, his tone flat and cold. "You must be like Nangong, you having set up a formation nearby to provoke my fury so that the formation could slay me. But I am not one of those simple-minded fools. Your schemes hold no sway over me. I will watch you here waiting for you to come out. The moment you dare to leave, I will tear your head off." Such cowardice. Qin Yang was speechless. Clearly this Gusman had been deceived before. The Nangong Yu he spoke of was the second-ranked young sovereign of this generation. Hailing from the primeval Star River of the Union headquarters, it was rumored that both his parents were martial kings and even descendants of martial emperors. In any case, his background was extremely formidable. An ordinary person dared not provoke him. "I don't think your brain is any better." Qin Yang shook his head helplessly, then sneered, "You overestimate yourself. To kill you I need no treacherous schemes. Not to mention you, Gusman. Even if it were Loki's, the prodigy of the Titan clan, I could still slay him. Before killing Loki's, I'll send you down first." With those words, Qin Yang's figure vanished eerily. Gusman's pupils contracted slightly. This human was truly unafraid of him. He even wanted to kill him. This was the first time he had encountered such a person. Every human he had met before, even Nangong Yu, acted with hesitation, setting up formations and deliberately provoking him, hoping to slay him through such means. Fortunately, he had many treasures and had narrowly escaped. Could it be that I overthought? Is this just a reckless, worthless human? A thought flashed through Gusman's mind, and his right hand instantly twisted, striking toward the back of his own head. Almost instantly, Qin Yang's figure appeared behind Gusman's head. Before Qin Yang could react, Gusman's fist had already hurtled toward him. Qin Yang was not surprised. Gusman was also a soul walker, and his powerful spiritual energy allowed him to perceive every movement around him. Qin Yang charged forward, his fist radiating a silver-white glow. Taisu Pajia fist. Boom. Their fists collided, the terrifying force tearing through the air and stirring up a piercing blast. Gusman's expression changed slightly. The power transmitted through the punch was such that his body could barely withstand it. This was an extremely unusual occurrence. The Titan clan, an ancient and unique race in the universe, were known for their immense size and boundless strength. Over the long ages, they had always conquered worlds with their powerful physiques. Normally, the strength of the Titan clan should overpower any being of the same realm. Although Gusman was a half-breed with a flawed constitution, failing to perfectly inherit the Titan traits, he was still not someone ordinary beings could compare to. It was widely said among the Titan clan that they were once an ancient divine race, but because they committed a great sin, their authority was stripped away. Yet their innate traits remained. Because of this, the Titan clan considered themselves lofty gods, holding the ancient god clan in contempt. In their eyes, the ancient god clan was utterly unworthy of being called divine. "Your strength is not impressive either." Qin Yang frowned. He had only been testing, wanting to gauge the Titan clan's power. After the exchange, he found Gusman's strength was not particularly outstanding. At least it did not live up to the widespread claim that Titan clan's strength suppressed all beings of the same realm. A mongrel is a mongrel, inheriting a bit from both sides, excelling in neither, losing the traits of both. Qin Yang immediately realized it was due to his mixed blood lineage. According to Titan clan beliefs, he could not perfectly inherit the divine power of the Titans. With a loud bang, Gusman could not withstand Qin Yang's strength and was blasted away. "Shut up, despicable human. I possess the noble bloodline of the ancient gods. How could you compare?" Gusman's expression remained calm as he formed a hand seal, Titan dragon, subduing seal. Instantly, a faint radiance burst forth, transforming into a massive seal that descended upon Qin Yang. Taisu Pajia fist. "You have disappointed me. The world claims you are the foremost prodigy of the Titan clan in this generation, but now I see you are nothing special. Clearly you are unworthy of being called the foremost prodigy." Qin Yang shattered the divine radiance with a single punch, his body bathed in golden light, solemn and majestic, like an awakened wrathful Vajra. "What do you know?" As if struck by the truth, the previously silent Gusman gradually turned ferocious. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed repeatedly in the air, both as swift as lightning, their power boundless, stirring up endless waves that swept in all directions. Mountains around them exploded, countless rocks filling the sky. "Come, This was the first time Qin Yang had completely let loose, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his heart exhilarated as he continuously charged at Gusman. Punch after punch landed. Gusman's massive body recoiling step by step, a trace of blood appearing on his face. In contrast, Qin Yang seemed unchanged. The power of his 100 refined golden body made him fearless against Gusman's attacks. Taisu Pajie fist. A punch struck Gusman's chest, sending him flying backward, crashing violently into the mountain wall. I am no match for him. Gusman could not believe it. He had always been extremely confident in his physical body. Though inferior to the monstrous titans, it was still not too bad within the clan. Normally, he should have crushed Qin Yang. Who would have thought he would be suppressed? No, I cannot match him in strength and physique. If this continues, I will surely die. Gusman's heart sank, and a faint silver light flickered in his eyes. Almost at the same moment, a silver-white sword shot out from Gusman's head, radiating cold light, unstoppable. Extremely fast. A soul technique, and one of no low tier. Moreover, the quality of this blade was not low, it was actually of the 5th rank. Qin Yang did not dare to be careless. The soul-suppressing seal flew out, immediately blocking the divine sword. The two collided briefly, sparking fiercely. A 6th rank soul weapon. Who exactly are you? Gusman could not believe it. This was his ultimate trump card, enough to make even a grandmaster think twice. Moreover, Gusman felt that Qin Yang's strength was absurdly high. He should not be without any reputation. After all, even when facing Nangongyu, he had not felt such pressure. Nangongyu was skilled in schemes and insidious tactics. When interacting and fighting with him, one would often fall into his traps. Even so, Gusman had been confident. After all, Nangongyu was ranked 2nd. He did not dare to confront him head-on, only setting traps to assassinate him. Qin Yang was different. He was utterly unafraid. He matched him in every aspect and even surpassed him. I really don't know how you earned your reputation. Now I see it's all in name only. You are nothing but a worthless being propped up by others. Qin Yang let out a breath, having expected a thrilling battle. Who would have thought his opponent was too weak? You are too feeble. Fighting you any longer is meaningless. Let me send you off. Qin Yang formed a hand seal, a faint divine light flickering in his eyes. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of soul energy radiated outward. Formless Soul Seal. A special soul technique from the Nether Soul, Formless Soul Palace. Whoosh. The Formless Soul Seal instantly pierced through his head, completely obliterating his soul. In an instant, Gusman's eyes lost all focus. His enormous body crashed to the ground. The top prodigy Gusman fell like a meteor, forever buried here. Gusman is worth so much. That's a direct increase of 10,000 points. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. This was incredibly valuable. Killing a native at the pinnacle of the innate stage only gave 10 points. A 1,000-fold difference. This was truly outrageous. Although Gusman was indeed much stronger than the natives, it shouldn't have reached such a terrifying margin. Could it be the difference between a boss and an elite mob? I wonder if some powerful natives have this many points. Or perhaps every member of the 3 major factions has such high points. If that's the case, we're forced to hunt down people from other factions. There were no rules, nor could one see the so-called point values. So it was hard to determine if this was true. If it was true, then there would be no need to consider natives. Instead, they would kill people from the 3 major factions. This way they would earn more points. None of the 4 sides would consider natives, only members of other factions. After all, what was the purpose of the college entrance exam? Wasn't it to achieve a higher rank and enter a better martial arts university? To get a better ranking, most would definitely abandon the natives with low points. Or perhaps only some special existences have high points. Qin Yang thought for a moment. He recalled that Gusman was considered one of the top 2 existences among the Titan clan. Such an existence was quite important. It would be normal for his points to be high, especially since Gusman's identity was somewhat special. He thought this was more reasonable. If the points for people from other factions were higher than for natives, then this so-called hunt would be meaningless. Forget it, these are not my concerns. I'll focus on raising my ranking first. Qin Yang no longer hesitated and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, near the Tianlan world, warships were stationed, their massive forms like giant beasts, sending chills down one's spine. Above, in a dark, sunless void pocket realm, several figures stood with auras as deep as the abyss. Among them was Zhao Yunlong, whom Qin Yang knew. Beside Zhao Yunlong stood a special figure. Tall and imposing, her voluptuous figure nearly burst her white dress. Her skin was flawless, her facial features exquisite, especially her golden eyes, with ancient patterns engraved in her pupils, radiating purity and holiness. Her golden hair cascaded freely, and she bore 3 pairs of golden light wings on her back. The Holy Spirit clan. A rather special race, somewhat akin to so-called angels. However, not the angels of Earth mythology, but the beautified human-like angels. Real angels were not humanoid. They had countless eyes, ferocious faces, and were extremely terrifying. On the other side stood a man in black armor with an evil and seductive face. His aura was strange, and he had a dragon horn on his head. His entire being exuded a deep, terrifying pressure. The Myriad Demons Alliance. This was an extremely special faction gathering countless races. These races were known as ferocious beasts, but after contact with the human alliance, they were renamed demons. The last was a woman with a burly figure nearly 10,000 meters tall. Her face was rough, somewhat ugly. The Titan clan. These four were the strong ones sent by the four major powers to guard. One to protect their own people, one to prevent the strong from Tianlan world from escaping, and also to prevent those below Grandmaster in Tianlan world from interfering. Simply put, they were maintaining order. The human alliance killed Gusman of the Titan clan. Zhao Yunlong, when did your humans produce such a genius? The Myriad Demons Alliance's strong one was called Tianze. Tianze's red eye showed surprise as he looked at Zhao Yunlong. He had seen the top 100 human geniuses, but never the name Qin Yang. The Holy Spirit clan's Sheng Yu spoke, her voice crisp and pleasant. Gusman was among the top 5 of this batch. This Qin Yang can kill Gusman. His strength is extraordinary. Sheng Yu paused, then continued, this little fellow of your human race is in trouble. Gusman is the son of Anna. Anna was the name of the Titan clan's strong one. At this moment her expression was very unpleasant. Even without any movement the other three could perceive her anger. The killing intent was so overwhelming it nearly churned the surrounding void. This Qin Yang is so ruthless. He kills without hesitation. Zhao Yunlong was extremely shocked. Initially when he gave Qin Yang the task, he had no hope. He even mentioned the soul-suppressing seal casually because he didn't care about it, and with Yi Tianji around, he would definitely give face. It was just a matter of going with the flow. He didn't even think Qin Yang could last a few rounds against Gusman, who knew Qin Yang would kill Gusman right at the start. This completely exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Qin Yang had killed Gusman, putting him far ahead in points. Perhaps he really had a chance to get first place. This special competition was also a covert contest among the major powers. It was a competition to divide territories. Whoever had higher points would have the priority to choose territory. Moreover, they had specifically selected 10 strong experts to rank. The higher the rank, the more points. Gusman ranked 4th. Is it possible that it's not that Qin Yang is too strong, but that Gusman is all show? The Human Alliance and the Titan clan were not on good terms. Especially Zhao Yunlong, who had a bad relationship with Gusman's family. Because when Gusman's father defected from humanity, he killed many people, including Zhao Yunlong's family. Sheng Yu's expression remained unchanged as she said blandly, you humans are indeed cunning, hiding him so deep. Qin Yang can kill Gusman. In terms of strength, he deserves to be in the top 3. I think we can adjust the points. Let him take Gusman's points, how about that? Tianze smiled slightly. I agree. There was a hint of meaning in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Yunlong. Let you show off. Zhao Yunlong's expression changed slightly. I disagree. The points were set long ago. How can they be changed? He knew well the schemes of these people. They simply wanted to raise Qin Yang's points. If their people could kill Qin Yang, they could get an extra 10,000 points. This would invisibly increase the pressure on humans. Moreover, Qin Yang's initial lead would be lost. Anna said with a cold smile, Qin Yang has taken my son's place, so naturally, he should inherit my son's rights and status. Moreover, such a case of an underdog defeating the strong is rare. Announce it to everyone in Tianlan world. Anna intended to make Qin Yang a target of everyone. After all, Qin Yang had no fame and was not noticed. Killing Gusman was unknown to anyone. That way no one would target Qin Yang. Once the achievement was publicized, it would be different. Qin Yang would immediately become famous. He would no longer be a nobody. In that case, an announcement is fine. But I want to add a rule: any top 10 who is killed must be announced. And if someone kills a top 10 more than once, they gain an extra 1,000 points each time, and the base points double with each announcement. How about that? Zhao Yunlong knew he couldn't stop them. Since that was the case, he might as well add more rules to help humans gain more points. And he now had confidence in Qin Yang. Qin Yang could kill Gusman, meaning few below him were a match. Agreed. Agreed. All three had no objections. Immediately a message spread to all terminals of the 4 major powers. Human Alliance kills Gusman of the Titan clan. As soon as this news spread, the 4 major powers erupted. This time Qin Yang had achieved his goal. He had made a name for himself with a single stunning feat. The announcement that Human Alliance Qin Yang has slain the Titan clan's Gusman was immediately sent to the contestants' terminals. It was like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up waves of shock. Everyone was stunned, mainly because Gusman was renowned and considered a top prodigy, whereas Qin Yang was unknown to anyone. At this moment, within a city, Yi Mingwei had just killed several ambushing natives and was about to loot their bodies when she saw the message on her terminal. She immediately froze, stunned. Chen Qianqian beside her was also astonished. She knew Qin Yang was confident, and that his strength must have grown significantly, but she never expected it to be so heaven-defying. He could even kill Gusman. It must be known that Gusman was ranked among the top 5. Yi Mingyue's expression changed as she said gravely, do you think this person is Qin Yang? She still couldn't quite believe it. Originally, she had come to carry Qin Yang through the trials and had been annoyed when he refused her help. Now it seemed Qin Yang didn't need her protection at all. No wonder he had no need to refuse her. Her strength was almost equal to Gusman's, a 50-50 match. It was normal for either side to win or lose. But Yi Mingwen knew that she would most likely be the one defeated. Gusman had overwhelming advantages in every aspect. He had almost no shortcomings. Similarly, he had no outstanding strengths either. He was extremely balanced. Both his physical body and spiritual soul were formidable. It was often with this type, those without many weaknesses. Unless they encountered an exceptionally powerful cultivator, ordinary people could hardly defeat them. Qin Yang smiled and said, "What do you think?" Yi Mingyue fell silent. She had an answer in her heart. This Qin Yang was most likely the real one. If the Alliance hadn't investigated, I would seriously suspect that this guy had been possessed. Or even a martial king's possession. To reach such a cultivation level in just a month. This is no longer a matter of talent. Yi Mingyue let out a breath. She had to admit defeat. How long had Qin Yang been cultivating? At most just a month. From an ordinary person, he leaped straight to the peak of the innate realm. And he was among the strongest of them. His talent was so formidable, it was hard to accept. White God Empire, White Jade Tower. Nangong Yi casually tossed the corpse in his hand aside and raised an eyebrow. Gusman is dead. What background does this Qin Yang have? Gusman's rise to fame and renown was largely due to Nangong Yi. If he hadn't failed in his ambush on Gusman, allowing Gusman to counterattack, Gusman wouldn't have become so famous. That incident was also the most humiliating for Nangong Yi. Since then he had been planning to restore his honor by finding and killing Gusman. Who would have thought that Gusman was already dead and killed by an unknown cultivator? He had vaguely heard this name before, but had no impression. This Qin Yang is quite interesting. Let's see if there's a chance later to go head-to-head with him. Under the spread of the terminal. Qin Yang had completely shocked everyone with his sudden fame. All the contestants knew Qin Yang's name. Some were stunned, some were enraged. Their emotions varied, but one thing was the same, they all knew the name Qin Yang. Damn, the Titan clan had no martial ethics. Seeing his name broadcasted, Qin Yang was a bit annoyed. Although he did want to make a name for himself through the college entrance exam, he hadn't planned to be exposed so soon. Now that his feat of killing Gusman had spread, any being similar to Gusman that he encountered later would certainly be on guard. This was not a good thing. Luckily there's no photo, so this is still acceptable. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. If a photo had been circulated, he would definitely become a target for everyone. Whether natives or contestants, especially the other three major forces, would surely target him. Although Qin Yang was formidable, one fist could not stand against four hands. If he were surrounded, he would be in trouble. I wonder if Lan Xinyu and Huang Heng and the others upon hearing this news will make a move against me. If they give up, that would be troublesome. Qin Yang slowly exhaled. During the exam period there were no restrictions. This meant that even if humans killed each other there would be no punishment. Therefore every college entrance exam was extremely harsh. Many people died at the hands of their own kind. Their motives varied. Some wanted to eliminate more people to boost their own ranking. Others sought revenge. Originally Qin Yang had planned to kill Yi Qingxue during the exam. Unfortunately that guy had been possessed and was already killed. Later the Feng family's contact wanted to kill him. Qin Yang was waiting. Both Huang Heng and the so-called Lan Xinyu would likely see him as a target. Initially Qin Yang had planned to use this to ambush these people. But now that the news had spread, he didn't know if they would overthink. Meanwhile, in the Jade God Empire, White Jade City, on a luxurious loft several figures were seated at a table. The two leading figures were young. Huang Heng swirled the wine in his cup, a smile on his face, and looked at the demonic man beside him with bull horns on his head. He said softly, "Ao Shan, I want to kill someone. I'm not confident alone, though I need your help." Ao Shan was a young elite of the Myriad Demon Alliance, and one of the top 10 powerhouses in this exam. His true form was extremely strange and no one knew what it was, but they knew he possessed a trace of dragon blood. The two had a decent friendship and had teamed up for a better ranking. They had joined forces from the start. Ao Shan took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Qin Yang can even kill Gusman, he's indeed troublesome. But I need conditions to act." "What conditions can you offer?" Huang Heng said, "I'll share half of the Feng family's bounty with you as long as we can kill him." At first Huang Heng indeed did not take Qin Yang seriously. He thought a mere innate mid-stage cultivator could be easily crushed. Now it was different. Gusman had died at Qin Yang's hands. Even though he didn't believe Qin Yang had that ability, Gusman was indeed dead by Qin Yang's hand. He had to be cautious. So he specifically sought Ao Shan's help. Deal. Ao Shan's eyes lit up. Huang Heng had said the Feng family's reward was not low. This mission wasn't too difficult either. Qin Yang's ability to kill Gusman showed he was indeed strong. But if the two of them joined forces, they could also kill Gusman, and with great ease. Although we don't know how Qin Yang killed Gusman, given Gusman's strength, even if he killed him, he himself must be in a bad state. He must be heavily wounded now, and this is our opportunity. Huang Heng's eyes gleamed as he said with a cold smile, "At this time Qin Yang is at his weakest. I just need to find Qin Yang, and I can easily kill him." Ao Shan nodded. "Indeed, I'll have my subordinates search for Qin Yang's whereabouts. You also need to have your people search for Qin Yang." Huang Heng nodded. "No problem." They were quite wary of Qin Yang's strength, so they were being cautious. Qin Yang didn't know that Huang Heng was not intimidated, but had instead found an ally. If Qin Yang knew, he would probably laugh himself to death. The easy prey had arrived. Gusman's death indeed made Qin Yang a sensation. It also brought him considerable trouble. Since Gusman, Qin Yang had encountered numerous attacks. Most were natives, a few from other factions or humans. Clearly many had set their sights on him. As for these, Qin Yang paid them no heed. With his current strength, he could slaughter them at will. Someone's attacking at this hour. Seems I've become a target for everyone. Qin Yang felt somewhat helpless. He didn't understand why, without a photo, so many came to kill him. And they recognized him directly. At first he didn't get it, but later he learned that someone had spread his photo on a forum. Now everyone knew him. Because of this, Qin Yang had killed many ambushers. His points had increased, but it also brought no small trouble. The main issue was that the points were too few. Most were just a few points, rarely even 10. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. Daily Intelligence 1. At 2:00 a.m. today, the Jade God Emperor received a divine decree from the upper gods. Slaying Qin Yang grants the chance to ascend to the divine realm. To seize this opportunity, the Jade God Emperor dispatched all his elites to hunt Qin Yang. Daily Intelligence 2. To complete the task in time, the Jade God Emperor used a fragment of the Book of Fate to deduce Qin Yang's whereabouts. Daily Intelligence 3. Lan Xinyu learned Qin Yang's location through some intel and is now gathering forces to head toward him. Daily Intelligence Huang Heng obtained intelligence on Qin Yang's whereabouts and allied with Ao Shan to hunt him down. All hunting me. I really have become public enemy number 1. Qin Yang's mouth twitched. Out of 4 intelligence reports, 3 were about hunting him. Now humans, natives, and even other factions were all involved. Ao Shan, I remember he's from the Myriad Demon Alliance, one of the top 10. Killing him should yield a lot of points. The Jade God Emperor actually has a fragment of the Book of Fate. No, I must get that fragment. The power of the Book of Fate was undeniable. Even a fragment had immense utility, especially its ability to shield from heavenly prying. That was excellent. The complete Book of Fate was a 9th grade divine weapon containing the secret to ascension. Though how many fragments existed was unknown, gathering them all would grant him a 9th grade divine weapon. The value of such a weapon was clear. Qin Yang was determined to collect them all. Now that everyone is watching me, no matter where I go, I'll face endless pursuit. Instead of that, I'll wait for them here. Originally he had planned to leave, but after learning this intelligence he immediately abandoned the idea. Running around was too troublesome. It was better to wait here. This Lan Xinyu still has the nerve to kill me. He probably thinks the one who killed Gusman wasn't me, but a namesake. He had worried Lan Xinyu might chicken out. Now there was nothing to worry about. Since the other wanted to come and die, he could only send him on his way. With that thought, Qin Yang sat cross-legged on the mountaintop, breathing in spiritual energy. About half an hour later, a group charged from the south. There were 4 in total, 2 men and 2 women. When they saw Qin Yang, their eyes lit up. Lan Xinyu smiled and said, "The target is right in front of us. Kill him, and we'll get our reward from the Feng family." He's not particularly formidable. He was only at the mid-stage of the innate realm a few days ago. Even if he's talented at most, he's now at the late stage of the innate realm. He's no match for us. Hearing this, the other 3 also smiled. The Feng family was offering too much. It was hard not to be tempted. All of them were excited, looking at Qin Yang as if he were a mountain of gold. But there was also caution. A girl spoke softly. "The person who killed Gusman is likely the one in front of us. He killed Gusman, which means he's strong. We should be careful." Huang Shan replied, "Don't you know Gusman's strength? How could Qin Yang have killed him?" The terminal said it was a namesake. Lan Xinyu also smiled and said, "No need to be so cautious. This Qin Yang is nothing. If we attack together, he's as good as dead." With that, the 4 stopped hiding, soared to the mountaintop, and struck together, aiming to kill Qin Yang instantly, not giving him a chance to escape. Boom. Several attacks landed on Qin Yang, sending up a cloud of dust. "You finally arrived." Qin Yang's voice rang out, and their expressions shifted slightly. When the dust cleared, Qin Yang stood bathed in golden light, like an indestructible Vajra, without a single scratch. The 4's attacks had left no mark on him. Who is Huang Shan, and who is Lan Xinyu? Qin Yang rose, his gaze sweeping over them, shifting constantly. "Who we are doesn't matter," Lan Xinyu said coldly. "The dead don't need to know so much. Kill. As long as we kill him, we can enter the Starry Martial University and completely change our fate." Lan Xinyu vaguely guessed that Qin Yang was probably the one who had killed Gusman. He felt a pang of regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. But now that the battle had begun, even if he wanted to leave, Qin Yang wouldn't allow it. A girl hesitated and said, "Let's just go. Qin Yang killed Gusman. Even with all of us together, we might not be a match." She was afraid. Their combined attack hadn't even scratched Qin Yang. "Leave? Don't you ask if Qin Yang will allow it." Lan Xinyu cursed inwardly. This woman was indeed holding them back. At such a time, she couldn't read the situation. Lan Xinyu is right. None of you will leave this place. Or rather, you won't even have the chance to move. Qin Yang smiled, and a blue light shot from his eyes. The formless soul palace. A torrent of soul power erupted from his body, instantly seizing control of the 4 souls. A soul walker. Qin Yang is a soul walker. I can't move. Damn it. Lan Xinyu's heart was filled with fear and resentment toward the Feng family's intelligence. Why hadn't they told them Qin Yang was a soul walker? Damn it. At their current level, they were no match for a soul walker. Bang. Qin Yang gave them no chance to speak. In an instant, the 4 exploded like bombs. For someone of Qin Yang's current level, existences, like Lan Xinyu, could be killed with a single thought. No need for a grand effort. After killing the four, Qin Yang immediately resumed his cultivation. About half an hour later, Huang Heng and Ao Shan flew over. They didn't attack immediately, but landed not far from Qin Yang, looking composed, as if victory was assured. Huang Heng, you've finally come. Qin Yang opened his eyes and spoke slowly. Huang Heng's eyes flickered with a strange light, and he smiled. So it seems you were waiting for me, Qin Yang. Can you tell me why you were waiting? I have no quarrel with you, do I? Qin Yang smiled. The Feng family wants me dead, and everyone knows it. I'm just waiting for the Feng family's lackeys. Saying this, Qin Yang slowly stood up, stretched, and showed his white teeth, smiling. I just didn't expect you to be one of the Feng family's lackeys. And you're not very confident, are you? You even brought someone along. Huang Heng's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly. You killed Gusman, which means you're among the top students in terms of strength. Right now I am indeed no match for you. But no matter how strong you are, you can't defeat both of us. As he spoke, Ao Shan stepped forward in tacit understanding, smiling. Kill yourself, Qin Yang, and we'll leave you a whole corpse. Qin Yang revealed a slightly ferocious smile, his voice icy. The last person who said that has already been sent to hell. And you two will join Gusman down there. Huang Heng and Ao Shan moved with remarkable synchronicity, trapping Qin Yang between them from both front and rear, leaving him no chance to escape. With a gentle demeanor and a smile on his face, Huang Heng looked at Qin Yang and said, Qin Yang, don't blame us. Blame yourself for offending the Feng family. Blame the Feng family for offering too much. We couldn't refuse. The Feng family's resolve to kill Qin Yang was beyond imagination. Even Huang Heng was moved by it. His family background was not insignificant. Though lacking a martial king, they did possess a great grandmaster. His great-grandfather, the ruler of a star system, had stepped into the great-grandmaster realm many years ago. Though he had no hope of reaching the next level, he had used his cultivation to build a legacy that afforded Huang Heng an excellent upbringing. With Huang Heng's own talent not lacking, he enjoyed the best treatment within the clan. Normally, ordinary things could not stir him, but this time the Feng family offered far too much. He could not resist. Kill. No more talk, finish him quickly. Ao Shan could no longer hold back. With a furious roar, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide and a thunderous sound burst forth. A dragon's roar and tiger's howl. The sound waves carrying violent ripples that tore through the air and shook the heavens and earth. The air rippled like waves and the mountain beneath their feet exploded, sending dust and smoke billowing. Dragon's roar sound. A 5th-grade martial technique, it was the supreme inherited skill of Ao Shan's clan. Legend had it that dragon's roar sound could destroy everything. With a single turn of the sound, the sky would split and the earth would crack, utterly terrifying. Galactic rage. Huang Shan struck almost simultaneously, his long sword slicing through the air. Sword energy swept across, churning the surroundings. A silvery white radiance surged like tidal waves, as if the Milky Way had descended, its monstrous waves engulfing everything. Boom. 2 terrifying attacks were unleashed at the same time. Dragon's roar sound shook the soul, while the sword light brimmed with killing intent, both aimed at Qin Yang's head. The two had fought together many times, their synergy needed no words. With their combined martial techniques, they had slain numerous grandmasters. That was why they were so confident. Individually, they were indeed no match for Qin Yang. On that point, they were self-aware. Gu Simon's strength was beyond doubt. But if they joined forces, they had enough confidence to kill Gu Simon as well. Nice sound, but too loud for nothing. A faint golden light emerged on Qin Yang's body, and in an instant it covered him entirely. Like an angry Vajra, indestructible and unbreakable. Let me teach you what a soul strike is. Ignoring Huang Shan's attack, Qin Yang's gaze turned icy, and he let out a low roar, formless soul wave. Roar. It was like the howling of malevolent spirits, countless demons wailing without end. The piercing sound spread out, ringing through the clouds. In an instant, as if evil spirits were descending, Ao Shan's whole body trembled, his soul shook, and he fell into a momentary stupor. A soul walker. 4th grade. Ao Shan's pupils contracted, every hair on his body stood on end, and he retreated swiftly. Huang Heng, you screwed me over. This guy is a 4th grade soul walker. No wonder Gu Simon died at his hands. A soul walker was invincible within the same realm. At the same cultivation level, it was almost impossible to rival one. Normally, a soul walker could easily crush opponents of the same tier. Low-level martial artists had weak souls, often not even developed. But a soul walker was different. They cultivated the soul itself, able to slay enemies with soul attacks that were impossible to defend against. A soul walker. Huang Heng shuddered, his pupils constricting. His intelligence file had not mentioned Qin Yang being a soul walker. He had been set up. Cursing inwardly, Huang Heng thought, damn the Feng family. They didn't give me this information. No wonder they offered such a huge reward. Martyrs. Huang Heng immediately explained, the information I got didn't include this. I was set up too. After saying this, Huang Heng turned and ran. What was the point of fighting? A soul walker was invincible. If Qin Yang wanted to, none of them could escape. Besides, they had no divine weapons to protect their souls. Such items were too expensive, not something ordinary people could afford. At least not someone of their background. Normally, only a great grandmaster could barely afford a soul-protecting treasure, and even then the quality would not be high. Run. Did I give permission? A cold voice slowly emanated. Ao Shan felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning pale. He clutched his head and immediately begged for mercy. This has nothing to do with me, spare me. If you let me go, I can kill Huang Heng for you. And I can give you anything you want. Proud as he was when faced with the choice between dignity and life, Ao Shan chose the latter. He knew he was absolutely no match for Qin Yang. Nor would he invoke the 10,000 Demon Alliance. That was pointless. The Human Alliance was no weaker than them. Moreover, with talent like Qin Yang's, the Human Alliance would surely choose to protect him. That was beyond doubt. Even if he died, the 10,000 Demon Alliance would not say anything. Struggles among the same generation were all a matter of fate. The older generation could not interfere, at least not directly bullying the young and breaking the rules. Otherwise, it would trigger a war between the two major forces. Unless one had sufficient value, or if Qin Yang was too monstrous, making the 10,000 Demon Alliance feel threatened. But clearly Ao Shan did not meet that standard. He was merely a top prodigy of this generation. In the broader 10,000 Demon Alliance, he was only a standout, not worth the alliance paying such a heavy price. Bang! Without wasting words, Qin Yang punched the dog's head to pieces. With a secret technique in his palm, he crushed the soul. In my eyes, you are nothing but ants. Do I need your help? Qin Yang sneered. The moment Ao Shan appeared, his death was sealed. Ao Shan is dead. So fast. Huang Heng's heart sank to the bottom. He had hoped Ao Shan would buy him a few moments. He never expected Qin Yang to be so monstrous. Killing Ao Shan in a matter of seconds. Who the hell gathered this intelligence? So useless. Huang Heng couldn't help cursing. If he had known Qin Yang was a 4th grade soul walker, he would never have come. No way. If he had to act, he would have brought someone stronger. Not like today, where the two of them had rushed over, recklessly confident and arrogant, treating Qin Yang like fish on a chopping board. Huang Heng did not know that the intelligence gatherers were not to blame. Qin Yang's breakthrough had been too fast. When they collected the information, Qin Yang was not a soul walker. He had simply refined the heart of heavenly soul seed and stepped into that realm. In short, his breakthrough was so rapid that the intelligence was completely outdated. Meanwhile, Qin Yang had somehow appeared before Huang Heng. His golden glowing hand grabbed Huang Heng's neck, and he said coolly, "Why are you running so fast? Ao Shan is still waiting for you to keep him company down there." Huang Heng's face flushed crimson. His body was completely bound, his chi and blood sealed, unable to move at all. At this moment, Huang Heng sensed the arrival of death. Don't kill me. I know of a secret realm with a treasure, a destiny hidden within. Once I pass the college entrance exam, I'll tell you where that treasure is. Qin Yang's face remained indifferent. Without even looking up, he snapped Huang Heng's neck. That trick is too cliché. You deserve to die. Huang Heng's head fell to the ground, his face etched with unwillingness and despair. He couldn't understand why a treasure like destiny did not move Qin Yang. Wasn't Qin Yang just an ordinary person? 4th grade divine weapon, 5th grade divine weapon. These fellows are quite wealthy. Qin Yang searched the storage divine weapons of the two, finding a considerable amount of items. Various cultivation resources piled up like mountains, and several divine weapons. He glanced over them roughly. There were no particularly outstanding treasures, but their value was not low. It was still decent. Then Qin Yang completely retrieved all of the two's belongings. The points increased twice, once by 8,000 and once by 5,000. These two fellows have quite a lot of points. Not much less than Gusamon. And killing Huang Heng also yields points. Qin Yang didn't understand. Killing Ao Shan for points made sense. After all, he was an alien race. Huang Heng was human, also considered one of our own. Normally there should be no points. What exactly is the purpose of this so-called Gaokao? Qin Yang frowned deeply. The more he understood, the more he couldn't fathom the intentions of those above. At first he thought it was a brutal assessment where students had to temper themselves on a dangerous battlefield, and only the strong could emerge victorious, thus selecting the best talents. Now it seemed quite different. Here there were no rules or restrictions. Regardless of your race, you could kill your opponent. There was no constraint. Moreover, killing those ranked high yielded substantial points. On the contrary, killing natives didn't give many points. What is this all for? Qin Yang truly couldn't understand what those above were up to. What exactly was the purpose of the so-called Gaokao? Was it to select talents or to serve as sacrifices for some purpose? Qin Yang took a deep breath and murmured to himself, forget it. The Gaokao only lasts 7 days, and I have more than 5 days left now. During this time, I must boost my points so that others cannot surpass me. Also, the Yushin Kingdom will target me next. Especially since the Heavenly Fate book is in the Yushin Kingdom. I must obtain it. He definitely wanted to get his hands on the fragment of the Heavenly Fate book. After a moment of thought, Qin Yang headed forward. In the center of the Yushin Kingdom, the Yushin Imperial Palace. This was the core of the Yushin Kingdom, where the fragment of the Heavenly Fate book was located. Vast void. The 4 martial kings observed the Tianlan world as all kinds of news surged in from within. One person suppressed and killed Huang Heng and Ao Shan. Zhao Yunlong, this Qin Yang of yours is quite formidable. Tianze snorted coldly, his expression grim. He had a decent relationship with Ao Shan, who Ao Shan's ancestor had followed Tianzi for a time. Now that Ao Shan was killed, Tianzi felt somewhat displeased. More importantly, Ao Shan's strength was not ordinary. He was considered one of the top 3 geniuses of the 10,000 Demons Alliance in this region. With Ao Shan dead, the 10,000 Demons Alliance's points would plummet significantly. This was not a good thing. This Gaokao determined the interests of each faction. The higher the overall ranking, the more benefits they would obtain. After all, the Tianlan world was once part of the ancient god clan. Such a world with a long history and long-standing heritage would contain all kinds of top-tier resources. And no one would not be tempted by these. Enough. We humans also have deaths. Qin Yang treats everyone equally. Zhao Yunlong couldn't be bothered to argue. Damn it wasn't just Ao Shan who died. Huang Heng also died alright. Their human side suffered considerable losses too. He even kills his own kind. This Qin Yang is decisive. Anna sneered, pity the wind that is outstanding in the forest is bound to be blown down. This Qin Yang won't live long. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. Especially Zhao Yunlong, who spoke coldly. You contacted those old immortals of the Tianlan world. Qin Yang's strength was evident. There were very few who could kill him. And the other party was so confident there was only one possibility. They had likely contacted some powerful figures from the Tianlan world. They intended to have these strong men kill Qin Yang. This was quite reasonable after all her son died at Qin Yang's hands. As a madwoman, Anna naturally would not let Qin Yang off. Zhao Yunlong's expression darkened, his tone icy. Anna, you dare to break the rules. After the Tianlan world was suppressed and slaughtered by the joint forces of several major powers, some people had hidden using a divine weapon. This divine weapon was rather special, and even martial kings could do nothing about it. Moreover, the major powers wanted the Tianlan world to completely decline. They established a rule that no one could contact the people of the Tianlan world. Now, to avenge her son, she had found the actual ruler of the Tianlan world clearly breaking the rules. No. Anna was composed, saying calmly, if I truly wanted to kill Qin Yang, why would I resort to such tricks? She knew she had been exposed, and even more so that others knew. But so what? Without evidence, even if the other party was furious, there was nothing they could do. Killed a native grandmaster, and almost killed Luo Qixi. Sheng Yi is somewhat interesting. Tianzi ignored the quarrel between the two, and simply stared at the messages coming from the terminal. Sheng Yi, the top powerhouse of the Holy Spirit clan this time. He punched Luo Qixi and kicked the grandmaster. Such combat prowess was already extraordinary. Sheng Yi might be the only one who can contend with Qin Yang. As expected of the number 1 we selected, the examinees of the 4 major powers were being watched. Sheng Yi was no exception. As the strongest of the Holy Spirit clan this year, he lived up to expectations, cutting through like a hot knife through butter. This batch is too weak. Sheng Yu said indifferently without any fluctuation. Zhao Yunlong also remained silent. Yushan Empire Imperial Capital. In the vast and luxurious bedchamber, a man in his early 20s wearing an extravagant dragon robe sat upright on the dragon throne. The numerous ministers below trembled in fear, not daring to say much. The Yushan Emperor's expression was grim, and he said coldly, word has come from above, whoever can kill Qin Yang will be granted the opportunity to ascend to the upper realm. That's right, the strongmen of the Yushan Empire had not all died. They had even opened up a new space. Your Majesty, may we know who Qin Yang is? The people below truly didn't know. I don't know. Anyway, whoever among you can kill Qin Yang will have rendered a great service and can ascend to the upper realm. This so-called upper realm was one of the unique features of the Tianlan world. Its heritage had lasted for many years, so ancient that its origin was unknown. Upon hearing this, the many officials below suddenly had stars in their eyes. That's right, as long as they could kill Qin Yang, it was enough. He was merely at the Xiantian realm. He couldn't make much of a splash. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will definitely bring back Qin Yang's head. A mere Xiantian realm, nothing to speak of. Within a day at most, Qin Yang's head will appear before Your Majesty. The so-called upper realm was actually where the nobles who survived the massacre of the Tianlan world lived, and they were the ones who had been abandoned. The greatest wish of these abandoned people was to enter the upper realm. However, the upper realm would not open its doors, fearing that if they did, they would be ambushed by the major powers. Hearing that they could ascend to the upper realm, the officials below were all in a frenzy. Almost at the same time, a figure slowly walked forward from the front with a deep aura and a terrifying sense of pressure. I heard you want to kill me. The words were spoken calmly as Qin Yang slowly walked over. The grand hall stood resplendent, adorned with gold and intricate carvings. The young emperor stood before the golden throne, officials lined in 2 rows. At the wide entrance, a tall figure strode forward steadily, leaving bloody footprints with each step. Qin Yang casually tossed a head which rolled across the floor, trailing a jagged line of blood that had yet to dry. 3 at the Xiantian peak, 1 grandmaster. Qin Yang surveyed the hall, his expression unwavering. This sky-blue world had been ravaged so severely that few strong remained. The mightiest were merely grandmasters, and those were scarce. Fewer than 10 in the entire world, a pitiful number, barely a fraction of its former glory. Once a premier great world, the sky-blue world had now declined beyond imagination. "Bold villain, who are you to dare trespass into the imperial palace?" A man in black armor charged out, blade drawn. His black mask concealed his face, revealing only a pair of eyes blazing with fury and hatred. Xiantian peak. Whoosh. The blade's gleam was terrifying, slicing through the air like a white line, chilling the soul. It seemed able to cleave everything, and Qin Yang appeared, as if already split in two. Unexpectedly, the man halted before Qin Yang, his greatsword frozen an inch from Qin Yang's head, as if time itself had stopped. Xiantian peak. Still not enough. Qin Yang walked forward, passing the man. With a bang, the man's body exploded, splattering blood across the hall, staining its solemnity with an ominous dread. This man was the second strongest in the Yushan Empire, the emperor's personal guard, whose blade arts were so transcendent that he was revered as a blade saint throughout the empire. Yet even such a being lacked the means to resist. Witnessing this, the previously agitated crowd instantly calmed. It was as if a bucket of cold water had doused the fire in their hearts. Especially those officials who had intended to strike, they all stepped back. Fear and terror crept into many eyes. The unknown is the greatest source of fear. Though Qin Yang appeared merely at Xiantian peak, he wielded abilities akin to a god. This left everyone utterly devoid of the courage to act. The gap was too vast, as if from different dimensions. Many officials felt their mouths sealed shut, their eyes wide, as they watched Qin Yang ascend step by step. The young emperor of the Yushan Empire possessed a strong will, though fear flickered in his eyes. He quickly composed himself. Seated on the throne, he spoke coldly. "You are the outsider, Qin Yang. You knew I would kill you." The ancient god had provided the young emperor with ample information, including a portrait. So the moment he saw Qin Yang, he recognized him. But he had not expected Qin Yang to come knocking, just as he planned to have him killed. This caught him completely off guard. Qin Yang simply did not wish to be passive. That would be dull. So he chose to strike first. Moreover, the sky blue world now had few true powerhouses. Resources had been almost entirely stripped away, leaving the supernatural forces here pathetically weak. For instance, a Xiantian peak of this world was far inferior to one from the human alliance, lacking by 2 tiers, and even a grandmaster would not be much stronger. Simply put, malnutrition prevented them from truly manifesting the power of their realm. Of course, the advantage of a higher realm still existed. The gap between Xiantian and grandmaster was vast. Not just any Xiantian peak could handle it. Only exceptional prodigies could face a grandmaster head-on, or even slay one easily. Ordinary Xiantian peaks were still likely inferior to grandmasters. Qin Yang halted, a strange expression crossing his face. "You're a curious one. Didn't you yourself say you wanted to kill me? Why ask such a question?" Hearing this, the young emperor's expression remained unchanged. "I can see that from the start you knew you would kill me. Otherwise you wouldn't have come charging in directly." Qin Yang replied nonchalantly, "Forget about others, but someone like you, a noble, should know that our two races have long been irreconcilable. Even if I harbored goodwill, you would still make a move against me. Besides, this is a hunting ground, and you are the prey. As a hunter, what's strange about killing you?" He paused, then smiled. "I know you're stalling for time. But 2 peaks won't change anything." Peak was how this world referred to grandmasters. Different worlds had different names for realms. "Since you know, why don't you flee?" The young emperor's composure was unshaken even when exposed. "You outsiders may be somewhat stronger, but you are only at the supernatural stage. With 2 peaks acting against you, death is certain. Or do you believe 2 peaks are no match for you? To be honest, I've heard you outsiders are arrogant and look down on us." The young emperor rose abruptly, his eyes wide, voice low like a beast's growl, brimming with menace. "But today we will make you regret this. Today I will bury you here." The words fell like a signal. Amid the officials, a figure suddenly charged forward. Simultaneously, another person burst in from the doorway. Grandmasters. 2 grandmasters attacked together. Additionally, several Xiantian peaks joined in, including the young emperor himself. The onslaught was ferocious, striking at Qin Yang's vital points, intent on erasing him completely. One grandmaster aimed for his head, the other for his heart. Their strikes were lethal, leaving no escape. The others targeted his various organs, while the young emperor aimed for his lower body. Qin Yang was greatly exasperated. "I know you're small, but why be so petty?" The young emperor's face darkened, but he said nothing. "If you had faced any other Xiantian peak, you might have won by numbers. Only a handful could casually suppress you. But you're unlucky. You met me." Qin Yang smiled, his eyes gleaming with radiant silver light. His tall frame was enveloped in golden radiance. In an instant, silver and gold intertwined, forming a unique glow. Crack. Their attacks landed on Qin Yang, but they struck as if against steel, producing a cracking sound. Unyielding, immovable. Impossible. The crowd was stunned in disbelief. These were their strongest strikes. Even indestructible divine metal would have failed, yet they could not break through Qin Yang's body. "Nothing is impossible." A chilling voice echoed. The attackers felt their minds convulse, their souls shaken, and instantly fell unconscious. Soul tremor. It was a basic ability of a soul walker, but it was extremely effective. Boom. Qin Yang condensed a blade light in his palm, which leaped and shot out instantly. Like a swimming fish, it wandered freely through the space. Thud, thud, thud. Over 20 heads fell off, rolling on the ground like footballs. blood gushed out, and the surrounding atmosphere was shrouded in a bloody and oppressive aura. It's still too much of a dimensionality reduction strike. The gap between a major world and a minor world is too vast. Moreover, the devastation inflicted on the Tianlan world by the major powers in the past was so severe that it caused a complete generational gap in the Tianlan world. This resulted in grandmasters not reaching the Xiantian peak. But it also has to do with the heavenly mandate. Qin Yang understood very well why he could so easily kill these people. One reason was his own sufficient strength, the perfection of the 100 refinements golden body, and being a 4th-rank soul walker. These were advantages that other Xiantian peak cultivators could not match. All these conditions combined made Qin Yang formidable. It was also due to the defects of the Tianlan world. Once a major world after all its powerhouses were slaughtered, the heavenly mandate became precarious and went into complete hiding. Without the support of the heavenly mandate, the world itself declined. As previously stated, when the beings of a world are strong, the heavenly mandate becomes stronger. Conversely, when the heavenly mandate is in peril, the beings of that world also decline. The most typical example was Earth before the spiritual energy revival. At that time, Earth's heavenly mandate was almost dormant, and without the supply of spiritual energy, the supernatural was completely extinguished. Even with top-tier cultivation methods, no one could step into the supernatural or become a martial artist. Although there were 2 grandmasters in terms of actual strength, they couldn't compare to Gusman. 12,000, 11,000, and one of 50,000. Sensing the change in points, Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. Actually, he hadn't cared about the points from the natives, thinking they wouldn't be high. Unexpectedly, they were quite high. The 2 over 10,000 were definitely the 2 grandmasters. As for the 50,000, that was from the emperor. Why does this emperor have 50,000 points? This was what Qin Yang found most incomprehensible. In terms of realm, this emperor was only at Xiantian peak. Could it be that the emperor has some bonus? Qin Yang thought as he cleaned up the battlefield. Although the world had declined, there were still storage treasures. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could see everything inside the storage treasure. Found at the fragment of the heavenly mandate scripture. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Inside the young emperor's storage pouch was an ancient piece of paper. It looked ordinary with no unique features, yet it contained a distinctive aura. And this was the very fragment of the heavenly mandate scripture he had been searching for. What exactly is the origin of this heavenly mandate scripture? Qin Yang placed the item into his own storage space, feeling a bit curious. He could find no source or information about the heavenly mandate scripture. It was not something that Heaven's fortune martial king himself had forged, but rather his own opportunity. This meant that fragments of the heavenly mandate scripture were scattered across the entire Earth. Some had come to Earth and were obtained by Heaven's fortune martial king. One piece had come here and was collected by the Jade God Empire. Edge. This cultivation technique is quite good. Qin Yang's eyes lit up and a jade slip appeared in his hand. It contained a technique. Jade God returning cloud art, fuse divine iron to refine the body, making the flesh like sacred jade returning to unity. It can borrow the power of heaven and earth to reverse life and death. This was a 6th-rank body tempering art, quite special. Upon reaching great completion, it condenses the Jade God body, allowing the user to call upon the power of the Jade God to quickly recover from any injury. As long as there is a breath of life, they can instantly revive on the spot. A rather excellent technique. Moreover, this body tempering art has a higher level version. Its grade is not low. Good stuff. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. The 100 refinements golden body was only 4th rank, barely adequate at this stage. If he stepped into a higher realm, the 100 refinements golden body would no longer suffice. He had originally planned to find a good body tempering technique. Now this perfectly supplemented his needs. Moreover, the secret art has an even higher level. Qin Yang suspected that it should still be in this world, or perhaps in the Alliance. Back then the Tianlan world was thoroughly looted and countless treasures were taken away. No resources were left behind, and such a high-level technique must have been taken. He just didn't know which faction had it. After all, it wasn't only the human alliance that acted back then. Just as Qin Yang was happily tallying his spoils, the sky outside darkened as rolling black clouds surged like an army approaching, accompanied by lightning and thunder, with violent tremors like the roar of the thunder god, permeating a terrifying sense of oppression. Qin Yang's eyes flashed, and he immediately moved away from his spot. 2 seconds after he left, a terrifying bolt of lightning tore through the sky, and the massive lightning instantly engulfed the entire hall. Following that, one terrifying lightning bolt after another like a sea of thunder completely enveloped the entire imperial palace. The dazzling lightning was shocking and horrifying to behold. As if the heavens were roaring, bolt after bolt chased after Qin Yang. Damn, divine punishment has come. Qin Yang wanted to curse. I'm just a Xiantian realm cultivator. You the great heavens, why are you chasing me? It's not like I caused your heavenly mandate to slumber. Stop chasing. Watching the lightning bolts fall continuously as if they were bloodthirsty. Qin Yang was utterly speechless. Is it really necessary? I just killed a few grandmasters. Is it worth this? Or is that Jade God Emperor particularly important? Qin Yang couldn't help but ponder. The Jade God Emperor's realm was ordinary, nothing special, yet he could get 50,000 points. Could it mean that the position of emperor carries some aspect of the heavenly mandate? To some extent, was he also an incarnation of the heavenly mandate? Therefore, by killing that emperor, he incurred the heavenly mandate's wrath. So that's why it tirelessly pursued him. What a pity about the treasures in the palace. Qin Yang felt regretful. There must have been many treasures in the palace. He had been planning to take his time, but now they were all swept away by the heavenly tribulation. The precious items inside were completely swept away, utterly destroyed. Even if something remained, it had most likely lost its spiritual essence and become worthless. After about half an hour, the heavenly tribulation gradually ceased. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was over. If the tribulation had continued, the impact would have been significant. At least for him personally, it added no small amount of threat. Meanwhile, in the vast void, sensing the changes in the Tianlan world, the four martial kings' calm expressions gradually showed a hint of surprise. The heavenly mandate of the Tianlan world has moved. Those old fellows have finally decided to act. Tianzi revealed a sinister smile and said lightly, after so many years they finally couldn't hold back. It seems they realize they are about to lose. Why did the Tianlan world still exist? It wasn't because the major powers were kind-hearted, but because there was profit to be made. As a former major world, the Tianlan world's heavenly mandate was extremely strong. The quality of the heavenly mandate was very high. For martial kings, such a heavenly mandate was the best cultivation resource. For many years, the major powers had wanted to capture the heavenly mandate, yet they had never found a way. Until recently, the Tianlan world, seemingly unable to hold on, came to them. The two sides reached a cooperation. The conditions were simple. The major powers would send beings into the Tianlan world to compete in a tournament lasting 7 days. The two sides would kill each other, and according to different levels, they would obtain different points. The one with the highest final points wins. If the Tianlan world wins, the major powers cannot trouble the Tianlan world. If their side wins, the Tianlan world's heavenly mandate will completely release its restrictions, allowing them to hunt freely. Why was this? It was simply because the heavenly mandate had declined too severely. If it continued, the heavenly mandate would weaken, and they would inevitably become prey for the major powers. The heavenly mandate needed soul replenishment, like recharging energy, to restore its strength. And these beings entering the world were the heavenly mandate's feed. The major powers were well aware of this, but they didn't care. Because compared to the loss of beings, being able to capture the heavenly mandate in advance was clearly more important. To put it bluntly, the beings involved were just a gamble between several worlds. Or merely crickets. Whichever side's cricket was stronger, they would win and obtain rewards. As for what those crickets gained, it didn't matter. If one's strength was insufficient, they were merely pawns of the strong, or consumables used to obtain higher resources. This was why killing one's own kind didn't matter. Because the major powers had long set up a net and began to calculate the hidden location of the heavenly mandate. Whether the heavenly mandate received replenishment or they won, the major powers could obtain the location of the heavenly mandate. In short, these strong ones had no loss. If there was any loss, it was only the beings who were used as crickets. Those from large families were fine with enough means to protect themselves and no danger. Ordinary people were truly just consumables. This was the truth of the so-called college entrance examination. The weak are prey to the strong. This world is truly real. Having deduced the truth of the college entrance examination, Qin Yang's heart was calm, without much emotion. This was already a common occurrence. In such a transcendent world, especially in the cosmic era, human life is like grass, not just empty words. It demonstrates clearly through action. The weak struggle to survive, only the strong endure. If one lacks strength, they can only become expendable material. Even the law won't protect you, unless you have sufficient value. This was already the case in Tianhai City, and it's a microcosm of the entire human alliance. It's not a matter of the sky being high and the emperor far away. Ordinary people without talent are often disregarded. Similarly to some high-level beings, these so-called participants in the college entrance examination are the same. It's just a different level. Of course, this doesn't mean everyone is like this. Those who are more outstanding or have connections will be protected. They themselves have considerable talent, and with the infusion of background resources, they possess formidable combat power, making them hard to kill. Even if they encounter powerful enemies, they have various means of protection. Qin Yang was also among them. Speaking of which, I'm also a privileged dog. Not just any privileged dog. Now I understand why the Black Moon Martial King gave me the Black Moon Jade Pendant. In short, it gave me the ability to protect myself. From this perspective, my performance back then was indeed valuable. Qin Yang understood in his heart that such help was not without cost. Everything carries its own value. It's just a matter of when the value is revealed. Regarding this, Qin Yang was not opposed. He was alone, a solitary person. To rapidly improve himself, it was impossible to rely solely on himself. He must leverage external forces to accelerate the pace of advancement. Of course, all of this would surely yield returns later. As for this, Qin Yang was happy to accept. The precondition was that it did not threaten his own safety. Within his capabilities, lending a hand was no trouble. Of course, he also understood that when the Black Moon Martial King helped him, he had already taken a side. He belonged to their side. Qin Yang was not averse to this. There was nothing to be averse about. As long as they could help him, standing on anyone's side was the same. Baishan Empire Imperial Palace. The magnificent complex of palaces stretched endlessly under the sunlight, resplendent and dazzling. High above the Imperial Palace, dozens of figures formed an encirclement, trapping the two. Mingyue, I think we should inform Qin Yang. This place is not right. Chun Qianqian stood back to back with Yi Mingyue, her delicate face filled with gravity, her eyes sweeping around, glinting coldly. After entering the Tianlan world, the two traveled together, cutting through enemies like chopping vegetables, encountering ambushes from natives and traps from foreign races. Since both were formidable, they encountered no danger along the way. They thought the Baishan Empire was insignificant and planned to destroy it in one fell swoop. They went straight to the Imperial Palace. Little did they know the Baishan Empire was powerful, with countless experts. There were dozens of Xiantian peak experts and 5 grandmasters. Even though these grandmasters were of average strength, their quality was decent, and under the siege of multiple experts, the two were constantly suppressed, in imminent danger. No. Yi Mingyue immediately rejected, saying gravely, "These before us are nothing. I can handle them." Yi Mingyue was proud and could not accept being rescued by Qin Yang. She had come to protect Qin Yang, but now she had become the protected. This was unacceptable to Yi Mingyue. The order was reversed. If Qin Yang really saved her, she would have no face to see Yilin. She would definitely be laughed to death by her cousin. "Come on, at a time like this, why are you still stubborn? We're going to die. You may want to die, but I don't want to be buried here." Chun Qianqian muttered inwardly, full of resentment. She had thought following Yi Mingyue would secure a spot. Who knew it would be even more dangerous? If she had known, she should have followed Qin Yang. "Yi Mingyue, you know very well what the situation is now. You want to die, but I don't." Chun Qianqian did not pamper Yi Mingyue at all and immediately used her terminal to send a distress message and location to Qin Yang. "Just a few grandmasters. What are you afraid of?" Yi Mingyue's face darkened and her tone became rude. Chun Qianqian retorted, "All I know is that if we continue, I'll die. Compared to that, let's first consider how to survive. And why does this damn place have so many experts?" Meanwhile, the sound of bombardment rang out incessantly. In front of the two, a disc-shaped object hovered in the air, emitting a special protective barrier that completely enveloped them. This was a 6th-grade divine weapon with extraordinary defensive power. It was precisely because of this 6th-grade divine weapon that the two had survived the ambush. But it seemed the situation was not good. The barrier had endured countless attacks and was gradually weakening. It was expected that the barrier would soon fail. When that happened, they would be subjected to a storm of attacks. Yi Mingyue stopped dwelling on the matter and said gravely, "Something is off. According to intelligence, there shouldn't be so many experts here. The entire Baishan Empire had only 2 grandmasters and no more than 6 Xiantian peak. But the number here far exceeds that, and there are 2 whose strength is considerable, clearly much stronger than the other grandmasters. Their power and martial skill usage far surpassed the others, resembling grandmasters from the outside world." Yi Mingyue frowned deeply and said gravely, "These natives must be plotting something, and we were unlucky enough to walk right into the trap." Yi Mingyue also sensed that something was wrong. The experts here defied logic and common sense. At this moment, outside, many experts were continuously bombarding the barrier. "Second brother, this bitch's divine weapon is not low grade. A 6th-grade divine weapon for protection means her background is certainly not simple." Among the crowd, a burly man with an ugly expression spoke while his attacks on the barrier never ceased. "If we kill her, we might be able to speed up the awakening of the ancient god. If we don't eliminate them early and attract the attention of outsiders, we will be in grave danger." Next to the burly man was another, even more burly man, their faces identical, as if cast from the same mold. "Awakening the ancient god still needs some time." The other man gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot. "We cannot be discovered. This is a task given to us by the divine race. We cannot let the divine race's years of effort go to waste. For the future of our people, we must not be exposed no matter what. We must make these 2 bitches stay here." With that, the man seemed to have made up his mind. His body's blood and chi continuously boiled, his skin burning red like an erupting volcano, and he furiously charged forward. He slammed violently into the barrier, his body radiating dazzling red light. The astonishing destructive force was unleashed, and the originally rock-solid barrier gradually loosened. Seeing this, Yi Mingyue and Chun Qianqian's faces changed drastically. Chun Qianqian couldn't help but say, "Is this guy crazy? To protect the barrier, he actually chose to self-destruct. He wants to kill us that badly." She really couldn't understand, nor could she comprehend. Self-destructing for no reason, just to break the barrier. I mean, even without self-destructing, their barrier could last at most 30 minutes. Can't they even wait 30 minutes? Trouble. This can withstand at most 2 minutes. The protective shield gradually shattered, and Yi Mingyue's face turned pale and grim. Under normal circumstances, her shield could endure half an hour of bombardment. But now the man's self-detonation had unleashed a tremendous force that compromised the shield's efficacy. This drastically reduced the shield's durability. At most, only 2 minutes remained, or even less. There must be something within this palace they don't want us to discover. Yi Mingyue immediately turned to Qin Qianqian. Did you find Qin Yang? He's still on his way heading here normally. Qin Yang replied truthfully, but I don't know when he'll arrive. It might take a while. How long can your shield last? She was quite far from Qin Yang. Even flying at full speed would take over 10 minutes. Yi Mingwei was silent for a moment, then said softly, at most 2 minutes. Hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes widened. How long? 2 minutes, Yi Mingwei repeated. Then we're doomed. Qin Yang needs at least 10 minutes to get here. Qin Yan's face paled, but then she recalled the divination she had done earlier and breathed a sigh of relief. The divination indicated she would encounter a calamity, yet in the end she would survive it unscathed. This meant danger existed, but it was not fatal. Wait, the shield is breaking. We'll split up and flee. Qin Yan spoke. This was the only option. If they fought head-on, they were no match. Only by separating could they survive. You can go first. I'll protect your escape. Don't refuse. My chances of getting away are higher than yours. Yi Mingwei said. Qin Yan understood her meaning. She was buying time for her. No, you can't handle them alone. Staying is more dangerous for you. Don't push yourself. We'll split up and draw their fire so neither of us bears the full brunt. Qin Yan's tone turned cold. I don't want anything to happen to you, or the Yi family will come after me. Yi Mingwei fell silent. It was true. If they split up, the enemy would also split to pursue them. Or perhaps, they wouldn't pursue at all. Crack. The shield finally gave way, shattering like a mirror. In that instant, the two moved with perfect synchronization, transforming into streaks of light as they fled. After them. Don't let them escape. Seeing them flee, the burly man's eyes turned bloodshot. To protect the secrets of the divine clan and kill them quickly, he had sacrificed his life to break through the defense, buying time to prevent discovery by other races. Now that the shield was finally broken, how could he let them leave and expose the secrets of the divine clan? Besides, his brother had already given his life. He could not allow that. You chase the left one, I'll handle the right one alone. The burly man made a swift decision and headed toward Qin Yan. The other experts charged forward to surround Yi Mingwei. Sensing the burly man pursuing her, Qin Yan's heart skipped a beat. Seriously, what are you doing? Why chase me instead of Yi Mingwei? You're picking on the weak. Meanwhile, deep beneath the palace in a vast chamber, an ancient altar stood. Runes were etched into the void, profound and mysterious. Dozens of corpses lay on the altar, with one suspended in midair, exuding a dense aura of ghostly energy. 3 guards stood beside the altar, staring intently at it. One of them spoke. The current emperor of the Baishan Empire is indeed the chosen one. Once the ancient god devours the emperor along with the blood and souls of these people, it will likely awaken. Once the ancient god revives, we can reclaim everything we lost. The ancient god was destiny itself. Many years ago, the Tianlan world was nearly annihilated. Its powerful figures all perished, leaving only a few remnants. With the death of so many experts, destiny gradually waned, until it fell into a deep slumber. The slumber of destiny caused the already precarious ancient divine clan to decline completely. The entire world became a pasture for other realms. From time to time, people came to train, and they became prey, serving as a training ground for visiting beings. Davis, go over there. Finish it quickly, we can't let the news leak. One person spoke. The ritual was at its most critical moment. They could afford no mistakes. All right, Davis replied and vanished from the spot. The remaining 2 stared at the altar, their eyes burning with endless fury and hatred. The Tianlan world had suffered too much oppression and humiliation. They would restore its glory and revive the divine clan. Die. The burly man was ruthless, striking with deadly precision, giving Qin Yan no chance to survive. Blade light swept with boundless coldness, hurtling at terrifying speed. Qin Yan reacted swiftly, leaping and dodging the attack. The blade light struck the ground, carving a terrifying chasm. Coward, why do you run? The Grandmaster was furious. Qin Yan was like a slippery eel, evading his attacks with ease. This annoyed him greatly. If he didn't finish this quickly, things would become troublesome. I'm not a fool. A Grandmaster is chasing me. Why wouldn't I run? Qin Yan sneered. You can't escape. All your efforts are futile. The burly man's voice was icy. Blade light surged forth once more, unstoppable and deadly. But just then, Qin Yan suddenly stopped. You're right about that. Everything you do is futile. Both the secret you're protecting and your life. As she spoke, a streak of light shot from afar, shattering the blade light completely. It continued unabated, piercing the burly man's head, and his soul was extinguished by the fierce killing intent. In an instant, a once mighty Grandmaster fell dead. A dozen seconds later, Qin Yang flew over and landed beside Qin Yan. What happened? Who could force you two to flee in panic? Qin Yan immediately retorted, we didn't flee, we made a tactical retreat. What's the difference? A huge difference. Enough of that. Tell me what happened. Qin Yan recounted the events truthfully. Hearing this, Qin Yang was a bit surprised. 5 Grandmasters and dozens of peak Xiantian, and they were willing to self-detonate just to kill you quickly. There's definitely a scheme inside the Baishan Empire's palace. Let's go. I want to see what it is. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he pulled Qin Yan toward the palace. The Baishan Empire had received such massive support. They must be up to something shady in secret. And killing all these people would surely yield a high score. Compared to that burly man, just now he had already given him a whopping 15,000 points. This was no ordinary affair. In the azure sky, two streaks of light chased each other like shooting stars. The next moment one streak halted and exploded, blossoming like fireworks. Immediately a streak of light burst forth from within, flickering into the distance. Vaguely the shape of a jade pendant could be discerned. Black Moon Jade Pendant. Third grandfather's divine weapon. Yi Mingyue paused, a look of surprise in her eyes. As the jewel of the Yi family, she was no stranger to the Black Moon Jade Pendant. After all, Yi Tianji was of their lineage and had a close relationship. He had watched her grow up. As a child, she had even played with the Black Moon Jade Pendant. Qin Yang is here. Yi Mingyue halted in midair, slowly exhaled, and gazed ahead with flickering eyes. She had never been able to understand why Yi Tianji had given the Black Moon Jade Pendant to Qin Yang. A surge of resentment rose within her. She couldn't understand. He was merely an outsider. Why would Yi Tianji bestow the Black Moon Jade Pendant upon Qin Yang, while she, a direct descendant, received none? If she had the Black Moon Jade Pendant, why would she be fleeing in panic today? Puzzled, bewildered. But regardless, Qin Yang had indeed saved her life. With that thought, Yi Mingyue headed off into the distance. A few minutes later, Yi Mingyue returned to the imperial palace. The situation had turned. The natives who had been aggressively surrounding them moments ago were now all lying dead on the ground, corpses strewn everywhere, a chilling aura of killing intent permeating the air. Qin Yang and Chen Qianqian stood in midair. The Black Moon Jade Pendant circled above Qin Yang's head, radiating divine brilliance like a halo, making him appear like a god king, descended, transcendent, and aloof, proudly independent. Thank you. Yi Mingyue came to their side, hesitated for a moment, then voiced her gratitude, though she still harbored discontent over Yi Tianji giving the pendant to Qin Yang. But no matter what, Qin Yang had saved her after all. No need. This is after all something of your Yi family. Qin Yang pointed at the palace ahead and said, since we're here, let's go in and see what's happening. I've been to the Yushan Empire. They have hardly any grandmasters, and Pekinate experts are even rarer. Now so many powerhouses have gathered here. There must be something unusual inside. Probably some scheme. Let's go take a look. To be honest, Qin Yang was curious. He vaguely sensed that there must be some secret below, and a significant one at that. Most likely it was the truth behind this Gaokao. Boom. The three struck together like a bulldozer, directly blasting through the entire palace. They were unstoppable all the way. Though there were defenders in the palace, inside there was nothing of note. Nothing at all. This is rather strange. Qin Yang frowned. With all that effort, the other side shouldn't have come up empty-handed. Could it be below? Chen Qianqian's eyes flickered as she spoke. Makes sense. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and the Black Moon Jade Pendant above him emitted a burst of divine radiance. With a bang, the divine radiance blasted through the ground. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yang's divine sense probed downward. Soon a vast expanse below came into view. Qin Yang's eyes brightened, and he immediately charged downward. Chen Qianqian and Yi Mingyue followed closely behind. In no time, the three had descended nearly 100 meters. Passing through a long tunnel, they finally reached its end. Before them unfolded a vast world, its scope immense, no less than the outside world. After a quick glance, Qin Yang headed in one direction, the two following closely. Soon they arrived at a special area. A massive altar loomed within. At its center, a body floated in midair like a sacrificial offering, continuously having its energy drained. Its eyes were white, a pallid white, with almost no visible pupils. Around the altar, three figures stood in midair with grim expressions. One of them, clad in cyan white armor with cold blue-white eyes, said frostily, "So that's why they couldn't stop you. So you have a 7th rank divine weapon to protect you. It seems you are another descendant of an ancient god." At this, another person next to him continued, "Descendants of ancient gods dare to come here too. You outsiders are truly arrogant. It seems we didn't kill enough back then. Descendants of ancient gods. Could the ancient god be the martial king?" Qin Yang muttered inwardly. Different worlds, different names for realms. In fact, the martial king realm was indeed no different from a god. However, the human alliance cultivated through the martial path, so the realm names also carried the character martial. Qin Yang also knew that because of the Black Moon Jade Pendant, the other party regarded him as a descendant of a martial king. After all, such a divine weapon would not be easily given to others. Basically, it was only given to those with close ties or blood relations to the martial king. Qin Yang didn't care about this, but Yi Mingyue felt indignant, though she didn't show it. The 7th rank divine weapon belonged to Yi Tianji. How he used it was his own decision. As a descendant, she had no right to question it. "You're impressive, killing so many descendants of ancient gods. Unlike us, we specialize in killing your ancient gods. Oh, and countless descendants of ancient gods too." Qin Yang smiled lightly, and the Black Moon Jade Pendant above him immediately shot forth. The power of a 7th rank divine weapon was enough for him to slay the grandmasters here. Unless a great grandmaster personally arrived, they could barely contend. "You're not the only one with a 7th rank divine weapon." One of them roared. A streak of light burst from his body, and a bone-chilling cold spread out. Boundless cold light surged like a tidal wave carrying overwhelming might. A 7th rank divine weapon. This was also a 7th rank divine weapon. Boom. The two divine weapons collided, their violent energy nearly destroying everything. The ceiling was instantly pierced through. Even on the surface 100 meters above the palace was almost leveled. Amidst rolling dust and smoke, terrifying waves of energy surged upward. The two 7th rank divine weapons clashed from the underground small world to the surface, and they kept colliding. 7th rank divine weapons. Qin Yang and Yi Mingyue's hearts trembled. When had 7th rank divine weapons become so common? Most importantly, without the 7th rank divine weapon, their greatest advantage was gone. Qin Yang had been able to kill these people only because of the 7th rank divine weapon. Without a 7th rank divine weapon, you're all useless. The man sneered. Next, I'll grind your bones to dust and make you leave this world in agony. As he spoke, the three grandmasters unleashed terrifying pressure. Energies surged, rolling waves spread out, and a piercing sound erupted. Yi Mingyue and Qin Qianqian's faces turned grim. 3 grandmasters, and flawless ones at that. Any one of them would be more than enough to handle them. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Qin Yang, should we run? Without the protection of a 7th rank divine weapon, they had to face 3 grandmasters. It was indeed quite difficult. What's the rush? Qin Yang rolled his eyes as the soul-suppressing seal appeared above his head. I don't have a 7th rank divine weapon, but I have a 6th rank divine weapon. As he spoke, a silver light flickered in Qin Yang's eyes. The nether soul seal. Instantly, his vast soul power erupted like a boiling volcano, bursting forth with tremendous force. Swish. As if a gentle breeze rippled past, the 3 grandmasters felt a chill surge within them. The next moment, their eyes glazed over, their bodies lost support, and they plummeted to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the 3 grandmasters fell on the spot. The speed was terrifying. So strong. Yi Mingyue's heart trembled, even though it was due to a 6th grade divine weapon. But Yi Mingyue also understood that this was because Qin Yang's own abilities were sufficiently powerful. The higher the grade of a divine weapon, the greater the energy it required. It was like a powerful engine. Without a massive supply of energy, it could not unleash its full power. The same went for divine weapons. If the being wielding a divine weapon lacked formidable cultivation, even a high-grade divine weapon would struggle to unleash its terrifying might. 7th grade divine weapons and above were exceptions, as they had already evolved. They were no longer on the same level or dimension as other divine weapons. They could sustain themselves with inscribed Tao patterns and laws, possessing unimaginable power. Yet even so, 7th grade divine weapons could not unleash their full strength. The Tao patterns within required sufficient power to unleash their full might. Yi Mingyue's expression changed. She looked at Qin Yang as if he were a monster. As a member of the Yi family, she had first-hand information on Qin Yang. She knew he had been cultivating for only a month, yet he already possessed power far surpassing hers. The fluctuation just now was definitely that of a 4th grade soul walker. She knew all too well how difficult it was to train as a soul walker. She just couldn't understand how Qin Yang in such a short time could have reached this level. Moreover, the intelligence reports had never mentioned that Qin Yang was a soul walker, nor had there been any signs of it before. This meant that the time it took Qin Yang to reach the 4th grade soul walker level was far less than half a month. Monster. Yi Mingyue muttered, inwardly vaguely understanding why her 3rd grandfather had chosen to nurture Qin Yang. Even her aloof, unapproachable cousin had taken such a liking to him. His talent was monstrous. He definitely had the bearing of a martial king, and perhaps even the martial king realm was not his limit. It was at this moment that Yi Mingyue became completely convinced. She had no objections to Qin Yang anymore. Beside her, Qin Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, when did you become a soul walker? And at such a high level? Qin Qianqian was stunned. She herself was a soul walker, and she knew all too well how difficult this path was. She had been cultivating for so many years, yet she was only at the 3rd grade. This Qin Yang had only been cultivating for how long? This was too damn abnormal. Is this hard? Qin Yang pretended not to understand. It's as hard as reaching the heavens, okay? Qin Qianqian was so furious in her heart. Why was heaven so unfair? Why? Then it must be hard for you. You're not talented enough. One day, if you have exceptional talent like me, you'll understand that none of this is too difficult. It's like what the Tongtian Sword Emperor said, if worst comes to worst, you can still reach the Grandmaster realm. Qin Yang said with a smile. Qin Qianqian fell silent. This kind of humble brag was so annoying. If it continued, she would definitely go crazy. Qin Qianqian simply stopped caring and pointed at the altar ahead. Are you still not going to deal with this? Can't solve it. Qin Yang shook his head. I've tried this thing, even a 7th grade divine weapon can't break it. I don't know what it is, but we can't stop it. Let's see what these guys are up to making such a big fuss. Yi Mingyue said, this formation is of a very high level. With our current strength, we really can't break it. We can only watch and see how things develop. Besides, the commotion just now was huge, but it's likely to attract many people. The 7th grade divine weapons were still in a chaotic battle, each collision devastating heaven and earth. The vast imperial capital had been completely razed, and even the surrounding 100 miles suffered. Such a huge commotion had long attracted many people's attention. As expected, many would soon flock here. As expected. After about 5 minutes, a figure flew over leisurely. He wore a green-white robe, had a face like jade, and a calm demeanor, coming slowly like an ancient nobleman. Nangongyi. He was ranked second among humans and fifth among the top 10 powerhouses in this Gaokao exam. You must be Qin Yang, right? Nangongyi's face was gentle. He slowly came before the three and immediately greeted them. Nangongyi, the human elite, I've long admired your reputation. Qin Yang responded with a smile. You're not as good as me. Nangongyi shook his head and said helplessly, last time I didn't manage to kill Guziman, and this time I planned to ambush him, but I didn't expect him to die by your hand. Guziman was killed. Nangongyi was so angry. His failure to ambush him last time had caused many to doubt his worth. Just a fluke. If Guziman had met you this time, he would definitely have died. Qin Yang could sense that Nangongyi was likely a notch stronger than Guziman. As for how much, he couldn't tell. Brother Qin, what's this commotion about? Could you enlighten me? Nangongyi didn't continue the topic and turned to look at the altar before them. I'm not sure either. When I came, the natives sent out many strong experts to protect this place. There were 8 grandmasters and dozens of Xiantian peak experts. After I killed these people, the altar in front had already started, and it can't be destroyed. Brother Nangong has a deep background. Could you perhaps know? Nangongyi's family was far more powerful than the Yi family. It was rumored that there were 2 half-step martial emperors in the clan, both at their peak. If I'm not mistaken, this is awakening the heavenly mandate. Nangongyi was indeed knowledgeable and immediately saw the clue. In the past, the Tianlan world was besieged and most of its strong experts fell. Only a few hid away, disappeared, but they are still trapped in Tianlan world. And the heavenly mandate of Tianlan world, due to the fall of too many strong experts, was severely wounded and over time fell asleep. I heard that these natives think they will lose because the heavenly mandate is asleep, leaving them helpless. As long as the heavenly mandate awakens, they can return to their peak. At this point, Nangongyi smiled. In fact, they don't know that the reason the heavenly mandate fell asleep is because it was heavily wounded. If it hadn't fled quickly, it would have long become nourishment for some martial king. After all, heavenly mandates of Tianlan world's level are rare. Qin Yang turned to Yi Mingyue, both from great families. Why can Brother Nangong see it at a glance? But you can't. Yi Mingyue rolled her eyes. I thought you all knew this. These are considered common knowledge. I'm just not sure if the heavenly mandate will be awakened. If it is awakened, the Gaokao will also come to an end. Hearing this, Qin Yang's eyes flickered and he said, so it seems that the higher-up's target has always been the heavenly mandate, and this Gaokao is just a side benefit or even part of the plan. They intend to use the battles of the Gaokao to let the heavenly mandate absorb enough souls to revive it, right? He had always felt that the human alliance set the Gaokao here. One was indeed to screen geniuses. The other was to let ordinary people become bait and fertilizer, thereby helping the heavenly mandate revive. Yi Mingyue said softly, you think too badly of the alliance. Qin Yang said with a smile, that's because you think too well of them. At this moment, Nangongyi suddenly spoke. Others are coming. I didn't expect Luo Qixi and Sheng Yi to both come. These two were both among the top 3. Especially Sheng Yi, who was the undisputed number 1 of all major forces. Upon hearing that Luo Qixi and Sheng Yi had arrived, Qin Yang and Chun Qianqian immediately looked over. Neither of these two was simple. Sheng Yi was undoubtedly the top contender this year, not just among this cohort, but across the entire Holy Spirit clan's younger generation. The most exceptional prodigy, ranking among the top 3 young sovereigns. As for Luo Qixi, he was equally indisputably the finest genius of the Titan clan. Though rumors claimed Guziman was stronger than Luo Qixi, this had never been proven. In fact, the vast majority believed Luo Qixi was the more powerful one. This was solely because Luo Qixi possessed the Titan divine blood with the potential to awaken ancestral traits and become a true Titan ancient god. Sheng Yi ranked first, Luo Qixi third, and the other top spot belonged to the human alliance. It was Zhu Qi, the undisputed prodigy of this year's college entrance exams. Zhu Qi was blessed with the A-rank Great Sun divine body, commanding the solar divine flame, capable of burning all creation. Boom. The heavens shone with divine radiance, golden light, blazing like a scorching sun, illuminating the sky. The brilliance spread, gradually splitting in two to form a passage. A majestic figure slowly emerged, clad in golden armor, with long golden hair, cascading softly, strands shimmering with starlight. His tall, robust frame exuded an oppressive aura, especially his gold-white eyes, calm and indifferent, brimming with boundless authority. Like a young god king, his divine might was an abyss overwhelming the age. The moment he appeared, he was like the sun itself, commanding the submission of all, looking down upon the masses. Sheng Yi of the Holy Spirit clan. As the most outstanding prodigy of this generation, his entrance instantly captivated everyone's attention. The gazes directed at Sheng Yi shifted. Sheng Yi, you're as narcissistic as ever. Can't you put away your divine weapon? This isn't a showground. There are no girls cheering for you either. Nangongyi looked at Sheng Yi impatiently, then turned to explain to Qin Yang, pointing at Sheng Yi's holy radiance. Don't be fooled by his grand aura. The light behind him is all from his divine weapon. This guy is skilled but overly arrogant and narcissistic. Wherever he goes he has to make a grand entrance. At first no one minded, but he was just too pretentious. Once someone couldn't take it anymore and gave him a beating. He initially talked big, threatening to humiliate them, but after getting thrashed he hid like a rat, not daring to show his face. Since no one here can rein him in, he dares to swagger around. Qin Yang and Shun Qianqian's eyes lit up. It was their first time hearing such gossip. They had thought Shang Yi was truly extraordinary. Now it turned out it was all an act. Shun Qianqian nudged Qin Yang's arm. If you ask me, you should try the same act when you go out. A black moon hanging behind you, a bright moon high above. It would definitely be stunning. Maybe your fame would skyrocket. Hearing this terrible idea, Qin Yang rolled his eyes. What a lousy suggestion. If the Black Moon War King knew I used the Black Moon Jade pendant to show off, he'd kill me. Besides, being too flashy is bad. The tallest tree catches the wind. What is straight and rigid snaps easily. Overdoing it invites divine punishment. As they spoke, the two 7th grade divine weapons clashing in the sky suddenly collided, unleashing a terrifying beam of light that shot straight towards Shang Yi. The devastating ripple tore through everything, making everyone present tremble. Shang Yi's expression remained calm as he casually waved his hand, sending a streak of light from behind to shatter the aftermath. Standing midair, he sneered, just a pair of 7th grade divine weapons, and you're already cowering. The human alliance is getting weaker by the day. The next moment, the two 7th grade divine weapons hurtled towards Shang Yi. Surging waves engulfed everything. The terrifying force immediately made Shang Yi's face change. The divine radiance behind him vanished, his composure shattered, and he even scrambled awkwardly to evade the weapon's attack. In that instant, time froze. Qin Yang and the others' mouths hung slightly open, then Nangong Yi burst into laughter, slapping his thigh and mocking just 7th grade divine weapons. Why are you scared, young master Shang Yi? The slap came too fast. Shang Yi's face couldn't hide his embarrassment. Nangong Yi, are you courting death? Last time I didn't kill you because Zhu Qi was there. Now that Zhu Qi is gone, who can protect you? Shang Yi's face turned icy, murderous intent rising the air around them, plunging to freezing point. The two had a grudge, and it ran deep. The main reason was that their ancestors had been feuding for centuries, and the hatred had been passed down for 3 generations. This meant conflict was inevitable whenever they met. But Shang Yi had better talent and greater strength. More often than not, Nangong Yi suffered. Once he was almost killed, but Zhu Qi happened to pass by and saved him. Flustered and angry, Nangong Yi showed no fear, gripping his broadsword and sneering, who do you think you are? You dare mention last time. I was severely wounded from a previous fight, and you ambushed me like a coward. A piece of trash like you wants to kill me. Dream on. Their killing intent surged, clashing invisibly with a piercing screech. These two really have a deep feud, Qin Qianqian muttered. Yi Mingwei then explained the enmity, and Qin Yang and Shun Qianqian finally understood. So the conflict had long existed. No wonder Nangong Yi mocked Shang Yi so mercilessly and showed no fear. Enough. Focus on the important matters. Stop bickering like children. A resigned voice interrupted, and a tall figure stepped between the two combatants. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with delicate features, heroic and imposing. Standing there like a great general, his demeanor commanded respect. As he spoke, a great sun rose behind him, as if he were a deity wielding the sun, his divine might overwhelming heaven and earth. Zhu Qi, the acknowledged strongest student of this year's exams. Get out of my way, Zhu Qi, or I'll kill you too. Shang Yi showed no courtesy. Proud by nature, he looked down on everyone, even Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi sighed helplessly and called out in a certain direction, Luokisi, stop watching the show. If you keep hiding, our human alliance will kill you first. At those words the void rippled, and a towering figure stood there, his body like a small mountain radiating an oppressive pressure. Luokisi, the bearer of the Titan clan's ancient divine blood. Luokisi, you dare show your face before me? Seeing Luokisi, Shang Yi turned to glare at him. Luokisi ignored him directly. Zhu Qi, let's join forces. Shang Yi is a top 3 prodigy of the Holy Spirit clan, destined to become a war king. If we kill him here, both our clans will eliminate a major threat. Luokisi had nearly been slain by Shang Yi. He was the one who hated and feared Shang Yi the most. Hearing this, Shang Yi laughed arrogantly. Come on, I'll give you the chance. He showed no fear of them ganging up on him. His confidence was at its peak. Even facing so many powerful young experts, he remained undaunted. Alone he stood against the crowd. Shang Yi stood aloft in midair, radiance shimmering behind him, his stature towering and heroic, with an indomitable will etched between his brows. Like an ancient god, he gazed down upon the mortal world. It must be said that even if Shang Yi put on airs, even if he was arrogant at this moment facing the multitude of heroes, he showed no fear. In fact, his heart was even more exhilarated. In this regard, Shang Yi was truly worthy of being ranked first. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. This confident and invincible mindset perfectly matched his status. Of course, all of this stemmed from Shang Yi's confidence and strength. Since he emerged, he had never been defeated. No matter who he faced, he swept them all alone. No one was his match. Enough. Don't forget the purpose of our journey. Zhu Qi frowned and snorted coldly. The heavenly mandate is about to revive. This is a tremendous opportunity. If we slaughter each other here, we'll only let the so-called god race of the Tianlan world reap the benefits. Of course, if you want to waste this hard-won opportunity, then go fight somewhere else. With that said, Zhu Qi looked at Shang Yi and threatened, if you want to fight, I'll be your opponent afterward. But I won't join now. If you remain stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. You know better than anyone that I have the power to slay you. It must be said that Zhu Qi was not inferior either. He showed no fear of Shang Yi and even issued a threat. And surprisingly, Shang Yi actually swallowed it. It was unclear whether it was due to the heavenly mandate or Zhu Qi's threat. Perhaps both. The heavenly mandate reviving. Qin Yang had never heard of this, so he immediately looked at Yi Mingyue. Coming from a major family, Yi Mingyue certainly knew more than him. Yi Mingyue explained many years ago the heavenly mandate of the Tianlan world was sunk. It was said to be asleep, but it was almost like annihilation. It was only because the god race used methods to forcibly sustain a breath of life that the heavenly mandate was not completely destroyed. Now, after a long period of restoration, the heavenly mandate of the Tianlan world is about to revive or even be reborn. Every new heavenly mandate will scatter a special heavenly treasure known as the mandate's origin. Refining the mandate's origin can not only improve cultivation but also enhance comprehension. It is a rare treasure. Such things are extremely rare and not commonly seen. Some powerful figures in the alliance deduced that the heavenly mandate of the Tianlan world was about to revive, so they set the college entrance exam here. This is also why I said the alliance is not as bad as you think. The mandate's origin is too rare and cannot be preserved. It is a heaven-shaking opportunity. Anyone who obtains even a wisp of it will experience a tremendous boost. If the exam candidates can obtain it, it will be a huge transformation. You must know when this news spread, many people wanted to participate and get a piece of the pie. Later, the martial emperor ranked and decided that only this year's exam students could participate. Otherwise, most exam students would have no chance at all. Qin Yang was not unfamiliar with the mandate's origin. He had learned about this special heavenly treasure online. Such things were basically treasures of major powers. The common people had no chance. This time the alliance allowed all exam students to participate, even if not everyone could obtain the mandate's origin. Yet it was still a rare opportunity. As long as one could obtain the mandate's origin, they could leap over the dragon's gate. Qin Yang pondered for a moment and said softly, if I remember correctly, when the heavenly mandate is born, it often draws the life essence of the world's creatures. Ordinary exam students may not be able to withstand it. This was indeed an opportunity, but also a danger. Yi Mingyue said nonchalantly, opportunity coexists with danger. It's also a test. Those who endure it will naturally be reborn. Those who cannot will only have their fate sealed. Qin Yang and Chun Shanqian exchanged glances, seeing the speechlessness in each other's eyes. Indeed, they were still treating ordinary people as consumables. However, Qin Yang didn't feel much about it. After all, the alliance had always been like this. Survival of the fittest, never concealed. So anything the alliance did was completely normal. And Yi Mingyue was right about one thing: opportunity and danger coexist. Such opportunities were rare. Even if dangerous, they were desired by countless people. If one could survive, they could leap over the dragon's gate and soar to the sky. If they couldn't survive, then they simply didn't have the fate. In short, it was time to fight for their lives. Whoever had a tough fate could reverse their destiny and change everything. And the rule of survival of the fittest was clearly laid out. If the exam students knew, they might even be grateful. This was not empty talk. In this era, humans had a transcendent awareness. Due to the environment, many people had long prepared for death, and many opportunities, even more dangerous than this, often attracted countless participants. No one would seek so-called justice, nor would anyone care if life was important. For most people, opportunity was more important than anything. Yi Mingyue suddenly spoke, it's about to begin. As her voice fell, the altar below erupted with terrifying fluctuations, and blazing divine radiance spread out. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying will gradually awakened, exuding an absolutely dreadful aura, as if a true god stood atop the sky. A terrifying pressure poured down, causing everyone present to feel an overwhelming suppression. A suffocating sense of oppression followed, inducing fear. Roar! A dragon's cry resounded, and colorful divine radiance converged in the sky, forming a terrifying true dragon that coiled in the heavens, looking down upon all directions. The true dragon roared in fury, opening its bloody maw. A supreme will descended, and Qin Yang immediately sensed his own blood, and she involuntarily flowing outward, as if trying to break free from his body. Almost at the same time, from all over the Tianlan world, countless streams of blood, and she converged into blood pillars, all rushing toward the sky. Countless blood pillars merged together, and the previously intangible true dragon gradually became clear. Clearly, these were the life energies of creatures from all over the Tianlan world, now fully extracted by the heavenly mandate. The black moon jade returned before Qin Yang, emitting a faint glow that enveloped Qin Yang, and the other two resisting the heavenly mandate's devouring. The others also used various means to perfectly shield themselves from the heavenly mandate's absorption. They were completely unaffected. Qin Yang was not surprised by all this. These people all had formidable backgrounds. They had long prepared various means before coming. Roar. The true dragon's form was majestic and colossal, stretching endlessly, as if coiling around the entire Tianlan world. After 30 minutes it seemed to have absorbed enough. The true dragon shuddered and streams of mysterious energy burst forth, turning into a torrential downpour that fell. Heavenly sweet dew. The mandate's origin. Quickly absorb it. Yi Mingwei said urgently and joyfully, then immediately sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spiritual rain. Sheng Yi and the others did the same. Seeing this, Qin Yang and Chun Qianqian followed suit, beginning to absorb the mandate's origin. On the other side, in the vast void, 4 martial kings were eagerly rubbing their hands. They had stationed themselves here waiting for this moment. The heavenly mandate born from a world of quality like the Tianlan world was unimaginably high grade. If they could hunt it, they would surely advance further. Boom. At that moment the Tianlan world trembled, and a giant hand pierced through the void, reaching toward the true dragon. Seeing this, Zhao Yunlong sneered. The rats that have been hiding for so long finally dare to come out. But you have quite the nerve. How dare you meddle with my property? Scram. Zhao Yunlong struck first, punching out and shattering the giant hand. An angry voice came. This is our clan's heavenly mandate. Ridiculous. This realm has long belonged to us. Anything born within this realm is ours. How dare you covet it? In the past, out of respect for the ancient god clan, we spared your lives and let you wither away. Yet you dare to return and lay claim to this realm. Do you truly take us for blind, oi? No one dares to touch the territory of our human clan. If any dare, they shall be slain without mercy. Today I, Zhao Yunlong, shall annihilate the demigod clan. Zhao Yunlong roared repeatedly, his voice vast and resounding across the entire Tianlan world. Like a deity, his divine might was an inferno, an overwhelming pressure that nearly brought the entire world to a standstill. Every living being in the world was forcefully halted, frozen in place, and unable to move. Almost simultaneously, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, striking a massive mountain. The surrounding 10,000 miles were instantly leveled to the ground. Countless creatures, without even a chance to cry out, were reduced to dust. Heaven and earth trembled, the void shattered. The entire firmament tore apart, revealing a massive chasm, within which a vast world faintly emerged. Countless divine mountains and palace complexes rose and fell amid the peaks. Within, a multitude of people and countless powerful beings resided. Warriors clad in armor stood valiant and unmatched. A single figure stood out strangely. Its lower half humanoid, while its upper body was densely covered in scales resembling armor. Its neck bore 3 heads, each grotesque and bizarre, one of a serpent, one of a dog, and one of a bird. At that moment, all 3 heads wore expressions of astonishment and shock, as if they had never expected Zhao Yunlong to break through. Impossible. Our clan's formation bears the imprint of the heavenly gods. How could a mere ancient god like you shatter it? Zhao Yunlong paid no heed. Holding a silver spear, he charged straight in. A man about to die, why waste words? Just accept your death. The war king of the demigod clan had not anticipated Zhao Yunlong's decisiveness in attacking directly. Facing the pressure from Zhao Yunlong, he immediately barked. In the past you signed a pact with the ancient god clan. You cannot violate it. If any of our people suffer even the slightest loss, the divine might of the ancient god clan will surely descend upon you humans. Zhao Yunlong said calmly, you violated the pact first. This is your clan's territory. Zhao Yunlong was already weary of responding and simply charged in. The might of a war king was unimaginable. Even a single ripple of energy could destroy everything. Meanwhile, Qin Yang was immersed in cultivation. The fate origin poured into his body, instantly transforming into surging life essence, flowing like a mighty river through his meridians and spreading throughout his limbs and bones. He had no inherent bottlenecks to begin with. As the energy flooded in, he effortlessly broke through the Xiantian realm and entered the Master Realm. Upon reaching the Master Realm, the illusory Soul Palace within his mind instantly solidified, resembling a true Soul Palace. The Soul Palace was luxurious, adorned with carved beams and painted pillars. Within it sat a small figure. The Soul Palace solidified and the soul condensed, almost materializing. 5th rank Soul Walker. Almost simultaneously, it was as if some world had been unlocked. Qin Yang could clearly perceive the operation of the world's rules, as if the real world had been unveiled. He had fully analyzed the rules of the entire world and could comprehend them, thereby utilizing them. These were the world laws. The essence of the universe's operation. This was also one of the characteristics of the Master Realm. Only by stepping into the Master Realm could one truly touch the real world. At the same time, one could comprehend laws, apply them, and convert them into personal power. Moreover, upon reaching the Master Realm, the stage classification changed. It was no longer the so-called early, middle, and late stages, but from 1st rank to 9th rank. Qin Yang abruptly opened his eyes. His chi and blood flourished, and his dantian had expanded countless times like a vast ocean, surging and majestic. 2nd rank Master. 5th rank Soul Walker. This fate origin is indeed extraordinary. Besides elevating one's realm, it can also enhance comprehension and talent. No wonder it's hailed as the finest celestial treasure for washing the marrow and purifying the veins. Qin Yang slowly exhaled. No matter who refined it, they would gain considerable benefits. Of course, for someone like Qin Yang, whose talent was already maxed out, this aspect had less pronounced effects. But for those of ordinary talent, this was a complete transformation. No wonder Yi Mingyue said this was an unimaginable opportunity. If one can survive to this point, it truly is a chance to leap over the dragon's gate. Qin Yang glanced around and muttered inwardly. The fate origin was abundant, like a celestial nectar descending upon the entire world. Anyone present here could touch it. Everyone could leap over the dragon's gate. No difficulty required. The only prerequisite was to survive until the end. Yi Mingyue suddenly opened her eyes, and her aura erupted violently. 4th rank Master Realm. Yi Mingyue's talent had long allowed her to step into the Master Realm, but she had deliberately suppressed it for the sake of this college entrance exam. Now that she had fully released it, the accumulation of years was finally realized. With Yi Mingyue's breakthrough, the others also broke through one after another. Chen Qianqian Nangong, Yi Zhuqi. Within just 2 minutes, all the prodigies and monsters present awakened. It was like a feast of breakthroughs as everyone stepped into the Master Realm. The levels of their realms also varied. Zhu Qi and the other top prodigies immediately reached the 7th rank Master Realm upon breaking through. Even Sheng Yi was more monstrous, leaping straight to the 9th rank Master Realm. One could imagine how terrifying their accumulation had been. How long have these people been suppressing themselves, eh? Chen Qianqian's mouth hung open. She had thought that reaching the 2nd rank Master Realm was already a pleasant surprise. Who knew these monsters were each more freakish than the last? 4th and 5th ranks were the baseline, and some even reached 7th or 9th ranks. You don't understand, Nangong Yi said. These people could have broken through long ago, they've just been suppressing themselves. Now, having refined the fate origin, they've unleashed the accumulation of years. Such breakthroughs are perfectly normal. However, breaking through too many realms at once requires some time to stabilize their foundations. So don't be fooled by their high realms. They're actually paper tigers. They can't fully utilize the power of their current realms. Nangong Yi stretched his body, crossed his arms behind his head, and said with a grin, "They're all show and no substance now." Hearing this, Chen Qianqian spoke. "So according to you, since you have a shorter stabilization period, could you beat them after stabilizing?" Nangong Yi said flatly, "No, I can't. Calling them paper tigers is only in the context of the same realm." Beside them, Qin Yang swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes particularly lingering on Sheng Yi. Sheng Yi had leaped to the 9th rank Master Realm, undoubtedly the highest realm present. This also proved his identity as the strongest of this year's batch. Yet Qin Yang vaguely felt that he could handle Sheng Yi. His realm seemed low, only 2nd rank Master. But there was one thing many didn't know. He was a 5th rank Soul Walker. With this enhancement, his strength was far from superficial. Moreover, Sheng Yi had not yet stabilized his realm and was not at his peak. If the two were to fight, he could defeat Sheng Yi. Boom. Just as everyone had barely regained consciousness, the earth trembled and the heavens shook. Zhao Yunlong's towering figure burst forth, carrying 3 severed heads in his hands, his cold voice ringing out. "These so-called demigod race are nothing but this. From this day forward, the demigod race shall cease to exist. I have already slaughtered all the martial kings and grandmasters. The remaining ones are left to you. The remaining demigod race members will serve as your points. Whoever kills the most and claims the top spot will receive a special reward." Having spoken those words, Zhao Yunlong's figure instantly vanished. At the same time, the entire world fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere grew strangely tense. But Qin Yang could perceive it, every pair of eyes around him blazing with heated desire. It was a longing. Though none knew what the reward might be, the fact that a martial king had personally announced it meant it would surely be no ordinary prize. Its value must be extremely high. Nangong Yi licked his lips, a somewhat sinister smile playing on his face. "I'm truly curious about what the demigod race did to provoke such fury from the martial kings. They're willing to disregard the ancient god race entirely and exterminate the demigods down to the last drop of bloodline. But this is a good thing for us. The hunt begins." Indeed, the hunt had begun. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, all civilizations existed in a primitive state. Every civilization was either prey or predator. Once discovered, one would either be hunted to death or become the hunter. More often than not, such encounters carried deep blood feuds, with no survivors left behind. Only in rare circumstances would either side call a halt or manage to survive. That would be when both parties were roughly equal in strength or when one had powerful backing. As a branch clan of the ancient god race, the demigods held a noble status. They had existed throughout the cosmos for countless ages, committing numerous clan exterminating campaigns and making many powerful enemies. Yet every time, they had somehow escaped unscathed. Their reliance had always been the ancient god race. But now, with 4 major forces joining forces, even the so-called ancient god race would pale in comparison. The hunt begins. Luo Qixi whispered softly, his expression twisted with ferocity and ecstatic greed. In the same instant, his figure vanished. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding beings also dispersed. They transformed into hunters and began the chase. As everyone departed, only Qin Yang and the other two remained. 3 had arrived, if 3 would leave. Yi Mingyue also prepared to rise. The examination hasn't ended yet, although only the first-place winner receives the reward. But if I can compete for it, I might obtain an opportunity to change my entire life. Since you have both reached the Grandmaster realm, we shall part ways here. Let's see if any of us can claim the top position. We'll meet again in a few days. Leaving those words, Yi Mingyue immediately departed. Time was running short, she had to seize every precious moment. A reward that could make a martial king speak personally was by no means ordinary. Let's go together. Qin Yang suddenly spoke, smiling. Points mean nothing to me. I already have plenty. Securing a top 5 finish is as solid as Mount Tai. You're certainly eyeing that first place, so how about I help you? I've reached Grandmaster now. I can still be of some assistance. It would save you considerable time. Among all the Grandmasters, Qin Yang was perhaps the least ambitious. Her sole purpose had been to gain admission to the Starry Sky Martial University, a goal she had already achieved. She decided simply to help Qin Yang secure first place. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it. Qin Yang shrugged. I'm accustomed to working alone. Having someone along would only create complications. Besides, women slowed down my sword-drawing speed. Qin Yang flashed a bright smile, before his figure instantly disappeared. Qin Yang's assistance would indeed have been useful. However, Qin Yang had no need for it. Though a Grandmaster could certainly help, for Qin Yang the upcoming hunt would amount to nothing more than a sweeping massacre. Without any Grandmaster present, no one could match him. Anyone facing him would meet the same fate, one-shot elimination. Without Qin Yang, he could clear an area in one sweep and move on to the next location. With Qin Yang along, he'd instead need to worry about her keeping up. This guy. Qin Yang felt somewhat exasperated. She had offered to help Qin Yang out of goodwill. Yet Qin Yang actually despised her company. Are you kidding? She was a Grandmaster after all. Soon after, Qin Yang activated his sweeping clearance mode. At every location he arrived, his divine sense swept across the area. Living beings within 100 li perished instantly. Consequently, his points climbed at an increasingly visible rate. Regarding clan extermination, Qin Yang harbored no moral reservations. Primarily, the relationship between humans and the demigod race was extremely hostile, bordering on an unforgivable blood feud. Why was this so? Simply because humanity had been betrayed by the demigod race. In truth, when the human alliance first emerged, it maintained friendly relations with the ancient god race, and for a period even operated under their authority. A Grandmaster of the ancient god race held great expectations for the human alliance and treated them favorably. He even taught humanity numerous things. He rapidly helped humanity advance to the cosmic stellar tier. The appearance of humanity's second martial king so swiftly was largely due to that ancient god Grandmaster's assistance. One could say the two sides enjoyed a honeymoon period, until the emergence of the demigod race. Due to internal strife within the ancient god race, the very Grandmaster who had once aided humanity was slain, and his entire clan was exterminated. The demigods served as the vanguard in these operations. Killing that Grandmaster was not enough for them. Upon discovering the existence of humanity, the demigod race launched a genocidal campaign against humans. A massive army descended upon Earth intending to annihilate humanity in one stroke. However, the demigods were unaware of humanity's true strength. Initially, they merely dispatched a single Grandmaster, assuming humanity could be effortlessly destroyed. They had no idea that humanity had already produced a martial king. The demigods' first wave of forces was naturally annihilated. Not a single survivor remained. Upon learning this, the demigod race immediately sent a martial king. Since their strengths were roughly equal, the two sides fought to a stalemate. Thus began nearly a century of warfare. Countless humans perished at the hands of the demigods. Some exceptionally gifted prodigies and the families of powerful experts were also subjected to merciless slaughter. That period could be described as an era of blood and tears. Fortunately, humanity was strong enough to ultimately defeat the demigods. Out of respect for the ancient god race, humanity refrained from exterminating the demigod clan. Unexpectedly, the demigods showed no gratitude. Instead, they harbored deep resentment and later ambushed and assassinated a human martial king. Following that incident, humanity declared war upon the demigods once more. This time, however, the ancient god race stood behind the demigods. Humanity suffered a catastrophic defeat and was nearly driven from their ancestral homeworld's heartland. Only when other forces intervened against the ancient god race did humanity barely manage to survive. The demigod race was undoubtedly the species humanity most desperately wished to exterminate. The two sides bore an irreconcilable blood feud, with absolutely no room for reconciliation. Failure to kill them today would only invite future disaster. Thus, Qin Yang acted without any hesitation or remorse. In truth, to him, these alien races were hardly considered human. So what if he killed them? He regarded it merely as experience gained from slaying monsters. Almost simultaneously on the leaderboard, Qin Yang's score had surged far ahead, occupying first place with a staggering 150,000 points. In second place was Sheng Yi with a total of 13,000 points. Sheng Yu frowned, his gentle voice carrying across the area. Qin Yang is truly humanity's #1 prodigy, isn't he? His methods are remarkably ruthless, showing absolutely no mercy. He's treating the demigods like pigs to be slaughtered. Such a vicious nature. He's nothing short of a killing star. Zhao Yunlong's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "The number of beings Qin Yang has slain doesn't even amount to a fraction of yours. So stop targeting him. It's pointless." The others burst into laughter. This was the truth. Any existence who had reached the level of martial king bore an unfathomable amount of blood on their hands. The number of lives they had taken was immense, almost immeasurable. The so-called label of killing star was not a stigma to them. Rather, it was a source of admiration and glory. Thunderous roars echoed, endlessly shaking the earth and stirring the heavens. The entire Tianlan world was thrown into chaos with cries of anguish and pain intertwining across the world. The young elites from the 4 major powers were slaughtering mercilessly, especially the top prodigies whose methods were ruthless and without any quarter. For these supreme prodigies, they deeply understood the rules of the universe, knowledge accumulated through countless ages. No matter the race, if even a sliver of hope remained, a being blessed with profound fortune might one day arise. Such a being, like a child of destiny, would rise at an incomprehensible speed and inevitably bring harm to those who opposed it or to their race. At the same time, destiny was inextricably linked to the entire world, and the collective will served as its vessel. If the living beings under destiny endured, the will would persist, but if it were refined, one risked being assimilated by destiny itself. Thus, when hunting destiny, the first step was always to erase the will of all living beings. But merely erasing with the soul required immense time and carried certain risks. Physical annihilation, however, was far simpler. The destiny of Tianlan world was no ordinary matter. Even if they held back, the lofty martial kings would not spare these people. One could only say that the fate of these beings in Tianlan world was already sealed. It was merely a matter of whose hands were stained with blood. "These bastards really work fast," Qin Yang muttered. Qin Yang swept his divine sense across the land, clearing everything in its path. Not a single living creature remained, not even a mosquito. Entire cities had been razed to the ground. Qin Yang was utterly speechless. These top prodigies from various races were cold and heartless, devoid of any mercy. Their ruthlessness was shocking. Even though Qin Yang tried to earn more points, he could not outpace them. He was far ahead in points only because he had killed enough grandmasters early on. Additionally, he had slain many half-god clan members at the peak of the innate realm. That was how he managed to stay ahead, but even so his lead was gradually shrinking. Because these fellows under pressure to earn points had launched a full-scale purge. Whether or not a target had points, they left none alive. Their methods were too brutal, too swift. They gave Qin Yang no chance. As his divine sense extended 1,000 kilometers away, a magnificent city came into view. Before Qin Yang could sense what lay inside, a towering figure immediately caught his eye. The colossal body was like a small mountain clad in bronze armor with skin the color of black iron, and a face as hideous as a demon, enough to terrify children. Luo Keisai of the Titan clan. With a calm expression, Luo Keisai casually swiped his palm, and the city below, along with the earth beneath it, was lifted into the air. He opened his mouth slightly, and swallowed the entire city. In an instant, all the living beings in the city became Luo Keisai's meal. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Luo Keisai looked in Qin Yang's direction. "Oh, the human who killed Gu Simon. His taste is not bad and his points are far ahead. If I kill him, I'll surely top the leaderboard." Luo Keisai didn't know what the first place prize was, but his clan had instructed him before coming, he must secure first place at all costs. If that wasn't enough, the lower-ranking titans would contribute their points to the first place holder. How? By being killed, of course. This showed how much the Titan clan valued the first place. Luo Keisai grinned, and his massive body shot forward like a rocket, charging straight at Qin Yang. "Human, I'm glad you killed that bastard Gu Simon. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward you." Luo Keisai was fast, arriving directly before Qin Yang with a cold smile. "But you're a human, and your points are useful to me, so I can only send you off." As he spoke, Luo Keisai threw a punch. Boiling divine power surged like a tide, and the violent force tore through the air, emitting a piercing screech. Qin Yang's body blazed with golden divine radiance, as if forged from gold, like a Vajra descending to earth. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and swung his fist to meet the attack. The fists collided, and the ground beneath them exploded, reducing hundreds of miles to fine powder. "Your strength is abnormal," Luo Keisai said with a hint of surprise. He had fought many humans, but none could match his brute force. Whether the Titan clan was a divine race or not didn't matter. What mattered was that the Titan clan had stood in the cosmos for eons, relying solely on their unparalleled strength, a power no other race could rival. At the same cultivation level, with their physical might and raw power, they could crush any other race. But unfortunately for him, he met Qin Yang. As an SSS Rank Talent, Qin Yang's aptitude stood at the very peak of the universe, especially the stats he gained upon advancing, which were extremely rare. In other words, Qin Yang at the same realm was not inferior to the Titan clan, perhaps even superior. Coupled with the refinement of the 100 refinements, golden body, Qin Yang's strength was terrifying. They say the Titan clan has no brains, Qin Yang smirked. I never believed it before. I always thought that even if the universe's top race wasn't exactly sane, it couldn't be that absurd. But now I see you really have no brains. Why pick a fight with me of all people? Since you know I killed Gu Simon, you should understand that you shouldn't challenge me. As his words fell, Qin Yang snorted, void-shattering fist. His fist erupted with silver light. Infinite power transformed into a certain vibration coursing through Luo Keisai's body, constantly shaking and destroying it. With a bang, Luo Keisai's upper body exploded. His pupils contracted. Before he could react, Qin Yang soared into the air, his hands driving silver-white fists onto Luo Keisai's head. In an instant, Luo Keisai's head burst apart. Then his entire body crumbled. In that moment, silence fell all around. Almost simultaneously, the onlookers' eyes widened. The Tianlan world was vast, but for these top grandmasters, any major disturbance was immediately sensed. Nan Gong Yi casually slapped a half-god clan member to death and clicked his tongue in amazement. Damn, the ancestral star has truly produced a dragon. A second-rank grandmaster killing a sixth-rank grandmaster. And it's Luo Keisai of the Titan clan. With nothing but physical strength. Luo Keisai was after all one of the outstanding young titans. The Titan clan was renowned for their physical prowess, unmatched by any other race. With the advantage of a higher cultivation level, defeating Luo Keisai usually required soul attacks or realm suppression. But now Qin Yang had crushed Luo Keisai from a lower realm and by sheer physical might. Such a feat left everyone stunned and full of admiration. Especially since Qin Yang hailed from the ancestral star. The ancestral star had been silent for too many years. Ever since the first generation of humans left the ancestral star, no top prodigies had emerged. It had long been forgotten. Ancestral star. Zhu Qi's eyes flickered as if penetrating the void, landing on the battlefield between Qin Yang and Luo Kusi. He had observed Qin Yang before and deemed him an extraordinary talent, having some ability. Yet he never expected such prowess. This was no ordinary genius. Even among the entire younger generation of the Human Alliance, he stood at the apex. The Human Alliance spanned multiple star systems, its subjects already exceeding 1 trillion. Moreover, the number of the younger generation was countless. Zhu Qi had only risen to prominence in this generation. Above him were many top-tier prodigies. Luo Kusi managed to escape from Sheng Yi, so he must have exceptional skills. Now that Luo Kusi is at a disadvantage, Qin Yang may not necessarily win. Zhu Qi pondered that the strength Qin Yang displayed was indeed remarkable. But Luo Kusi was no ordinary man either. Sheng Yi's strength was there for all to see. He could kill grandmasters effortlessly while still at the innate realm, yet Luo Kusi also at the innate realm had escaped unscathed. Thus he must have extraordinary qualities. Meanwhile, the mass of flesh that had been Luo Kusi suddenly began to grow rapidly. In an instant, Luo Kusi immediately returned to his original form, towering like a mountain. His eyes were fervent, holding a massive axe that gleamed with cold light. His face twisted with exhilaration. No wonder you could kill Gus Man. But I am not a mongrel like Gus Man. I carry the purest blood of the gods, blessed by the divine. As long as I have a single drop of blood, I can be reborn from it. The Titan clan had many extraordinary traits. Their physical form was unmatched, far surpassing other races. One was rebirth from a single drop of blood. As long as even a single drop remained, they could instantly revive. Moreover, they could revive indefinitely without any restrictions. Simply put, as long as the soul was not erased, the Titan clan was like an unkillable cockroach, able to revive endlessly. And each revival fully restored their stamina, without any burden. With this trait, the Titan clan became a race that struck fear into countless others. No matter the race, upon seeing them, their countenances would change. This race was too monstrous. Unlimited revival made them impossible to defeat. Of course, the Titan clan also had a weakness: the soul. Heaven bestowed upon them unmatched physique and the ability to revive infinitely, yet it also granted a great flaw. Their souls were too fragile. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for them to progress along the path of the soul. This also made it arduous for the Titan clan to reach the martial king realm as they struggled to refine the mandate of heaven. They usually relied on their bloodline to gradually increase their power. Hence, after the martial king realm, the Titan clan's combat strength was often at the bottom. But before the martial king realm, the Titan clan remained a terror to countless races. Die! Heaven-splitting divine axe. Luo Kusi roared, his axe bursting with powerful cold light and sharpness, cleaving toward Qin Yang's head. Crack! The axe struck Qin Yang's head, producing a clanging sound, like metal striking metal. The 100 refined golden body was gathered into one. The hardness of Qin Yang's physique had reached a terrifying degree. Even withstanding Luo Kusi's divine ability, he remained unmoved. Qin Yang twisted his neck and sneered. They say you Titans are unmatched in offense, the top race before the martial king realm. Now it seems that's nothing special. With that, Qin Yang grabbed the axe and yanked hard. An immense force surged and Luo Kusi could not resist. He was pulled forward. Qin Yang followed with a punch, once again blasting Luo Kusi's head apart. With a crash, Luo Kusi's body exploded, scattering bloody matter around. Once again, Luo Kusi was obliterated. It's useless, the Titan clan can revive infinitely. Nan Gongyi sighed. He probably doesn't know the Titan clan's traits. Otherwise he would have retreated after the first destruction. Without special means it's very hard to deal with the Titan clan. No matter how he fights there's no chance of victory. He did not favor Qin Yang. The disparity was too great. Even if Qin Yang possessed divine strength and could blast Luo Kusi apart with one punch, his power would eventually wane. Luo Kusi, capable of infinite revival, would keep resurrecting constantly, draining Qin Yang's stamina and strength. Once it dropped, that would be the moment Luo Kusi struck. In the vast, empty void, Anna smiled coldly, looking at Zhao Yunlong. You humans have indeed raised a promising seedling. But unfortunately, he met Luo Kusi. He is doomed today, and no one can stop it. And don't think you can save him. With that, Anna stepped forward, an overwhelming force instantly suppressing the area. Sheng Yu and Tianze remained silent watching the show. Zhao Yunlong glanced at Anna and said calmly, You Titans are as arrogant as ever. And as brainless as ever. Don't forget your Titan clan is at the very bottom of this realm. Stop me. Who gave you the courage? Upon stepping into the martial king realm, the soul was extremely important. Because one needed to sense the laws of heaven and earth, comprehend them, and the more power one gained, the stronger one became. And this was the Titan clan's shortcoming. This also caused the Titan clan to often be at the lowest level. Because of this, the Titan clan had suffered many losses. To eliminate this weakness, the Titan clan tried many methods. Yet all were in vain. Eventually, the Titan clan chose to intermarry with other races, hoping to produce some perfect Titans who could avoid the soul's flaw. They did achieve some success. For instance, Gus Man was such a case. However, these half-breeds also lost the best trait of the Titan clan. That was rebirth from a drop of blood. Anna looked at Tianze. Seeing this, Tianze's face immediately fell. Damn it. You show off, why look at me? But compelled by the alliance between the two clans, Tianze had no choice. Zhao Yunlong, there is not only Anna here. Don't forget, I am also here. The agreement we made earlier is still in effect. No matter what happens to the juniors below, if there is no external interference, we cannot intervene. Don't forget that. This was the rule they had said earlier. They, the martial kings, were only to protect the normal progress of the competition and prevent external interference. But they could not interfere with the situation below. After all, if they interfered, everyone would want to save their own, and it would become a mess. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlong smiled slightly. Remember your words. Don't be too happy too soon. Then he said with a wry smile, Tianze, who do you think will win this fight? I bet Qin Yang will win, and you bet on Luo Kusi. The winner gets the chance to compete for the mandate of heaven. On hearing this, Anna immediately said, Take the bet. Tianze's face darkened, and he shouted, Shut up. Turning to Zhao Yunlong, I'll bet on Qin Yang. No. Qin Yang is my clansman, how can I not favor him? Tianze cursed inwardly, no bet. Hearing their exchange, Anna sensed something was wrong. What does this mean? Seeing Anna's confusion, Tianze explained, This Qin Yang is a soul walker, and moreover, he has the highest cultivation among this group. He has already reached the 5th rank, something even Sheng Yi cannot match. Hearing this, Anna trembled. What did the Titan clan fear? They feared soul walkers. Tianze exhaled. Luo Kusi's mind is not right, and his luck is bad. He had to encounter his worst natural enemy. As expected, Luo Kusi is going to die. Almost at the same time, Qin Yang grabbed the flesh mass, and a silver light gleamed in his eyes. Boundless spiritual power spread out, covering the entire mass of flesh. In an instant, Luo Kusi's weak soul seemed to face an endless army. It was easily erased without any resistance. Luo Kusi fell on the spot. With Loke's soul obliterated, the surrounding flesh lost all vitality. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yang's points skyrocketed, surging tens of thousands ahead, leaving Sheng Yi far behind. Sensing the shift in points, the expressions of several prodigies darkened. Damn, Qin Yang is that impressive. Nan Gongyi couldn't help but curse. This ancestral star has truly produced a dragon among men. He knew well what Lokes was capable of. Though rumors said Gusamon was stronger than Lokes, they were merely rumors. Below the martial king level, the Titan clan held an absolute advantage unless one was a soul walker, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Otherwise, the Titan clan could not have stood tall in the universe for so many years. Now it seems it's all over. Qin Yang's position as champion is as stable as Mount Tai. Nan Gongyi pondered. The 4 major powers had been too ruthless. Coupled with countless previous sweeps, the demigod clan had few members left. Now after another sweep, the remaining clan members were scarce. With a gap of tens of thousands of points, Sheng Yi's chances were nearly impossible. Unless he killed Qin Yang, or eliminated everyone else who held points. Otherwise it was utterly impossible. This is bad. Qin Yang will be targeted by Sheng Yi. Nan Gongyi's gaze shifted, and his figure vanished in an instant. The champion's reward this time was extraordinary. Sheng Yi would surely act, and not let this opportunity slip. He wasn't sure if Qin Yang could match Sheng Yi. As the strongest prodigy of this generation, no one could challenge him, even if Qin Yang had displayed formidable combat power. It was still hard to say if he could contend with Sheng Yi. Though he had just met Qin Yang, they were both on the human side. Since his own hopes were dashed, he at least wanted the champion to remain with humanity. In just 1 month, he went from an ordinary civilian to a peerless prodigy. What exactly did he gain a month ago? Zhu Qi's eyes flickered, his heart churning like a stormy sea. If the Alliance hadn't confirmed that Qin Yang wasn't possessed, but had some other opportunity, he would rather believe that Qin Yang had been taken over. Though I don't know what happened, it's ultimately a good thing. Zhu Qi murmured, then set off toward Qin Yang. Like Nangong Yi, he knew in his heart that this contest had already been decided. As long as Qin Yang survived, he would be first. The only exception was if Sheng Yi killed Qin Yang and took his place. And he did not wish to see that happen, because this tournament was of great importance, not only for their personal rewards, but also for the struggle among the 4 major powers. In the vast void, Zhao Yunlong's face was adorned with a smile as he looked at Anna and said cheerfully, I heard that Lokes has been targeting you, especially when he nearly killed your son. Now we've avenged you. How do you feel? Of course we don't need your thanks. Tianze and Sheng Yu exchanged awkward glances, unsure what to say. Zhao Yunlong was as sarcastic as ever, claiming to help her get revenge, but Gussaman had already died at Qin Yang's hands. Lokes was the only one who could have avenged her son, even if the 2 sides were irreconcilable. But they were still of the same race. Now that Lokes had also died at Qin Yang's hands, Anna's hope for revenge was shattered. Moreover, with the 2 Titan prodigies fallen, Anna, as the team leader, would likely face punishment. How could she possibly be happy? Shut up. Anna's face turned ashen, her body exuding boundless murderous aura, like a volcano about to erupt, ready to explode at any moment. I know you're happy, but don't get too excited. Zhao Yunlong said with a grin, there's plenty of time to be happy later. Zhao Yunlong felt an immense relief. After so many years, he could finally hold his head high. Anna and her husband, that former human traitor, had caused him no end of trouble. But lacking the opportunity to act, he had been forced to swallow his pride. Now that he could finally rise above, he would no longer endure. Suddenly Anna regained her composure and sneered, don't celebrate too soon. Qin Yang, a monster like him, was hidden by you humans, so we didn't notice. You got lucky. But this contest isn't over yet. Qin Yang does have a points advantage. But don't forget Sheng Yi is still inside. Do you think Sheng Yi with his pride would tolerate a human trampling on him? Sheng Yi is not a waste like Lokes. And the prodigies from the 10,000 demons haven't made a move yet. Do you really think their genius is inferior to the others? Cough cough. Tianze cleared his throat and smiled. We don't really have any top prodigies this generation. But Anna is right, Zhao Yunlong. Don't celebrate too soon. Sheng Yi is still inside. The contest isn't over yet. Zhao Yunlong's expression didn't change as he said calmly, Sheng Yi is indeed formidable, I admit. But have you considered that our human prodigies are not limited to Qin Yang alone? What makes you think Sheng Yi can single-handedly contend with all our human prodigies? Could Sheng Yi, no matter how powerful, surpass all human geniuses? Zhao Yunlong didn't believe it. Anna sneered. Do you think they're willing to hand over the champion's seat? The outstanding tree is the first to be broken by the wind. Now Qin Yang has become everyone's target. A hot potato sought by countless. Even with a 7th grade divine weapon for protection, it's hard for him to survive. Qin Yang is doomed. Zhao Yunlong didn't refute, his expression slightly sobering. This was exactly what he worried about. Human infighting had been a recurring theme throughout history. Moreover, this tournament had no restrictions. This meant that humans killing each other would not face severe punishment. Whether Zhu Qi or Nangong Yi, they might take risks for the reward. Zhao Yunlong smiled. I don't deny our internal strife is serious, but on matters of principle, human unity surpasses any other race. Anna sneered dismissively. Tianze and Sheng Yu also smiled. Such words only fool children. On the other side, Yi Mingyue and Chen Qianqian rushed over upon hearing the news about Qin Yang. Chen Qianqian said with a smirk, didn't you say you didn't need my help? It hasn't been that long. Qin Yang was also troubled. Who knew that Lokes would come to deliver points? If I'm not mistaken, all the prodigies are now eyeing me. You can sense it too. Several powerful presences are heading this way. These guys forgot the mission the Martial King gave them. Instead of hunting prey, they're turning on each other. Yi Mingyue chuckled beside him. You are now the biggest prey. The tide had turned. The greatest hunter had now become the greatest prey. The moment he saw his score soaring far ahead, Qin Yang knew he had become the coveted target of every prodigy. Though confident in himself, he summoned Yi Mingyue and Chen Qianqian without delay to ensure safety. Both were formidable and would prove excellent allies. Fortunately, they were nearby and arrived swiftly. I hope these fools are wise enough, or this prey will bite every hunter to death. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He had never been soft-hearted. In just a month he had slain countless beings. Since I promised your cousins to protect you, I will not let you suffer any loss. Yi Minji spoke with earnestness and unwavering resolve. At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally help Qin Yang, proving she was of some use. I have calculated, she said. The trials ahead are not severe. We can handle them with ease. Chen Qianqian smiled brightly. When Qin Yang called her, she had already performed a divination. It was a favorable omen. Though there might be twists, the outcome would be good. Meanwhile, a streak of light shot forward, and Nangong Ye's crisp voice rang out, "Qin Yang, I've come to save you." "Stop right there." Yi Mingyue raised her sword, its cold gleam radiating. Nangong Yi halted, dissatisfied. "Mingyue, this is not right. We are old acquaintances, known each other for so long. And you still suspect me?" Yi Mingyue rolled her eyes. "Precisely because we are old acquaintances that I suspect you. You know exactly what kind of person you are. Put yourself in my shoes. Would you let me approach?" Nangong Yi laughed. "No." "Then there you have it. If you want to help, just stand guard." Yi Mingyue's expression was unfriendly. Nangong Yi had no good reputation within the human alliance. The main reason was that Nangong Yi was scheming and would do anything to achieve his goals. Many former members of the human alliance had died by his hand. Thus the younger generation kept their distance from Nangong Yi. As time passed, more and more people gathered around. Beings from the four major powers converged here: humans, the Holy Spirit clan, the 10,000 Demons Alliance, and the Titan clan. Especially the Titans. Every one of them wore an ugly expression, seething with murderous intent, eager to tear Qin Yang apart. Qin Yang paid no heed to the crowd, showing little reaction. These people were nothing but chickens and dogs, unworthy of his attention. His true adversaries were only a few, the top prodigies. As for the rest, he could crush them with a flick of his hand. The reason he didn't flee, but stayed waiting, was that escape was impossible. Though the Tianlan world was vast, it was nothing to grandmasters. They could catch up easily. Moreover, Qin Yang had enough confidence to face everything head-on rather than flee and be hunted. Before long, Zhu Qi arrived. He did not approach Qin Yang or Nangong Yi. Yet Nangong Yi cheerfully ran to him. "Zhu Qi, you're finally here." "Don't come too close," said Zhu Qi. "I don't feel safe." He was also extremely wary of Nangong Yi and made no effort to hide it. Nangong Yi, accustomed to this, waited beside Zhu Qi. "What's your plan? Help Qin Yang through this, or fish for profit?" Zhu Qi retorted, "What's your plan?" Nangong Yi smiled. "I'm here to help Qin Yang. Since he's already victory in hand, as long as he survives, we can secure first place in this competition and split a good share of the territories. That benefits us all." Zhu Qi's expression remained unchanged. "The champion's reward is not small. Are you not tempted?" Nangong Yi replied, "I am tempted. In my eyes, Qin Yang is a shining treasure. But only if he lives can we face the three major forces with a chance. The Titan clan and the 10,000 Demons Alliance are allied. Now that Qin Yang threatens Sheng Ye's position, the Holy Spirit clan will surely join them. Their goal is to kill Qin Yang and snatch the first place opportunity." Nangong Yi then shifted. "Of course, we could wait until the end to kill Qin Yang ourselves. As long as we ensure the human faction's interests. I can even give you the champion's seat." Zhu Qi gave a cold laugh. "I don't trust you. You know very well what kind of person Nangong Yi is. You're not that benevolent." Nangong Yi shrugged. "You have no room to refuse. You can't refuse. Winning the championship makes you a hidden dragon and earns the martial emperor's attention, perhaps even a chance to become his personal disciple. You know what that means." Zhu Qi remained silent, saying nothing. As Nangong Yi said, he had no way to refuse. After all, the reward was too tempting. No one could remain indifferent. After a moment of silence, Zhu Qi spoke. "Qin Yang's identity is not simple. He has the Yi family behind him, and even the Tianyuan martial emperor. If he dies at the hands of outsiders, it's one thing. But if he dies by our hands, we'll be blamed. He is no ordinary person." Zhu Qi chuckled. "If we dare to kill Qin Yang, we won't even make it back to the human alliance. Zhao Yunlong would execute us on the spot." Nangong Yi looked at Zhu Qi in surprise. "Damn, you've grown a brain." Zhu Qi ignored him. "Here comes the main event." As his words fell, the sky trembled. Boundless divine radiance swept in like the arrival of the sun god. Resplendent light illuminated the heavens. A majestic figure walked slowly from afar, clad in golden armor, his hair flowing with divine radiance, his eyes indifferent, yet filled with endless brilliance. An overwhelming pressure descended, suffocating countless onlookers. Sheng Yi had arrived. Still as ostentatious as ever, Qin Yang couldn't help but mock. Sheng Yi stood at the peak, proud and arrogant, looking down at Qin Yang. "Human, do you know the grave mistake you've made?" Instantly all eyes turned to Qin Yang. His expression indifferent. Qin Yang said, "What do you think you are to play tricks before me? Get down here." Taishu world-breaking fist. A silver-white fist descended like a comet, hurtling towards Sheng Yi. Presumptuous. Sheng Yi clasped his hands behind his back, arrogant and aloof, and stomped down with one foot. A thunderous roar erupted. The collision shattered the void around them. The fist pierced through Sheng Ye's foot, spraying golden blood across the sky. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yang soared forth, appearing before Sheng Yi in an instant, and slapping him hard across the face. "Stop pretending to be a god. Do you really think you're a deity?" To be honest, Qin Yang had endured Sheng Ye's arrogance for far too long. This guy was too full of himself, acting as if he were a god. Always putting on airs of superiority. Sheng Yi was sent flying by Qin Yang's slap, his body hurtling backward, crashing violently into the mountain peak, stirring up clouds of dust. That single slap also left everyone stunned. Holy shit. Qin Yang is so fierce. Nangong Ye's brows twitched, a flicker of fear appearing in his eyes. He had thought Qin Yang had some ability, but now it seemed he needed to change his approach. Too fierce. Absolutely extraordinary. To have undergone such a transformation in just 1 month. His talent, is unimaginable. No wonder Yi Tianji thinks so highly of Qin Yang. He even gave him a 7th rank divine weapon for protection. Truly the bearing of a martial king. No, it should be the bearing of a martial emperor. Do not provoke him. Nangongyi immediately became a bit intimidated, his voice hoarse. I take back what I said earlier. Zhu Qi, who was still stunned, heard this and immediately came to his senses, lightly laughing. So even you have a day when you're afraid. This was truly interesting. Nangongyi had always been scheming, fearless of heaven or earth. He dared to scheme against anyone. This time he had actually shown fear. Nangongyi sneered. I'm not a fool. This Qin Yang has Yi Tianji backing him, and now he has displayed such terrifying talent and combat power. He will surely attract the attention of the Tianyuan martial emperor. Being taken as a personal disciple is not impossible either. How could I dare to provoke such an existence? This world ultimately belongs to the martial emperors. A martial king's divine might suppresses an entire galaxy, but a martial emperor is invincible in heaven and earth, suppressing entire star domains. No race dares to lightly provoke a martial emperor. Even races that have a martial emperor themselves are the same. The destructive power of a martial emperor is too immense. Once they fight, heaven and earth turn upside down, the universe collapses. Moreover, a martial emperor has reached an extremely terrifying realm. Those who dare to scheme against a martial emperor will likely come to no good end. Zhu Qi did not continue this topic, instead looking at the battlefield ahead. Do you think Qin Yang can win? Although Qin Yang has the upper hand, Sheng Yi is no ordinary person after all. Moreover, he was somewhat underestimating his opponent earlier. If he gets serious, I think Qin Yang will have little chance of winning. He knew very well what Sheng Yi's strength was. Nangongyi pondered for a moment. Hard to say. If Sheng Yi does not activate the Holy Spirit clan's taboo, Qin Yang's probability of winning is higher. On the other hand, if Sheng Yi uses his trump card, Qin Yang has no chance of winning. And Sheng Yi is ultimately a 9th rank grandmaster. The realm disparity was clear. One was a 2nd rank grandmaster, the other a 9th rank grandmaster. An ordinary 2nd rank grandmaster had no possibility of winning. The fact that Qin Yang could fight to this extent was already extremely impressive. No one can save you today. Sheng Yi charged directly forward, his stern face brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent. For someone who loved to show off, being humiliated was the most unforgivable thing. Qin Yang's slap that sent him flying undoubtedly touched a taboo. Holy Spirit sword. Sheng Yi shouted in a low voice, and a golden stream of light burst out from his body like a ghost, instantly arriving in front of Qin Yang. The terrifying edge pierced the void, tearing the atmosphere. Crack. The black moon pendant instantly appeared in front of Qin Yang, the sharp edge landing on the pendant. 2 terrifying waves of force completely exploded. With a loud bang, an invisible wave spread out, heaven and earth split, and hundreds of miles around instantly turned to dust. Even Qin Yang was blasted away. A 7th rank offensive divine weapon. Qin Yang steadied himself, his expression grave. This Sheng Yi indeed had a 7th rank divine weapon for protection. He was not surprised by this. Sheng Yi's status was different. A 7th rank divine weapon won't save you either. Seeing that the divine weapon had not worked, Sheng Yi grew even more agitated. The Holy Spirit sword had actually failed. I didn't expect someone like you to resort to sneak attacks. At first I thought you were just arrogant and unruly with a haughty heart. Though your character was bad, you should have acted with integrity. Now it seems you are no different from ordinary people. You are even a hypocritical villain. Qin Yang really hadn't expected Sheng Yi to suddenly attack. If not for the protection of the 7th rank divine weapon, he would surely have died. But none of that matters now. You are about to die. Villain or hypocrite, it matters not. Dust to dust, earth to earth, all returns to ashes. Qin Yang murmured, silver-white light appearing in his eyes as the soul suppression seal hovered above his head, silver radiance flowing down. Heaven subduing, God-slaying sword. This was an extremely terrifying offensive divine ability from the ghostly, formless soul palace. Instantly, deep within Qin Yang's soul, the soul palace opened wide, and the tiny soul figure inside immediately opened its eyes. Almost simultaneously, the power of the soul suppression seal surged into it. The soul figure condensed a long sword in its hand and charged out violently. The almost corporeal figure wielding the divine sword, though small in stature, contained boundless sharpness. Silver light flashed, heaven and earth fell silent. An endless sword light flashed past, immediately slashing toward Sheng Yi. Whoosh. There was no deafening roar. Heaven and earth seemed to have its sound erased. The surroundings fell into a silence so deep that a pin drop could be heard. There was no sound at all. Sheng Yi seemed frozen, his expression stagnant, his eyes filled with boundless fury but devoid of luster. Like a puppet, without any emotion. Boom. Sheng Yi's body crashed to the ground, and the Holy Spirit sword in the sky let out a mournful cry. Then the Holy Spirit sword shot straight into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding creatures gaped in astonishment, as if they had witnessed something unimaginable. Stunned. Impossible. Yi Mingyue's pupils contracted, her face full of disbelief. She knew very well what Sheng Yi's strength was. It could be said that he was almost on a different dimension from the people present. And now Sheng Yi had actually been slain. Moreover, the process was so brief that even Luo Qixi had lived longer than Shang Yi. But soon Yi Mingyue took a deep breath as if thinking of something and looked at Qin Yang with eyes full of worry. Meanwhile, an arrogant voice rang out. Human Qin Yang, you are indeed impressive. You actually managed to defeat Shang Yi. But I also want to thank you if not for your defeat of Shang Yi. I would not have had the chance to become the champion. As a token of gratitude, I will let you depart in peace. As he spoke, a huge white python materialized out of thin air, its bloody mouth wide open, intending to swallow Qin Yang. Cough, cough. Qin Yang coughed twice and sneered. What kind of trash dares to jump out? Void-shattering fist. A silver-white fist wrapped in endless blood energy and carrying boundless might instantly struck into the white python's mouth. In an instant, the white python's expression changed drastically, its body swelling like a balloon and then exploding with a bang. A rain of blood scattered across the entire sky. Bathed in the rain of blood, Qin Yang stood in midair, his expression indifferent, his posture majestic, like an unparalleled god of slaughter. His killing intent shook the 9 heavens, terrifying all who heard of it, so that no one dared to take another step. The void realm. Utter silence devoid of any sound. The 4 martial kings were mute. Their expressions shifted. They never anticipated that Xingye would also be defeated. Xingyu, pristine and silent for a long while, finally spoke, his voice calm. Zhao Yunlong, you humans are indeed treacherous and cunning. You have always been dishonest. You even concealed such a monstrous talent. A 2nd rank slaying a 9th rank. Such talent and combat prowess across the entire universe are the most outstanding among the younger generation, worthy of the title Young Sovereign. How could such a figure not even rank in the top 10? Xingyu showed little emotion, but the 3 martial kings could sense his indignation. The sacred spirit race had been supremely confident in seizing victory in this tournament. They believed Xingyu was the sole young sovereign among all living beings. He could sweep through everyone with no contender. All were utterly convinced of this. Who would have thought that Qin Yang would suddenly emerge? Seemingly ordinary, yet monstrously overpowered. Anna sneered in agreement. I said it before, humans cannot be trusted. Such beings are full of schemes, treacherous and cunning. Cooperating with them will only lead to betrayal. You refuse to believe now, do you understand? The Titan race had a hostile relationship with humans. Had it not been for certain reasons, they would not have allied. Especially after Qin Yang slew 2 Titan prodigies, inflicting heavy losses. Yet they knew the Titan race could not overpower humans. But now it was different. Qin Yang had spared none of the 3 races, slaying all their prodigies. Moreover, Qin Yang was deliberately concealed by humans. His true strength had not been revealed. Clearly they had deceived them. Thus Anna seized the chance to sow discord. She intended to thoroughly sour the sacred spirit race's relationship with humans. Tianzi said with a smile, you humans love to play the weakling and strike like a tiger as always. I never expected you to hide it so deep this time. Quite interesting. The 10,000 Demon Alliance suffered the least losses. Though their prodigy was kicked aside like a stray dog, they were still displeased. But it was far better than the others. Zhao Yunlong ignored them, sighed, and said helplessly to Xingyu, I never deceived you. You've seen the records. A cultivator of merely 1 month. How strong could he be? Yeah. Neither the Titan race nor the 10,000 Demon Alliance mattered to humans. But the relationship with the sacred spirit race had to be maintained. Xingyu said calmly, I am not a child. A month of cultivation. Who would believe that? Such foundation and combat prowess clearly indicated a prodigy secretly nurtured by humans. Moreover, humans had done this before. His records are not secret. You can investigate freely. Zhao Yunlong shrugged, knowing further explanation was futile, and refrained from elaboration. Tell Qin Yang Xingye will take revenge. With those words, Xingyu's graceful figure slowly faded away. You too can also get lost. Seeing Xingyu leave, Zhao Yunlong swept his gaze over the 2 martial kings, his tone icy. Tianzi smiled. Qin Yang is indeed formidable, but he won't live long. He has killed too many this time, no one will spare him. You'd better protect him well. Zhao Yunlong said calmly. If Qin Yang suffers any loss, I will hold both your races accountable. If he dies, each of your races will lose 10 young prodigies. 1 for 10, we don't lose. Tianzi smiled. I hope you can deliver. With that, the 2 departed. Almost simultaneously, the bodies of the 3 races' beings were swept away, taken by the 3 martial kings. This marked the end of the tournament. Almost at the same time, a terrifying will descended. All demigod beings in the Tianlan world instantly perished. No matter where they hid, none could escape. Meanwhile, the surviving examinees were swept up by a mighty force. When they came to, they found themselves back in the spaceship. You did quite well, but perhaps a bit too much. Zhao Yunlong looked at Qin Yang before him, slightly helpless. Qin Yang was an unexpected boon. Initially, he had only intended for Qin Yang to kill Gusman, who knew he would sweep through all the prodigies of the 3 races. Of course, the result was good. Humans ultimately won. A necessary move. Qin Yang shook his head helplessly. As you saw, none of this was my intention. They brought it upon themselves. Except for Gusman, the others came for me on their own. Both Rockers and Xingye were the same. I understand all that. But you did kill the prodigies of 3 races, and now you are completely famous across the world. With your current record, you will definitely be targeted by the three races. You must be careful. Zhao Yunlong saw that Qin Yang had been forced into it, knowing it was one thing if the outcome was already set. I can't bear this blame. I only killed two races prodigies. The Sacred Spirit race and the Titan race. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. This was slander. When had he ever slain the prodigies of three races? It was only two. Zhao Yunlong paused, then said in a low voice, when you killed Xingya, a snake appeared. That was a prodigy of the 10,000 Demon Alliance, albeit mediocre, but still their strongest. Qin Yang was surprised. The white giant python. Yes, the one you kicked aside like a stray dog. Now it was Qin Yang's turn to be speechless. He truly hadn't paid attention to that. Qin Yang said, you know, no one cares about a stray dog kicked aside in passing. I didn't expect the 10,000 Demon Alliance's prodigy to be so weak. What the hell? Could he be blamed? Who knew their prodigy was that weak? Don't worry about it. Zhao Yunlong waved his hand. Just a stray dog on the roadside, no need to care. You've killed enough. But be careful. Xingya is not truly dead yet. If he resurrects, he will definitely target you. What? Not dead yet. His soul had been utterly annihilated. Qin Yang's eyes widened in shock. Does the Sacred Spirit race have some racial divine ability? Like the Titan race capable of infinite resurrection? He knew that the Sacred Spirit race had no such trait. Zhao Yunlong smiled. What is a sacred spirit? Born from heaven and earth, nurtured by the universe. That is a sacred spirit. Every being of the Sacred Spirit race is unique, a wondrous creature bred by the heavens. But the reason they are called sacred spirits is because of a Sacred Spirit martial emperor who possesses a unique artifact, the Sacred Spirit evolution pool. As long as a being leaves a soul imprint within it, even if they die, they can be reborn through the pool. Of course, this effect only works once. Xingya holds a high status in the Sacred Spirit race, so he's certainly left an imprint. He will likely resurrect, but it will take some time. Resurrection via the Sacred Spirit evolution pool is almost like a rebirth starting from infancy, with all cultivation lost, only memories retained. But they will recover quickly. You have about 5 years to guard against Xingya's return. 5 years. Qin Yang immediately relaxed. When he returns, I can crush him with a flick of my hand. In just a month, he had already reached the Grandmaster level. 5 years. He would be a martial emperor by then. Even if Xingya was formidable, he would be at most a Grandmaster. Such a character was not even worthy of his second glance. Seeing Qin Yang's silence, Zhao Yunlong chuckled. Are you afraid? Afraid? Impossible. Qin Yang said nonchalantly, why should I be afraid? He has trained for over a decade, and can't even match my 1 month of progress. Now he needs 5 more years to reclaim his peak. Would I shy away from his edge? I'm only afraid that when the time comes, he won't even have the courage to show his face. This was not arrogance. It was the truth. Qin Yang knew better than anyone how extraordinary his talent was. SSS grade talent. Such a thing had never been heard of across the entire universe. The highest was merely S-grade. Even the Tianyuan Martial Emperor was said to be S-grade, and the legendary Tongtian Sword Emperor was originally A-grade, perhaps having obtained some fortuitous opportunity that forcibly elevated his talent by a tier. Martial Emperors were only S-grade, and he was SSS grade. Not even the ancient patriarchs of the Holy Spirit clan could compare to him. Arrogant enough. Zhao Yunlong raised an eyebrow, a smile on his face. But that's right. A martial artist must be confident and bold. Of course, don't be too arrogant either. Your personality suits my taste. Let me tell you a secret, so you can be prepared. Xingya's background is not simple. His father is a martial emperor, his mother is also a martial emperor, and his sister is a martial king. Under normal circumstances, it would take him 5 years to recover, but given his status, he'll likely recover in a month or 2. Moreover, his accumulated foundation is formidable. Barring accidents, he will step into Grandmaster within half a year. Most likely half a year from now, Shang Yi will come seeking revenge. You will face a fully armed top-tier prodigy. After saying this, Zhao Yunlong looked at Qin Yang with a grin. Qin Yang's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. So what? Not to mention a Grandmaster, even if it were a martial king, I could still lift my blade and sever his head. Zhao Yunlong laughed heartily. You really are arrogant enough, kid. How interesting. It seems you know little of the Holy Spirit clan. That's not your fault. Qin Yang said meaningfully. The problem is you know little of me. I don't blame you either. Zhao Yunlong's laughter abruptly ceased. He found it amusing, yet didn't know what to say. He finally understood. Qin Yang, after more than a decade of suppression, was now unleashing it all at once. Having achieved such a feat in just 1 month, he was immensely proud, almost looking down on everyone in the world. No matter what was said now, Qin Yang would not back down. But this was a good thing. A martial artist bogged down by hesitation and unable to charge forward fearlessly could hardly advance further. Enough of this idle talk. Zhao Yunlong spoke. As the examiner for this round, congratulations on becoming the undisputed top scholar of this college entrance exam. And because of you, humanity has achieved an unprecedented victory in the confrontation among the 3 races. As a reward, you will become one of the few hidden dragons of the human alliance, and you will receive the highest level of training resources from the alliance. All of this will be sent to your terminal. Additionally, as the champion of the 4 great powers martial meet, you will receive the following rewards. You may choose 1 7th grade secret art, 1 7th grade divine weapon, and 1 opportunity to hunt a fate below the celestial rank. As he said this, Zhao Yunlong revealed a bright smile. The last reward is the most important. You will have the chance to meet the 3 martial emperors. If they are pleased with you, you may become a closed-door disciple of a martial emperor, perform the master worship ceremony, and become a disciple of a martial emperor. Even Qin Yang, with his composed temperament, was startled by this reward. The rewards of the Alliance's hidden dragon were not to be mentioned. They surely wouldn't be poor. After all, the number of hidden dragons in the Alliance was fewer than 10. Their treatment was certainly not ordinary, but the champion's reward was the most important. A 7th grade secret art, a 7th grade divine weapon, and the opportunity to hunt a fate below the celestial rank. What is fate? The will of a world. Also the essential item for stepping into the martial king realm. Worlds vary in size, and so do fates. The stronger the world, the more powerful the fate it nurtures. They are generally classified from 1st to 9th grade, with celestial rank above that. It is said that above celestial rank, there are saint and divine ranks. 1st grade fates are the lowest, typically found in worlds without civilization or those just born. Fates of this kind are the lowest level and unsuitable for martial training. Even if one becomes a martial king, there is the constant danger of realm regression. Generally, martial kings need fates around the 5th grade. But even that is extremely difficult, because a 5th grade fate corresponds to the strength of Earth. Hunting such a fate is no simple task. Is this hunt assisted by the Alliance? Qin Yang asked, first, as fate was crucial and could not be overlooked. Of course. When you are ready to step into the martial king realm, the Alliance will select the most suitable fate for you according to your choice. Up to the 9th grade. Zhao Yunlong said, hunting a fate is not simple, especially for fates above the 8th grade. The worlds they reside in often have already developed powerful civilizations, and it's not unusual to encounter martial kings within them. Some even span vast territories comparable to an entire galaxy. This reward was beyond reproach. Qin Yang knew that the human alliance had many cultivators at the peak of Grandmaster. Their number was not small, nearly 1 million. Many of these individuals could step into the martial king realm, but most failed to break through due to various reasons. The majority lacked sufficient resources to hunt a suitable fate. Fate is the foundation of a martial king. A fate too poor means one can never advance further. But in essence, it all came down to a lack of resources. Hunting a fate was too important, any moderately powerful one required a martial king to personally intervene. Yet the cost of hiring a martial king was unimaginable, far beyond what a grandmaster could afford. Qin Yang had no such worry. The Alliance was essentially preparing a 9th grade fate for him. Meeting the martial emperors. What if they don't think highly of me? Qin Yang was still confident his talent was undeniable, and the martial emperors would surely appreciate him. He just wanted to hear what Zhao Yunlong would say. What can you do? You lose this opportunity. Zhao Yunlong rolled his eyes. Do you think becoming a disciple of a martial emperor means they will personally instruct you? I am a disciple of the Tongtian Sword Emperor, but I've only met my master once. Most of the time my senior brother teaches me. The martial emperors are far too busy. They are basically no longer in this universe. At this, Zhao Yunlong said, actually, you don't need to overthink it. They say 3 martial emperors will meet you, but in truth only the Tianyuan martial emperor will see you. The other 2 just go through the motions. If the Tianyuan martial emperor doesn't take you, you'll likely fail. Qin Yang understood immediately. He had long been regarded as the Tianyuan martial emperor's man. This was not surprising. The Yi family served the Tianyuan martial emperor, and since they had helped him so much, he naturally belonged to the Tianyuan martial emperor's faction. But Qin Yang didn't mind. With his talent, it didn't matter if the martial emperors didn't take a liking to him. Qin Yang was escorted back to the cabin. The spaceship was filled with examinees heading to Earth. Now that the college entrance exam was over, the survivors naturally returned to their respective homes. As Qin Yang walked to the square of the cabin, countless eyes immediately turned to him, and a clamor of voices erupted. Qin Yang, congratulations on becoming the top scholar. Top scholar Qin Yang. Our ancestral star has finally produced a top scholar. Ha, who dares to look down on our ancestral star now? These ingrates, relying on the legacy built by our ancestral star's forebears, have received abundant resources, yet still despise our ancestral star. The sudden welcome caught Qin Yang off guard. But as someone who had weathered many storms, he raised his hand and smiled at the crowd. Obviously, the news of his becoming the top scholar had spread completely. Congratulations, Qin Yang, on becoming the top scholar. Now you've become a celebrity in the Alliance. Next, you'll receive countless flatteries and invitations. Yi Mingwei and Chun Qianqian walked over. Their results were not bad. They had been admitted to Starry Sky Martial University, and their treatment had changed. Others were in the cabin, but they had their own rooms. The treatment had completely changed. Chun Qianqian clicked her tongue. You've really stunned everyone this time. You've become a legend. A waste for over a decade, you attained enlightenment in a single day, quickly stepping into the Grandmaster realm in just 1 month, and even slaying the top geniuses of 3 races: Rox, Gusman, Holy Knight, and Bite Song. These well-known geniuses have all become your stepping stones. Now that you are the top scholar, you have essentially become a guest of honor among the major powers. You can also build a harem. Song. That python is called Song. Qin Yang really didn't know. He only remembered casually kicking a stray dog to death on the roadside. He thought it was not famous. Is the top scholar so powerful? Qin Yang was a little surprised. The human alliance has a history of over 1,000 years. One top scholar every year. Isn't that too many? He knew the top scholar was famous and had a noble status. But from what Yi Mingyue said, it seemed even higher than he imagined. Yi Mingyue explained, the top scholar also depends on quality. You killed quite a few this time, so the quality will be high. Besides, you've been cultivating for less than a month and your talent is evident. Without a doubt, the major powers will extend olive branches to you. Even the Feng family will apologize to you. Qin Yang was surprised. The Feng family status is not low, right? I heard there are 2 martial kings in the clan, and their cultivation is not low. The Feng family didn't have many martial kings, but they surpassed in high realm. They were definitely strong among martial kings. Yi Mingyue smiled and said, your conflict was not serious at first, it was just a scuffle among juniors. Although it was deadly, it never involved the top level. And with your potential, they certainly don't want to provoke a powerful enemy. After all, you are different now. You can gain the protection of the major powers, and stepping into the martial king realm is not a fantasy. They don't want to make a future martial king an enemy either. In short, Qin Yang was an ant in the eyes of the Feng family before. An ant challenging the superior would certainly anger them. But now Qin Yang was no ordinary person, and they didn't want to fight to the death over such matters. Haha, then it depends on the Feng family's sincerity. Qin Yang chuckled. If the sincerity is enough, it's not impossible to let it go. He had not suffered losses in his struggle with the Feng family. In fact, he had gained immensely. If the Feng family could let it go and offer enough benefits, Qin Yang planned to forgive and forget. Of course, it was only on the surface. He didn't think the Feng family would truly give up. It would certainly be a superficial reconciliation. But regardless, he needed to be prepared. Mainly, he didn't have enough strength to confront the Feng family now. If he were strong enough, if he were already a martial king, why reconcile? He would just crush them outright. What compensation? Isn't the Feng family all my property? How dare they use my things to compensate? I'm not sure about that. But my cousin told me to return a video call to her. Yi Mingyue said. Qin Yang nodded, then went back to his room to rest. One reason was to check the treatment of the hidden dragon, and also to reply to Yi Lin and Yi Tianji. Regardless, these two had helped him greatly, that was beyond doubt. Without them, Qin Yang wouldn't have been able to take the top position. Back in the room, Qin Yang opened his terminal. He immediately saw congratulatory messages from Yi Tianji and Yi Lin. At the same time, he noticed that his terminal permissions had been upgraded. There were many new functions, and even the online store permissions had been raised. The purchase permissions for various items were no longer 4th rank, but 7th rank, a higher level. Receive 100 points annually, a monthly cultivation gift of hidden dragon quality, and the option to choose any martial king or above as a teacher. Also a heavenly fate tempering once a year. You can choose a 7th rank artificer to forge divine weapons for you, and an alchemist to refine pills. This treatment is truly impeccable. Qin Yang was astonished. No wonder it was regarded as the highest privileged genius cultivation system in the Alliance. It must be said the treatment was maxed out. Basically, every aspect of cultivation was taken into account. Even the rarest heavenly fate tempering could be enjoyed once a year. Moreover, any martial king within the Alliance could become a teacher as long as one was willing. Absolute profit. Qin Yang glanced around, and this was the only thought in his mind. With these benefits, his cultivation would be smooth, and he would enter higher realms at a faster pace. It could be said that his cultivation speed would greatly increase. After reviewing these benefits, Qin Yang began to reply to Yi Lin and Yi Tianji. Soon a video call from Yi Lin came through. Qin Yang, you really gave us a surprise. The video opened, revealing the faces of Yi Lin and Yi Tianji. Both were smiling. For them, this was indeed a surprise. Qin Yang not only became the top scholar, but also won the championship in the martial competition of the 4 major powers, consecutively defeating many geniuses. The talent and potential he displayed had reached an unimaginable level, especially becoming a hidden dragon along with the rewards from the championship. This meant that as long as Qin Yang did not die young, he would inevitably become a martial king, or even higher. Such a being had an immeasurable future. And they were the first angel investors. What did that mean? It meant a powerful ally in the future. The value contained was unimaginable, and they hadn't paid much. To achieve such success, I owe it to your help. Qin Yang was not an ungrateful person. He understood that initially the two helped him because they valued his potential. But their help was indeed substantial. For example, the Black Moon Jade pendant helped Qin Yang resist many dangers. Without it, he wouldn't have won so easily. Yi Lin smiled broadly and turned to Yi Tianji. Third grandfather, I told you Qin Yang is absolutely a peerless prodigy with extraordinary talent. Are you convinced now? Yi Tianji said kindly, convinced. With that, Yi Tianji paused for a moment and said, Qin Yang, we have some matters now. We'll talk later when we return to the ancestral star. Qin Yang nodded, understood. He casually hung up the video and calmed his mind. Then he began to connect to the virtual divine realm and started a new round of cultivation. His gains this time were indeed great. But the path of cultivation was endless, and he had only just shown his edge. He had not yet fully become a player on the chessboard. He still needed to become stronger. Qin Yang slew the prodigies of the three clans and claimed the top honor of the champion. The news spread like wildfire racing through the human alliance. The first to feel the impact was the ancestral star. As the cradle of the human alliance, the ancestral star was bereft of resources long since exhausted. The entire solar system in particular paled in comparison to other star systems. Over time, the ancestral star fell into complete decline. With the great powers journeying far and their families taking root elsewhere, the ancestral star was utterly diminished. Without sufficient cultivation resources or a substantial population, the probability of producing a peerless prodigy was infinitesimally small. Though harsh, the truth remained that beings born from the bloodline of the mighty often possessed superior talents. This was a kind of rule and pattern. Thus, the once glorious ancestral star fell into utter obscurity, becoming a laughingstock among the newly born humans. For years, the ancestral star had been derided. But now, thanks to Qin Yang, it finally held its head high. Upon his return, the highest echelons of the ancestral star greeted him, offering various precious cultivation resources. All these were rewards for Qin Yang becoming the champion. His principle was simple: accept what was given. As for building connections, there was no time. Cultivation was paramount. Even so, those people said nothing. They merely remarked that it was no wonder Qin Yang had become the champion. Everything was due to his relentless effort. As the saying goes, once you are strong enough, everyone around you is kind. When you are sufficiently outstanding, even if you refuse to show courtesy, there will still be great scholars to argue on your behalf. The Feng family. Speaking of the one most distressed by Qin Yang's championship, none other than the Feng family. The conflict between them was already public. Moreover, to kill Qin Yang, the Feng family had paid a considerable price, secretly dispatching a human prodigy to act. The two sides were already irreconcilable. At that moment, within the Feng family estate, in a pocket dimension, countless stars hung in the vast expanse of the starry sky. Faint light flowed down gently, and an ancient, elegant pavilion perched atop the mountain peak. At the four directions martial assembly, Qin Yang vanquished the prodigies of the three clans with thunderous momentum, securing the alliance's first championship in the Four Directions tournament in a millennium. At the same time, he helped the human alliance gain half of the Eagle Star domain. Feng Yunluo sat on a stool, his handsome face cold as he glanced at the surrounding Feng family elders. He sneered. Now Qin Yang is not only firmly bound to the Yi family, but has also earned the favor of Tianyuan Martial Emperor. Becoming his disciple is only a matter of time. Moreover, the other two martial emperors also think highly of Qin Yang and wish to take him as their disciple. This is the first time in a millennium that someone has garnered such immense attention from the three martial emperors. For the sake of an ordinary disciple, you have made our family antagonize such a favored son of heaven. You have done very well indeed. With that, Feng Yunluo roared. Do you realize that because of your foolishness the Feng family was nearly destroyed? Lord Ancient even sent me a message telling me, an old man, not to meddle in the struggles of the young. If possible, make peace. Feng Yunluo punched the air, and the void shattered like a mirror. Boundless shockwaves spread like a hurricane, causing many of the Feng family high-ranking members to nearly lose their footing. Feng Yunluo was truly furious. He was not angry about offending Qin Yang. He was angry that these incompetents had failed to kill Qin Yang. Instead, Qin Yang had leaped over the Dragon's Gate and become a force to be reckoned with. Seeing the silence, Feng Yunluo snorted. You go inform Qinglan, have him bring out the ancient God Soul Essence, and we will also take the Titan Blood Essence from the mansion. Send one of you to Qin Yang to apologize, and let this matter be settled. These words caused the Feng family high-ranking members to tremble. Both items were no ordinary treasures. They were 7th-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The ancient God Soul Essence came from the ancient God clan, being the sole origin of their race. This sole origin was completely devoid of impurities. Generally, to obtain a living ancient God Soul Essence, one needed to continuously remove impurities from a living ancient God. Otherwise, once the ancient God died, the soul would return to the ancient God's ancestral land. Moreover, the ancient God clan was immensely powerful, making the acquisition of the ancient God Soul Essence extremely arduous. Ordinary ancient gods could not refine it. Only those who had reached the Master Realm could. The difficulty of materials and refinement made the ancient God Soul Essence exceedingly rare. In the outside world, it was virtually priceless. The same was true for the Titan Blood Essence. Extracting a single drop required hundreds of titans. These two items were high-level soul treasures, immensely beneficial for cultivating the soul. The Titan Blood Essence needed no further explanation. The Titans were renowned for their physical strength, unmatched by any. Moreover, the Titan Blood Essence contained the secrets of the Titan race, offering the potential to obtain the ability of rebirth from a single drop of blood. Patriarch, you cannot. Although Qin Yang has become a force, the Feng family is not weak either. The Feng family high-ranking members naturally refused to agree. Not to mention the poor relationship between Qin Martial King and them and his unwillingness. One argument was that Qin Yang was merely a champion, not yet a martial king or martial emperor. Even if they were to bury the hatchet, such precious items should not be used. This is Lord Ancient's command. Just follow the orders. Feng Yunluo's eyes were sinister as he snapped, "Don't you understand yet? Lord Ancient has set his sights on Qin Yang." These words made everyone shudder as if they had thought of something terrifying. Soon after, many showed joy in their eyes. Ancient was one of the 3 human martial emperors, the Ancient Martial Emperor. He was also the only soul walker among the martial emperors. Whether he was the strongest in terms of power was unknown. Tianyuan Martial Emperor had been in the Martial Emperor realm the longest, spending most of his time at the Guishu on the cosmic frontier. Tongtian Sword Emperor, though the latest to attain the Tao and become an emperor, wielded unparalleled sword techniques, hailed as the ultimate offensive path in the universe. Ancient Martial Emperor was the most enigmatic. No one knew his true form, not even the other 2 martial emperors, it seemed. He was also the founder of the Star Sky Martial Academy. What if Qin Martial King is unwilling? Someone hesitated. Patriarch, you know that Qin Martial King values the ancient god soul essence greatly. He almost treats it as his hope for the next breakthrough. Feng Yunluo interrupted, his voice cold. Tell him this is the martial emperor's command. If he refuses to give it, I will personally annihilate his entire lineage. No matter where they are, as long as they carry the blood of this lineage, they will be killed without mercy. The icy voice carried boundless, chilling, murderous intent. It made everyone tremble, daring not to move. They understood that Feng Yunluo was serious this time, and he had the capability to do so. As one of the strongest below the martial emperor, Feng Yunluo's strength was unquestionable. Meanwhile, on the ancestral star in the imperial capital, inside a luxurious mansion, Yilin looked at the residents and said with a smile, "So this is the reward from the ancestral star. This mansion is indeed quite nice." After Qin Yang returned to the ancestral star, Yilin and Yi Tianji had also quickly arrived. The mansion was granted to Qin Yang by the Ancestral Star Alliance as a reward for his achievement of top scholar. Beyond this estate, there were numerous additional rewards bestowed upon him. In short, Qin Yang's triumph as top scholar had lifted the spirits of Ancestral Star's people, and the entire alliance, far from holding back, had showered him with generous rewards. Of course, it paled in comparison to what the human alliance would offer. Still, it represented the best the Ancestral Star Alliance could muster. Qin Yang escorted the 2 of them on a tour of the mansion, and then they settled into the main hall. After taking a sip of tea, Yilin smiled and said, "Though I've already offered my congratulations, I must say it once more. Well-deserved top scholar. To be honest, that you claimed the top scholar title, and not only that, but also the championship of the 4 Directions Martial Tournament, completely surpasses my expectations." For countless centuries, the human alliance had never managed to prevail in tournaments against other factions unless the martial emperors themselves fought. Among the younger generation, the record was a complete loss, including my own. And yet you shattered that rule. You may feel it's nothing now, but once you reach the Starry Sky Martial University, you'll understand the magnitude of this achievement. To Qin Yang, it seemed unremarkable, but for the entire human alliance, this was a moment of long-awaited pride. Qin Yang waved it off modestly, already feeling the weight of their support. "I couldn't have achieved this without both of your help." He turned to Yi Tianji. "Uncle Yi, this belongs to you." Qin Yang handed the Black Moon Jade pendant to Yi Tianji. Truth be told, that pendant had been an enormous help. Without it, he would never have been able to display his true combat strength. After all, no grandmaster, no matter how formidable, could withstand a grade 7 divine artifact. That was simply the way of this world. In combat, personal strength was only one factor. Your resources and background mattered just as much. Others came from martial families backed by martial kings and martial emperors wielding countless high-tier divine artifacts. Simply deploying any one of those weapons would have guaranteed his defeat. Moreover, many combat arenas were inherently life-and-death affairs. No one was so foolish as to fight on equal terms within the same realm. Kill if you could and never miss an advantage. Sheng Yi was a prime example. So arrogant as he was, the moment he found himself at a disadvantage in their initial clash, he immediately unleashed his grade 7 divine artifact and fought to the death. Yi Tianji didn't decline either. He knew Qin Yang would soon have ample grade 7 divine artifacts to protect him, so he accepted the Black Moon Jade pendant without hesitation. "I simply ensured you had a fair fighting chance. Your current achievements ultimately depend on yourself." He had watched every battle Qin Yang fought in the Azure Sky world with perfect clarity. He knew deep down that Qin Yang's accomplishments came from his own merit. Yilin chuckled. "Isn't that because of my keen eye? I saw early on that Qin Yang was a rare talent." Qin Yang smiled and replied, "A 1,000-mile horse is common, but a true connoisseur is rare." These words struck right at Yilin's heart, blooming into a wide smile across his face. He coughed twice and shifted the topic. "Enough of that. Let me tell you about the Starry Sky Martial University." "I'm all ears." Qin Yang's interest was instantly piqued. The Starry Sky Martial University, as the premier martial academy of the Human Alliance, had always shrouded itself in mystery. Every aspiring warrior dreamed of being admitted there. It was said that graduating from the Starry Sky Marshall University was extraordinarily difficult. Only the top 10,000 students graduated each year. Those who failed had to remain for further study for a maximum extension of 20 years. This meant graduates faced not just their own cohort, but potentially students from previous years, even the decade before. Yet enrollment was substantial, nearly 100,000 students per year. All of them were elite talents drawn from various star domains and galaxy clusters. Each one was the cream of their world, 1 in 10,000 at the very least. Perhaps only 1 in 100 million could achieve such distinction. In short, students at the Starry Sky Marshall University came from all walks of life, some by pure merit, others through connections. But one thing united them all: they were genius. It was known as the genius slaughterhouse of the human alliance. Yilin pondered for a moment before speaking. The Starry Sky Marshall University is very special. It is far more than a simple school. You could almost call it a sect. You can study any discipline here, and though there are no teachers to instruct you personally, the university provides built-in artificial intelligence systems and countless instructional videos recorded by powerful experts. Whatever you wish to learn, any technique, any subject, you can find a video for it within the school. So there were no scheduling worries at the Starry Sky Marshall University. Moreover, the campus was enormous, occupying a massive planet where every student had their own private space. No roommates whatsoever. You have absolute freedom over your time. No one will interfere unless you violate school rules. Yilin smiled. Don't you think that's incredibly liberating? Qin Yang nodded. Compared to high school, the Starry Sky Marshall University was indeed free. No one controlled you, and everything was within reach. Yilin continued, the Starry Sky Marshall University holds immeasurable treasures and encyclopedic knowledge, but there is one catch: everything requires payment. Every resource costs starlight points, the sole currency of the university, which cannot be purchased with regular money. Starlight points cannot be traded privately. There are only 4 ways to obtain them. The first is to become a specialized craftsman, such as an alchemist, artifact refiner, or formation master, and produce various divine artifacts and items for the university. Different tiers of items come with different prices. This is the most common path. The vast majority of students follow it. The second is through university missions. The Starry Sky Marshall University accepts commissions from various factions across the human alliance. These tasks range widely: bodyguard work, resource refining, battlefield operations. The university awards points based on mission difficulty. The third method is the Starlight Tower, a requirement for all students and a primary source of starlight points. The tower has 100 floors. Each cleared floor grants points, and records are kept for every level. Hold a floor record for 1 month and you receive additional rewards. Thus, many prodigies obsessively compete within its chambers. The fourth, and most dangerous, path is the greatest source of starlight points: joining the Alliance's military campaigns to conquer unknown planets or wage war against external races. In short, you must go to the battlefield, but the rewards are unmatched. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang suddenly understood. No wonder you said the Starry Sky Marshall University resembles a sect. Indeed, very similar. I just never expected not even a single teacher to give lessons. That's quite surprising. The Starry Sky Marshall University was too free. It provided nothing directly, no resources, no instruction, only conditions and facilities. Students had to rely entirely on themselves. Yilin smiled. This is the result of numerous reforms by the university's leadership. They discovered that self-driven students learn far better than those subjected to uniform education. After all, everyone admitted here is a genius. They know exactly what they want, and they will strive for it themselves. Of course, if you desire personal instruction, that is also available. I'm not just speaking of grandmasters. Martial kings, even martial emperors, can personally teach you, as long as you have enough starlight points. Though the price will be steep. A martial emperor giving personal instruction, that was undoubtedly expensive. Qin Yang asked curiously, has anyone actually redeemed for that? Certainly, though not many. Over the years, perhaps a dozen or so. All of them eventually reached martial king. But it wasn't that a martial emperor could elevate someone to greatness. It's that those who could afford such instruction were already peerless prodigies. The starlight points required to hire a martial emperor are astronomical, nearly impossible to accumulate. That said, personal guidance from a martial emperor is indeed effective. They can illuminate the path forward. But you won't need it. Tianyuan martial emperor has already declared that you shall become his 9th direct disciple. At these words, Qin Yang's heart thundered. So it was finally coming. The ultimate reward for the champion. A martial emperor's disciple. A martial emperor's disciple. Even the calm heart of Qin Yang stirred with a hint of excitement. This meant that from now on he would be free from the disadvantage of having no backing. A strong backing remained crucial. Having one meant fewer troubles, as petty individuals would dare not cross you, while also granting access to deeper levels of knowledge and power. The environment differed sharply as well. Where a commoner began their path, a renowned sect's disciple started from an entirely different place. Even if their natural aptitude were equal, the backing behind a distinguished sect's disciple could resolve myriad obstacles through various means. Though the cultivation path might not be entirely smooth, it remained far beyond what ordinary people could fathom. An ordinary person might spend their entire life never becoming a martial artist, whereas a distinguished sect's disciple could reach that stage by age 10. Even with identical talent, their differing starting points meant the ordinary person's ultimate achievement might never come close to where the other began. Could an ordinary person transcend all this? It was possible, though the odds were slim. One might possess exceptional talent that set them apart from the masses, gain admission to the stellar martial arts university, and consider their fate forever changed. Yet the university was flooded with disciples from prestigious families. It was the students without such lineage who formed the smallest group. Without natural gift, then fortune became the only variable. A stroke of luck might grant access to rare treasures capable of altering one's destiny. Ultimately, talent stood as the sole path for ordinary people, offering no alternative. A wise saying on Qin Yang's earth went like this: the wealthy grew stronger through technology, while the poor relied on mutation. Talent, then, was merely the poor man's mutation. This world had its own mutations as well. The Human Alliance's laws had grown more permissive, and numerous factions conducted research into technological variations, often using ordinary humans as test subjects. With sufficient fortune, a mutation might succeed, granting them a semblance of strength, though they'd remain bound to those who controlled them. Without that luck, they'd face certain death. A smile graced Yilin's face as she asked teasingly, "How do you feel? Are you excited?" She then revealed, "Do you know that in the centuries since the martial emperor attained enlightenment, only 2 disciples have been accepted? One is myself, and the other is you." Qin Yang wasn't entirely surprised, having heard hints from Yilin earlier. There is some excitement, certainly. Qin Yang offered a gentle smile. After all, becoming a martial emperor's disciple is a dream countless people yearn for. He continued, "Moreover, being a martial emperor's disciple spares one from many troubles. Having a martial emperor as a teacher meant the cultivation path would be free from unnecessary obstacles, saving considerable time. With the martial emperor as a protective presence, there was no need to fear harassment from the Feng family or others. For Qin Yang, eliminating troubles and having time to cultivate was paramount. Everything else was secondary. You want no one to disturb you?" Yilin responded, "Then you're thinking too much. It's understandable you wouldn't know. You should be aware that the Human Alliance isn't unified. It stands in tripartite balance. The 3 martial emperors each hold their own territory, like 3 feudal lords. Though they're not outright enemies, they're hardly harmonious. On the surface there may be peace, but beneath that who knows what schemes unfold. Especially considering our frequent clashes with the Qin spirit martial emperor." Pausing briefly, Yilin spoke in a lowered voice, "Let me tell you something rather brutal. The master's reason for not taking disciples is twofold. Very few can truly catch his eye, and his previous disciples suffered devastating losses. He once had 7 direct disciples, 4 fell in battle, 1 perished at the hands of external clans, 3 died at the hands of their own kin for various reasons, and the remaining 3 survived numerous assassinations. The other martial emperor's disciples fared no better. Some even suffered worse. Over time, word spread that becoming a martial emperor's disciple was tantamount to signing one's death warrant. Do you understand now, eh?" Qin Yang understood perfectly. This was clearly a perilous profession. Qin Yang sighed. "Despite the danger, I imagine many would still compete for the position. After all, the title of martial emperor's disciple carries great weight. Naturally, what cultivator wouldn't desire to become a martial emperor's disciple?" Yilin replied. "Though the danger is high, is the cultivation path anywhere safe?" Yilin smiled. "I merely wish to remind you that being a martial emperor's disciple isn't as straightforward as you think. External threats must be guarded against, but internal dangers are even more pressing. Especially those serving the Qin spirit martial emperor, whose faction established the stellar martial arts university. Now that your name reverberates across the alliance, you'll likely face considerable trouble should you attend." Qin Yang was startled. He hadn't realized the rift between the 2 martial emperors ran so deep. In that case, wouldn't attending the stellar martial arts university be walking straight into a lion's den? The 2 martial emperors were utterly incompatible, their disciples locked in brutal conflict. With the university founded by the Qin spirit martial emperor's faction, going there would seem like certain doom. "Rest easy on that front," Yilin assured him. Though the Qin spirit martial emperor founded at the university was shaped by all 3 martial emperors, each maintaining their own factions within. They've established a strict rule: no one may harm another student as long as school regulations are followed. Violators face either cultivation forfeiture or immediate execution. Thus, there's no need to fear assassination plots. Simply put, as long as you don't break the rules or enter into death contracts, no one can kill you. Within the boundaries of the Stellar Martial Arts University, this principle holds absolute, making it the safest place in existence. Yilin's meaning was clear. The university itself was secure, but venturing beyond its walls removed that protection. Qin Yang considered this carefully before proposing, "What if I decline the heavenly origin martial emperor and avoid aligning with any martial emperor entirely?" Though he hadn't directly witnessed it, Yilin's words painted a picture of internal conflict among the martial emperors reaching unprecedented severity. Yilin chuckled. "So you're determined to keep your distance from us all?" Her meaning was unmistakable. The idea was unrealistic and he should abandon it. Qin Yang shrugged off the concern. If worst comes to worst, I'll simply focus on my cultivation within the university, ignoring all outside conflicts. Once I reach the martial emperor realm, through disciplined practice, I'll be able to disregard any schemes. Having entered the Grandmaster realm in a single month, I believe 4 years would suffice to attain martial emperor status. The two looked at him with bemused disbelief. Such extraordinary confidence. If becoming a martial emperor were truly that straightforward, they wouldn't remain the universe's supreme powers. During their conversation, the estate's intelligent butler interrupted with news. Young Master Third Elder of the Feng family is requesting your presence. The Feng family had sent someone, specifically an elder. Yi Tianji remarked with amusement. Qin Yang is quite the sought-after figure now. The Feng family has come at word of this. It appears they've come to offer apologies. What went unspoken was equally telling. The Yin Spirit Martial Emperor clearly valued Qin Yang now. The Feng family's visit ostensibly to settle past grievances was actually an attempt to win his allegiance. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yang had already been drawn into the rivalry between the two martial emperors. Let him go back, Qin Yang said casually. Now that both members of the Yi family were present and their allegiance was clear, there was no need to summon the Feng family. It would only breed suspicion. Yi Tianji spoke, don't refuse. The Feng family is coming to deliver treasures to you. Yi Lin and I came to the ancestral star in secret. They may not know the news. Yi Lin and I will hide. The Feng family is likely carrying the will of the Yin God Emperor, intending to recruit you. See what price they offer, and if it's sufficient, accept it all. You're truly ruthless, Qin Yang thought to himself. If it were merely the Feng family's possessions, he could indeed disregard them, for the Feng family could not harm him. But if it involved the Yin God Emperor, wouldn't that be seeking death? Qin Yang was somewhat greedy, yet he possessed self-awareness. If he truly incurred the Emperor's displeasure, no one could protect him. A disciple of an emperor. Useless. The Tianyuan Emperor was the first human emperor. In terms of cultivation, he was undoubtedly the highest among the 3 emperors, and his status was likewise supreme, for it was the Tianyuan Emperor who organized humanity's assault on the vast starry sky, achieving a great dominion. The Tianyuan Emperor seemed to hold an unparalleled position in the human alliance. Yet several of his disciples had died under unclear circumstances. Perhaps the Emperor would seek justice for them. But so what? The dead were still dead. Qin Yang was willing to become the Emperor's disciple because he wanted to leverage the influence to survive the novice period and secure a guarantee. It did not mean that with this backing he could provoke the Emperor. That was unnecessary. Uncle Yi, Qin Yang sighed. I only have one life. He made it clear during the struggles of the mighty, don't drag a small ant like him into death. Yi Tianji naturally understood and said with a smile, why have you become so timid? This doesn't suit your style. You're a martial king. There are few who can kill you. But I'm not. The face of an emperor is like the majesty of heaven. For such an existence to crush me, wouldn't that be effortless? Qin Yang said seriously. Yi Tianji smiled faintly. Don't worry about that. The emperors are all in the Guishu returned to ruins. They have no time to bother with us. They won't leave the Guishu easily. You said yourself you're an ant. Do you think an elephant cares if an ant bites it? Whether the elephant cares or not is unknown, but stepping on it casually is extremely simple. First see what they offer. Don't overthink, perhaps it's merely to ease relations. After speaking, Yi Tianji waved his hand, and an invisible ripple enveloped him and Yi Lin. The two seemed to merge into the void, disappearing completely. The might of a martial king was not something ordinary people could spy on. Though the Feng family was powerful, they had only 2 martial kings. The Feng family elder was merely a grandmaster. Almost simultaneously, a tall, handsome man with an extraordinary bearing approached. His eyes were bright and piercing like a great sun in the darkness, noble beyond words. Qin Yang, I am Feng Junjie of the Feng family from the Brilliant Star Domain. Formerly, some junior members of the clan, due to ignorance, clashed with you over some matters. I have already punished them severely within the clan. Now I bring 2 things especially to resolve our enmity with you. Feng Junjie's eyes were like torches, his voice clear, exuding confidence. Conflicts among juniors should not implicate the family. It's a trivial matter, elder need not mind. Seeing the other's politeness, Qin Yang was slightly surprised and casually exchanged pleasantries. No, Feng Junjie said. This matter was indeed our fault. Today I bring 2 items specifically to apologize. Look at them before you decide. As he spoke, Feng Junjie produced 2 objects. 2 jade bottles. One was like a starry river shimmering with starlight, exuding an extraordinary aura, and within it one could vaguely glimpse a likeness of a deity. The other was entirely blood red, with a sea of blood surging and condensing into a small figure vaguely resembling a titan. Upon seeing the 2 items, Yi Tianji and Yi Lin widened their eyes. Qin Yang understood immediately. These 2 things were extraordinary. What are these? Qin Yang asked curiously. He truly did not recognize them. Secretly cursing in his heart, the alliance was holding back. Damn it, they said the encyclopedia encompassed everything, covering all the rare treasures of heaven and earth. Now there were 2 he didn't recognize. One is the ancient god spirit essence refined from the souls of the ancient god race. It contains the purest soul origin of immense benefit for cultivating the path of the soul. This item is a great boon even for martial kings. It is a treasure coveted by countless martial kings. Refined from the souls of the ancient god race. Qin Yang's heart trembled. He had read much about the ancient god race. They were an extremely special race holding a transcendent position in the universe, consistently ranked among the top 2. The ancient god race was exceptionally unique, innately divine, reaching the martial king realm without requiring a heavenly mandate, for they themselves were the heavenly mandate. All of this stemmed from their extraordinary souls, which possessed a terrifying affinity with the great Tao and the heavenly Tao. Consequently, the ancient god race deeply despised those who cultivated the path of the great Tao. Because to reach the martial king realm, whether through breakthrough or other means, one had to hunt heavenly mandates. In the eyes of the ancient god race, every heavenly mandate was an unborn ancient god. Indeed, the ancient god race originated from the heavenly mandate, and because of this their numbers were extremely scarce. However, to solve this problem later, the ancient god race began to procreate, interbreeding with other races and creating many new races. The former demigod race was one of them. Originally, the ancient god race could not procreate. At least 2 ancient gods could not bear offspring. Later, a genius among the ancient god race invented a method that allowed them to combine and create bloodlines. Because of this, the old demigod race was gradually abandoned. Due to the ancient god race's great power, refining their souls was extremely difficult. Moreover, the ancient god race was fiercely protective of their kind, who once discovered they would rain down a thunderous purge. Thus, the number of ancient god spirit essences circulating outside was negligible. That the Feng family could produce such an item astonished Qin Yang. He couldn't fathom how they had managed it. This is Titan blood essence. I suppose I need not explain this, Feng Junjie said with a smile. Compared to the obscure ancient god spirit essence, many knew of the Titan blood essence. Its refinement was similar to that of the ancient god spirit essence. Unlike the ancient god race, although the Titan race was powerful, they were not inviolable. Many races often slaughtered Titans to obtain their blood essence. This item had an incredibly terrifying benefit for tempering the physical body. Moreover, it offered a chance to comprehend the Titan race's innate divine ability, blood rebirth, from a single drop. Of course, that was merely a legend. No one had ever heard of anyone achieving blood rebirth. Elder Feng with such generous gifts. It must be more than just resolving enmity, right? Qin Yang paused for a moment, then said softly. He was not foolish. No matter how much they wanted to bury the hatchet, they wouldn't offer such precious items. Simply put, Qin Yang was not worthy. Top scholar. Disciple of an emperor. He had not yet reached that level. You are indeed clever. We have only one request, that you choose the Yin God Emperor as your master. If you agree, these things are yours. Feng Junjie said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Yang fell silent, his gaze fixed on Feng Junjie, but actually looking at Yi Tianji. Damn. He was somewhat tempted. It wasn't that he had a betrayer's bone, but the other party had offered too much. Ancient spirit essence and Titan blood essence. These 2 extraordinary celestial treasures, both of the 7th rank, are even more supreme than some 8th rank treasures. Ancient spirit essence refines the soul, while Titan blood essence tempers the physical body. Yet mere bodily refinement is not the unique aspect of these 2 treasures. These 2 celestial treasures act like 2 keys, unlocking the vaults of the soul and the physical form. Refining the ancient spirit essence grants a chance to attain the transcendental enlightenment of the Gusen race, while refining the Titan blood essence bestows an indestructible physique, allowing one to regenerate from a single drop of blood, a power that conquers all. If these 2 special constitutions were fused into one, it would become the most formidable physique in the universe. In truth, the Gusen clan had long sought to create a flawless race. In ancient times, the Gusen clan hunted the Titans and extracted their blood essence, striving to forge the ultimate physique. During that era, the Titan clan suffered immensely. Their plight was even worse than that of the black slaves in Qin Yang's past life. The black slaves were merely subjugated, while the entire Titan clan from birth were treated as beasts, slaughtered at will. The Titan clan served but one purpose, to be living blood vials. Even their cultivation progress was dictated by the Gusen clan. For the Gusen clan discovered that the more powerful the Titan, the better the blood essence. Of course, the Titan's limit was Grandmaster, with only a few reaching Martial King. After all, reaching Martial King required a mandate from heaven, and that mandate was the Gusen clan. Moreover, the Martial King realm was an entirely different level, one that the Gusen clan found difficult to control. In truth, the Gusen clan experimented for years, whether with masters or grandmasters. They could not comprehend the Titan's innate divine abilities, nor attain the purest physical power. Ultimately, they decided to let some Gusen members break through to the Martial King realm. It was this very attempt that allowed the Titan clan to gradually break free from the Gusen clan's control. A Titan Martial King managed to escape the Gusen clan's clutches. When offspring were born tens of thousands of years later, the Titan clan gave rise to a peerless prodigy who eventually reached the Martial Emperor realm, thereby liberating the Titans from their cage. Gazing at the 2 celestial treasures before him, Qin Yang's heart was indeed stirred. These items were far too precious. Both were supreme treasures. Most importantly, Qin Yang felt he could comprehend the constitutions bestowed by these two treasures. This was what excited Qin Yang the most. If he could obtain the Gushen clan's supreme soul and the Titan clan's flawless physique, he would become the sole chaos body in the universe. A perfect, flawless constitution. Qin Yang's eyes gleamed with intensity as he stared at the two items, causing Feng Junjie to chuckle inwardly. This fellow is indeed tempted. Though he did not understand why the martial emperor had done this, in his view, Qin Yang, despite his talent, was not worthy of such treasures. He also understood that the martial emperor's calculations were thorough, subtle as a dragon's trail. Since he acted thus, there must be a reason. Oh no, boy, you've been marked by the nether god. Yi Tianji's voice echoed in Qin Yang's ears, laced with regret. What does he mean? Qin Yang wanted to ask Yi Tianji, but Feng Junjie was still present. He could not speak. Yi Tianji continued, this nether god martial emperor is exceptionally peculiar, scheming, elusive, and his true form remains unknown. Even his cultivation technique is a mystery. Moreover, every 100 years he possesses a chosen prodigy to serve as his vessel, and the requirements for talent are exceptionally high. Back then he founded Star Martial University not for the future of humanity, but to gather the world's geniuses, saving him the trouble of searching. And now you've been chosen. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was dumbfounded. Damn, a martial emperor actually acts so dishonorably. A dignified martial emperor coveting a disciple of his own clan. What the hell? I wasn't done in by an alien race. Instead, I'm targeted by my own people. And it's one of the clan's 3 pillars. Qin Yang was utterly speechless. He had considered many possibilities, but never that a martial emperor would set his sights on him, just because he was talented enough. Regretting showing off now. It's useless. Do you know why Star Martial University stands as a tripartite force? It's not because this nether god can't compete with other martial emperors, but because the university no longer serves his purpose. He no longer needs it to gather talents. Because he can calculate everything himself. Even if you hadn't stood out the moment you consumed that talent fruit, you were likely already marked. I heard from the Tianyuan martial emperor that the nether god once obtained a very special talent fruit, but for various reasons he couldn't refine it. So he cast it into the river of time, seeking a suitable host. And you are that host. The reason I have been helping you so much is precisely because of this. A month ago, when you ate that talent fruit, you were already entangled in the struggles of multiple martial emperors. If you join the nether god, you will inevitably become his avatar. If you join the Tianyuan martial emperor, there is still a glimmer of hope. Qin Yang fell silent. He had always wondered why Yi Tianji, a martial king, thought so highly of him, even giving him a 7th-rank divine weapon. He had assumed it was because of Yi Lin. Now it was clear, everything had been preordained. From the moment he intercepted the heavenly reward and consumed it, he had become a pawn in the martial emperor's chess game. No matter what he did, he would inevitably be swept into the storm. Huh. Qin Yang took a deep breath, a cold glint flashing across his face. I'll accept these items. Without hesitation, Qin Yang directly pocketed the 2 treasures. Feng Junjie, assuming Qin Yang had agreed, beamed, and said, congratulations on joining us. From this moment on, we are allies. Rest assured, the martial emperor holds you in high regard. Your future is beyond measure. Becoming a martial emperor yourself is not impossible. Feng Junjie's face was wreathed in smiles, yet his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Qin Yang understood. This man had likely known all along that he was being targeted. But it didn't matter. I still have cultivation to attend to, elder. Please take your leave. Qin Yang showed no courtesy, directly dismissing him. He couldn't be bothered with this fool. Feng Junjie's expression stiffened, and he seemed about to speak, but his eyes turned cold. After staring at Qin Yang for a moment, he finally gave a contemptuous snort and swept away, his sleeves billowing. Clearly Qin Yang's words displeased him greatly. After Feng Junjie left, Qin Yang looked at Yi Tianji and the others, smiling as he said, now that he's gone, uncle, you don't hold back. Can you tell me roughly when will this nether god martial emperor make his move against me? Having learned that he had been set up, he felt no particular emotion. After all, he had brought this upon himself. This heavenly reward was clearly meant for the nether god's vessel. And by intercepting it, he had turned himself into the nether god's furnace. In a sense, it was his own doing. But he did not regret it. Qin Yang had long understood the rules of this world. No false peace existed. Everything was the strong preying on the weak, be it races or families. There were no so-called rules to restrain them. In this world, all humans shared a single goal: to become stronger. Even if it meant resorting to any means necessary, they would stop at nothing. Even back then, I thought it strange that heaven rewards diligence could be snatched up as a bargain. After all, with the Alliance's current detection system, any talent fruit of quality would never escape its scrutiny. Now I understand. There truly are no free lunches in this world. Everything is a calculated scheme. Qin Yang mused silently. He did not regret intercepting heaven rewards diligence. An SSS grade talent was enough to make anyone take risks. Even the legendary chaos body was no match for such supreme talent. Thus Qin Yang was not troubled, even if the ancient martial emperor had set his sights on him. What he needed to consider now was when the ancient martial emperor would act, or how to prevent him from doing so. It all depended on the Tianyuan martial emperor. Of course, Qin Yang understood that even a powerhouse like the Tianyuan Martial Emperor would have his own calculations. In the current human alliance, none of the powerhouses were benevolent. Each had their own schemes and plots. Every action had a purpose. So to be grateful and place complete trust in them would only turn one into a puppet. Yi Tianji could sense that Qin Yang was remarkably calm, without much emotion. No anger, no fury. Fully accepting his current situation. This inner peace astonished Yi Tianji. If it were him, he doubted he could achieve the same composure as Qin Yang. After all, being schemed against by a martial emperor and reduced to a mere cultivation cauldron would surely provoke rage, or even panic. The might of a martial emperor was known to all. They were akin to gods. Their means were heaven-defying. Even Yi Tianji, a martial king, felt immense fear. Yet Qin Yang showed not a single ripple of emotion. I wonder if it's ignorance or the fearless spirit of youth. Your state of mind truly surprises me. You accept everything so easily. Yi Tianji asked, astonished. But you need not worry. Lord Tianyuan Martial Emperor will help you. Your talent is exceptionally rare. The Tianyuan Martial Emperor is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see such a prodigy become another's cauldron. He told me that you are the future of humanity. Heh, Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Uncle Yi, we both know that a kind person cannot become a martial emperor. I don't know what schemes the martial emperor has, but I don't care. I just want to know when the ancient martial emperor will take over my body. Do you know? Yi Tianji smiled wryly. 5 years. It's been 95 years since the last possession. But the timing is flexible. Could be 5 years, 10 years, or even 3. It depends on the ancient martial emperor's needs. This time is flexible. Maybe 5 years, maybe 10, or even 3. It all depends on the needs of the ancient martial emperor. 3 years. Qin Yang pondered. Could he reach the martial emperor realm in 3 years? He never considered 5 or 10 years. Clearly 3 years was the time Yi Tianji had mentioned. Breaking into the martial emperor realm in 3 years was an extraordinary difficulty. No one dared claim they could achieve it. But Qin Yang knew he had no retreat. Moreover, he had sufficient capital. Heaven rewards diligence, this supreme talent, as long as he worked hard enough. It might not be impossible. Of course, if the time frame were more lenient, it would also be feasible. After a moment of deliberation, Qin Yang spoke. Uncle Yi, since you represent the Tianyuan Martial Emperor, tell me what I need to do for him to buy me more time. Since I am a pawn in the struggle between two martial emperors, he must have a way. Don't tell me he can protect me indefinitely. If I'm not mistaken, those mysteriously missing disciples were likely taken over by the ancient martial emperor. At these words, Yi Tianji fell silent. Qin Yang was sharp. He had hit the mark. In fact, 2 of the Tianyuan martial emperor's disciples, both exceptionally talented, had indeed been possessed by the ancient martial emperor. 5 years. So I have 8 years. No, the martial emperor can delay the possession for 5 years. Those 5 years are your development time. Yi Tianji looked at Qin Yang with pity. To escape the ancient martial emperor's grasp, 5 years was far from enough. One would need to reach the martial emperor realm, or at least half-step martial emperor. An ordinary martial king could not escape a martial emperor's control. Qin Yang's lips twitched. No wonder Yi Tianji had said 5 years. That was the limit the Tianyuan martial emperor could manage. It's enough. Qin Yang took a deep breath and smiled. 5 years is enough. In 5 years I will definitely become a martial emperor. Then what does the Tianyuan martial emperor need me to do? What are the requirements and conditions? Uncle, you don't tell me this is all free, that he pities my hardship. I'm not a child. Everything has a purpose. He could not believe the Tianyuan martial emperor was truly selfless. No one would believe such words. Sigh. Yi Tianji's eyes grew complex, and he smiled. That's beyond my knowledge. You'll have to ask the martial emperor himself. Qin Yang, I know this is hard for you to accept now, but Lord Tianyuan martial emperor is not as bad as you think. The human alliance became one of the 8 major powers of the universe largely due to the Tianyuan martial emperor's contributions. The other 2 martial emperors also played roles, but he deserves the most credit. Qin Yang gave a faint smile, saying nothing. Oh. Yi Lin sighed softly and whispered, once you meet Master you'll understand. Master is one of the few good people. I know this is hard to digest. We'll leave now and think it over yourself. With those words, Yi Tianji and Yi Lin departed. Watching them leave, Qin Yang stared expressionlessly at the space before him for a few minutes, then revealed a smile. How interesting. I knew these people couldn't be that benevolent. If not for today, I would have thought I was the protagonist, that I could casually meet a kind benefactor to help me. I almost fell for the illusion. In truth, Qin Yang was grateful to Yi Tianji and Yi Lin, even now despite their hidden motives. They had indeed helped him greatly. Moreover, without their disclosure, he would not have known about the 2 martial emperors' schemes. Of course, not all of it might be true. Qin Yang maintained a skeptical attitude. Indeed, in this world one must tread as if on thin ice. Without caution you'll be devoured down to the bone. Qin Yang exhaled and murmured, becoming a martial emperor in 5 years. That is indeed a daunting task. Almost impossible, but I might still achieve it. 5 years to become a martial emperor. This would be deemed impossible by anyone outside regardless of talent. It would be laughed at, considered foolish. But Qin Yang had confidence. For no other reason than that he was simply a cheat. Ancient divine spirit essence, Titan's blood essence. I'll keep these for now. Qin Yang was indeed confident that he could refine the innate divine abilities of both items, but he could not refine them for the time being. At least not now. The name Ancient Martial Emperor alone suggested something sinister. He was undoubtedly treacherous. These two items were likely tampered with by Ancient Martial Emperor. Refining them directly would surely lead to a trap. He planned to discuss with Tianyuan Martial Emperor later and confirm it was safe before refining. Although he felt Tianyuan Martial Emperor had his own interests at stake with the two Martial Emperors locked in conflict, and Qin Yang, as their key pawn Tianyuan Martial Emperor, would inevitably help him. It was an instinct yet remarkably accurate. With that thought, Qin Yang entered the Shushan realm to begin a new round of cultivation. Though entangled in the perilous struggle between Martial Emperors, Qin Yang's heart remained quite calm, because he understood that everything was already set in motion. Instead of wallowing in self-pity, it was better to hasten his own improvement. In this world, nothing was more important than cultivation. Connections, bloodline, race. Everything depended on strength. Without power, no one cared. Just like his original body. Even as a child of martyrs, he was bullied to death. For this, he had to become stronger. And he had enough confidence. Now that the college entrance examination is over, I don't need to rapidly improve myself for the time being. I can also put the Tianyan Tulu on the agenda. As a 9th grade secret art, it is also the highest level technique currently available. Moreover, it cultivates the way of fortune. If I can master the way of fortune, controlling the fortune of countless beings across the universe, and the 8 wilds, I might transcend the limits. And the role of fortune is immense. Even the most supreme powerhouses are extremely wary of fortune. Fortune is different from destiny. Destiny is predetermined. This means that from the moment a person is born, everything is already decided. Whether your future or your past, it was set from the very beginning. So-called changes are also predetermined. Those who cultivate the way of destiny can glimpse the future that has already been formed and even reverse it. But reversing the future requires a price, often bearing the punishment of reversing karma. Therefore, those who cultivate the way of destiny tend to die young. Seeing too much, knowing too much. Changing too much invites heaven's punishment. The law of karma severs the thread of fate entirely. Fortune, however, is different. It is an extremely special great Tao. In simple terms, fortune represents a person's luck. Those with high fortune succeed in everything they do, and even if they encounter danger, they turn misfortune into blessings. Such beings are often referred to as children of heaven's fate in novels. Those with low fortune are very unlucky, inferior in every aspect, failing in everything, and enduring all kinds of trials in the world. But fortune is not limited to that. Qin Yang learned from the Tianyan Tulu that everyone possesses fortune, only differing in magnitude. Generally, upon reaching the Martial King realm, one can clearly perceive the fortune of others and even manipulate it. However, the methods are cumbersome, and draining others' fortune incurs karmic punishment. If mishandled, one easily perishes. But fortune cultivators are different. They can drain the fortune of others and even utilize fortune to circumvent karma for themselves. They can even amplify fortune, making the world revolve around them, enabling them to obtain anything effortlessly. However, doing so easily invites encirclement and slaughter from other beings. Because using powerful fortune means depriving others of their luck entirely. Simply put, when a treasure is contested by many, they all have a chance to obtain it. But when a fortune cultivator steps in, they can take it effortlessly, leaving others unable to compete, and even causing their own fortune to decline. Fortune is too important. Especially at higher levels, the importance of fortune only grows. Thus, the higher the level, the less room fortune cultivators have to survive. No wonder Tianyan Martial King was killed. Qin Yang pondered. These fortune cultivators were too outrageous. They completely plunder others' fortune as well as their room for growth, suppressing everyone else. This meant that as long as a fortune cultivator lived, others would inevitably be suppressed with no chance to turn the tables. Tianyan Martial King must have gone too far back then. Even the heavenly mandate for his breakthrough to the Martial King realm likely wasn't his own, but due to his powerful fortune it fell into his hands, thus arousing Tianyuan Martial Emperor's murderous intent. No, Tianyuan Martial Emperor alone wouldn't be enough to kill Tianyuan Martial King. There were probably other accomplices, who remains unknown. But now it seems that if I expose my cultivation of the Tianyan Tulu, the enemies I face will be not only Ancient Martial Emperor, but also Tianyuan Martial Emperor. Qin Yang thought for a moment and clicked his tongue. So it seems I have enemies everywhere. But there's no need to be afraid. The Tianming Shu can shield all detection. As long as I don't actively display the Tianyan Tulu, no one will likely know I am a Fate's Chosen. Those who cultivate the way of fortune are also called Fate's Chosen. It fits well. Cultivating the way of fortune, plundering the fortune of all beings destined to succeed in everything, turning danger into safety. It meant they were destined never to fail. Like the children of heaven's fate in novels, only even more terrifying than the protagonists of those stories. Novel protagonists are passive, but they are active. Why was Tianyan Martial King killed? That's a difficult question. Qin Yang pondered. Normally, a Fate's Chosen is destined to be hard to kill. Moreover, Tianyuan Martial King was still a Martial King at the time, Tianyuan Martial Emperor might have just stepped into the Martial King realm, yet, with the blessing of fortune, killing Tianyuan Martial King should have been almost impossible. There must be a story behind this, and there should be ways to restrict a fate's chosen. Perhaps preventing their fortune from manifesting, or the attacker's strength was too great for Tianyuan Martial King's fortune to protect him. To kill a fate's chosen, there were only a few methods. The most effective was for a top-tier powerhouse to strike, setting up an ambush from all sides, leaving fortune unable to defend. In essence, fortune is a consumable. Each time danger is encountered, fortune is consumed. Simply put, if a fate's chosen possesses a fortune of 100 and the danger they face requires 120 and their own fortune cannot cover it, then they are easily slain. The method was simple and effective. I still cannot expose myself as a fate's chosen. If I am exposed, I will become an enemy of the entire world. With that thought, Qin Yang sank his mind into cultivation and began practicing the Tianyan Tulu. Though he knew he might become an enemy of the world, Qin Yang felt no fear. The more so, the more he should cultivate. He had already died once, and this was his only chance to break free from the cage. Whether ancient Martial Emperor or Tianyuan Martial Emperor, they were both far ahead of him. To break free, even to seize control of the situation, he had to take the risk. As the saying goes, in a narrow path the brave prevails. He was certain he was that brave one. The Holy Spirit Clan. A pale world with the entire sky as pale as bone. Beneath the firmament, a pale palace stood at the center, vast and sprawling as if it occupied the whole world. Deep within the palace lay a peculiar pool. Its waters shimmered with a golden radiance, exuding divine light, sacred and immaculate. Beside the pool stood two figures. One was Sheng Yu, with exquisite features and an unblemished face like a saintly maiden, sacred and untouchable, yet a single glance could ensnare the soul. The other was a man with snow-white hair, a tall and upright figure, and a handsome face. Clad in a white robe, his transcendent aura inspired awe as if he were a deity. The two stood in silence, gazing at the pool before them. The water began to churn. The pool boiled, and an arm burst through the surface. Then a flawless body rapidly rose from the water, a man with fine features and a grim expression. This man was none other than Shang Yi. He rose and cupped his hands in salute. "Father." The man's expression remained unchanged as he said coldly, "Why did you lose to Qin Yang?" Hearing this, Shang Yi's face turned pale and fury flared in his eyes. He lowered his head deeply. "I underestimated him. I thought Qin Yang was an ant I could crush with a flick of my finger. Little did I expect Qin Yang had hidden cards. Besides a 7th-grade divine weapon to protect himself, he also possessed a special soul weapon. Moreover, he is a 5th-rank soul walker. With the enhancement of the soul weapon, I couldn't withstand him and was instantly killed." Saying this, Shang Yi said resentfully, "It was all because I underestimated him, not because I'm inferior. If given another chance, Qin Yang would surely die. I could kill him with a single strike." The man snorted coldly. "I've told you before, never underestimate anyone. In a life-and-death battle, there is no second chance. Every battle is a single opportunity. You were lucky to be resurrected from the Holy Spirit pool, but this is your only chance. If you die again, you'll become a Holy Spirit warrior." Holy Spirit warriors. A very special kind of being in the Holy Spirit clan. These creatures were once members of the clan, but after dying too many times when resurrected from the Holy Spirit pool, they become soulless puppets. Of course, besides the Holy Spirit clan, the Holy Spirit warriors also include other races. The Holy Spirit pool is a hallmark of the clan. Members can be resurrected from it, but most can only revive once. Only a few, those with strong souls or due to special reasons, can revive a second time. Even so, the second resurrection leaves the soul incomplete, greatly diminishing both cultivation and other abilities. Your son understands. Sheng Yi lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Next time I meet Qin Yang, I will take his head." Wasting a precious resurrection enraged Sheng Yi, making him want to tear Qin Yang apart. It was the first time he had ever hated someone so much. Sheng Yu said indifferently, "Word has spread that 3 human martial emperors are competing to take Qin Yang as their disciple. After that, he will be a disciple of a martial emperor, receiving guidance from one. If you want to catch up to him, it will be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Instead of killing Qin Yang, you'd better think about how to break through to the martial king realm soon." With that, Sheng Yu paused briefly, her voice cold. "His becoming a martial emperor's disciple owes much to your efforts." Then she vanished. Sheng Yi's face twisted with rage and humiliation. He looked at his father with extreme reluctance. "Father." The Holy Spirit Emperor's eyes were deep as he looked at his son and said coldly, "Do I need to say more? To inherit the Holy Spirit clan, you must crush everything before you. Before you become a king, Qin Yang is your greatest trial. If you cannot kill Qin Yang before becoming a king, you will permanently lose the chance to inherit the Holy Spirit clan." Unlike Sheng Yu, the Holy Spirit Emperor spoke plainly to Shang Yi. "Qin Yang must be killed. If not, forget about the future." "Understood." Sheng Yi was overjoyed inside. "I will surely kill Qin Yang." Such humiliation, such hatred. How could he avoid it? As a proud person, Shang Yi had always looked down on everyone. Even the Holy Spirit clan's foremost prodigy, Sheng Wang, had never impressed him. So when his own sister Sheng Yu told him to give up, Shang Yi felt a chill in his heart. Giving up meant losing all hope of inheriting the Holy Spirit clan. Fortunately, his father gave him a chance. Your time is running out. Take care of yourself. As the words faded, the Holy Spirit Emperor before him dissolved into specks of light. Meanwhile, on another front, on the ancestral star in the Shushan realm, Tianyun record minor achievement 0500. After 10 days, Qin Yang finally reached the initial stage of the Tianyun record. With the breakthrough Qin Yang's cultivation sword, his original 2nd rank Grandmaster realm shot up directly to the 9th rank Grandmaster realm. He was only one step away from the Great Grandmaster realm. But beyond the realm breakthrough, Qin Yang discovered that his body had undergone earth-shattering changes. His soul felt as if it had been unblocked. Within his soul palace, a special aura swirled, mysterious and profound. At the same time, the miniature soul opened its eyes, which turned into golden pupils engraved with ancient runes, sacred and extraordinary. Fortune golden eyes. Qin Yang smiled. Reaching the initial stage of the Tianyun record meant he had become a destiny bearer. He had also gained a very special ability of destiny bearers, the Fortune golden eyes. This allowed him to see others' fortune and even absorb it. My fortune really is golden. Qin Yang was surprised. The moment he awakened the Fortune golden eyes, he deliberately looked at his own fortune. Fortune was divided into 5 levels: white, blue, red, gold, and multicolored. These were the most common levels aside from the extremely rare black. Black was also known as the lone star of doom, destined for countless calamities. At this moment his fortune was endless, like a surging river. Its golden radiance shone like a blazing sun, dazzling and brilliant, almost blinding countless eyes. Within the vast river of fortune, he discovered a very faint line connecting to an boundless void space. Is this line connected to ancient Wudi? This overwhelming golden fortune of mine is somewhat hollow and unstable. It means the fortune is external. All the golden fortune flows from this black line. These should be brought by the heavenly reward. Wait, this golden fortune is external. Beneath the golden fortune is white, and even a bit of white mixed with black. Qin Yang sensed deeply and found that beneath the golden river, it was completely different. This meant the golden river did not belong to him. His true fortune was white, tinged with black. Ordinary and a bit unlucky. This perfectly matched his original life experiences. The overwhelming golden fortune was clearly brought by the heavenly reward. Now I have a karmic tie with ancient Wudi. It seems I have become a fish raised by ancient Wudi. Qin Yang had heard from Yilin that some powerful cultivators to gain fortune often bestow fortune upon ordinary people, making them temporary children of destiny, changing their life trajectories. But such people usually don't live long. At most they die within 10 years, sometimes in just a few years. After they fall, the fortune they carried is taken back by the one behind them. Clearly the heavenly reward fruit was used by ancient Wudi to gain fortune. Whoever ate it would become a fortune fish raised by ancient Wudi. It was meant for someone else, but Qin Yang intercepted it. This also caused him to become entangled in the karma of ancient Wudi. When ancient Wudi comes to harvest the fish and finds that the fish has turned into a fierce beast, he'll probably be furious. Qin Yang didn't care about the karmic entanglement. Even knowing it would involve a martial emperor, he would still intercept. The ability of heavenly reward was too important for him to give up. All he needed to do was wrest control from ancient Wudi, break the shackles, and even bite back. A fish. He might not be one. A 9th grade Grandmaster, only a step away from the Great Grandmaster. 5 years to become a martial emperor. It might just be feasible. Qin Yang took a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions within him. 5 years to become a martial emperor. Anyone who uttered such a claim would be laughed to scorn. It was far too preposterous. After all, human cultivation was already remarkably swift. For the Titan race, advancing from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster would likely take a century. The leap from Great Grandmaster to Martial King was incalculable, with the fastest requiring over 200 years. Yet the Titans' lifespans far exceeded those of humans. This was the advantage held by the Titans and other races. Before reaching the Martial King realm, a human's lifespan did not exceed 1,000 years. Once they stepped into the Martial King realm, their lifespan would be drastically extended, measured in tens of thousands of years. As for the Martial Emperor, they were already a long-lived species. Theoretically, as long as the Great Tao endured and the universe persisted, the Martial Emperor would be immortal and undying. There would be no such thing as declining vitality or the depletion of one's lifespan. For within the cosmos, the Martial Emperor realm was also known as the ancient god, the primordial deity. Yet many powerful beings failed to recognize that a Martial Emperor was a god, for even Martial Emperors had flaws and weaknesses. A Martial Emperor anchored their existence to the Great Tao of the universe. If the Great Tao were damaged or usurped, the Martial Emperor would still be in danger. Over the long ages, not a few Martial Emperors had fallen. According to Qin Yang's knowledge, in the nearly 2,000 years since humanity ventured into the cosmos, 2 Martial Emperors had perished. One was besieged and killed by other Martial Emperors, the other inexplicably passed away in meditation. Extremely eerie. From then on, in search of opportunities, Martial Emperors journeyed to the edge of the universe, the vast and boundless Guishu Sea, seeking the chance to attain godhood. I wonder if becoming a destiny holder has changed the Book of Destiny. Qin Yang pondered for a moment, then took out the two incomplete scrolls of the Book of Destiny. One was obtained in the Tianlan world, the other from the cave dwelling of Tianyin, the martial king. The two scrolls of the Book of Destiny in Qin Yang's hands appeared utterly ordinary, like plain paper save for faint ancient characters in gilded script engraved within them. Nothing else set them apart. If casually placed somewhere, no one would likely pay them any special attention. Those unaware might mistake them for some ancient script on ordinary paper, a document devoid of any supernatural power. Qin Yang gazed at the incomplete Book of Destiny before him, hesitated for a moment, then activated the Tianyin chart. A faint golden light flickered, and the paper gradually radiated a weak glow before completely fusing into a stream of light darting into Qin Yang's mind. Almost simultaneously, deep within his mind, the Soul Palace stood at the center, and beside it rested an ancient, eternal tome enveloped in a faint multicolored divine radiance. Chaotic chi cascaded down, and an archaic aura slowly spread outward. The Book of Destiny. Qin Yang stirred slightly, probing the Book of Destiny with his divine sense. In an instant he felt as if he had been transported to an alien world, a realm of chaos like the universe before its creation, where order was in disarray, chaos hung low, and all was pitch black, devoid of any light. It was as if he were immersed in endless darkness. Before long, two lights emerged, one black, one white. They coiled together like yin and yang, radiating countless auras and extending the great Tao. Qin Yang's heart trembled. This Book of Destiny was truly extraordinary. He had known that the divine weapon accompanying the Tianyin chart could not be as simple as it seemed. After all, it was a 9th-grade divine weapon in its incomplete form. In fact, Qin Yang suspected that the Book of Destiny might not be of the 9th grade, perhaps even higher. With this thought, Qin Yang hesitated for a moment, then probed the yin and yang with his divine sense. Suddenly, a torrent of complex information surged into Qin Yang's mind like a flood. Book of Destiny Volume 7, Karma and Fate. This was a divine power. Qin Yang was shaken to the core. Each incomplete scroll of the Book of Destiny was engraved with a divine power, and the number 7 indicated the 7th volume of the Book of Destiny. The divine power engraved was called Karma and Fate. Karma and Fate wander beyond the great Tao, untouched by karma, unbound by fate, able to perceive the causal laws of all things in the world. This was the ability of Karma and Fate. Simply put, one was free from the constraints of karma and fate, meaning complete transcendence beyond the universe in which one resided, unbound by the great Tao. He would not be entangled by anyone's karma or fate, nor would he be implicated or affected by them. This was an extremely formidable ability. To know that even a martial emperor dreaded the backlash of karma and held it in great fear. Once afflicted by karmic backlash, one would be affected, and in severe cases could be erased from existence. This was why martial emperors rarely interfered with the operation of the universe. One reason was that martial emperors could completely influence the lives of all beings in the universe, even affecting the entire cosmos itself. If such beings acted, they could shatter the whole universe at any moment. If all life in the universe were annihilated, the universe would be utterly destroyed, and the martial emperors who had anchored themselves to the great Tao would suffer the backlash of the Tao. Therefore, martial emperors rarely went on killing sprees, unless they calculated that the karmic consequences would not affect them or their own safety was severely threatened. Only then would the martial emperors act. Martial emperors are constrained by others. No wonder they always dwell in the Guishu Sea, seeking to attain true godhood. They have long been inextricably tied to the universe, losing their freedom. In fact, to maintain the stability of the universe, they even have to lend a hand. Martial emperors might be invincible under heaven, but they cannot act as they please. Martial emperors were like nuclear weapons. Once triggered, the entire universe was in danger. Simply put, the universe was a whole, and the martial emperors, having anchored themselves to it, became part of it. In this way, they could obtain immense power and endless life. But they were also bound by it, unable to easily interfere with the universe. No, the martial emperors in the Guishu Sea might not be seeking the path of transcendence. They should be helping the universe expand. The universe is not everything. There exist higher dimensional universes above it. Thus, it can continuously expand, and to become stronger, the martial emperors are also assisting the universe's expansion at the Guishu Sea. Qin Yang thought for a moment. Just now he had sensed something strange about karma and fate. The index of fate was not fixed but kept increasing. This meant the universe was also expanding and growing. And these changes came from outside, not from within the universe. Forget it, these matters are still far from me. I'll set them aside for now. Qin Yang understood that the universe surely held many secrets. But he was, after all, only a grandmaster, still a long way from the martial emperor realm. He was too lazy to dwell on these. I have 2 incomplete scrolls, each with a divine power. There's another divine power. With that thought, Qin Yang immersed himself in the Book of Destiny. Book of Destiny Volume 8, Time Dimension. Time Dimension. Time is formless, but years have shape. Turn the intangible into substance, stand in the long river, and glimpse all beings. This ability was quite straightforward. One could perceive the flow of time and also sense the dimensions of time. At the same time, one could wander through the river of years, but could not alter the course of time. Especially the past. The past was fixed, eternally unchangeable. The future could be changed for it had not yet occurred. Does this mean I have the ability to foresee the future? Qin Yang pondered for a moment, and he could faintly glimpse the river of years. Waves surged and countless fragments surfaced. Some were from the past, others from the so-called future. But they were random, not fixed. A time ability. Does this mean I can control the great Tao of time? Qin Yang murmured to himself. These two divine abilities are rather extraordinary. Qin Yang's heart trembled. The two heavenly fate divine abilities he had obtained were each extremely terrifying. One could glimpse into the river of time, while the other could shield from causality and destiny. Though they seemed devoid of world-destroying power, it was precisely these rule-based abilities that were the most formidable. They could imperceptibly alter many things. Moreover, in any era, information always remained paramount. The Book of Fate consists of 9 volumes. Does that mean there are 9 extremely special divine abilities? If I were to obtain all of them, sweeping away, everything would not be a fantasy. Even the Tianyuan martial emperor's slaying of the Tianyuan martial king back then might not have been merely about depriving him of fortune. Perhaps he also sought the Book of Fate. No, this cannot be exposed. Qin Yang knew that he had obtained the most precious treasure in the entire universe. Once exposed, the entire universe would plunge into endless chaos. Even the martial emperors wandering in the Goeishu would return to the universe. Fortunately, with causality and destiny, I am not afraid of being spied upon. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He was convinced that the Tianyuan martial king most likely did not know he possessed the Book of Fate. Otherwise, it would never have fallen into his hands. This thing was too precious. Thinking of this, Qin Yang's eyes flickered and his emotions gradually calmed. The Book of Fate was special. Even the immensely powerful martial emperors could not perceive it, let alone calculate its existence. This meant that Qin Yang could never be exposed. Moreover, with the Book of Fate protecting his soul, it seemed Qin Yang did not need to fear being hypnotized or anything of the sort. From this perspective, am I not afraid of the ancient martial emperor's body possession? Qin Yang pondered for a moment. The Book of Fate shielded his soul, which meant Qin Yang was absolutely safe. Even if the ancient martial emperor attempted to possess him, he probably could not succeed. However, this was uncertain. After all, the martial emperors were immensely powerful, and it was hard to say whether the Book of Fate could withstand them. I still need to be cautious. Qin Yang had always acted with propriety. When he should be arrogant, he was unreserved. When he needed to be careful, he was extremely low-key. Just as Qin Yang was thinking, the terminal beeped. It was a message from within the alliance. The message was simple: he was to enter the Shushan realm. The 3 martial emperors wanted to see him. That was straightforward because he was already in the Shushan realm. The next moment, a peculiar force pulled him into a void space. Qin Yang only felt darkness envelop his vision. When he came to, he found himself in a spacious hall. Seated before him were 3 figures. One was tall and upright, clad in a cyan-white robe with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, bearing a divine sword on his back. His aura was unique, like a sharp and imposing sword immortal. Clearly, this was the Tongtian Sword Emperor. Another was dressed in white with pale skin, effeminate features, and ghastly white hair. He seemed peculiar yet not creepy. Instead, he exuded a very comforting aura. The ancient martial emperor. The last one seated in the center was robust, with an ordinary face, calm and commanding respect without anger, like a general suppressing all directions. Qin Yang pays respects to the 3 martial emperors. After a quick glance, Qin Yang cupped his hands in salute. Regardless of their nature, the current human alliance owed its prosperity to the immense contributions of these 3 martial emperors, which no one could deny. Qin Yang, you displayed great prowess in the Tianlan world, slaying the prodigies of the 3 races, exalting our race's prestige, and helping our race gain vast territories. Immense contributions. Therefore, the 3 of us have decided that today, no matter whom you choose, you will become the personal disciple of all 3 of us, and enjoy the rights of a martial emperor's disciple. The Tianyuan martial emperor still held a high status as the first martial emperor of the human race. Even though the 3 had conflicts behind the scenes, on the surface, the Tianyuan martial emperor was the one in the dominant position. He spoke first, and the other 2 martial emperors had no objection. Looking at the 3, Qin Yang cupped his hands and said, "Disciple Qin Yang wishes to become a disciple under the Tianyuan martial emperor." Qin Yang had no need to think twice. He was not familiar with the Tongtian Sword Emperor, so he was already excluded. The ancient martial emperor wanted to possess him, and there was already conflict between him and the ancient martial emperor's faction. He had to constantly be wary of the ancient martial emperor's conspiracies and schemes. Though being fate's chosen made him dangerous, even with the Tianyuan martial emperor, as long as he did not expose the Book of Fate, everything would be safe. Most importantly, he was more familiar with the Tianyuan martial emperor's side. At these words, the Tongtian Sword Emperor said nothing and vanished instantly. He had just come to go through the motions. Of course, if Qin Yang had chosen him, he would have accepted. After all, Qin Yang's talent spoke for itself. But Qin Yang had not chosen him, so there was no need for him to stay. As for the ancient martial emperor, he also said nothing and did not even spare Qin Yang a second glance before vanishing without a trace. It was as if he, like the Tongtian sword emperor, had just gone through the motions. Alright, there are no outsiders here. The Tianyuan martial emperor rare showed a faint smile. You don't need to worry about being schemed by Yinshin. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang immediately said respectfully, Qin Yang greets master. Good. The Tianyuan martial emperor beamed with smiles and said slowly, you possess extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Among countless humans, you are the most promising to become a martial emperor. Now that you have entered my tutelage, you need not fear others' schemes. In 5 years, I will personally protect you and help you break free from Yinshin's possession. As long as he possesses someone else, you will have 100 years of safety. At this point, the Tianyuan martial emperor said with a smile, I learned from Yi Lin that you intend to become an emperor in 5 years. Qin Yang was not surprised and replied calmly, disciples' arrogant words need not be taken to heart by master. That is not a problem. On the contrary, it is a good thing. The Tianyuan martial emperor said calmly, on the path of cultivation, a firm Dao heart allows one to soar upward. Whether confidence or arrogance, both are fine. Now that you have rejected Yinshin, given his nature, he will exert pressure and have his subordinates target you. You must be cautious. Today I grant you the 8th grade divine weapon, the Tianxian seal, to protect you safely. As he spoke, a seal the size of a palm floated before Qin Yang. It resembled an imperial seal with a coiling true dragon above, and the 2 characters, Tianxian, engraved below. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Wow, an 8th grade divine weapon. Being a disciple of a martial emperor was indeed comfortable. 7th grade divine weapons were martial king weapons, but 8th grade was not a martial emperor weapon, only 9th grade was. 9th grade was also called an emperor weapon. 8th grade was known as a saint weapon. This was the gap between a martial king and a martial emperor. When a martial king reached perfection and was about to break through to martial emperor, that realm was called half-step martial emperor. This was an extremely special realm. Simply put, one had transcended the martial king realm, but had not yet attained the martial emperor's Dao. It was a very peculiar state. Master, regarding the ancient divine spirit essence and titan blood essence bestowed by the ancient martial emperor, can you examine them? Qin Yang paused for a moment. Disciple is worried that there might be a backup plan from the ancient martial emperor inside. The Tianyuan martial emperor replied, you need not worry. I have already examined them, and there are no traces of Yinshin. You can refine them on your own to supplement yourself. Alright, that's all for today. In the future, when you enter Star Martial University, my disciples will find you. If you encounter any confusion in cultivation, you can ask them. When the time comes for you to hunt a fate, I will personally take action to hunt the most supreme fate for you, paving your cultivation path smoothly. The Tianyuan martial emperor's voice spread out, and before Qin Yang could react, he was already expelled from the void space and returned to the Shushan realm. Within the spacious chamber, a colossal pod slowly opened, and Qin Yang, who had been lying inside, abruptly opened his eyes, rising from the pod. After rising, Qin Yang stretched his body and casually walked outside the courtyard. The radiant moonlight cascaded down gently, like a sheer veil draped over the tiles, revealing a unique luster that filled the entire courtyard with tranquility, calming the mind and spirit. The treatment of a martial emperor's disciple is quite generous indeed. Qin Yang sat on the courtyard with a palm-sized mark hovering before him. It was the Heavenly Profound Seal. This was a divine artifact given to him by the Heavenly Origin Great Emperor for self-protection. 8th grade quality. This divine artifact had a rather special attribute. It was a soul divine artifact. Its effect was similar to his soul-suppressing seal, specifically designed to protect the soul. With the Heavenly Profound Seal, Qin Yang no longer needed to worry about any attack on his divine soul. It was as stable as Mount Tai, indestructible. According to the Heavenly Origin Martial Emperor, the Yin God Martial Emperor was currently in the Goeishu Abyss and could not easily extricate himself. Therefore, in the short term, the Yin God Martial Emperor would not act against him, at most sending his subordinates to target him. To preserve his life, they would certainly not kill Qin Yang. In fact, they might even preserve Qin Yang's integrity. In plain terms, they would only capture Qin Yang. Alternatively, they might use divine soul techniques to bewitch and hypnotize him. But with the Heavenly Profound Seal, Qin Yang had no fear of these. The Void Divine Realm is indeed not simple. 8th grade divine artifacts can be directly transmitted over. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. He had previously thought the Void Divine Realm was merely a virtual world. Now it seemed that the Void Divine Realm was a real world. They were merely entering the Void Divine Realm through a special method. Moreover, after his permissions were unlocked, Qin Yang had also seen quite a bit of useful information on some forms of the Alliance. He discovered that after reaching the Grandmaster level, transactions for items gradually took place through the Void Divine Realm. Even across billions of miles, items could still be received without hindrance. The main advantage was that there was no longer any need to worry about items being plundered. No more concerns about rogue cultivators. I have quite a few divine artifacts now, but I still need a lifebound divine artifact. Qianlong can help me find someone to forge a lifebound divine artifact. He is a 7th grade artifact refiner. But I need to gather the materials myself. Qin Yang had been cultivating for only a month and a half. He had handled many divine artifacts and their quality was not low, but he still needed his own divine artifact. After all, the function of a life-bound divine artifact was quite beneficial. It could greatly enhance his combat power. The main point was that he had the qualifications to commission high-level divine artifacts, and he could even get a free refiner. Rather than letting it go to waste, it was better to use it early and enjoy the benefits. When I achieve the top ranking, I can also choose a 7th grade cultivation technique and a 7th grade divine artifact. During this time, Qin Yang had been training intensively. With the Starry Sky Martial University still half a month away from opening, he didn't go out and simply stayed put, not paying much attention to these matters. Now that he had become a son of destiny and the Starry Sky Martial University was about to commence, he planned to claim all the previous rewards. With this thought, Qin Yang's mind stirred. A screen appeared before his eyes. This was the most advanced terminal of the Alliance connected to the soul. It could not only detect others' cultivation levels, but also contain the Alliance's encyclopedia. Simply put, with just a glance, Qin Yang could have the detailed information of an item listed one by one. With this device, it was like having a portable encyclopedia. Its function was still considerable. It also saved Qin Yang the time of reading books. A screen materialized before his eyes, and Qin Yang's mind stirred. He immediately selected the Alliance Mall. After his permissions were upgraded, the items in the mall had increased significantly. Items of 4th grade and above required points. Ordinary currency could not be used to purchase them. To obtain points, there were only a few options: sell special items that the Alliance did not possess to the Alliance in exchange for points. Though the points would not be too high and the value would be compressed by about 20%, the second option was to undertake Alliance missions, which came in many types, and the higher the level, the richer the mission rewards. The third option was for talents like Qin Yang, who had the potential for cultivation. They would receive points every month, or after reaching the Grandmaster level, they would receive about 100 points each month, 1,000 for a Great Grandmaster, and a bit more, 100,000 for a Martial King. Qin Yang immediately filtered the divine artifact options. A dazzling array of divine artifacts came into view. There were quite a few, nearly several hundred pieces. This surprised Qin Yang. Several hundred 7th grade divine artifacts. The Alliance was indeed wealthy. I already have a soul-type divine artifact. Whether for offense or defense, the Heavenly Profound Seal can perfectly replace it. Therefore, I have no need for soul-type artifacts. I still have one chance to forge a life-bound divine artifact. For the life-bound divine artifact, I will forge an offensive artifact, and this time I will choose a defensive divine artifact. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yang made another selection filter. Instantly, the original several hundred items were reduced to dozens. Name: 9 Dragons Lihua Armor. Grade 7th grade description: forged by a Martial King from the ancient divine clan, using the 7th grade celestial treasure Lihua Flame Crystal as the main material, 9 dragon tendons as supplementary materials, and dozens of other special materials. It possesses excellent defensive capabilities and can withstand a Martial King's divine ability without shattering. Name: Sacred Spirit Heart Seal. Grade 7th grade description: obtained by killing a Sacred Spirit clan member. Forged from the Sacred Spirit clan's unique Sacred Spirit Divine Iron. It contains sacred spirit energy, able to continuously restore injuries and increase blood and chi. Name: Southern Celestial Mech Armor. Grade 7th grade description: this item was obtained by the Celestial Sword Emperor. Its former body was a special mechanical being of the Mechanical Divine Clan at the Martial King level. The exterior of the mech is forged from various divine irons, indestructible, and even 7th grade divine artifacts cannot leave a mark on it. The interior is equipped with multiple formations that enhance the user's power, greatly boosting combat capability. The core has been destroyed. The only drawback is that this is the body of a top talent of the Mechanical Divine Clan. If one wears this mech, they will be hunted by the Mechanical Divine Clan. A mech. Qin Yang scanned the numerous divine artifacts, and when he saw the Southern Celestial Mech Armor, his eyes immediately lit up. This was a good find. After all, no man could resist a mech. Qin Yang was no exception. Moreover, this mech was extremely special. It was the remnant body of a Martial King of the Mechanical Divine Clan. In terms of physical hardness, it was no less than that of an ordinary Martial King. Of course, its core had been destroyed, and its Tao had vanished, so it could not exert the power of a Martial King. Qin Yang had a slight understanding of the Mechanical Divine Clan. This was a very special race. They were not born from heaven and earth, but were created by several races in the universe. Originally, they were like puppets, but one day, tens of thousands of years ago, a robot gained consciousness and simultaneously created a cultivation technique, finding a Tao suitable for the mechanical race to cultivate. From then on, an unprecedented race was born. After hundreds of thousands of years, the Mechanical Clan had become extremely powerful. In particular, their various weapons and mechs were greatly feared, even by Martial Kings and Martial Emperors. The most crucial part was the mechanical core. The mechanical core was like a soul capable of connecting to the great Tao of heaven and earth and controlling the power of the universe. Once the mechanical core was destroyed, the Mechanical Divine Clan member was utterly dead with no chance of resurrection. I'll take this one. Qin Yang pondered for a moment. Although he would be hunted by the mechanical divine clan, he had already offended several major powers. One more didn't make a difference, one less didn't matter. It wasn't too important. Compared to the help the Southern Celestial mech armor could provide, the so-called pursuit was clearly insignificant. Qin Yang immediately chose the Nantian mech. The assistance it brought was immense. If he did not choose it, he would be letting himself down. This thing was indestructible. With it he no longer feared many attacks. Moreover, it was inscribed with top-tier arrays that could amplify his divine abilities. This was simply the most supreme battle weapon. How could he not choose it? At first Qin Yang even thought it was a miracle that it was still available. Later, upon reflection, it was normal that no one had chosen it. Although it was a 7th rank divine weapon, the Nantian mech lacked a mechanical core, and the martial king path was no longer present, completely losing the divine power of a 7th rank divine weapon. In fact, in the eyes of many, it was not even considered a 7th rank divine weapon. For instance, a martial king could certainly unleash the power of a 7th rank divine weapon. They would certainly be unwilling to choose a mech that had lost the martial king path. Although they could inscribe or raise themselves, they themselves were martial kings, and their bodies were not much inferior to the mech. As for the so-called array amplification, they cared even less. Grandmasters would certainly not choose the Nantian mech either. Since they had points to select a 7th rank divine weapon, they would surely choose one that aligned with their own path, which could not only increase the speed of comprehending the Tao, but also enhance combat power. Therefore, the Nantian mech was greatly despised in the eyes of many. It was a counterfeit. But Qin Yang did not care. He did not lack divine weapons. Most importantly, this Nantian mech suited his taste, and its defensive power was not much inferior to those 7th rank divine weapons. As for the Tao, he was cultivating the Tao of fortune. Not to mention the alliance. Even across the entire universe, there were few divine weapons of the Tao of fortune. Can I choose the Nantian mech? Yes. Please choose the method of receiving Virtual God Realm, immediate delivery to your door, or travel to the Dongwang Star region. Virtual God Realm. No way. Who knows how long the delivery would take, and traveling to the Dongwang Star region was certainly unrealistic. The Virtual God Realm was fine. He could receive it immediately. Ding, the item has been delivered to your residence. Please collect it soon. Admittedly, the delivery speed of the Virtual God Realm was extremely fast. In just a few seconds, the item was already in his hands. The speed amazed Qin Yang. I'll go back to the Virtual God Realm. Qin Yang immediately returned to his room and entered the Virtual God Realm. Instantly, Qin Yang saw a huge box placed outside the room. He immediately opened the box, and a 3-meter-tall mech appeared before his eyes. Its overall color was black gold with dragon patterns engraved on the front and tiger patterns on the back. In its hand, it held a long blade gleaming with cold light. Although it was only 3 meters tall as a mech, it could not be limited to that height. The metal of this mech was extremely special. As long as he wished, it could instantly expand to hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters. Operating the mech was also very simple. It was already a divine weapon. All he needed to do was drip blood to recognize it as his master. In fact, ever since the mechanical god race appeared, especially some of the top mechanical races, they had become hunting targets for various races. The reason was also simple. The mech could be carried on one's person, and after blood recognition, it could merge into the body. It was inscribed with special arrays, and was itself indestructible. With a mech, combat power could skyrocket. Therefore, many strong individuals hunted the mechanical god race, erasing their cores, all for the sake of the mechanical god race's mech bodies. This was like some people seeking the essence blood of the Titan race, or like those in the past who hunted tigers for their fur. The same was true for the mechanical god race. Their entire bodies were made too perfectly, causing the mechanical god race to become treasures coveted by countless races. Initially, the mechanical god race suffered heavy losses, oppressed by various races to the point of suffocation, until a martial emperor was born among them, changing everything. But even so, there were still many races that hunted the mechanical god race. The mechanical god race also knew they could not escape and could not contend against all races, so they issued a decree: if anyone dared to travel wearing the outer shell of a top-tier mechanical god race member, they would become enemies of the mechanical god race regardless of their race. After the decree was issued, the mechanical god race killed many strong individuals before the major forces stopped. Of course, there were also those who were not afraid of the mechanical god race. Qin Yang, for example, was one such person. This thing was not used by anyone. One reason was the fear of becoming a target of the mechanical god race, and another was that the price was too high. So no one exchanged for it. Qin Yang immediately dripped blood to claim ownership, instantly establishing a connection with the Nantian mech. The mech surged onto his body. With a thought, the black gold mech enveloped his entire body. Nantian array, increasing techniques and divine abilities by 30%. This thing is really good. A good thing. Qin Yang smiled slightly. With this mech, he dared to strike down a grandmaster. Choose a technique. With the divine weapon settled, Qin Yang immediately opened the terminal to choose a technique. I now have Fortune, Space, and Divine Soul. Since I'm going to choose a technique, I must pick the topmost one, and one that is of a special attribute Tao. I wonder if there is a time technique. Qin Yang mused for a moment. Time walkers were the most special existence. Over the long ages there were very few beings who could master the Tao of time. Even in history they were rare. Those with talent were even fewer. Qin Yang immediately searched for a time Tao technique. As expected, there were no time techniques or divine abilities. Indeed there aren't. Then I'll choose the sword Tao. Although the sword Tao was common, it was indeed the most powerful offensive Tao. For instance, the Tongtian sword emperor carved out a path with the sword Tao. Of course, Qin Yang's main focus was still the fortune Tao, followed by divine soul and space. The sword Tao was only used to supplement his offense or to deal with ordinary opponents. When facing true formidable enemies, it was still soul and space. These were his trump cards. Name Sword Heart of Annihilation, grade 7th rank. Name Sword Heart, Illuminated World, Annihilated. Name 9 Heaven's Wind and Thunder Sword, grade 7th rank. Description: cultivate wind and thunder together, heaven and earth collapse. Compared to the descriptions of divine weapons, these sword technique descriptions were much more concise. Only a few words, yet they all told you that these sword techniques were extremely formidable. Sword Heart of Annihilation requires cultivating the sword Tao and the Tao of destruction. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. The Tao of destruction had always been one of the 10 supreme Taos. Once destruction was unleashed, all things were destroyed, unstoppable. For Qin Yang, with his talent, he could cultivate any Tao. Since he could cultivate them all, he must choose the most supreme Tao. This one allowed cultivation of both the sword Tao and the Tao of destruction, which suited Qin Yang's taste perfectly. Qin Yang made a prompt decision and immediately chose the Sword Heart of Annihilation. Soon a profound scripture came through the terminal. It was indeed the Sword Heart of Annihilation. Qin Yang scanned through it and immediately committed it to memory. Then he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the Sword Heart of Annihilation. Sword Heart of Annihilation beginner 13,000. In just a few minutes the Sword Heart of Annihilation had been added to his cultivation goals. At the same time a cold voice sounded. Qin Yang's heart stirred. The daily intelligence had arrived. In these days Qin Bai came every day, but the intelligence provided was extremely ordinary. He had not paid much attention to it. But he never expected that today it would be extremely special, catching his attention. Daily Intelligence Report 1. On the afternoon of July 3rd at 3 o'clock, Baishan, vice chairman of the ancestral planet Human Alliance, contacted ancient god tribe spies at home and reached an agreement to prepare for treason. Daily Intelligence Report 2. That evening at 7 o'clock on July 3rd, Baishan employed a secret technique to contact Vice Chairman Guyu and Deputy Commander Chang Zhaizhong of the ancestral planet Human Alliance, and the three convened to discuss the coup. Daily Intelligence Report 3. On July 4th, Baishan Guyu and Chang Zhaizhong launched a coup, murdering Human Alliance Chairman Yi Qingyu. Simultaneously, they opened the ancestral planet's spatial coordinates, deactivated all planetary formations, and activated the ancient god tribe's teleportation array. The ancient god tribe descended upon the ancestral planet, triggered a special spatial formation, and the entire planet was transported away, leading to its complete fall. The intelligence before him made Qin Yang raise an eyebrow. This report was truly formidable. 2 vice chairmen, and even a deputy commander of the ancestral planet had all turned traitor. This was unprecedented. Moreover, they had colluded with the ancient god tribe, and the entire ancestral planet was to be transported away. What puzzled Qin Yang was that the ancestral planet had been in decline for many years, and no powerful expert had ever specifically invested in it. Why would the ancient god tribe go to such extraordinary lengths to transport the ancestral planet? Could there be some special secret? The ancient god tribe is going to such great trouble. Even 2 vice chairmen and a deputy commander have turned traitor. There must certainly be something the ancient god tribe desires within all of this. Could it concern the very future of all humanity? And the martial emperor formation could be deactivated, which means the ancient god tribe has prepared numerous means. Qin Yang pondered for a moment. The location of the ancestral planet was not particularly significant. Not only did humans know, but many outside also knew. Because of the martial emperor formation, entering was easy, but leaving was difficult. According to this intelligence, the ancient god tribe was going to great lengths with the ancestral planet as their target. Yet Qin Yang did not understand why they wanted the ancestral planet. What other secrets did the ancestral planet hold? What benefits did the ancient god tribe offer the 2 vice chairmen? That they would turn traitor. Qin Yang found it hard to understand. The ancestral planet held an extremely special position. Anyone who became vice chairman came from prominent backgrounds, and all belonged under the command of the Tianyuan martial emperor. For instance, Chairman Yi Qingyu was from the Yi family. He was absolutely legitimate. The 2 vice chairmen also had distinguished backgrounds. Of becoming a vice chairman meant one essentially had the potential to reach martial king realm. Such existences had turned traitor. Could they have been controlled? Qin Yang was somewhat perplexed. Over the years the Human Alliance had seen quite a few traitors, but most were ordinary people. Among experts, grandmasters, or even martial kings, they were few and far between. Among them, Gu Suman's father was considered one of the rare exceptions. A martial king turning traitor was extremely outrageous. Such examples over all these years totaled only 2. Compared to other races, this was actually quite low. Such matters should be left to Uncle Yi to handle. Qin Yang did not particularly wish to get involved. The ancient god tribe's sudden attack must have been thoroughly prepared. Besides, the 2 vice-chairmen and 1 deputy commander were all at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Although his current strength was impressive, it was still somewhat lacking to counter these powerful experts. That was on the surface. Behind the scenes, there would surely be powerful ancient god tribe experts as well. Grandmaster, or even Martial King, would not be surprising. As for how to inform Yi Tianji, Qin Yang already had thoughts. Using Qin Qianqian's name. Qin Qianqian was a fate cultivator, and this matter was already widely known. With that in mind, Qin Yang immediately called Qin Qianqian. About half an hour later, Qin Qianqian arrived at Qin Yang's room. "What do you need me for?" Qin Qianqian looked at Qin Yang with a hint of resentment. She had known Qin Yang long enough. This fellow, aside from seeking her out when he had matters to discuss, spent all his other time in arduous cultivation. Calling her over today must have been for something as well. "Today I give you an opportunity to earn merit." Qin Yang poured a cup of tea for Qin Qianqian, smiling as he said, "In 2 days the 2 vice-chairmen and 1 deputy commander of the Ancestral Planet Alliance will collude with the ancient god tribe and plot a rebellion." At these words, Qin Qianqian, who was about to take a sip of tea, froze, her expression rigid. She stared at Qin Yang in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. "How do you know this?" "Oh." Qin Yang raised his eyebrow slightly, realizing that Qin Qianqian must have suspected something already. Fate cultivators being able to glimpse the future was no secret. Of course they could only see faint fragments. "Because I am also a fate cultivator." Qin Yang was naturally not a fate cultivator. There were too many great Dao paths he wished to cultivate. Space, fortune, sword, destruction, and soul. 5 great Dao paths were all being prepared along with no cultivation method of the fate path. Even if he wanted to, it was impossible. But adding a layer of fate cultivator persona would make it so that future intelligence gathered would not arouse suspicion. You truly do possess the aura of a fate cultivator, and it is exceptionally intense. When did you become a fate cultivator? Qin Qianqian nodded slightly, not questioning Qin Yang further. Not because she entirely trusted him, but because Qin Yang truly did have the aura of a fate cultivator. Fate cultivators were an extremely special group. Their numbers were scarce, and the threshold was exceedingly high. Born with it or not, it was decided at birth. This meant that without this talent, one was destined never to become a fate cultivator. Moreover, fate cultivators possessed a unique aura, a special ability to glimpse the threads of destiny. Only fellow fate cultivators could perceive it. These details are unimportant. Qin Yang's expression grew grave as he said solemnly, "This time the ancient god tribe is going to great lengths to target the ancestral planet. It must be because there is something on the ancestral planet that the ancient god tribe desires. They may very well deploy a martial king, and not just one. You and I both understand what this means. Once the ancestral planet falls under the ancient god tribe's control, all life upon it will face extreme peril. What manner of existence the ancient god tribe is, you and I both know." Qin Qianqian fell silent. Unlike Qin Yang, the ancestral planet had her family, and her strength was not particularly formidable. If the ancient god tribe took control of the ancestral planet, all living beings would become test subjects for the ancient god tribe, living a fate worse than death. Among countless races in the cosmos, the ancient god tribe was the most detested and peculiar. They possessed unparalleled aptitude, considering themselves the masters of the universe with all things as their slaves. Thus, any race that fell into the hands of the ancient god tribe would become their test subjects. Like a mad scientist, they had no ethics, no morality, and no rules. To obtain what they desired, they would discard anything, even their own kindred. In short, the ancient god tribe could be considered the cancer among countless races. Then how should I report this to the Alliance? Qin Qianqian had no reason to refuse. This matter was indeed true, as she could sense it faintly through her own means. She also did not wish for the ancient god tribe to succeed. Her clan was on the ancestral planet. Once it fell, the consequences would be unbearable. Furthermore, if this matter was true, she could also earn considerable merit. This would bring substantial benefits for her future cultivation. In short, from every angle, she would profit enormously. There was no reason to refuse. "You don't need to think too much right now." Qin Yang mused for a moment and said softly, "Use the wheel of fate to deduce the future and calculate the fortunes and misfortunes according to 2 scenarios. One, we inform the high-ranking members of the Alliance now, such as Black Moon War King Yi Tianji, and see what result we get. The other, we wait until 2 days later to inform them and see what happens." Speaking of which, Qin Yang explained, "The ancient god clan has gone to such great lengths to scheme against the ancestral star. Moreover, the ancient god clan is inherently heavenly destiny adept in all great Daos, so they certainly lack no destiny cultivators to perform deductions. If we act rashly and alter the course of the future, they might very well refrain from making a move." In the past, Qin Yang would have directly informed Yi Tianji and left the matter in his hands, peacefully cultivating himself. But then he considered that the ancient god clan was ultimately not like other races. Since they chose to strike at this time, they must have planned it through multiple schemes. They must have obtained the best outcome. "Let me try." Qin Qianqian thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "The results of the deduction may not be accurate. You know, my cultivation level is still too low. Even though the Wheel of Fate is the strongest talent, if the gap in realm is too great, it will inevitably be blocked or even sensed by powerful destiny cultivators. And there's a high probability it will be discovered. Are you sure you want me to perform the deduction? Qin Yang also had concerns. The destiny cultivators of the ancient god clan were clearly far more powerful than her. The opponent must be a war king in existence of that level. It would be difficult for her not to be discovered. Don't worry, I'm here. Even a powerful war king won't be able to sense you. Qin Yang smiled faintly, walked behind Qin Yang, and the Book of Destiny in his mind began to operate. Divine ability, Karma Fate. A faint ray of light surged into Qin Yang's body. Instantly, Qin Yang felt as if her 8 extraordinary meridians had been opened. Her soul became ethereal, as if she had attained enlightenment. What kind of power was this? Qin Yang was completely stunned. This power was extremely transcendent, even containing the purest force of destiny. Vaguely, Qin Yang felt that what Qin Yang had said was most likely true. Even a powerful war king might not be able to sense them. With that thought, Qin Yang hesitated no longer and began to activate the Wheel of Fate. In an instant, Qin Yang closed her eyes tightly, and a black and white divine radiance emerged from her body, transforming into a yin-yang divine wheel, exuding a unique aura. The Wheel of Fate. After about 5 minutes, Qin Yang suddenly opened her eyes, a look of shock in them. What happened? Qin Yang's pupils contracted. Qin Yang had a fairly steady mindset, but now she was so panicked it was likely that the future she had seen was unimaginable. I saw the entire ancestral star sink into depravity, all living beings reduced to various experimental subjects, as if fallen into hell, suffering a fate worse than death. Especially you and me, we will completely become puppets of the ancient god clan. Qin Yang's heart grew heavy. He said in a deep voice, is there only one future? Not at all. Qin Yang let out a breath. I saw 3 futures. The one I mentioned is the first. Without our intervention, we will be completely lost. The second, we inform Yi Tianji first, but the ancient god clan soon detects it, and it's not due to fate, but for another reason. There is likely a spy among the high-ranking members of the alliance, and this person has a close relationship with Yi Tianji. Perhaps, through Yi Tianji's departure, they learned that the situation had changed, and the ancient god clan directly abandoned those traitors. The third scenario, we wait until 2 days later to inform the high-ranking members, but Yi Tianji is intercepted and cannot stop the ancient god clan's plan. Qin Yang was dissatisfied with the results of all 3 scenarios. One was unstoppable, another managed to stop the ancient god clan's plan, but did not make them pay a price. Furthermore, the reason why the ancient god clan was hunting the ancestral star remained unknown. The third scenario was even worse, complete subjugation. Can you deduce the reason behind the ancient god clan's actions? He wanted to know why the ancient god clan was doing this. If the truth was explosive enough, he would directly inform the heavenly origin martial emperor. I can't deduce it. Qin Yang shook her head. The opponent is at least a war king. The heavenly secrets are completely blocked. Our best course now is to contact Yi Tianji immediately. Although we cannot make the ancient god clan pay a price, we can still stop them. Qin knew that Qin Yang had great ambitions. He certainly wanted more than just stopping them. His aspirations were undoubtedly high. As for who the spy among the high-ranking members was, Qin had also tried, but could not sense it. What about Zhao Yunlong? Qin Yang thought of the disciple of the heaven-piercing sword emperor, whose strength surpassed Yi Tianji's. No, Zhao Yunlong is the disciple of the heaven-piercing sword emperor. If he comes to the ancestral star, news will definitely spread. Moreover, as a disciple of the heavenly origin martial emperor, if I don't seek help from my own faction, but instead turn to other martial emperors, it will inevitably cause internal dissatisfaction. After thinking it over, Qin Yang abandoned this idea. By the way, I can seek help from the disciples of the heavenly origin martial emperor. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten. His greatest backing was not Yi Tianji, but the disciples of the heavenly origin martial emperor. Although he had never met them, Yi Lin had said that these disciples had eccentric temperaments, but were relatively protective of their own. With that thought, Qin Yang immediately checked on his few senior brothers and sisters. The heavenly origin martial emperor had few disciples. Including him, there were 9 in total, excluding Yi Lin and himself. 4 disciples had already died. 3 were still alive. 1 was a grandmaster, and 2 were war kings. The Blood Sea Blade, King Yiwushan. The heavenly calculation, Qin Xuanji. The former was Qin Yang's senior brother, the latter, his second senior brother. Qian continued the deduction. Now change the target. No longer Yi Tianji, but instead Yiwushan. He is my senior brother, you should know him too. Qin Yang said. Senior brother Yiwushan was also a renowned figure of great fame, with cultivation reaching the heavens and earth. He had already reached half-step emperor, just 1 step away from becoming a martial emperor. It was said that he could have become a martial emperor long ago, but unfortunately there was already a martial emperor in the path of the blade, and that emperor was extremely powerful, ranking among the top martial emperors. Let me try. But the Blood Sea Blade King's strength is too great, I will definitely be sensed. Qin wiped the cold sweat from her brow. The Blood Sea Blade King was famous, and she was truly uneasy. Don't worry, I'm here. He won't be able to spy on you. Qin Yang was fully confident. Karma Fate was a 9th grade divine weapon capable of blocking even martial emperors, let alone a half-step emperor. Alright. Out of trust, Qin Yang thought for a moment, then immediately activated the Wheel of Fate, commencing a new round of deduction. This time took longer than the previous one. After about half an hour, Qin Yang's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat dripping down, and she said with extreme delight, "Qin Yang, I've deduced the result. The best option is to contact Yi Wuxian 2 days later. With his strength, he can traverse the distance in an instant, reaching the ancestral star in just a few minutes. And his power is formidable enough to sweep everything away. He alone can slaughter the entire army of the ancient god clan." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had found the perfect solution. Qin Yang lay on the ground, panting heavily, her face pale and slick with cold sweat. These several calculations had completely drained her vitality, leaving her mind blank and her spirit and chi utterly depleted. With Qin Yang in her current state, let alone a grandmaster, any ordinary adult could kill her. Supplement your mental energy. Qin Yang handed something to Qin Yang. It was a top-tier supplement that could quickly restore vitality. Qin Yang did not decline and immediately drank it down, her complexion rapidly recovering. Still couldn't deduce the reason behind the ancient god clan's hunt for the ancestral star. Qin Yang remained curious. The ancient god clan would not go to such great lengths without a reason, and the target must be extremely special and precious. Otherwise, they would not have exerted such tremendous effort, specifically turning the human high command against their own kind. I cannot calculate it. The secrets of heaven are obscured. This is a fate cultivator of extremely powerful strength. His realm has already entered the martial king stage, and he might even be a half-step martial emperor with 1 foot already stepping into the martial emperor realm. Qin Yang frowned and said in a deep voice, "If my guess is correct, it is highly likely Good Song behind this. This person is the #1 fate cultivator of the ancient god clan, and also the most powerful fate cultivator in the universe. He has the potential to become the first martial emperor in history to control the great Tao of destiny. A martial emperor needs to control 1 great Tao, and each great Tao can only be controlled by 1 person. This means that once the great Tao one cultivates is controlled by someone else, they are destined to never reach the martial emperor realm for their entire life, remaining below 1 person but above all 10,000, unless something happens to the person above them. For instance, the Tongtian Sword Emperor. Since the Sword Tao had already been claimed by someone else, he was destined to not advance further. As long as that person remained alive, the Tongtian Sword Emperor could never become a martial emperor. By coincidence, about 30 years after the Tongtian Sword Emperor reached the half-step martial emperor realm, the one who controlled the Sword Tao perished. No one knew how he fell. Some speculated that the ancient martial emperor and Tianyuan martial emperor may have joined forces to slay this Sword Emperor in the Guishu Sea. The reasoning was quite sound. This Sword Emperor hailed from the ancient god clan. Humanity and the ancient god clan were irreconcilable enemies with enmity that could scarcely be alleviated. Especially when humanity was just rising, the ancient god clan planned to enslave humanity and specially sent the demigod clan to act. At that time, humanity was only beginning to rise, and across the entire universe amounted to little. At that time, they had nearly succeeded. Fortunately, that era was when humanity was at its peak. Countless geniuses gathered and extraordinary talents bloomed. Geniuses of all kinds came thick and fast, growing every day. Combined with being in a thriving era, human strength expanded at an unimaginable pace. In just over 10 years, humanity shattered the demigod clan. Meanwhile, the ancient god clan was entangled with other races, and since humanity was too weak, they assumed the demigod clan could handle it. By the time they could free themselves, humanity had already grown formidable. Especially when Tianyuan martial emperor stepped into the martial emperor realm, the ancient god clan completely lost hope of enslaving humanity. But the ancient god clan never gave up hope of enslaving humanity, only because they discovered that human souls were closest to theirs, and they were also humanity's greatest natural enemy. It should be known that before humanity rose, hunting the mandate of heaven was an extremely difficult undertaking. But after humanity rose, hunting the mandate of heaven became commonplace. Only because ancient martial emperor, this peerless prodigy, created a special secret technique, refining heaven sutra. This scripture could refine the mandate of heaven, greatly increasing the success rate of refining heavenly mandates, while also mitigating the consequences of backlash. Ancient martial emperor was also abnormal. After creating the scripture, it spread across the entire universe in no time. From then on, the ancient god clan's status declined sharply. Some ancient god clan members even became hunting targets of other races, only because the ancient god clan itself was the mandate of heaven. The great Tao of destiny is renowned as the most difficult great Tao to control. For endless ages, no one has been able to become the master of destiny. Qin Yang pondered for a moment and said softly, "It is precisely for this reason that many are unwilling to cultivate the great Tao of destiny. One reason is that cultivation is too difficult with a dead end ahead, and the other is that its effects are negligible, lacking earth-shattering destructive power and failing to guarantee one's own safety. So it seems this Gutsong is your greatest enemy. You possess the Wheel of Destiny, which is the best constitution for the great Tao of Destiny. Fate cultivators are rare for too many reasons. Generally speaking, it is too difficult and not particularly powerful. Moreover, there is already a top-tier expert standing at the end of the path, destined to never go further. Qin Yang face was bitter as she helplessly said, "If I had a choice, would I really choose to be a fate cultivator?" Cultivating the great Tao of Destiny was absolutely not her intention. But what could she do when there was no other path? Her aptitude for cultivating other great Taos was extremely mediocre. She could even be called a cripple. Others cultivating for a day equaled her cultivating for a year. But when it came to cultivating the great Tao of Destiny, she progressed at an extraordinary pace. That is why Qin Yang chose the great Tao of Destiny. You are not without opportunity either. Qin Yang smiled and said, "One day when I enter the Martial Emperor realm, I will help you break through to the Martial Emperor realm." He still had high expectations for Qin Yang's talent. Moreover, having such a fate cultivator by his side, he could verify information obtained in the future through Qin Yang, thereby avoiding many dangers. For example, when he intercepted the heavenly dedication talent fruit back then, what he thought was an opportunity turned out to be someone else's trap. With Qin Yang around, he could handle more matters with greater composure. "I'll remember these words of yours." Qin Yang's eyes lit up. "When you reach the Martial Emperor realm, I'll wait for you to help me clear all obstacles ahead. Just don't turn cold and deny knowing me when the time comes." Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. "I was just boasting." "You actually believe it?" He never expected Qin Yang to still believe him. So serious. Qin Yang casually said, "I truly wouldn't trust others. But you I definitely trust. Someone like you, what earth-shattering achievements could you accomplish? I have long grown accustomed to this. Even if you were to achieve divinity right now, I would consider it completely ordinary." Qin Yang's eyes sparkled, brimming with boundless wisdom and hope. "All right." Qin Yang smiled and said, "I promise you I will definitely help you step into the Martial Emperor realm. Become the first Fate Martial Emperor in history." Not much time remained before the start of classes at the Starry Sky Martial University. With only a few days left and matters to attend to, Qin Yang was too lazy to return. She would temporarily stay at Qin Yang's place. After all, Qin Yang's courtyard was spacious. There were plenty of houses, and Qin Yang could choose whichever she liked. On the other side, in the imperial capital atop a towering building, Baishan, vice chairman of the Ancestral Star Human Alliance, looked at the handsome boy before him and said indifferently, "Have you ancient God clan members made your preparations? Yi Qingyu has begun to suspect something. If you do not act soon, everything you have done will come to nothing." The handsome boy appeared to be just over 10 years old with an innocent expression, blinking his eyes. "A few more days are needed. If Yi Qingyu discovers us, just kill him. This is no trivial matter." Baishan frowned. Killing Yi Qingyu would have significant consequences and could very well expose their treasonous identities. "You have already betrayed us. Even if you do not kill Yi Qingyu, the Human Alliance will never let you go. You must understand that the Human Alliance despises traitors above all else." Baishan fell silent, a hint of killing intent faintly surfacing in his eyes. Baishan's face shifted colors, and he took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the boy. "I will eliminate all obstacles according to the plan. But to completely control the Ancestral Star, I alone am far from sufficient. I need more Huashan pills. Only then will they be willing to follow you without hesitation." Huashan pills. A very special type of pill originating from the Gusen clan. This pill has a unique property. It has a certain probability of transforming any race into the Gusen clan. The probability is not low. "How many do you need?" After a moment of contemplation, the child said indifferently, "You should understand that Huashan pills are extremely precious. If you ask for too many, we don't have much left. If it weren't for the Ancestral Star beneath your feet, someone of your status wouldn't be worthy of obtaining a Huashan pill." Baishan's aura surged slightly. He knew the other party was willing to give in. Three are enough. Besides me and Guyu, we also need a deputy commander of the military. He controls the formation of the Ancestral Star, and we need him to deactivate it, so that you can shield us from the Martial Emperor formation. His importance is clear to you, I'm sure. And we need them now. You also know that Yi Qingyu is no ordinary opponent. Killing him won't be easy. We need the Huashan pills to enhance our cultivation." Hearing this, the child nodded. "I can give you the Huashan pills. But there's a condition." Overwhelmed with joy, Baishan had no hesitation left and immediately agreed before the child could finish. "I accept." The child's expression remained unchanged. "Don't rush. Let me finish. I recall that your Ancestral Star produced a top-tier genius named Qin Yang. Our Gusen clan is extremely interested in this person. When you betray, I need you to capture Qin Yang. Remember, we want him alive and without any injuries. Can you do this?" Baishan let out a sigh of relief. He thought the condition would be much harder. Qin Yang. That was nothing. Though Qin Yang had made a name for himself in the Four Clans martial tournament, slaughtering his opponents, and had become the top scholar this year, he was still just a sect disciple. Bai Shan, a peak grandmaster, could easily become a martial king if he successfully refined the Huashan pill. With his cultivation, capturing Qin Yang would be a trivial task. As long as I have the Huashan pill, this matter is no problem. Bai Shan agreed without hesitation. The child casually tossed out a jade bottle containing 3 green pills like pearls. These are the Huashan pills. Whether you can become one of our kind depends on your own fortune. If you fail, your cultivation will still improve considerably. The pills are yours now. In 2 days we will descend upon the ancestral star. You must open the gateway and capture Qin Yang alive. We do not need a corpse. As his voice faded, the once lively child immediately collapsed. Bai Shan paid no attention. With a casual wave, the child's body vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. His eyes blazing with desire, he stared at the pills in his hand, his face twisted with ecstasy. Finally, the Huashan pills are mine. As long as I survive the transformation, I will become a member of the Gusen clan, possessing the combat power of a martial king. The Gusen clan was an extremely unique race. A pure-blooded Gusen clan member is born a martial king. After all, they are the embodiment of destiny, the incarnation of the mandate of heaven, with a starting point that no other race can match. However, this superior birthright also makes the path of the Gusen clan incredibly arduous. Throughout the long ages, very few Gusen have ever become martial emperors. Only 5 have achieved that status. Now only 4 remain. 1 fell in the returned Void Sea. How he died is unknown. The Gusen clan, however, spread the news that he was slain by the Tianyuan martial emperor. Bai Shan was so excited because this was his only chance to step into the martial king realm. His talent was decent, but not enough to break through to martial king. His talent was limited, grandmaster was already his ceiling. But Bai Shan refused to accept it. Grandmaster and martial king, though seemingly just 1 realm apart, were worlds apart. Martial kings enjoy a long lifespan, even the ability to reincarnate and break through the fog of the womb. Even after reincarnation, they retain their soul and will. Not so for grandmasters. Once dead, they are gone. They will never remember their past life. Moreover, martial kings can choose their race, likely to be born into a powerful one. A grandmaster, on the other hand, might be reborn as a cat, a dog, or even a paramecium. In any case, the race is not a choice. Bai Shan's lifespan was running out, and he did not want to end like this. Thus, he took a desperate risk, planning to reverse his fate and become a Gusen. Meanwhile, on the other side, having settled most matters, Qin Yang took out the Titan's essence blood. These 2 items had already been examined by the Tianyuan martial emperor. No danger was found. But to be safe, Qin Yang used the Karma Destiny technique to double-check. No danger, but won't affect me. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This Karma Destiny technique was incredibly effective. Though it lacked the power to destroy heaven and earth, it helped him avoid many dangers. Since there was no danger, Qin Yang hesitated no longer. He immediately swallowed the Titan's essence blood. The essence blood flowed down his throat into his meridians, instantly transforming into a surging river. The vast river of vitality continuously washed through Qin Yang's meridians. Suddenly, every cell in his body began to absorb, to shatter, to regenerate. Again and again, cycling endlessly. Gradually, Qin Yang's blood turned a golden hue, imbued with transcendent divine power. Almost at the same time, a divine ability was permanently etched into Qin Yang's body. Blood rebirth, beginner 01. Damn, blood rebirth can evolve. But how do I cultivate this blood rebirth? Qin Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected that blood rebirth could be further cultivated. Do I need to absorb more Titan's essence blood to advance? Qin Yang received a message from this divine ability to reach the next level. Mere cultivation wouldn't suffice. He needed more Titan's essence blood. It was more like evolution rather than cultivation. Heaven rewards diligence, but it's still perverse. Qin Yang exhaled. After absorbing the Titan's essence blood, he had finally obtained the divine ability of the Titan race. Blood rebirth. This meant that as long as a single drop of his blood remained, Qin Yang could immediately be reborn. Of course, provided his soul still existed. The flaw of the Titan race remained. Ancient God's Essence Orb. I wonder what it will give me. Qin Yang slowly exhaled and began to refine the Ancient God's Essence Orb. Unlike the Titan's essence blood, the Ancient God's Essence Orb entered his body without any earth-shattering commotion. Only the depths of his soul ocean gradually changed, becoming broader and more expansive. If Qin Yang's soul ocean was once merely a lake, now it had become a vast sea. Both in quality and quantity, it was vastly improved. Innate Divine Soul, beginner 01. Just like the Titan's essence blood, the Ancient God's Essence Orb transformed into a special divine ability, the unique talent of the Gusen clan. It grants unparalleled comprehension. Wait, these 2 abilities seem to complement each other. Qin Yang suddenly realized that with the innate divine soul, his soul also possessed the trait of blood rebirth. In other words, even if his soul and body were completely destroyed, as long as his blood remained, he could be reborn. Damn, that's an invincible resurrection armor. Qin Yang's body trembled, and his eyes shone with ecstasy. No wonder the Ancient God clan is so eager to merge the 2 races' divine abilities. This most basic ability is indeed monstrous. The two divine abilities Qin Yang had acquired were merely the most fundamental innate abilities of the two races. Yet they were already incredibly overpowered. In particular, mastering the innate abilities of both races brought about a qualitative change. The Titan clan possessed unparalleled physical bodies, but were weak in soul. The ancient god clan had astonishing comprehension, but frail bodies. Both races had defects, and significant ones at that. The ancient god clan was slightly better off. At advanced levels, the role of the physical body was far less crucial, especially since the ancient god clan excelled in the way of the soul. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as a remnant soul persisted, they could seize other races as vessels. Of course, losing one's physical body would still greatly impact the ancient god clan. The ancient god body was considered the most important thing for them. Without the ancient god body, the soul of the ancient god clan would lose its perfect vessel, and advancing to higher realms would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. It could be said that the ancient god body was the most perfect container. Beyond that was the Titan clan. The Titan clan's physical body was even more suitable than the ancient god body, but the laws of heaven imposed restrictions, causing rejection between the two races. Moreover, any race that seized the Titan body would also experience rejection. This was a very peculiar phenomenon. Ancient Emperor Wu needs to change vessels every 100 years. Could it be that Ancient Emperor Wu is not human, but a member of the ancient god clan? Ancient Emperor Wu was the most peculiar Emperor Wu among humans. Unlike Tian Yuan Emperor Wu and other powerhouses whose rise was clear and traceable, Ancient Emperor Wu had emerged suddenly. When he appeared, he was already a grandmaster. He advanced to martial king at an astonishing speed and broke through to Emperor Wu in merely 100 years. No one knew how he broke through. Therefore, Qin Yang, recalling the various characteristics of the ancient god clan, vaguely suspected that ancient Emperor Wu might be a member of the ancient god clan. Or perhaps his soul was that of a powerful ancient god clan member. He shouldn't be from the ancient god clan. Humans and the ancient god clan share a blood feud and are irreconcilable. Tongtian Sword Emperor especially loathes the ancient god clan. If ancient Emperor Wu were from the ancient god clan, he would have been eliminated long ago. The ancient god clan is not tolerated by the world. Not to mention humans, the other major forces, also deeply resent the ancient god clan. The reason is simple: the ancient god clan once ruled the entire universe, and all other races were their slaves, suffering oppression and torment. Humans were an exception only because the solar system was relatively special, and they had not yet left Earth. Even if he's not from the ancient god clan, he is likely related to them. Qin Yang was not entirely sure whether ancient Emperor Wu was from the ancient god clan, but he probably had some connection. After all, he had arrived too recently, and had not entered the top circles of humanity, so he knew few secrets. Perhaps he could learn more later. It seems I need to collect more ancient god spirit essence and Titan blood essence in the future. Although his two divine abilities were only at the initial stage, they already had such terrifying effects. If they were perfected, perhaps they would become what everyone speaks of as the chaos body. The chaos body was a human term. In the outside world, it was actually called the transcendent Tao body. Possessing this constitution would allow one to transcend the shackles of the universe, break the limits of life, become the lord of the universe, and rule over all. This is already a path. Qin Yang slowly exhaled. Unknowingly, I have two divine paths that others can only dream of. I now have two clear paths. The path of the Chosen One and the path of the Universe Lord. These were both paths Qin Yang could take, and they were quite distinct. It was not a dead end. As long as he followed the steps, he could most likely achieve divinity and prove the Tao. Becoming a god might be a fantasy for cosmic beings, even for those top-tier powerhouses. But for me, it is not a fantasy. Qin Yang took a deep breath, then entered the virtual god realm to begin a new round of cultivation. The path was clear, and his Tao heart was firm. He now only needed to be steady and move forward step by step. Although he possessed opportunities many lacked, these opportunities ultimately required his own effort. Moreover, time was pressing. He urgently needed to improve himself. There were still 2 days left before the ancient god clan's conspiracy. He only needed to cultivate during these 2 days. Later, Yi Wuxian would come personally to handle the matter. Evening 7 o'clock. The golden crow had hidden and the moon rabbit lingered. The black night gradually descended, and the entire imperial capital burst into radiance with colorful lights dazzling and brilliant, making the quiet city exceptionally lively. Bai Shan's residence. As the vice chairman of the alliance, Bai Shan was one of the most powerful figures on the ancestral planet. His residence was naturally extraordinary. After obtaining the divine transformation pill, Bai Shan was in an excellent mood and immediately summoned his associates to his home. Gu Yu, also a vice chairman, and Chang Zizhong, the deputy commander of the ancestral planet's military. Did you get the divine transformation pill? Gu Yu, being close to Bai Shan, knew him well. Seeing Bai Shan's beaming face, it was clear that something good had happened. Yes. Bai Shan nodded and said with a smile, the ancient god clan gave me 3 divine transformation pills. As he spoke, Bai Shan took out 2 jade bottles, each containing a pill. This is the divine transformation pill. I need not elaborate on its effects. You are well aware that although this thing cannot guarantee our transformation into the ancient god clan, it can greatly enhance our talent and potential. And if this plan succeeds, the ancient god clan might help us transform into ancient gods. Ancient gods, innate divinities born as masters of the world, born as martial kings. Moreover, they were the most powerful overlords of the universe in the past, ruling over all. If we become ancient gods, it would be far better than staying in the human alliance. Bai Shan's eyes blazed with fanaticism like the most devout believer. Gu Yu and Chang Zhaizhong's eyes lit up. Even as high-ranking humans, they were filled with anticipation at the prospect of becoming ancient gods. After all, the ancient god clan had a high ceiling and an even more absurdly high floor. Martial king. In any race, one needed exceptional talent to become a martial king. But in the ancient god clan, everyone was one. In other words, the difficulty of becoming an emperor Wu was much lower than for other races. For those like them who saw no future, becoming a martial king was the best outcome. As for Emperor Wu, they had never even considered it. Gu Yu did not stand on ceremony and accepted the divine transformation pill. Then let's execute the plan. First we kill Yi Qingyu, then take control of the ancestral planet's formation and activate the teleportation array to allow the ancient god clan to descend. Chang Zhaizhong quickly pocketed the divine transformation pill, pondered for a moment, and said softly, Qin Yang might be a problem. I have received word that he has become a personal disciple of Tian Yuan Emperor Wu. If anything happens to him, we will be in great danger. I heard that Tian Yuan Emperor Wu thinks highly of Qin Yang, and even descended personally to grant him various trump cards. If Qin Yang gets involved, it might lead to the Emperor Wu's personal intervention. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Emperor Wu generally did not interfere with the universe's operations, but it was not absolute. For important matters, Emperor Wu would personally intervene. Qin Yang fit this condition. The ancient god clan is also very interested in Qin Yang. Chang Zhaizhong was startled. Are you insane? You dare to touch Qin Yang? Chang Zhaizhong had originally planned to find a way to send Qin Yang away. Now upon hearing that Bai Shan intended to move against Qin Yang, he was immediately startled. Although many disciples of the Tian Yuan martial emperor had met with misfortune and several had perished, it had also led many to jest that being a disciple of the martial emperor was a perilous profession. However, this did not mean they could lay a hand on the martial emperor's disciples. If the Tian Yuan martial emperor set his sights on them, they would surely die without a doubt. We cannot refuse. Bai Shan shook his head and said softly, this is the condition of the ancient god clan. We have no way back either. If we do not comply with the ancient god clan, they will surely expose us. Although being targeted by the martial emperor puts us in a dangerous position. If we truly become ancient gods and hide within the ancient god domain, the Tian Yuan martial emperor will likely be unable to do anything to us. The ancient god clan has always forbidden interference in their territory. Bai Shan offered a simple analysis, plainly telling the two that they had no turning back. Even if it meant offending the martial emperor, they would not hesitate. Of course, they could also turn around and report the intelligence to the alliance's high command. If they did so, their situation would become even more perilous, and they would be thoroughly targeted by the ancient god clan. Given the foundation and strength of the ancient god clan, even if they remained on the ancestral star, they would die. Bai Shan is right, Gu Yu echoed Bai Shan. We have no way back and no bargaining power. Just follow the ancient god clan's orders and capture Qin Yang, Gu Yu said. Anyway, we don't need to kill Qin Yang. Even if the Tian Yuan martial emperor learns of this, he will only negotiate with the ancient god clan, not go to great lengths to enter their territory to slay us. At worst, we can hide in the ancient god clan's territory. It is vast and boundless enough for us to live freely for countless years. Seeing that both had agreed, Chang Zhaizhong naturally had no objections. Qin Yang possesses trump cards given by the martial emperor. For safety, Sake, we should first kill Yi Qingyu, then join forces to trap Qin Yang. A cold gleam flashed in Chang Zhaizhong's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Bai Shan and Gu Yu both nodded. Yi Qingyu is no ordinary foe. We should first refine the divine transformation pill to enhance our own strength. Only then can we be more certain of slaying Yi Qingyu. Bai Shan laid out the subsequent plan. The other two did not leave, but stayed at Bai Shan's residence to begin refining the divine transformation pill. They intended to change their origin and become ancient gods, thus breaking through the shackles and stepping into the martial king realm. July 4th. That day arrived. At 7 in the morning, Chun Qianqian waited outside for Qin Yang. Qin Yang opened the door and stepped out. A flicker of surprise crossed Chun Qianqian's eyes as she asked curiously, how do I feel you've grown even stronger? She felt a bit frustrated. Had it been that long? Qin Yang's aura had actually risen once more. That's what geniuses are like, Qin Yang said with a light laugh. Don't be surprised, you'll get used to it in time. Although he had not yet reached Grandmaster, he was not far off. Qin Yang was confident that before entering Star Martial University, he would surely become a Grandmaster. By then he would undoubtedly sweep through the younger generation. At least in his cohort, no one would be his match. It's about time. You need to contact Yi Wuxian. Chun Qianqian had grown accustomed to it, and was too lazy to continue. Qin Yang nodded, then opened his terminal. After Qin Yang became the disciple of the Tianyuan martial emperor, his terminal's permissions were unlocked, granting him the ability to contact the other disciples of the martial emperor. There was no need to look for anyone, a simple tap on the terminal sufficed. Qin Yang selected Yi Wuxian's contact. Almost instantly a breathtaking scene appeared before him. A dark crimson sky, a vast sea of blood, and amidst boundless corpses a stalwart figure sat cross-legged. Blood-colored divine radiance emanated a chilling glow like a hell's cape that inspired dread. The man suddenly opened his eyes, his blood-red irises were calm and unfathomable. His voice was deep. "Little junior brother, what brings you to me?" Though it was a remote video call, the image before him still struck Qin Yang with immense impact. Qin Yang composed himself, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "Senior brother, I've received news that today the ancient god clan will collude with human traitors to stage a rebellion. The ancient god clan will descend upon the ancestral star to seize it. I don't know the reason, only that they seek to take the entire ancestral star." Yi Wuxian's expression remained unchanged, steady as a mountain. He asked softly, "Where did you get this information?" Qin Yang adjusted the camera to show Chun Qianqian. "Senior brother, this is my classmate and a genius who will enter Star Martial University this year. She possesses an extremely special constitution. The Wheel of Fate. I believe you've heard of it, senior brother. All of this was obtained through her divination." Having said this, Qin Yang continued, "You might think the ancestral star has a martial emperor's formation, but our divination reveals that this time 2 vice-chairmen of the alliance and 1 vice-commander will betray us, and they plan to assassinate Chairman Yi Qingyu. Moreover, they will execute the plan soon. In addition, there are several martial kings from the ancient god clan. If you do not come, senior brother, the ancestral star will be in danger." Qin Yang felt a slight unease. The divination indicated that Yi Wuxian would definitely come. But the future is full of uncertainties. What is seen may not necessarily come to pass. It could deviate due to some reason. Such occurrences were not uncommon. "Do you know what the ancient god clan's goal is?" "I do not. I am far from the ancestral star now. Oh, it will take a few minutes. Wait for a while during this time." Yi Wuxian left these words and immediately ended the video call. Qin Yang let out a breath and turned to Qin Qianqian. "Senior brother agreed. He needs a few minutes. As long as he arrives, we will be safe." Qin Qianqian also breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Wuxian, the Blood Sea Blade King, was renowned and fearsome. With such a figure intervening, unless a martial emperor came personally, no one would be his match. "I'm still curious about the ancient god clan scheme to seize the ancestral star. What exactly do they want? What could be on the ancestral star that makes them go to such lengths?" This was what Qin Yang found most incomprehensible. The ancestral star was extraordinary, no need to elaborate. Otherwise it would not have produced so many powerful beings. But over the millennia, the ancestral star's mysteries had been thoroughly excavated. If not, it would not have declined. Or is there something on the ancestral star that remains undiscovered? Qin Yang immediately thought of the remains of the Fortune Martial King. The world knew that the Fortune Martial King was buried on the ancestral star. But for so many years, even the Martial Emperor could not find the alternate space where the Fortune Martial King's bones lay. Could this mean there are other such spaces on the ancestral star? Inside there might be something extremely special that the ancient god clan desperately desires. At this moment, Bai Shan Guyu and Chang Zhaizhong set off together toward Yi Qingyu's residence. The 3 wore icy expressions, their eyes brimming with boundless killing intent. The hunt for the ancestral star would begin from this moment. The Alliance Tower. A white tower stood at the heart of the imperial capital, like a pillar supporting the heavens, piercing through the clouds and reaching into the sky. It stood like a golden cudgel. This was the core of the alliance, and also the center of the entire martial emperor array. Only high-ranking members of the alliance were permitted to enter the white tower. Anyone else who approached would be driven away, and if they forced their way in, the alliance had the right to kill them. Thus few ever entered. Meanwhile, Bai Shan Guyu and the 3rd person stood before the white tower, their expression strange. Guyu gazed at the tower before him, his voice tinged with emotion as he murmured, "I never imagined that we, once heroes of humanity, would one day raise our blades against the alliance, betraying our own kind and turning our weapons against mankind." All 3 of them hailed from the ancestral star with relatively humble backgrounds. Their current status and positions had been earned through countless battles on the battlefield. They had stained their hands with the blood of countless races and had also safeguarded the lives of countless humans. In a particular battle, they had become the most crucial figures. Subsequently, because of that war achievement, they were hailed as heroes of humanity. "What are you saying? We are already members of the ancient god clan. What does humanity have to do with us?" Bai Shan snorted coldly and said, "Or are you regretting it?" Guyu chuckled, "How could I? I have never regretted it, just a bit sentimental. We have come this far because of the alliance. Heroes like us with extraordinary talent and outstanding achievements could not obtain a heavenly fate. Yet the sons of noble families, relying on their family backgrounds with no great accomplishments or unique talents, stood above us and even managed to enter the martial king realm. Whether it's Yi Qingyu or Yi Tianji, they are all our juniors, and they are not much better than us. Why do they have the chance to break through to the martial king realm? And we don't? Gu Yu's voice gradually changed from the initial laughter to a chilling hatred. Even his eyes gradually turned bloodshot. A violent aura surged forth like raging waves, terrifying to behold. Begin. Seal the ancestral star. Baishan did not respond to Gu Yu, but immediately issued an order. Unlike Gu Yu, he did not harbor so much resentment. To him, race and family background were unimportant. He understood the natural order of things. Being born into a humble family without a privileged background was predetermined by heaven. He would not resent those aristocratic disciples, but he could choose to bury them, turning them into his own stepping stones to advance further. To him, anything was merely nourishment for his evolution, as long as it had value. Buzz. Each of the three took out a white rhombus crystal. The three crystals instantly burst forth with divine radiance, merging into one, shooting straight into the sky where a massive array pattern unfolded across the heavens. Ancient and intricate lines covered the entire firmament. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of pressure swept over them, and a terrifying divine force descended. The sky tore open as if connecting to another world. A unique world was revealed before everyone's eyes. A colossal, unimaginably vast temple sat within it, with galaxies as ribbons and star rivers as mist shrouding it. The ancient god temple, the ancestral land of the ancient god clan, forged from all matter in the entire star domain into a supreme divine weapon, one of the few artifacts in the world. Boom. The ancient god temple shot out a beam of light, instantly piercing through the void, and rushed toward the White Tower. Baishan, you traitors. A voice filled with extreme fury erupted. The White Tower exploded, and a young handsome figure was suspended in midair, bound. His face was handsome, his eyes bloodshot, brimming with boundless anger. The Alliance chairman Qin Yang. It was said that he had 1 foot in the martial king realm. He was flawless in every aspect, only lacking a suitable heavenly fate. Then he could break the boundaries of life and become a higher dimensional being. This once strongest man on earth was now completely controlled, along with the martial emperor array beneath his feet, which was also suppressed. Qin Yang, we are already members of the ancient god clan. How can you call it betrayal? Baishan's face was calm as he floated upright, looking down at Qin Yang from above. Qin Yang, look at you now. Gu Yu's face was filled with resentment, gnashing his teeth. You have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for Baishan and me saving you back, then you would have been reduced to a pile of minced meat. Not only did you not show gratitude, but you repaid kindness with enmity. You knew Baishan needed the chairman's position to advance further, yet you butted in and forcibly took his place. Qin Yang knew he was powerless, unable to break free from the restraints. This was the power of the ancient god temple, which had even suppressed the martial emperor array. As a grandmaster, he naturally could not do anything. Qin Yang stared at Gu Yu and sneered. How did you get to this position? Do you think it was because of your achievements? Looking at your battle merits. So many people were eyeing the position of the ancestral star. With your abilities, do you think you could have become vice chairman? If it weren't for the backing of the Yi family, you would have been sent to the border long ago. Especially since your foundations were damaged and you had no hope of advancing further. If I hadn't given you those precious elixirs to heal and repair your foundations, you would never have become grandmasters. And for your own selfish gains, you secretly colluded with alien races. If I hadn't held it down, you would have been dead long ago. If I am someone who repays kindness with enmity, what are you? Qin Yang was filled with grievances, his eyes cold and vicious. He was deeply resentful. His clan had told him these people were untrustworthy. But he refused to believe it and insisted on saving them. Baishan's expression remained unchanged, indifferent enough. Why did we collude with the alien races? It was through the channels you provided. In fact, we made contact with the ancient god clan thanks to you. We are the same kind of people. Don't try to paint yourself in a better light. Hearing this, Qin Yang's expression shifted slightly. He had hoped to die with some dignity. But Baishan had exposed all his secrets. Now even if he died, he would be despised. He didn't care about being despised himself, but his faction and descendants would suffer. So it seems the top human leaders of the ancestral star are all cut from the same cloth. All villains. Qin Yang couldn't help but jest. This fits my impression of the Alliance perfectly. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Qin Qian was startled and quickly covered Qin Yang's mouth, whispering, "Do you have a death wish? How can you say such things?" Qin Yang pushed her hand away, unconcerned. "You're too cautious. It's not a big deal. Besides, senior brother is here. Baishan and his crew are in for it. No matter what Qin Yang has done, he is still senior brother's clansman. They're finished," Qin Yang said softly. The reason the Yi family could govern the ancestral star was entirely due to Yi Wuxian. This senior brother of his. As the most trusted disciple of the Tianyuan martial emperor, Yi Wuxian's status in the Alliance was unimaginably high. At the same time, a helpless voice rang out. "Yi Wuxian, I clearly obscured the celestial secrets. How did you detect it?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's expression turned ecstatic, and he immediately changed his tune. "Slander. When did I ever collude with alien races? Baishan, don't smear me. And wait until I make you wish you were dead." In contrast, Baishan trembled, all over, his eyes filled with terror. The Blood Sea Blade, King Yi Wuxian. Such a name was renowned throughout the entire earth. It was a reputation that struck fear into countless races and powerhouses. Because this man killed too ruthlessly. Once he took action, chaos would inevitably reign. A low hum resonated. Ancient formations activated and two towering figures slowly emerged from another world. Their magnificent forms were shrouded in radiant multicolored light, revealing only spiraling eyes. Cold and utterly emotionless. Like deities from myth, they exuded an endless crushing pressure. The overwhelming aura was so intense that space itself groaned and crumbled, as though the entire world could not contain them. Your origin world cannot even sustain our physical forms. How astonishing that such a ruined place could give birth to your human race. Truly a rare spectacle in the cosmos. This place must hold something extraordinary. But from this day forward it shall belong to us. An ancient god clan elder spoke slowly, his voice as cold and flat as if carved from ice. The tone was mechanical, bizarre, and grating. How dare you? Yi Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as if witnessing something inconceivable. Their ancestral venerate had personally arrived, yet these ancient god clan members still dared to press deeper. Were they truly unafraid of death? Or did they harbor some hidden trump card? Yi Qingyu's face was etched with utter astonishment. Bai Shan and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. At first, hearing that Yi Wuxian had come personally, they had assumed the ancient god clan would decisively abandon their plans and retreat immediately. Such behavior was not unfamiliar to the ancient god clan. In fact, they had done it many times before. Though the ancient god clan was powerful, their former hegemony had long been shattered. Combined with their rarity, and the fact that once killed they could hardly be resurrected, over time many members of the ancient god clan, when facing powerful enemies, chose to withdraw. This was simply because the ancient god clan had committed too many atrocities, and additionally, as living embodiments of heavenly fate, every ancient god clan member possessed exceptionally high quality. For any race, each ancient god clan member was a rare and invaluable treasure. Over the past millennium, nearly all races had formed a grand alliance. Whenever an ancient god clan member appeared, they would inevitably face coordinated slaughter from all other races. Powerful as the ancient god clan was, they were insufficient to resist every race. Thus they gradually became hunted outcasts, no longer the unchecked tyrants they once were across the cosmos. Humanity too took advantage of this period of unprecedented cosmic unity to expand wildly. However, such unity was merely temporary. As conflicting interests collided, the once supreme alliance crumbled. The plight of the ancient god clan also changed, no longer universally despised as they had been in the past. Yet for a select few, the ancient god clan remained a source of deep fear. Each of such existences was extraordinarily powerful. They were among the strongest beings below the martial emperor realm. Among them was the blood sea blade King Yi Wuxian. You face me and do not retreat. You too certainly have courage. Or is it that our ancestral star holds something that has truly captured your interest? The chilling words slowly fell. Instantly the heavens underwent a earth-shaking transformation. The vast expanse of the blood sea surged to cover the entire sky. Space tore apart, and a towering figure materialized before everyone. He wore simple attire and held a black and white long blade. His features were exquisite, and his blood-colored eyes flashed with terrifying radiance containing limitless power that inspired dread. The blood sea blade, King Yi Wuxian. This supreme powerhouse below the martial emperor level had personally descended upon the ancestral star after many years. The moment he appeared, the heavenly formation collapsed. Even the ancient divine temple became illusory, as though utterly crushed by Yi Wuxian's overwhelming presence. Yi Wuxian, you are not invincible. Nor are you sufficient to make us retreat. Knowing that cultivation is not easy, depart quickly, lest you fall again, and your years of arduous training turn to ash. Facing Yi Wuxian's crushing pressure, the ancient god clan showed no fear whatsoever. Gu Tiandao, you are as hollow and bluffing as ever. Still so arrogantly overconfident. When I first entered the martial king realm, I was already able to severely injure you. After all these years, you have made no progress whatsoever. You actually dare to linger before me. Who exactly gave you the courage? Yi Wuxian sneered, his gaze sweeping across the heavens. Endless blade energy descended like a celestial river. He did not look at Gu Tiandao, but instead turned his gaze toward the other individual. To him, Gu Tiandao was like an ant by the roadside. One could crush him with a single stomp. The other person, however, might be different. Your aura deeply repulses me. It carries the same scent and essence as Qin Shuangji. Yi Wuxian fixed his cold gaze upon the second ancient god clan powerhouse, and said, though you have concealed your heavenly traces, if I am not mistaken, you must be Gu Tianji, the one who has traveled furthest along the path of destiny in the present era. He is also the oldest existence among the ancient god clan, once hailed as the one most likely to break through to the martial emperor realm. Alas, through countless ages, countless prodigies have broken through their limits one after another, yet only you cannot advance further. Why bother concealing yourself? That body was never your true self anyway. As his words faded, the radiance gathered and vanished. A mischievous-looking child appeared before everyone. Bai Shan gazed at the small figure, his heart stirring. This was the ancient god clan member who had been communicating with them. But he never expected the other party to be Gu Tianji. Gu Tianji's existence was far too ancient. No one knew how many years he had survived. It was only known that legends of him existed since long before recorded history. He could be counted as one of the cosmos's most notorious ancient monsters. Moreover, because of his existence, no one could advance further along the path of destiny. This was simply because he stood as the greatest, most imposing mountain blocking the path of destiny. To master the path of destiny, one had to cross over this mountain. For countless years, no one had been able to do so. Gu Tianji had lived far too long. He possessed numerous trump cards and methods, and nobody knew where his true body lay. Not even the martial emperors knew. Gu Tianji, the strongest being on the path of destiny. If I wish to master the path of destiny, he is my greatest enemy. Qin Yang murmured softly. Qin Yang's eyes flickered with thought, but he remained silent. He naturally knew of Gu Tianji. He simply did not expect Gu Tianji to be involved in this matter. Not only that, he was hunting the ancestral star. Most likely the ancestral star held something Gu Tianji needed. Gu Tianji looked at Yi Wuxian and said calmly, "Yi Wuxian, let us make a deal. I will not harm a single living being on the ancestral star as long as you hand over the ancestral star to me. Our ancient god clan can help you slay the demon blade, giving you a chance to master the blade Dao. How does that sound? If you agree, you could become the fourth martial emperor among humanity." Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. They felt extremely astonished. What on earth could make the ancient god clan willing to make such compromises? By this agreement, Yi Wuxian would have almost no reason to refuse. After all, this was what Yi Wuxian desired most, the blade Dao. However, it had already been claimed by a martial emperor from the demon race, who could be considered a revered ancestor among his kind. Just like the heaven-piercing sword emperor of old, his Dao path had been occupied. It was almost impossible to advance further unless the demon blade perished. And the demon blade was no weak opponent. Killing him seemed nearly impossible. But with the ancient god clan allying alongside humanity, slaying the demon blade could turn the impossible into possibility. For any half-step martial emperor, this offer would be almost impossible to refuse. And the terms offered were quite favorable. At least all human beings could be spared with only the ancestral star required. A relatively low-tier planet exchanged for a chance to step into the martial emperor realm. No one would refuse such an offer. Everyone looked toward Yi Wuxian, wondering what decision he would make. Yi Qingyu shouted urgently, "Ancestor, accept his offer." He was burning with anxiety. Such a precious opportunity rarely came along. However, in an unexpected turn, Yi Wuxian refused. The ancestral star is the ancestral homeland of humanity. It cannot be handed over to anyone. Moreover, I know what you truly desire. In the past, the heavenly luck martial king disappeared, and along with him, the book of destiny vanished. If you seek the book of destiny, why not go find the heavenly luck martial king? He has not died. He is still alive. Shit. Qin Yang's pupils contracted sharply. He finally understood. Gu Tianji had gone through all this trouble for a fragment of the Book of Destiny. And that thing was right inside his mind. After all this commotion, the treasure had been in his possession all along. The fragmented scroll of the Mandate of Heaven is that important. As a 9th-grade divine weapon, the importance of the Mandate of Heaven was beyond doubt. However, Qin Yang felt that mere fragments wouldn't warrant such elaborate efforts from the ancient god clan. They had induced human betrayal, deliberately sealed the rules and celestial secrets of the ancestral star, and kept the outside world ignorant. Most importantly, it was to suppress the martial emperor's formation. They had even specifically mobilized the ancient divine temple. As one of the rare divine artifacts in the universe, the ancient divine temple was extremely special. Every mobilization was a monumental event, consuming vast resources, and even the ancient divine temple felt the sting. This showed how important the ancient divine temple was. It was known that the ancient god clan mostly used the ancient divine temple against martial emperor level experts. It was rarely used for trivial matters. The ancient god clan had specifically mobilized the power of the ancient divine temple for the fragments of the Mandate of Heaven. Even a mere wisp of its might was enough to prove their emphasis. No wonder the ancient god clan values it so much. So that's it. Qin Yang suddenly understood, her tone relieved. This left Qin Yang baffled. Wait, you actually knew? Sensing Qin Yang's gaze, Qin Yang explained, "You don't cultivate the path of destiny, so you might not know. The Mandate of Heaven is an extremely peculiar treasure. Legend has it that in the distant past, it was the life-bound divine weapon of a heavenly mandate bearer. This being was not a martial emperor, but a true god. Some even say this entity might be the creator of the universe. Some even say the ancient god clan was created by this being. Another theory claims that the so-called heavenly mandate and the ancient god clan are but remnants of this entity's soul. Furthermore, there is a saying that if someone gathers all the fragments of the Mandate of Heaven, they can break through the limits of life, transcend the universe, and even control the entire cosmos. Whether it's true or not is unknown. But one thing is certain, the ancient god clan is extremely eager for the fragments of the Mandate of Heaven from the Heavenly Fate Martial King. I heard that the Heavenly Fate Martial King's fragments may contain the great Tao of Destiny, which could help that titan of the destiny Dao break through his shackles, becoming the first martial emperor in history capable of controlling the fate of every living being in the universe. Once he attains the Dao successfully, everyone except martial emperors would fall under his control. At this point, Qin Yang lowered her voice. Rumors say that this one could already have attained the Dao long ago, but someone stopped him. Not humans, not other races, but the ancient god clan itself. The fragments indeed contained the great Dao of destiny. But whether they could help Gu Tianji break through, Qin Yang couldn't say. It seems the ancient god clan isn't monolithic either. Qin Yang pondered for a moment and said softly, or perhaps this titan of destiny isn't doing well within the clan either. He had heard quite a few secrets of the ancient god clan. One particular piece of news was unusual. It was said that years ago the Sword Dao Titan, the Sword Dao Martial Emperor of the ancient god clan, was jointly killed by humans and some ancient god clan martial emperors. That Sword Dao Martial Emperor was Gu Tianji's son, and also Gu Tianji's pillar of support within the ancient god clan. Who says it isn't so? Qin Yang whispered. The world says humans love internal strife, but other races are much the same except for the mechanical god clan. The mechanical god clan was the most unique race. The entire mechanical god clan had one martial emperor, and this martial emperor could control the entire clan. Even the whole mechanical god clan was but a data avatar of this martial emperor. This martial emperor held absolute power over life and death within the mechanical god clan, who a single thought could annihilate any member. According to this, many within the ancient god clan probably want to kill Gu Tianji. Qin Yang said softly, but this guy is inscrutable, hard to kill. Gu Tianji was too special. The secret arts he cultivated differed from others. Moreover, he didn't just cultivate the destiny Dao, he also practiced other Daos and had gone far in them. He had lived too long, giving him ample time to cultivate other Daos. A martial emperor once said that this one could have already stepped into the martial emperor realm long ago, but he was unwilling or perhaps had other schemes, so he had delayed entering the martial emperor realm. Simply put, he only wanted to control the great Dao of destiny. Hearing Yi Wuxian's refusal, Gu Tianji was somewhat surprised. His tone ethereal. I am surprised that you would refuse me. You should know very well that by refusing me today you will never have a chance to become a martial emperor in this life. The demon blade overawes the 8 directions, his divine powers surging. In the entire universe, those who can rival him number fewer than the fingers of a hand. Even your master may not be his match, and he is expected to step into a higher realm. When that time comes, no one in the universe will be able to kill him. The demon blade. Now ranked among the top 2 martial emperors of the 10,000 Demon Alliance, he had attained the Dao of martial emperor through the blade's path 5,000 years ago. And since then, he had dominated the universe, looking down upon all races. Even martial emperors turned pale at the mention of the demon blade. Only a few martial emperors dared to face him directly. This demon blade was also the archrival of the celestial sword emperor. The rivalry between blade and sword had always been fierce. In the past, when the demon blade attained the Dao, the blade's path suppressed the celestial sword emperor. After the celestial sword emperor attained the Dao, the situation remained unchanged until he accidentally obtained a broken divine artifact which turned the tide. Gu Tianji, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Yi Wuxian's face was expressionless, his tone icy. After your son died, can you still summon that martial emperor? Within the ancient god clan, those few martial emperors want to kill you at every moment. Don't waste your honeyed words on me. They are useless on me. Having said this, Yi Wuxian paused for a moment and said lightly, I've heard that you Gu Tianji understand heaven and earth and possess great magical powers. Today I, Yi Wuxian, want to see for myself. Let's see if you Gu Tianji are as formidable as the legends say. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Yi Wuxian's eyes. In the next instant, a towering river charged straight ahead, its bloody divine radiance instantly spreading, transforming into a rolling torrent, like a vast galaxy surging forward with unimaginable might. The blood-colored river contained endless blade glints, each wisp of blade light, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. The blade light flickered, charging forward at an unimaginable speed. It directly engulfed the 2 members of the ancient god clan. The ancient god clan martial king didn't even have a chance to struggle. His body and soul were annihilated, completely merging into the endless blood-colored river. As for Gu Tianji, he barely managed to resist for a moment. Seeming to know he couldn't withstand Yi Wuxian's assault, Gu Tianji sighed, slowly, his tone calm. By drawing your blade against me today, you have completely severed your own path forward. From today onward, you will never advance another step. You will be forever stuck at the half-step martial emperor, unable to progress any further. This is my blessing to you, and also my curse. As his voice fell, an invisible boundless force descended, completely enveloping Yi Wuxian, as if an invisible blade had severed something within him. Yi Wuxian's eyes were icy, and he said coldly, no wonder those ancient god clan members hate him so much. I didn't understand before, but now I finally do. Hearing the mention of the ancient god clan, Gu Tianji snorted coldly, those brats block my Dao. One day I will refine all of them. And you as well. And your junior brother Qin Shuangji. I didn't expect that little fellow to reach such a level to be able to see through my schemes. Not killing him back then was my mistake. Hearing this, a strange glint flashed in Yi Wuxian's eyes. Then the river submerged, and Gu Tianji completely dissolved, ceasing to exist. Suddenly the sky returned to tranquility, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion never occurring. As the two martial kings of the ancient god clan were utterly slain, the teleportation array enveloping the ancestral star collapsed instantly under the onslaught of the blood-colored blade light. Beneath the white giant tower, Bai Shan and the other two stared wide-eyed, their bodies as if completely drained of strength, kneeling feebly on the ground. It's over. Gu Yu's face was pale, drenched in cold sweat, muttering to himself. Even Gu Tianji is no match for Yi Wuxian, killed in a single strike. Wasn't he said to be the strongest under the martial emperor? How could he be so fragile? Gu Yu's emotions churned several times. At first, seeing Yi Wuxian descend, he was scared to death. Later, when Gu Tianji appeared, he felt somewhat relieved, thinking the ancient god clan could turn the tables. Who would have thought that Yi Wuxian needed only one slash? All the martial kings of the ancient god clan were annihilated. Not a single one survived. At that moment, Yi Qingyu, now unbound, erupted completely. An overwhelming pressure surged like tidal waves, and his voice was icy. Bai Shan, Gu Yu, Chang Zizhou. You three are truly brainless. Brainless before, and still brainless now. The ancestral star is our place of origin. How could such an important place be defiled by others? You are all grandmasters now, yet you still lack the sense to think. Is Gu Tianji a half-step martial emperor comparable to Lord Tianyuan martial emperor? I suspect that every scheme you devised was already known to the martial emperor. Now Yi Qingyu finally felt vindicated. Just now suppressed by the ancient god temple, his cultivation was sealed, and he could only watch Gu Yu curse him. Watch these three clowns prance around. He was utterly furious. But now the tide had turned, and the three had become complete buffoons. Kill me or execute me, do as you please. Bai Shan, however, could accept defeat, expressionless with disdain in his eyes. Even if we die, you won't fare well. As the alliance chairman protected by a martial emperor's formation, you nearly let the ancestral star fall into another's hands. Moreover, you were oblivious to the betrayal of your own men who activated the teleportation array. Such negligence. Surely those people will not let you off. A martial king? Don't even dream of it. Hearing this, Yi Qingyu's face darkened. Truth hurts the most. What Bai Shan said was true. Even though he survived now, he would certainly face severe punishment from the alliance headquarters. The nature of the punishment was unknown. But at the very least, the chance of breaking through to the martial king realm was almost impossible. Unless he had the ability to hunt the heavenly mandate himself. Breaking through to martial king was extremely dangerous. For instance, hunting the heavenly mandate was already difficult, and besides it required special auxiliary factors to refine the heavenly mandate, and the refining process required the protection of powerful cultivators, all of which required the assistance of alliance experts. All of which he originally had, but because of Bai Shan and the other two, it was gone. On the other side, Yi Wuxian came before Qin Yang and Chun Xianqian, his gaze calm as he looked at them. Thanks to the two of you today, the ancestral star was spared from falling into Gu Tianji's hands. This guy has tried to seize the ancestral star more than once. The previous times the master was watching, so he couldn't succeed. Recently the master had other matters and entrusted the task to Qin Xuanji, but that fellow failed in his duty. Saying this, Yi Wuxian revealed a hint of schadenfreude. Although he failed, Gu Tianji seems to think that Qin Xuanji discovered the plot. Gu Tianji will surely target Qin Xuanji next. That guy will have a hard time ahead. Gu Tianji, the old fellow, is not particularly strong, but he has many insidious and treacherous tricks. Qin Yang and Chun Xianqian exchanged glances. So it seemed Qin Xuanji had taken the blame. Yet it wasn't entirely unfair. After all, without their warning, if the ancestral star had fallen into Gu Tianji's hands, Qin Xuanji would likely have suffered as well. The ancestral star was too important. Qin Yang calmed his mind and asked curiously, Senior brother, is the heavenly mandate scroll of Tianyuan Martial King really still on the ancestral star? I heard that since Tianyuan Martial King fell, many powerful cultivators have turned the entire ancestral star upside down, yet none have found the location of the heavenly mandate scroll. Why is Gu Tianji so certain that the heavenly mandate scroll is here? This was what Qin Yang was most curious about. Could the old fellow have some special means? If so, wouldn't he be in trouble? Being targeted by someone like Gu Tianji was definitely unpleasant. That old fellow has a knack. Yi Wuxian said contemptuously, if he were truly capable, he would have already obtained the heavenly mandate scroll. The heavenly mandate scroll is extremely special. No artifact, not even a divine artifact, can calculate its location, nor can those fate cultivators who are never wrong. So-called fate cultivators can only calculate beings and things under the universe's great Tao. The heavenly mandate scroll is not among them. The reason he is so certain that the heavenly mandate scroll is on the ancestral star is simply that Tianyuan Martial King's fate is unknown. He might have died and left it in some alternate space. But he is not sure where Tianyuan Martial King died, so he planned to use the power of the ancient god temple to refine all the alternate spaces near the ancestral star, hoping to find the location of that space. Qin Yang's mouth twitched. He had thought Gu Tianji truly possessed some extraordinary ability. Now it seemed he was also at his wit's end, unable to sense it nor calculate the location of the heavenly mandate scroll. So he had to refine the ancestral star using this rather crude method to open the remains of Tianyun Martial King. The master had already told Gu Tianji that Tianyun Martial King might not be dead and had likely taken the scroll with him. But this old fellow refuses to believe it. Yi Wuxian shook his head. This old fellow's mind has been corrupted by his desire to control the Tao of fate. Not to mention us outsiders. He is unpopular even within the ancient god clan. It is said that when he ruled the ancient god clan, he used the entire clan as experimental subjects, and many of them suffered. Even his son, who originally could not become a martial emperor, had to kill a genius of the ancient god clan by force to become one. Moreover, to completely control the clan, he suppressed other geniuses to prevent them from breaking through to martial emperor. Unfortunately, his control was insufficient. Some ancient god clan members still reached the martial emperor realm, and those martial emperors eventually suppressed his son and split Gu Tianji's soul in two, preventing him from advancing further, leaving him stuck at half-step martial emperor for life. But this old fellow indeed has many tricks. Despite being hunted by multiple martial emperors, he survived and even thrived. Speaking of Gu Tianji, Yi Wuxian's tone changed. When that Gu Tianji's clone died, it even cursed him. Although he didn't take it to heart, being cursed by someone and unable to do anything about it still bothered him. Enough of that. I still have to deal with those traitors. Yi Wuxian waved his hand, and the space around them twisted. The three immediately arrived beneath the white giant tower. At that moment, Bai Shan and the others were still engaged in a heated exchange with Yi Qingyu. They did not fight only because of Yi Wuxian's oppressive aura. Seeing Yi Wuxian arrive, Yi Qingyu immediately beamed, "Ancestor, you're here." As for Bai Shan and the others, their faces turned pale, but they still bowed. Bai Shan greets Commander Yi. The three had once been soldiers under Yi Wuxian. Yi Wuxian looked at them with a complex expression and said calmly, "The past is not worth mentioning. Traitors are unforgivable. You three shall self-destruct, and this matter will be settled." At these words, Bai Shan decisively self-destructed. His body was covered in cracks, his soul gradually dissipating, his eyes hollow as he murmured, "I lament that I am not a peerless prodigy. I lament that I am not from a noble family. Otherwise the path to kinghood would not have been so arduous. I have not lost." Bai Shan committed suicide, dissolving his own physical form. The remaining two instinctively looked at Yi Wuxian, despair etched across their faces. "Commander, today's matter has nothing to do with my family. I beg you not to involve them." Gu Yu's voice was desolate, laced with entreaty. Yet Yi Wuxian offered no response. As his words faded, the two men vanished completely from the world, their souls obliterated. Letting them die like this is too merciful. Yi Qingyu exhaled. In the human alliance, betrayal was the gravest crime, especially given what the three had done, colluding with the ancient divine clan, nearly causing the fall of the ancestral star. Such a transgression, if examined by the alliance, would make death itself a luxury. They would have endured endless agony worse than death. In a sense, suicide was a release. "You will come with me to the alliance to face judgment." Yi Wuxian turned to Yi Qingyu. "Yes." Yi Qingyu sighed, his head drooping in dejection. As the chairman of the ancestral star, he had been only vaguely aware of the rebellion among his subordinates. It was the alliance that had detected it. Such negligence was an extremely serious offense. At the very least, he would lose certain alliance privileges, such as the hunting of heavenly fate. "Junior brother, your talent is remarkable. No wonder you enabled the master to break his limits and accept you as a disciple. You must have heard that becoming the master's disciple grants access to high-level authority, but also entails suffering beyond ordinary imagination. You should be prepared for that. Even at the Starry Sky Martial University, this holds true. Act with caution in the future. If you encounter something you cannot handle, you may inform me. I hope you can quickly step into the Martial King realm." Yi Wuxian gazed at Qin Yang with earnest sincerity, his voice clear and crisp, then his figure vanished. Soon Yi Wuxian and Yi Qingyu disappeared completely. Half-step Martial Emperor, truly appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Chen Qianqian shook her head. "I couldn't sense even a trace of his aura, as if he had never been here. And your senior brother seems quite kind to you. It doesn't seem as exaggerated as the internet claims." Online, the subordinates of the heavenly origin Martial Emperor had been demonized. Rumors of endless internal strife, or that disciples were mere fuel for the Martial Emperor. All sorts of stories circulated. Some even claimed that the few disciples who had died were refined by the Martial Emperor. Of course, besides the heavenly origin Martial Emperor, other Martial Emperors were similar. Serving under a Martial Emperor was never a pleasant experience. Everyone was plotted against. "It's only our first meeting, you I can't judge yet. I need more interaction to see what he's really like." Qin Yang remained cautious. But at least for now, becoming a disciple of the heavenly origin Martial Emperor had its merits. Above, the Martial Emperor bestowed gifts and protection. Below, the senior brother offered shelter. Though it was related to the ancestral star, he had still acted. The key point was that the senior brother harbored no suspicion. At that time, the ancestral star had been completely veiled by Gu Tianji's celestial concealment, making it impossible for even a figure like Qin Shuangji to calculate. Yet Yi Wuxian still came. Why? Simply because Qin Yang was his junior brother. It's over. Let's go home. Tianyuan River of Stars. In the vast cosmos, the territories were boundless, roughly divided into a few special regions. Star systems such as the Solar System or the Milky Way were among them. Above that were star domains, each typically 4 or 5 times the size of the Milky Way. Above that were rivers of stars. The Milky Way was but an ant before them, minuscule and invisible. The Tianyuan River of Stars was not originally named thus. After the Tianyuan martial emperor attained enlightenment, the entire river was renamed Tianyuan, and its past became irrelevant. Tianyuan Star Domain, Tianyuan Star System. This was the most vital territory under the Tianyuan martial emperor's rule, and also the heart of the entire human alliance. The Starry Sky Martial University was established here. Over the millennia, the human alliance had undergone earth-shaking transformations, and many powerful beings had emerged. There were nearly 1,000 martial kings and 3 martial emperors. Yet the ruler of the human alliance remained the Tianyuan martial emperor. Especially within the Tianyuan River of Stars, he held absolute authority. In other rivers, his influence was somewhat diminished. Tianyuan Star. This was a planet tens of thousands of times larger than Earth, located at the center of the Tianyuan star system. This planet was quite different from Earth. It was a gas giant much like Jupiter. Inside it was filled with a special gas called Xianyuan gas, extremely toxic. An ordinary person inhaling it would have their entire body dissolve, but for high-level cultivators, Xianyuan gas was a rare cultivation resource. Regular inhalation and refinement could forge a Xianyuan body, granting immunity to most poisons. More importantly, it could temper the soul and accelerate the comprehension of the Tao. Planets like this were rare across the entire universe. At this moment, within a massive hall on Tianyuan Star, Yi Wuxian walked in expressionlessly, the doors swinging open. Inside, a young man in a blue-white Taoist robe sat, cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. As Yi Wuxian entered, the young man opened his eyes and said with some exasperation, "I have a bad feeling about this whenever I see you. What have you done now?" Yi Wuxian casually sat down beside him, produced a flagon, took a large gulp, and said flatly, "This is what you deserve. That old Gu Tianji has lost his mind again. He specifically used the power of the ancient divine temple to suppress the master's formation, intending to forcibly seize and refine the ancestral star. By using the ancient divine temple's power, he'll likely be hunted by those fanatics. This time he'll probably lose quite a few avatars." Qin Shuangji felt a sinking in his heart, his mind churning. That bastard used the ancient divine temple's power, so I can't trace his movements or sense his fate. I've been set up by this old fox. Qin Shuangji was deeply frustrated. The Tianyuan martial emperor had entrusted him with the safety of the ancestral star precisely to guard against old schemers like Gu Tianji. Now he had been outmaneuvered. He hadn't even noticed until it was over. If the Tianyuan martial emperor found out, he would surely face punishment. "You've returned so calmly, so the danger to the ancestral star must have been resolved. Who informed you first?" "The master." Qin Shuangji knew Gu Tianji must have failed. Yi Wuxian said calmly, "Our little junior brother informed me. There's a woman by his side who possesses the constitution you've always wanted, the Wheel of Fate. She accidentally glimpsed the future and had the junior brother notify me. I went there and Gu Tianji indeed made his move. I dealt with it easily. But that Gu Tianji seems to think it was your breakthrough in cultivation that shattered his divine ability and ruined his plans." At this, Yi Wuxian's lips curled into a rare smile of schadenfreude. "If I'm not mistaken, that old man will be coming after you now. You've become a threat to his position. Why had no one attained the Tao of Fate? Partly because it was as difficult as reaching the heavens, an insurmountable path for most. But more importantly, Gu Tianji stood at the finish line, eliminating anyone who could threaten him without mercy." Qin Shuangji fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. "In that case, I'd rather the master punish me. Being targeted by that old man means my good days are over." Qin Shuangji was extremely frustrated. He hadn't done anything, yet he was targeted. He was inexplicably made a scapegoat. And the worst part was he actually was the right person to blame. This old fellow is really lucky. No wonder those emperors said he was born to be the master of fate. He will inevitably control the Tao of Fate. If not for the ancient god clan splitting his soul in two, he would have seized the entire universe, even becoming the lord of the universe and the so-called true god. Qin Shuangji slowly exhaled, seeing the gloating look in Yi Wuxian's eyes, and said angrily, "Don't you laugh either. I will tell master to have you as my protector." Saying this, Qin Shuangji's expression turned serious, and he said gravely, "My gap with that old man Gu Tianji is not large. Before long, I will reach the final step. At that time, that old Gu Tianji will surely spare no effort to kill me. Originally, I planned to accumulate some strength to contend with him later. Now I've been targeted, the plan is broken, and you will become my protector." Yi Wuxian's face stiffened, and he asked, "How long?" 100 years. Anyway, you have no chance to become an emperor, so you have plenty of free time." Qin Shuangji said casually, "During this time you must stay by my side, never leaving. Otherwise I will expose this matter and let Gu Tianji target the junior brother's beloved. Then the junior brother will surely hate you." This junior brother is entrusted with great responsibility by Master. He will surely become an emperor, a peerless prodigy. Being hated by such a prodigy, you know the consequences. Moreover, the junior brother is also the key to your becoming an emperor. Yi Wuxian was somewhat depressed. It seemed he had been roped in as well. He had no way to refuse, because the truth was exactly like that. Qin Yang's existence was extremely important to the entire Tianyuan lineage. He would be the key to breaking the deadlock. The Tianyuan emperor needed an emperor to break the current situation. Unfortunately, his disciples either had their paths cut off or were limited in talent, unable to advance further. So the Tianyuan emperor set his sights on Qin Yang. In his view, the cauldron that the ancient emperor had gone to great lengths to acquire must be extraordinary. All right, I agree. Yi Wuxian was extremely displeased. You need to work hard yourself. On the path of cultivation, relying on external forces cannot lead to enlightenment and becoming an emperor. Only by sweeping away all opponents alone can you have a chance to attain the Tao. Even if we help you as much as we can, if you cannot defeat Gu Tianji, then everything we do will be in vain. Becoming an emperor was not easy. First, one must reach the final step and initiate the battle of Tao enlightenment. Everyone only had one chance. Once initiated, one would fight against cultivators of the same Tao. This battle would be to the death. If one lost the chance to attain the Tao, would be lost forever. One would not be recognized by the Tao. To control the Tao, one must suppress all beings and become the strongest on that path. Of course, using external force was also possible. That was to eliminate all threats before initiating the battle of Tao enlightenment, so the dangers from enemies would be greatly reduced. However, doing so was almost unrealistic. If one did that, it would inevitably incur public wrath. Moreover, the opponent could immediately launch their own battle of Tao enlightenment. Even emperors might intervene. Qin Shuangji sighed and said solemnly, "It was a mistake that those ancient God clan fellows didn't kill Gu Tianji back then. Otherwise, this path wouldn't be so difficult. This old fellow is really something. He could have become an emperor through other Daos, but he insists on the Tao of fate. It's truly speechless. Can't he just give up and let others have it?" Yi Wuxian was speechless. This is a path to godhood. How could he give it up? Don't think about that. Even if Gu Tianji dies, the ancient God clan likely has a backup plan. I heard that the top prodigy of the Tao of fate in the ancient God clan has also become a king. I think they kept Gu Tianji alive, probably to prepare for this prodigy. Qin Shuangji showed a look of contempt. Bullshit. That so-called prodigy is nothing but an experiment of those old fellows in the ancient God clan. He has no chance to become an emperor. Even if he gets the chance to attain the Tao, he will most likely be a stepping stone for someone else. Saying this, Qin Shuangji said softly, "I think the junior brother's beloved has a chance to attain the Tao instead. The Wheel of Fate, the best physique for the Tao of fate. Even Gu Tianji is far inferior to this physique." Yi Wuxian's expression was strange, as if saying, "Are you kidding me? Do you really think my junior brother is the son of fate, that one person's enlightenment can elevate everyone? You've read too many novels. You need to change this old habit, always being so mysterious. And you've ruined many clansmen. Originally just an ordinary life, you altered their fate, making them arrogant and thinking they were protagonists, leading to early death." Qin Shuangji said calmly, "You also know they were ordinary lives. Many are destined to live in mediocrity, often suffering divorce engagements or humiliation with no hope of revenge in their lifetime. I helped them change their fate and gave them a chance to take revenge. This is kindness, a good thing many would beg for." Yi Wuxian said gloomily, "Arbitrarily manipulating others' fate, you will eventually suffer backlash. If you hadn't been doing this all the time, you would have already reached the same realm as me." Qin Shuangji's expression stiffened, and he said in a low voice, "How was I supposed to know the backlash would be so severe? Sigh. I just hope Master wasn't tricked by the ancient emperor. The junior brother is truly his most important cauldron." Yi Wuxian was silent, only drinking wine in silence. The upheaval on the ancestral star did not cause much stir, and Qin Yang was not paid much attention, and no one knew that the ancestral star's safe passage through the crisis was all because of him. After the incident, Qin Yang entered the void divine realm as usual for intense cultivation. Unlike before this time, he cultivated many paths. For space, there was Palm holding universe fate chart. For soul, the soul ethereal palace, and the annihilation sword intent. He was cultivating various divine abilities and secret techniques. He strived to quickly enhance his combat power. After the matter passed, just 10 days flew by. During these 10 days, intelligence arrived on time every day. However, the intelligence provided was of little value, and Qin Yang ignored it. After 10 days of intense cultivation, Qin Yang finally made a breakthrough. Palm holding universe minor achievement 000, the spatial divine ability, finally broke through from entry level to the minor achievement stage. With the breakthrough of Palm holding universe, Qin Yang's aura gradually rose from the original 9th grade Grandmaster, leaping into the Great Grandmaster realm. Just as the Star Martial University was about to open, Qin Yang stepped into the Great Grandmaster realm. The divine power within his body seethed, surging forth like a tidal wave, madly rushing into the Dantian. With the influx of energy, the Dantian expanded continuously, as if it were a burgeoning world, its territory advancing by leaps and bounds, spreading wildly in all directions. In a short span of time, the Dantian swelled countless times. Before long, the Dantian resembled an entirely new world with laws etched within it like a nascent universe shrouded in chaos, barely any light visible. The entire world was still utterly silent. A deathly stillness, as if all of heaven and earth, the very laws of the world, had been annihilated. The embryonic form of heaven and earth. This was a symbol of stepping into the Grandmaster realm, a highly unique stage. It was also an exceedingly perilous stage. Upon entering this stage, one becomes a vessel for heaven and earth, with the Dantian hosting the embryonic form of a world. The energy is unstable, in a state of collapse. If anything goes awry, the world collapses, and the person perishes along with it. While in this realm, cultivation no longer involves absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, but rather cultivating the laws of heaven and earth. One must fully absorb these laws, imprinting them in the Dantian to serve as the pillars supporting the universe. Qin Yang was well prepared. Deep within his soul, the soul avatar burst forth with blazing divine radiance. The long sword in its hand swung, and a special law instantly spread out, charging straight into the Dantian. A golden divine radiance poured in, rising upward to form a heavenly canopy. The avenue of fortune. As he absorbed the avenue of fortune, Qin Yang's aura gradually began to change. Moreover, the book of destiny deep within his soul left the sea of consciousness surging into the Dantian. Two incomplete scrolls radiated divine power, transforming into majestic forces that supported the entire world. The avenue of time, the avenue of fate, the avenue of fortune. The interweaving of these three avenues has thoroughly stabilized the embryonic form of heaven and earth. Qin Yang abruptly opened his eyes, filled with shock and astonishment. The Grandmaster realm was an extremely special stage. This was also a major trial in the cultivation process to open up the embryonic world, stabilize it, and then gradually imprint the myriad laws of heaven and earth, allowing the embryonic world to grow and become a true world. Such was the process of the Grandmaster realm. Only when the entire world was fully imprinted could one hunt for fate, refine it as the world's will, and thus become a martial king, the master of the world. Normally, opening up the embryonic world was quite easy, something even ordinary people could do. But stabilizing it was exceedingly difficult. Countless people came to a complete halt at this stage, meeting their end. Even some favored children of heaven, due to special circumstances, would fall here. Normally, stabilizing the embryonic world required a long period of time. But because of the Book of Destiny, it was accomplished in just a few minutes. Most importantly, the stabilization of his own world was aided by the Book of Destiny, a 9th-grade divine weapon that anchored Qin Yang's embryonic world, making it as stable as Mount Tai. He had originally planned to use a 7th-grade divine weapon. Unexpectedly, the Book of Destiny came on its own. This saved quite a bit of effort. Am I now at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm? A breakthrough in one go, directly entering the mid-stage of Grandmaster. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. Upon entering this realm, he found that the world before him had completely changed. He could see the veins of the universe, countless threads spread across the entire cosmos. These were the myriad laws of heaven and earth that shaped the universe. The number within was incalculable. Among them, 10 avenues were particularly special. These 10 avenues were also known as the Supreme Avenues. They were the most vital veins supporting the entire universe. The most important were undoubtedly time and space, the vessels of the cosmos, followed by fate, which connected all things in heaven and earth. The prosperity of the universe was closely tied to fate. The most unique was fortune. Seemingly formless, it possessed extraordinary abilities. Appearing as a minor branch under the vein of fate, it yet had the power to alter destiny. From now on, I only need to continuously absorb the avenues, comprehend them, and imprint them into the embryonic world within my Dantian, transforming them into my own power. Then I can advance to the late stage, when all avenues are imprinted, and the embryonic world can leave the Dantian. That will be the peak of the Grandmaster realm. After that, I only need to hunt for fate, and then I can ascend to the martial king realm. Qin Yang let out a breath. From this perspective, his cultivation speed was freakishly fast. Only 2 months had passed. An ordinary person had leaped to the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. At this pace, becoming a martial emperor in 5 years was no longer a fantasy. But Qin Yang also understood that the path of cultivation was not that simple. The further one went, the harder it became. He had some understanding. After entering the martial king realm, one needed to continuously hunt for fates of the same avenue to help perfect one's own avenue until one could completely replace the heavenly avenue and integrate oneself into the universe. At that point, one would step into the martial emperor realm. In fact, the martial emperor of today was already a part of the universe, controlling one of its avenues. Some even controlled 2 avenues. It was said that the Tianyuan martial emperor and the ancient martial emperor were at this level. Finally, I have entered the Grandmaster realm before the start of the semester. Qin Yang withdrew from the virtual god realm, stood up, and stretched his body. He knew he had many enemies, whether it was the ancient martial emperor or spies from other races. They all likely wanted to make a move against him. Coupled with the title of disciple of the Tianyuan martial emperor, he would probably face plenty of trouble. As for what kind of trouble, he was still unaware. But entering the Star Space Martial Arts University this time would likely not be peaceful. Entering as a mid-stage grandmaster, those people will probably be dumbfounded. Qin Yang smiled faintly. To put it bluntly, not only was he unmatched among his peers, but even if he faced those a few years older, he could still sweep through the crowd. Only some old monsters could barely contend with him. Almost at the same time, a knock sounded at the door. Qin Yang opened the door, and Chun Qianqian stood there, watery and fresh, her bright eyes examining Qin Yang. Her face changed drastically. "You broke through again. Are you even human?" Chun Qianqian sensed the change in the aura from Qin Yang's room. She immediately thought, "Oh no, has this guy broken through again?" So she hurried over to see what was going on. Who knew Qin Yang had indeed broken through? "I broke through, shouldn't you be happy? After all, I'm going to be your big shot from now on, the one who can help you smash Gu Tianji and let you ascend to become the Fate Emperor." Qin Yang instructed the robot to pour a glass of water, sat on the sofa cross-legged, and looked at Chun Qianqian with a smile. "I am happy, of course," Chun Qianqian said gloomily. "It's just that you broke through too fast. A few days apart feels like ages. I have a feeling that by the time I can break through to the Martial Emperor, you'll already be a god. And breaking through too fast isn't a good thing. Your talent is too monstrous, it's easy to be coveted." At this, Chun Qianqian's expression turned serious, and she said in a low voice, "You should also know that the strong in this world are extremely strange. Not to mention, in our human alliance outside, there are some special powerhouses who love to use prodigies to refine pills or as resources to enhance their own talent and raise their limits. Especially top-tier geniuses like you are the finest consumables. In just 2 months you went from an ordinary person to a grandmaster. Even I can't help but want to refine you into a pill. I can't even imagine how terrifying the effect would be if you were refined into a pill. Don't tell me you're a disciple of a martial emperor. The Tianyuan martial emperor doesn't have many disciples, but 4 of them have already died. Several are missing, likely refined into pills. Even the martial emperor himself might have done it." Hearing this, Qin Yang was silent for a moment, then said softly, "You are not exactly daring. The martial emperor is part of the universe. If you discuss him, he will surely perceive it. What you said is indeed true. But I don't think the martial emperor would refine me into a pill. At least not now. Because I am more important than being a consumable." "Do you trust the martial emperor that much?" Chun Qianqian was slightly surprised. Qin Yang was an exceedingly cautious person, someone who rarely trusted others. And yet now he actually trusted the Tianyuan martial emperor so completely. "You don't understand." Qin Yang set down his teacup, his expression casual. "Refining me into a pill would actually be the worst choice. Though I'm unsure of the exact circumstances, there's a high probability that I'm extremely important to him. I serve a tremendous purpose. Of course I know he must have his own calculations, but at the very least he won't refine me into a pill." Hearing this, Qin Yang paused and stroked his chin. Although the Tianyuan martial emperor wouldn't refine him into a pill, the ancient martial emperor was another matter entirely. He couldn't be certain. It seemed he needed to be more cautious from now on. "You already know what's best for yourself, nothing I say will change that. But you should still tread carefully. Don't be too flamboyant or you'll easily become someone's target." Chun Qianqian exhaled. "Don't die too soon. I'm still counting on you to help me become a martial emperor." Low-key, it was nearly impossible for him now. My reputation has already spread far and wide, and with my identity as a martial emperor's disciple. No matter how much I try to keep a low profile, it's pointless. I've already been targeted. Besides, the more flamboyant I am, the better. It shows the martial emperor values me. Did Qin Yang not understand these things? In this world, the strong prey on the weak, and anything could happen. Normally, keeping a low profile was wiser, as no one would pay attention to you. The Heavenly Sword Emperor was one such example. Once the strongest prodigy of his generation, the Heavenly Sword Emperor never revealed himself, even deliberately losing to others on multiple occasions simply because he didn't want to be noticed. It wasn't until he broke through to the Grandmaster realm and grasped the sword path that the Heavenly Sword Emperor changed his ways. This was due to the nature of the sword, unbending, preferring to shatter rather than twist. But Qin Yang was already renowned throughout the heavens, and he was the disciple of the Tianyuan martial emperor. The more low-key he tried to be, the more attention he would attract. Conversely, the more assertive he was, the more it would demonstrate the Tianyuan martial emperor's regard for him, making others think twice and reducing considerable trouble. After all, those who had already set their sights on him wouldn't abandon their pursuit no matter what he did. What you say does make sense. Chun Qianqian pondered for a moment and found Qin Yang's reasoning sound. With the identity of a martial emperor's disciple, it was nearly impossible for Qin Yang to remain inconspicuous. This title was far too dazzling. On top of that, he was the top scorer of this generation and had recently swept through the prodigies of the 3 clans. My path is one of fierce courage, charging forward without hesitation. Shattering mountains when they stand in my way, overturning seas when they block my path. Nothing in heaven and earth can stand before me. Qin Yang's voice was calm, yet it carried an unparalleled decisiveness, a resolve to burn all bridges behind him. At this point, Qin Yang paused briefly, a broad smile on his face. Whether human or demon, anyone dares to obstruct me shall have their soul utterly destroyed, ceasing to exist. Qin Yang fell completely silent. She had finally seen it clearly. Qin Yang was committed to the path of invincibility, to defeat all the heroes beneath heaven and reign supreme alone. In a spacious garden, Yi Tianji looked at Yi Lin before him and said with slight helplessness, Stellar Martial University is about to begin the new semester. As his senior sister, aren't you planning to mentor Qin Yang? Qin Yang is now the target of countless people. Combined with his rejection of the ancient martial emperor, this new semester will surely bring Qin Yang no shortage of trouble. I've heard that the ancient martial emperor's faction is furious toward Qin Yang. Many have declared that once he arrives, they'll make his life unbearable, especially that person from the Qin family. I heard he was all but guaranteed to claim the Hidden Dragon title with the alliance's internal arrangements nearly finalized. However, after Qin Yang appeared, the situation reversed completely, and he lost his chance entirely. Because of this, the Chun family bears deep hostility toward Qin Yang. The Chun family stood among the most prestigious clans in the alliance, their strength surpassing even that of the Yi family. They had nearly 10 martial kings within their ranks, 2 of whom were on the verge of reaching the martial emperor realm. The Chun family was also one of the most formidable forces under the ancient martial emperor's banner. Yi Lin flipped through her terminals, seemingly absorbed in whatever she was reading, and waved dismissively. Just another excuse. The so-called Hidden Dragon quota holds no real significance for the Qin family. Even if this incident never occurred, they would still move against Qin Yang. Moreover, third grandfather, you're underestimating Qin Yang. This fellow is far from ordinary. He can handle himself. Stopping here, Yi Lin said with a meaningful smile, compared to the troubles from the Qin family, Qin Yang's real difficulties come from outside forces. The Yamahal has placed a bounty on Qin Yang, and the price is quite substantial. It's made even me tempted. The mission has actually been classified at S rank. What this means, third grandfather, you surely understand. Yi Tianji was instantly startled. The Yamahal was an extraordinarily unique force in the cosmos. A covert assassination organization, to put it simply. This organization wasn't particularly secretive either. Rather than calling it a faction, it was more accurately described as a platform. Anyone, whether friend or foe, could place bounties and accept contracts here. The entire Yamahal operated with complete transparency, functioning essentially as an intermediary. Yet the organization possessed a distinctive characteristic: absolute anonymity. No one could trace it. Simply put, no one knew who placed the bounty, nor could anyone identify who accepted it. Even those supreme masters who had comprehended the great Tao of destiny were powerless to penetrate this veil of secrecy. This was solely because the entire Yamahal was governed by a damaged 9th rank divine artifact. This artifact had existed for countless years, and no one knew its origins. All that was known was that this divine artifact had been present since ancient times. Mission classifications followed a straightforward system based on the 9-rank structure. Only exceptional missions received the S-rank designation. Such missions were invariably extremely dangerous, yet their rewards were extraordinarily generous. These represented some of the Yamahal's most uncommon assignments. When Yi Tianji learned that Qin Yang had been selected for an S-rank mission, he was thoroughly taken aback. Who placed this bounty? They're going to such extreme measures. Could it be the ancient martial emperor's faction? That seems unlikely. Yi Tianji remained bewildered. The fact that Qin Yang appeared on the Yamahal's registry didn't surprise him. It was merely the S-rank classification that seemed excessive. This represented the most extraordinary tier of missions, and even he had never encountered one. Indeed, such rank might not see another assignee for centuries to come. These missions typically carried expiration dates and offered rewards far surpassing ordinary assignments, enormously generous in comparison. Conversely, being placed on an S-rank bounty would prove tremendously disadvantageous. Over the years, S-rank missions had maintained an exceptionally low failure rate, approximately 5%. These contracts were open to any capable warrior willing to accept them, provided they completed the objective. This bears resemblance to the ancient God clan's methods. Moreover, the objective isn't to kill Qin Yang, but to capture him alive. Yi Lin smiled wryly. I wonder what expression Qin Yang will wear upon learning of this. Yi Tianji could only mutter, probably one of utter frustration. He'll be cursing whoever placed this bounty. That said, whoever put out this bounty on Qin Yang is utterly ruthless. What cultivation realm is Qin Yang even at? He shook his head in disbelief. Throughout history, even the lowest-ranked S-rank bounties have been placed on beings at minimum the martial king stage. Qin Yang is merely at the grandmaster realm. Truly merciless, he sighed. Qin Yang was aware that he had been placed on the bounty list of the Yanluo Hall. The fact that it was a special S-grade bounty left him utterly speechless. He knew he would eventually end up on the Yanluo Hall's list, but he never anticipated such a high rank. He knew the Yanluo Hall was one of the few assassination platforms in the cosmos. It belonged to no faction, was governed by a 9th-grade divine weapon, and had survived for countless years. Some suspected it was under the control of the ancient god race, but that notion was quickly dismissed. In a bygone era, the Yanluo Hall's most prolific bounties had been placed on the ancient god race, causing them devastating losses. Nearly every member of their race was listed. The ancient god race even deployed the ancient god palace, yet they failed to annihilate the Yinluo Hall entirely. This led some to suspect that the Yinluo Hall itself was a divine artifact. However, no evidence of such divine power was found, and it was ultimately classified as a 9th-grade divine weapon. Despite being a 9th-grade divine weapon, it was in no way inferior to the ancient god palace. As the ancient god race declined, numerous other races rose to prominence. Over time, the Yinluo Hall became the sole assassination platform, with bounties placed on nearly every notable figure from every race. A jest once circulated: if you weren't even listed on the Yinluo Hall, how could you be considered a genius? How could you be deemed a powerhouse? The Yinluo Hall's standard bounties were categorized by cultivation level, but S-grade missions were unique. The conditions to initiate such missions were extremely stringent. They required a heavenly mandate as a prerequisite and offered rewards no less than a 9th-grade heavenly mandate. Consequently, these missions were extraordinarily perilous, yet immensely rewarding. Of course, there were also those like Qin Yang who ended up on the S-grade list due to the deep-seated hatred of powerful factions, leading to the issuance of special bounties. Who could it be? Ancient Martial Emperor? That doesn't seem likely. Qin Yang was puzzled. He had offended quite a few people. His most pressing concern now was Ancient Martial Emperor. After all, he had taken the goods without delivering on his promise. Besides that, there were the 3 clan prodigies he had slain during the 4 clans tournament. Sheng Yi in particular had ample reason to hold a grudge. But even so, would it warrant an S-grade mission? Just then on the communication terminal, Yilin grinned at Qin Yang. I can tell you're cursing under your breath. But you're still somewhat lucky, even though you've made the S-grade list. The mission condition is to capture you alive, not to kill you. That changes the nature of the mission entirely. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and retorted sardonically, isn't that even more dangerous? Assassination missions usually offer lower rewards. Capture missions like this are the most difficult, with rewards several times greater than a standard assassination mission. A mere assassination mission would at most involve martial kings. But now with this mission, even half-step martial emperors might step in. What exactly is the reward for this mission? Do you know? This mission had a unique restriction. Only 5 people could accept it. And now 5 had already taken it, so he couldn't see the reward. 2 9th-grade heavenly mandates with the option to choose the attribute. You know what that means? Yilin said with a smile. Anyway, you're going to have a rough time ahead. Qin Yang's heart grew numb. The value of a 9th-grade heavenly mandate was already unimaginable, and the ability to choose its attribute made it even more extraordinary. Heavenly mandates, though seemingly attributeless, in fact possessed inherent traits. In different territories, the characteristics of the world will's emanation varied. Some heavenly mandates held a preeminent advantage for certain great Taoists. For instance, Gu Tianji was the incarnation of the Tao of Fate's heavenly mandate, granting him unparalleled mastery over the Tao of Fate. Had his path not been severed later, he would likely have become a martial emperor long ago. A 9th-grade heavenly mandate was a supreme tonic for martial kings, even for half-step martial emperors who prized it immensely. Absorbing such a heavenly mandate could not only propel them forward in leaps and bounds, but also grant them an edge over their peers. Once the Great Tao War began, they would have a chance to defeat all rivals and become a martial emperor. Moreover, being able to choose a 9th-grade heavenly mandate freely indicated that the person behind this must be a martial emperor. Could it be someone from the ancient god race? Qin Yang stroked his chin, lost in thought. 9th-grade heavenly mandates were extremely rare, with most of them being held by major powers. Even martial emperors hunting for heavenly mandates could only search the boundless cosmos and the endless void layers where they might occasionally find one. These worlds were so hidden that even martial emperors had to expend significant effort. The ancient god race, however, was different. They were themselves incarnations of heavenly mandates, granting them a perception of heavenly mandates beyond anyone's imagination. They could even locate all heavenly mandates. That's unclear. The enemy is certainly not simple. Yilin's smile faded and her expression turned grave. The danger you face this time is extraordinary. Martial kings, perhaps even half-step martial emperors, might make a move. You must be cautious. Unless absolutely necessary, do not leave Starry Sky Martial University. The school, though chaotic, is at least safe. It's rare to have a junior brother. I don't want to hear that you've met an untimely end. Joking aside, Yilin genuinely wanted Qin Yang to be safe. She didn't want him to fall. Qin Yang felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. I won't die. I will surely become a martial emperor. These people can't stop me. Qin Yang's confidence eased Yilin's mind. She chuckled lightly. Just keep that in mind. Starry Sky Martial University is about to open. You've angered ancient martial emperor this time. That martial emperor might not say anything, but his subordinates won't swallow their pride. Especially the Chun family under ancient martial emperor, Chen Tianyang. That Qin family's strongest prodigy would have easily secured the hidden dragon indicator, but because of you he lost it. Given their style, they will likely make your life difficult at Starry Sky Martial University. This was a warning. Though she had faith in Qin Yang, knowing the threat in advance was vastly different from being caught off guard. Water will be stemmed and soldiers will be met with generals. Qin Yang's face radiated confidence, even arrogance. If they dare to come, I'll make them regret it. With his current strength, he might not be able to walk roughshod over Starry Sky Marshall University, but he was certainly no easy target. If anyone dared to make a move, he would make them pay. Our master Tianyuan Marshall Emperor also has his own exclusive organization. Whether to join or not is up to you. Once you enter Starry Sky Marshall University, someone will contact you specifically. Yi Lin yawned and said indifferently, this thing is a bit troublesome, but it does have its uses. Moreover, the people inside are all under the master's command. As his disciple, you must get to know them and build connections. If anything comes up in the future, they can help you handle it. Qin Yang was not surprised. As the most ancient martial emperor of the human alliance, Tianyuan Martial Emperor naturally had many forces under him. The Yi family was merely the direct line. After all, Yi Wuxian was the martial emperor's eldest disciple, holding a higher status. But the families and forces under the other disciples were also numerous. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. Qin Yang walked outside, gazing at the brilliant starry sky. His eyes seemed to pierce through the endless void, landing on Starry Sky Martial University. Starry Sky Martial University, the most powerful university in human history. I want to see just how far it can take me. July 15th. At the Tianyuan airport in the imperial capital, an enormous flying boat sat upon the tarmac, each vessel etched with unique patterns and names. These were the flying boats of various martial universities specially dispatched to pick up new students. After thousands of years of development, humanity's territory had expanded boundlessly, with the 4 major star seas claiming their domains. Many powerful figures and families had established roots on different planets. This also meant that many martial universities were scattered across humanity's territory. Some were so far apart that even traveling by spaceship could take months. Therefore, every year at this time, the flying boats of various martial universities would land on the ancestral planet to receive new students. Those who failed to arrive today would be considered to have forfeited their spots. Because of this rule, all new students who had been admitted to universities gathered here. The entire airport was packed with countless people, a sea of humanity covering every corner. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds, various announcements ringing out incessantly. They were all school broadcasts. New students of Tianyuan Martial University assemble at Site 94. New students hurry over. There are still 2 hours before the spaceship takes off. Amidst the various announcements echoing through the air, countless students said their goodbyes to their families and headed toward their respective university areas. Your child is so outstanding getting into Tianyuan Martial University. I heard it's one of the top 100 universities. After graduation, they'll definitely become a grandmaster. Oh, top 100 is nothing. Only those who get into Starry Sky Martial University are true geniuses. Speaking of that, didn't our ancestral planet produce a top scholar recently? That boy named Qin Yang. I heard Starry Sky Martial University directly granted him the highest privileges, leaving other universities with no thought of competing. Yes, he is truly a child of destiny. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the sky was torn apart, and a colossal object emerged. It was a gargantuan spaceship, like a mountain, its sky-obscuring body covering the entire airport. Beneath this spaceship, any other great vessel seemed utterly insignificant, like an ant facing an elephant. The spaceship was entirely black, dotted with scattered white stars like a vast starry scroll. On its hull were engraved 4 large characters: humanity's first Starry Sky Martial University, abbreviated as Starry Sky Martial University. As soon as the spaceship appeared, the surroundings fell silent, as if it were the true protagonist. Damn it, these people from Starry Sky Martial University are still as flashy as ever. Inside another spaceship, a middle-aged man muttered discontentedly. The woman beside him smiled and said, "You would be just as flashy in their place. After all, everyone knows that all the top talents of this generation are gathered by Starry Sky Martial University. People take pride in entering Starry Sky Martial University. It was founded by 2 martial emperors." The man retorted, "Our Tongtian Martial University was also founded by a martial emperor, but we aren't nearly as arrogant. Tongtian Martial University, one of humanity's 5 major martial universities. Ranked 3rd, it was founded by the Tongtian Sword Emperor. Enough, those guys are incredibly haughty. If they hear that, they'll say that the martial emperor also came from their university. No matter how dissatisfied we are, Starry Sky Martial University is still humanity's #1 martial university. Almost 90% of humanity's powerful figures graduated from there." At this, the woman sighed. "It's a pity that the Tianyuan Martial Emperor also belongs to Starry Sky Martial University. If that top scholar had entered our Tongtian Martial University, we might have flourished. With that top scholar here in future university competitions, we would surely not lose to Starry Sky Martial University. We could also break their millennial reign as the top university. Humanity's martial universities are countless, but Starry Sky Martial University has always held the top spot, never changing since its founding. It possesses the best resources, the best talents, and the best environment. This has led Starry Sky Martial University to suppress all other universities without giving them any chance to fight back. Over the years, in many inter-university competitions, without exception, Starry Sky Martial University has won the championship. Unbeatable. Moreover, humanity's most talented individuals take pride in entering Starry Sky Martial University. In the past we truly were inferior. But the future is uncertain. The man seemed to recall something and said with a grin, after all, the Sword Emperor's own son did not enter Starry Sky Martial University. With his talent and the personal guidance of a martial emperor, he will surely defeat Starry Sky Martial University. I also believe that this lord might break the monopoly Starry Sky Martial University has held for so many years. If our lord hadn't been busy and hadn't participated in the so-called college entrance exam, how could the top scholar have fallen to Qin Yang? Hearing this, the woman also showed a glimmer of hope and said with a smile, it's fate and timing. Who would have thought that our lord suddenly broke through? But it doesn't matter. They'll find out soon enough. The #1 prodigy of humanity won't be at Starry Sky Martial University, but at Tongtian Martial University. As the Starry Sky Martial University spaceship landed, Qin Yang bid farewell to her family, and together with Qin Yang soared into the air toward the vessel. Their appearance immediately drew massive attention. Look, that's the top scholar Qin Yang. Who's the girl beside him? She looks so beautiful. Qin Yang from Tianhai City. I heard the top scholar used to be a student there too. Used to be. Yes, before his rise he was expelled from school. Holy shit, were the principal and teachers out of their minds. I heard they conspired with others to target the top scholar. Anyway, after Qin Yang became the top scholar, they were completely purged. Both the principal and the teachers were all dismissed. Especially that teacher. He ended up in a terrible state. I heard he was crippled. Did the top scholar order that? How could that be? The top scholar doesn't have time for such things. I heard that some high-ranking officials in Tianhai City vented their anger by finding scapegoats. After all, if the top scholar hadn't been expelled, they could have risen easily with that achievement. True. Amid the crowd's discussion, Qin Yang and Qin Yang stood side by side and arrived at the spaceship's entrance. Two figures stood at the door. A man and a woman, both possessing extraordinary auras. Even Qin Yang couldn't see through their cultivation levels. This meant they were both martial kings. Having martial kings as escorts sufficiently demonstrated the caliber of Starry Sky Martial University. So you're Qin Yang. Truly impressive. No wonder the master accepted you as a disciple. The man was tall and wore casual clothes, looking at Qin Yang with a smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nangong Wentian, the 5th disciple of our master. A senior brother. Qin Yang clasped his hands in salute and said softly, Qin Yang greets 5th senior brother. Then he introduced Qin Yang, saying, this is my classmate Qin Yang, also a new student at Starry Sky Martial University. Nangong Wentian chuckled. I know your sweetheart. Senior brother, who is this? After the introduction, Qin Yang looked at the woman beside Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian said casually, this old thing is from the Qin family, named Qin Shui. The Qin family, the faction under the Yin Spirit Martial Emperor. Qin Shui seemed unfazed by Nangong Wentian's attitude. She examined Qin Yang calmly and said flatly, Qin Yang, you have quite the nerve. You rejected the Martial Emperor's offer and even kept all the gifts. You've truly perfected the shameless style of the Tianyuan lineage. Qin Yang replied without a blush, Senior, you flatter me. Those items were apology gifts from the Feng family to ease the conflict. They have nothing to do with the Yin Spirit Martial Emperor. Qin Shui rolled her eyes. Indeed, people of the Tianyuan lineage are truly shameless. Haha. Nangong Wentian burst out laughing and gave a thumbs up. You're definitely suited for our Tianyuan lineage. That style is spot on. Qin Yang was speechless. He had thought Nangong Wentian would argue or engage in verbal sparring. But now it seemed Nangong Wentian actually took pride in this. Damn, the disciples of the Tianyuan Martial Emperor seemed rather shameless. There was none of that so-called noble bearing. Still, choosing this master was the right decision. Unexpectedly, Qin Shui did not target him specifically. In fact, it seemed as though their relationship was rather amicable. This caught Qin Yang off guard, as he had anticipated a confrontation. After all, the rivalry between the two supreme martial emperors was not merely a matter of conflict, especially since the Tianyuan Martial Emperor indeed had a disciple absorbed by the ancient Martial Emperor. Under normal circumstances, they should have been irreconcilable. Qin Shui discerned Qin Yang's thoughts and sneered. Our ancient lineage is not as shameless as your Tianyuan lineage. We would not stoop to bullying the weak. Moreover, you are this year's top scholar, protected by the Alliance's rules. You need not worry about me making a move against you. Nangong Wentian, with his hands behind his head, spoke calmly and with a smile. With me here, even if you harbored such thoughts, they would be futile. Qin Shui did not respond, but gazed deeply at Qin Yang, her voice cold. What belongs to us is not so easily swallowed. You will eventually pay the price. Do not waste your energy on futile struggles. Even if that one protects you, it will be of no use. Nangong Wentian's expression gradually darkened, his tone heavy. You speak too much. Humph. Qin Shui let out a cold snort and vanished from the spot. Nangong Wentian turned to Qin Yang and smiled. That madwoman speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. With Master's protection, even if the ancient martial emperor possesses immense abilities, it will be futile. These words seemed to conceal something. Or perhaps they were meant to bolster Qin Yang's confidence. From these words, Qin Yang could glean a glimpse of the truth. The ancient martial emperor had certain methods that even the Tianyuan martial emperor could not counter. Qin Yang had long been aware of this. The Tianyuan martial emperor had also informed him, so he held no particular thoughts. Senior brother, there is no need to say more. This junior brother understands all this, Qin Yang said softly. Seeing that Qin Yang seemed genuinely unperturbed, Nangong Wentian was somewhat surprised. He then said, "You already have access to the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. If you wish to learn about it, you can do so through the terminal, which provides more detailed information than I could. The rooms on the spaceship have been arranged for you. Simply follow the room numbers provided by the terminal to your respective quarters. The spaceship has many facilities which you can also explore through the terminal. The journey to the Starry Sky Martial Arts University will take 10 days. During this time, you are free to arrange your own schedule. If you have any other needs, you can contact me through the terminal. For instance, if you have questions about cultivation, I am available." Qin Yang and Chun Qianqian immediately opened their terminals and discovered that a new terminal had indeed appeared. They opened it and found that they were already enrolled as students of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. For ordinary needs, you can have the robots assist you. Nangong Wentian left these words and vanished. Seeing this, Qin Yang was not surprised. He paid it no mind and scanned the robot beside him. Instantly, the robot activated, emitting a mechanical voice. "Robot, no. 9 is at your service. How may I assist you? Take me to my room. Please follow me." The robot lacked intelligence and spoke in a flat tone. Nearby, Chun Qianqian also activated her robot, and under its guidance, she headed to her own room. "Are you going to keep grinding for the next 10 days? Chun Qianqian seemed to anticipate what Qin Yang was about to say. Qin Yang smiled. "Yes. 10 days is not a short time. I need to make the most of it for cultivation." Chun Qianqian was speechless. This person was truly obsessed with grinding. He was constantly cultivating, never letting a moment slip by. While talent was one factor, his sheer diligence left Chun Qianqian far behind. "Then see you at the destination." The two parted ways, each heading to their respective rooms. Under the robot's guidance, Qin Yang entered a room. The room was exceptionally spacious, more like a house than a mere room. It consisted of 3 floors, each spanning 300 square meters, somewhat reminiscent of a duplex apartment from his past life. Qin Yang casually browsed. The first floor was a living area for relaxation. The second floor was for cultivation, equipped with various training devices and a dedicated virtual god realm. The third floor was for sleeping. Without further thought, Qin Yang instructed the robot, "No need to prepare food for me from now on. I'll call you when I need something." "Understood." The robot nodded clumsily and stood in place. Qin Yang entered the second floor, skillfully activated the virtual cabin, and immediately logged into the virtual god realm. With his permissions activated, Qin Yang gained access to the Starry Sky Martial Arts University's virtual god realm. Compared to that of the Zoo Star, this realm was vaster and more bustling. There was even a world forum, which seemed quite lively. Intrigued, Qin Yang opened the forum and found a considerable number of posts. He noticed that the most popular post was actually related to him. In 1 year, can top scholar Qin Yang become the strongest in the school A? Undeniably, the title was provocative. It instantly painted a target on Qin Yang's back among all the senior students. He glanced at it. The most popular comment had hundreds of thousands of likes. "The Tianyuan sect has regressed over the years, unable to match us. Now they pin their hopes on a freshman." Currently, the students at the Starry Sky Martial Arts University were mainly divided into 2 factions. The Tianyuan sect, led by the Tianyuan Martial Emperor, and the Ancient sect, led by the Ancient Martial Emperor. These were merely student factions unrelated to the 2 martial emperors themselves. However, the leaders were disciples of the 2 martial emperors. For instance, the Tianyuan sect's leader was Nangong Wentian, while the Ancient sect's leader was Qin Shui. Qin Yang had met both of them. They were both martial kings, the primary overseers of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, on behalf of the 2 martial emperors. Their positions were not low, both were vice principals. The principal was someone else belonging to the Tongtian Sword Emperor's faction. However, at the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, the Tongtian faction had always been weak. Moreover, the Tongtian Sword Emperor had attained enlightenment rather late, so he had few disciples and little renown at the university. Especially after the Tongtian Sword Emperor later established a new martial arts university, most of his students transferred there. Qin Yang took a closer look at the comments. Even in a transcendent world, the comments were much the same. The 2 factions hurled insults at each other, almost indistinguishable from forums in his past life. After scanning through them, Qin Yang found it tedious, somewhat childish. Just as he was about to close the forum and focus on cultivation, a new post quickly climbed in popularity. Title: Qin Yang, dare you fight? The content was simple. The poster was dissatisfied with Qin Yang taking Chun Tianyang's hidden dragon spot. Thus, he issued a challenge. He specifically noted that Chun Tianyang was only 1 year his senior and was also at the Grandmaster stage, so there was no realm disparity. Qin Yang checked. The opponent was merely a 7th-ranked Grandmaster. This instantly dampened his interest. However, recalling that the opponent had a significant background, and that he himself needed to forge a life-bound divine weapon, he figured he could use this opportunity to acquire some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With that thought, Qin Yang immediately posted a comment. A 7th-ranked Grandmaster dares to bark. As soon as this comment appeared, it ignited the entire forum. It was not that Qin Yang was putting on airs. A 7th-ranked Grandmaster was indeed too weak. By the time of the college entrance exam, Shang Yi had already reached the 9th rank grandmaster. Normally Qin Yang should have surpassed this level. As the pride of the Qin family with such talent and background, he should at least be a 9th rank grandmaster, if not a great grandmaster. In truth, Qin Yang was unaware that Shang Yi was no ordinary individual. Even among the Sacred Spirit clan, he was a rare prodigy, perhaps even more monstrous than Qin Yang. The reason he was a year below Qin Yang was simply for the sake of the Four Clans tournament. It must be said that the moment Qin Yang posted this comment, the entire forum exploded. The fact that the name was his own only added fuel to the fire. This meant he was the real deal. Holy crap, the real deal is here. Is this freshman so arrogant? No wonder Tianyuan's sect is getting bolder. There really is a top-tier prodigy emerging. Could this be another Principal Nangong? Is this top scholar about to achieve what Yi Lin couldn't? He doesn't even take a 7th-ranked grandmaster seriously. That's a different level of arrogance. Makes sense. I heard Shang Yi killed a 9th-ranked grandmaster with his own hands. A mere 7th rank is nothing to worry about. Comparing Shang Yi to Qin Tianyang. Well, Qin Tianyang is indeed the unparalleled prodigy of the Qin family, second only to Luo Huan among the ancient sect's monstrous talents. Finally, a fight is brewing. This is how it should be. Ever since Luo Huan rose to power, Tianyuan's sect has been on the defensive, even refusing to resist against the ancient martial emperor, changing the whole atmosphere. Now there's finally someone with spine. This freshman is no ordinary one. Quite interesting. Meanwhile, inside a spacious hall at Starry Sky Martial University, a young man with blue-purple hair wore an angry expression, gritting his teeth. This Qin Yang is too arrogant. Does he really think Starry Sky Martial University is some backwater place like Ancestral Star? At these words, those around him turned to look. Third brother, what's the matter? Third brother lowered his head and said softly, I posted a challenge on the forum hoping to have big brother teach Qin Yang a lesson, or at least curb Tianyuan's sect's arrogance. But this Qin Yang is so conceited that he replied, a 7th-ranked grandmaster dares to bark. Silence fell over the room. Their gazes all turned to the man not far away. The man was tall and slender, clad in a golden threaded robe. His hair was silver white, his pupils an icy blue, and his demeanor was composed like a noble scion from some great clan, exuding an air of ineffable grace. Qin Tianyang, heir of the Qin family, a top-tier prodigy. Possessor of an A-rank talent, the Abyssal Soul Eye, an extremely rare soul-type talent constitution. He was also a 5th-rank soul walker. With a calm expression and steady voice, Qin Tianyang said, tell Qin Yang to pick any time he likes. I will make him understand that there is always someone stronger, and this is not a place where he can run wild. Third brother's eyes lit up. Big brother was going to take action. He immediately replied under Qin Yang's comment, embellishing it with an extremely arrogant tone. My big brother says, you bumpkin from Ancestral Star, this is not Ancestral Star. This is no place for you to act tough. If you have the guts, we're ready anytime. You'd better have the balls, unlike those cowards from Tianyuan's sect who only talk big, but dare not follow through. Receiving the response, Qin Yang smiled lightly and replied, a fight is fine, but there needs to be a stake. Tell Qin Tianyang to prepare a 7th-ranked soul-type heavenly treasure. No spiritual object needed. He had been waiting for them. A mere 7th-ranked grandmaster was a trivial opponent. On the other side, third brother looked at Qin Tianyang. There was no need to relay the message now, though everyone in the room was already watching the forum. Qin Tianyang remained expressionless, speaking calmly. Tell him I have a 7th-rank Abyssal Soul Jade. If he can win, it will be his. But he must also prepare a 7th-rank heavenly treasure. No special attributes required, just of equivalent value. Having his hidden dragon slot snatched away had infuriated Qin Tianyang. He had prepared extensively for that slot. What was almost certain suddenly turned into a loss when Qin Yang appeared and took it. This left Qin Tianyang deeply unsettled. Coupled with Qin Yang's role in the incident against the ancient martial emperor, those of his faction were gnashing their teeth, eager for a chance to teach Qin Yang a lesson. Now that Qin Yang had delivered himself, how could they let it pass? Despite his composed facade, Qin Tianyang was inwardly laughing. Third brother relayed the message as instructed. Seeing the reply, Qin Yang immediately responded, agreed. We can start the fight as soon as the spaceship arrives at Starry Sky Martial University. No need for the school to prepare a venue. One move will end it. Arrogant. Whoever read Qin Yang's words would think only one thing, sheer arrogance. He had utterly dismissed Qin Tianyang. He treated Qin Tianyang like an ant underfoot ready to be crushed. Yet Qin Tianyang was the strongest of the second year. Though only a 7th-rank grandmaster, even 9th-rank grandmasters were no match for him. Only great grandmasters could barely contend with him. But most great grandmasters were in the 3rd or 4th year. The transition from grandmaster to great grandmaster required a long time. Even in a top institution like Starry Sky Martial University, where students were all prodigies, it was nearly impossible to reach great grandmaster within a few short years. Only a handful could become great grandmasters by their 2nd year. As for first-year great grandmasters, there were none, not since the school's founding. Starry Sky Martial University had strict admission standards, and the college entrance exam was held only once. This meant that students entering the university were generally around 18 years old. An 18-year-old great grandmaster. History had seen a few, but they were rare. Moreover, they all emerged during the early days of the spiritual energy revival, benefiting from the revival's boons and ancient legacy inheritances. After that initial period, no such prodigies appeared. This Qin Yang is exceptionally arrogant. I want to give him a good beating right now. Third brother's face flushed, red veins bulging on his forehead. Qin Yang's words were too arrogant. He had completely disregarded Qin Tianyang. Let him be arrogant. Though anger simmered within, Qin Tianyang's expression remained calm. When the spaceship arrives at the school, I'll show him how laughable his words are. Having received the reply and confirmed the fight date, Qin Yang beamed with joy, his heart dancing with delight. People like this who practically threw money at him were rare. And he suspected this trick would only work once. If he tried it again, no one would fall for it. After all, his great-grandmaster's strength hadn't been exposed, yet, which was why Qin Tianyang was so confident. If Qin Tianyang knew Qin Yang was a great-grandmaster, he would probably have second thoughts. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yang noticed a message from Yilin. Yilin, have you lost your mind? Qin Tianyang is no pushover. He's even stronger than Sheng Yi was back then. Seeing this, Qin Yang replied, you're underestimating Sheng Yi. How could Qin Tianyang compare to him? I can suppress a character like this with one hand. Just wait and see. Qin Yang truly did not regard Qin Tianyang as a threat. Though the latter was hailed as the foremost among the younger generation, a young supreme ranked within the top 5 of all human youth, and revered as a favored son of heaven wherever he went. Yet in Qin Yang's eyes, this so-called young supreme was quite overrated. Previously unaware, now that he had stepped into the Grandmaster realm, he had gained new insights into many things. For instance, Chun Qianqian, who appeared mediocre in strength, was actually extraordinary. She controlled the wheel of fate, possessing the strongest physique for the Tao of fate, excelling in deduction, but her combat prowess was also remarkable. Her obscurity was likely due to the unique nature of the Tao of fate. After all, it was common knowledge that the Tao of fate was weak in combat, with a stereotypical view that fate cultivators used their art to ambush from afar, manipulating destiny through their schemes, without needing to engage directly, thus erasing their enemies through changes in fate. In normal combat, a fate cultivator's battle prowess was extremely weak, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. In short, they were inferior in direct confrontation. But now Qin Yang could sense that Chun Qianqian's direct combat ability was not too poor. At least she was stronger than Yi Minghua. Moreover, Yilin was not a master, but a grandmaster. Yilin and Qin Tianyang were from the same generation. Yilin was often overshadowed by Qin Tianyang, but now it appeared she had been hiding her true strength. Qin Yang discovered that Yilin was also a fate bearer. However, her method of practicing the way of fortune was on a slightly lower level than his, but still not something Qin Tianyang could rival. Fate bearers enjoyed playing the fool, hiding their abilities and avoiding excessive attention. One reason was the nature of their profession. Fate bearers could plunder fortune, which was disliked by all cultivators of other Daos. Once exposed, they would inevitably face opposition. Unlike Qin Yang, Yilin did not have the protection of the Book of Fate. Moreover, Qin Yang's unique talent allowed him to cultivate multiple Daos simultaneously. Currently, Qin Yang was known as a soul walker, not a fate bearer. Even considering Qin Yang himself, along with some prodigies from Starry Sky Martial Academy, it would be difficult for Qin Tianyang to enter the top 10. Therefore, Qin Yang had never regarded Qin Tianyang as a threat. It was not arrogance, but rather that his current strength and vision allowed him to judge power accurately. If Qin Tianyang heard you say that, he would be furious. Yilin said with a hint of amusement in her eyes. In the past, many compared Xingye to Qin Tianyang, and many favored Xingye over Qin Tianyang, which infuriated Qin Tianyang. To prove he was stronger than Xingye, he specifically sought a battle with him. Guess what happened? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Did Qin Tianyang win? Yilin's eyes showed surprise. He did win, but it was somewhat embarrassing. Both were at the Xiantian realm initially, but Qin Tianyang was overwhelmed. Then he advanced to the Master realm mid-battle. Qin Yang was speechless. He had considered various possibilities, but never expected Qin Tianyang to be so extreme. Breaking through mid-battle, sacrificing everything for the sake of face. For prodigies like them, reaching the Master realm was easy. They suppressed their cultivation to polish their foundations, waiting for the right moment to break through. Qin Tianyang's mid-battle breakthrough clearly disrupted his plans due to the pressure from Xingye. Qin Yang's lips twitched as he recalled some forum rumors. Don't tell me he's been bragging about this ever since. Indeed, there were debates on the forum about Qin Tianyang and Xingye. Most used this battle to claim Qin Tianyang was superior. Initially, Qin Yang doubted it, knowing how strong Xingye was. If Qin Tianyang were truly stronger than Xingye, why had he not secured a hidden dragon slot? The alliance had limited hidden dragon slots, but there was a flexible rule. Those whose talent far exceeded their peers would automatically become hidden dragons. Those slightly lacking had to wait for a current hidden dragon to step down before they could take the spot. For example, Qin Yang, after the 4 clans tournament where he killed the prodigies of 3 clans, immediately obtained the hidden dragon slot. This further convinced Qin Yang that Qin Tianyang's reputation was undeserved. You guessed correctly. Yilin smiled meaningfully. But Qin Tianyang knew he was in the wrong and never claimed to have defeated Xingye. Since the news did not spread to other races, the Holy Spirit clan never bothered to respond. However, in the rankings of prodigies, Qin Tianyang was never highly regarded. Qin Yang was taken aback. This Qin Tianyang was truly lacking. He said disdainfully, "Such a mediocre figure is hailed as the #1 prodigy. It seems the Qin family has no worthy successors. But this has nothing to do with me. Since they have come to me, I will simply crush them." He had never thought highly of them, and now even less so. He had once considered Qin Tianyang a top-tier prodigy, but now he saw him as nothing but hollow. Seeing Qin Yang's confidence, Yilin stopped urging him to be cautious. She knew that Qin Yang was prudent and would not speak without absolute certainty. Although Qin Tianyang is somewhat overrated, he is still a top prodigy. Be careful. Be prepared, or you might fail. After all, this is not just about the two of you, it involves the struggle between the two lineages. If you lose, the Tianyuan lineage will continue to be suppressed. Conversely, if you defeat Qin Tianyang, the Tianyuan lineage can hold its head high and you will quickly integrate into it. This is also a good thing for you. Wherever there are people, there are circles. Although Qin Yang was a disciple of the martial emperor, he was still new to this circle. Many were unfamiliar with him. Without a background, some inevitably rejected him. Though Qin Yang did not care, he was still part of the Tianyuan lineage. To make these people accept him quickly, he needed to help the Tianyuan lineage gain glory. Once they witnessed his strength, they would naturally set aside their reservations and accept him. Qin Yang was indifferent to all this, but he looked at Yilin with curiosity. From your tone, you completely disdain Qin Tianyang. Yet how have you been suppressed by him for so long? In my view, Qin Tianyang should not be your match, right? If you were willing, how could the Tianyuan lineage be suppressed? This was the most puzzling question for Qin Yang. Yilin remained composed, her smile unwavering. The core reason Tianyuan sect is inferior to ancient sect is not Qin Tianyang. It is Luo Huan. Even if I defeated Qin Tianyang, it would not change anything. Instead, it would invite more trouble. It would not alter the overall situation. Rather than waste my time, I let them win. After all, Tianyuan sect is already used to it. Qin Yang was exasperated. No wonder Tianyuan sect could never rise. The leadership was inactive. Yilin continued. I thought you would be like me, but you stirred up such a storm and directly challenged Qin Tianyang. Regardless of the outcome, you will likely face considerable trouble afterward. Qin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Whether this battle happens or not, given my identity and some other matters, ancient sect will never let me go. That is inevitable. It is better to take the initiative rather than be passive. This will reduce some trouble. Unlike Yilin, Qin Yang had offended ancient sect too deeply. He had even tricked the ancient martial emperor, especially the Feng family, who had suffered a great loss. Given their nature, they would surely seek revenge. Thus, he might as well use this opportunity to gain some advantages. Anyway, be careful yourself. I haven't seen Qin Tianyang in a while, he might have improved. Seeing Qin Yang's confidence, she felt reassured and gave a casual reminder. I am undefeated at the same cultivation level. Qin Yang's tone was calm, carrying an undeniable sense of certainty. Inside the spaceship, a spacious hall. Chen Shui and Nangong Wentian were seated around a round table. Nangong Wentian was brewing tea, picking up the teapot and pouring a cup for Chen Shui, his expression composed as he said calmly, my little junior brother really is a restless one. He hasn't even arrived at the school yet, and he's already started a fight. Your Chen family's precious treasure is in for trouble. The battle between Qin Yang and Qin Tianyang spread like wildfire, already reaching every corner of the entire Shinkong Wuda. As the principals of Shinkong Wuda, the two naturally knew about it long ago. They had imagined Qin Yang would have a conflict with the ancient sect. They didn't expect it to happen so soon. The spaceship had just taken off when it targeted Qin Tianyang, the most renowned prodigy of the ancient sect. Chen Shui stretched her body, her white dress covering her graceful figure. Her eyes sparkled with spiritual light, and her lips moved slightly as a cold, clear voice slowly emerged. Qin Yang perfectly matches the style of your Tianyuan sect. Arrogant and shameless. He hasn't even investigated the situation, clearly doesn't know the enemy's depth, and is self-conceited while looking down on everyone. Although this clan member of mine is not as formidable as the rumors outside make him out to be, he is still a top-tier prodigy, having stood at the Grandmaster level for many years. He is not someone Qin Yang can casually match. Qin Yang has only been a Grandmaster for a month. In terms of realm comprehension and control, Qin Yang is definitely no match for Qin Tianyang. Moreover, his ability to slay Xingye back then was merely a stroke of luck. Xingye had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm not long ago and hadn't stabilized his control over the realm. In terms of combat power, Qin Tianyang could also slay the Xingye of that time. Family always supports their own. Besides, this was indeed Chen Shui's opinion. The evaluation was somewhat objective. Qin Yang had broken through to Grandmaster 2 recently. In just a month, he had at most just stabilized his realm, and his realm would not be very high. Far inferior to Qin Tianyang. On the surface, Qin Yang was definitely no match for Qin Tianyang. Nangong Wentian snorted disdainfully and said coldly, luck. Can you really say such a thing? Xingye had just broken through, that's true, but Qin Yang had also just broken through. There's no difference between them. Moreover, Qin Yang's realm was even lower than Xingye's. You should know that back then Qin Tianyang was being suppressed by Xingye. To win against Xingye, he had to forcibly raise his realm, and even then he only barely managed to eke out a slight advantage. Even Xingye was killed by someone from a lower realm. How much do you think Qin Tianyang can win against Qin Yang? You are bound to lose this time. Don't underestimate my little junior brother. Although he has been cultivating for a short time, his combat power is terrifyingly strong. Even my master personally intervened to compete for him. Such a prodigy is far more powerful than me. Moreover, my senior brother also said that the little junior brother is no ordinary person. He is not an opponent on the same level. Nangong Wentian did not know Qin Yang, but he trusted Yi Wuxian and the Tianyuan martial emperor. These two exalted figures had given such high praise. He must be extraordinary. Cultivation is not just about realm. It also depends on the proficiency of divine abilities and secret techniques. This was the thought Qin Shui trusted most and relied on. Qin Yang had been cultivating for only a short time, barely 2 months. What level of proficiency could a high-level divine ability reach in such a short period? There was no need to say more. His high-level divine abilities were definitely not proficient. Qin Tianyang, on the other hand, had already mastered some high-level divine abilities and secret techniques. Nangong Wentian was too lazy to argue, and simply said softly, "Some people break the rules and cannot be measured by common sense. And my little junior brother is exactly that kind of person." Qin Shui frowned, somewhat puzzled. Was Nangong Wentian overconfident? Or did Qin Yang really have some hidden trump card? Time flickered. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment in the Tianyuan galaxy, beside the massive Tianyuan star, a planet orbited around it. This planet was named Shinkong Star, and it was the headquarters of Shinkong Wuda. The entire Shinkong Star was extremely massive, roughly several hundred times the size of Earth. The entire planet resembled Earth, with abundant resources and countless pavilions and palaces scattered within. Inside, a vast square was packed with people. Countless figures gathered, all craning their necks in anticipation, as if waiting for something. In the center of the crowd, Qin Tianyang, dressed in a black robe, his long hair tied up, wore an indifferent expression. He hovered in midair with his eyes closed, as if waiting for something. Everyone's gaze shifted between Qin Tianyang and the sky. They were all waiting for the arrival of the freshman spaceship. In just 10 days, the battle between Qin Tianyang and Qin Yang had already spread throughout the entire Shinkong Wuda. Everyone was waiting for the battle between the two. Meanwhile, the spaceship traversed the void, and inside it, Qin Yang suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, the soul continuously expanded, and the originally magnificent palaces and halls became even more vast, gradually taking on the shadow of the heavenly court, with various palaces appearing faintly. Nether Soul, Formless Soul Palace, Great Completion 0500, Mysterious Silence, Sword Heart, Minor Completion 000, after 10 days combined with previous hard cultivation. Qin Yang advanced both techniques one step further. With the breakthrough of the two techniques, the originally vast embryonic form of the world gradually became clear, and the originally illusory world gradually became substantial. The originally monotonous Tao was now imprinted with two special Taos, the Tao of Destruction and the Tao of the Sword. These two special Taos were reflected with multiple divine glows interweaving, shining brilliantly and unparalleled. I'm still a bit short of becoming a 6th grade soul walker. With the Nether Soul, Formless Soul Palace reaching great completion, I will likely become a 6th grade soul walker. Qin Yang extricated himself from the void cabin and slowly exhaled. Although his realm hadn't broken through, his realm was now more stable. His soul walker skill had advanced further, only a step away from the 6th grade. Almost at the same time, a voice resounded. "We are about to arrive at the school. All students please prepare." We are about to arrive at the school. All students please prepare. After 10 days of traversing the void, the spaceship finally descended upon Shinkong Wuda. Suddenly, countless freshmen extricated themselves from their void cabins, walked out of their rooms, and gathered towards the entrance. In no time, thousands of people had gathered, everyone's face filled with excitement. Shinkong Wuda, the premier university of humanity and the place where countless people leap over the Dragon's Gate. They had heard countless legends, and now they were finally about to arrive. Without any further instructions, the gates swung open with a bang. Qin Yang and Qin Xianqian were the first to walk out through the gates. Passing through the gates, what met their eyes was an azure sky and a huge sun. The sun had a particularly special color with platinum rays cascading down, making the surrounding environment unique. However, compared to these, the gazes of the surrounding crowd were even more intense. Almost at the same time, Qin Tianyang, standing in the center, suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying wave burst forth from his body, stirring up wind and waves that surged like a tide, rushing towards Qin Yang with overwhelming momentum. This was Qin Tianyang's attempt to give him a warning. Humph. Qin Yang remained expressionless, without any movement, just letting out a cold snort. "A mere trick. How dare you show off before me?" A thunderous boom. Overwhelming aura erupted instantly, flooding the entire venue. The formidable pressure sent chills down countless spines, altering the expressions of both freshmen and seasoned students alike as they gazed at Qin Yang. This wave of suppression was too immense, instilling a sense of terror in them all. It felt as if the heavens were collapsing, bearing down on both spirit and flesh with an oppressive weight. Qin Yang stood suspended in midair, his expression calm, his body utterly tranquil, devoid of any extraordinary aura or phenomenon. His eyes were placid yet brimmed with an overwhelming pressure, like a descending deity overlooking the mortal realm, commanding awe in all directions. Crack! The ground around Qin Yang shattered, sending out fine fissures like a spiderweb spreading in all directions. A thunderous roar followed. The ground beneath his feet exploded violently, sending up clouds of dust. Gasps echoed from the onlooking senior students. As the premier human institution, Starry Sky Martial Academy used only top-tier materials. Both the architecture and the ground were crafted from the finest materials. In particular, the plaza floor was made of a special stone found only on certain planets. This material boasted 4th-grade toughness. Ordinary grandmasters could barely leave a mark, let alone shatter the floor with mere pressure. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd toward Qin Yang shifted. This freshman was no ordinary one. He was a fierce dragon, mighty and unstoppable, hard to suppress. No wonder he was accepted as a direct disciple by the War Emperor. This Qin Yang is terrifyingly strong. Didn't they say he only broke through to Grandmaster a month ago? With this cultivation level and pressure, one would think he's a great Grandmaster. Qin Yang is in for a rough time. He's hit a steel wall. The school is about to be turned upside down. An extraordinary young man has arrived from Ancestral Star. The long-dominant ancient sect is about to face the counterattack of Tian Yuan's sect. Pervert. Absolutely perverse. The surrounding students buzzed with discussion, and even some teachers looked at Qin Yang with changed expressions. As the foremost human academy, Starry Sky Martial Academy had everything maxed out. There were many teachers, with the lowest realm being half-step Martial King poised to enter the Martial King realm, and most were already Martial Kings. These beings could be considered at the pinnacle of humanity. At this moment, Qin Yang stepped forward slowly, his pressure surging rapidly. Divine radiance seeped around him, gradually forming a divine halo. Bathed in holy light, he resembled a god descending, bearing supreme, divine might, lofty and overlooking all. His eyes were indifferent, and he looked down at Qin Yang with an extremely arrogant posture. Are you familiar with this stance? Qin Yang's face darkened. How could he not be familiar? This was the favorite posture of Sheng Yi, whose heart was arrogant and who held no one in the world in his eyes. It could be said that Sheng Yi was the epitome of a creature looking down its nose. Back when he fought Sheng Yi had looked down on him in exactly this manner. That arrogant stance had been unbearable for Qin Yang. He had to channel his chi and blood, break through to Grandmaster on the spot, and barely managed to defeat Sheng Yi. Even after he won, Sheng Yi still looked at him with disdain and contempt, as if he were a mere ant in the dust, utterly insignificant. The thought made Qin Yang's chi and blood surge, his face flushing red. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Who doesn't know Sheng Yi's arrogance? What meaning is there in imitating him now, eh? He's nothing but a defeated opponent." The battle between him and Sheng Yi was no secret among the higher-ups. Qin Yang's identity had long been known. Now mimicking Sheng Yi's posture was merely a way to mock him. A defeated opponent. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yang's eyes, and a faint smile curved his lips. He clasped his hands behind his back and said lightly, "In terms of results, you're not wrong. Back then you barely defeated the innate stage Sheng Yi as a Grandmaster, thus forging your reputation as a young Supreme. Today I give you a chance to, as a Grandmaster, slay a great Grandmaster against all odds. Let you become humanity's true prodigy." He paused for a moment, then said calmly, "But you're too weak. If I truly used my great Grandmaster power, you wouldn't even have a chance to strike. I've heard you're a soul walker. Coincidentally, so am I. We are both 5th-rank soul walkers. Today let's settle this as soul walkers. Of course, if you're afraid, you can choose to concede, but you must leave behind the profound soul jade." Just now, with the pressure descending, Qin Yang had already revealed his realm. He was a great Grandmaster. To prevent this guy from shamelessly running away, Qin Yang deliberately exposed himself, using this opportunity to silence the onlookers. After all, in some eyes, a great Grandmaster fighting a Grandmaster was indeed bullying the weak. Of course, Qin Yang's reputation would hardly suffer. He would naturally step on Qin Yang to rise. But he didn't want to let it in there. He intended to crush Qin Yang under his feet, leaving him no room for rebuttal. As expected, the moment those words were spoken, everyone's faces changed. Great Grandmaster. How long had Qin Yang been cultivating? Barely 2 months. 1 month from an ordinary person to Grandmaster, 1 month from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. At this rate, wouldn't he become a Martial King in a few months? Even a War Emperor in a few years? Human history had countless prodigies, but in terms of sheer monstrousness, Qin Yang ranked first. There had been people who reached Grandmaster in a month, but no one had ever gone from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster within a month. Condensing the embryonic form of heaven and earth was an extremely perilous process. Countless Grandmasters had perished in it. Thus, whether prodigies or ordinary people, they were extremely cautious, taking decades or even centuries, with only top-tier geniuses able to accomplish it in a few years. The surrounding atmosphere fell into boundless silence. The students shut their mouths, staring at Qin Yang in shock. They knew he was monstrous, but not to this extent. Damn, he was just a freshman, and he was already a great grandmaster. Starry Sky Martial Academy never lacked prodigies and geniuses. Throw anyone out, and they were a talent. But compared to Qin Yang, these so-called geniuses were nothing. At that moment, freshmen were already disembarking from the spaceships. Among them were Nangong Wentian and Chen Shui. Nangong Wentian wore a satisfied smile, while Chen Shui's face was expressionless, her heart heavy. Now everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Tianyang, burning like torches, subjecting him to intense pressure. At first he had indeed wanted to find an excuse to back off, because he could sense that Qin Yang's pressure was definitely not that of a grandmaster. He had no chance of winning. He had intended to find a reason to end the duel. Little did he expect that Qin Yang would give him no such opportunity. Yet at the same time it was also a chance. Since they were both fifth-rank soul walkers, he had a significant advantage to win. Of course, he also understood that if he lost this time, he would be completely trampled down, never to rise again. But if he retreated, his Dao heart would be damaged, and he would never advance further. Qin Yang's move left him no choice. He could only forge ahead, only choose to fight. Chen Tianyang's mind churned as he lifted his head, his eyes sharp. In terms of realm, I am indeed inferior to you. But as soul walkers clashing, we are as different as clouds and mud. You will pay for your arrogance. You overestimate yourself. An ant is but an ant, gazing at the moon from the bottom of a well, deeming the moon in the well as the entirety of heaven and earth, unaware that all is but a manifestation of ignorance. Qin Yang sneered coldly, his voice icy. I will make you understand the chasm between us. With but a single move I can crush you. As he spoke, a gray divine radiance burst from Qin Yang's eyes. Simultaneously, the palace deep within his sea of consciousness trembled, and the miniature soul abruptly opened its eyes, the divine sword in its hand gleaming with a cold light. The arrogant will pay for their arrogance. Chen Tianyang roared with blazing fury, soul's purgatory. In an instant, an invisible wave radiated outward. A terrifying soul descended with a crash, ethereal and colorless waves gushing forth, forming a peculiar prison behind Chen Tianyang, with himself seated at the center, like the king of hell in the underworld. Countless soul chains extended, countless shackles hurtling toward Qin Yang. Wherever they passed, they suppressed everything. The soul's purgatory, a seventh-rank soul divine ability created by the Nether God Martial Emperor. Its power was infinite, capable of forcibly extracting others' souls, suppressing them deep within the soul, turning them into puppets and slaves. Clatter, clatter. The chains charged forward, nearly touching Qin Yang. A glint of cold light spread, and a sword radiance abruptly appeared, carrying an irresistible sharpness as it burst forth. Heaven-subduing, God-slaying sword. The supreme offensive divine ability of the ethereal soul, formless soul palace, enough to annihilate all things in heaven and earth, to extinguish all souls. This was a terrifying, killing divine ability. Wherever the sword radiance passed, it was invincible. The chains shattered like paper. In an instant, the soul's purgatory around Chen Tianyang was swept clean, bursting apart. The sword radiance, its momentum undiminished, hurtled toward Chen Tianyang. No! Chen Tianyang's face turned pale as he let out an unwilling roar. He could not comprehend nor understand. He had dwelt so long on the path of the soul, and had even been personally taught by the Nether God Martial Emperor. Why was he still no match for Qin Yang? The other had only cultivated for 2 months. On what grounds? In talent and background. He surpassed Qin Yang in every way, far ahead. Just as the sword radiance was about to pierce Chen Tianyang, a sigh echoed out. Chen Shui had somehow appeared before Chen Tianyang, her slender fingers catching the sword radiance and casually releasing it. You win. Chen Shui looked at Qin Yang with a complex expression, her voice low. He is no match for you. As Chen Shui's words fell, the duel between the two was finally settled. It declared Qin Yang's victory and Chen Tianyang's utter defeat. This top prodigy of the Chen family, acclaimed as the second genius of the Nether God sect. Now he was thoroughly defeated. All around silence reigned. Chen Tianyang's face was pale, his eyes vacant, having lost all luster, as if his soul had been erased. Today's defeat was an unimaginable blow to him. He could not accept his failure, especially in such a humiliating manner. Qin Yang had set aside his advantage in realm and matched his own weakness against Chen Tianyang's strength. As both were fifth-rank soul walkers, they should have been close in ability. Yet the result was a crushing victory. Even after deploying countless means, they were still no match for a single sword that rent the air. All his pride was swept away in an instant, ground into dust. No, I didn't lose. He's just a higher realm than me. If we were on the same level, I would surely crush him. Chen Tianyang seemed possessed, his eyes wild, shouting like a madman. Watching his disgraceful display, Chen Shui frowned. Then they vanished from the spot. She could accept Chen Tianyang's loss, but she could not accept his behavior. A sore loser with a fragile mindset. In truth, for cultivators, victory and defeat are common in battle. Even the mighty Nether God Martial Emperor and the Heavenly Origin Martial Emperor had suffered losses. They did not take it to heart. They would simply seek to reclaim their honor next time, their hearts unwavering and indifferent. But Qin Tianyang was different. A single defeat shattered his spirit and collapsed his Tao heart. This was not a good sign. If left unaddressed when he attempted to break through to the martial king realm, the inner demon tribulation and the will of fate would be enough to destroy Qin Tianyang. Simply put, with a mediocre Tao heart, he was destined never to reach the martial king realm. Even if his talent was unparalleled, he could not cross the inner demon tribulation and would ultimately become a puppet of fate, completely taken over. This was not a good thing. As Qin Shui departed, the surrounding crowd immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. He won. I said Qin Tianyang could bully us, but against a prodigy like Qin Yang he's utterly useless. Nether God sect come out, and still praise Qin Tianyang. Still saying Qin Yang stole his hidden dragon slot. With a performance like that, is he even worthy of being a hidden dragon? The higher-ups were wise to know Qin Tianyang wasn't a promising talent. If he truly became a hidden dragon, it would be a disaster for humanity. Nether God sect, why aren't you talking now? Stop barking. Even if we lost this time, the Nether God sect still tramples over you. Indeed, we still have senior brother Luo Huan. Besides, no matter how bad Qin Tianyang is, he's still better than Yilin. Right? If Yilin can be a hidden dragon, why can't Qin Tianyang? Maybe Yilin was hiding her true strength. Whoa, that's actually possible. The crowd buzzed with noise as if in a marketplace. At that moment, a dozen or so people approached. Among them a tall man with delicate features clad in a golden robe wearing a jade crown and a long sword at his waist walked toward Qin Yang like an ancient noble. His face was excited and he extended his hand. Qin Yang, congratulations on defeating Qin Tianyang and restoring the honor of the Heavenly Origin sect. I am Kai Hung, the deputy sect master of the Heavenly Origin sect. As for the sect master, you should know her. She is Yilin, the eldest princess of the Yi family. Speaking of Yilin, Kai Hung was extremely helpless. The sect master has always been indifferent to worldly affairs. I am no match for Luo Huan, and the sect master couldn't be bothered to deal with Qin Tianyang, so the Nether God sect has been arrogant for a long time. Fortunately, you appeared and restored the Heavenly Origin sect's honor. Qin Yang understood the two factions. The so-called Nether God sect and Heavenly Origin sect were like former student councils, just two factions of that sort. They were also the largest factions within Starry Sky Martial University. The two sides often clashed over resources. For a long time, the Heavenly Origin sect had been suppressed, receiving fewer resources than the Nether God sect. This caused the Heavenly Origin sect to become increasingly inferior to the Nether God sect. But after today, the situation would change dramatically. Since Yilin hardly managed affairs, the pressure on Kai Hung was immense. Clearly, Qin Yang's appearance gave Kai Hung hope for the Heavenly Origin sect's revival. Thinking of this, Qin Yang's expression turned peculiar. He looked at Kai Hung with some pity and said softly, "Deputy sect master." Kai Hung's heart sank, and he quickly said, "Qin Yang, don't be like that. You are also a deputy sect master. Oh, just call me by my name." Cough. Kai Hung coughed twice and said softly, "The sect has been weak for a long time. We need to work together to help it prosper." Qin Yang immediately said, "I am devoted to ascetic cultivation and have no time for these matters. In the future, I will have to trouble you with these affairs, Kai Hung." Upon hearing this, Kai Hung's world collapsed. Yet another slacker who washes his hands of everything. Damn it all. Qin Yang, as the personal disciple of the Tianwu martial emperor, the Tianyuan sect, also represents the emperor's prestige. Now that the Tianyuan sect has been suppressed for years, if you don't step forward to uphold justice, the sect will continue to decline and grow weaker. I am not the emperor's disciple, so it's no longer appropriate for me to hold the reins. Kai Hung cursed inwardly, but on the surface he continued to persuade Qin Yang earnestly. He truly did not wish to continue managing the Tianyuan sect anymore. It was a thankless task that brought great pressure. Whenever the two major sects competed for resources, the Tianyuan sect always ended up at a disadvantage. Why? In terms of overall strength, the two sides were evenly matched. But there was one significant difference. Luo Huan, as the top prodigy of the martial academy, often came forward to help the disciples of the ancient sect, strengthening bonds and deepening connections among them, and even stepped in multiple times to support them. The situation on the Tianyuan sect side was different. Yilin often wandered outside, and when she returned to the academy, she only immersed herself in cultivation. She almost never showed up. He was nominally the vice sect master, but in reality, he was the acting sect master. Yet he could not defeat Luo Huan. Now that Qin Yang had emerged, his talent was certainly no less than Luo Huan's. If Qin Yang could be like Luo Huan, their Tianyuan sect would surely overpower the ancient sect. It would also lighten the burden on him, relieving him of so much pressure. Senior Kai, you've been doing well. I won't intervene. Qin Yang laughed it off, refusing to take the bait. Ridiculous, how could he possibly concern himself with such matters? The pressure he bore was beyond what ordinary people could endure. He needed to step into the martial emperor realm within 5 years to escape the schemes of the ancient martial emperor. How could he waste his time here? Qin Yang, consider it. Managing the sect comes with many rewards. Kai Hung lowered his voice. You might even come into contact with foreign races, and perhaps obtain some rare precious materials that are normally impossible to get. Qin Yang said with a smile, Senior Kai, you don't need to say more. I don't need these. Hearing this, Kai Hung was at a loss. This Qin Yang seemed even more indifferent than Yi Lin. In an instant, Kai Hung was utterly defeated and lost his motivation. Since that's the case, I won't force you. If the sect needs your assistance, I hope you can step in a little. After all, the Tianyuan sect represents the face of your Tianyuan lineage. Kai Hung had no way to deal with Qin Yang. Given his profound background, threats were certainly out of the question. He could not force him and could only pray that Qin Yang would lend a hand occasionally. It would also help the Tianyuan sect. If I have time, I may assist. He was not about to take on administrative duties, but if there was real trouble requiring his intervention, he could offer some help. After all, it wouldn't take much time. Of course, he did not commit fully. Only if he had time would he act. All right. Kai Hung breathed a sigh of relief. At least Qin Yang was willing to help. Unlike Yi Lin truly ignored everything. With the matter settled, Qin Yang bid farewell to the others and headed to his residence. Void Mountain. Located at the center of the Starry Sky Martial Academy, the entire mountain was extraordinarily bizarre. Grayish-white gases interwove to form a peculiar mountain. The gases were violent, colliding with each other, and the surrounding space shattered continuously. This was a very special type of gas, somewhat similar to Xinyuan gas, but at a lower level. Such gases could cleanse the marrow, temper the body, and forge the soul. It was immensely beneficial for cultivation. At the same time, Void Mountain connected to the Sea of Laws. Those who stayed here would experience a significant boost in enlightenment and could perceive the essence of laws. Qin Yang's residence was on Void Mountain near the summit. It was closest to the heavens, allowing him to enjoy benefits second only to the very peak. His dwelling was in a special space within Void Mountain created by several top-tier experts. It was woven with multiple arrays that continuously refined the gases of Void Mountain into pure energy, protecting him from erosion by the gases. Void Mountain also offered the best living environment in the Starry Sky Martial Academy. There were only about 20 such residences. Only a few teachers and students could live there. Teachers needed to reach the Martial King realm and have contributions to the academy. For students, the requirements were simpler, such as being the top-ranked student of each grade, or having special talents and contributions. For example, Qin Tianyang was the top student of the second year, and Yi Lin also lived here. Although she was nominally second as a hidden dragon prodigy, she qualified. Qin Yang needed no further explanation. He was both a hidden dragon and the top scorer. His qualifications were fully met. A ripple appeared in the void, and Qin Yang stepped out. So big. Qin Yang looked around, astonished by the sheer size of the residence. The entire area spanned nearly 10,000 acres with towering mountains, dense forests, and a lofty palace standing at the summit. This was far more than just a dormitory. Qin Yang surveyed his surroundings. He was now at the top of the mountain with a majestic palace before him. It seemed to rest on the peak, but actually hovered in the void. The palace was unique, resplendent, with special patterns engraved on its surface, along which faint light flowed, creating a peculiar aura. This was a special array that gathered spiritual energy and tempered the body. The concentration of spiritual energy is indeed excellent. Qin Yang exhaled slowly. The concentration here was far better than on Earth. It also had the effect of cleansing the marrow. Qin Yang estimated that if he hadn't consumed the fruit of diligence from heaven and had cultivated here instead, he might still have become a genius. This place had the special power to turn a waste into a prodigy. When Qin Yang entered, he had learned from the terminal messages. The palace before him was the Panlong Palace, built by a top-tier human martial king of the past. That man was second only to two martial kings in strength, profound in cultivation, and had the potential to become a martial emperor. He was also proficient in 3 special paths: soul formations and alchemy. He was the founding father of human formations and alchemy. The paths and methods he pioneered are still in use today. This is the 4th blessed cave. Does the academy value me so highly? Qin Yang was a little surprised. There were not many blessed caves in Void Mountain, only 25 in total. All blessed caves were marked by sequence numbers. The lower the number, the better the effect. The top 3 were at the summit, once inhabited by 3 martial emperors. They were now occupied by the 3 principals. The 4th blessed cave had been vacant for countless years. Even Luo Huan, hailed as the top prodigy, had not qualified to enter it. He could only reside in the 6th. The 5th was occupied by Yi Lin. And now a freshman like Qin Yang was actually living in the 4th. This was something Qin Yang had never expected, though he was a hidden dragon and the top scorer. In terms of contributions, he did not deserve the 4th position. If the ancient sect learns of this, they will likely cause trouble again. Qin Yang smiled lightly. The 4th sequence being taken by a freshman was almost intolerable for the ancient sect. After all, the 5th sequence had already been taken by Yi Lin. This had already caused great dissatisfaction among the ancient lineage. Rumors had been circulating that Luo Huan wanted to reside in the 4th sequence, because inside lay the soul path left by the former martial king, which would be immensely beneficial to him. At the same time, residing in the 4th sequence would allow him to surpass Yi Lin. However, the academy had never agreed. Now that the 4th sequence had been given to Qin Yang, 2 disciples of the Tianyuan sect were ahead of him. If Luo Huan found out, he would certainly be displeased. As a fellow personal disciple of a martial emperor and stronger than them, why should he fall behind? Luo Huan thought this. Qin Yang did not mind. He glanced around and strode directly into the hall. At the entrance, the great doors of the hall opened automatically. The lights inside the room turned on, illuminating the entire hall with brilliant clarity. The layout of the palace was extremely simple, divided into 5 sections. A spacious and majestic hall, a dedicated alchemy chamber, a dedicated formation chamber, a room connected to the void pod of the Shushan realm, and finally the cultivation chamber. Within the room was a void tempering formation specially designed to refine the external air and convert it into pure void energy. It could not only temper the physical body and enhance cultivation, but also boost enlightenment and insight into the Tao. Among all the rooms, the most important was the exclusive cultivation chamber. The simple distribution of the palace indicated that the person who built it had no interest in amusement. They were a complete cultivation fanatic. Everything was prepared for cultivation. The alchemy chamber. The great door rose, and a colossal pill furnace appeared before Qin Yang. The furnace stood nearly 100 meters tall, cast in bronze with dragon and tiger patterns intertwined, exuding a peculiar aura. A 7th-grade divine weapon. Qin Yang's mouth twitched, slightly marveling at the wealth of Shinkong Wuda. They had placed a 7th-grade divine weapon here to serve as a pill furnace. The configuration of this blessed cave heaven was truly maxed out. Unfortunately, he did not engage in alchemy. Otherwise, using a 7th-grade pill furnace to refine pills would be an absolute delight. After all, for an alchemist, a high-quality pill furnace was the finest divine weapon. It was also an object coveted by countless alchemists. Qin Yang possessed the talent to become an alchemist, but he did not wish to waste too much time. Moreover, as for pills, he could buy whatever he wanted. Beside the enormous furnace stood various shelves resembling those in a pharmacy, with countless empty compartments labeled with names, clearly meant for storing herbs. However, all the shelves were empty, obviously stripped clean. After scanning the area, Qin Yang left the alchemy furnace and proceeded to browse the formation chamber and the void chamber. Finally, he arrived at the cultivation chamber. This was the core of Panlong Hall, the most vital place. The room was exceedingly simple, completely empty except for a single meditation cushion. Above, a complex formation was constantly in motion, with gray gas descending like droplets of water. As the gas fell, it was gradually absorbed by the formation below, transforming into a special crystalline substance. Void crystal. This was an extremely rare heavenly material and earthly treasure. Of high quality, it was a 6th-grade treasure, the best of its kind for cultivating the Tao of space. Qin Yang looked and saw over a dozen void crystals placed on the ground. All of these belonged to him. When the blessed cave heaven was vacant, these crystals seemed insignificant. But once someone took residence, everything here became theirs, including these void crystals. The reason Luo Huan wanted to occupy this place was that the earlier the sequence number, the higher the quality of the void crystals. He had no hope for the top 3, but he had aspirations for the 4th. The 4th and the 6th might seem similar, but the quality gap was enormous. Both being 6th-grade, Qin Yang's unit could sell for 100 on the market, while Luo Huan's could only fetch 20, nearly a 5-fold difference. Beyond that, the energy refined by the formation was also of different quality. Let's try the effect. Qin Yang's mind stirred, and the void crystals on the ground flew into his hand. He then sat cross-legged on the cushion and began to cultivate. Palm Universe. This spatial secret technique was still at the entry level. His understanding of space was not yet profound, and he intended to deepen it. After all, the Tao of space had immense utility. Whether for escaping facing enemies or seeking treasures, it brought tremendous benefits. The main thing was that if cultivated to a high level, one could manipulate space at will. Space is king, time is supreme. As one of the carriers of the entire universe, the power contained within space was unimaginable. Now the Tao of space had already been claimed by the current strongest of the ancient god clan, who was also considered the universe's most powerful being. Back then, multiple martial emperors of the ancient god clan and other races tried to slay this space lord. He used a single move to reduce the entire universe to a lower dimension. It was like 3-dimensional beings being reduced to 2 dimensions. Whether martial emperor or ordinary person, they instantly became ants, easily erased. This space lord with that one move slew 4 martial emperors and earned the title of the strongest. Even to this day, no one dared to provoke this existence. If not for the fact that this being had no interest in ruling the universe and was focused on seeking the path of transcendence in the Goeishu, the ancient god clan would have returned to its peak, and all races would have been subjugated to their rule. If not for this individual, the ancient god clan would have been exterminated long ago. After all, the ancient god clan had many martial emperors, but the myriad races also had no small number, and their experts were not few. Their numbers far exceeded those of the ancient god clan, and their strong members were also numerous. The ancient god clan had once enslaved all beings in the universe, creating a blood debt of hatred. These races had long wanted to wipe out the ancient god clan. But the Space Lord was too powerful. Fearing to injure the Jade, while throwing stones, no one dared to act rashly. Of course, this being was not invincible. After all, there were people he could not kill. One of them was Gu Tianji. The Space Lord's father had died at the hands of Gu Tianji. After attaining the Tao, the Space Lord had been hunting Gu Tianji, but could never find where his true body was hidden. Some speculated that Gu Tianji's true body was likely in the Guishu Sea. Thus rumors arose that the Space Lord remained in the Guishu Sea not to seek transcendence, but to find Gu Tianji's true body. Regardless, the power of the Tao of Space was undeniable. Though the path ahead seemed hopeless, its utility was too great. No one could refuse it. Especially after stepping into the martial king realm, the application of the Tao of Space had many demands. Without proficiency in the Tao of Space, one's strength would be greatly diminished. Cultivation knows no time. Unconsciously, half a day passed in the blink of an eye. At midnight, the familiar mechanical voice resounded. Daily intelligence begins generation. Daily intelligence 1. Luo Huan learned that the fourth sequence blessed cave heaven was occupied by Qin Yang, and his dissatisfaction grew. He then left Shinkong Wuda and went to the Tianan Star region to find Yao Chun of the Wanyao Alliance for a drink, pouring out his grievances. Yao Chun suggested that Luo Huan devise a plan to lure Qin Yang out of Shinkong Wuda, and they would join forces to kill him. Daily intelligence 2. Upon hearing the news, Luo Huan was indeed tempted, but remembering that the ancient martial emperor valued Qin Yang, he still dared not ally, and instead rebuked Yao Chun. Yao Chun countered by telling Luo Huan that if he agreed, the Wanyao Alliance would give him an 8th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. Luo Huan's heart stirred, and he told Yao Chun he needed to think it over. Yao Chun directly said, "As long as you lure Qin Yang out, I can give you the item right now." Luo Huan's mind wavered, and he planned to find Qin Yang to cooperate, swindling Yao Chun's treasure. Daily intelligence 3. Yuan Xing learned from his clansmen that a special relic had emerged in the mechanical divine realm, containing rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, especially a peculiar piece of paper imbued with special power. A special piece of paper. Could it be a fragment of the Book of Fate? The intelligence today is rather intriguing. Luo Huan actually intends to join me in scheming against the 10,000 Demon Alliance. Qin Yang wore a peculiar expression, for the Tianyuan Martial Emperor and the ancient Martial Emperor were at odds. This was no secret. The two sides also favored different races. The ancient Martial Emperor had good relations with the 10,000 Demon Alliance, while the Tianyuan Martial Emperor was on friendly terms with the Saint Spirit clan. Of course, these so-called relationships were all driven by interests. An alliance was beneficial to both parties, but it was far from stable. Because of the ancient Martial Emperor, the ancient lineage had always been close to the 10,000 Demon Alliance. At the same time, he had heard that Luo Huan shared a strong bond with Yao Chun of the 10,000 Demon Alliance. Yao Chun was a top prodigy of the 10,000 Demon Alliance with a status comparable to Luo Huan. His parents were martial kings of the Alliance, and one of the Alliance's martial emperors was his ancestor. Though generations apart, he was still a clan elder. Thus Yao Chun held a high position. In truth, regardless of the race, top-tier prodigies often came from influential backgrounds. The rise of humble origins was historically rare, especially in a race like the 10,000 Demon Alliance, which valued bloodline above all. Without a strong bloodline, it was highly unlikely to become a supreme powerhouse. My relationship with the 10,000 Demon Alliance isn't terrible. Even though I killed a demon prodigy during the college entrance exam, Yao Chun wouldn't go out of his way to kill me over that. To avenge an ordinary prodigy, and thus kill a martial emperor's disciple, offending the martial emperor in the process, that would be a loss outweighing the gain. There are only two reasons that would drive him to take such a risk. One is the irreconcilable conflict between the ancient and Tianyuan lineages. The other is that I've been placed on the Yanluo Hall's S-level list. The S-level list is the primary factor. Though he didn't know who had placed the bounty on him, the rewards from the list were enough to tempt anyone into taking risks. Even a top prodigy like Yao Chun was no exception. But Luo Huan is surprisingly clear-headed. He actually wants to team up with me to trick Yao Chun. This was what Qin Yang found most unexpected. He had assumed Luo Huan would join forces with Yao Chun to ambush him. Who would have thought they would ally instead? Why? Out of consideration for their shared humanity. Qin Yang pondered for a moment and felt that was unlikely. This is somewhat suspicious. I'll have Chun Qianqian do a divination to see. Though the intelligence indicated Luo Huan's intention to cooperate, he still needed to be cautious. Primarily, he wanted to know what rewards he could gain from allying with Luo Huan. That was of utmost importance. Apart from that, there was the fragment of the Heavenly Fate Scroll. He had a vague feeling that this mysterious paper was most likely a fragment of the Heavenly Fate Scroll. If it truly is a fragment of the Heavenly Fate Scroll, then I'll be able to collect 3 fragments, completing a third of the scroll and gaining a new divine power. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. The divine powers of the Heavenly Fate Scroll were beyond doubt. Each one was a supreme ability. Karma and fate allowed him to evade any divine insight or divination. The time dimension was especially unique, enabling him to glimpse the river of time and thus comprehend the time Tao. This power seemed ordinary, but was in fact earth-shattering. The time Tao was the most exceptional. Very few could cultivate it. Even martial kings were unable to touch it. Martial emperors could barely utilize the power of the river of time. They could not interfere with it, let alone control time. Over the long ages, the number of beings who could cultivate the time Tao was minuscule. The position of Lord of Time had long remained vacant. There were rumors that Gu Tianji had mastered dozens of Daos, including the Time Dao. The reason he could not be found by the Lord of Space was that his true god form was hidden within the river of time, a power bound by the rules that even the Lord of Space could not overcome. Whether this was true remained unknown. No one had verified it, nor had they ever witnessed Gu Tianji wielding the power of the Time Dao. It's a pity. I've never found a cultivation technique or divine power for the Time Dao. Qin Yang let out a slow breath. This was his greatest regret. After all, the Time Dao was immensely powerful. If he could cultivate it, he would gain more means and make the embryonic universe within him more complete. A martial emperor once said that the current embryonic universe was incomplete and flawed, even for a martial emperor. The reason was the absence of the Time Dao. If the Time Dao could be infused into it, perhaps one could find a path to transcend the universe and become a true god. I've only been at the school for a few days, and now I have to leave. Qin Yang stretched his body. Even if the mysterious paper wasn't a fragment of the heavenly fate scroll, he would still make the trip. Since the location of the item was already confirmed, he only needed to go there to find out the truth. There was no need for a special search. The item was right there, he just had to walk over. With that thought, he immediately packed up and left. At the same time, karma and fate was activated. Qin Yang's fate was completely obscured. Not even a martial king, let alone a martial emperor, could peer into his true destiny. This meant he could leave unnoticed and no one would know. The mechanical god domain is quite far. It's 30 billion light years away. Checking the distance from Xinkingwu University to the mechanical god domain, Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. That was troublesome. The vast universe was boundless. Though still expanding, the universe was divided into 98 galaxies. The mechanical god domain was a special galaxy occupied by the mechanical god clan, which had been modified by the mechanical martial emperor to merge 6 galaxies into a single unique region. And this place was 30 billion light years away from Qin Yang, meaning it would take 30 billion years to travel at light speed. Fortunately, Xinkingwu University has a thriving transportation system with space jump ships heading to the mechanical god domain. Qin Yang opened his terminal to check the university's flights and found several routes to the mechanical god domain. Although the mechanical god clan was almost entirely ruled by a single martial emperor, the mechanical god domain was not isolated. It maintained extensive exchanges with myriad races, and members of any race could be found there, except the ancient god clan. The ancient god clan was loathed by almost every cosmic race. Yet despite this hatred, they were too powerful to be completely eradicated. Xinkingwu University, though a school, was a unique entity. It also undertook missions, and students sometimes needed to go out for training and seek opportunities. Many students left the university to travel across the cosmos. As a result, the school's space jump ships had connected most galaxies except for a few barren or hostile ones. The mechanical god domain had fairly good relations with humanity, so the passage was open. No, I can't take the school's ship. Qin Yang considered if he took the school's ship, his whereabouts would be exposed. To put it bluntly, he might be ambushed by the ancient martial emperor. After all, boarding a school flight would require registration. Leaving traces would render karma and fate useless. With this thought, Qin Yang found himself in a dilemma. Causality and destiny could evade the heaven's schemes, but leaving Starry Sky Martial University would inevitably leave traces. And traces could be perceived by others. Though few had the authority to check school records, God Martial Emperors or Vice Principal Chen Shui could certainly discover it. Yilin should have a way. With this thought, Qin Yang immediately contacted Yilin. Soon her flawless face appeared before him, smiling as she said, "Little junior brother, what trouble have you encountered?" Qin Yang did not beat around the bush. "Senior sister, you know someone is watching me. I want to ask if there's a way for them not to know I've left the school. At least no records in the school. You're always out and about. You must have experience with this." If anyone had experience, it was Yilin. She had rarely stayed long at Starry Sky Martial University, often wandering outside. "It seems no one told you." Yilin smiled. "Didn't our master give you the Tianxian seal? This was our master's divine weapon imprinted with his aura. With it you can enter and leave Starry Sky Martial University freely without leaving any traces. It's what master gave us to erase our traces and also for our protection. I used to leave the school with the Tianxian seal just like this. Now you can do the same. So simple. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Qin Yang sighed helplessly. "Why didn't anyone tell me?" Yilin twirled a strand of hair with her finger and said with a smile, "I thought master had told you. But it's fine, you know now. Still be careful. Although the Tianxian seal can erase traces, a martial emperor's calculations are extremely formidable. Especially that one who excels in deduction. He can easily pinpoint your location. Even if you leave the school, don't act recklessly alone." Yilin knew Qin Yang was bold and worried he might act rashly, falling into that person's trap. Such people's plans would then collapse. "Don't worry," Qin Yang said. "I won't leave recklessly without sufficient strength. Not to mention that there are countless people outside looking for me. I'm not that foolish." With causality and destiny covering him, Qin Yang was not afraid of being deduced by the God Martial Emperor. Then they chatted for a while before ending the call. Having resolved the entry issue, Qin Yang didn't linger. He immediately left the cave heaven paradise and headed to the airport. Following the procedure, Qin Yang purchased a ticket to mechanical divine domain, deliberately disguising himself as Qin Xianqian. He had also told Qin Xianqian that he needed to leave for a while and asked her to stay in seclusion. Qin Xianqian naturally had no objections. Thanks to the special nature of the Tianqian seal, Qin Yang easily boarded a spaceship and left Starry Sky Marshall University. Though there were space tunnels, the distance was vast, and the journey would take nearly half a month. However, Qin Yang was not rushed. According to intelligence, the secret realm's emergence still had some time. He had enough. On the spaceship, he stayed in his room, cultivating diligently, waiting to arrive at mechanical divine domain. It was almost like when he first came to Starry Sky Marshall University. He hadn't expected to barely settle in before leaving again. All Demon Alliance, All Demon Galaxy, by Zay Tower. A towering jade structure rose straight into the clouds, nearly 10,000 meters high, each floor resplendently decorated. At this moment, on a floor near the top in a spacious and luxurious hall, dozens of unique women were dancing gracefully. In the middle of the room, a handsome man in a blue-white robe drank wine and complained to a sinister-looking man beside him, "Brother Yao Chen, tell me, why can't I Luo Huan live in the sequence for Cave Heaven Paradise?" Yi Lin is understandable. Her ancestor is Yi Wuxian, the trusted personal disciple of that one. But what about Qin Yang? True, he is talented, but he's just a newcomer with no contributions. Why should he be above me? Luo Huan felt aggrieved upon learning that Qin Yang had taken the sequence for Cave Heaven Paradise, so he immediately found his friend Yao Chen to drink and vent his dissatisfaction. The Human Alliance did act unfairly. Brother Luo Huan is exceptionally gifted, unmatched in combat, and is about to step into the Martial King realm. Moreover, you have rendered countless merits for the Human Alliance. Qin Yang is just a freshman. How can he be placed above you? I feel it's unjust for you. Yao Chen's eyes lit up. He had been pondering how to lure Qin Yang out, capture him, and claim the reward from the Yin Luo Hall. Now that Luo Huan had come, he saw an opportunity. Perhaps Luo Huan could draw Qin Yang out. Even if not, he could at least get timely information about Qin Yang's whereabouts. Brother Luo Huan, you can't stay silent any longer. If you keep swallowing your pride, they will only become more aggressive. Next time, it won't just be a matter of a cave heaven paradise. It will be far worse. You should ask your master to intervene, otherwise this problem will be hard to resolve. The higher-ups of the Human Alliance favor Qin Yang so much that they will inevitably neglect you. Yao Chen spoke softly. In my opinion, you should eliminate Qin Yang. Brother Luo Huan, you know that during the 4-clan tournament, Qin Yang killed a close brother of mine. I am deeply connected with that person like a brother. If Brother Luo is willing to cooperate, we can join forces to kill Qin Yang, and I will give you an 8th rank heavenly treasure to help you steadily step into the Martial King realm. Luo Huan was surprised. He had come to vent, not just to complain, but also to take advantage of the situation. He knew Qin Yang was on the special list of Yin Luo Hall, and countless people wanted to deal with him. As for Yao Chen's so-called brother, he didn't believe it. Probably just an excuse. This guy is indeed plotting against me. Although we are irreconcilable with the Heavenly Origin sect, we are ultimately one side. Both my master and the Heavenly Origin Martial Emperor value Qin Yang so highly. If I scheme against Qin Yang, I will surely die. Luo Huan, though disliking Qin Yang, was not foolish. Qin Yang was his master's prey. If anything went wrong, his master would not spare him. Moreover, Luo Huan knew that Yao Chen approached him with ulterior motives. Since he needed resources, he planned to use this chance to get some. Yao Chen was a perfect scapegoat. Brother Yao Chen, Qin Yang's status is not simple after all. If my master finds out, my fate would be unimaginable. Luo Huan shook his head sharply, his eyes filled with fear. The more afraid he appeared, the more excited Yao Chen grew. You don't have to act personally. Oh, just tell me when Qin Yang leaves the school. I'll handle the rest. Luo Huan hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice. That might work, but what about the resources you mentioned? I can give them to you in advance. Yao Chen cursed inwardly. If not for Qin Yang's great value, you wouldn't be bargaining with me. Hearing this, Luo Huan knew the deal was secure. The demon race is still so easy to deceive. Luo Huan felt thoroughly satisfied. Had he ever intended to trap and kill Qin Yang? He never entertained such a thought. He wasn't foolish. Although losing the sequence for Cave Mansion left him quite displeased, it was merely a matter of personal irritation. It wouldn't affect much. Qin Yang was still the reincarnation vessel personally chosen by his own master, who held Qin Yang in high regard. With this connection, Luo Huan dared not make a single move against him. Why? It was simple. Before Qin Yang emerged, the position of the vessel was his own. If anything happened to Qin Yang, he would become the vessel for the ancient martial emperor instead. In fact, Luo Huan wanted Qin Yang to remain unharmed more than anyone else in the world, at least until the ancient martial emperor possessed Qin Yang. Killing Qin Yang would bring him no substantial benefit, just to vent his anger. For a mere 8th rank spiritual object. What a joke. To offend 2 martial emperors over something so trivial. He wasn't tired of living. He couldn't even handle his own master, and now he'd have to offend the Tianyuan martial emperor. Everyone knew that many of the Tianyuan martial emperor's disciples had met with misfortune, and people joked that wanting to die was the prerequisite to becoming his disciple. Yet few knew that those people had all paid the price. Even his master, the ancient martial emperor, was no exception. If he were a prodigy from a foreign race, it would be different. The clan's martial emperor would shield him. But he was human. If he offended the Tianyuan martial emperor, even the ancient martial emperor might not be able to protect him. I wonder who put a bounty on Qin Yang. And they're so generous. This was what Luo Huan found most baffling. Some speculated it was the ancient martial emperor, but Luo Huan knew better. This matter had nothing to do with them. With the ancient martial emperor's methods, why would he need to resort to the Yin Luo Hall's bounty? What a joke. Forget it, I can't be bothered to guess. Anyway, it's good for me. Luo Huan stopped thinking about it. It wouldn't affect him much. After all, it wasn't his money. Moreover, the other party was actually helping him. With this bounty as bait, he could bleed Yao Chen dry. Initially, he had cultivated a good relationship with Yao Chen to extract some resources from him. Who would have thought that guy was also a miser? Every time he hinted that Yao Chen needed an opportunity to raise his cultivation, the man pretended not to understand or hear. But this time with the bounty on Qin Yang, Yao Chen finally took the bait. Qin Yang probably won't refuse me. Thinking about swindling a batch of resources from Yao Chen filled Luo Huan with delight. As for whether it would affect their relationship, that was overthinking. Their close ties were born of mutual interests. The grand scheme was never something they could control. It always depended on the martial emperors. Besides, even if Yao Chen was cheated, he could only swallow his pride. After all, it was his own greed. This wouldn't affect the overall situation between the two sides. Luo Huan also planned to hide in the Star Sky Martial University after swindling the reward and only reappear once he reached the Martial King realm. After all, his destiny was almost ready. After pondering for a moment, Luo Huan began to contact Qin Yang. With his status, obtaining Qin Yang's contact information was no trouble. A few minutes later, the virtual projection opened. Qin Yang's handsome face appeared before Luo Huan, his gaze profound, a gentle smile on his face, and his voice calm and soft. "Senior Luo, may I ask what you need from me?" Qin Yang knew what the other was thinking, so he feigned confusion and doubt with a hint of wariness. Ahem. Luo Huan coughed twice, not bothering with pleasantries, and went straight to the point. "Qin Yang, I have a big deal here that won't let you lose out." "Not interested." "Hey, don't hang up. This won't harm you." Seeing Qin Yang about to leave, Luo Huan quickly stopped him, speaking with a plaintive tone. "Although your two factions are irreconcilable, we are both human after all. I am your senior, how could I set you up?" The Feng family thought the same at first. Luo Huan. Good heavens, you're putting yourself in their shoes. Thinking about it, the Feng family really had it rough. They lost two special heavenly treasures, and all they could do was swallow their anger, too afraid to speak out. As for compensation, naturally there was none. I almost forgot. Luo Huan's mouth twitched. You swindled the Feng family back then. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. You know you're now on the S-rank bounty list of the Yin Luo Hall. I have a good relationship with Yao Chen of the 10,000 Demon Alliance. That guy wants to claim the bounty and specifically sought my cooperation. As long as I can lure you out of the Star Sky Martial University and into the 10,000 Demon Alliance, he'll give me an 8th rank heavenly treasure. At this point, Luo Huan put on a righteous and indignant expression. But you know, since we are both human and of the same race, how could I harm a fellow clansman for personal gain? So I've decided to have you act as bait. Once I get the resources, you can just run away. Then even if Yao Chen is furious, he can't say anything. Luo Huan understood too well. That guy was extremely stingy, like a white-headed eagle that never moves without seeing meat. He claimed he would give the reward in advance, but in reality, he would only hand it over once Qin Yang appeared. So he needed Qin Yang to put on a show. By informing Qin Yang in advance, Qin Yang could leave at the first opportunity. And after Luo Huan secured the resources, Yao Chen couldn't blame him. After all, he had agreed to Yao Chen's terms without guaranteeing 100% success in capturing Qin Yang. He was merely providing an opportunity. If Yao Chen failed, it was his own problem. The plan was well thought out. Qin Yang was speechless. Luo Huan's approach carried no risk at all. He fulfilled his promise to Yao Chen, but if Yao Chen couldn't catch Qin Yang, it was because Yao Chen lacked ability. But Qin Yang would not only have to act as bait, he would also have to bear the brunt of Yao Chen's wrath. Senior Luo, you've certainly calculated well. Qin Yang sneered coldly. You do nothing, and you can lie back and collect an 8th rank spiritual object, while I have to take risks and face Yao Chen's targeting and pursuit. Besides, the resource is just a single 8th rank spiritual object. The two of us don't even know how to split it. I take all the danger, and you still get the bigger share of the reward. Are you taking me for a fool? Qin Yang did have the intention to cooperate, but only if he occupied the largest portion of the benefits. He wasn't about to exhaust himself and end up with less than Luo Huan. This was neither fair nor reasonable. Junior Qin, don't be hasty. Luo Huan beamed with a fawning smile. We can exchange values and split it 50-50 based on the value of the spiritual object. I'll give you a sufficient share of the value. But your contribution is indeed great. How about a 70-30 split? You get 70, I get 30. As long as I get the spiritual object, I'll compensate you with enough value. What do you think of that? A 70-30 split. Luo Huan was giving up some of his profits. I want the 8th rank spiritual object. How could Qin Yang agree? How precious was an 8th rank spiritual object? Such things were rare, even in the entire universe. As for the so-called compensation, it couldn't compare to an 8th rank spiritual object. Such a big appetite. Luo Huan's face immediately darkened. Luo Huan's face darkened. Qin Yang's appetite was too vast, leaving nothing for him. Junior, your appetite is truly excessive. A flash of anger appeared on Luo Huan's face as he suddenly slapped the air, producing a booming sound. I organized this gathering. I was willing to yield 20% of the benefits, yet you want to devour everything. This is too much. He had anticipated Qin Yang, making exorbitant demands, but not a gaping maw that left him not even a drop of broth. Seeing Luo Huan's fury, Qin Yang smiled, instead speaking cheerfully. Senior, your words are too harsh. You personally set up this gathering to offer warmth to me, your junior. How could I as a junior be so ungrateful? So I've decided on a 50-50 split. Give me the 8th grade spirit object, and I'll compensate you with the equivalent value of the other half. In this world, the most valuable item was the 8th grade spirit object. Such a treasure was rare and could not be sought on demand. Its intrinsic value far surpassed any agreed-upon worth. For a normal 8th grade spirit object, even trading it for 7 times its value in other resources would not equal it. In this way, I won't let you suffer a loss. It's rare to find someone as generous as me. I even considered refusing your goodwill, but I've specially conceded 20%. I hope you won't be ungrateful. No, I hope you can appreciate the sincerity of your junior. Sincerity, my foot. He was swallowing everything whole, leaving not even a drop of soup. Senior, please think carefully. If you refuse, you'll lose the chance to earn extra resources. Qin Yang's smile carried a deeper meaning. If I disagree, you'll never have a chance at this so-called 8th grade spirit object. But if you agree, you'll gain resources of equal value. This is something ordinary people can only dream of. After all, I'm the one bearing the risk in crisis. And you don't have to do anything. Though the words were blunt, the logic was sound. Luo Huan had no retort. From the current situation, Qin Yang was indeed offering a 20% share. But compared to the 8th grade spirit object, those things meant nothing. Luo Huan seethed inwardly. This Qin Yang's appetite was truly monstrous. Yet he couldn't refuse. After all, he was not far from the martial king realm and needed resources to help him break through. Any resources were hard to come by. It was difficult to reject such a cooperative deal. I agree. The 8th grade spirit object is yours, but you must give me equivalent value, at least 7th grade. Don't fob me off with a bunch of 4th or 5th grade items. Luo Huan was truly helpless. The leverage was not in his hands. Qin Yang could refuse at any time, but he could not. Senior, you're judging a gentleman's heart with a petty man's mind. Would I be that kind of person? Qin Yang's expression showed displeasure. What did he mean? He, a disciple of a martial emperor, would never stoop to such vile deeds. Though the thought had indeed crossed his mind. Hearing this, Luo Huan sneered. I am a gentleman, and you are a petty man. Don't bother denying it. Your Tianyuan lineage is notorious for being shameless. Qin Yang immediately retorted, their shamelessness has nothing to do with me. You're all the same. Luo Huan didn't mind contradicting him. Seeing this, Qin Yang stopped arguing. One day you'll understand. I am different from those people. As if he had only just joined the Tianyuan lineage after all. If you're ready, you can notify me. I'll be waiting for your contact. Not getting the 8th grade spirit object was a pity, but acquiring some 7th grade items was still worthwhile. Let's wait a month before discussing it. Qin Yang said nonchalantly. If I go out now, Yao Chun isn't stupid. He'll see through our collusion. Then he certainly won't fall for it. Besides, given the relationship between us, the quicker we act, the worse it'll be. After a month, I'll find an excuse to go out. Luo Huan nodded, agreeing with Qin Yang's reasoning. It was indeed not the right time to execute the plan. If he were in Yao Chen's shoes, seeing Qin Yang lured out in just one day would easily arouse suspicion of a trap. I'll wait for your reply. With that, Luo Huan immediately ended the video call. The Tianyuan lineage is as greedy as ever. Luo Huan slowly exhaled, his expression shifting as he muttered coldly, but this 8th grade spirit object will ultimately be mine. No one can take it away. That's right. Luo Huan intended to take it all for himself. Who would willingly give up an 8th grade spirit object when their relationship was so strained? If he could monopolize it, that was his own skill. And he had already decided to have the senior brother intervene, ensuring he could secure the spoils. On the other side, Qin Yang was also pondering. He didn't believe Luo Huan would truly hand over the item. There would surely be tricks and schemes. I'll have the senior brother and second senior brother handle it. Qin Yang had already formulated a countermeasure. If Luo Huan dared to swindle Yao Chun, he would have no qualms about swindling him. He had to be prepared. Naturally, Yi Wuxian and Qin Xuanji would not refuse. Moreover, being able to scheme against the ancient sect was a badge of honor for the Tianyuan sect. They would certainly agree. M8-star domain within the mechanical divine domain. This was a rather special region, one of the 3 core territories of the mechanical divine domain. After 10 days of void travel, the spaceship finally landed at the airport of M8-star domain. As Qin Yang stepped off the ship, a most peculiar sight greeted his eyes. Robots were everywhere, looking as lifelike as real humans, vivid and agile. The mechanical clan were not traditional robots, but bionic beings. Externally almost identical to humans, yet forged from special materials. They had become a new race similar to humans in many aspects. To some extent, they were even smarter than humans. The mechanical clan was also highly diverse with humanoid androids alongside other mechanical forms resembling myriad races. This place certainly fits the stereotypical image of a mechanical world. Qin Yang swept his gaze around. Towering mechanical buildings dotted the landscape with all kinds of passages crisscrossing the city. Brilliant lights shimmered, yet the overall architecture was gray-white, exuding simplicity and a sense of technology. It perfectly matched the futuristic imagination. At the center of the city stood a towering robot, a unique mecha that dominated the entire urban space. This mecha was not an inanimate object, but a living entity. In fact, the entire city seemed to have been built around this mecha, which was the top powerhouse of the city, a mecha at the Grandmaster level. Truly sci-fi. Although Qin Yang had seen countless magnificent structures, the mechanical future city before him still filled him with awe. But he only glanced at it casually. Compared to this, the fragment of the Heavenly Fate book was far more important. Based on the location indicated by the item, the secret realm should be in the N9 star system. Qin Yang glanced at the map and confirmed the site of the secret realm. This location was not far. According to the direction, it lay to the south of the M8 star domain, but the distance was still considerable. Having determined the position, Qin Yang did not stay in the city. He immediately proceeded to another airport and boarded a spaceship bound for the N9 star system. Although technology had advanced greatly and special void tunnels existed that could span countless light years, the pressure of transit was immense. Unless one had reached the Martial King realm, it was nearly impossible to endure. Therefore, those below the Martial King realm had no choice but to rely on spaceships to traverse the void. As for those at the Martial King realm, they hardly needed such means at all. Upon entering the Martial King realm, one essentially gained the ability to skillfully manipulate the great Tao of space. They might not possess the power to pierce through the heavens, but traversing the void became merely an ordinary capability. Of course, it was not impossible to construct void tunnels capable of withstanding physical passage. However, the cost required was extraordinarily exorbitant and thus rarely acceptable. Over time, living beings continued to rely on spaceships, for their prices remained affordable. To illustrate, a spaceship ticket cost merely 100 credits, whereas crossing the void physically through a tunnel demanded 10,000. Moreover, the safety of such tunnels paled in comparison. Fewer chose this option, meaning builders could not profit, so naturally everyone opted for the former rather than the latter. Qin Yang stepped aboard the spaceship with ease, following the orderly procedures awaiting departure for the N9 star system. Unlike the previous vessel, this one was smaller and lacked private cabins. It somewhat resembled the economy class of his past life, with everyone crammed together. Fortunately, the space was ample enough that even accommodating tens of thousands of beings left roomy passages. The ship was compact and Spartan, devoid of seats. Passengers chose their own positions. Sitting on the floor, standing, or even lying down were all acceptable. This spaceship is truly shabby. Qin Yang could not help but mutter. It was the poorest vessel he had ever ridden, a vast difference from the earlier ones. After returning, I must acquire a better spaceship. From now on, whenever I travel, a spaceship will be indispensable. Due to the rush, Qin Yang had not had time to select one. If he owned a spaceship, he would not board public transport. Instead, he would pilot it himself, departing from the planet directly toward his destination. He knew he would need to travel frequently in the future, so securing a fine vessel was essential. For those below the Martial King realm, a spaceship was as essential as a vehicle necessary for journeys across the cosmos. Before long, the cabin filled with passengers. As the doors sealed shut, the entire ship shuddered. A wave of pressure washed over them, soon gradually subsiding. This signaled that the spaceship had entered the void tunnel. With the engines fully activated, the cabin immediately grew lively. Discussions flowed endlessly. The beings aboard were of vastly diverse origins, myriad races converging together. Since this was within the mechanical divine domain, mechanical tribes predominated. The mechanical tribes were bizarre and varied. Some resembled humans, while others were like beasts, towering and radiating peculiar auras. Still others appeared akin to mecha armor. Those of such forms generally held higher status among the divine mechanical clans. Aside from the mechanical divine tribes, Qin Yang had also encountered various other races. The Holy Spirit tribe, the Titan tribe, the Golden Crow tribe, and more. The only race absent was the Ancient God tribe. Their absence was expected. The Ancient Gods and the mechanical divine clan were mortal enemies. Should any Ancient God dare appear, the mechanical martial emperor would inevitably descend upon them. In truth, among all tribes, none harbored greater hatred than that held by the mechanical divine clan, even toward the Ancient God tribe, the very beings who had created them. This secret realm is no ordinary place. It is said to originate from an Ancient God tribe elder of the remote ancient era, a being of formidable strength and elevated status, seemingly connected to Gu Tianji. That connection is merely superficial. This ancient god cultivator followed the great Tao of destiny. Legend has it his cultivation depth surpassed that of Gu Tianji himself. The reason for his death was that he posed a threat to Gu Tianji's future, prompting Gu Tianji's father to strike him down personally. But this ancient god was extraordinarily gifted. Foreseeing the attack and knowing there was no escape, he banished his inner universe into the void. Inside lies the inheritance of this ancient god along with some rare treasures. I heard there are fragments of the heavenly fortune book. I know about that. Gu Tianji killed him for two reasons. First, the ancient god was on the verge of achieving Tao realization. Once he succeeded, Gu Tianji would lose all opportunity forever. Second, he had already calculated his own fallback, leaving Gu Tianji with no way forward. Some have already obtained special treasures inside. A 6th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. What remarkable luck. All around whispers and debates swirled endlessly regarding the ruins. Unlike other worlds, ruins within the cosmos were exceedingly rare, and those containing valuable items were rarer still. This was because secret realms in the cosmos arose only under two specific conditions. One was born of natural formation, nurtured and incubated by the cosmos itself. The other occurred when a martial king perished, their inner universe vanished, eventually merging entirely to form a unique void world. Whenever a secret realm emerged, it inevitably attracted numerous beings. Each time battles erupted fiercely, claiming countless lives. Yet still many pressed forward without regret. Approximately half an hour later, the spaceship came to a sudden halt and multiple hatches opened. Instantly, a dark expanse unfolded before them, faint glimmers of light flickering intermittently. Almost simultaneously, the beings within the cabin surged forward, eager to seize the advantage. Qin Yang, however, felt no rush and simply followed the crowd. Qin Yang stepped out effortlessly and surveyed his surroundings, immediately catching sight of a remarkable sight. Within the pitch-black darkness above, faint light cascaded downward like an aurora, carrying a unique energy and oppressive pressure. Beneath that dim radiance, a colossal black hole spiraled in the void, devouring everything around it like a predator lurking in wait. The secret realm. In an instant, countless beings flooded toward it, racing toward the black hole, terrified of falling behind and missing out on treasures. Their thoughts were understandable. This secret realm had already surfaced for a week, and pioneers had extracted abundant treasures and resources from within. Gazing at the black hole, Qin Yang paused briefly before moving toward it. He could sense that what he sought lay within the secret realm. Just as Qin Yang prepared to enter, several figures descended around the black hole's perimeter, their overwhelming pressure radiating outward. To enter, each must provide 1 4th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. Due to the vast diversity of races across the cosmos, currency has collapsed. In many cases, trading is conducted through heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In simple terms, it is barter. The moment the entry fee of a 4th grade treasure was announced, the assembled beings erupted in outrage. The secret realm had already been thoroughly plundered. All that remained were scraps and leftovers, precious items long since exhausted, leaving behind worthless debris. Most had come merely to test their luck with no intention of paying. Now that an entrance fee was demanded, many found it unbearable. Immediately, a chorus of curses and complaints erupted. The secret realm isn't yours to claim. Why should we pay an entrance fee? A mere grandmaster dares to block us. Do you take us for weaklings? The mechanical god clan hasn't said a word, yet you dare to stand in our way. The crowd erupted in curses. The audacity of the creatures blocking the path was too great. Relying on their status as grandmasters, they thought themselves invincible. The crowd's curses were not without reason. This was the territory of the mechanical god clan. If they had been the ones blocking the way, the crowd would have had no choice but to comply. But these creatures were not from the mechanical god clan. They seemed to belong to different races. There were 4 in total, 1 Titan and the other 3 from the Myriad Demons Alliance. Soon a member of the mechanical god clan stepped forward, his voice filled with fury as his aura surged. He fixed his gaze on the roadblockers. This is the territory of the mechanical god clan, not a place for the Myriad Demons Alliance and the Titan race to run wild. The mechanical god clan were not merely robots. They possessed independent thought, almost indistinguishable from ordinary beings. They had their own emotions and their own reasoning. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as the core remained intact, these robots could resurrect directly. Upon seeing a mechanical god clan member, a Titan immediately made way. The mechanical god clan may pass freely. And we have the city lord's orders. We can intercept any being we wish. Seeing the other party yield, the robot snorted coldly, said nothing more, and charged straight in. Seeing this, Qin Yang paid no heed and simply flew over. When Qin Yang attempted to force his way through, the Titan's eyes blazed with fury, and he immediately blocked Qin Yang's path. The mechanical god clan was one thing, but a mere human dared to defy their orders. The Titan charged with overwhelming force, its blood energy surging, and a peculiar aura faintly emanated from it. Die! A cold gleam flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and a pure, terrifying spiritual wave surged forth. With a bang, the Titan's eyes instantly lost their light, its body suspended in midair. With just a single glance, a Titan Grandmaster was struck dead. It had no chance or opportunity to struggle. The entire process lasted barely a second. Damn human, how dare you lay a hand on us? Seeing the Titan instantly slain, the remaining 3 Grandmasters of the Myriad Demons Alliance could no longer contain themselves. If they did not deal with Qin Yang, they would surely fail to stop the crowd behind him. Once they lost their deterrent power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar. One of the myriad demons' alliance grandmasters bellowed, transforming into a towering bear. Its gray-white body stood tall in the cosmos, its dark gray eyes exuding a terrifying pressure and power. Hum. An invisible wave spread out. Heavenly Spirit Bear. A special race unlike other bear species, it excelled in physical prowess, but the Heavenly Spirit Bear was also born with a powerful soul possessing an advantage ordinary beings lacked. Humph. Qin Yang snorted coldly, his entire being trembling slightly, and the wave exploded on contact. Without pausing, Qin Yang's eyes glinted with sharp light, and a terrifying pressure burst forth. In an instant, the black bear collapsed. A human dares to act recklessly here. Another creature of the myriad demons' alliance roared in fury. One might have thought this was the territory of the myriad demons' alliance. Qin Yang paused for a moment, and the other party also halted. Then, a strand of sword light unfurled like a cascading galaxy, dazzling and radiant. In the next moment, this myriad demons' alliance grandmaster followed suit, meeting his end. The remaining myriad demons' alliance member fared no better. Many creatures charged recklessly. With only her left, she could not hold them back. As Qin Yang resolved the threat, the remaining myriad demons' alliance members were besieged and killed. The four grandmasters' attempt to block this crowd was far too arrogant and naive. Even if they had the Mechanical God Clan's password, so what? Those who deserved to die would still be killed. After all, the Mechanical God Clan would not stand up for them. Qin Yang killed 3 in a row and charged straight into the black hole. With the 4 completely slain, the surroundings gradually grew livelier. Who is this human? 3 grandmasters crushed like ants. Not sure, maybe a human prodigy. Those 4 were bold indeed. Even without this human, they couldn't have stopped us with their methods. One had to admit those 4 were truly audacious. They thought that with the Mechanical God Clan's password, they could seize the entrance. Who knew the crowd wouldn't give them a chance? A boundless desert stretched before his eyes, the golden sand dazzling like gold. There was no sign of life, not even a single plant. After entering, Qin Yang scanned the area and confirmed no one was nearby. He immediately sensed the Celestial Fate Scroll. Instantly, the Celestial Fate Scroll seemed to awaken, trembling with excitement. So it really is a fragment of the Celestial Fate Scroll. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. He had only vaguely suspected that the mysterious paper was a fragment of the Celestial Fate Scroll. In truth, he had prepared himself for failure. Who knew that after entering the Celestial Fate Scroll would respond? This meant there was a fragment of the Celestial Fate Scroll inside. Now, with the guidance of the Celestial Fate Scroll, he no longer needed the intelligence system. The intelligence system had provided little help, failing to clearly indicate where the fragment was. Fortunately, with the Celestial Fate Scroll, he could locate the positions and auras of the other fragments. It could also clearly determine his location. According to the guidance of the Celestial Fate Scroll, Qin Yang soared across the sky. Before long, he stopped before a majestic palace. Before him stood a peculiar palace towering nearly 300 meters high. Unlike ordinary palaces, this one was built from some kind of stone material. In front of the palace stood a massive stone tablet, inscribed with characters. Qin Yang deciphered some of them, and it seemed this place indeed belonged to the ancient God Clan. The meaning of the text on the tablet was simple. It cursed the ancient heavenly mechanism and informed outsiders that the entire world contained nearly 1,000 stone tablets, each offering a different reward. Among them, its inheritance was hidden within these stone tablets. To obtain the rewards, one had to search for each tablet one by one. Qin Yang paid no heed and shattered the entire stone tablet with a single punch. Almost instantly, a special piece of paper emerged. A fragment of the Celestial Fate Scroll. The third fragment. Leave the item behind. You have no right to take our clan's possession. Just as Qin Yang was about to seize the paper and refine it, a deep voice rang out. Hearing this, Qin Yang glanced over and saw a creature of the Mechanical God Clan. It was extraordinary, clad in layers of armor towering like a small mountain. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter a Mechanical God Clan member here. Qin Yang stowed the paper away and said with a smile, "This place belongs to the secret realm, not under the jurisdiction of the Mechanical God Clan. Everything here is wild and ownerless, and you have no authority. Moreover, you are no match for me. The secret realm has emerged within our divine domain, and all treasures within belong to our clan. No one may lay a finger on them." The Mechanical God Clan's Grandmaster spoke with an icy, emotionless tone. "I acknowledge your human origins and your amicable ties with our clan. Hand over the artifact, and you may leave safely. Otherwise, you will remain here as a corpse." As the words fell, the Mechanical God Clan member's body erupted with azure streams of light, revealing intricate patterns etched within. His form began to transform, and the steel wings upon his back unfurled, scattering feathers that blazed with blue flames, each one resembling a razor-sharp divine sword. Moreover, his already towering figure grew even more colossal, nearly 1,000 meters in height, like a giant god, overlooking Qin Yang. The once imposing robot had instantly transformed into a being of such stature. His form was majestic, radiating oppressive might. Universe in the palm. Qin Yang's eyes flickered. He pushed his hands forward, and a colossal palm materialized in the sky, expanding into a hand that blotted out the heavens. Gray light flowed through the palm, and an invisible ripple spread out instantly, solidifying the surrounding void. In the blink of an eye, the space was compressed. The majestic, imposing mecha was caught in Qin Yang's grip like the monkey trapped under the five elements mountain, unable to escape. Qin Yang gave the opponent no chance to react. With a gentle squeeze of his hand, the entire mecha collapsed, instantly shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the heavens and earth. Universe in the palm. A spatial technique capable of compressing space, reducing any living being within it to a mere object in the hand, lowering their dimension and rendering them powerless until they are slain. This Grandmaster of the Mechanical God clan was by no means weak. Unfortunately, he had encountered Qin Yang. With the spatial technique unleashed and the enemy caught off guard, he was utterly reduced to a mere object in the palm. Easily slain. A Grandmaster at the initial entry stage dares to act insolently before me. Qin Yang sneered as he gazed at the scattered fragments. The opponent was not weak, but he was far inferior to Qin Yang. After slaying this Grandmaster of the Mechanical God clan, Qin Yang did not linger and promptly left the secret realm. To him, the secret realm no longer held much value. After all, he had already obtained the best prize, a fragment of the Heavenly Fate book. That was precisely the treasure he sought. Of course, the secret realm surely contained other extremely precious items, but what they were remained unknown. Yet Qin Yang could not be bothered. He had acquired what he desired. Now he only wished to leave the secret realm, merge the fragment of the Heavenly Fate book, and see what divine ability it would unlock. Without any hindrance, Qin Yang easily left the secret realm. Subsequently, he rented a room in a nearby city and sat down. He was not worried about the Mechanical God clan seeking revenge for the causal fate, was severed. His karma no longer existed, and the heavenly mechanism was obscured. Even a martial emperor's divination would fail to locate him. This fellow does have some luck, but not much. Qin Yang had gained some fortune upon slaying the Grandmaster. Yet the fortune was minuscule, offering little enhancement to his own. If measured numerically, the fortune was merely around 10, far too meager. It felt even less than that of an ordinary person. Could it be that the Mechanical God clan is not favored by fortune? Qin Yang found it puzzling. The opponent was a Grandmaster. By realm, his fortune should not have been so scant. Could the rumors be true? A thought crossed Qin Yang's mind. There had always been whispers that the fortune of the Mechanical God clan was entirely concentrated on the Mechanical Emperor, making him the wealthiest among all martial emperors. In fact, many martial emperors lacking in fortune would seek out the Mechanical Emperor to purchase it. He was the sole merchant of fortune. The Mechanical Emperor held a unique position, and most major powers were reluctant to offend him. Fortunately, the Mechanical Emperor was also highly intelligent, refraining from excessive interference. Thus, the Mechanical God clan maintained excellent relations with all races. After all, fortune was too crucial. No martial emperor could afford to ignore it. No wonder they say every member of the Mechanical God clan is a mere avatar of the Mechanical Emperor. A strange look crossed Qin Yang's eyes. These automatons were also living beings, albeit born differently, yet still a part of the cosmos. Normally, they were like humans, able to comprehend the great Tao and bear fortune. Yet now their fortune was nearly depleted. This meant that the Mechanical Emperor had devoured the fortune of the entire race, leaving them with nothing. In essence, he had swallowed his own kin whole. Simultaneously, he had turned every other automaton into his own avatar, possessing the entire clan. How terrifying. Good thing I am not a being of the Mechanical God clan. Qin Yang shuddered at the thought. The Mechanical Emperor's methods would render him immensely powerful, but also stifle the growth of future generations, making it nearly impossible for a second martial emperor to emerge. After all, every member of the Mechanical God clan was merely consumable material. In the room, Qin Yang produced a fragment of the Heavenly Fate book. The Heavenly Fate book within his mind trembled, and almost simultaneously the fragment merged into his body. As the fragments converged, the Heavenly Fate book quivered, emitting streams of peculiar energy. The entire tree of fate was bathed in a golden radiance, gradually undergoing transformation. With 3 fragments fused, the Heavenly Fate book is slowly being restored. Qin Yang perceived all this, and ecstasy surged within him. The Heavenly Fate book's origins were mysterious. It was said to be a 9th rank divine weapon, but in truth, it must be something else entirely. It did not possess the overwhelming might of a 9th rank divine weapon. Normally, even the most inferior 9th rank divine weapon would be inscribed with the Tao and its power, possessing formidable combat capability. Yet the Heavenly Fate book was incomplete. Now, with 3 fragments found, it was beginning to change. If all 9 fragments were gathered, it would surely restore its divine power. Almost simultaneously, a piece of information flowed into Qin Yang's mind. This was the divine ability unlocked by the newly obtained fragment soul throne. All sentient beings in the universe are rooted in the soul, drawing energy from the myriad paths of the cosmos to grow. If the soul is forged into a throne, it can overawe all beings, mastering the depths and power of the soul. In simple terms, the soul throne could intimidate souls and even manipulate them. This meant that with sufficient power one could directly control another, forcing them into complete submission. This was an extremely fearsome secret art, one that could even lead directly to the path of a martial emperor. It offered direct mastery over the soul Tao. The effects are decent, but its upper limit is locked. Qin Yang carefully sensed the soul throne. Its utility was indeed considerable. It not only granted multiple soul-related abilities, but also possessed immense intrinsic power. Once the soul throne was forged, it could overawe all directions. Seated upon the throne, one became the soul king, commanding the souls of heaven and earth. What a pity! Qin Yang exhaled. This divine ability might seem unremarkable from its description, but in truth, it was extraordinarily powerful. Mastering the soul throne could amplify one's soul tenfold, rendering one immune to any soul attack, while also intimidating and controlling opponents. But this path had already been severed. The current master of the soul Tao was the Yin spirit martial emperor. This mysterious, human martial emperor had completely blocked the progress of soul cultivators. This divine ability is not bad either. Worth every penny. Qin Yang exhaled, his heart filled with surprise. With this divine ability, Qin Yang was destined to be invincible within the same realm. Any cultivator of the soul path would become his vassal at the same level, instantly suppressed. Even those a single realm above would find it difficult to exert their full strength. I wonder what special abilities the Destiny Book will gain after its evolution. Although the Destiny Book was incomplete, it was still a mysterious artifact. Now that he had gathered 3 fragments, the Destiny Book began to evolve. There must be some remarkable changes. About half an hour later, the Destiny Book in his mind stopped transforming, and the peculiar luster and aura gradually faded away. The Destiny Book had indeed changed. However, on the surface, there was no significant difference. It was merely a little thicker. Qin Yang eagerly probed the Destiny Book. Immediately, a special message surged into his mind. Time leaps. Qin Yang was startled. After its evolution, the Destiny Book did have an extraordinary change. Not only did it possess the power of a 9th-grade divine weapon, but it also gained a unique ability. Time leap. The fragmented Destiny Book now allowed Qin Yang to directly perform a time leap. However, this time leap was unpredictable and irreversible, unless he became the Lord of Time. Moreover, this leap could only go forward into the future, never backward into the past. This is a life-saving divine ability. The time leap seemed simple and unremarkable, but in truth its power was far from weak. It was definitely a top-tier trump card. Whenever he encountered an unbeatable foe, Qin Yang would not have to wait for death. He could directly execute a time leap, completely leaving the current era and arriving in the future. This ability allowed Qin Yang to evade any trump card of powerful enemies. As long as he could not win, he could simply leave and secure a path to survival. Even a martial emperor could not stop him. This one point alone was enough to drive anyone mad. After all, a martial emperor was invincible in this universe. Without an opponent of the same realm, any living being before them was but an ant. Now with the time leap, Qin Yang was completely unafraid of a martial emperor and could leave at will. As Qin Yang was pondering, a new day arrived. Almost simultaneously, the daily intelligence came. Daily intelligence is being generated. Daily Intelligence 1. On August 10th, Yao Yuan discovered a special jade stone deep within the secret realm. Sealed inside was a unique body. Even after countless years, it still radiated a pressure that shook heaven and earth, its face lifelike. Yao Yuan immediately contacted the 10,000 Demon Alliance, but unexpectedly someone nearby accidentally triggered the opening. Yao Yuan killed that person on the spot, but the news spread, attracting experts from all major forces to gather here. Daily Intelligence 2. The experts of the 10,000 Demon Alliance converged on the secret realm. Just as they were about to move the Jade Stone, the Mechanical God clan arrived. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides, and the shockwaves completely destroyed the Jade Stone. Within the stone erupted a terrifying aura, and everyone realized it contained the scourge of an ancient god. Daily Intelligence 3. The ancient god scourge was extremely powerful, once a martial king. It immediately devoured the experts of both clans. Not satisfied, it began a massacre inside the secret realm, causing countless casualties among the living beings within. The emergence of the ancient god scourge also drove countless experts from all races into a frenzy. It was actually the ancient god scourge. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. He knew there were good things in the secret realm, but he hadn't expected something so extraordinary. The ancient god scourge originated from the ancient god race, and was a very peculiar existence. The ancient god race were all celestial mandates, but the scourge was special, born from the extreme resentment and hatred of the ancient gods. Its aura was sinister, capable of destroying everything, yet it was also a material for a special pill, extremely rare and precious. At the same time, the ancient god scourge was the dream of martial kings. If one could absorb it, they would surely increase their power, and might even have a chance to break through the martial king realm and attain godhood. In that case, it seemed he had to stay. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. The ancient god scourge was no ordinary thing. It was a supreme tonic for martial kings. If he could refine it, all aspects of his abilities would improve. He might even have a chance to step into a higher realm. This treasure was extremely precious, unavailable on the market. Once it appeared, it would inevitably spark a fierce struggle among countless people. Moreover, the ancient god scourge had not been seen for many years, over 10,000 years. It's not surprising that the demon race and the mechanical god clan are fighting. Among these three pieces of intelligence, the most valuable was the ancient god scourge. As for the conflict between the mechanical god clan and the 10,000 demon alliance, it was nothing major. After all, treasure hunting has always been like this. Not only between different factions, but even blood brothers would turn against each other. I have to get my hands on this. Originally, Qin Yang had planned to leave. But upon hearing about the ancient god scourge, he immediately abandoned that idea and turned back toward the secret realm. No kidding, this was the ancient god scourge, a treasure that drove even martial kings mad. Qin Yang also knew that if the news leaked, it would surely attract many martial kings. When that time came, Qin Yang would have no chance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Huan sat in his cave dwelling, and Yao Chen's video call came through. Brother Luo, any news of Qin Yang? Since they parted last time, Yao Chen hadn't contacted Luo Huan. Not yet. Luo Huan cursed softly. That guy is a cultivation maniac. Ever since entering the academy, he's been in seclusion and never showed up. This was one of the few times Luo Huan didn't lie to Yao Chen. The information he had received indicated that Qin Yang was indeed in seclusion. Moreover, since he began cultivating, Qin Yang had been notorious for his seclusion. Hearing this, Yao Chen was not surprised. He also had Qin Yang's file on his end. It all described Qin Yang's intense dedication and hard work. Brother Luo, when do you think Qin Yang will come out? Not sure. Luo Huan shook his head, feeling quite puzzled. Yao Chen seemed overly concerned. This was not like Yao Chen's usual style. From this, it seemed that the person behind Yao Chen was extremely urgent, which was why he kept pushing Yao Chen. Something was off, too urgent. If you can give me the treasure, I'll immediately find someone to force Qin Yang out of seclusion and make him leave the academy. Luo Huan grew wary. He felt that Yao Chen was also trying to set him up. The target might not be just Qin Yang. He himself could be a target as well. As long as you can lure Qin Yang out, I can give you the treasure immediately. Yao Chen's eyelids twitched, a fake smile on his lips. Then there's no other way. We can only keep waiting. Luo Huan shrugged and said in a low voice, if it's really not possible, you could create a grand secret realm that would surely attract Qin Yang to go. Hearing this, Yao Chen thought for a moment and said quietly, as far as I know, a special secret realm has been unearthed in the mechanical god domain. It seems to be the legacy cave of an ancient god race expert with many treasures inside. I heard there is even the ancient god scourge. Brother Luo knows what the ancient god scourge means. Whether there really was an ancient god scourge, Yao Chen didn't know. He said this only to use the opportunity to lure Qin Yang there. Luo Huan was in a dilemma. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that he couldn't contact Qin Yang now. Since Qin Yang announced his seclusion, he had completely disappeared. The moment the communication terminal's light and shadow dissipated, Luo Huan withdrew the indifference from his face. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the desk, his thoughts racing at lightning speed. The message just delivered by Yao Chen stirred layers of doubt within his heart. He could not bring himself to trust Yao Chen. The ancient god Sin. That was a legendary treasure existing only in myths, far surpassing the value of ordinary treasures, truly priceless. If such a divine object showed even the slightest sign of emergence, the demon clan would immediately seal off all news, tightly guard the entrance to the secret realm, and strive to secure the treasure within the clan. After all, this item could stir the nerves of the entire demon clan's higher echelons, and even reshape the power structure of the race. How could they possibly allow the news to leak out and let external forces catch wind of it? Moreover, the allure of the ancient god's sin was far more lethal than the bounty on Qin Yang's head. Luo Huan's eyes darkened, and he muttered to himself, does Yao Chen take us for fools? This thing is clearly a fake. The real ancient god Sin would drive all martial kings insane. Its value and attributes are unmatched, the ultimate hard currency. No one can resist it except those who have transcended, like martial emperors. Luo Huan knew that this was undoubtedly bait deliberately set by Yao Chen to lure Qin Yang out of the school. But the bait was too obvious. Anyone with a shred of common sense would not fall for it. Yet thinking about his collaboration with Qin Yang to swindle Yao Chen, he decided otherwise. Whether the so-called ancient god Sin was real or not did not matter. As long as Qin Yang was willing to come out and Yao Chen was willing to hand over the treasure, that was enough. With his mind made up, Luo Huan hesitated no longer. With a thought, he immediately opened his terminal to contact Qin Yang. On the other side, Qin Yang was contemplating his next moves when suddenly a video call from Luo Huan appeared before him. After a moment of deliberation, Qin Yang answered the call. As light and shadow shifted, Luo Huan's figure appeared clearly on the terminal screen. Without any superfluous expression, he cut straight to the point. Qin Yang, Yao Chen just sent me a message saying that a special secret realm has appeared within the Jixia divine realm containing many rare treasures. The core of it is the ancient god Sin. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Huan added with undoubtable certainty, but I'm sure this is false information. The ancient god Sin has been lost for 10,000 years, and even martial kings crave it desperately. If it were truly discovered whether the demon clan or any other power, they would only keep the news tightly sealed, never spreading it widely. On the other side of the screen, Qin Yang's eyes flickered with surprise. How did Yao Qin know about the ancient god Sin? Thinking of today's intelligence, this meant the demon clan had already found the ancient god Sin. Perhaps they were not certain whether it was the ancient god Sin, so they passed the message to Yao Qin. Yao Qin, indifferent, used it as a lure for him. Now the demon clan was gathering forces to silently take away the ancient god Sin, but their plan was exposed and detected by the mechanical god clan. The two sides erupted in fierce battle within the secret realm. The commotion was so great that it shattered the seal of the ancient god Sin, allowing the divine treasure to see the light of day once more, and the news leaked out. The ancient god Sin was of utmost importance. The ancient god clan was originally the incarnation of destiny, the embodiment of the great Tao, the purest essence of the Tao in the universe. A normal martial king could refine the ancient god clan or destiny to enhance their cultivation. The ancient god Sin was even more special. Due to extraordinary circumstances, resentment and fury intertwined, causing the ancient god clan to mutate. Their souls became more violent, imbued with unique auras and Tao rhythms. As a result, the effect of the ancient god's Sin was more than triple that of ordinary destiny. Of course, the ancient god Sin was a fusion of resentment normally impossible to refine. It required various heavenly treasures and earthly jewels to be refined into a special Tao pill from which the most efficient effects could be extracted. This Tao pill had a remarkably heaven-defying effect. It could greatly enhance the comprehension of the Tao's layers, enough to elevate any martial king by one level, even forcibly push them into the ranks of half-step martial emperors. It was for this reason that the ancient god Sin drove all martial kings in the world mad. Upon learning that news of the ancient god Sin had already spread, Qin Yang's eyes gleamed with sharp light, and he made a decision in an instant. He looked at Luo Huan on the screen and said in a calm yet commanding tone, "I am now in the Jixia divine realm. Tell Yao Qin that I have left the school, and tell him to bring the treasure over. You should understand what I mean by this." Luo Huan was stunned at first, his face filled with disbelief, then ecstasy swept across his entire countenance. Qin Yang's words clearly meant he had agreed to set up the trap. This meant that the treasure Yao Qin carried with him would surely be swindled today. Good. I'll reply to him right away. Luo Huan suppressed his excitement, quickly agreed, afraid that Qin Yang might change his mind, and then hastily ended the call. Could the ancient god's Sin be real? There was no doubt. Luo Huan was also an intelligent man. Seeing that Qin Yang was already in the Jixia divine realm and had immediately agreed to the matter, it meant that the ancient god Sin was most likely real. As for how Qin Yang had obtained the information, Luo Huan had no idea. But recalling that Qin Yang's beloved was a destiny cultivator with her abilities, she might have glimpsed a thread of fate. At this thought, he paused his intention to contact Yao Qin. No, I must also strive for the ancient god Sin. Luo Huan's expression shifted. An 8th grade spiritual treasure was certainly valuable, but it was far inferior to the ancient god Sin. After all, the ancient god Sin could help a top-tier martial king achieve perfection in their Tao. Such a terrifying effect would drive countless powerful beings across the universe mad. Luo Huan was no exception. Even if the Tao was not suited to him, the value of the ancient god's Sin was unimaginable. Luo Huan had no intention of seizing the ancient god's Sin for himself, as he was only a grandmaster. The ancient god's Sin was of little use to him. Moreover, his family background was not strong, and he lacked the qualifications to forcibly claim it. But the ancient sect behind him was different. If he used this information to contact the ancient sect's experts, he could obtain substantial rewards. Even if he could not compete for the treasure, as long as the information was true, he could gain a great deal of rewards from the ancient sect. The moment the communication was cut off, the calm on Qin Yang's face disappeared, replaced by a cold, strategic smile. He was not just planning to swindle Yao Qin's treasure, he had no intention of missing out on a divine treasure like the ancient god Sin. Who would have thought I'd be given such a great gift? Luo Huan laughed heartily, a handsome face beaming with joy. With this information, he had completed all preparations to step into the martial king realm. It was enough to make multiple martial kings of the ancient sect act on his behalf, to hunt down a destiny of sufficiently high rank. His fingers slid across the terminal again, this time dialing Nangong Wentian's communication. Since the opportunity was right before him, he would have it both ways, swallowing Yao Qin's treasure and claiming the ancient god Sin. Children make choices, adults take it all. The communication connected swiftly, and on the screen emerged Nangong Wentian's tall and upright figure, clad in a green robe that fluttered in the wind, his brow carrying a hint of arrogance. "Qin Yang, did you stir up some trouble that you suddenly contacted me?" Nangong Wentian spoke first, his tone laced with a touch of mockery. "Indeed, there is something, and you will certainly find it intriguing. Even, you won't have a reason to refuse." Qin Yang revealed a gentle smile laden with meaning. Nangong Wentian grew interested. "Tell me about it." Qin Yang wasted no words and roughly explained the matter. "The ancient god Sin." Nangong Wentian shuddered at the words, abruptly rising from his seat, a blazing light of excitement igniting in his eyes. That was the supreme treasure he had dreamed of. If he could obtain it, breaking through his current bottleneck would be within reach. He immediately spoke, his tone urgent, telling Qin Yang that he would set off for the mechanical divine realm at once, unwilling to delay a single moment. Qin Yang, however, raised a hand to interrupt him, his tone calm. You coming alone is not enough. Nangong Wentian's face was filled with confusion, his brows furrowed. Not enough. After all, he was a powerhouse at the War King realm, with exceptional combat prowess, more than capable of dealing with the myriad demon alliance. How could it be insufficient? It seems you underestimate your junior brother. Those War Kings of the myriad demon alliance. I could take them down with one punch each, Nangong Wentian said, his tone carrying a hint of defiance. Qin Yang explained slowly, noting that this time, the myriad demon alliance was not the only party coveting the ancient god Sin. The mechanical divine clan had also learned of the news, and both sides would likely engage in a deadly battle for the treasure, leading to utter chaos. Then he went on to mention that he was joining forces with Luo Huan, planning to take advantage of the situation to trap Yao Chen, his tone playful. We are facing quite a few powerful enemies. You alone might not be able to hold the line. It would be best to have the grand senior brother oversee things, ensuring absolute success. Qin Yang said. This struggle over the ancient god Sin was no trivial matter, involving two great clans and a mix of various forces. Relying solely on Nangong Wentian, the situation could not be controlled. After hearing this, Nangong Wentian's doubts completely dissipated, and he offered no rebuttal. The urgency on his face gradually faded, replaced by a somber seriousness. You're right. I was too impatient, he said with a wry smile, inwardly grateful for Qin Yang's timely reminder. This murky water is indeed not easy to navigate. He understood Qin Yang's reasoning and immediately nodded in agreement, then turned to gather his forces. On the other side, Luo Huan, after ending his communication with Qin Yang, promptly called Chen Shui, his voice still tinged with residual excitement. He recounted everything about the emergence of the ancient god Sin and his alliance with Qin Yang to deceive Yao Chen, holding nothing back. After hearing this, Chen Shui spoke with a grave tone, saying she needed to immediately notify other War King powerhouses to gather more strength. The ancient god Sin is too precious. Neither the myriad demon alliance nor the mechanical divine clan will let it go. With just the few of us, we have no chance of seizing it from them. Chen Shui's voice came through the terminal steady and composed. Only by gathering more top-tier combat forces could they have a chance to claim a share in this chaotic situation, or even take the ancient god Sin. We are determined to obtain this thing. No matter the cost, we must get our hands on it, Chen Shui declared firmly, her eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Luo Huan agreed, deeply nodding in assent, but inwardly grumbled, easy to say. When the fight actually breaks out, who knows who will end up with it? While all parties were busily preparing, Luo Huan had already contacted Yao Chen, deliberately feigning that Qin Yang was tempted. Yao Chen, Qin Yang has been swayed by the news of the ancient god Sin. I am accompanying him to the mechanical divine realm, Luo Huan said, his tone flat, but laced with inducement. At the same time, he reminded Yao Chen to prepare the celestial treasures. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen was ecstatic, his eyes narrowing into slits as he laughed, no suspicion in his mind as he readily agreed, rest assured. The treasures are already prepared, I will not disappoint you. He was eager for Qin Yang to show up as soon as possible. Capturing him would make an 8th grade celestial treasure well worth it. After ending the call, Yao Chen felt a surge of exhilaration, pacing back and forth in the room, the joy in his eyes almost overflowing. Ha ha ha. Qin Yang, you've finally taken the bait. Yao Chen laughed loudly, his tone dripping with triumph. He never expected that a fabricated false message would actually lure Qin Yang in. After all, Qin Yang's bounty in the Yama Hall was top tier. Capturing him would greatly increase his chances of stepping into the War King realm, and even elevate the level of his destiny upon reaching that realm. Moreover, Yao Chen himself still did not believe that the secret realm held the true ancient god Sin, assuming it was merely some ordinary rare treasure. Once I capture Qin Yang, I'll check the secret realm. If there's anything useful, I'll take it all. This time I've hit the jackpot. Yao Chen schemed, inwardly grinning from ear to ear. Before long, Yi Wuxian arrived, guided by Nangong Wentian, clad in black, exuding a chilling aura. Both were top-tier experts. Concealing their auras, they advanced stealthily, crossing the void and silently entering the secret realm. Then together they infiltrated deep into the realm, following the trace of Qin Yang's presence, and successfully rendezvoused with him. How's the situation? Yi Wuxian asked calmly, walking over to Qin Yang. They should be making their move soon, Qin Yang replied softly. Meanwhile, Luo Huan and Chen Shui met with Yao Chen as arranged. Luo Huan approached with feigned familiarity, informing Yao Chen of Qin Yang's exact location, then shifted the topic to demand the previously agreed-upon treasure. I've told you where he is. What you do with him is your affair. I've done my part, so it's time to settle the account. A flicker of wariness passed through Yao Chen's eyes. He immediately sent men to verify the location, wary of a trap. Moments later, his subordinates returned and reported that they had indeed detected Qin Yang's aura with no other ambushes nearby. Yao Chen's doubts vanished completely. He readily took an 8th grade celestial treasure from his storage ring and handed it to Luo Huan. Take it. As long as we capture Qin Yang, there will be plenty of rewards for you. Luo Huan accepted the treasure and stowed it in his ring, muttering inwardly, "This fellow keeps his word better than some others." Just as Yao Chun ordered his men to surround the area and capture Qin Yang, a jarring mechanical roar suddenly erupted, shaking the entire secret realm. Countless mechanical warriors gleaming with metallic luster burst through the secret realm's barrier, surging in like a tide. At their head, the mechanical divine clan commander wore an icy gaze, exuding a formidable aura. "Myriad Demon Alliance, how dare you covet the treasures of my mechanical divine clan? Today none of you shall escape." The commander's voice was cold and piercing, laden with murderous intent. Yao Chen's face changed drastically. How did the mechanical divine clan get here? Hidden in the shadows, Qin Yang and the other two observed the unfolding situation, a cold smirk curling at the corners of their mouths. "The real show has officially begun," Qin Yang murmured, his eyes gleaming with calculated brilliance. Thus a monumental battle over the ancient god sin commenced. The oppressive aura of AI Ku, the martial king of the mechanical god clan, descended like a mountain, his icy metallic presence enveloping the entire scene, nearly solidifying the air within the secret realm. From the 10,000 Demon Alliance, a figure immediately strode forth, tall and imposing, his aura as vast as an abyss, standing firm in the sky as he locked gazes with AI Ku. This man was Yao Yuan, a martial king of the 10,000 Demon Alliance. His demonic energy surged wildly, golden red flames of aura shooting into the sky as he glared at AI Ku, his voice thundering like lightning. "AI Ku, your mechanical god clan has overreached far too much. This secret realm was originally masterless, and by ancient custom it belongs to whoever finds it first. What right do you have to block us here today?" Yao Yuan's eyes blazed with fury as the phantom of a three-legged golden crow loomed behind him, radiating an inviolable majesty. Standing at the forefront of the mechanical warriors, AI Ku's metal-forged face remained expressionless, his voice as cold as tempered steel. "This secret realm was born within the territory of the mechanical god domain. According to the laws of the realm, everything within it belongs to the mechanical god clan." He pointed at Yao Yuan and the demon clan members under his command, his tone brooking no argument. "If you know what's good for you, hand over everything you obtained in the secret realm immediately. I will spare your lives and let you leave. If you remain obstinate, don't blame us for being ruthless. We will annihilate every last one of you here, turning you to ashes." As AI Ku finished speaking, his mechanical core began to rotate, and violent energy started to gather, ready to strike at any moment. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with disdain and mockery. "You think you're worthy to negotiate with me? When my demon clan sets its sights on something, no living being in this world can touch a single hair of it, let alone a martial king of the mechanical god clan. Even if the ancient god clan themselves descended, they could not take it from me." Yao Yuan's words were arrogant, his demonic energy surging even more fiercely, forcing AI Ku's oppressive aura to retreat slightly. "Since you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink the penalty." AI Ku, who had little patience to begin with, was utterly enraged by Yao Yuan's words and abandoned all pretense of civility. His aura instantly multiplied several-fold, his terrifying energy climbing wildly, causing the entire space of the secret realm to twist and tremble. "Blazing inferno." AI Ku roared, his hands forming seals as endless dark red flames erupted from his mechanical body. The flames surged forth like a tsunami, blazing through the sky and earth. The searing heat scorched the surrounding space, causing it to sizzle and even crack with fine fissures. Massive energy waves radiated outward, throwing the entire secret realm into violent turmoil. Rock walls crumbled, rubble scattered, and the realm seemed on the verge of collapse. Yao Yuan's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of shock and fury in his eyes. This AI Ku actually strikes without warning, leaving no room for negotiation. He had expected more heated arguments, but AI Ku's decisiveness caught him off guard. With a furious roar, Yao Yuan unleashed his demonic energy without reservation. A gigantic phantom of a three-legged golden crow materialized above his head, its wings spreading to blot out the sky. Golden red flames blazed on its feathers, radiating an aura that could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. Samadhi, true fire, the innate divine ability of the three-legged golden crow. Yao Yuan waved his hands, and the golden crow phantom above let out a clear cry, spewing pure Samadhi, true fire from its beak. The Samadhi, true fire, coalesced in the air into a dragon shape, hurtling toward AI Ku's blazing inferno, with a whistling wind scorching and distorting the space along its path. Boom! The two supreme divine abilities collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept across the entire scene. Golden red and dark red flames intertwined, devouring and crushing each other. The enormous ripple spread like a nuclear explosion, pushing the secret realm to the brink of total collapse. The other creatures in the secret realm were terrified beyond measure. Abandoning thoughts of treasure, they scattered in all directions, desperate to escape this perilous place. Are they insane? These two martial kings are trying to drag everyone down with them. Damn AI Ku and Yao Yuan, willing to throw away their lives over treasure, and dragging us into the mess. Many lower-level cultivators, while fleeing in panic, cursed the two battling figures in the sky, their voices filled with resentment and fear. In the sky, AI Ku and Yao Yuan exchanged blows, fiercely locked in a stalemate. Amid their intense combat, they did not forget to hurl insults at each other. Yao Yuan, your demon clan trespassed into the mechanical god domain's secret realm and stole treasures. Today you will pay the price. AI Ku hurled a massive flame fist at Yao Yuan, his voice brimming with fury. Yao Yuan sidestepped the attack while manipulating the Samadhi True Fire to counter, sneering, "Bullshit. The secret realm is masterless and treasures belong to those with virtue. It's your mechanical god clan that's domineering and greedy, trying to monopolize everything. And you have the nerve to shift the blame. I think you've lived too long. Today I'll act in heaven's stead and annihilate you, this remnant of the demon clan." AI Ku roared, his attacks growing more ferocious. His mechanical body operated at full power, unleashing countless flame blades toward Yao Yuan. You dare to speak of acting in heaven's stead?" Yao Yuan retorted, refusing to back down. The three-legged golden crow phantom flapped its wings, sending down a cascade of golden-red fire feathers that collided with the flame blades, generating even more violent energy fluctuations. Meanwhile, Qin Shui, hidden in the shadows, saw the two martial kings locked in fierce battle in the secret realm on the verge of collapse. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes, cold and ruthless. "Now, make your move," Qin Shui shouted, charging first toward Yao Chun and his demon clan members. Her martial king aura erupted, her target clear. Luo Huan followed closely, immediately launching an assault on the demon clan, clearly intending to seize the treasure from Yao Chun amid the chaos. Seeing this, Yao Chun was livid, pointing at Luo Huan and Qin Shui as he roared, "Are you mad? We're allies. Are you out of your minds? Breaking off our bond over a mere treasure?" Yao Chun bellowed, his heart filled with rage and regret, cursing himself for ever trusting Luo Huan's words. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out. A figure cloaked in black robes stepped forward before the 10,000 Demon Alliance, his gaze deep and voice icy. "Humans are indeed untrustworthy, shameless enough to abandon all dignity for a sliver of profit." Qin Shui heard this, a meaningful cold smile curling at her lips as she replied casually, "An ordinary treasure. If it were truly ordinary, why would it require two martial kings, Yao Yuan and AI Ku, to personally escort it?" Her voice was not loud, but it carried clearly across the entire scene, especially reaching AI Ku's ears, causing him to pause. AI Ku immediately halted his attack and turned to Yao Yuan, who was still engaged, demanding angrily, "Yao Yuan, what exactly did you obtain in the secret realm that warrants two martial kings personally escorting it?" Yao Yuan's heart skipped a beat, cursing Qin Shui inwardly. "That bitch. She's deliberately sowing discord to ruin my plans." He naturally refused to tell the truth. If AI Ku learned that the treasure was the ancient god's relic, the mechanical god clan would spare no effort to seize it, making the situation even more difficult. "It's just an ordinary rare treasure, nothing of great value, not worth mentioning." Yao Yuan forced himself to remain calm, speaking in a flat tone, trying to bluff his way through. AI Ku, being astute, was not about to believe Yao Yuan's lies. A flicker of suspicion and coldness crossed his eyes. "An ordinary treasure? Do you think I'll believe that?" He immediately ignored Yao Yuan and contacted the nearby martial kings. This was the mechanical god domain, and the mechanical god clan's network was far too advanced. In an instant, he could reach the mechanical god clan. Soon the other mechanical god kings would arrive. He had figured it out. The 10,000 Demon Alliance had definitely obtained something valuable in the secret realm. Something priceless enough to warrant the personal involvement of two martial kings. Just then a figure darted out from the shadows like a phantom, moving at extreme speed, heading straight for Yao Yuan. "It's Nangong Wentian," someone exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer. Nangong Wentian's spiritual energy surged violently, his attack precise and ruthless, aiming directly for the divine storage artifact at Yao Yuan's waist. Clearly premeditated. Caught off guard while locked in a standoff with AI Ku, Yao Yuan was successfully robbed by Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian snatched Yao Yuan's divine storage artifact and quickly retreated, returning to the side of Qin Yang and Yi Wuxian, his movements fluid and seamless. Yao Yuan looked down, realizing his divine storage artifact was gone, and his eyes turned bloodshot. No longer caring to hide anything, he roared to the entire scene. "Give me back the divine storage artifact. It contains the ancient god's relic." The words, "ancient god's relic," struck like thunder across the battlefield. The chaos and fleeing came to an abrupt halt as everyone froze, their faces filled with disbelief and blazing greed. AI Ku shuddered, a strange glint flickering in his icy gaze as he fixed his eyes on Nangong Wentian. No wonder the 10,000 Demon Alliance dispatched two martial kings as escorts. It's the ancient god's relic. The black-robed demon king's gaze turned icy as he swept his eyes over Nangong Wentian and Qin Shui. "How did you learn that we obtained the ancient god's relic?" He was no fool. Now that Qin Shui and Nangong Wentian had arrived one after another, if they hadn't received advance information, they wouldn't have converged here at the same time. Someone must have leaked the news. Hearing this, Yao Qin's body trembled violently. He genuinely hadn't known about the ancient god's relic. After all, Yao Yuan had only told him it was a possibility, likely not the real thing. That was why he used this information to lure Qin Yang out of seclusion. Who would have thought it was true? Yao Qin panicked instantly. If this came to light, Yao Yuan would definitely skin him alive. Luo Huan's heart jolted, and he muttered to himself, so the news was true after all. Chen Shui's pupils contracted slightly, her expression neither surprised nor pleased. Now that the item had fallen into Nangong Wentian's hands, retrieving it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, they were rivals, and even though they were of the same clan, she could hardly feel happy about it. In fact, she felt somewhat displeased. She had thought her preparations were thorough, but it turned out that the Tianyuan sect had been even more prepared. Nangong Wentian quickly approached Qin Yang, clutching the divine storage artifact tightly, and lowered his voice to say, "There is indeed an ancient divine corpse inside. Whether it is the spawn of the ancient god is uncertain, but the probability is high." Qin Yang smiled faintly upon hearing this. It was definitely the spawn of the ancient god. The daily intelligence had confirmed it. However, Qin Yang also understood that the spawn was sealed and could not be identified for the time being. It was understandable that Nangong Wentian could not be certain. On the other side, Yao Yuan, seeing the divine storage artifact snatched away, ground his teeth in fury. Demonic energy surged around him, and his eyes were filled with malice. But when he caught sight of Chen Shui and her group watching menacingly and saw the condensed aura around Nangong Wentian, he lost his confidence. He knew that relying on himself and his subordinates, he could not compete with the human alliance. Both Nangong Wentian and Chen Shui were stronger than the two demon kings. One was already a challenge, let alone two. After a moment's thought, Yao Yuan turned to the AI, Ku beside him, his tone grave, and proactively proposed an alliance. AI Ku, now that the spawn of the ancient god has been taken by outsiders, rather than fighting among ourselves, let us join forces temporarily to retrieve the treasure before settling our differences. AI Ku immediately nodded. Now that the item had fallen into human hands, and with the two vice principals of Starry Sky Martial Arts University present, he alone could not stop them. Alliance with the 10,000 Demon Alliance was the best option. It would reduce resistance and make it easier to seize the spawn of the ancient god. The two powerful races instantly formed an alliance. AI Ku stepped forward, his mechanical pupils fixed on Nangong Wentian, his tone icy and forceful. "Hand over the spawn of the ancient god." Nangong Wentian remained calm and replied with a smile, "Once something falls into my hands, there is no reason to give it back. Want it? Dream on. You have no right to refuse." AI Ku's mechanical energy surged again. "This is the mechanical divine domain, where we control everything. You will hand it over whether you like it or not." No sooner had the words been spoken than three distinct special auras suddenly spread from the depths of the mechanical divine domain, enveloping the entire scene. Immediately after, three unique phenomena crashed down: golden light, thunder, and metallic luster interweaving, causing the energy of heaven and earth to become chaotic. Boom! Three loud sounds rang out as three massive mechas broke through the clouds, charging out and landing steadily beside AI Ku. The mechas were forged from special alloys exuding an icy aura of slaughter. The mecha in the center was particularly terrifying, its oppressive presence weighing on everyone's hearts. "It's the top mecha king of the mechanical divine clan, Emu." Someone recognized the mecha's pilot and exclaimed in shock. Emu slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Nangong Wentian, his voice calm, yet carrying an irresistible authority. "Hand over the spawn of the ancient god, and I will spare your life." Nangong Wentian looked up, showing no fear, and replied flatly, "Unless the martial emperor of the mechanical divine clan comes in person, it is absolutely impossible." Emu's voice carried a hint of mockery as he slowly said, "I know you are waiting for Yi Wuxian to come to your aid. Unfortunately, this is the mechanical divine domain, and we have laid a blockade. Yi Wuxian cannot possibly enter. Moreover, even if he comes, he cannot protect the two of you today." Emu's tone was confident as his mecha began to operate with violent energy building up. The moment Emu finished speaking, a tall figure appeared beside Nangong Wentian, his black robes fluttering, his terrifying aura surging to the heavens, suppressing the mecha's pressure and even overpowering it. He looked at Emu and said calmly but with a hint of coldness, "It's been a long time and your arrogance has grown." Seeing Yi Wuxian appear, the surrounding crowd was instantly stunned, gasping in shock. Blade King of the Blood River, Yi Wuxian. This was the man hailed as the strongest below the martial emperor. His strength was unquestionable. AI Ku's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Yi Wuxian to truly break through their defenses. Even Emu shed his earlier contempt and became cautious. Against Nangong Wentian, he had enough confidence. But Yi Wuxian was a different matter. Nangong Wentian and Chen Shui were only top-tier martial kings, but Yi Wuxian was different. A half-step martial emperor, the strongest below the martial emperor. Countless beings had died by his blade, including over a dozen martial kings. It could be said that Yi Wuxian's reputation was earned through countless strikes of his blade. Emu snorted coldly, lightning surging around his mecha. "Times have changed. I am no longer who I was. Today your title of the strongest below the martial emperor will be taken." Without another word, Emu struck, first manipulating his mecha to unleash a divine technique. As his hands formed seals, endless thunder descended from the sky, crashing toward Yi Wuxian like a sea of lightning. The thunder raged violently, twisting and deforming the space it passed through, its power terrifying. Yi Wuxian's expression remained unchanged. He casually drew his long blade from his waist, the blade glowing with a deep blood-red light, and swept it horizontally. A seemingly ordinary strike, yet it contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, instantly annihilating the endless thunder. The lingering blade energy shot straight toward Emu's mecha. With a crisp crack, the outer defense of the mecha was shattered. Emu was severely wounded by the blade energy, and the massive mecha split in two, then exploded with a roar. The terrifying aura spread around, causing countless people to be terrified and shocked. Just one strike. Even someone as strong as Emu was instantly defeated. This horrifying scene chilled everyone's blood. Yi Wuxian sheathed his blade, swept his gaze across the crowd, and said calmly, "This item belongs to me. Does anyone object?" The words fell, and the entire venue fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. No one dared to speak against it. Who would dare? Look at Emu, he was almost dead. If not for the fact that this was the mechanical divine domain, and they had to show respect to the mechanical divine clan, Emu would have died right there. The previously aggressive members of the 10,000 Demon Alliance now lowered their heads, barely daring to breathe, completely silenced. Yao Yuan put on a forced smile, stepped forward quickly, and said respectfully, "Since the Blade King of the Blood River has come in person, such a treasure naturally belongs to you." Despite his intense unwillingness, he dared not offend Yi Wuxian, so he suppressed his resentment and obediently conceded. Aika looked at the severely wounded Emu, then at the imposing Yi Wuxian, and knew that there was no chance of competing today. He could only grit his teeth in silence, accepting the outcome. As expected, only the senior brother can handle this. Nangong Wentian shook his head, his tone filled with schadenfreude and admiration. Qin Yang was somewhat speechless and said softly, "Brother, can't you be more ambitious? If you had the same strength to intimidate the world as senior brother, we wouldn't be suppressed by the Yin spirit sect." Nangong Wentian rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Do you think cultivation is easy? Senior brother is a monster, you can't compare." Humph. Yi Wuxian snorted coldly, seemingly displeased with that remark. Nangong Wentian trembled, chuckled awkwardly, and said no more. Then a few of them left. No one could stop them. "Let's go." Seeing Yi Wuxian and his companions leave calmly, Chen Shui was unwilling but helpless. Luo Huan didn't care. He knew he had no right to touch that item. But it wasn't without gain. At least this 8th grade heavenly treasure was the best harvest. Thinking of this, Luo Huan said to Yao Chun, "Yao Chun, thank you for the information." Upon hearing this, the two demon kings of the 10,000 Demon Alliance immediately turned their eyes to Yao Chun, prepared against all odds, but the traitor within was hardest to guard against. Yao Chun's mind was about to explode. His face stiffened, his body trembled, and he had no strength left to curse Luo Huan. He only knew that he was doomed. The news that it was Yao Chun who had leaked the information struck Yao Yuan's ears like a thunderbolt. Yao Yuan's expression changed drastically, his calm demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a towering rage. His eyes glared fiercely at Yao Chun as a violent demon force pressure descended around him. The invisible pressure pressed down on Yao Chun like a mountain, suffocating him instantly, the oppressive sensation making him writhe in agony. "Speak. What is the meaning of this?" Yao Yuan ground his teeth, his voice dripping with bloodthirsty anger, each word squeezed out through clenched jaws. Flushed and struggling for breath under the pressure, Yao Chun knew he could no longer hide the truth. He hastily stammered out the whole story. He confessed that he had secretly allied with Luo Huan, intending to set a trap to kill Qin Yang and seize the bounty and treasures on him. He hastily added that he had initially believed the news about the ancient god's curse was false and had only used it as bait to lure Qin Yang out. After speaking, Yao Chun immediately lowered his head, clutching the corner of his clothes tightly, not daring to breathe loudly, careful even with his breathing for fear of angering Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan trembled with rage upon hearing this, his chest seething with fury. He wished he could kill the incompetent Yao Chun right then and there. His demon force grew even more violent, his killing intent almost materializing. Just as he raised his hand to strike, a figure blocked his way in front of Yao Chun. Yao Chun's identity is not simple, it involves many connections. It is not appropriate to deal with him here. It would be better to take him back to the clan and let the higher-ups judge him personally. Yao Yuan glared at Yao Chun for a long time, his chest heaving, but finally forced down his murderous intent and calmed down. He snorted coldly, not saying another word, turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. The oppressive aura around him made the surrounding demon clansmen quickly step aside. Only after Yao Yuan's presence had completely vanished did Yao Chun dare to lift his head slowly. His face was filled with relief at having survived, but his eyes churned with deep resentment. He hated Luo Huan to the core. He had sincerely offered to ally with Luo Huan. Moreover, Qin Yang was irreconcilable with their faction, so Luo Huan should have sided with him. Who would have thought Luo Huan would betray him and actually ally with Qin Yang? Indeed, humans cannot be trusted. Emotions surged in Yao Chen's heart, a mix of regret and hatred. He had never taken this warning seriously before, but now he understood. It was the hard-earned experience of countless ancestors. Meanwhile, Qin Yang and the others had already returned to the academy. With Yi Wuxian leading the way, they returned to the academy in just a few minutes. After arriving, Luo Huan and Qin Shui also came over. A smile on his face, Luo Huan took out a jet-black crystal emitting a violent, destructive aura as soon as he entered and handed it to Qin Yang. That Yao Chen fellow is actually trustworthy. He really gave an 8th-grade heavenly treasure. This is an extremely special treasure formed from the blending of heavenly fate force and planetary remnants when a world self-destructs. Its power is immeasurable. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised that Luo Huan would keep his promise so faithfully. He had thought that given the strained relationship between their two factions, Luo Huan would have pocketed the 8th-grade treasure. As it turned out, he had underestimated Luo Huan's integrity. Seeing the Destruction Star Core, everyone's eyes lit up instantly except for Yi Wuxian, who remained calm and unmoved. "You're willing to give this up? Have you changed, Luo Huan?" Nangong Wentian spoke first. Qin Shui also looked at Luo Huan in surprise. Luo Huan cursed inwardly. "You think I wanna? With Yi Wuxian here, I have no choice but to hand it over." He had initially planned to keep it for himself. But after seeing Yi Wuxian, he completely abandoned that idea. Yi Wuxian was the strongest below the martial emperor. If he dared to embezzle it, Yi Wuxian would surely make him cough it up. Qin Yang would certainly tell Yi Wuxian, so he had no chance to keep it. Qin Yang took the Destruction Star Core, feeling the violent power within with his fingertips. He nodded slightly, then took out a 7th-grade heavenly treasure. This was a space-type heavenly treasure he had obtained earlier. Though inferior to the Destruction Star Core, its value was still considerable. Luo Huan quickly took it, overjoyed. This Qin Yang was indeed a straightforward man. "Name your price. I want the ancient god's curse." At that moment, Qin Shui stepped forward, her flawless face turning to Yi Wuxian. "If you are willing to part with it, I will agree to any condition you propose, even exchanging it for a treasure of equal value." "Don't even think about it. The ancient god's curse is too precious. We will definitely use it ourselves." Nangong Wentian waved his hand and refused firmly. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Qin Shui's eyes, and she wanted to persist and try to persuade them. But Nangong Wentian simply shook his head, his gaze cold, not giving her a chance to continue. His stance was clear. Seeing this, Qin Shui knew further insistence was futile. She forced down her reluctance and left with Luo Huan. "You were the one who brought this news first, so the ancient god's curse should rightfully be yours." Nangong Wentian turned to Qin Yang with a serious expression. "But I urgently need this treasure to break through my current realm, so I must shamelessly take it. Don't worry, I will give you ample compensation. As long as it's not a 9th-grade treasure, I can get you anything you want." Qin Yang smiled faintly. He had never intended to keep the ancient god's curse. He said, "I don't need other compensation. If you have one, just find me an 8th-grade space-type heavenly treasure. I plan to forge a life-bound divine weapon." He had originally possessed a 7th-grade space-type treasure, but he had given it to Luo Huan. To forge his life-bound divine weapon, he needed to find another one. Actually, the best would be a fortune-type treasure, but such items were too rare, and he could not easily seek one, as there were too few cultivators of the fortune path. Hearing this, Nangong Wentian immediately turned to look at Yi Wuxian. 8th-grade space-type treasures were extremely rare. He did not have one in his possession. Only a powerhouse with Yi Wuxian's deep reserves might possess such a treasure. Yi Wuxian, noticing the two looking at him, twitched the corner of his mouth and reluctantly took a special item out of his storage ring. It was a nearly transparent crystal, smooth in texture, almost invisible to the naked eye. Only upon close observation could one see the spatial patterns flowing within it. This is an 8th-grade space source crystal. Qin Yang's eyes sharpened, instantly recognizing the treasure. A flash of delight crossed his eyes. The space source crystal was a top-tier heavenly treasure condensed from the great Tao of space. It was several times more precious than ordinary 8th-grade treasures and perfect for forging a life-bound divine weapon. "Take it. I have no use for it, and it's just right for forging your divine weapon." Yi Wuxian handed over the space source crystal, his tone calm. Qin Yang took the space source crystal, feeling the dense spatial power with his fingertips. He nodded slightly at Yi Wuxian, his heart full of gratitude. "If you want to forge a life-bound divine weapon, I can introduce you to someone. With his skill, the weapon will surely be extraordinary." Nangong Wentian also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Qin Yang had the same thought. He could not delay the forging of his life-bound divine weapon any longer. Of course, it would be best to have a top-tier refiner help. "Who?" "Our second senior brother, Qin Xuanji," Nangong Wentian said with a grin. Qin Yang's body jolted. Qin Xuanji. He was no stranger to this person. Now the strongest fate cultivator among humans. Speaking of which, he had once made Qin Xuanji take the blame for him. Nangong Wentian gazed at Qin Yang, a hint of recommendation in his tone, and said, "Qin Yang, if you want to forge a natal divine weapon, go directly to your second senior brother. He is not only the strongest fate cultivator among humans, but also a top-tier 8th-grade artifact refiner of the present age with unrivaled craftsmanship." Yi Wuxian also spoke up, adding, your second senior brother Qin Xuanji surpasses ordinary 8th grade artifact refiners in the art of artifact forging. If you wish to forge a natal divine weapon, feel free to seek his help. He paused, recalling the past. It just so happens that you did him a great favor. If you hadn't timely warned about the Ancestral Star's crisis, once it fell, he as its guardian would have long been punished by the master. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's heart filled with joy. Having an 8th grade artifact refiner's assistance was truly ideal. Having a background indeed made all kinds of resources incomparable to ordinary people. He nodded and agreed. In that case, I will trouble second senior brother to lend his aid. Yi Wuxian gave a faint smile. Come, I'll take you to meet your second senior brother. With that, he waved his hand and spiritual energy surged around him, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the three. Space twisted slightly, and in the blink of an eye they arrived at Tianyuan Star. Tianyuan Star was shrouded in mist and surrounded by special gases. There was no land, no ocean, not even a sky. It was an extremely unique world of gas. Above, a man in a moon-white Taoist robe hovered in midair. The man was encircled by a faint, ethereal cyan-white gas, his aura transcendent and otherworldly, every gesture exuding an extraordinary bearing, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Sensing the presence of the three, Qin Xuanji slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of spiritual light flashing within them. He then offered Qin Yang a friendly smile and clasped his hands in greeting. So you are the junior apprentice brother Qin Yang. I have long heard of your fame. Qin Yang also returned the gesture with a humble tone. Greetings, second senior brother. Yi Wuxian stepped forward and stated their purpose directly. Xuanji, if it weren't for little senior brother's reminder last time, and the ancestral star had fallen into Gu Tianji's hands, the master would not have let you off easily. Now little senior brother wishes to forge a natal divine weapon. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Xuanji immediately raised his hand to interrupt, speaking cheerfully. Senior brother is too kind. Such a small matter is no problem. His gaze shifted to Qin Yang, concern in his eyes. What kind of divine weapon does little senior brother intend to forge? Have you prepared the main materials? Qin Yang wasted no time. He took out the destruction star core and the space source crystal from his storage ring. Two distinct auras instantly permeated the air. The pitch-black destruction star core exuded a violent force of annihilation, while the transparent space source crystal shimmered with gentle spatial patterns. Both were rare treasures seldom seen. Qin Xuanji's eyes fell upon the two treasures, a flicker of surprise passing through them. Then he smiled. 2 8th-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Little senior brother is quite wealthy. He raised his hand, beckoning the two treasures over for a closer look, and nodded. With these two main materials, it is more than enough to forge a top-tier 8th-grade divine weapon. I will provide the remaining auxiliary materials as a repayment for your help in saving the ancestral star from its calamity last time. Qin Yang felt a warmth in his heart and quickly clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, second senior brother. Qin Xuanji waved his hand, returning the two main materials, and asked again, what form of divine weapon does little senior brother wish to forge? Qin Yang lowered his head in thought for a moment, then raised his eyes and said, forge a sword. It would be best if it could incorporate soul-type attributes. I am a soul walker, and I fight in harmony with the power of the soul. Qin Xuanji nodded, slightly pondered for a moment, and then said, I have a 7th-grade soul-type material here. Would that suffice? 8th-grade soul-type materials are too rare. I don't have any in stock, so I cannot help you there. Qin Yang nodded without hesitation. A 7th grade is more than enough. Thank you, second senior brother. 8th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures were too precious, encountered only by chance. Soul-type ones were especially invaluable, requiring sheer luck to find. Qin Yang did not want to wait any longer. With his consent, Qin Xuanji wasted no time. He waved his hand, and the cyan-white gas around him surged, transforming into a blazing cyan-white flame. The flame condensed into the shape of an ancient furnace, its surface engraved with intricate refining patterns. The surrounding special gases continuously flowed beneath the furnace, serving as fuel to feed the fire. Nangong Wentian leaned close to Qin Yang and explained in a low voice, the gas on Tianyuan Star is extremely special. It is called Xian Yuan Qi. It benefits high-level cultivators, nourishing the soul and cultivation, but it is extremely harsh for ordinary cultivators. Touching it causes injury. However, when used to refine artifacts or alchemy, it serves as the best fuel, maximizing the activation of a material's innate power. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xuanji took out a 7th-grade soul material that glowed with a deep blue luster and threw it into the cyan-white furnace along with the space source crystal and the destruction star core. The flames surged abruptly, the temperature skyrocketing. The cyan-white fire wrapped around the three treasures, continuously burning and melting them. Qin Xuanji hovered beside the furnace, forming seals with both hands, sending one refining incantation after another into the furnace to guide the flame's temperature and power. Time passed slowly. After about 3 hours, the three treasures inside the furnace had completely melted, turning into 3 streams of liquid energy of different colors. Qin Xuanji pointed with his fingertip, and the 3 streams of liquid energy slowly converged in the furnace, gradually forming the slender outline of a sword. Then he took out dozens of auxiliary materials from his storage ring, each exuding an aura no lower than a 6th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. All these materials were thrown into the furnace, instantly melted by the cyan-white flame, and merged into the sword's outline. As the auxiliary materials continued to integrate, the sword's outline inside the furnace began to radiate dazzling brilliance, with 3 distinct auras intertwining. The violent power of destruction, the ethereal power of space, and the silent power of the soul. 3 Tao auras merged with each other, yet without conflict. As the 3 Tao forces fully interwove, a terrifying energy wave erupted from the blade, sweeping the surroundings and even dispersing some of Tian Yuan's star's mist. Qin Xuanji's eyes sharpened, and he shouted to Qin Yang in a low voice, "Little senior brother, quickly channel your soul power and envelop the entire divine weapon. Let your soul completely bind with the weapon, making it recognize you as its master and become a part of your body." Qin Yang did not dare delay. He immediately closed his eyes, unleashing his soul power without reservation. It formed an invisible barrier of soul energy enveloping the entire furnace. The silent soul power slowly seeped into the divine sword within the furnace, resonating with the soul attribute inside the blade, creating a wondrous harmony. Qin Xuanji stood guard beside him, continuously forming hand seals to stabilize the sword's aura and prevent the energy from spiraling out of control and harming Qin Yang. Nangong, Wentian, and Yi Wuxian stood aside, their eyes fixed on the furnace with anticipation, eager to see the final form of this 3-attribute divine sword. The radiance within the furnace grew increasingly dazzling. The 3 Tao auras became more condensed, and the sword's outline grew clearer. The blade sharp, the scabbard ancient, exuding an overwhelming might that seemed to look down upon the world. Qin Yang's soul power surged through the alchemy furnace like a tide, and strands of spiritual marks, like delicate veins, imprinted themselves upon every inch of the sword body. It was a bond rooted deep within the soul. The sword trembled, emitting a clear, resonant hum, as if it had come alive, merging completely with Qin Yang's aura. The moment the recognition was complete, the cyan-white flames slowly receded, and the furnace silently dissipated. A long, slender divine sword floated in midair, its blade shimmering with 3 lusters, its aura restrained, yet carrying a unique sharpness. Yi Wuxian stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the divine sword. He nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of approval. "Not bad quality. An 8th grade divine weapon, embryo Qin Yang. You only need to continuously engrave your own Tao upon it, and diligently cultivate your cultivation. Once you step into the half-step martial emperor realm, this divine weapon will fully transform into a true 8th grade divine weapon." Qin Xuanji also approached, running his hand over the sword blade, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "With this sword you will no longer need to worry about divine weapons on your path of cultivation. I left some leeway during forging. If you become a martial emperor in the future, you only need to find the corresponding materials to supplement, and this sword can also advance, turning into a true martial emperor's weapon." Qin Yang grasped the hilt, and a familiar sense of intimacy surged in his heart, as if he were holding a part of his own body. He cupped his hands towards Qin Xuanji, and Yi Wuxian, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you, second senior brother, for lending a hand, and thank you, senior brother, for guiding the way." He knew well how powerful this divine weapon was, perfectly suited for him, without any flaw. It was as if it were naturally made for him. Of course, such quality was undoubtedly due to Qin Xuanji, an 8th grade artifact smith. Even though Qin Yang had many materials, without a suitable artifact smith, it would have been difficult to forge it to this degree. Moreover, Qin Xuanji had also contributed a considerable amount of materials. After all, someone of his status would not easily forge weapons for others. Qin Xuanji waved his hand and smiled. "The divine weapon is complete. Why don't you give it a name?" Qin Yang held the hilt, pondered for a moment, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. "I'll take one character from my name. Let it be called Yang's sword." His life-bound divine weapon contained too many Daos. Naming it was not easy. Even if he chose a name, it might not be suitable. Rather than that, simply using the character Yang was enough. Simple and clear, instantly recognizable as his life-bound divine weapon. Besides, he would later engrave the fortune Dao into it. With 4 Daos converging, finding an appropriate name was truly difficult. He couldn't very well call it 4 rams bringing forth spring, could he? Qin Xuanji rolled his eyes upon hearing this, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. "Such a simple name. Your temperament is almost molded from the same mold as your senior brother's." Yi Wuxian immediately took offense, raising an eyebrow, and retorted, "My divine weapon is named Blood Saber. Fierce and decisive in killing, perfectly matching my Dao. Where is it simple? On the other hand, you named your own divine weapon Xuanji, as if you're afraid no one knows your name is Qin Xuanji." Qin Xuanji's face stiffened, and he argued stubbornly, "My name contains the profound mystery of the Tao of fate. How could ordinary people understand? Your blood saber is so straightforward, utterly devoid of charm." Yi Wuxian snorted coldly, ready to continue. But Qin Xuanji stood his ground, and the two of them exchanging words immediately fell into a heated argument. Qin Yang stood by holding the Yang sword, watching the two bicker, and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. He wanted to say that their choices of names were just as simple as his own. and they were all the same. Neither had the right to criticize the other. Nangong Wentian was also watching the spectacle occasionally, snickering, his eyes brimming with amusement. In the end, neither could convince the other, and they both snorted in displeasure, parting on a sour note. Yi Wuxian waved his hand, and spiritual energy surged around him, enveloping Qin Yang and Nangong Wentian. All right, the artifact forging is done. I'll send you back to Shinkong Martial University. Before his voice faded, space twisted, and the three figures vanished above the Tianyuan star. Moments later, Qin Yang's form landed steadily inside the cultivation room of Sequence 4 cave dwelling. The room was left with only Qin Yang and the Yang sword in his hand. Without delay, he sat cross-legged on a cushion, placing the Yang sword horizontally across his knees. He took a deep breath, activated the heavenly fortune diagram, and strands of the fortune Tao's power seeped from his body like a trickling stream, slowly pouring into the Yang sword. As the fortune Tao continued to infuse the sword blade, which originally had only 3 lusters, gained a faint trace of gold. Destruction, space, soul, and fortune. For distinct Tao powers intertwined and wrapped around the blade, gleaming brilliantly radiant beyond compare, as a more majestic aura quietly spread. Qin Yang gazed at his life-bound divine weapon, the Yang sword, hovering before him, his eyes full of satisfaction. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, now that the divine weapon is settled. Next, I just need to continue cultivating diligently. The gains from this trip to the mechanical divine realm far exceeded Qin Yang's expectations. Not only did he obtain the fragments of the Book of Celestial Destiny, but he also forged this life-bound divine weapon with boundless potential, greatly enhancing his strength. Especially the 3 fragments of the Book of Celestial Destiny. As the number collected increased, the book had already undergone subtle changes, faintly showing signs of merging into one. With myriad thoughts swirling, Qin Yang slowly gathered his mind, his eyes growing increasingly resolute. He said to himself, no matter how many external disturbances arise, in the end nothing is more real than one's own formidable strength. Next, I just need to continue cultivating diligently. With that, Qin Yang no longer hesitated, rose, and walked toward the void cabin in the corner of the room. The cabin door slowly opened, emitting a faint energy fluctuation. Qin Yang stepped inside, and the door closed silently. A new round of arduous cultivation had begun. On the other side, Tianyuan star. Yi Wuxian sat in midair as if on flat ground, holding a gourd of wine, drinking, and said calmly, "What do you think of our little junior brother?" Qin Xuanji also sat casually, unlike Yi Wuxian, holding a cup, savoring the wine slowly, his expression composed and serene. What else can I say? The master truly has a keen eye. Our little junior brother has outstanding talent. No wonder the old monster Yinshin valued him so highly. I'm curious now, what quality of talent fruit did Yinshin take back then? Could it really be S-grade? S-grade talent was extremely terrifying, even across the entire universe. As long as one didn't die prematurely and had a firm Tao heart, one could likely step into the martial king realm, and at a very high level, perhaps even become a martial emperor. For instance, the Tongtian Sword Emperor was such a case. But there were many factors behind the Tongtian Sword Emperor becoming a martial emperor. S-grade talent was not the main reason. I heard it's not just that. Yi Wuxian shook his head and said lightly, moreover, the little junior brother said he wants to achieve the Tao and become an emperor in 5 years. Do you think he can do it? Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanji's expression remained unchanged. He had long known this news. His tone was ethereal. Who knows? Nothing is impossible in this world. There's only a chance. Cultivation knows no time. Half a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. The hatch of the void chamber slowly opened, and Qin Yang leaped out, his spiritual energy rippling subtly before settling back to calm. The heavenly fate art is getting slower and slower. Qin Yang slowly exhaled. Since he had mastered the basics of the heavenly fate art, his cultivation speed had been steadily decreasing, which puzzled him. At this rate, achieving minor success would take a long time. Something's wrong. Qin Yang mused inwardly, his gaze sharpening. Could it require the assistance of fortune? He knew that some techniques needed certain things to accelerate cultivation. It seemed the heavenly fate art was the same. Although its speed had slowed, his other techniques and divine abilities had progressed remarkably fast, especially the extinction sword heart, which he had now mastered completely, reaching the stage of minor success. The universe in the palm was also steadily advancing close to minor success, while the formless nether soul palace was growing increasingly solid, soon to reach perfection. Just as Qin Yang was reviewing his cultivation progress, the communication terminal on his wrist suddenly lit up, and Chun Qianqian's figure appeared. Qin Yang, where are you? Chun Qianqian's tone was urgent, her eyes filled with anxiety. The settlement time for the Starry Sky Tower is almost here. Aren't you going to attempt it? Qin Yang was startled, then suddenly remembered the Starry Sky Tower. It was one of the channels for disciples to earn points at the Starry Sky Martial Academy, and also an important platform to test their strength. Normally, climbing the tower didn't yield many points, but breaking the floor records could earn a massive amount of points. Although as a hidden dragon disciple, he received a fixed 100 points each year, these points were often insufficient. Whether it was purchasing cultivation resources or exchanging for special techniques and materials, everything required points, often costing tens of thousands, which was far from enough. I understand. Qin Yang nodded calmly. I'm going to attempt the tower now. Qin Qianqian's eyes lit up immediately. She quickly added, that's great, but you need to be prepared. I don't know what scheme the ancient sect is plotting. They suddenly challenged our Tianyuan sect to a bet on the Starry Sky Tower, and even Luo Huan has taken action. Qin Yang's mouth twitched, feeling speechless. Is Luo Huan that bored? He was utterly speechless. That Luo Huan, as the foremost young generation talent, should be focusing on cultivation. What was he doing getting involved in such trivial matters? What was the point? Not sure. Qin Qianqian shook her head. The ancient sect suddenly targeted us. Qin Qianqian hadn't been idle since entering the Starry Sky Martial Academy. Since her fate cultivation was rather special, she had plenty of free time and had joined the Tianyuan sect, becoming one of its members. Qin Yang exhaled and said helplessly, fine, I'll test Luo Huan's depth. With Qin Yang's consent, Qin Qianqian beamed with joy and hurriedly ended the call, rushing to the Starry Sky Tower. At that moment, the area in front of the Starry Sky Tower was already crowded. Disciples of the Tianyuan sect and ancient sect stood on opposite sides, the atmosphere tense and confrontational. Qin Qianqian quickly walked to Kai Heng's side and whispered, Kai Heng. Qin Yang agreed to attempt the tower. Kai Heng, who had been looking dejected, was overjoyed at the news. His gloom vanished instantly, and he became energized. He turned abruptly and shouted at the ancient sect disciples, did you hear that? Our deputy sect master Qin Yang is going to attempt the tower. Surrender now while you still can. The ancient sect disciples turned pale with anger. The leading figure Qin Yang glared furiously and bellowed, arrogant. Our sect master is personally taking action. Does a freshman like Qin Yang even deserve to compete with him? Kai Heng didn't mince words, sneering, a loser like you dares to say that. Last time I sent you fleeing in disarray. Have you forgotten the pain already? You. Qin Tianyang was furious, his spiritual energy surging. He was about to curse when Luo Huan stepped in and stopped him. Luo Huan stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Kai Heng, and said with a hint of mockery, the Tianyuan sect is really regressing, relying on a freshman to carry the burden of the sect's conflict. Kai Heng knew he was no match for Luo Huan, but he remained unyielding, refusing to take the bait. I may not be your equal, but our Qin Yang is different. Just wait and see us win. The two sides exchanged heated words, the argument growing fiercer. The surrounding disciples also joined in the discussion, making the scene even more lively. Just then a figure walked slowly forward. His aura was restrained, yet carried a sharp edge, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Qin Yang had arrived. The moment his figure appeared, the previously noisy crowd erupted. Disciples exclaimed and fixed their eyes on him. It's Qin Yang. He really came. He's at a disadvantage though. Luo Huan is 2 minor realms higher than him. Since he dared to come, he must be confident. Maybe he's broken through. That's true. He's a monster. He hasn't been cultivating for long. The murmurs rose and fell. The Tianyuan sect disciples' morale soared, their heads held high, faces full of anticipation. The ancient sect disciples, on the other hand, had grim expressions, their eyes filled with more caution. Even Luo Huan's face darkened slightly. Qin Tianyang gnashed his teeth, but dared not speak rashly, only glaring at Qin Yang with unconcealed resentment. Qin Yang ignored the surrounding noise, walked straight to Kai Heng and Qin Qianqian, and said calmly, I roughly know the situation. When can we start? Kai Heng stepped forward, his tone excited. Anytime. Luo Huan then walked over slowly, his gaze falling on Qin Yang, a hint of amusement in his voice. Qin Yang, this time it concerns the face of our ancient sect. Though you're a freshman, I won't go easy on you. Qin Yang looked up at Luo Huan and replied flatly, you'd better give it your all, or you'll lose face. These simple words, carrying unquestionable confidence, instantly left Luo Huan speechless, his eyes turning hostile. After taking a deep breath, Luo Huan said with some helplessness, why does everyone in the Tianyuan sect think so highly of themselves and lack self-awareness? I don't deny that your talent is not inferior to mine, but the gap in our realms is like a chasm. If you don't want to lose face completely, I advise you not to continue. At these words, everyone's expressions changed. Qin Yang looked puzzled, spread his hands, and said helplessly, this doesn't seem like your style. Besides, I'm just a freshman. If I lose, I lose. What face do I have to lose? Then with a playful look he added, but you're different. If you lose, the ancient sect will never be able to hold its head up again. Damn it. Luo Huan cursed in his heart. That was exactly what he feared. The two were not on equal footing. If Qin Yang lost, it wouldn't matter much, at most he'd be mocked. But he was different. After all, his realm was higher than Qin Yang's. In fact, he hadn't cared at first. He had only been casually suppressing the Tianyuan sect as usual to showcase his leadership as the ancient sect master. Who would have thought Qin Yang would show up? Luo Huan had always been wary of this guy, even though his realm was lower. Seeing Qin Yang turn a blind eye to the provocation against their sect's master, Qin Tianyang was consumed with rage and stepped forward, shouting loudly, how presumptuous! Do you really think you can ignore everyone just because you have reached the Grand Ancestor realm? Senior brother Luo is the #1 warrior of Wu University, someone even the martial emperor praises without hesitation. Since entering Starry Sky Martial University, he has never lost in any battle, big or small. A freshman like you dares to put on airs in front of him. Qin Yang raised his gaze and glanced at him, his tone casual and indifferent. Oh, then he is indeed far stronger than you. Those words struck right at Qin Yang's sore spot. His anger surged within, his face flushed red, yet he found himself powerless to refute. Last time defeated in front of everyone, he had become nothing more than a stepping stone beneath Qin Yang's feet, leaving him feeling inferior whenever he faced Qin Yang. Witnessing this, disciples from the ancient sect stepped forward to lend their support, hurling sarcasm and mockery at Qin Yang. Just a freshman with some talent dares to act superior. Such ignorance of his own limitations. Senior brother Luo Huan is a seasoned powerhouse. Comparing Qin Yang to him is like an egg colliding with a boulder. Just wait and see senior brother Luo Huan shatter the record. Then we will see how arrogant you still feel. Kai Hung and the others from Tianyuan sect immediately refused to be outdone, launching their own rebuttals. Do not get so smug. Qin Yang's strength is beyond anything you could fathom. Last time Qin Tianyang was beaten until he scurried away in disgrace, and now you still have the nerve to bark. Both sides traded barbs and insults back and forth, and before long the area in front of the Starry Sky Tower descended into chaos with spittle flying everywhere. The onlooking disciples found the spectacle most entertaining and gathered around, chattering incessantly as the noise grew louder. Their conversations gradually centered on Qin Yang and Luo Huan, with heated debates erupting over who was truly superior. Some believed Qin Yang possessed boundless potential, that his title as a hidden dragon disciple was well earned, and that he might deliver surprises. Others staunchly supported Luo Huan, arguing that his deep experience and solid strength made him formidable, whereas Qin Yang, being merely a freshman, lacked the depth to compete. Judging from the crowd's commentary, the majority favored Luo Huan since his record at Starry Sky Martial University was undeniable, and his reputation far outstripped Qin Yang's recent emergence onto the scene. As the discussion intensified, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated, the very air seeming to carry a trace of gunpowder. Standing to the side, Luo Huan's playful expression gradually faded, replaced by a hint of gravity. He too was swept up in the charged atmosphere and began to take things seriously. He walked slowly toward Qin Yang, meeting his gaze with a steady voice. Your talent is indeed remarkable. You are among the rare prodigies in human history. Honestly, if we were peers, I suspect I could not defeat you. But in your current state, you certainly cannot match me. Luo Huan's tone shifted, carrying the arrogance of an upperclassman. As a senior, I feel it is my duty to let you freshmen experience some setbacks, to understand that there is always someone greater above us. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's lips curved into a faint smile, his tone light, yet confident. Since I began cultivating, countless people have told me these same words, and as expected, they all ended up defeated by my hand. Among those who fell to me was Qin Tianyang from your ancient sect. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd, followed by bursts of laughter that made Qin Tianyang's face alternate between black and red with rage. No one paid him any mind. Luo Huan merely chuckled dismissively and offered no further argument. He knew that strength was the ultimate proof. He turned toward the open doors of the Starry Sky Tower, gathering his aura and stepping inside to begin his challenge run. Watching Luo Huan's figure disappear into the tower, Qin Tianyang glared viciously at Qin Yang and gritted out a threat. Just you wait. Senior brother Luo Huan will definitely break the record, and you will suffer a crushing defeat. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, his tone laced with impatience and mockery. A defeated subordinate, can you keep your mouth shut? You. Qin Tianyang trembled with rage, pointing at Qin Yang, but unable to form words. He could only take a deep breath and forcibly suppress his fury. He knew he had lost his composure. In the past, his mindset would never have allowed him to act like a clown. The reason was the crushing blow Qin Yang had dealt him long ago. Simply put, Qin Yang had become his inner demon. His mental state was damaged, still harboring gaps and weaknesses. Thus, he desperately wanted to see someone defeat Qin Yang, preferably himself. Only then could he break free from this inner demon and return to his former self. Meanwhile, high above, Nangong Wentian and Chun Shui stood side by side, watching the commotion below with keen interest. Nangong Wentian crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. My junior brother remains as arrogant as ever. It really suits our lineage's character. With such confidence, he must have some trump card up his sleeve. Luo Huan is in for a rough time. Chun Shui's gaze fell upon the Starry Sky Tower, her tone calm and measured. Qin Yang is indeed formidable, but he cannot compare to Luo Huan. At least not at this stage. The two are simply not on the same level. Chun Shui had to concede that while Luo Huan would undoubtedly lose to Qin Yang in terms of talent, Qin Yang still fell short when it came to actual combat strength. Luo Huan was on the verge of breaking through to the martial king realm, just one step away. Moreover, as a graduating senior who had entered the Starry Sky Tower many times, he possessed invaluable experience. He understood the tower's rhythm and every aspect of its challenges intimately, something Qin Yang could never match. The two fell silent, content to observe quietly as they awaited the outcome of Luo Huan's trial and wondered what Qin Yang might accomplish next. Outside the starry sky tower, as Luo Huan disappeared inside, the clamor gradually subsided, yet all eyes remained fixed on the performance display screen outside, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Time passed. On the screen hovering above the tower, Luo Huan surged forward like an unstoppable force, carving through every obstacle in his path, undefeated wherever he went. With blistering speed, he breached the 50th floor and in the blink of an eye reached the 60th. For ordinary cultivators, 60 floors was akin to reaching the heavens, a feat requiring immense time and effort. Yet for Luo Huan, 60 floors was nothing but a trivial milestone. 70, 80, 90. None of these barriers could slow him down. The starry sky tower. Conquering it entirely is the greatest challenge, with the final 10 floors being the most formidable. Each floor grows increasingly difficult. Since the tower's opening, only a handful have ever completed the full course. To date, fewer than 10 individuals have achieved this feat. Kai Hung observed gravely beside him, noting in a low voice, Luo Huan has thus far reached the 97th level. He came specifically today, likely having advanced his cultivation, so he feels confident. If he breaks through his limits, you will face considerable difficulty. Kai Hung naturally hoped Qin Yang would continue trampling the ancient sect, giving the Tianyuan sect reason to rejoice. But he also understood that defeating Luo Huan would be extraordinarily difficult. He possessed clear self-awareness on this matter. Qin Yang offered a slight smile and spoke slowly, rest assured, Luo Huan is no match for me. I will clear the entire tower and shatter all existing records. Upon hearing this, Kai Heng's eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape. He had clearly underestimated Qin Yang. Could he really be this confident? The displayed record of challenge progress refreshed at a lightning speed. Luo Huan surged forward with unstoppable momentum, breaking through to the 91st floor without any hindrance. In the scene, a vast and boundless starry sky unfolded. At the summit of the void, a familiar figure slowly materialized, none other than Nangong Wentian. Starting from the 91st floor, the Star Tower would permanently inscribe the phantom of the record holder, who would serve as the arena champion. Nangong Wentian was the strongest record holder of the 91st floor to date. Qin Yang narrowed his gaze, his eyes fixed firmly on the display screen. In his normally calm expression, there was an unusual hint of solemnity. Within the screen, Nangong Wentian's spiritual energy surged violently. He thrust both palms forward, and his palm force surged like the sun and moon, carrying a world-shaking momentum as it crashed down toward Luo Huan. With a single palm strike, the stars shattered and the void twisted and trembled, as if the power of the entire world had gathered there. The overwhelming sense of oppression was palpable even through the display screen. Facing such thunderous assault, Luo Huan remained composed without a trace of panic. He raised his own palm to meet the attack, his technique unadorned, yet concentrated with the refined power of countless temperings, clashing directly with Nangong Wentian's palm force. Boom. The moment the two palms collided, a terrifying shockwave of energy swept through the entire virtual world. Various divine abilities and techniques erupted in succession, light and shadow interweaving as deafening roars filled the air. The two exchanged blows, each move lethal, locked in an inextricable battle. Every collision caused the virtual starry sky to tremble violently, cracks spreading across the expanse. Time slipped away in the grueling confrontation. After a full half-hour of desperate combat, Luo Huan, relying on his profound cultivation foundation and exquisite techniques, barely managed to defeat Nangong Wentian's guardian phantom. As Nangong Wentian's phantom slowly dissipated, Luo Huan blurred and stepped into the 92nd floor without pause. The guardian of the 92nd floor was none other than the current head of the Feng family, Feng Yunluo. As soon as he made his move, his dominance was fully displayed. Radiant starlight power swirled around him, and a casual strike could shatter the stars, his might even surpassing that of Nangong Wentian. Luo Huan seemed to know Feng Yunluo's moves like the back of his hand, handling them with ease. The two once again engaged in an earth-shattering battle. This battle lasted even longer. After a full 40 minutes, Luo Huan barely won by a hair, defeating Feng Yunluo's phantom. He himself was panting, slightly showing signs of fatigue. Immediately, Luo Huan suppressed the surging energy within him, pressed his advantage, and successfully entered the 93rd floor. Outside the Star Tower, the originally clamorous scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone held their breath, staring at the display screen, not daring to utter a single sound. It was well known that disciples who could reach above the 90th floor were as rare as phoenix feathers in the 1,000-year history of Star Martial University. Even Grandmaster-level experts could barely cross the threshold of the 90th floor. Luo Huan's ability to reach the 93rd floor was already astonishingly brilliant enough to be recorded in the Academy's annals. As time passed, the progress on the display screen kept updating. With tenacious perseverance and a fearless fighting style, Luo Huan conquered the 93rd, 94th, and 95th floors in succession, advancing triumphantly. The higher he went, the stronger the guardians became. Each floor's battle was extremely brutal. Luo Huan's injuries accumulated and his aura grew increasingly chaotic, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, never showing the slightest sign of retreat. Finally, his figure stopped at the 98th floor, only 2 steps away from the summit. The guardian of this floor was none other than the Tongtian Sword Emperor, one of the 3 current martial emperors of humanity. As soon as the Sword Emperor's phantom appeared, endless sword light rained down from the sky, vast and torrential, like a galaxy, pouring down, instantly sealing off all space around Luo Huan. Before Luo Huan could even activate his protective divine ability, the sharp sword light severely wounded him. He spat blood, staggered backward, and his aura instantly withered by more than half. Before he could steady himself and recover his breath, the second sword light pierced through the air, sharp and unmatched, directly penetrating his body and completely obliterating his challenge phantom. A scarlet prompt indicating failure flashed across the screen. Luo Huan's figure then slowly walked out of the Star Tower, letting out a long sigh. In the end, he still couldn't cross the threshold of the 98th floor. Luo Huan's face was stiff, his gaze heavy as it fell on Qin Yang, his tone tinged with reluctance and complexity. "It's your turn, Junior. I hope you can also reach the last 3 floors." The last 3 floors were the hardest in the Star Tower. Each floor held the phantom of one of humanity's martial emperors. Their strength was immense, overwhelming all peers of the same realm. To this day, the number of those who had completely traversed them could be counted on one hand. Qin Yang slowly stretched his limbs, his spiritual energy flowing gently. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said calmly, "Senior, the 98th floor is not my destination. Clearing the tower is." The moment these words were spoken, an uproar erupted on the scene. Everyone was stunned by Qin Yang's unbridled arrogance. Many people eyed Qin Yang with strange expressions, muttering inwardly that Luo Huan's reaching the 98th floor was already the limit. Qin Yang's words were far too conceited, as if he didn't know his place. Clearing the tower directly. What was he thinking? Since the founding of Star Martial University, only 3 people had cleared it. Each of these 3 was extraordinarily gifted, brilliant, and unparalleled. Shun Tianyang, as if clutching at a lifeline, immediately jumped out, pointing at Qin Yang and taunting incessantly. "Qin Yang, stop spouting nonsense here. Since the creation of the Star Tower, the number of people who have successfully crossed the last 3 floors can be counted on one hand. You should be grateful if you can reach the 90th floor, and yet you dare to covet clearing the tower. That's nothing but a pipe dream." Qin Yang's eyes turned cold, his tone firm and arrogant, cutting off the noise. "From now on there will be one more." With that, he ignored the crowd's astonishment and mockery, turned around and strode into the Star Tower's gate. His figure vanished into the ancient glow, officially beginning his own challenge. Outside the Star Tower, all eyes once again focused on the display screen. The atmosphere was even more tense than when Luo Huan had been challenging, as if the air itself had frozen. Kai Hung and the others clenched their fists tightly, their hearts filled with both anticipation and worry. They hoped Qin Yang would create a miracle, yet feared he might fail to live up to his boast and suffer humiliation. The disciples of the ancient sect wore expressions of mockery and schadenfreude, eagerly waiting to see Qin Yang's embarrassing defeat and loss of face. Luo Huan stood still, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Star Tower, his eyes complex and unreadable. Normally, he wouldn't have paid much attention to Qin Yang's words. But now he felt a faint unease and anticipation. Could Qin Yang really do it? In the void, Nangong Wentian smiled. "I underestimated my junior brother. So arrogant. Even among our lineage it's rare." Chen Shui was silent, frowning slightly. This Qin Yang was indeed excessively arrogant. Clearing the Star Tower right after enrollment. What was he thinking? Then she felt a trace of unease. If he really cleared it, could the martial emperor truly possess Qin Yang as a vessel? The moment Qin Yang stepped into the starry sky tower, an ancient mottled light swirled within, utterly swallowing his figure. In the next second, the progress on the display screen refreshed at lightning speed. 10 floors, 30 floors. The levels were like paper mowed down by him, without any resistance. His speed of clearing the tower was astonishing. From the 1st to the 80th floor, there was scarcely a pause. The guardians of each level could not withstand 3 moves before being decisively and cleanly defeated by him. Such terrifying efficiency in clearing the tower instantly stunned the countless people outside. The previously noisy discussions abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of sharp intakes of breath. Any discerning eye could see that Qin Yang's speed far surpassed that of Luo Huan, who had just attempted the tower, pulling ahead by not just 1 level. The surrounding students were filled with shock, murmuring to themselves, "This speed is too fast." Even senior brother Luo Huan spent considerable time reaching the 80th floor, yet Qin Yang did it so easily. Could it be that he can actually clear the starry sky tower, directly breaking the millennium-old legend? As soon as these words were spoken, a new wave of heated discussion erupted. Immediately, someone retorted, their tone carrying a hint of rationality and certainty. "Don't jump to conclusions too early. The early levels are just appetizers. The real difficulty lies after the 90th floor. Especially the 3 Emperor Pass from the 98th to the 100th floor, guarded by the phantoms of 3 martial emperors. That is the true insurmountable barrier. In 1,000 years, only a handful have managed to cross it." Watching the soaring floor numbers on the display, Kai Heng's anxious heart finally eased a little. He raised an eyebrow at Qin Yang beside him, his tone laced with pride and smugness. See that? This is a truly unparalleled genius. Compared to Vice Sect Master Qin Yang, your people are far inferior. Qin Yang, already fuming, was enraged by Kai Heng's words, his face turning livid as he gritted his teeth and roared, "A loser to senior brother Luo, and you dare to swagger here? Shut your mouth." Kai Heng smiled carelessly, his tone unhurried. "I am indeed no match for Luo Huan, but that doesn't mean Luo Huan can compare to Qin Yang. A true unparalleled genius would never be stopped by the Three Emperor Pass. Vice Sect Master Qin Yang will surely cross it and ascend to the top of the Starry Sky Tower." At these words, Qin Yang was left speechless. There was an iron rule at Starry Sky Martial University: whether one was a true genius depended on whether they could defeat the Three Emperor Pass in the Starry Sky Tower or directly clear the entire tower. Yet in 1,000 years, only a handful had achieved it. Naturally, each of these individuals was a dazzling talent, and if they did not perish prematurely, they essentially became powerful figures. They were either half-step martial emperors or martial emperors. For instance, the Tontian Sword Emperor was one who had cleared the Starry Sky Tower in the past. The disciples of the ancient sect turned pale and flushed their hearts, unwilling to accept it, but they were left speechless by Qin Yang's terrifying performance. They could only swallow their resentment and silently pray that Qin Yang would meet his downfall after the 90th floor. Just then a cry of surprise pierced the silence. "Look! Qin Yang has reached the 91st floor." In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on the screen, their breathing turning rapid. The atmosphere on site became extremely tense. In a corner of the crowd, Chen Shui turned to Nangong Wentian beside her, her tone slightly teasing. "Your junior brother has encountered your guardian phantom. Tell me, can he pass?" Nangong Wentian crossed his arms, his expression indifferent, and waved his hand dismissively. "I definitely can't stop him. This junior brother of mine is freakishly strong." His tone was calm, yet it conveyed absolute recognition of Qin Yang's strength. Chen Shui gave him a deep look, and her curiosity about Qin Yang grew even stronger. Inside the 91st floor of the Starry Sky Tower, beneath the vast starry sky, Nangong Wentian stood in a cyan robe that fluttered in the wind, his posture upright as a pine. An overwhelming pressure radiated from him, sweeping across the entire realm like an emperor commanding the universe. He raised his eyes to look at Qin Yang, his tone carrying a hint of pride and certainty. "Boy, your ability to reach this place proves that you are extraordinary. But unfortunately today you have met me. You are destined to advance no further. This is your end." Hearing this, Qin Yang slowly relaxed his brows, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and thought to himself, such a pretentious tone. Definitely senior brother. Without further words, his aura suddenly surged. The Extinction Sword Heart instantly activated to its peak, and a cold sharp sword will swept across the entire field. The Yang sword at his waist seemed to sense this, rising automatically and hovering above Qin Yang's head. A torrent of sword light cascaded down, illuminating the entire starry sky with dazzling brilliance. The Tao of destruction and the power of the sword Tao intertwined, forming a terrifying tide of swords in black and white. With the force of a landslide and tsunami, it instantly surged toward Nangong Wentian's phantom. Nangong Wentian's phantom's expression shifted slightly, clearly not expecting Qin Yang to strike so swiftly and ruthlessly. He hastily mobilized his pressure to resist, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a crack, in the span of a single breath, Nangong Wentian's phantom was completely devoured and annihilated by the sword tide, leaving no room for resistance. Such an overwhelming victory, achieved at a speed far beyond anyone's expectations, instantly stunned the entire audience. Outside the Starry Sky Tower, after a moment of dead silence, it erupted into uproar. Countless faces were filled with shock, jaws dropped, and some even subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen wrong. "Oh my god, that was too fast. Senior brother Nangong's guardian phantom couldn't even survive a single move." Senior brother Luo Huan fought Nangong's phantom for half an hour, yet Qin Yang resolved it in one move. "Holy crap, this is too terrifying. So it seems Qin Yang can indeed cross the Three Emperor Pass. Damn it, he's going to become the strongest right after enrollment." Exclamations of surprise arose one after another. Everyone was awed by the terrifying strength Qin Yang had displayed, and their gazes at the display screen were filled with disbelief. Kai Heng jumped up in excitement and shouted toward the direction of the ancient sect, "See that? This is a true, unparalleled prodigy. Even the vice principal's phantom couldn't withstand a single move." At this moment, Kai Heng felt vindicated. The years of pent-up frustration poured out instantly. In recent years, the Tianyuan sect had been too difficult. Yilin did not manage affairs, and the disciples were of relatively low caliber. For years, they had been unable to rival the ancient sect. Now, with Qin Yang here, the gloom was finally dispelled. Shun Tianyang's face turned pale, his lips trembling, but he could no longer utter a word of rebuttal. The last shred of hope in his heart completely collapsed. Luo Huan stood still, watching Qin Yang inside the Starry Sky Tower, his heart shaken. A look of shock and confusion appeared in his eyes. He knew that his talent was inferior to Qin Yang's. He would surely be surpassed one day. But had this day come too soon? How long had it been? Qin Yang had been cultivating for less than 4 months in total. In such a short time to leap from an ordinary person to the most outstanding prodigy. Moreover, he was half a step into the martial king realm. Holy crap. This was too fast. He himself had been cultivating for decades, and now he was barely at the peak grandmaster level, which was already considered prodigious. But in front of Qin Yang, he was utterly overshadowed. With a single sword strike, he annihilated the guardian phantom of Nangong Wentian, a thunderous display of power that left all onlookers outside the starry sky tower utterly astounded, as if the very air had frozen for several breaths. In a corner of the crowd, Nangong Wentian watched the screen, shook his head helplessly, yet a hint of undisguised pride tugged at the corners of his lips. He smiled and said, "See that? That's my junior brother's strength. A single sword strike, and my phantom was destroyed. You're destined to lose. Luo Huan stands no chance against my junior brother." Chen Shui remained as indifferent as ever, her gaze fixed on Qin Yang's figure on the screen. She spoke slowly, her tone carrying a hint of profound meaning. "Qin Yang is indeed formidable, gifted with unparalleled talent unmatched among his peers. But being too dazzling may not necessarily be a good thing." With these enigmatic words, Chen Shui did not linger. Her figure flickered and vanished into the crowd. She had long understood that since Nangong Wentian's phantom had been effortlessly annihilated, the gap between Luo Huan and Qin Yang was already insurmountable, and the outcome of this conflict between the two factions was already sealed. Hearing this, Nangong Wentian's smile instantly faded, his expression turning grave. A shadow of gloom clouded his brow, and his face grew increasingly somber. He knew better than anyone the perilous situation Qin Yang was in, already regarded as a cultivation furnace by the ancient martial emperor. Now, with Qin Yang displaying such terrifying combat prowess in the starry sky tower, the ancient martial emperor's covetousness and attention would only intensify, and a deluge of troubles would inevitably follow. Sigh. Nangong Wentian exhaled a heavy breath, his eyes filled with deep concern. He murmured, "Junior brother, I hope master can find a way out. Otherwise you'll have to rely on your own luck." Even with his own formidable strength, faced with a being of the ancient martial emperor's level, he could conceive of no stable countermeasure. After all, the ancient martial emperor possessed miraculous means, a cunning and ruthless nature, and acted without any pattern, making it impossible to guard against him. Meanwhile, within the starry sky tower, Qin Yang's figure had already stepped into the 92nd floor. Facing the guardian phantom, he still broke through with a single strike, swift and decisive. A single sword to slay the heavens. The sword intent rampaged in all directions, an overwhelming force that swept the entire arena, crushing everything. The phantom didn't even have time to conceive resistance before it was utterly annihilated into nothingness. Floors 93, 94, 95. The insurmountable chasms that once exhausted countless powerful beings for a lifetime were as fragile as paper before Qin Yang. The guardian phantoms that had daunted countless cultivators were all cut down by his sword without a shred of suspense. This near-oppressive advance once again shocked the onlookers outside, exclamations rising and falling, echoing through the venue. Many spoke, their voices filled with disbelief. Even the phantoms of these top experts can't stop him. What level of combat power does Qin Yang possess? Wasn't he supposed to be only at the mid-stage grandmaster realm? This strength, how is it several times more terrifying than a half-step martial king? With such heaven-defying power at the mid-stage grandmaster, if he ever reaches the peak, he could defy the natural order face, and even slay a martial king head-on. Stop dreaming. There is an insurmountable chasm between a martial king and a grandmaster. Though the crowd buzzed with shock, everyone understood that the guardian phantoms of the starry sky tower were no ordinary illusions. They precisely imprinted the full strength of the peak experts in their prime. Every move, every word was indistinguishable from the real person. To crush them so easily attested to Qin Yang's terrifying power. Luo Huan stood still, watching Qin Yang's unstoppable advance on the screen. He exhaled slowly, a hint of resignation and helplessness flickering across his face, and said softly, "I concede." These 3 simple words were uttered with unwavering resolve and calm. As soon as they were spoken, the arena fell into dead silence. All murmurs ceased, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Kaiheng did not take the chance to mock Luo Huan. Instead, his expression complex. He stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, offering sincere consolation. "There's always a sky beyond the sky, and people beyond the people. There are always those stronger than you in this world. Don't take it too much to heart." Unlike Chen Tianyang, Luo Huan was a decent person. Throughout the rivalry between the two factions, Luo Huan had never taunted the Tianyuan sect. He was merely fulfilling his duty. Chen Tianyang was different, arrogant, and foolish. Luo Huan said nothing, only nodded slightly. His gaze remained locked on the screen, now filled with pure anticipation and curiosity. He had completely ceased to care about the outcome of this battle. He only wanted to witness with his own eyes whether Qin Yang could cross the millennium-old barrier of the Three Emperor Pass, or even clear the entire starry sky tower, carving his name into records and legends. Standing among the ancient sect contingent, Chen Tianyang's face was ashen, his lips quivering, but he could not utter a single word. A turmoil of unwillingness, shame, and frustration racked his body, making him barely able to maintain his composure. As everyone held their breath, Qin Yang's figure slowly appeared on the 98th floor, facing the existence that had caused countless top experts to fall and retreat in despair. The Tongtian Sword Emperor's posture was majestic, clad in a snow-white robe gripping an ancient sword that radiated boundless sharpness. The sword intent around him surged like a sea of stars. Simply standing there, he exuded a terrifying pressure that intimidated all directions and suppressed heaven and earth, causing the entire virtual realm to tremble incessantly. As soon as the phantom solidified, the Tongtian Sword Emperor did not hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, endless fierce sword intent converged into a brilliant tide of swords that spanned heaven and earth, carrying the force of annihilation and shattering stars roaring toward Qin Yang. Where the sword tide passed, void tore, stars shattered. The terrifying might, even through the display, made people's hearts tremble with fear. Many disciples of weaker cultivation instinctively stepped back. Facing the Tongtian Sword Emperor's world-shattering full-force strike, Qin Yang's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed. His aura suddenly surged, the silent destruction sword heart activated to its limit, and a cold, exquisite sword will swept across the field. The Yang sword at his waist rose into the air as if possessing sentience. The four great Tao powers, destruction, space, soul, and fortune, interwove and merged with pure sword intent, forming a terrifying black and white sword that shot forward like a thunderbolt, piercing the darkness, directly confronting the brilliant sword tide. The two ultimate sword intents collided with a thunderous roar. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their color, the sun and moon dimmed. The deafening boom shook the clouds, and violent energy shockwaves swept through the entire 98th floor. The void was torn into countless hideous cracks, as if it would collapse entirely at any moment. Sword light blazed brilliantly, sword intent surged and clashed. The two forces stalemated, devouring each other, locked in a true draw, evenly matched. Outside the starry sky tower, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the battle on the screen. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. Could Qin Yang really fight the phantom of the Tongtian Sword Emperor to a standstill? This was an utterly inconceivable fantasy that defied common sense. Luo Huan's pupils contracted sharply. His body leaned forward involuntarily, his eyes brimming with overwhelming shock. He had not even withstood the first sword of the Tongtian Sword Emperor, yet Qin Yang could contend with him head-on. The gap was vast, leaving him far behind. Nangong Wentian temporarily set aside his worries, his gaze fixed gravely on the screen. His voice was filled with admiration and relief as he murmured, "He can actually match the sword intent of the Tongtian Sword Emperor. Even the Tongtian Sword Emperor can't stop my junior brother." He knew that the sword path was never Qin Yang's strongest technique. Within the 98th floor of the Shinkong Tower, the phantom of the Tongtian Sword Emperor gazed at Qin Yang, whose sword intent had reached a stalemate with his own, a flicker of genuine astonishment crossing his eyes. His voice carried a tone of approbation and solemnity as he spoke, "Since I took my stand on this floor, no one has been able to contend with me in the Tao of the sword, not even by a fraction. That you can stand on equal footing with me already marks you as an unparalleled prodigy. A human genius of such talent is rare across the ages, ancient and present." After a brief pause, the Tongtian Sword Emperor's aura surged abruptly, his voice reverting to frigid majesty, "But to pass my trial, such meager strength is far from sufficient." As his words fell, the Tongtian Sword Emperor swung his wrist sharply, the ancient divine sword in his hand, channeling the power of heaven and earth. The surrounding void twisted instantly, transforming into a vast, boundless, and resplendent starry sky, cascading starlight enveloping the entire 98th floor. An invisible, terrifying pressure burst forth, crushing the void until it trembled faintly. Even more astonishingly, countless stellar patterns flowed and flickered across the Tongtian Sword Emperor's body, his form suffused with the primordial power of the stars, his aura surging manifold and beyond. Qin Yang's expression instantly turned grave, his spiritual energy unconsciously tensing. He could clearly sense that the Tongtian Sword Emperor was now serious. The previous clash had merely been a probing move. Outside the Shinkong Tower, all the observing disciples were already stunned beyond words. A learned senior student exclaimed in shock, "It's the stellar sword body. The Lord Tongtian Sword Emperor has gone all out." In the past centuries, only a handful of disciples have forced the Tongtian Sword Emperor to unleash the stellar sword body, and every one of them ultimately met with crushing defeat. Another disciple added with reverence, "Rumor has it that the past powerhouses who managed to clear the Shinkong Tower would likely not have succeeded if the Tongtian Sword Emperor's phantom had been fully awakened back then and had not used the stellar sword body." No sooner had these words been spoken than someone retorted, his tone tinged with reasoned nonsense. "The guardians of the 99th and 100th floors are far more perilous than the Tongtian Sword Emperor. How can you lump them together?" Amid the debate, Qin Yang, who had been listless until now, suddenly brightened up, his spirits soaring. A malicious smirk spread across his face as he shrieked like a clown, "Qin Yang is going to lose. Huh. To this day, no one has ever won even a sliver against the Tongtian Sword Emperor's stellar sword body, and Qin Yang will be no exception. He's nothing but a clown who got lucky, and yet he dares to boast about crossing the Three Emperor Pass. What utter overestimation. At these words, Kai Heng and Chun Qianqian both turned, staring at Qin Tianyang with expressions of utter disdain, as though they were looking at a fool, their eyes filled with contempt and scorn. Only Luo Huan's face flushed, his heart seething with both anger and embarrassment. He barked at Qin Tianyang, "Shut up. Just watch quietly and stop spouting nonsense here." Luo Huan was deeply frustrated. If someone who could force the Tongtian Sword Emperor to deploy the stellar sword body was merely lucky, then what did that make him? Someone who couldn't even withstand the opponent's first sword strike. The other disciples of the ancient sect also cast glances of dissatisfaction, their eyes filled with disgust, toward Qin Tianyang. Although the two sects were rivals, Qin Tianyang's ridicule was both caustic and foolish. It not only failed to boost the ancient sect's morale, but also made them appear petty, leaving the disciples deeply uncomfortable, as if they had been saddled with a handicap. On the other side, a faint ripple suddenly spread across the void above the Shinkong Tower. A young man in white robes with a gentle, yet imposing aura materialized, and walked directly to Nangong Wentian's side. Nangong Wentian recognized the newcomer, a flicker of surprise in his eyes before he cupped his hands and greeted with a smile, "Principal. I didn't expect you to be drawn here as well." This person was none other than Jiang Han, the principal of the Shinkong Martial Arts University, and also the direct disciple of the Tongtian Sword Emperor with unfathomably profound strength. Jiang Han waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the display of the Shinkong Tower, watching the standoff between Qin Yang and the Tongtian Sword Emperor. A mild smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he replied slowly, "I had long heard that Qin Yang possessed extraordinary talent unparalleled in the world. Seeing him today, it's indeed true. He is truly formidable." Nangong Wentian added with a smile, "This is my junior disciple Qin Yang. His talent is indeed monstrous. Even I was rather surprised by his performance in the Tower Challenge." Jiang Han nodded slightly, saying nothing more. He simply turned his attention back to the display, his aura receding, watching the battle in silence. Yet invisibly the surrounding atmosphere grew even more solemn, and many disciples who noticed his presence instinctively held their breath. Inside the Shinkong Tower, Qin Yang looked at the Tongtian Sword Emperor, whose body was now swirling with starlight, and took a deep breath. The Yang sword at his waist hummed and trembled once more, its sound resounding through the heavens and shaking the surroundings. He knew that the ensuing battle would be a true test of life and death. One misstep, and he would repeat Luo Huan's fate, halted at the 98th floor. The Tongtian Sword Emperor gazed down at Qin Yang, his voice echoing like the tremors of stars. "Are you ready? Under this strike it is either life or death." Qin Yang raised his eyes, his gaze burning with overwhelming battle intent. Without a word, he gripped the Yang sword as it soared into the air, responding with action alone. In an instant, the Tongtian Sword Emperor moved. Starlight erupted around him, and the divine sword in his hand cleaved out a colossal star sword that spanned the heavens, carrying the momentum of annihilation as it hurtled toward Qin Yang. If the Tongtian Sword Emperor were here in person, I might need to treat it with caution. Having said that, Qin Yang revealed a smile, bold and unbridled. His voice icy, carrying a terrifying will, but a mere phantom of you, just a will simulated by the divine artifact, is ultimately not the real person. And such a you can never be my match. You cannot stop me. As he spoke, a sharp gleam flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and the Yang sword in his hand instantly erupted with a terrifying wave of power. In an instant, the overwhelming sword intent and the Tao of annihilation fused into one. The supreme extinction sword heart within him surged forth without restraint. Suddenly, a colossal river of sword intent burst out, each strand as heavy as 1,000 Junes, sweeping across heaven and earth as it thundered toward the Tongtian Sword Emperor. Rumble. The two forces collided like yin and yang, instantly turning the entire world into two colors, black and white. Blazing divine radiance shone so brilliantly that countless people outside could barely open their eyes, and the invisible pressure seemed to break free from the Shinkong Tower's confinement, surging outward and suffocating countless onlookers. The unimaginable fluctuations and power left numerous students numb with fear. Someone couldn't help but remark, "Is this really a freshman? Are freshmen this fierce nowadays?" Another immediately followed, "Such prodigies are rare in the long passage of time. They can be counted on one hand." From this, it seems the Tongtian Sword Emperor cannot stop Qin Yang either. The next moment, the light receded. The Tongtian Sword Emperor was already no more, leaving only Qin Yang stepping into the 99th floor. Before him loomed a chaotic, shadowy figure. Its face was indistinct, without features, yet it radiated a terrifying pressure. The ancient War Emperor. One of the most mysterious war emperors of humanity, and indeed of the entire universe. The phantom of the celestial Sword Emperor shattered into countless stardust under the fierce edge of Yang's sword, and the surrounding infinite starry sky and world collapsed violently, as if the universe was being reborn. A unique aura spread and flourished as endless black divine radiance swept across the entire realm. Following closely, a special phantom materialized before Qin Yang. the 99th floor's guardian phantom, the nether god martial emperor. When this phantom appeared, countless people outside the starry sky tower were struck with horror. The nether god martial emperor. A startled cry cut through the silence, first followed by waves of gasps and exclamations erupting across the entire venue. Countless eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the display screen with intense scrutiny, their breaths growing rapid and heavy. The nether god martial emperor was the most enigmatic martial emperor of starry sky, martial university seldom appearing over the millennia. Not only had few caught a glimpse of his true form, but the vast majority of disciples had never even sensed a trace of his aura. To witness his guardian phantom in the starry sky tower today was a rare opportunity. The watching disciples instantly burst into uproar, their discussions surging like a tidal wave across the scene. Expressions varied. The nether god martial emperor is completely different from the celestial sword emperor. He excels in bizarre and peerless soul arts, and is a pinnacle existence who masters the complete Tao of the soul. His methods are insidious, mysterious, and unpredictable, far beyond what ordinary people can withstand. I'm not trying to jinx Qin Yang, but the nether god martial emperor's Tao of the soul is simply too domineering. Even if Qin Yang could defeat the celestial sword emperor, he might have to stop at this 99th floor. Even if he can't overcome it, it's enough to be proud of, someone said with a midway tone full of admiration. In the long years, the number of beings who have seen the nether god martial emperor's phantom can be counted on one hand. At least in the past few centuries, only the celestial sword emperor once beheld it. Most held little hope, but knew that merely reaching this level was already an unparalleled prodigy. There was nothing more to say. Though most believed Qin Yang stood no chance against the nether god martial emperor, they didn't dwell on it. Only Chen Tianyang clung to this as his last straw, acting like a clown, and began to sneer. Qin Yang is utterly finished now. He can only stop here, wanting to defeat the nether god martial emperor. That's pure fantasy, absolutely impossible. Kai Hung, disgusted by Chen Tianyang's petty demeanor, sneered and retorted. Even if Qin Yang really can't beat the nether god martial emperor, it's not your place to make noise here. You, a useless piece who can't even withstand Qin Yang's single move, dare to rant. Chen Tianyang's face instantly turned as black as ink, his spiritual energy suddenly rioting in chaos. He glared at Kai Hung with blazing eyes and roared, "Say that again." Kai Hung's eyes sharpened, unleashing the full pressure of a grandmaster like a crushing mountain locking onto Chen Tianyang. His tone was icy. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you know your own weight? How dare you challenge me? I admit I'm no match for Luo Huan, but dealing with a waste like you is a piece of cake." Under the heavy pressure, Chen Tianyang staggered, his face deathly pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet he stubbornly clung to his pride, refusing to bow or yield. Seeing this, Luo Huan stepped forward to stand between them, and said to Kai Hung in a deep voice, "Kai Hung, for my sake, let it go." But Chen Tianyang, instead of being grateful, was enraged that Luo Huan hadn't stood up for him. His mind completely lost balance, and he screamed hysterically at Luo Huan. "Luo Huan, don't forget your status. You're nothing but a dog raised by the Qin family. How dare you not help me?" Before the words faded, Luo Huan's gaze turned ice-cold and ruthless. A chilling aura radiated from him, and his hand shot out like lightning, gripping Chen Tianyang's throat and lifting him off the ground. His voice carried no warmth, only biting cold. "I've tolerated you for the sake of your Qin family name. Have you forgotten that I am a direct disciple of a martial emperor, not to mention a mere Qin family prodigy? Even if your family patriarch stood before me, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant and reckless." Luo Huan inwardly regretted having been too lenient in the past, allowing a waste like Chen Tianyang to dare to jump around and shout in his face. The other disciples of the Nether God sect stood by, watching coldly, without any intervention. Their eyes toward Chen Tianyang were filled with impatience and disgust. Their resentment toward Chen Tianyang had long festered. Ever since he lost to Qin Yang, he had grown increasingly deranged and rude, speaking out of turn at every opportunity. Not only had he disgraced the Nether God sect, but he was also a useless burden. Now that he was asking for trouble, no one was willing to meddle. Luo Huan didn't want to waste any more words. He flung Chen Tianyang to the ground with force and snorted coldly, "For the sake of the vice principal, I'll spare you today. If you ever dare to speak nonsense or show disrespect again, I'll personally cripple your cultivation and reduce you to a complete waste." Chen Tianyang hit the ground, clutching his throat and gasping heavily. Anger burned in his heart, and his eyes were full of venom. But when he met Luo Huan's utterly emotionless gaze, all his arrogance vanished. He obediently cowered, not daring to utter a single retort, left only with frustration and resentment. Seeing this, Kai Hung sneered, his voice dripping with undisguised contempt, "A classic coward who bullies the weak." Just then Chun Qianqian stood amidst the Tianyuan sect's ranks. Her voice, soft yet clear, rang across the entire venue, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere. "You may not know, but Qin Yang's most proficient and strongest Tao is the Tao of the soul. He might not necessarily lose to the Nether God Martial Emperor." At these words, the scene erupted into extreme uproar. Those who were certain of Qin Yang's defeat were stunned. Discussions flooded the venue again, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief, completely overturning everyone's perception. What? Qin Yang is also proficient in the Tao of the soul. And it's his strongest Tao? How is that possible? He's already such a genius in the sword path, yet he also masters the Tao of the soul. This talent is too outrageous. Above the crowd, Jiang Han stared at Qin Yang's figure on the display screen, a clear flicker of surprise in his eyes. He turned to Nangong Wentian and smiled. I've heard that Qin Yang is a 6th rank soul walker. I wonder if he can pass this level. Nangong Wentian, with a confident smile on his lips, said with certainty, with his talent and strength, the Nether God Martial Emperor cannot stop him, nor can he possibly stop him. Jiang Han chuckled. I recall that when you were still a student you were stopped by the Nether God Martial Emperor's phantom. Those who could become disciples of a martial emperor were undoubtedly peerless prodigies. This was indisputable. In his day, Nangong Wentian was also a figure of the times, dominating the younger generation of Starry Sky Martial University. Nangong Wentian said indifferently, so what? At least I stepped onto the 99th floor. And you, principal, were stopped by your own master. At this, Jiang Han revealed a hint of helplessness. I wasn't chosen by my master back then. If I had become his disciple earlier, a mere phantom would never have blocked me. This was Jiang Han's regret. He never cleared the 98th floor. He was also one of the few who forced the Celestial Sword Emperor's stellar sword body to appear, but unlike Qin Yang, he was defeated. Meanwhile, inside the Starry Sky Tower, Qin Yang and the Nether God Martial Emperor suddenly clashed. On the 99th floor of the Starry Sky Tower, Qin Yang stood amidst the shattered starry sky, gazing at the shadowy figure of the Yin God Emperor, shrouded in thick black mist, his expression growing increasingly grave. He knew well that the Yin God Emperor was a supreme being who mastered the Tao of souls. Even though only a projection remained with cultivation suppressed to the Grandmaster level, his understanding and application of the Soul Tao were far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. As the black mist surged, the figure of the Yin God Emperor became indistinct, even his aura completely concealed. Only a hoarse, low voice penetrated the black mist. In the past few hundred years, someone has finally managed to reach my place. Last time a little fellow with a sword arrived here. He was quite formidable. He defeated me in 3 exchanges. I wonder if you possess his ability. He paused, as if asking casually, yet with a hint of reminiscence. By the way, what level has that little fellow reached now? Qin Yang's eyes flickered, knowing he referred to the Tongtian Sword Emperor, and promptly answered truthfully, Martial Emperor. Apart from him, in the past few hundred years, only the Tongtian Sword Emperor had set foot on this floor. This shows just how difficult the Starry Sky Tower is. Over the centuries, it has gathered countless human talents, yet only a handful could reach this place. The difficulty is unimaginable. For instance, Luo Huan was not lacking, otherwise he would not have been chosen as a disciple by the Yin God Emperor. Yet he could not pass the challenge set by the Tongtian Sword Emperor. Perhaps the Tongtian Sword Emperor was too strong, or perhaps Luo Huan was indeed somewhat inferior. From within the black mist came a faint chuckle, the Yin God Emperor's tone full of approval. I thought back then that this child had extraordinary bones and a remarkable temperament. Now it seems my judgment was correct. His words fell, and his gaze once again fixed on Qin Yang, his tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. Your talent is not bad either. Your soul is full and condensed, your aura restrained and deep. I just wonder how you measure up to that little fellow. Before his words faded, a formless, intangible wave silently spread out, without earth-shattering momentum or dazzling light, yet it instantly sent chills down Qin Yang's spine, with sharp pain piercing the depths of his soul. Qin Yang's heart tightened. He instantly perceived the boundless killing intent within the wave. He dared not relax in the slightest, immediately tensing his soul to the utmost. Deep within the sea of the soul, a miniature soul figure identical to Qin Yang suddenly opened its eyes, a sharp light bursting from its gaze. It reached back to grasp the shadowy Yang sword suspended in the soul sea, leaped upward, breaking through the soul sea's barrier, and slashed down at the intangible wave. Amidst the crisscrossing sword light, a terrifying soul impact force swept out. Wherever it passed, the void split apart, and stars were annihilated, forcibly cutting a rift into the eerie wave. Outside the Starry Sky Tower, everyone stared intently at the display screen. When they saw Qin Yang suddenly tense up and the fleeting apparition of the soul figure, they all showed confused expressions. Luo Huan's expression suddenly turned solemn. He took half a step forward and explained in a grave tone, My master governs the Soul Tao and is the undisputed Lord of Souls. Although this projection only replicates the master's Grandmaster level cultivation, it is proficient in the master's eternal, indestructible soul scripture. Just now my master employed one of its techniques, the soul obliteration art. This art is silent and invisible, ordinary people can hardly detect it. Often their souls are completely erased or their minds controlled without their knowledge. Qin Yang is quite alert. He was able to detect and resist it at the first moment. At these words the scene erupted into commotion. The crowd, who had thought the battle had not yet begun, were stunned, gasping in unison. What? The battle started long ago. I didn't sense a thing. This soul obliteration art is too eerie. It kills silently and invisibly. How terrifying. Kai Hung frowned deeply and couldn't help spitting. No wonder the outside world spreads rumors that the Yin God Emperor is a treacherous old schemer. Truly, as the name suggests, truly insidious. Qin Yang, who was usually taciturn with a gentle temperament, couldn't help but speak, her tone tinged with fear. This is too sinister. If someone unaware encountered it, they might die without knowing how. At the thought of such a silent soul erasing, and countless people present instinctively felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes toward the screen, filled with more fear. Kai Hung, even more solemn, looked at Luo Huan, his questioning gaze unmistakable. As the Yin God Emperor's disciple, Luo Huan must also know this technique. Luo Huan noticed his gaze, but deliberately looked away, choosing to ignore it completely. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the perilous soul duel displayed on the screen. Inside the starry sky tower, the projection of the Yin God Emperor seemed quite satisfied with Qin Yang's performance. His hoarse voice carried a hint of praise. Your attainment in the soul Tao is not ordinary. Being able to block my soul obliteration art makes you a rare prodigy in this world. Next, if you can withstand one more move from me, you shall pass this level. As he spoke, the black mist suddenly surged. The projection of the Yin God Emperor unleashed a terrifying wave, far surpassing the previous one. A vast, boundless soul force like a surging ocean carried the might to devour and annihilate everything, crashing toward Qin Yang. Almost at the moment the wave erupted, Qin Yang pushed his soul force to its limit. A faint luminous white glow surrounded his body, and the immense power within his soul instantly gushed forth. The soul figure holding the Yang sword shadow with dual Tao forces of destruction and soul swirling around it leaped up and slashed fiercely at the ocean of soul force. Under that single sword strike, heaven and earth changed color. Boom! The two supreme soul forces collided with a thunderous impact. The terrifying shockwave instantly swept through the entire 99th floor. The already fragile virtual realm exploded, stars shattered, the void collapsed, and even the tower body of the starry sky tower trembled violently, as if it would collapse entirely in the next second. Qin Yang let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps backward. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Surging pain rolled through his soul, but his eyes grew even sharper, fixed unwaveringly on the Yin God Emperor's projection, without any retreat. The black mist churned unsteadily. The Yin God Emperor's projection also seemed to have been affected, its aura slightly disturbed. Yet it still spoke with a tone of approval. You have some of the brilliance of that little fellow from before. Your mastery of the soul Tao is exceptional. You win. With these words, the projection of the Yin God Emperor dissipated. Although he passed this level, Qin Yang was not pleased. Instead, he frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that the Yin God Emperor's projection had not used its full power, but rather had held back. This was different from the Tongtian Sword Emperor, who had clearly been serious. But the Yin God Emperor was not. Besides, Qin Yang had intended to use this battle to understand the Yin God Emperor, to prepare for dealing with him in the future and gain experience. Clearly, however, the experience gained this time was not much. At the same time, the heavens and earth split open. Divine radiance shone, and a majestic figure sat on a throne. The final floor, the Tianyuan Martial Emperor. This layer does not have countless stars arrayed, nor an endless void stretching, only a vast chaotic heaven and earth. On a white jade platform at the center, a figure sits upon a purple-gold dragon-patterned throne with a handsome, unparalleled face. His entire being emanates an imperial pressure that looks down upon the universe. Even as a replicated phantom, he causes the entire space to freeze and fall silent. The unparalleled dominance flowing from his brow is enough to awe all creation across the 9 heavens. Qin Yang gazed at the familiar yet majestic figure upon the throne. His expression instantly turned solemn and grave, his heart growing increasingly heavy. That was none other than his master, the Tianyuan Martial Emperor. This being the first martial emperor in human history, the foremost among the 3 martial emperors, was a top-tier powerhouse rarely seen even in the boundless cosmos. He was the anchor of the entire human alliance, single-handedly upholding the sky for the human race after the spiritual energy revival. Since the tidal wave of spiritual energy revival swept across the world, the Tianyuan Martial Emperor had always been the leader of human cultivators, the undisputed paragon of the human race. Except for the year when the Tianyuan Martial King fortuitously broke through to the Martial King realm first, in all other eras, he had always stood at the pinnacle, excelling above all, with none able to rival him. Meanwhile, outside the starry tower, when the image of the 100th floor was clearly projected onto the giant display screen, the moment Tianyuan Martial Emperor's figure came into view, thunderous cheers erupted from the entire crowd. Countless disciples were stirred to boiling blood, their eyes filled with fervent worship and profound reverence. The Tianyuan Martial Emperor had not appeared in the universe for many years. Since stepping into the peak of the Martial Emperor realm, he had secluded himself deep in the return to void, cultivating in seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs. Although images of his past battles had been passed down, being able to witness his peak period phantom through the starry tower still made countless people unable to contain their excitement, their blood and chi surging within. A disciple stared intently at the display screen, his face full of admiration as he sighed. the Tianyuan martial emperor truly lives up to his reputation as the heaven-born overlord. His bearing is majestic, his demeanor extraordinary. Even with just a phantom, he intimidates all beings. This is the true image of a sovereign, the blessing of the human race. This is the final level, someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with excitement. If Qin Yang can pass this level, his name will be engraved on the Starry Tower's merit stele, making him the fourth prodigy in 1,000 years to clear it. Everyone was stirred with surging emotions, their hearts unable to calm. Over the long millennia, countless brilliant prodigies had met their downfall in the Starry Tower, and only 3 had ever reached the summit. If Qin Yang could accomplish it, it would be an epic-making feat worthy of being recorded in the history of human cultivation. In a corner, Qin Tianyang stared at the awe-inspiring phantom of the Tianyuan martial emperor on the display screen. His eyes were vacant and hollow, and he kept muttering to himself, his mentality completely shattered. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Qin Yang have defeated the ancient martial emperor? How could he have reached the final level? This must be an illusion. He suddenly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white as if grasping at the last straw, and gritted his teeth as he muttered, right. This time he's facing the Tianyuan martial emperor, the first martial emperor of humanity. Qin Yang definitely cannot win, absolutely cannot win. He is doomed to fail. Everyone ignored Qin Yang, their eyes filled with impatience and contempt. After his previous unreasonable tantrums, they had already concluded that this man was simply mentally disturbed, completely trapped in a frenzy of self-denial not worth paying attention to. Kai Hung put away his usual playful grin, his expression turning solemn as he stared at the display screen. His voice was low. This is the ultimate level, and the opponent is the phantom of the Tianyuan martial emperor. Its combat power is unfathomable, and the difficulty is imaginable. I wonder if Qin Yang can create another miracle. Chen Xianqian clenched her hands at her sides, her tone carrying a hint of barely concealed tension, yet still full of conviction. He will definitely succeed. I believe in him. This unconditional trust stemmed from Qin Yang's strength and confidence, which had allowed him to break conventions and create countless miracles all along the way. Luo Huan stared fixedly at the screen, his gaze deep as an abyss. His tone was heavy but could not conceal his anticipation. The difficulty is immense. The Tianyuan martial emperor is the first martial emperor of humanity. The combat power of his phantom is far beyond that of the ancient martial emperor. This is arguably the hardest level of the Starry Tower, but Qin Yang's talent is monstrous. He may not be without a chance. I hope he can clear it, adding another immortal monument to human history. Upon hearing this, Kai Hung turned to look at Luo Huan in surprise, his eyes full of astonishment. He had never imagined that Luo Huan, a core disciple of the ancient sect lineage who had an indirect competitive relationship with Qin Yang, would utter such broad-minded words. Luo Huan noticed his gaze and spoke calmly, his tone frank. Although our two lineages have been in constant rivalry, we ultimately belong to the same human race. Naturally, I am glad to see such a top-tier prodigy emerge within our race, bringing glory to humanity. Having said this, he paused for a moment, a flicker of relief and openness passing through his eyes. I am ultimately inferior to him. If our strengths were close, perhaps I would not be so eager for him to break through. But the gap between us is like a chasm impossible to cross. Rather than harbor jealousy, I would rather hope he can go further, stand on a higher stage, and hold up a broader sky for the human race. These were Luo Huan's heartfelt words without any falsehood or affectation. Kai Hung was even more surprised, and his gaze toward Luo Huan grew more respectful. Under the intense rivalry between the two lineages, it was rare to find someone with such breadth of mind and magnanimity. On the other side, the void above the Starry Tower suddenly rippled with circles of pale golden light. Chun Shue's figure appeared as if stepping on the moon, slowly materializing beside Zhang Han and Nangong Wentian. Seeing this, Zhang Han immediately smiled and nodded in greeting. It seems you've also received the news that Qin Yang has entered the final level. Chun Shui bowed slightly to Zhang Han, respectfully addressing him as principal. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness, but could not conceal the deep concern in her eyes. He has a chance to clear the Starry Tower, creating an unprecedented miracle. As his teacher, I must come to witness it. After all, since ancient times, no one has ever broken through this 1,000-year-old tower during their freshman period. Zhang Han's eyes flickered, and he asked in turn, in your opinion, can Qin Yang do it? Chun Shui raised her eyes to look at Qin Yang's upright figure on the display screen, was silent for a moment, then replied softly, but firmly, I hope he can. These words surprised both Zhang Han and Nangong Wentian beside him. As the pillar of the ancient martial emperor's faction at Starry Sky Martial University, Chen Shui had always disliked disciples of the Tianyuan sect, no matter how talented they were, harboring at least a faint resentment. But now Chen Shui had completely set aside these feelings. She seemed only to want to see Qin Yang create new history. Knowing what the two were thinking, Chen Shui said lightly, it seems that in your eyes I am simply a narrow-minded person. Zhang Han and Nangong Wentian exchanged a glance, and then fell silent, saying nothing more. On the other side, the Tianyuan martial emperor stepped down from his throne, his demeanor arrogant, looking down at Qin Yang with a sense of imposing authority that was intimidating without anger. Little one, are you ready? Qin Yang's eyes moved, filled with unwavering determination. Of course, this final level he would definitely pass. No matter who it was, no one could stop him. On the white jade platform, the phantom of the Tianwu Emperor slowly rose, his body encircled by flowing purple gold dragon patterns. He gently flexed his limbs, his knuckles crackling, and in the next instant his form shot forth like an arrow from the bowstring, carrying a world-shattering momentum as he crashed toward Qin Yang. Where the fist wind passed, heaven and earth trembled as if billions of stars were falling in a cataclysm. The void shattered, the sky split, and the earth cracked. Overwhelming spiritual pressure swept in all directions, tearing even the surrounding chaotic space into hideous fissures, as if the entire universe would collapse under this single punch. Qin Yang dared not show the slightest negligence. Divine power within him surged like a rushing river, his mind instantly becoming clear and empty. He reached back to grasp the Yang sword floating before him, the sword heart trembling violently. He activated the Annihilation sword heart without reservation, and a vast sword light spanning heaven and earth burst forth from the blade, carrying a sharpness that could sever everything, and met the terrifying fist shadow head-on. Boom! The ultimate forces of fist and sword collided with a thunderous impact, like two monstrous waves clashing head-on. Boundless might surged outward from the point of impact, causing the entire virtual realm of the 100th floor to shake violently, with fragments of stars and shattered space swirling through the air. The phantom of the Tianwu Emperor let out a hearty laugh, his tone carrying a hint of approval and expectation, and said softly, "If this is all you have, you cannot defeat me." Before the words faded, his figure advanced instead of retreating. His hands pushed forward, the fleshly divine power in his palms surging as if sun and moon spanned the sky and rivers of stars poured down. A heavy fist slammed into the sword light, and with a crisp crack, the sword light Qin Yang had concentrated all his power into was brutally shattered, scattering into countless tiny specks of light. Qin Yang understood in his heart the Tianwu Emperor was a supreme emperor who mastered the Tao of the flesh. His fleshly divine power was ferocious and boundless, truly the strongest physique in the universe. Even the Titan race, renowned for their strength, was far inferior before him. In a contest of pure strength, he had no chance of winning. Even if it were only a phantom, it was absolutely unmatched among all. Qin Yang knew well that in a battle of flesh and power he was no match, and might even be defeated on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the soul sea in Qin Yang's mind suddenly burst with brilliant light. The soul avatar leaped up, its hands forming seals rapidly, and immediately executed the phantom formless soul palace. An invisible spiritual power quietly spread, attempting to interfere with the Tianwu Emperor's perception. Almost simultaneously with the execution of the soul technique, he turned his palm, channeling the power of the space Tao. The universe in the palm divine ability instantly unfolded. The surrounding void collapsed and twisted at once. A faint spatial halo enveloped Qin Yang, who controlled this region like the master of heaven and earth, turning the entire realm of the 100th floor into something within his palm. Even the phantom of the Tianwu Emperor was drawn into this spatial domain. A flicker of surprise passed through the eyes of the Tianwu Emperor's phantom. His tone carried a hint of approval. "The space Tao. Your knowledge is quite diverse, and your control over spatial power is remarkable. You do have some skill. But this is not enough." As the words fell, the divine power around the Tianwu Emperor's phantom surged again. He threw a punch, and the pure fleshly power directly tore through the spatial barrier, shattering the universe in the palm that Qin Yang had set up in an instant. Qin Yang had no time to dodge. His body exploded like broken porcelain, blood gushing out in torrents. He crashed heavily to the ground, his aura instantly chaotic. Outside the Shinkong Tower, when the screen displayed the image of Qin Yang severely wounded and bloodied, the entire crowd erupted in waves of exclamations. Countless hearts were in their throats. Shen Tianyang saw this, and was ecstatic, almost maniacally jumping up and shouting, "I told you, Qin Yang is no match for the Tianwu Emperor. He could only get this far by pure luck. Now he's done for. Trash, can you shut up?" A cold reprimand suddenly sounded, its tone full of impatience. Shen Tianyang's anger instantly flared. He could not defeat Luo Huan, Kai Hung, and the others, so being scolded by them was one thing, but these nobodies dared to boss him around. He turned to look at the speaker, his expression hostile, and threatened coldly, "Say that again. Do you believe I'll cripple you?" The one who spoke was a disciple of the ancient sect. Luo Huan, seeing this, let out a cold snort, and the pressure of a personal disciple of an emperor descended without reservation, locking onto Shen Tianyang, making it hard for him to breathe, his body stiff, unable even to straighten his back. "Shut up." Luo Huan's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion, yet carrying an unquestionable authority. Shen Tianyang was furious and aggrieved, his chest nearly bursting with rage, but he was suppressed by the pressure and could not utter a single word. His face flushed red, his eyes filled with venom as he glared at that ancient sect disciple, looking utterly disgraced. The surrounding crowd immediately burst into mocking laughter. Someone taunted, "Even if Qin Yang loses in the end, he is not comparable to a trash like you. He can reach the final floor. Can you?" A mere nobody who can't even break through the 80th floor dares to spout nonsense here. How utterly clueless. The jeers continued without end. Qin Tianyang wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but he could only remain pinned by the pressure, unable to move. Luo Huan withdrew his gaze and turned it back to the screen, his expression growing more solemn. He spoke slowly. Qin Yang's cultivation is still a bit low. Facing the master who controls the Tao of the flesh, winning will be extremely difficult. Kai Hung also nodded, not refuting, and echoed in a low voice. It is indeed difficult. The Tianwu Emperor's physique is too terrifying. There is simply no way to contend with it. Qin Xianxian clenched her hands tightly, her eyes fixed on the screen, showing Qin Yang covered in blood. Her face was full of worry, but she still silently chanted in her heart, he can definitely do it. Zhang Han, Nangong, Wentian, and Shun Shui stood in the void, their gazes all fixed on the screen. Their expressions varied, but all were intensely focused on this ultimate showdown. At this moment, inside the 100th floor of the Shinkong Tower, Qin Yang struggled to prop himself up. Blood oozed from his wounds, his clothes, already soaked, through looking utterly miserable. Yet in his eyes burned an ever fiercer fighting spirit with not a trace of retreat or fear. He slowly raised his hands, rapidly forming seals, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He said loudly to the phantom of the Tianwu Emperor, the strongest physique in the world indeed lives up to its reputation. No wonder the Shinkong Tower has stood for 1,000 years, yet only 3 have cleared it. He used to think the students of Shinkong University were not up to par. Now he realized it was because the guardians were too monstrous. Whether it was the Tongtian Sword Emperor on the 98th floor, or the Tianwu Emperor on the 100th floor. Each one stood at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, unmatched within their cultivation level. Such combat power. Unless one was an unparalleled prodigy, a genius who could dominate the world, no one could cross them. But Qin Yang was also among the latter. As his words fell, Qin Yang's aura rose again. The soul sea divine power and the power of the space, Tao, intertwined, and a terrifying might far surpassing before was slowly awakening from within him. On the 100th floor of the starry sky tower, Qin Yang was enveloped in a bloody mist, his clothes soaked through with gore, yet the battle spirit in his eyes burned like a prairie fire, growing ever fiercer. He held back nothing aside from deliberately suppressing the heavens fortune diagram. Deep within his soul, he unleashed all his divine abilities and secret arts. The aura around him erupted like a volcano slumbering for eons, its surging momentum threatening to shatter the very restraints of this realm. He knew in his heart that to defeat a projection of the heavenly Yuan martial emperor, a being of such caliber, he must pour out every ounce of his strength without reservation. The heavens fortune diagram was far too special. The heavenly fortune martial king had fallen at the hands of the heavenly Yuan martial emperor in that era. Though the details of that event remained unknown, Qin Yang was certain that if the heavenly Yuan martial emperor discovered his possession of the diagram, he would likely meet the same fate, even as a disciple of the emperor. The power of space, the power of soul, and the power of the sword, 3 utterly distinct Taos, intertwined in an instant, merging into a tricolored torrent that surged into the Yang sword. The blade hummed and trembled violently, its resonant clang piercing the heavens and echoing across the cosmos. The sword radiated a brilliant divine light, gleaming with endless sharpness, as if it could sever all laws and shackles of the world. At almost the same moment, the embryonic world within Qin Yang's dantian churned and boiled. The 3 Taos permeated each other, blending in mutual symbiosis. In the sea of consciousness, the miniature soul form suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze blazing like a sun in perfect resonance with his will. The overwhelming battle intent soared straight into the heavens. At this moment, Qin Yang fully released all restraints, fusing all the Taos he had cultivated into a single unprecedented combat power. Even the surrounding void slightly collapsed under this pressure. Heaven-Earth Crucible. Qin Yang's gaze sharpened, his low cry echoing through the sky. The surrounding void instantly rippled in layers. The distorted space contracted, folded, and coalesced like paper, transforming into a giant crucible, inscribed with spatial patterns and wreathed in chaotic light, trapping the heavenly Yuan martial emperor's projection firmly within. This was no ordinary spatial confinement technique. It was a supreme killing move derived from the Palm Cosmos. It used spatial power as fire and the Tao's laws as the furnace, refining everything within its range into nothingness. The heavenly Yuan martial emperor's projection smiled, his tone composed and unhurried, repeating the same trick. You should know that this attack is useless against me. Before the words faded, he unleashed his physical divine power, without reservation, golden radiance shrouding his entire body. Clenching his fists, he unleashed an infinite fist intent that swept through the crucible like a tsunami. The terrifying force surged like a river of stars, overturning seas and rivers. Wherever the fist wind passed, the spatial patterns on the crucible's walls cracked and shattered inch by inch. The entire crucible shook violently, as if it would be pierced and destroyed at any moment. Karmic obliteration, Sword River. Qin Yang had anticipated this. As the heavenly Yuan martial emperor focused on breaking the crucible, his old strength waning, and new strength not yet born, the Yang sword slashed out. A peerless sword beam spanning the heavens poured into the crucible from its apex, transforming into a surging river of swords that cascaded down. Amid the rolling waves of sword light, countless beams intertwined and struck the projection, precisely forcing it to pause its break-free motion for a moment. The assault would not cease. With a thought, Qin Yang's miniature soul form in the sea of consciousness wielding the Yang sword's projection leaped out of the sea, pierced through the void, and carrying the fierce momentum of the entire karmic obliteration, sword river plunged into the crucible like a lightning bolt aiming straight for the death point between the projection's brows. Heaven-subduing soul-exterminating sword. This was the ultimate offensive divine ability of the ghost soul, formless soul palace, fusing extreme soul power with the tyrannical will of the sword. It could destroy both the physical body and the soul with enough power to annihilate all beings. At the same cultivation level, it was invincible, sweeping all before it. The spatial refinement of the heaven-earth crucible, the physical slashing of the karmic obliteration sword river, and the soul destruction of the heaven-subduing soul-exterminating sword. Three supreme divine abilities intertwined and complemented each other, forming a flawless net of death that slammed toward the heavenly Yuan martial emperor's projection. This time the projection's composure vanished completely. Its expression became gray for the first time as it erupted with an even more terrifying imperial power. Pushing both hands forward, it evolved sun, moon, and stars in its palms, the Tao roaring, an ominous aura spreading. Its laughter was filled with praise and excitement. Interesting. Little one, if you can withstand this move, the victory is yours. As the words fell, it slowly raised its right fist, wreathed in dense chaotic light. Countless Tao patterns flowed around the fist, and a supreme aura swept the entire arena, as if dragging the entire universe to the brink of destruction. All things trembled under this might. Heavenly Yuan Fist. This was the Heavenly Yuan Martial Emperor's ultimate trump card, the culmination of his lifelong understanding of the physical Tao and the laws of heaven and earth. A single punch could annihilate all Taos. A single punch could destroy billions of universes. In the past, an ancient divine race martial emperor who roamed the stars undefeated had fallen to this very punch. Its terror was enough to shake the ages and force countless races to bow. Boom. The Heavenly Yuan Fist blasted out, clashing head-on with the net of death woven from the three divine abilities. The heaven-earth crucible instantly erupted to its peak spatial power, contracting madly, as if trying to crush everything. The karmic obliteration sword river swelled several times, its sword light tearing the universe, cutting through all resistance. The heaven-subduing soul-exterminating sword's soul light pierced through the real and the illusory, reaching straight for the origin. The moment the myriad terrifying forces collided, the entire 100th floor's heaven and earth collapsed completely. Stars shattered, void fell in, and even the cosmic laws became chaotic and reorganized on the verge of breaking down. A blindingly brilliant light burst from the point of impact like a newborn sun blossoming, piercing through the starry sky, towers layers, forcing countless onlookers outside to squint and shield their eyes, barely able to look at the screen. The entire starry sky tower trembled violently. The ancient runes on its surface flickered unsteadily, as if unable to withstand such cataclysmic force, threatening to collapse at any moment. Outside the tower, all spectators' eyes widened, glued to the screen. No one dared to breathe. Dead silence reigned, broken only by the tower's trembling. The collision had been too fierce. The blinding light obscured everything, leaving everyone in the dark about the situation. Every heart was in their throat. Who won? Who actually won? Someone couldn't contain their anxiety, asking in a low voice, urgency in their tone. So intense. The light is too dazzling, we can't see what's inside. It's driving me crazy. I think it's probably the Heavenly Yuan Martial Emperor. That was the Heavenly Yuan Fist. Even a divine race martial emperor couldn't withstand it. No matter how monstrous Qin Yang is, he can't survive that move. Not necessarily. The power Qin Yang just unleashed was terrifying. The fusion of three Taos, that momentum was no weaker than the Heavenly Yuan Fist. I think Qin Yang won. He can create a miracle. The crowd debated, each holding their own opinion. Some firmly believed in the Heavenly Yuan Martial Emperor's victory, others hoped for Qin Yang's miracle. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme, as if the air itself had frozen. Qin Qian clenched her hands, her palms soaking with cold sweat. Her eyes never left the screen, her pretty face filled with worry and anticipation. Luo Huan and Kai Hung looked grim, their bodies taut, barely daring to breathe. At that moment, the dazzling light on the screen gradually faded. A tall figure stood in the midst of the devastated ruins, clothes stained with blood, but back as straight as the Kunlun Mountains. A faint Tao light surrounded him, his eyes sharp as cold stars gazing down at the void below. He was like a heavenly emperor ruling over all realms, his aura majestic and unrivaled. It was Qin Yang. He had won. He became the fourth being in 1,000 years to clear the Starry Sky Tower. At that moment, the entire Starry Sky Martial Academy erupted into endless cheers. The roaring waves of sound soared into the sky, echoing across the entire starry expanse. As Qin Yang's figure standing amidst the shattered heavens crystallized clearly on the screen, a thunderous tide of cheers erupted instantly outside the Starry Sky Tower. Countless students raised their arms and shouted cries of astonishment, cascading like a tidal wave. The surging emotions swept through the entire venue, making even the air itself boil with fervor. A student, his face flushed with excitement, his voice trembling with emotion. Ever since the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor conquered the Starry Sky Tower, no one has reached the summit in centuries. Now at last someone has done it. Qin Yang has made history. Unbelievable. Qin Yang, only at the mid-grandmaster level, actually managed to breach the Starry Sky Tower, a feat impossible for a millennium. His talent and combat prowess are truly unprecedented. I wonder on which floor of the Starry Sky Tower Qin Yang will imprint his shadow, someone said, eyes fixed intently on the screen, brimming with anticipation. Typically those who demonstrate exceptional performance or conquer the Starry Sky Tower will have their shadows imprinted by the tower, thereafter serving as guardians. Judging by Qin Yang's performance, becoming a guardian is inevitable. It's just a matter of which floor. The higher the floor, the greater his prowess. It is a kind of honor. The crowd echoed in agreement, voices rising and falling, their eyes bright, as stars locked firmly on the screen in the direction of the Starry Sky Tower. Back then, after the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor cleared the tower, he left his sword shadow on the 98th floor, becoming an insurmountable obstacle for countless challengers. Kai Hung, his face full of smiles, turned to look at Qin Yang, whose face was pale and body stiff, and said with a tone full of mockery and sarcasm, "See that? Qin Yang has cleared the tower. This achievement is something a piece of trash like you can never hope to match. Oh, by the way, instead of looking up to Qin Yang, you should first figure out how to break through the 90th floor." As his words fell, the surrounding Tianyuan sect disciples also chimed in their mocking words, piercing Qin Yang like needles. "Exactly, you can't even get past the 80th floor, yet you still have the nerve to meddle. It's laughable. You want to compare yourself to Qin Yang? You should take a look at yourself in the mirror first." Scornful laughter rang out incessantly. Qin Yang's heart blazed with fury, his chest nearly bursting with rage. Instinctively he was about to retort, but when his gaze swept across the screen to that figure overlooking the world with overwhelming majesty, the words on his lips were forcibly swallowed back. His eyes churned with complex emotions, resentment, venom, but above all despair and a crazed longing. He desperately wished that the person standing atop the Starry Sky Tower, revered by the masses at this very moment, was himself. Yet this longing could only ever be a bubble, a phantom. The gap between him and Qin Yang was already an insurmountable chasm. Luo Huan watched Qin Yang's antics like a clown, showing no intention of rescuing him. He merely cast his gaze toward the top of the Starry Sky Tower and spoke in a grave tone, "Enough. Don't waste your time on such a clown. Instead, focus on which floor Qin Yang will leave his mark." Hearing this, the many students fell silent. After all, Luo Huan, as the leader of the ancient sect, had spoken, and besides, they had truly enjoyed venting. There was no need to continue. Compared to berating Qin Yang, witnessing history was far more important. These words instantly drew everyone's attention back to the core topic, and the clamor of discussion rose again. With Qin Yang's strength, he can definitely leave his mark on the 100th floor, right? After all, he defeated the phantom of the heavenly origin martial emperor, someone said with conviction. Someone immediately retorted, "Impossible. The heaven-piercing Sword Emperor also cleared the tower back then, but only left his shadow on the 98th floor. The 100th floor is the exclusive domain of the heavenly origin martial emperor. No one has ever imprinted their mark there. I think it's most likely the 97th floor. Although Qin Yang is strong compared to the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor, he might be slightly lacking in refinement. It could also be the 96th floor. After all, his cultivation level is still relatively low. Clearing the tower is already his limit." The crowd held differing opinions, arguing endlessly. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. If that's the case, the Starry Sky Tower might no longer have 3 major obstacles, but 4. Once Qin Yang's shadow is established, disciples in the future will find it even harder to clear the tower. At these words, the entire venue fell silent for a moment, and all eyes turned to Luo Huan in unison. As a core disciple of the ancient sect and a personal disciple of a martial emperor, Luo Huan was originally one of the most promising candidates to challenge the higher floors of the Starry Sky Tower. Now Qin Yang's sudden emergence had undoubtedly added a tremendous obstacle for him. Luo Huan's expression flickered slightly, then he shook his head with a wry smile. "You're not wrong. From now on, the Starry Sky Tower will only become harder to conquer. It seems I'll never have the chance to see the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor's shadow in this lifetime." There was regret in his tone, but little jealousy. It was more an acknowledgement of Qin Yang's strength. Amid the heated discussions in the void above the Starry Sky Tower, Nangong Wentian, Shui, and Zhang Han were also closely monitoring the situation. Shui spoke first, her tone objective. Based on the combat power Qin Yang displayed today, and in accordance with the tower's past rules, his shadow will most likely be fixed on the 97th floor. Nangong Wentian nodded slowly in agreement. "I agree. The 97th floor is already an extremely high recognition for his age and cultivation level." Zhang Han, however, shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of certainty and anticipation. "In my view, it's most likely the 98th floor. The shadow my master left behind back then might be pushed down." "What? At these words, Chen Shui and Nangong Wentian were both shocked, their faces full of disbelief. The 98th floor was the exclusive domain of the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor. Could Qin Yang actually have a chance to replace him? This was utterly beyond comprehension. As the two were still in shock, a faint golden light suddenly rippled across the screen. A line of ancient, vigorous characters slowly emerged, clearly presented before everyone. Guardian of the 98th floor, Qin Yang. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The next second, even more fervent cheers shook the heavens and earth. Countless people were so excited they could barely speak. Qin Yang had truly replaced the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor, imprinting his own shadow on the 98th floor. It's really the 98th floor, Nangong Wentian said, stunned and dumbfounded. He knew Qin Yang was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected him to be so monstrous, actually forcing the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor out of his place. It was natural for Nangong Wentian to think this way. After all, the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor was a martial emperor, while Qin Yang was merely a grandmaster. The disparity in strength and status inevitably led to underestimation. Chen Shui spoke slowly. It seems that in the eyes of the Starry Sky Tower, Qin Yang at the grandmaster level is even more formidable than the heaven-piercing Sword Emperor. At this moment, Nangong Wentian finally remembered. This was a comparison at the grandmaster level, not overall strength. Moreover, Jiang Han had already anticipated this. Jiang Han then spoke, his tone calm. The last two floors are unshakable, and Qin Yang's performance does seem to surpass my master's. But I wonder how things will develop from here. Although his master had been pushed down, Jiang Han's heart was not greatly disturbed. This didn't signify much. Besides, there was no conflict or rivalry between the two. When the words "the 98th floor Guardian Qin Yang" appeared on the screen, the entire venue erupted into an even more intense uproar, with gasps and exclamations echoing endlessly. Everyone was utterly stunned by this earth-shattering result. A student stared wide-eyed, his voice filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Holy crap! Qin Yang actually pushed the Tongtian Sword Emperor down and became the guardian of the 98th floor. This is rewriting the 1,000-year history of the Starry Tower. Oh no, doesn't that mean we won't get to see Qin Yang's phantom? With the Tongtian Sword Emperor blocking the way, who can even reach Qin Yang? I never thought even the Tongtian Sword Emperor would have to make way for Qin Yang. Such combat power is terrifyingly absurd. This is the acknowledgement of the Starry Tower itself. Being able to replace the Tongtian Sword Emperor's position is enough to prove that Qin Yang's combat power has been recognized by the ancient tower itself. He is truly the unparalleled prodigy of the millennium." The crowd buzzed with discussion, their faces filled with shock, and their gazes toward the Starry Tower brimming with reverence. This ancient tower, standing for 1,000 years, had ushered in a new chapter today because of Qin Yang. Kai Heng gazed at the words on the screen and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This kid Qin Yang has truly made history. With his current achievements, it's almost impossible for anyone to surpass him in the future. He then turned to look at the helpless Luo Huan beside him, a sly grin curling at the corner of his mouth. "Senior Luo, you no longer have to worry about whether you can clear the 98th floor. Instead, you should think about whether you'll even have the chance to step onto the 98th floor and see Qin Yang's phantom." Luo Huan let out a helpless sigh, a bitter smile spreading across his face, and for a moment he was at a loss for words. He had originally thought that the greatest obstacle to his future tower climbing would be Qin Yang, but he never expected Qin Yang to directly replace the Tongtian Sword Emperor, raising the difficulty of the challenge to an entirely new level. This gap left him with no confidence to even argue. Just then, Chen Tianyang, who had been silent and grim-faced, suddenly spoke, his voice laced with resentment and indignation. Why does Qin Yang get to push the Tongtian Sword Emperor down? This isn't fair." He still couldn't accept that the person he loathed had reached such heights. Hearing this, Kai Heng immediately crossed his arms and retorted with a half-smile. "If you're not convinced, why don't you go clear the Starry Tower yourself and push Qin Yang down?" "Oh, I forgot. You don't even have the chance to see the Tongtian Sword Emperor's phantom, let alone clear the tower." His cutting words struck Chen Tianyang's sore spot, causing his face to turn pale and livid. Chen Shanqian, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She frowned and spoke sharply, "Can you face reality? No matter how much you resent Qin Yang, in his eyes you're nothing but a negligible ant, even less than trash. If it weren't for the Chen family name, you wouldn't even have the right to fight Qin Yang." Chen Shanqian's words were merciless, and many people cast resentful glances at her. Although her words were directed at Chen Tianyang, they inadvertently highlighted the gap between everyone else and Qin Yang. Seeing this, Chen Shanqian couldn't help but smile gently and explained softly, "Everyone, there's no need to take it personally. Qin Yang has always been composed and won't easily act against you. So this lady means we don't even qualify to make Qin Yang lift a hand," someone immediately asked with a hint of self-deprecation. Before Chen Shanqian could respond, Luo Huan spoke calmly, his tone flat, but carrying an undeniable certainty. "She's right. You really don't have the qualifications to make Qin Yang act. You and he are no longer on the same dimension." As the crowd fell into silence, each pondering this disparity, the ancient gate at the base of the Starry Tower slowly opened, and a tall figure stepped out with composure. Although Qin Yang's clothes were still stained with blood, it couldn't conceal his awe-inspiring bearing. His steady steps exuded an innate pressure. The moment he appeared, the scene erupted into thunderous cheers. Countless people raised their arms shouting Qin Yang, as the fervent atmosphere reached its peak once more. Kai Heng, Chen Qianqian, and Luo Huan were the first to step forward. Chen Qianqian, unable to contain her excitement, rushed over and threw her arms around Qin Yang, her voice brimming with joy. Qin Yang, you're amazing. This sudden embrace momentarily silenced the scene. The crowd exchanged odd glances, their eyes darting between the two, hiding a hint of gossip and amusement. Qin Yang was unfazed. He gently patted Chen Qianqian's back, calming her excitement. Chen Qianqian nestled for a moment before suddenly realizing they were in the public eye. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly let go, instinctively stepping back half a step, her gaze darting away, her bashful demeanor unmistakable. Seeing this, the surrounding people let out good-natured laughs, and the atmosphere lightened. Qin Yang's gaze swept across the crowd, and happened to meet Chen Tianyang's venomous stare in the distance. He withdrew his gaze indifferently, and turned to Luo Huan, his tone laced with mockery. Senior Luo, is this the hospitality of the ancient sect? Why is there still a piece of trash left here spoiling the view? Luo Huan followed Qin Yang's gaze, and when he saw Chen Tianyang, he sighed helplessly, his tone filled with exasperation. Out of sight, out of mind, Qin Yang. Just pretend you didn't see him. Although he was deeply disappointed in Chen Tianyang, he couldn't bring himself to expel him outright. After all, Chen Tianyang was still a disciple of the ancient sect, and publicly disciplining him would invite criticism. Chen Tianyang, hearing Qin Yang compare him to trash, trembled with rage. But with Luo Huan present, and fearing Qin Yang's strength, he could only clench his fists tightly, swallowing all his resentment, looking both pathetic and humiliated. Meanwhile, Jiang Han and Nangong Wentian walked together, stepping out of the void. As the three arrived, the surrounding students immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Principal Jiang." Jiang Han waved his hand casually, his gaze solemn as he looked at Qin Yang, and said with a smile, "Congratulations on clearing the Starry Tower, Qin Yang. According to the school's regulations, you will receive the following rewards for clearing the tower." Qin Yang immediately perked up. These rewards were bound to be extraordinary. As per the rules, you will receive 1,000,000 points, 10 7th-grade Lianshan pills, and you may choose 1 8th-grade secret technique. At these words, the crowd erupted in murmurs, many faces filled with envy. 1,000,000 points were the currency of Shinkong University, and everything required points, which were notoriously hard to come by. Some students had been at the school for years and couldn't even gather 100,000 points, yet Qin Yang had obtained 1,000,000 in one go. The Lianshan pills were even more extraordinary. This was a highly special elixir used to refine the soul and comprehend the Tao, but its greatest use was to resist the backlash of the heavenly mandate when advancing to the king martial realm. Each pill was priceless. As for the 8th-grade secret technique, it went without saying. Such a technique possessed boundless power. Any one of them could stir seas of blood. "Thank you, the school. Thank you, Principal." Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately expressed his gratitude. These rewards were indeed substantial and deeply appealing to him. Not to mention, the 8th-grade secret technique alone was enough to excite him. When the students heard that Qin Yang had received the reward, their eyes were filled with envy and awe. 1,000,000 points in 8th-grade divine power secret art, and 10 7th-grade pills. This reward was far too generous. Not to mention, ordinary students, even a martial king, would be tempted, and that was no jest. Even though they had long known the rewards for clearing the Starry Sky Tower, they still felt stirred and envious. After all, to clear the tower was to dominate an entire era. Such a figure might not appear even once in a century. Kai Heng withdrew his gaze, turned to look at Luo Huan, whose expression was complicated, and spoke with a tone of encouragement and expectation. "Luo Huan, you must step up your efforts and strive to clear the Starry Sky Tower before graduation to claim this reward." As his words fell, all eyes instantly focused on Luo Huan. Among the students present, only Luo Huan, as a direct disciple of a martial emperor, had a status comparable to Qin Yang and possessed the potential to challenge the top of the Starry Sky Tower. He was the most likely person to clear it besides Qin Yang. Jiang Han also stepped forward with a smile and nodded in agreement. "Kai Heng is right. In the Starry Sky Martial University, you indeed have the greatest hope. Work hard from now on. If you can also clear the tower, I, as the principal, will have ample reason to boast to anyone." 2 students clearing the Starry Sky Tower. Such an achievement would be enough to make Jiang Han proud. He understood the significance of clearing the tower better than anyone, for the last one to do so was the Tontian Sword Emperor. Even a prodigy as formidable as Jiang Han could not manage it. Nangong Wentian also wore a smile and said with certainty, "Luo Huan, you indeed have that potential. As long as you proceed steadily, you might create another miracle." Although they belonged to 2 different factions, and there was rivalry between them, they were ultimately part of the human race, and were glad to see prodigies emerge from both sides. Chen Shui slowly stepped forward, her gaze falling on Luo Huan. Her tone was calm, but laden with heavy expectation. "Our Tianyuan and ancient lineages have been in conflict for generations. Now that Tianyuan has Qin Yang taking the lead and upholding its honor, the ancient lineage will rely on you from now on. Countless eyes converged on him, and Luo Huan felt the pressure on his shoulders multiply. He could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile, his tone tinged with helplessness yet determination. I will do my utmost and never disappoint the expectations of my teachers and peers. Yet only he knew how much powerlessness lay behind that promise. He had once believed he had a chance to reach the top of the starry sky tower because no truly peerless prodigy had emerged. But now Qin Yang's appearance had made him see the gap clearly. If he himself was a gifted genius, then Qin Yang was a born supreme being, one who could dominate an entire era. A figure that cast all other prodigies into the shadows. This chasm could never be bridged by mere effort. Seeing this, Qin Yang also stepped forward and spoke earnestly with a smile. I hope you too can clear the starry sky tower like me and stand at the summit with me. Qin Yang was indifferent, but seeing everyone's expectations, he went along and offered a few words of encouragement. Besides, he had a decent relationship with Luo Huan. Luo Huan looked up at Qin Yang, a trace of relief flashing in his eyes, and gave another bitter smile. Thank you for your kind words, brother Qin. I will do my best. He knew it was probably just politeness, but he did not want to disappoint the goodwill. Qin Yang said no more. He nodded slightly to Zhang Han, Chen Shui, and the others, then naturally took Qin Qianqian's hand. The two vanished from the spot instantly, as if they had never been there. Looking in the direction where Qin Yang and Qin Qianqian had left, the eyes of the many students present were filled with admiration and reverence. Someone could not help but remark, with Qin Yang's talent and strength, as long as he remains in the Starry Sky Martial University, he will surely suppress the ancient lineage until they can barely breathe. The strongest prodigy of the university has already changed. These words stung like a needle in the hearts of the ancient sect disciples. The previously lively discussions among the ancient group fell into silence, with no one refuting. Qin Yang's strength and achievements were a fact they had to acknowledge. Only Qin Tianyang remained stubbornly deluded. Upon hearing this, he sneered and spoke with arrogance and obsession. I lost to Qin Yang only because my cultivation level is lower than his. Once I step into the Grandmaster realm, I will definitely clear the Starry Sky Tower and personally defeat Qin Yang, trampling him under my feet. This nonsensical proclamation caused an immediate uproar, and many faces showed mockery and derision. Zhang Han could not help but chuckle, turning to Chen Shui and teasing, Chen Shui, this prodigy of your ancient lineage is quite confident. That blind optimism is rather amusing. Chen Shui helplessly rubbed her forehead, looking utterly exasperated and at a loss for words. As she gazed at Chen Tianyang, her eyes held only disappointment. Nangong Wentian's smile faded slightly, and his tone turned cold and resolute as he addressed Chen Tianyang. By the time you reach the Grandmaster realm, my junior brother will probably have already broken through to the Martial King realm. You are behind him today, and you will never have a chance to surpass him. The gap between you two is like a chasm that cannot be crossed in this lifetime. Leaving behind these words that struck at the core, Nangong Wentian did not spare Chen Tianyang another glance, turned around, and walked away gracefully. Following that, the students present also began to jeer. How utterly blind to your own limits. You can't even see Qin Yang's tail lights, yet you dare to say you'll crush him. Your Dao heart is already twisted, and you still want to break through to the Grandmaster realm. What a joke. Wake up, stop living in a dream. Luo Huan, Chen Shui, and the others had long ceased to care about Qin Tianyang. Luo Huan nodded slightly at Chen Shui, then led the other ancient sect disciples away, leaving Chen Tianyang alone where he stood. Before leaving, Chen Shui cast one last look at Chen Tianyang, who was muttering to himself, as if deranged, and her eyes were filled with regret. She saw clearly that this former pride of the Qin family had been consumed by jealousy and resentment. His Dao heart was completely shattered, his foundation destroyed, and from now on he would never advance again, eventually becoming a discard on the path of cultivation. Chen Tianyang stood in place, listening to the taunts and feeling the contemptuous gazes, yet he remained immersed in his own fantasies. Beneath his eyes churned a stubborn, venomous resentment, and he could no longer see the light ahead. Time passed, and before long, news of Qin Yang clearing the Starry Sky Tower gradually spread. This piece of news exploded like a bomb across various regions of human territory. Clearing the Starry Sky Tower, this honor was far too weighty. Anyone with a modicum of cultivation knew what it meant. A true peerless prodigy would inevitably become a king, and might even have the chance to attain the Dao and become an emperor. Even if they could not become a martial emperor, they were destined to be among the most supreme martial kings. Aside from Qin Yang, only 3 people had ever reached the top of the Starry Sky Tower. The Tongtian Sword Emperor became a martial emperor. That was beyond doubt. The other 2 were no pushovers either. Yi Wuxian was one of them, and the other, like Yi Wuxian, was a half-step martial emperor commanding awe across the universe. Now that Qin Yang had also cleared the Starry Sky Tower, it meant his minimum achievement would be on par with Yi Wuxian and the others. Even if he did not become an emperor, he would be a half-step martial emperor. The implications of this were enough to spark countless imaginations. The Feng Manor stood magnificent, with towering halls and golden-bricked floors gleaming under glazed tiles. The grand hall exuded opulence, every detail radiating the profound heritage and majesty of an apex aristocratic family. Feng Yunluo sat poised upon the crimson rosewood throne at the hall's center. His aura was restrained yet inherently oppressive. His gaze sharp as piercing light slowly swept across the elders stationed on either side before he spoke in a deep voice. You should all be aware of the news regarding Qin Yang. As his words faded, a variety of expressions appeared on the elders' faces, and the atmosphere within the hall instantly grew heavy and oppressive. The eldest elder stepped forward first, his face deeply grave, as he bowed to Feng Yunluo. Patriarch Qin Yang has already cleared the Starry Sky Tower. Such an achievement will surely draw the focused cultivation and attention of Tianyuan Wu Di. If we rashly move against Qin Yang again, it would be akin to provoking Tianyuan Wu Di. The Feng clan would then face utter destruction. In my opinion, it would be wise to let go of past grievances and prioritize the preservation of our clan. The eldest elder's words echoed what many felt. The remaining elders nodded in agreement. The eldest elder speaks wisely. Patriarch, given the circumstances, we have no choice but to endure this humiliation. Qin Yang now has Tianyuan Wu Di as his backer. We cannot touch him. Acting rashly would only bring ruin upon ourselves. Observing their reactions, a meaningful smile curled Feng Yunluo's lips, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Our Feng clan has suffered such tremendous losses at Qin Yang's hands. Many lives and resources sacrificed, and you would simply accept this. The eldest elder's face twisted with difficulty as he replied helplessly, Patriarch, we do not wish to accept this. It is purely a matter of necessity. We cannot bear the might of Tianyuan Wu Di. They had no desire for this. Though the Feng clan was powerful before Tianyuan Wu Di, they were, but ants incapable of withstanding even a single strike. Even among the factions aligned with ancient Wu Di, the Feng clan did not rank among the most important lineages. Feng Yunluo slowly raised his hand, signaling silence, then spoke calmly. You need not worry excessively. Qin Yang's arrogance will not last long. Lord Ancient Wu Di has already chosen him as a furnace vessel. No matter how brilliant his talents shine, he will be nothing more than a passing comet, flashing briefly before vanishing. In the end, he will meet a fate of scattered soul and ashes. Pausing, he shifted his tone. Nevertheless, you are not entirely wrong. From henceforth, the Feng clan must never target Qin Yang again. Let the past losses be forgotten. Lord Ancient Wu Di will personally handle him. Upon hearing these words, the assembled elders breathed a collective sigh of relief. Their previously grave expressions largely dissipated. As long as the Feng clan need not confront Tianyuan Wu Di directly and can merely wait for Qin Yang's downfall, that would be the optimal outcome. Only the eldest elder remained furrowed-browed, stepping forward to press. Patriarch, with Qin Yang's heaven-defying genius, Tianyuan Wu Di will undoubtedly regard him as a precious treasure and would never let him go so easily. Do you believe this could spark a direct confrontation between the two Wu Di? Feng Yunluo's eyes held an indifferent gaze, his tone resolute. Impossible. While Tianyuan Wu Di possesses peerless physique and heaven-shaking combat power, when it comes to scheming and strategy, he stands no match against Lord Ancient Wu Di. Since Lord Ancient Wu Di has set his sights on Qin Yang, he must have already laid out a heavenly scheme. Tianyuan Wu Di will only fall step by step into the trap, with no possibility of resistance whatsoever. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. The implication of Feng Yunluo's words was clear. Ancient Wu Di's comprehensive strength likely surpassed that of Tianyuan Wu Di. With this realization, their worries dissipated further. They need only wait patiently for Qin Yang's conclusion. Meanwhile, within the sacred grounds of the Holy Spirit clan, an endless holy garden stretched before them. Rare flowers and exotic herbs dotted the landscape, spiritual energy so dense it had solidified. A gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance, revealing an atmosphere of profound holiness and tranquility. Sheng Yu, her body wreathed in soft holy light, moved lightly through spatial ripples with an otherworldly purity. She approached the stone bench where Sheng Yi sat in meditation and sat down silently beside him. Sheng Yi slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within as he looked toward Sheng Yu. His tone remained flat. Sister, have you come on important business? I have news regarding your inner demon, Qin Yang. Sheng Yi's expression darkened, his voice icy. He is not my inner demon. Last time was merely my underestimation of the enemy. Give me another chance, and I will certainly slay this kid and wash away this humiliation. Sheng Yu offered no rebuttal, continuing instead. According to the reports, Qin Yang has already cleared the Starry Sky Tower, becoming only the fourth person in a millennium to achieve this. He has also replaced the Tiankong Sword Emperor as the guardian of the 98th floor. What? Sheng Yi's pupils contracted sharply, his entire body shuddering. The calm composure on his face shattered instantly. He forcibly suppressed his inner shock, yet his tone remained defiant. Simply clearing the Starry Sky Tower, it is hardly a world-shattering achievement. Were it me, I could accomplish the same. Yet deep down, Sheng Yi understood precisely what the Starry Sky Tower represented. Even he lacked such capability. Watching his feeble attempt at composure, Sheng Yu smiled faintly, her tone carrying a hint of revelation. Stop pretending. You and I both know that clearing the Starry Sky Tower means he has already reached at least the Grandmaster realm, possessing invincible combat prowess within his realm. Among all Grandmasters, none can match him. I hardly need elaborate on what this signifies. Sheng Yi naturally comprehended the weight of her words. Qin Yang's strength far exceeded his imagination, while he himself had merely recovered to the Grandmaster realm through the clan's expenditure of substantial resources. The chasm between them had already grown into an unbridgeable divide. Sheng Yi fell into silence, his surrounding aura gradually turning chillingly cold. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and spoke, his voice thick with unwillingness and ruthlessness. So what? Once my cultivation is fully restored, Qin Yang will undoubtedly die by my hand. I will make him pay. Sheng Yi regarded his grotesque expression with a faint smile, her voice light, yet laden with devastating impact. You have already regained your cultivation, yet you will hardly ever catch up to Qin Yang. With those words, she ceased speaking. Holy light enveloped her form, transforming her into a streak of radiance that pierced through space and departed in silence. Sheng Yi remained frozen in place. Moments later, his pent-up resentment, fury, and humiliation erupted. He sprang to his feet, roaring wrathfully at the void, his expression contorted and grotesque, his eyes churning with boundless hatred. Despite having already restored his cultivation, he was still far left behind by Qin Yang. This disparity drove him nearly to madness. One step behind meant falling further behind with each passing moment. Sheng Yi gradually realized that to surpass, or even assassinate Qin Yang relying solely on his personal abilities seemed improbable. Impossible. How dare a mere human trample upon me? I am the most prodigious existence in this universe. Sheng Yi's eyes burned crimson as an aura of malevolence suffused the surroundings, gradually stripping away his reason. In Luo Hall, the previously calm bounty list suddenly updated. A brand new bounty claim surged to the top. SSS class bounty, slay Qin Yang, and you shall receive a 9th rank technique. The moment this news spread, it immediately triggered massive upheaval. When the Yama Palace bounty list was updated, especially with Qin Yang's bounty escalating to SSS rank with a 9th grade technique, as the reward, the news spread across the universe at a frantic pace, leaving countless powerful experts utterly shocked. What exactly is a 9th grade technique? Such techniques are also revered as Tao scriptures, for they integrate the martial emperor's comprehensive comprehension of the great Tao, the very culmination of the Tao itself, encompassing its essence and profound mysteries. One who cultivates such an art will undoubtedly advance with astonishing swiftness and possess formidable combat prowess. 9th grade techniques represent the distilled essence of a martial emperor's complete understanding of the great Tao. Each one possesses extraordinary power and terror-inspiring strength. The cultivation requirements are equally daunting, largely beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Yet should one meet the prerequisites, their path of advancement would be virtually unobstructed, with few capable rivals to challenge them. Such techniques are exceedingly rare throughout the cosmos, each one a priceless treasure, meticulously guarded by major factions, with strict prohibitions against any leakage. Anyone discovered practicing their 9th grade arts, regardless of faction affiliation, would face relentless pursuit. Assassination orders would be issued without hesitation. Such bounty activations typically target half-step martial emperors or higher, with the lowest eligible targets being top-tier martial kings of exceptional significance. Yet now someone merely an archmage commands such a bounty involving a 9th grade technique, a scenario nearly incomprehensible to countless onlookers. Across the vast gardens of Tianyuan, stars, spiritual energy shrouded ancient trees towering toward the heavens, while winding stone paths revealed the realm's serene elegance. Ripples shimmered across the void as Yi Wuxian materialized from thin air. No sooner had he steadied himself than he caught sight of Qin Xuanji waiting by a stone table nearby. Qin Xuanji casually took his seat on a stone bench, and suddenly a vintage purple clay teapot and 2 white jade cups appeared from nowhere. Fragrant tea streamed from the spout, its aroma rising in delicate curls. He poured a cup for Yi Wuxian, his voice measured and calm. Our junior brother certainly provokes envy. At first I thought an S-rank bounty was outrageous enough, but in such a short span it has surged straight to SSS rank with a 9th grade technique as the reward. Lifting his cup, Qin Xuanji took a sip before continuing. Initially, I suspected the ancient lineage, given their deepest grievances with our junior brother. But upon reflection, this likely has nothing to do with them. Yi Wuxian settled onto the opposite stone bench, sipping his tea with a furrowed brow. Our junior brother's fame spans only a handful of months, and his enemies are limited, most grievances stemming from the 4 clans martial tournament. Could the Holy Spirit clan be behind this? Saint Yi suffered severe injuries after our junior brother broke through his resurrection armor. As an offspring of the Holy Spirit martial emperor, doted upon since childhood, might the emperor have issued this massive bounty seeking vengeance? Qin Xuanji immediately shook his head. Impossible. Though Saint Yi possesses monstrous talent, and the Holy Spirit martial emperor favors him greatly, deploying a 9th grade technique for revenge simply would not happen. Moreover, with the Holy Spirit martial emperor's capabilities, if he truly sought our junior brother's life, he could dispatch his clan's elite warriors in secret without any need to involve the Yama Palace or sacrifice a 9th grade technique. Indeed, Yi Wuxian replied with a nod. Despite our alliance with the Holy Spirit clan, we must maintain appearances of harmony on the surface. Yi Wuxian nodded in agreement before falling silent, mentally running through potential suspects. The Titan clan has weakened considerably, their resources scarce. Their ninth-grade techniques are sacred treasures passed down through generations. They would never risk leaking them. Though our junior brother eliminated several of their core disciples, the cost would be far too high for such a response. The Myriad Demon Alliance faces the same logic. While our junior brother humiliated them and cost them considerable manpower, it still does not justify deploying a ninth-grade inheritance as bounty, for the expense outweighs any benefit. Qin Shuangji set down his cup, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the stone table. Then could the ancient divine clan be involved? I heard recently that the ancient martial emperor orchestrated a covert scheme against the ancient divine clan, inflicting heavy losses and sparking fury within their ranks. That particular artifact appears to have fallen into our junior brother's hands by accident. Yi Wuxian pondered for a moment, recognizing some validity, yet sensing inconsistency. It is possible yet illogical. The ancient divine clan possesses profound foundations and countless powerhouses. If they truly wanted to eliminate our junior brother, why involve the Yama Palace in such an elaborate scheme? They could simply dispatch their strongest warriors directly, entirely consistent with their ruthless methods. As the words faded, both fell silent, the hall filled only with the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. Moments later, as though struck by simultaneous revelation, they looked up and met each other's gaze, speaking in unison, Gu Tianji. Qin Shuangji's eyes flashed with realization as he quickly laid out his reasoning. Though we concealed what transpired at the ancestral star, Gu Tianji's mastery of divination would surely uncover that our junior brother acted covertly and thwarted his designs. With Gu Tianji currently in a precarious position, hiding like a rat in the sewers and too fearful to expose himself, he naturally cannot personally seek vengeance against our junior brother. Instead, he must rely on the Yama Palace's resources, offering substantial rewards to empower other strong forces to execute his retribution. Yi Wuxian nodded repeatedly, deeply agreeing. Most likely it is him. Our junior brother has bad fortune, attracting the attention of two of the universe's most insidious figures simultaneously. His days ahead will not be easy. He paused before adding gravely, across the entire cosmos, when it comes to cunning and treachery, the ancient martial emperor reigns supreme, while Gu Tianji ranks undeniably second. Both seek our junior brother's death, one wanting to use him as a cauldron for cultivation, the other harboring vengeance for the dismantling of grand schemes. Our junior brother faces enemies from all directions. Ordinarily, either of these two alone would terrify even the mightiest warriors. Yet their junior brother Qin Yang had offended both of them. What is worse, both appeared genuinely committed. No ordinary person could possibly withstand such threats. Even with the Tianyuan martial emperor backing him, neither dares to guarantee Qin Yang's survival. Both fully understand that while their master matches anyone in raw combat power, his strategic acumen leaves much to be desired. At that very moment, within the starry sky, Martial University's Sequence 4 cave mansion in the Void Divine Realm, Qin Yang continued his arduous cultivation when news arrived, specifically a message from Yi Lin bearing only the Yama Palace's bounty on Qin Yang. Upon seeing the SSS Rank bounty designation and the 9th grade technique reward listed, Qin Yang was utterly speechless, wondering what manner of situation this could be. He had not accomplished anything world-shattering, merely eliminating several young prodigies from the 8 great powers, or perhaps foiling Gu Tianji's conspiracies to protect the ancestral star. While these deeds seemed significant, they hardly warranted an SSS rank bounty. This was the highest tier the Yama Palace could issue. Typically, only half-step martial emperors made such lists. As for martial emperors, the Yama Palace had once recorded one, but swiftly removed the entry. Gazing at the bounty notice, Qin Yang shot back. There are always scheming subjects attempting to undermine their ruler. Upon seeing the message, there's always someone trying to harm the emperor. Yi Lin couldn't help but smile and immediately initiated a video call with Qin Yang. As Qin Yang's utterly frustrated face appeared on the light screen, Yi Lin spoke, first laughing, "Little junior brother, you're really in deep trouble this time. The highest SSS level bounty from the Palace of Yama paired with a 9th grade cultivation art. Such a reward is enough to drive every powerhouse in the universe wild. If you so much as step 1 foot outside Star Warrior Academy, you'll likely be ambushed and killed by a swarm of cultivators, leaving not even a trace behind." She paused, her tone growing heavier, and added, "This bounty is even harsher than the last one. Last time they demanded you be taken alive, but now they don't care whether you're dead or alive. As long as they can deliver your corpse, it's fine. The difficulty has dropped too much, and it's enough to drive those old monsters stuck at the Martial King bottleneck completely insane. Not just foreign Martial Kings, even those within the Human Alliance might start having wicked thoughts." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Tianji's figure appeared by the light screen, grinning. "Qin Yang, to be honest, even I'm tempted by this bounty. How about you make a sacrifice and let me kill you once?" Qin Yang's frustration deepened. He spread his hands helplessly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "Don't even mention it. I'm tempted to kill myself and claim the reward. I just wonder if there's a miraculous resurrection technique in the universe that would let me die once, collect the prize, and come back to life on the spot, milking that ninth-grade art for all it's worth. Stop dreaming. Yilin laughed softly, shaking her head. It's impossible. Whoever offered that ninth-grade art must be at the half-emperor level with terrifying means. Fooling them is nearly impossible, and the Palace of Yama's review mechanisms are tight. You can't cheat them. Yi Tianji interjected a hint of nostalgia in his voice that said the Yin Spirit Emperor might have pulled it off. He commanded the Tao of Souls and could disguise his own soul fluctuations. He once tricked the Palace of Yama's investigation, which led to him being permanently blacklisted. Any bounties related to him were erased lest he ruin their reputation. He paused, his gaze turning meaningful. Though unspoken, the implication was clear. Qin Yang and the Yin Spirit Emperor were already at odds, and earlier Qin Yang had secretly dealt a heavy blow to the Yin Spirit Emperor, causing him great losses. Now the Yin Spirit Emperor was deep in the ruins of return, cultivating in seclusion. Even if Qin Yang dared to seek his help, it would be nearly impossible, especially since the Emperor was already eyeing him, eager to see him walk into the trap and become a furnace. Yet the conversation between Yilin and Yi Tianji stirred a sudden idea in Qin Yang's mind. He recalled his own mastery of the heavenly fate scripture's ability, cause and effect destiny, which could shield him from all external causal probing, making it nearly invincible. If he activated this technique, even the Palace of Yama's fundamental source tracing couldn't accurately pinpoint his true identity. A bold notion instantly took shape in his mind. He could fabricate a fake identity, create a duplicate body that closely matched his own aura and soul fluctuations, and deliberately let a cultivator kill it to claim the reward. In doing so, he could both snatch the ninth-grade art and temporarily quell the bounty hunting storm. A two-for-one deal. Even if the Palace of Yama later detected the anomaly and blacklisted him, the loss was trivial compared to the supreme ninth-grade inheritance. Qin Yang sank into deep thought, his expression shifting. Seeing his expression, Yilin's smile froze, her voice startled. Little junior brother, you're not actually thinking of cooperating with the Yin Spirit Emperor, are you? Yi Tianji also dropped his playful tone, warning gravely. Qin Yang, don't be crazy. This idea is practically suicidal. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. The Yin Spirit Emperor has coveted you for a long time, wanting to refine you into a furnace. Walking into his lair is like a lamb entering the tiger's den. Even if the master personally steps in, he might not be able to save you. Qin Yang slowly came back to his senses, his face calm, as he spoke lightly. I did consider it, just wondering if the Yin Spirit Emperor would agree. But when I think about that ninth-grade art, I can't deny the temptation. I'll think it over more later. If it's feasible, I might try to work something out. I really can't with you. Yilin covered her face, both angry and exasperated. How can you even think of such a deadly scheme? Aren't you afraid the Yin Spirit Emperor will kill you on sight without giving you a chance to negotiate? Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively, his tone light and carefree. What's the big deal? When there's enough profit, any enmity can be negotiated. Of course, for now, it's just a thought. Don't even think about it. Yilin cut him off sharply, her voice resolute. If you end up in the Yin Spirit Emperor's hands, even if the master comes, he might not be able to protect you. You must completely abandon this idea. Seeing the tension on Yilin's face, Qin Yang smiled gently and reassured her, I know what's important. I was just speaking casually. Don't worry. Then they chatted a bit more, repeatedly urging Qin Yang to stay put at Star Warrior Academy and not venture outside before ending the video call. The light screen slowly faded, and the cultivation chamber returned to silence. The easy smile on Qin Yang's face gradually vanished as he sank into thought, murmuring to himself, my idea isn't flawed at all. I have cause and effect destiny, though no one knows my true form. All I need to do is simulate a clone that closely resembles me. Neither the Palace of Yama nor the bounty issuer will know if it's real or fake. After all, they don't know what the real me looks like. But the fact that they're offering such a huge reward for me likely means there's something about me that they want to exploit. Qin Yang fell into deep contemplation. Disguise wasn't the real issue. The problem was how to make the disguise convincing enough to fool the other party. He had to know who had placed the bounty on him. Why him? The Yin Spirit Emperor. Unlikely. With his power and methods, he wouldn't resort to this. It made no sense. The Titan race. Also unlikely. The Titans were among the weakest of the 8 major forces. They didn't have many ninth-grade arts. The Myriad Demon Alliance. The Holy Spirit race. He had offended them too, but those were just conflicts among peers, common occurrences not worth such a massive effort. Ancient Tianji. Or the Ancient God race. Qin Yang silently deduced, vaguely feeling it was one of the two. He had no real conflict with the Ancient God race, so probably not. Ancient Tianji, however, had a real grudge. After all, Qin Yang had ruined their grand plan. If not for his interference, the ancestral star would have fallen into their hands. Maybe I can ask Qian to do a divination, Qin Yang thought suddenly. With cause and effect destiny, he could perform the divination without any burden. He didn't need to fear being spied on or discovered. Once he knew who had placed the bounty, he would have a way. I'm determined to get that ninth-grade art. Qin Yang let out a cold laugh. Since the other party had gone to such lengths to put a bounty on him, putting him in danger, he would retaliate fiercely. Qin Yang was well aware that the allure of a ninth-grade art was enough to strip the vast majority of the universe's strongest beings of their reason. Not to mention his daring to step out of Starry Sky Martial University, even the faintest hint of his intention to leave would inevitably draw countless powerful figures trailing after him like a stubborn affliction. Among them would be not only the war kings of the myriad races, but also those within the human race who could hardly resist such temptation. Especially the Qin god lineage with whom he had long-standing grievances, who would surely seize the opportunity to strike. As long as this SSS level bounty remained, he would be perpetually walking on a knife's edge, surrounded by danger. The appeal of a ninth-grade art was too great, no one could refuse it. Especially for the war kings, possessing a ninth-grade art would allow them to abandon their current great paths and cultivate other paths instead. But he had no intention of waiting for death. Since the enemy dared to put a bounty on him and plunge him into peril, he would make that person pay the price. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and his plan grew clearer. He needed to identify the mastermind behind the scenes, then create a decoy to deceive the Hall of Yama and the true culprit. If he succeeded, he could obtain a ninth-grade art, completely resolve the bounty crisis, and also trap the bounty issuer, a threefold benefit. But to execute this plan, he must first uncover the identity of the hidden hand. Only by knowing who had struck could he turn the tables and avoid being outmaneuvered. Qin Yang immediately rose and walked toward the depths of the cave dwelling. Qin Yang was currently in his blessed cave heaven. Since he had cleared the Starry Sky Tower, their feelings had deepened, and they had preliminarily confirmed their Tao partner relationship. Qin Yang had naturally moved into the know, for sequence cave dwellings, spending every day with him. As soon as he stepped out of the cultivation chamber, a slender figure hurriedly approached. It was Qin Yang. Her brows were furrowed with worry, and her tone was urgent. Qin Yang, I saw the news. Your bounty on the Hall of Yama has been raised to SSS level with a ninth-grade art and divine ability as the reward. Your situation is very dangerous now. Qin Yang casually sat down on a stone stool in the hall, pulled Qin Yang by the wrist to sit beside him, and wore a calm smile. This matter has caused quite a stir. Senior Sister Yi Lin and Senior Yi Tianji both sent me messages. Rest assured it's nothing major. As long as I don't set foot outside Starry Sky Martial University, no one can do anything to me. He paused and said in a steady tone, this is the core of the Tianyuan star system, with senior brother Yi Wuxian and second senior brother Qin Xuanji guarding. Unless a martial emperor comes personally or a ninth-grade divine weapon is used to forcibly break the formation, no one can harm me in the slightest. Feeling the warmth of Qin Yang's palm and the calmness in his voice, Qin Yan's anxious heart eased slightly. She nodded gently. I'm relieved you're thinking clearly. I just used the Tao of Fate to perform a divination. As long as you stay inside Starry Sky Martial University, you will be safe. Having said this, Qin Yang paused, her tone filled with worry, but once you step out of the mountain gate, the path ahead is fraught with deadly tribulations, extremely dangerous, and you risk falling at any moment. In fact, the moment you leave the Tianyuan star system, some old monsters might already be waiting and strike directly at you. I understand that, but staying trapped is not a long-term solution. Qin Yang gently patted the back of her hand, his tone growing heavier. It's safe inside Starry Sky Martial University, but I can't swallow the anger of being hunted by a bounty. I need to know who put the bounty on me. I want to drag that rat out and find out who dares to go to such lengths to deal with me. Just like last time, I'll block the heavenly secrets, and you perform the divination. Qin Yang, without a moment's hesitation, nodded firmly, her eyes filled with determination. Of course. I also want to know who is harming you. Having said that, Qin Yang gritted her teeth. Once we know who it is, we'll definitely make him pay. With the tacit understanding from their previous joint battle, they needed no further words and immediately entered the state. A faint golden light emanated from Qin Yang's body, and the divine ability of the Book of Heavenly Mandate quietly activated. Dense power flowed like water, enveloping both him and Qin Yang, blocking all external prying. Causality and fate. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yang sat cross-legged, closed her eyes gently, and fully activated the Tao of Fate within her. Her unique wheel of fate constitution slowly operated, and countless fine threads of fate emerged around her, weaving into a vast net of destiny. In an instant, countless fragmented visions of the future flashed before their eyes. Thousands of threads of fate intertwined and collided, chaotic and complex. Just as the divination was about to reach the core, a blurry black figure suddenly appeared in the net of fate. A terrifying pressure rebounded along the divination link, causing Qin Yang to tremble violently. Cold sweat instantly soaked her clothes, and her head felt as if pierced by thousands of needles, an excruciating pain that nearly made it explode. This was the backlash of heavenly secrets when divining a top-tier powerhouse whose strength surpassed one's own. However, due to causality and fate, this backlash would not threaten Qin Yan's life, nor be detected. Seeing Qin Yan's pale face and unsteady body, Qin Yang's brows furrowed tightly. The Book of Heavenly Mandate within him operated even more rapidly. A warm and vast unique fortune surged from his body like spring breeze and rain flowing into Qin Yan's meridians, nourishing her damaged divine soul. With the blessing of the fortune from the Book of Heavenly Mandate, the oppressive feeling on Qin Yang dissipated most of it. The originally chaotic and obscure threads of fate also became clearer. She endured the searing pain, focused all her spirit on the shadowy figure, and delved deeper with her divination power. After a long while, the picture in the net of fate gradually became clear. In an endless darkness, a majestic ancient hall stood imposingly. Deep within the hall on a throne sat a massive figure. That being had dragon horns, a body covered in pitch-black scales, and a pair of vertical pupils that were icy cold, exuding a terrifying primeval pressure. It was a dragon humanoid existence. Dragon! Qin Yang cried out involuntarily, her mind shaken. She quickly withdrew her divination power, opened her eyes still pale, and spoke with disbelief. I saw a dragon humanoid being. Dragon humanoid. Qin Yang was puzzled and curious. He knew that dragons were the main rulers of the myriad demons alliance. Dragons were an extremely special race at the top of the biological chain in any era and universe. Especially in this universe, dragons were inherently divine. Although they were not as freakish as the ancient god clan, who became war kings upon adulthood, a dragon upon reaching adulthood was at least a grandmaster. However, the maturation time for dragons was slightly long, requiring 1,000 years. Some special races even took 10,000 years to mature. But these dragon clans were all extremely special. Moreover, dragons were very proud, taking pride in their dragon lineage, and generally appeared in their true forms. Dragon humanoids did exist, but they were not the result of interbreeding with humans. Rather, they came from interbreeding with the ancient god clan. This race was also known as the Dragon God Clan, a highly special subrace under the ancient god clan. It was extremely powerful, possessing its own martial emperor and multiple war kings. Could it be the Dragon God Clan? Qin Yang pondered, but still could not determine the other party's identity, unable to decide for a moment whether they were from the Dragon God Clan. The dragon race had numerous branches, and dragon humanoid powerhouses were scattered across the cosmos. A mere blurry silhouette could not precisely pinpoint the identity. He turned to look at Qin Yang, who was still trembling with fear, and said in a deep voice, Yang, recall carefully. Describe the other party's details more clearly. The more detailed, the better. Qin Yang nodded in agreement, took a deep breath to steady her mind, and gently raised her fingertips, her divine sense stirring silently. A pale blue holographic projection slowly materialized before the two of them. As light and shadow flowed, it precisely recreated the scene from her divination. An endless expanse of thick darkness spread like ink, and a majestic hall built entirely of obsidian stood toweringly. The eaves of the hall were carved with ancient dragon patterns, exuding a desolate and oppressive aura in the void. At the deepest part of the hall, on the supreme throne, a colossal figure sat quietly. Its dragon horns thrust upward, its pitch-black scales gleaming with a cold luster in the faint light. Its body was as thick as a star, and its overall size was nearly comparable to the sun of the solar system. The terrifying aura around it seemed on the verge of collapsing the surrounding space. Qin Yang's gaze was locked onto the dragon humanoid in the projection. Sensing the pressure transmitted through the image, his pupils contracted slightly. Such size and aura were far beyond what an ordinary dragon humanoid powerhouse could possess. After a moment of contemplation, he had already formed a judgment, and spoke in a low voice with a tone of certainty. This is the half-step martial emperor of the Dragon God Clan, Duo Ergu, the destruction dragon god. Duo Ergu. Qin Yang shuddered, her expression changing drastically, disbelief written all over her face. She was naturally aware of this legendary half-step martial emperor, an extraordinary prodigy in the history of the Dragon God Clan, who had lived for tens of millions of years and had shaken the cosmos since ancient times. Qin Yang steadied herself and said slowly, I have heard of him. This destruction dragon god had already stepped into the half-step martial emperor realm tens of millions of years ago. He was originally the most promising Dragon God Clan powerhouse to break through to the martial emperor realm. However, in a later Dao battle, he lost to a top expert of the ancient God Clan, not only missing the opportunity for enlightenment, but also suffering severe damage to his foundation, causing his cultivation to stagnate ever since. What was even more bizarre was that he later directly defected from the Dragon God Clan, wandering alone in the cosmos. Over the years, he repeatedly targeted the ancient God Clan, killing many of their members and inflicting heavy losses, causing considerable damage to the ancient God Clan. Qin Yang set her brow furrowed in confusion, but I really can't understand why Duo Ergu would target you. He has been in hiding for ages, rarely involved in cosmic conflicts. You have never crossed paths with him. There is no enmity at all. This was the question Qin Yang found most perplexing. Qin Yang had no connection with the Dragon God Clan, and this destruction dragon god had been hidden for countless years. He had not appeared for over 1,000,000 years. How did he suddenly set his sights on Qin Yang? This was truly hard to comprehend. Could it be that Qin Yang had killed one of Duo Ergu's offspring? That seemed unlikely, as for beings of their level, offspring were insignificant. With a lifespan of tens of millions of years, a mere offspring was nothing. If he wished, he could have countless children. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang suddenly laughed, his tone carrying a hint of understanding. You are right, there is no direct conflict between Duo Ergu and me. but there is one person who has a deep connection with him. Who? Qin Yang pressed immediately, her curiosity deepening. Gu Tianji. Qin Yang slowly uttered these 3 words, his eyes sharpening. There has always been a secret rumor in the cosmos about Duo Urgu's defection from the Dragon God clan, that he did not flee voluntarily, but was seduced and manipulated by Gu Tianji. Some even say that Duo Urgu has long become a mere avatar of Gu Tianji under his control. He paused and added, rumors are after all just rumors and may not be entirely credible. But it is certain that their relationship is anything but simple. Gu Tianji is skilled in scheming, while Duo Urgu, though powerful, has a damaged Dao heart, making him the perfect pawn for Gu Tianji to manipulate. Qin Yang stood up and paced slowly in the hall, sorting out the connections. Last time on the Ancestral Star, we secretly thwarted Gu Tianji's plot to seize its origin. Although we acted covertly given Gu Tianji's abilities, he might have discovered that it was us. He must have held a grudge, but since he couldn't appear himself, he found Duo Urgu as a proxy, putting a bounty on me to avenge that day's grievance. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang suddenly realized, then looked worried. Then you definitely cannot leave the Starry Sky Martial Academy. Here your 2 senior brothers can protect you. If you leave the school, it will give him an opportunity. Qin Yang stopped walking, turned to look at Qin Yang, his face showing no fear, but a hint of madness. I certainly won't leave for now. But I feel things are not that simple. It might not be Gu Tianji. This Duo Urgu might have other reasons. After all, these are just rumors. Besides, when Duo Urgu defected from the ancient god clan, the one in power was Gu Tianji. Their relationship might not be good. I vaguely feel that Duo Urgu's move against me might not be due to Gu Tianji, but for another reason. At first, Qin Yang also thought it was related to Gu Tianji. But later he realized that very few people knew about his involvement with the Ancestral Star. Only his senior and second senior brother. They would certainly not reveal it. Their side was shrouded in causal fate, and even if Gu Tianji calculated until the heavens broke, he could not trace it back to them. Moreover, Gu Tianji would never believe that the 2 of them could deceive him. So Qin Yang felt there must be another reason, something he did not know. Qin Yang said softly, let's perform a divination this time. Divine Duo Urgu's motive. Qin Yang naturally had no objection and nodded. All right, but I need to cultivate for a while. My cultivation is too low. Divining such a high-level existence consumes a vast amount of my divine power. If not for your methods shielding me, I would probably have died from heavenly backlash. What's more, the other party could trace back through causality and find me. Qin Yang herself cultivated the Tao of Fate. She was well aware of the characteristics of the Tao of Fate. The more one divined a powerful being, the easier it was to be detected and suffer backlash. Especially for someone as weak as her. That she had survived these 2 attempts unscathed was certainly due to Qin Yang. It's fine, rest for a while. Start the divination once you have fully recovered your spirit. Qin Yang was not in a hurry, there was plenty of time. About 10 hours later, Qin Yang had mostly recovered. She stretched and said with a smile, we can begin. Hearing this, Qin Yang smiled slightly. The book of fate within him spun wildly, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Let me see why Duo Urgu is targeting me. Once I know the trigger, I can deal with him later. Qin Yang did not speak and immediately immersed her mind in the fate calculation. Qin Yang activated the Tao of Fate as instructed. The phantom wheel of destiny around her spun at blinding speed, and pale golden threads of fate surged forth like a tidal wave, intertwining and weaving until they formed a colossal net that enveloped the heavens and the earth. The net of destiny bound all beings in the universe together. Within it, countless points of light flickered, each representing a living creature. Myriad lines crisscrossed, linking the karmic ties of billions of lives across the cosmos, clear and discernible. Her divine sense traced the line connecting to the destruction dragon god Durugu, following it upstream, while using Qin Yang as an anchor to stabilize the deduction. In an instant, the phantom of the river of time emerged before them, its waters surging and flowing backward, peeling away layers of long-buried memories to reveal the core connection between Durugu and Gu Tianji. The deduced scene abruptly shifted, freezing upon the boundless depths of the Guishu abyss. This was the convergence of the universe's primordial origins. Chaotic currents churned violently, and an immense black river spanned the void. With each rise and fall of its waters, countless miniature worlds were born and annihilated, the cycle of life and death unfolding at an astonishing pace, exuding an awe-inspiring, desolate pressure. At that moment, a dazzling, extraordinary light burst forth from the center of the river. Within that light lay the ultimate primordial power, like a cosmic fruit on the verge of ripening, suspended in the void, causing the surrounding laws to tremble violently. Finally it appears. I have waited eons for this, a sinister voice echoed. A colossal hand covered in dark golden runes reached out from a spatial rift, its palm wind carrying overwhelming evil aura, lunging fiercely toward the light. But just as the hand was about to touch the light, a ghastly beam of destruction erupted from the depths of the Guishu abyss, wrapping around the primordial light like a ribbon and instantly whisking it away into the distance. A voice, icy and dripping with supreme authority, resounded across the abyss. Gu Tianji, how dare you touch what belongs to this sovereign? A majestic figure slowly materialized surrounded by chaotic mist. His tone was laced with impatience and cruelty. Old fool, I spared your life once before, yet you have no gratitude, and instead dare to interfere with my affairs. Gu Tianji sneered, his voice cold. Ji Mia, if I hadn't helped you back, then how could you have mastered the Tao of destruction and become the supreme lord of destruction? What a pity I misjudged you. I thought you would remember kindness, but I never expected you to be an ungrateful wolf. If I had known, I would have supported Daruga back then instead of a wolf like you. Ji Mia, a martial emperor of the ancient god, clan master of the Tao of destruction. Ruthless and terrifying beyond measure. Kindness. Ji Mia's eyes turned cold. That so-called kindness of yours, I repaid it long ago. Don't forget, back when Lian Tian was hunting you, you survived only because I intervened to hold him off. The destructive aura around him grew denser as he warned, for the sake of our past friendship, get lost now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. When that happens, it won't just be Lian Tian who wants your life. The mere mention of Lian Tian caused the void to freeze instantly. Everyone knew he was the strongest of the ancient god clan, a martial emperor wielding the Tao of space. He had nearly killed Gu Tianji back then, and was the one Gu Tianji feared most in his entire life. Huh. Gu Tianji laughed maniacally, his tone dripping with disdain. You think you can kill me? If I were that easy to kill, would I have survived until now? Don't fool yourselves. I will have this primordial fruit. If you dare to stop me today, don't blame me for being ruthless. As his words fell, two terrifying forces erupted simultaneously. A ghastly white destructive power surged from Ji Mia, collapsing the void and shattering laws wherever it passed. Gu Tianji smiled, lightly conjuring billions of stars in his palms, smashing toward Ji Mia with overwhelming might. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact, unleashing monstrous waves in the depths of the Guishu abyss. The sea of worlds churned wildly, countless spatial fragments fell like meteors, and billions of miniature worlds turned to ash in the shockwave, a scene of utter devastation. They were evenly matched, locked in a fierce battle that shattered the abyss's balance, sending chaotic currents raging unchecked. Just then, a pure and profound essence of destruction erupted from within Gu Tianji, resonating subtly with Ji Mia's Tao of destruction, yet carrying a distinctly sinister energy. Ji Mia's pupils contracted sharply, shock written all over his face. He snorted coldly, the Tao of destruction. So that's it. Darugu has indeed become your avatar. Darugu was loyal to you, yet you refined him into an avatar. No wonder he hasn't appeared all these years. You are indeed untrustworthy. If I hadn't attained the emperor title back then, I would likely have been reduced to an avatar like Darugu. Ji Mia sneered, all these years our clan's divine artifact has indeed remained under your control. No wonder Lian Tian wants you dead so badly. The ancient god clan's divine artifact was arguably the most powerful divine weapon in the universe. Its might was boundless, possessing infinite power. Rumors said it contained the true laws and Tao of the gods. If fully mastered, one could transcend the universe and become a true deity, gaining complete control over the cosmos. Even now, Gu Tianji still held the ancient god clan's divine artifact. That was why a half-step martial emperor like Gu Tianji could fight on equal footing with Ji Mia, a full martial emperor. All because of the artifact. Without it, no matter how many tricks Gu Tianji had, the gap in cultivation level would allow Ji Mia to annihilate him with a single thought, leaving not a trace. Humph. Gu Tianji sneered, if we're talking about ungrateful wolves, Lian Tian is the biggest one. I painstakingly nurtured him back then, but instead of gratitude, he wants to exterminate me. I plotted across the universe for eons, yet I misjudged that brat. If I had known, I would never have raised a bunch of useless trash like you. Ji Mia said dismissively, there's no one else here. Stop lying to yourself. Why did you let us achieve the Emperor Tao back then? Simply because the martial emperors of the Holy Spirit clan threatened you, and you couldn't ascend yourself. Helpless, you cultivated us as your thugs. But you never imagined that after oppressing the universe for so long, cold and ruthless, treating all beings as mere weeds, who would ever be loyal to you. Oh, there is one exception, Darugu. But he's already dead. As the two fought fiercely, evenly matched, a formless, intangible soul wave suddenly spread from the void, moving at a speed far beyond their reaction. The wave silently wrapped around the light orb. Before either could notice, it vanished with the orb into the depths of the Guishu abyss, leaving no trace. Who? Both Ji Mia and Gu Tianji sensed the anomaly, erupting in fury. They roared in unison, their gazes locked on the direction where the light disappeared, their voices filled with disbelief and rage. In Shun. It's you. How dare you steal my property? How dare you take what belongs to this sovereign? The ancient Wudi, carrying the origin fruit within an intangible wave, instantly fled, leaving Jaime and Gu Tianji seething with rage on the spot. With the prized treasure snatched away, fury blazed in their eyes. They immediately ceased their skirmish, and with a flicker of movement madly chased after the direction in which the wave had vanished. Yet ancient Wudi was always enigmatic and unfathomable. Once his figure disappeared, he thoroughly concealed every trace of his aura, so that even the primordial veins of Guishu could not capture his whereabouts. Jaime and Gu Tianji pursued through countless voids, but never even brushed the hem of his robes. They could only watch helplessly as that wave was utterly swallowed by the depths of chaos. Damn it! Jaime roared, his destructive aura raging violently, shattering the surrounding void into fragments. Just as the two were about to resume their search, a sword light of blinding brilliance suddenly charged in from the flanks. An endless torrent of sword intent swept across the field, like a tsunami, forming a colossal wall of blades that spanned heaven and earth, blocking their path. Jaime looked up and saw a figure clad in snow-white robes standing atop the sword wall. It was Tontian Jindi. His face instantly darkened to the extreme, and he bellowed furiously, "Tontian, Jindi, get the hell out of my way this instant. Don't block the road." Gu Tianji's expression turned grim, his tone laced with naked threat. "A mere human Wudi dares to obstruct my path. You seek death." Before his words had faded, a terrifying aura of supreme Yang abruptly descended. A colossal fist covered with golden divine patterns condensed out of thin air, its momentum overwhelming, capable of shattering the universe. Wherever it passed, space collapsed layer by layer. Even the chaotic currents of Goetia were forcibly pierced through, and it hurtled toward the two with a thunderous crash. Jaime's face changed drastically. Not daring to be careless, he erupted with all his pale destructive force, rapidly forming seals with his hands to condense a thick barrier of annihilation. But the power of the giant fist far exceeded imagination. Its fierce and unmatched force tore through the barrier in an instant, piercing Jaime's body without hindrance. The supreme Yang energy raged within him, suppressing even his famed Tao of destruction, crushing all evil and destructive power into nothingness. The figure of Tianyuan Wudi slowly materialized, surrounded by 1,000 golden beams, his aura vast and majestic as Mount Kunlun. Jaime coughed up a mouthful of black blood, but laughed in extreme fury. "Tianyuan, have you forgotten how ancient Wudi once schemed against you? Instead of seeking revenge on him, you block us." Tianyuan Wudi's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. "The grudge between Ancient and me is a matter among humans, none of your concern. If you dare to act recklessly here again, don't blame me for being impolite. Get lost now if you want to live." As his words fell, a series of terrifying, heart-stopping auras surged from the depths of Goetia. Ripples spread through the void, and one by one towering figures of mighty beings slowly emerged. Wudi from various clans converged, their overwhelming pressure pouring out, collapsing the void and silencing Goetia. A splendid saber light cleaved through the void. Dao Wudi, wielding a massive blade, spoke with a voice as majestic as a great bell. "Jaime, this is not the territory of the ancient god clan. If you still dare to linger, do not blame the edge of my blade." Tianyuan Wudi added in a timely manner, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "Gu Tianji Lian Tian has already detected your trail and is on his way here. You should know that he hates you to the bone. If he catches up with you today, you will die without a doubt." The name Lian Tian struck like a thunderbolt. Gu Tianji's face changed abruptly, and a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. His enmity with Lian Tian ran deep. The other mastered the Tao of space, and once targeted, escape was utterly impossible. Even though his heart was unwilling, he dared not stay any longer. Shooting a venomous glare at Tianyuan Wudi and Tontian Jindi, he transformed into a chaotic stream of light and vanished into the void in an instant. Jaime's face was extremely ugly. His gaze swept over Tontian Jindi, Tianyuan Wudi, and the Wudi of various clans, and he gritted his teeth. "I will remember this day. This debt will be repaid in the future." "Trash talks too much," Tianyuan Wudi said coldly. Before his words had ended, another giant fist condensed, its momentum shattering everything, and it crashed toward Jaime. Jaime's pupils contracted. He knew well that he was no match for the assembled Wudi. Not daring to prolong the fight, he flashed with pale light, and fled in a sorry state into the depths of Goetia, disappearing from sight. The vision abruptly shifted. Gu Tianji traversed countless void barriers and finally landed in an endless expanse of darkness. He slowly sat down on the obsidian throne. The chaotic radiance around him gradually receded, and his body began to twist and transform, eventually taking the form of Dorgu, the destruction dragon god. At this moment, Dorgu's face was as pale as paper, his aura disordered, and traces of blood still hung at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered immense losses in the earlier confrontation. The power of the divine artifact is indeed difficult to control. Dorgu raised a hand to his throbbing head, his voice full of pain and struggle. "Moreover, Gu Tianji's soul technique is constantly entwined around my mind. If this continues, I will eventually become his mere avatar, losing even my self-awareness. I must obtain that origin fruit, or I will surely die." The scene flipped again. Dorgu sat cross-legged, his aura extremely weak, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly undergoing a violent power struggle within his mind. "Damn it. Last time, in order to resist Jaime, I forcibly used the artifact left by Gu Tianji, which only allowed his soul power to grow stronger within me. If I don't obtain the power of origin to replenish myself and suppress his soul, I will truly become a puppet without a will of my own." Just as he was sinking into despair, a stream of information flowed into his mind. A glint of light flashed in Dorgu's eyes, and he murmured to himself, "Qin Yang of the Human Alliance. Rising rapidly in such a short time, and even regarded as a furnace by Ancient. A wild idea took root in his heart, greed flickering in his eyes. Could it be that ancient Wudi infused the power of that origin fruit into Qin Yang's body, planning to fatten him up before refining him? If I could devour Qin Yang and seize the origin power and fortune within him, I would likely break free from Gu Tianji's control and even have a chance to break through to the Wudi realm. But as soon as the thought came, he frowned deeply, his tone tinged with helplessness. No, my soul is damaged, and I am secretly manipulated by Gu Tianji. I cannot act personally. Once I show myself, I will surely be detected by Lien Tian or ancient Wudi. Duo Ergu pondered for a moment, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He quickly contacted the Yamahal and directly placed a bounty on Qin Yang, the rank S class. Later it was even raised to SSS class. The vision shattered abruptly, and the threads of fate became utterly chaotic. Chun Qianqian collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, drenched in sweat, her face as pale as paper. The vision spanning time and space had nearly exhausted her soul power. She composed herself with great effort, recondensed all the fragments she had seen into a projection, and presented it before Qin Yang. Looking at the information, Qin Yang finally understood why he had been targeted. So it had to do with ancient Wudi. Qin Yang was utterly bewildered. After digesting the deduced fragments, Qin Yang stood in the hall, his expression gradually calming. Through the twists and turns of his deductions, he had finally unraveled all the causal threads. The SSS level bounty targeting him, the covert conflicts among various powerful figures, all ultimately traced back to the ancient Emperor Wu. The ancient Emperor Wu had seized the origin fruit that Duo Ergu and Jimia were contending over. Qin Yang was not yet certain what that fruit for which three top-tier powerhouses were willing to tear each other apart actually was. But merely from the intensity of the struggle, he could discern its rarity and extraordinary value. What surprised him slightly, however, was that Duo Ergu had not been completely refined by Gu Tianji. Instead, he had secretly turned the tables on Gu Tianji, a turn of events that likely no one among the countless powerhouses in the universe had anticipated. After all, Gu Tianji was renowned for his insidious cunning and divine foresight. Countless powerhouses had fallen victim to his schemes, and now someone had managed to outwit Gu Tianji. Or was it intentionally orchestrated by Gu Tianji himself? Qin Yang could not yet determine this. He only knew that Duo Ergu was not Gu Tianji's avatar. Instead, by leveraging Gu Tianji's power, Duo Ergu had gained a tenuous control over the ancient God clan's artifact, enabling him, a half-step Emperor Wu, to contend with Emperor-level opponents. All of this stemmed from the power of that artifact. Piecing together various clues, Qin Yang vaguely suspected that the origin fruit might be the same SSS grade talent fruit he had obtained in the past. Heaven rewards diligence. Chun Qianqian, observing Qin Yang lost in thought, stepped forward gently, her tone laced with concern and inquiry. Qin Yang, now that everything is clear, what do you plan to do? Duo Ergu is no pushover. He managed to outsmart Gu Tianji and even withstand Emperor-level opponents. His strength is unfathomable. Qin Yang slowly nodded, a flicker of gravity in his eyes. He had originally thought Duo Ergu was merely an ordinary half-step Emperor Wu, and that he could simply ask senior brother Yi Wuxian to intervene and resolve the crisis. But now that notion seemed far too naive. Since Duo Ergu could match an Emperor Wu, even Yi Wuxian, the strongest below the Emperor realm, might not be able to secure a sure victory. More critically, killing Duo Ergu would not solve the problem. It would instead play into Gu Tianji's hands. If Duo Ergu died, Gu Tianji might be able to absorb all his power, becoming even stronger than before. That was hardly good news. Gu Tianji, that ancient monster, though not an Emperor Wu, was no less a threat than one. After pondering for a long time, Qin Yang finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of resignation, yet piercing clarity. As things stand, I can only take shelter in Star Void Martial Academy for now. Duo Ergu can even contend with Emperor Wu. If I go out now, it would be nothing short of walking to my death. Given the current situation, Qin Yang had no intention of provoking Duo Ergu. For one, he truly couldn't kill him. For another, there was no need. Chun Qianqian immediately nodded in agreement. I think so too. Your top priority now is to stay safely in the academy. With so many powerful figures stationed here, even Duo Ergu, no matter how strong, wouldn't dare to barge in lightly. She paused, then added, also, you must inform Lord Yi Wuxian and the others about this. After all, it involves half-step Emperor Wu, Gu Tianji, and the ancient Emperor Wu. These are not trivial matters. The more people involved in planning, the more security we have. Qin Yang had indeed entertained the thought, but upon second thought he suppressed it. The entire affair was too far-reaching. If he revealed everything, it would inevitably trigger a massive uproar. What concerned him even more was the exposure of the Book of Heavenly Mandate. Chun Qianqian, merely at the Grandmaster realm, could deduce the secrets of a half-step Emperor Wu like Duo Ergu by crossing realms. That itself was highly unreasonable. If his senior brothers pressed for answers, they would certainly uncover the Book of Heavenly Mandate, leading to even greater trouble. Do not forget, the previous master of the Book of Heavenly Mandate, the Tianyuan Martial King, was slain by the Tianyuan Emperor Wu. Qin Yang understood clearly, if the Book of Heavenly Mandate came to light, even his status as a personal disciple would not protect him. Not even a blood relative. Those powerhouses would not hesitate for a moment. Therefore he dared not take the risk. With this in mind, Qin Yang turned to Chun Qianqian, his tone serious and solemn. Qianqian, you must not reveal this to anyone, not even to senior brother or second senior brother. Absolutely no one. A flicker of confusion passed through Chun Qianqian's eyes, her gaze filled with doubt. Yet seeing Qin Yang's earnest expression, she did not press further, merely nodding firmly. I understand. Since you say so, you must have your reasons. I trust you. She knew well that Qin Yang was meticulous and never acted without cause. If he asked her to keep it secret, there must be an unspeakable difficulty. She vaguely sensed that the fact he could help her deduce the fate of a top powerhouse like Duo Ergu was itself anomalous. There must be a secret. What it was she could not tell, but it must not be easily known. Moreover, she was aware that the ancient Emperor Wu had always sought to refine Qin Yang. She understood clearly that his situation was perilous. If exposed, he might become an enemy of the entire world. A warmth surged in Qin Yang's heart. He reached out, took her hand, and sank back into contemplation. It was not that he was unwilling to resolve the crisis, but the current situation was far too complex for him to handle. However, every cloud has a silver lining. Duo Ergu was currently entangled by Gu Tianji's divine soul power, unable to spare the energy to personally deal with him. This bought Qin Yang some breathing room. After weighing all factors repeatedly, Qin Yang still decided not to inform Yi Wuxian and the others. Revealing it would bring about consequences too massive. As for the 9-grade divine art behind the bounty, Qin Yang planned to set it aside for now. Before he stepped into the martial king realm, competing for that reward would be like courting a tiger for its skin, far too risky. After all, the 9-grade divine art was in Duo Ergu's possession. As long as Duo Ergu didn't die, the art wouldn't disappear, so there was no rush. Once he broke through to the martial king realm and his strength surged, he could then scheme for the 9-grade divine art with greater confidence and a higher chance of success. For now, the most important thing was his own safety and strength enhancement. Only by breaking through to the martial king realm as soon as possible could he gain a foothold in this intricate web of power and no longer be at others' mercy. Having figured all this out, Qin Yang felt a sudden clarity wash over him, his eyes growing resolute. He gently patted the back of Chun Qianqian's hand and said warmly, Qianqian, I plan to go into seclusion for a while, focusing all my efforts on breaking through to the martial king realm. During this time, please keep an eye on the outside developments, especially any news about Duo Ergu and the ancient Emperor Wu. Chun Qianqian nodded in agreement. Rest assured. Leave the outside matters to me. I will monitor the situation closely and make sure no one disturbs your seclusion. Qin Yang said no more. He gave Chun Qianqian a slight nod, turned, and walked toward the entrance to the virtual god realm deep within the cave dwelling. He knew that only by striving diligently and enhancing his strength at the fastest possible pace could he truly take control of his own destiny and face all future crises. A grandmaster was almost like an ant before the vast cosmos. A martial king might barely have a voice. Upon entering the virtual god realm, Qin Yang did not hasten to close his eyes and cultivate. Instead, he moved his fingertips, summoning the official cultivation interface of Starry Sky Martial Academy. After clearing the Starry Tower, he could choose an 8th-grade secret art. An 8th-grade secret art was something no one could refuse. Qin Yang directly opened the secret art selection page. The page was simple, unlike other grades of secret arts. The few secret arts listed were all marked with the 8th grade level, and their introductions were extremely brief. Blood River Blade Art. Qin Yang's gaze swept over the first secret art, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. This was clearly the signature technique of senior brother Yi Wuxian, a blade intent that was domineering and unmatched in slaughter. Then the words infallible calculations caught his eye. He nodded slightly. This must be the life-bound secret art of second senior brother Qin Xuanji, who excelled in deduction and strategy. Further down, the words immortal sword path gleamed brilliantly. Without a second thought, he knew this was the legacy of the sword path left by the Tongtian Sword Emperor, its sword resonance lingering, pointing straight to the origin. Eternal immortal body emanated an aura of supreme yang and strength. It was the core secret art of his master Tianyuan martial emperor, a body that was physically formidable and impervious to all techniques. When his gaze fell upon the 9 nether soul suppression scripture, Qin Yang's footsteps halted. This secret art exuded a cold and profound aura carrying faint soul fluctuations. Without a doubt, it was created by the Nether Soul Martial Emperor, for in the entire universe, only the Nether Soul Martial Emperor had mastered the soul path to its extreme. Qin Yang sank into contemplation, tapping lightly on the interface with his fingertip. Now he had already mastered 5 great paths: fortune, soul, space, destruction, and sword. Among them, the fortune path was already grounded by the 9th grade technique, the Scroll of Fate, so he needed no other secret art. The space path was the most scarce, with no related inheritance listed on the page. Destruction and sword were his 2 weakest paths at present, but they were not his primary focuses, and he would not waste such a precious opportunity on them. On the other hand, the soul path was an area he had already explored, and the 9 nether soul suppression scripture on the page was a top-tier inheritance, making it the optimal choice. After all, the Nether Soul Martial Emperor was a martial emperor-level existence who controlled the soul path. The quality of the technique he created was unquestionable, undoubtedly containing the ultimate understanding of the soul path. After a moment of thought, Qin Yang hesitated no longer. With a touch of his fingertip, he selected the 9 nether soul suppression scripture. Instantly, a vast and mighty torrent of scripture information surged from the interface, flooding into Qin Yang's sea of consciousness like a bursting dam. The scripture was obscure and difficult, each character containing profound soul laws. Qin Yang dared not be careless. He immediately gathered his mind and fully absorbed the information. A full hour passed before he slowly opened his eyes, a trace of fatigue in his gaze, but even more so, ecstasy and excitement. He had chosen correctly with this 9 nether soul suppression scripture. This secret art was akin to an encyclopedia of the soul path, containing not only several powerful soul attack divine techniques that could directly shake the soul and tear the sea of consciousness, but also various bizarre and special life-saving divine techniques. What shocked Qin Yang the most was that the secret art recorded a soul-imbuing technique, which could entrust one's own soul origin within the laws of heaven and earth. As long as heaven and earth endured, the soul would never dissipate, allowing survival regardless of any damage to the physical body. But soon Qin Yang discovered the flaw of this secret art. Every 100 years one must refine a high-quality soul origin to suppress the soul backlash caused by the art. Otherwise, one's own soul would be eroded by the art, eventually becoming a mindless soul slave. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang's mind suddenly cleared. He finally understood why the Nether Soul Martial Emperor had always regarded him as a vessel. It turned out that although this divine technique was powerful, it had such a fatal flaw. The Nether Soul Martial Emperor had set his sights on him, likely intending to use his heaven-defying talent soul as nourishment to refine and compensate for the flaw. But a new doubt arose. The Nether Soul Martial Emperor had long stepped into the Martial Emperor realm and controlled the soul path. Why had he been unable to eliminate this flaw? Given his cultivation level, he should have been able to excise the flaw. Could there be another hidden reason? Qin Yang furrowed his brow, vaguely sensing that there must be an unknown secret behind this, though he could not yet fathom the key. However, Qin Yang did not intend to fully cultivate the 9 nether soul suppression scripture. What he truly valued was an auxiliary divine technique recorded within it, soul transformation. This divine technique was extremely special, capable of disguising one's own soul origin. Even a Martial Emperor level powerhouse would find it difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood without careful investigation. For instance, if he mastered it, he could disguise himself as Qin Yan's soul origin, making his aura and soul fluctuations identical with no one able to see through it. Conversely, he could also use this technique to make others impersonate his own soul origin. At this moment, Qin Yang finally understood how the Nether Soul Martial Emperor had managed to deceive the investigation of the Hall of Yama back then. It was precisely by relying on this soul transformation divine technique, altering his own soul fluctuations, that he fooled the Hall of Yama, which operated on the cosmic network, and was eventually blacklisted by it. A bold plan grew clearer in Qin Yang's mind. If he could cultivate the 9 nether soul suppression scripture to minor success, perfect the soul transformation technique, and combine it with the power of cause and fate from his scroll of fate, he would be able to perfectly disguise his soul origin. This would both deceive Dalga's investigation and pass the identity verification of the Hall of Yama. Then the plan to forge a false body and claim the bounty would be foolproof. With this thought, Qin Yang could no longer contain himself. He immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and let the vast scripture in his sea of consciousness flow rapidly, beginning to cultivate the 9 nether soul suppression scripture with full force. This secret art he was determined to master. And he knew in his heart that once he succeeded, even if the matter was exposed later, he would have no need to worry. After all, with the precedent of the Nether Soul Martial Emperor, everyone would assume that he had only gained soul disguising abilities by cultivating the 9 nether soul suppression scripture, never suspecting the involvement of the scroll of fate. Moreover, with the backing of cause and fate, he could achieve a perfect disguise, leaving no flaw detectable by anyone. Tianyuan Star, Yi Wuxian and Qin Xuanji felt a stir and looked at each other, exchanging glances of surprise. Qin Xuanji spoke softly. I didn't expect the little junior brother to choose the soul suppression scripture. This is quite unexpected. After all, the soul path already has a master. It has been occupied by the Nether Soul Martial Emperor. To devote oneself to the soul path now is not a good strategy. Yi Wuxian nodded. Indeed, and if the little junior brother practices the soul path, the Nether Soul Martial Emperor will likely be even more tempted. But the little junior brother probably now understands why the Nether Soul Martial Emperor has set his sights on him. Qin Xuanji shook his head and said softly, this doesn't seem related to the 9 nether soul suppression scripture. The master said that the flaw of the scripture had already been resolved. The Nether Soul Martial Emperor's current condition is due to other reasons, though what they are remains unknown. The master does not speak, and we cannot guess. Yi Wuxian slowly said, perhaps the timing is not right. But if our little junior brother chooses this path, it will likely become even more difficult. I wonder if the master can protect the little junior brother. With these words, both let out a sigh. They had a favorable impression of Qin Yang. They did not want Qin Yang to become nourishment for the Nether Soul Martial Emperor. Within the Shushan realm there was neither sun nor moon, and time fled like a white steed glimpsed through a crack. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, Qin Yang cast aside all stray thoughts and devoted himself entirely to arduous cultivation. The dense spiritual energy and pure laws of the Shushan realm surged into his body like a tide, supporting his frenzied deduction of the cultivation art. On this day, Qin Yang sat cross-legged in the core region of the Shushan realm, and the spiritual energy around him formed a visible vortex that spun ever faster. In his palm, strands of obscure space laws continuously condensed. The originally vague outline of the cosmos in the palm became increasingly clear. A thunderous roar echoed in his mind, and boundless void energy spread from his sea of consciousness, intertwining with the laws in his palm. The embryonic cosmos within his body expanded at a visible rate. Stars flickered into existence, and nebulae drifted slowly, exuding the majestic aura of a universe being born. The cosmos in the palm had reached the great accomplishment level. With the thrill of the art's completion, Qin Yang's aura surged like a volcanic eruption. The originally stable barrier of the Grandmaster middle stage shattered instantly under this force. His aura soared, finally stabilizing at the Grandmaster late stage. Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, and a glint of sharp light flashed across his gaze before returning to tranquility. He raised his hand, sensing the surging power within his body. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "The cosmos in the palm has reached great accomplishment. Reaching perfection is only a matter of time. Next, once I cultivate the 9 Hells soul suppression art to minor accomplishment, I can step into the Grandmaster peak. And if the Heaven Fate diagram progresses further to minor accomplishment, I can touch the threshold of half-step Martial King. The rest is to find a suitable heavenly mandate, and then enter the Martial King realm." With these words, Qin Yang wasted no time. He immediately gathered his mind, and turned to fully activate the 9 Hells soul suppression art. After 3 months of day and night cultivation, he had already thoroughly understood this supreme secret art of the Soul Tao. He had successfully entered its threshold some time ago, and now, with sufficient foundation, it was the perfect moment to break through to minor accomplishment. As the obscure scriptures revolved in his sea of consciousness, Qin Yang's soul grew increasingly clear and empty. The Soul Tao laws around him condensed wildly. The soul miniature deep within his sea of consciousness, which had been slightly illusory, now became substantial at a visible rate. It was surrounded by faint glimmers of dark light and golden radiance, exuding an extraordinary aura that surpassed ordinary grandmasters. With every breath, a vast amount of soul force was drawn into his body, nourishing the soul origin and repairing the subtle flaws left by past cultivation. A soft hum resounded from Qin Yang's sea of consciousness. The soul miniature fully solidified, its eyes slowly opening, and a deep, profound light flashed and vanished. The 9 Hells soul suppression art had successfully reached minor accomplishment. An even more immense force erupted from the depths of his soul, driving Qin Yang's overall aura to rise again. The barrier of the Grandmaster late stage was shattered like paper, and his aura soared, finally stabilizing at the Grandmaster peak. The embryonic cosmos within his body, empowered by this force, solidified completely. When he looked inward, he could vaguely see the outline of a complete universe with countless stars converging and nebulae churning. Though still dormant, it exuded an overwhelming, boundless pressure. The breakthrough did not stop. Qin Yang seized the momentum, and with a thought quietly activated the Heaven Fate diagram. Supported by the foundation of the Grandmaster peak and 3 months of arduous cultivation, the breakthrough of the Heaven Fate diagram came naturally. It easily broke through the shackles and successfully reached minor accomplishment. In an instant, soul force and fortune force intertwined within Qin Yang's body. The golden radiance of fortune and the profound light of the soul complemented each other. His eyes suddenly burst with dazzling golden light, piercing through the barriers of the Shushan realm. It was as if he could see through heaven and earth, easily observing the fortune threads surrounding every living being. The fortunes of all life laid bare before him. The shackles of the realm were broken once more. Qin Yang's aura soared, and this time it directly broke through the limit of the Grandmaster realm and stepped into the half-step Martial King realm. Looking inward, the original embryonic cosmos had fully evolved into a complete universe, an expanse of stars vast and boundless with dense constellations and drifting nebulae. Though no life had yet been nurtured, it already possessed the majestic aura of a universe. Every star corresponded to a law node within his body, and the movement of his power resonated faintly with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The moment Qin Yang stepped into the half-step Martial King realm, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, pierced through the spatial barriers of the Shushan realm, soared into the sky, and penetrated heaven and earth, causing the great Tao to tremble faintly. This aura, both domineering and pure, carried the unique pressure of a half-step Martial King, and instantly swept across the entire Star Martial University. Everywhere in the university, gazes turned toward the direction from which the aura originated. Nangong Wentian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them upon sensing this aura shock evident in his gaze. Not far away, Qin Shui and Zhang Han also halted simultaneously, their expressions grave yet tinged with disbelief. Zhang Han was the first to speak, his voice filled with astonishment. This aura comes from the direction of the sequence No. 4 cave dwelling. It's the pressure of a half-step martial king. That kid Qin Yang has actually stepped into the half-step martial king realm. It must be noted that only 3 months ago Qin Yang had just cleared the Star Tower, and at that time, he was merely at the Grandmaster middle stage. In just 3 short months, he had jumped several ranks and directly entered the half-step martial king realm, a cultivation speed that could only be described as heaven-defying. A glimmer of admiration and relief flashed in Nangong Wentian's eyes, as he sincerely remarked, "This junior apprentice brother of mine is truly a born prodigy of cultivation. With such talent and speed, even among the entire younger generation of the universe, no one can match him." Qin Shui stood by, her face still calm, yet a ripple stirred deep in her eyes. She had long expected Qin Yang's extraordinary talent, but she never imagined he could be this astonishing. From Grandmaster early stage to half-step martial king in 3 months, this achievement would put countless older cultivators to shame. Within the Shushan realm, Qin Yang slowly withdrew his aura, sensing the surging power within him. Determination filled his eyes. Half-step martial king was merely the starting point. Next, he needed to stabilize his realm as quickly as possible and find a suitable heavenly mandate to step into the martial king realm. At that time, he could use the 9 Hells soul suppression art to deceive the Hell Hall and seize control of Duergu's 9th grade cultivation art. Most importantly, he could set a trap for Duergu. Of course, doing so would make Duergu bear a deep grudge. But Qin Yang didn't care. After all, their relationship was already one of life and death. Both wanted the other dead. He had no reason to fear Duergu. After all, he was already being watched by the Yin God Martial Emperor, and adding one more Duergu made little difference. A half-step martial emperor, even with the protection of an ancient divine artifact, was still no match for the Yin God Martial Emperor. In terms of power, the Yin God Martial Emperor was far stronger. In terms of cunning, Duergu was even more inferior. No matter what, there was no need to fear Duergu. It was just one more enemy. Within Tianyuan Star, sensing Qin Yang's aura, Yi Wuxian and Qin Xuanji exchanged a glance, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. On Tianyuan Star, Qin Xuanji gazed toward the direction of Qin Yang's cave, dwelling, his eyes brimming with emotion as he sincerely praised, "Our little junior brother is truly gifted with extraordinary talent, his cultivation speed unmatched in the world. Among the prodigies of this younger generation, none can compare to him." Yi Wuxian stood nearby, slowly nodding at his words, his face revealing unreserved admiration. "I now fully understand why the master made an exception to take little junior brother as a disciple. Such heaven-defying talent. Even across the entire cosmos, you wouldn't find a second." When Tianyuan Martial Emperor accepted Qin Yang into his tutelage, many harbored doubts, for Qin Yang's origins were unremarkable at the time, and he seemed no different from other geniuses. But now it appears the master's discernment is far keener than theirs. Amid his admiration, Yi Wuxian's brow slightly furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. "We speculated that ancient Martial Emperor chose little junior brother as a cauldron because of the primordial fruit, and that little junior brother meeting that condition suddenly soared to prominence. But now it seems the primordial fruit may not be capable of such a feat." The primordial fruit was crucial for Qin Yang to catch their attention. Initially, Qin Yang had been unable to become a martial artist for 18 years. In just 3 months, he made rapid progress, coupled with ancient Martial Emperor's attention. This led them to believe that the primordial fruit had fallen into Qin Yang's hands back then. But now it appears Qin Yang's performance far surpasses what the primordial fruit could achieve. Qin Xuanji slowly shook his head at this and said in a deep voice, "The primordial fruit that ancient Martial Emperor seized back then contains extremely pure cosmic origin power. It is indeed priceless. Yet even so, that fruit could never have produced little junior brother's terrifying cultivation speed and talent. I suspect that little junior brother never actually consumed that primordial fruit." "What?" Yi Wuxian was utterly shocked, turning his head sharply to stare at Qin Xuanji. "Do you mean the primordial fruit is not on little junior brother at all?" He caught ancient Martial Emperor's attention merely because he himself is too monstrous. Qin Xuanji nodded gently, his tone resolute. "That is not impossible. It is even possible that the primordial fruit, shortly after ancient Martial Emperor seized it back, then had already been refined by him." Yi Wuxian's heart surged with tumultuous waves, his voice filled with disbelief. "If that's the case, little junior brother has suffered an undeserved calamity. Simply because of his heaven-defying talent, he was coveted by ancient Martial Emperor and targeted as a cauldron. How unlucky." Qin Xuanji sighed softly, his eyes carrying a hint of gravity. "The truth remains unknown to us. After all, this involves the machinations of the master and ancient Martial Emperor at that level far too complex. All we can do is exert our utmost to protect little junior brother. If little junior brother can grow smoothly, the human alliance may well see another Martial Emperor level powerhouse in the future, one who might even surpass us predecessors." Yi Wuxian nodded in profound agreement, then frowned. "But one thing still gives me pause. The Daos that little junior brother currently controls all seem to be already claimed. The Space Dao is held by Lien Tian Martial Emperor the Destruction Dao, by Ji Mian Martial Emperor the Sword Dao, by Tong Tian Sword Emperor, and the Soul Dao, by Ancient Martial Emperor. Each is a Dao already governed by a Martial Emperor, essentially paths already occupied. On the martial path, a Dao is unique. Once a cultivator steps into the Martial Emperor realm and governs a particular Dao, subsequent cultivators find it extremely difficult to reach the pinnacle on the same Dao unless the previous Dao Lord falls and the path returns to the world. Qin Shuangji, however, was unconcerned, saying calmly, "Claim does not mean eternally impassable. The struggle for Daos has always been the survival of the fittest. As long as the previous Dao Lord dies, that path naturally becomes passable again, allowing later cultivators to ascend to Martial Emperor through it." Yi Wuxian's pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed in shock, "Do you mean we should kill Ancient Martial Emperor? That is absolutely unacceptable. Ancient Martial Emperor is one of the pillars of the human alliance. Even if we were willing, the master would never agree." Qin Shuangji rolled his eyes helplessly, his tone tinged with exasperation. "When did I ever say we should kill Ancient Martial Emperor? As a human Martial Emperor, Ancient Martial Emperor holds his ground. How could we lightly move against him? I was referring to Jimia." He paused, then added, "Jimia is a half-step Martial Emperor of the ancient God clan governing the Destruction Dao, and is inherently a latent threat to humanity. Moreover, the ancient God clan has lost no small number of Martial Emperors over the years. One more or one less makes little difference. If we can eliminate Jimia, it would not only clear the obstacle on the Destruction Dao for little junior brother, but also weaken the ancient God clan. A twofold gain." Yi Wuxian fell into deep thought at these words, then slowly nodded. "That way, this idea does seem not bad. Jimia already has a grudge against us. Removing him is indeed a beneficial and harmless move." Meanwhile, in the virtual god realm, Qin Yang was seated cross-legged within the embryonic cosmos, surrounded by stars, his aura calm and immense. After stepping into the half-step Martial Lord realm, he did not rush to continue arduous cultivation, but paused to seriously contemplate the key to breaking through to the Martial Lord realm. The Martial Lord realm is a crucial watershed on the path of cultivation. This realm will definitively determine the direction of the Dao a cultivator will walk in the future. If one chooses the wrong path, they will forever lose the possibility of advancing to the Martial Emperor realm, stagnating at the peak of Martial Lord. Qin Yang currently controls 5 Daos: Destruction, Sword, Space, Soul, and Fortune. Except for the Fortune Dao, the other 4 are already governed by Martial Emperors, their paths blocked. No matter how talented Qin Yang is in these Daos, it will be extremely difficult for him to reach the summit. He had long made up his mind to walk the Fortune Dao. But the Fortune Dao is exceedingly special, being one of the cosmic origin Daos, extremely secretive. Once exposed, it would inevitably arouse the covetousness of the entire cosmos, plunging him into an even more perilous situation. More crucially, the Fortune Dao has no ready-made heavenly mandate to follow. To break through to the Martial Lord realm, the only way is to ceaselessly devour the fortune of others, accumulating enough fortune power to forcefully breach the realm barrier. That is no issue. After all, he possesses the cycle of cause and effect, and fears no prying eyes. However, stepping into the Martial Lord realm will definitely require hunting heavenly mandates. If he could enter the Martial Lord realm without a heavenly mandate, it would inevitably alert those powerful beings, revealing that he achieved Dao through fortune. If so, things would go awry. It seems I must first secretly break through to Martial Lord via the Fortune Dao, then later choose another Dao, refine a heavenly mandate, and make a breakthrough on the surface. Qin Yang pondered inwardly, his gaze gradually firming. Next, he needed to select a Dao as a facade for his breakthrough to the Martial Lord realm. After careful consideration, he quickly made a decision. The Soul Dao was undoubtedly the best choice. The 9 Nether Soul suppression art he currently cultivates is a top-tier 8th grade secret technique created by Ancient Martial Emperor, granting him profound soul foundations and soul strength, far surpassing cultivators of the same realm. Of course, choosing this Dao makes him highly susceptible to Ancient Martial Emperor's constraints. After all, the technique was created by Ancient Martial Emperor, and the Soul Dao is governed by him. It seems he is completely suppressed on all fronts. But this is merely a facade, to lull Ancient Martial Emperor into complacency, so that he can later suppress him using the Fortune Dao. After all, with the cycle of cause and effect, as long as Qin Yang is willing, no one can know his true details. Thus, on the surface, Qin Yang appears to be courting death. In reality, he is setting a trap for Ancient Martial Emperor. Report 1. An ancient miniature universe has emerged in the Jialan Star sector, drawing the attention of the Insect Clan and the Ancient God Clan. Report 2. Fearing exposure of the miniature universe's secret, the 2 clans have joined forces to explore it. Report 3. The ancient miniature universe contains the legacy of the Time Martial King from ages past, including the 8th rank cultivation art, the Heavenly Cosmos Scripture. A miniature universe. Qin Yang clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with an ecstasy that bordered on disbelief. He understood the value of a miniature universe better than anyone. It was a complete, independent cosmos. If its core had not been extinguished, the primordial energy within could empower a supreme expert to shatter their shackles and ascend to the martial emperor realm. Even if the core had already died, the fragments of the great Tao and the fundamental laws hidden within the cosmic remnants were priceless resources that would make even martial emperors covet them. Such ancient miniature universes were exceedingly rare. Every time one appeared, it triggered a frenzied scramble among the top forces of the entire universe, often escalating into cross-clan wars. What excited Qin Yang even more was the mention of the Time Martial King's inheritance in the Heavenly Cosmos scripture. He had long been without a cultivation art for the Time Tao, and now this 8th rank scripture was right before him, a timely rescue. With this scripture, he could cultivate the supreme Tao of the world. He no longer needed to tread the soul Tao to break through to the Martial King realm. The Time Tao would suffice. Moreover, the Time Tao had no martial emperor, making it a clear path, though an extremely difficult one. But for Qin Yang, it was not insurmountable. Beyond that, the fusion of the Time Tao and the Space Tao would yield the Time-Space Tao. Once fully mastered, he would become the master of the universe. Yet after the joy, Qin Yang's brow quickly furrowed. The Insect Clan and the Ancient God Clan had already discovered the miniature universe and in a rare move joined forces to seal off the Jialan Star sector, greatly increasing the difficulty of seizing the inheritance. The Insect Clan was fearless and vast in numbers. The Ancient God Clan possessed deep foundations and myriad experts. With both clans united, even the Human Alliance's top combatants might not gain an advantage. After a moment's thought, Qin Yang hesitated no longer. This matter was too critical for him to handle alone. He must immediately inform his two senior brothers Yi Wuxian and Qin Xuanji. He moved his finger and dialed their communication, his tone grave. Elder senior brother, second senior brother, come to my cave dwelling at once. There is an urgent matter to discuss, one of great importance. On the other end of the communication, Yi Wuxian and Qin Xuanji immediately sensed the urgency. They had already planned to visit Qin Yang to congratulate him on his breakthrough to half-step Martial King. Now upon receiving the urgent summons, they dared not delay. With a thought, they transformed into two streaks of light and appeared in an instant outside Qin Yang's sequence 4 cave dwelling. Little junior brother, open the door. Yi Wuxian's voice sounded from outside. Qin Yang raised his hand, and the cave's restrictions parted silently. Yi Wuxian and Qin Xuanji strode swiftly into the hall. As soon as he entered, Yi Wuxian spoke first, a gratified smile on his face. Little junior brother, congratulations on reaching the half-step Martial King realm. At this speed, you are truly unprecedented. Qin Xuanji nodded, his gaze fixed on Qin Yang with a hint of curiosity. Your hastiness in summoning us suggests something extremely important. What has happened? Qin Yang gestured for them to sit, his expression serious. Two senior brothers, when you hear what I am about to say, please steady your minds, and do not become too excited. Yi Wuxian and Qin Xuanji exchanged glances, seeing amusement in each other's eyes. Yi Wuxian waved a hand, confidence in his tone. Little junior brother, rest assured. We have cultivated for many years and weathered countless storms. There are few things in this world that can shake us. Qin Xuanji echoed. Indeed, whatever it is, just say it directly. Seeing their certainty, Qin Yang dispensed with further preamble and came straight to the point. I have just received intelligence that an ancient miniature universe has appeared in the Jialan Star sector. Now the Insect Clan and the Ancient God Clan have discovered it. Setting aside their enmity, they have joined forces to seal off the Jialan Star sector, preparing to explore and excavate the resources and inheritance within the miniature universe. The moment the words fell, the smiles on Yi Wuxian and Qin Xuanji's faces froze, their composure shattered. Both sprang to their feet, their auras surging uncontrollably. A terrifying pressure erupted from them, stirring up fierce winds that rattled the stone tables and stools in the hall. Clearly, the impact of this news far exceeded their expectations. Qin Yang looked at their flustered state and smiled wryly. I told you wouldn't be able to keep your calm. Yi Wuxian and Qin Xuanji had no time to acknowledge his teasing. Yi Wuxian, his eyes blazing with excitement and urgency, stepped forward and grasped Qin Yang's arm, his voice rapid. Little junior brother, are you certain this news is true? Without a shred of falsehood. The value of a miniature universe was too staggering. If they could seize the resources and inheritance within it, would undoubtedly elevate their combat power immensely. Qin Yang nodded slowly, his tone firm. Elder senior brother, I would never joke about such a matter. If you still doubt me, second senior brother can perform a deduction using the Fate Tao to verify the truth. However, I must warn you, the Jialan Star sector is now under joint control by the two clans. When second senior brother deduces, he will likely suffer backlash from the auras of the two clans' experts. Yi Wuxian immediately turned to Qin Xuanji, his eyes filled with anticipation and gravity. Qin Xuanji wasted no time, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. He sat cross-legged, the threads of fate shimmering around him as he activated the Fate Tao to its fullest. His divine sense transformed into an invisible torrent probing toward the Jialan Star sector. As Qin Yang had predicted, only a moment later Qin Xuanji's expression changed drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as if about to fall. But instead of fear, his eyes blazed with ecstatic light. Second senior brother, are you all right? Yi Wuxian immediately stepped forward to support him, his voice full of concern. Qin Shuangji waved a hand, wiping the blood from his lips, his face alight with excitement. I'm fine. The deduction was detected, and I suffered the backlash and counterattack from the auras of the two clans' experts. Though I could not penetrate the blockade and see inside the Jalon Star sector, I can confirm that little junior brother's words are all true. During the deduction, experts from both the Insect clan and the Ancient God clan struck back simultaneously, their auras interwoven. Clearly they are allied. He paused, then added, the fact that they set aside their enmity to join forces and even attack the deducer without hesitation means that the miniature universe in the Jalon Star sector must contain something extremely precious, far more than just the Time Martial King's inheritance mentioned in the intelligence. Hearing this, Yi Wuxian's lingering doubts dissipated completely. A resolute light flashed in his eyes. He no longer hesitated, his tone heavy. This matter is of paramount importance concerning the future of the human alliance. We must not take it lightly. I will contact Master and the other Martial Emperor seniors immediately to discuss countermeasures. Whatever happens, we cannot allow the Insect clan and the Ancient God clan to monopolize the resources and inheritance of the miniature universe. Yi Wuxian's mind stirred, and he promptly contacted the Tianyuan Emperor. This matter was far too critical for him to decide alone. Only a martial emperor could oversee such affairs. Qin Shuangji, standing nearby, turned to Qin Yang and said in a solemn tone, Junior brother, do you realize that a miniature universe is an unparalleled opportunity for all major races? Now that the Ancient God clan and the Insect clan have seized it first, given their grudges against the human alliance, they will never willingly let us participate. He paused, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. To claim a share, we can only rely on the combined pressure of other races. Though both clans are formidable, they dare not offend all the top powers of the universe at once. But this process will inevitably involve countless conflicts of interest and endless negotiations. Qin Yang nodded slowly, having already grasped the key point. Second senior brother is right. This matter must be blown out of proportion. Only when everyone knows about the miniature universe can we have the chance to break the two clans' monopoly and secure a piece of the pie. If only our Tianyuan sect takes the lead, we will be easily suppressed by both clans. The Insect clan was relatively weaker among the 8 major powers. The Ancient God clan was different, they were the strongest race. The human alliance was not weak, but could not contend with 2 major races. Moreover, the Ancient God clan had a strained relationship with the human alliance, and would never willingly share the benefits. With their interests at stake, the Insect clan would also refuse. So from the very beginning they had no intention of hiding the news, instead they wanted it to be known by all. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuangji's eyes gleamed with admiration, and he praised, You are absolutely right. The Ancient God clan is the top race in the universe, and the Insect clan's foundation is also formidable. Both have long been at odds with the human alliance. If we rashly intervene, they will resist to the death. But once the news spreads across the universe, the other 8 major powers will not stand idly by while the 2 clans monopolize the opportunity. With everyone united, we can force them to share the pie. Qin Shuangji added cautiously, however, whether we can form an alliance smoothly and secure sufficient benefits depends on the ensuing negotiations and power struggles. As the two chatted, Yi Wuxian had already finished his conversation with the Tianyuan Martial Emperor. He looked at Qin Yang and Qin Shuangji, his expression a mix of gravity and anticipation. The master is aware of everything and has already shared the news with the Tongtian Sword Emperor and the Ancient Martial Emperor. As expected, it won't be long before this news spreads to all Martial Emperor level figures in the human alliance, and even to the other 8 major powers of the universe. The miniature universe is a pie that the Insect clan and the Ancient God clan can no longer monopolize. Qin Yang smiled with delight. This is good. Everyone gets a share which aligns with the rules of the universe. It also prevents the 2 clans from secretly absorbing the opportunity and posing a greater threat to the human alliance in the future. Yi Wuxian nodded, his gaze warm as he looked at Qin Yang. The master also instructed that if this matter is confirmed, if a miniature universe truly exists in the Jalon Star region, he will reward you handsomely for providing this critical intelligence. Thank you, master. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly cupped his hands in gratitude. He knew that the Tianyuan Martial Emperor's reward would be extraordinary. Top-tier resources to aid his cultivation and greatly boost his breakthrough to the Martial King realm. Yi Wuxian and Qin Shuangji couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. Both tacitly refrained from asking about the source of Qin Yang's intelligence. Everyone has their own secrets and opportunities. The fact that Qin Yang had shared such crucial information was already a sign of trust. Prying further would be inappropriate. Meanwhile, at the other end of the universe, deep within the Jalon Star region, in a region of chaotic surging energy, a massive black hole hung in the void. At its edge, fragments of broken cosmic barriers were faintly visible, exuding an ancient and boundless aura. This was the entrance to the miniature universe. Before the black hole, 2 terrifying figures stood silently, their oppressive auras enough to make ordinary martial kings tremble. They were the half-step martial emperors stationed here to guard the site. The figure on the left wore a golden armor engraved with intricate ancient god clan runes. His face was majestic, his posture upright like a divine king descending from the heavens. Lu Huanyu, the half-step martial emperor of the ancient god clan. The figure on the right was bizarre in shape, covered in a pitch-black carapace with countless tiny insects writhing around him. His head was studded with a multitude of eyes, each gleaming with eerie malice. Annihilator, the half-step martial emperor of the insect clan. Suddenly Lu Huanyu's expression turned icy cold, and his golden spiritual energy erupted violently. He whirled to face Annihilator, his voice dripping with frigid accusation. Annihilator, how did news of the miniature universe leak? We agreed to seal the information and enjoy the benefits alone. You'd better give me an explanation. Annihilator was instantly enraged. The insects around him writhed madly, emitting piercing screeches. He roared, "You're asking me? I was about to ask you. Your ancient god clan was in charge of perimeter patrols. Now that the news has leaked, perhaps someone within your clan betrayed us to monopolize the miniature universe, and now you're trying to shift the blame." Nonsense. Lu Huanyu's face darkened, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. The ancient god clan would never commit such treachery. It must be your insect clan seeking greater gains that leaked the information to bring in other powers to counterbalance us. The two had never trusted each other due to racial enmity. Their alliance was only a temporary pact to jointly occupy the miniature universe. Now with the leak, their mutual suspicion erupted instantly. Lu Huanyu snorted coldly, his tone resolute. "Since the news has already spread, there's no point in arguing. Our alliance is hereby dissolved." With that, he turned without a glance at Annihilator, his golden light surging as he transformed into a streak of golden radiance, speeding toward the ancient god clan's territory. He needed to return immediately to report to his clan, discuss countermeasures, and prepare to seize resources from the miniature universe before the insect clan and the ensuing forces could gain an advantage. Annihilator remained where he was, his aura boiling with fury and frustration. This miniature universe was crucial to the insect clan's rise. The primordial energy within the cosmic core could allow the insect clan to produce a martial emperor-level powerhouse, while the inheritance and resources within would greatly enhance the clan's overall combat strength. Initially, the ancient god clan had agreed to an alliance out of fear that the news of the miniature universe would leak and attract other powers. Now with the leak, all forces in the universe would swarm in, severely diminishing the insect clan's share, perhaps even leaving them with nothing. Who leaked the information? Annihilator's murderous intent seethed. His myriad eyes gleamed with ferocity, craving to tear the traitor apart. Almost at the moment Lu Huanyu departed, and Annihilator raged, a series of terrifying auras descended from the periphery of the Jialan Star region. These auras, some domineering, some icy, some ancient, each rivaled a martial emperor or half-step martial emperor. Clearly the top powerhouses of the major factions had received the news and rushed to the Jialan Star region. Ripples in the void spread as majestic figures materialized one after another, their gazes locking onto the black hole, eyes brimming with greed and urgency. The allure of a miniature universe was irresistible. A struggle engulfing the entire universe's top powers was about to unfold. A series of terrifying auras descended upon the Jialan Star domain, one after another, the void quivering slightly under the overwhelming pressure of countless formidable presences. Several majestic figures manifested in the void, their eyes blazing like torches, all fixed upon the black hole and the shadow at the entrance of the miniature universe. Annihilator looked at the scene before him, his countenance instantly changing as a storm raged within his heart. He had never expected the news to spread so quickly in the blink of an eye. The powerhouses of the top-tier forces in the universe had already gathered here. Among the crowd, a figure clad in golden armor stepped forward first. The armor shimmered with a sacred radiance, and his long golden hair fluttered in the wind. The aura radiating from him was like the blazing sun, overwhelmingly domineering, as if an ancient deity had descended. It was none other than Sheng Wushuang, the half-step martial emperor of the Shengling clan. His gaze swept coldly over Annihilator, and his voice boomed, echoing across the entire Jialan Star domain. "Annihilator, how dare your insect clan be so audacious? You dare to betray the alliance, secretly collude with the ancient god clan, and attempt to monopolize the fortune of the miniature universe." Everyone present knew full well that the ancient god clan was the strongest race in the universe, having oppressed countless races for ages and committed numerous blood debts. Except for its vassal races, the other 8 major powers had long formed a defensive alliance to resist the oppression of the ancient god clan. The insect clan, as a member of the alliance, was now secretly joining hands with the ancient god clan, which was undoubtedly an open betrayal. And Ying's heart fluttered with panic, but he forced himself to stay calm on the surface, his eyes flickering as he feigned ignorance. "Sheng Wushuang, what nonsensical things are you babbling about? I don't understand what you're talking about. This miniature universe in the Jialan Star domain was first discovered by our insect clan. According to the rules of the universe, it naturally belongs to our insect clan. How can you speak of betrayal?" He was fully aware that once he admitted to allying with the ancient god clan, it would confirm the crime of betraying the alliance. Then the other forces would surely join forces to expel the insect clan from the Jialan Star domain, and might even attack the insect clan's homeland. He absolutely could not admit it. Still making excuses. A cold snort resounded, and a colossal silver-white robot slowly rose into the sky. Its body was as massive as a mountain covered with countless complex energy runes flowing with vast mechanical power. Its imposing pressure swept over all beings. This was Qin Yang, the half-step martial emperor of the mechanical god clan. His voice was devoid of emotion, harsh like the screech of metal. Stop pretending. We have already detected that you and Lu Huanyu, the half-step martial emperor of the ancient god clan, formed an alliance here to seal off the star domain. The evidence is conclusive. Do you still want to deny it outright? And Ying's expression grew even uglier, but he still acted like a dead pig that fears not scalding water, stiffening his neck and feigning death. Nonsense. It's just your malicious speculation. Our insect clan has never colluded with the ancient god clan. This is absolutely impossible. He knew well that at this moment, only by persisting stubbornly to the end, could there be a glimmer of hope. Buzz. At that moment, a massive golden crow with a wingspan of 10,000 zhongs soared into the sky. Its golden wings blazed with roaring flames, and the pressure it exuded was like Mount Tai pressing down, suppressing heaven and earth. It was Qin Yang, the half-step martial emperor of the 10,000 Demons Alliance. His voice was icy and piercing, carrying an unquestionable authority. The insect clan's betrayal of the covenant is ironclad. No need for sophistry. For this exploration and development of the miniature universe, the insect clan shall not participate in the slightest. Your qualifications are immediately revoked. Impossible. Upon hearing the words revoke qualifications, Anning instantly became frantic. The insects on his body writhed wildly, emitting piercing screeches. The miniature universe was first discovered by our insect clan. We are entitled to participate. If you dare to revoke our qualifications, our insect clan will immediately withdraw from the alliance. Choose to join the ancient god clan, and the first to be annihilated will be your 10,000 Demons Alliance. Hearing this, Qin Yang not only showed no fear, but sneered with disdain. Ridiculous. Not to mention your insignificant insect clan. Even if the ancient god clan struck personally, they might not have the capability to annihilate our 10,000 Demons Alliance. Do you think a mere threat can intimidate us? The 10,000 Demons Alliance had always been deeply entrenched with many martial emperors and half-step martial emperors within the clan. They were not afraid of the threats from the insect clan or the ancient god clan. Oh, is that so? A bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out, and a pressure even more domineering than Qin Yang's descended violently. It was Lu Huanyu, the half-step martial emperor of the ancient god clan, who had left earlier. He was surrounded by golden divine radiance, his eyes coldly sweeping over Qin Yang, his tone full of mockery and killing intent. Qin Yang, have your golden crow clans, but started itching again. If it were to annihilate the human alliance, our ancient god clan might need to deliberate a bit. But to destroy your golden crow clan of the 10,000 Demons Alliance, our ancient god clan is fully confident we can wipe them out with a wave of our hand. Seeing Lu Huanyu return, Anning seemed to have found a savior. He instantly gained confidence as if he had found a backer and immediately began to shout arrogantly, "Everyone, you have all seen it. You oppress our insect clan like this, completely disregarding the bonds of the alliance. We must reconsider whether to remain in the alliance. Perhaps joining the ancient god clan is the best choice for our insect clan." He had expected that Lu Huanyu would take the opportunity to win him over and jointly resist the other forces. But before anyone could speak, Lu Huanyu glanced at him indifferently and said in a calm yet irrevocable tone, "The insect clan shall not participate in the development of the miniature universe. On this matter, our ancient god clan agrees." What a... These words struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly stunning Anning. He widened his eyes, which were filled with insects, and his face was etched with disbelief. He was completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the backer he had so eagerly clung to would abandon him, without hesitation, even directly agreeing to revoke the insect clan's qualifications. Ha ha ha. The powerhouses of the other races, upon seeing this, burst into loud laughter, their laughter filled with mockery and derision. Qin Yang laughed even more heartily, bending over with laughter, and said to Anning in a tone dripping with sarcasm, "Anning, you went to great lengths to call a thief your father, flattering him in every way. But alas, this cheap father of yours doesn't recognize you at all. Instead, he treats you as a discard. How laughable and pathetic." Anning trembled all over, both furious and ashamed. A towering killing intent blazed in his eyes, yet he was powerless. He looked at Lu Huanyu's cold profile, then at the mocking gazes of the surrounding powerhouses from various races. He felt utterly disgraced, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment, he was like a buffoon toyed with by everyone. Lu Huanyu, however, paid no attention to Ying's predicament. His gaze swept over all the powerhouses present, and he said in a domineering tone, "The miniature universe is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, not something that any single clan can monopolize. But the ancient god clan arrived first, so it is only right that we receive the largest share. The other races may compete for the remaining resources based on their strength. Anyone who disagrees is an enemy of our ancient god clan." As his words fell, the golden pressure around him surged again, and a terrifying killing intent swept across the entire scene. The standoff in the Jialan Star domain instantly became even more tense, as if a world-shaking battle was about to erupt at any moment. A cold voice spoke, filled with boundless sharpness. "Lu Huanyu, this is not the place for you to dictate." With these words, Yi Wuxian slowly materialized. A hint of wariness appeared in Lu Huanyu's eyes. Yi Wuxian's sudden appearance instantly altered the stalemate on the battlefield. Lu Huanyu's pupils contracted, and the golden divine radiance around him dimmed involuntarily, his previous arrogance replaced by deep wariness. He knew well that although he was a half-step martial emperor of the ancient god clan, he was no match for Yi Wuxian. The latter's blade arts had reached perfection, slaying countless half-step martial emperors, earning him a reputation as the nightmare of his peers. Seeing this, the shadow, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, erupted with ecstatic joy, as if beholding a savior. He hurried forward, cupping his hands to Yi Wuxian, and said urgently, "Yi Wuxian, we are willing to form an alliance with humanity and share the small universe together." In his heart, he knew that although the human alliance had been founded recently, it had already become one of the top powers in the cosmos. It boasted countless prodigies within the clan and was guarded by 3 martial emperors. The heavenly origin martial emperor possessed an unparalleled physical body capable of shattering all constraints. The nether spirit martial emperor was cunning and insidious with endless tricks and an unstoppable soul assault. The sword emperor of the heavens commanded unmatched offensive power, his single sword strike sweeping through 1,000 armies. Coupled with Yi Wuxian, the strongest below the martial emperor, the human alliance's top-tier combat strength was terrifying to the extreme. Across the entire universe, it ranked among the top 3, far beyond the reach of the insect race. If he could cling to the human alliance's coattails, he might still have a chance to participate in the struggle for the small universe. Yi Wuxian's gaze swept indifferently over the shadow, his eyes devoid of any emotion, only undisguised contempt. He spoke slowly, his voice as cold as a blade echoing across the scene. The insect race betrayed the alliance, secretly colluded with the ancient god clan, and attempted to monopolize the opportunity. You have long lost the right to negotiate with any power. Now get out of the Jialan starfield immediately, or don't blame my blood river blade for being ruthless. Lord Yi is right. Jin Suizan immediately chimed in, his golden crow flame blazing fiercely. Traitors deserve a traitor's fate. Scram and don't pollute our eyes. Lu Huanyu also spoke up, his tone carrying a hint of riding the tide. Yi Wuxian is right. There is no place for the insect race here. Shadow, take your people and leave at once. For the ancient god clan, the insect race was merely a temporary ally. Now that the news had leaked, the insect race had lost its usefulness. Expelling them would also curry favor with the human alliance. Why not? Although the major powers present had their own conflicts and constant disputes, their attitude toward the word traitor was remarkably unanimous. That was resolute expulsion. The insect race's betrayal of the anti-ancient alliance and collusion with the ancient god clan had crossed the bottom line of all powers. There was no way they would allow the insect race to interfere in the slightest with the small universe. Shadow's face alternated between pale and green, trembling with rage. The insects around him writhed frantically, and murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He longed to charge forward and fight to the death. But he knew in his heart that although the insect race was not weak facing the combined suppression of the universe's top powers, they were utterly vulnerable. If the ancient god clan were willing to stand by the insect race, he might still dare to risk everything. But now the ancient god clan clearly blamed the insect race for the leak and had abandoned them with no intention of offering help. In the end, Shadow gritted his teeth, shot a fierce glare at everyone present, and left with a venomous parting remark. The insect race will remember today's humiliation. One day we will repay it 100-fold. Then he turned and fled with the remaining insect race elites, not daring to linger. After Shadow's departure, Lu Huanyu's gaze fell back on Yi Wuxian. The golden pressure around him radiated again, and he spoke with domineering authority. Yi Wuxian, now that the insect race has been expelled, the distribution of the small universe should be renegotiated. The small universe in the Jialan starfield was discovered by our ancient god clan first. According to cosmic convention, we must occupy the greatest advantage and obtain the most resources and territory. Anyone who disagrees will be regarded as an enemy of the ancient god clan. Times have changed, Lu Huanyu. Yi Wuxian said calmly, his tone carrying an unyielding authority. This is no longer the era of the ancient god clan's sole dominance. Monopolizing the small universe is absolutely impossible. Jin Suizan also stepped forward, his body ablaze with flames, and declared loudly, Lord Yi is right. Now that the insect race is gone, it's time for all major powers to divide the small universe. I propose that all powers receive an equal share of territory. During the exploration, no power shall interfere with another. Those who violate this rule will face joint suppression from all other powers. At these words, the mechanical god clan, the nether clan, and other powers present nodded in agreement, clearly approving of the proposal. Only Sheng Wushuang of the Holy Spirit clan stood still, his expression calm and silent, as if lost in thought. Not appropriate. Yi Wuxian immediately refuted, "No one knows the exact size of this small universe, nor the distribution of resources and dangers within. Blindly agreeing on equal shares is unreasonable and will likely lead to greater conflicts." Lu Huanyu also chimed in, his voice icy. "I also find it inappropriate. Our ancient god clan is the strongest race in the cosmos with countless experts in our ranks. We deserve the largest territory and the most resources. Moreover, we were indeed the first to discover the small universe. This is our due." "On what grounds?" "The ancient god clan is too overbearing." Lu Huanyu's words immediately sparked discontent among the other powers. The half-step martial emperors of various factions began to argue, plunging the scene into chaos once more. At that moment, Sheng Wushuang, who had remained silent until now, spoke slowly, his voice steady and resounding. "Everyone, no need to argue. The distribution of the small universe concerns the future of all races. It is not a decision for half-step martial emperors like us. The final rules should be discussed and determined by the martial emperor seniors of each race." These words struck like a thunderbolt, and the assembled crowd fell into instant silence. Indeed, such a matter of racial rise and fall was not for them to decide. The final distribution rules would inevitably be negotiated by beings of the martial emperor level. No amount of arguing would make a difference. Time passed, and after about half an hour, the half-step martial emperors of the major powers began receiving messages from their respective clans' martial emperor seniors. After reading the messages, their expressions varied, but gradually, they all calmed down. Lu Huanyu's eyes flickered, a smug smile spreading across his face as he spoke slowly. "Since the martial emperor seniors have finished their discussion, I will now inform you of the rules. Each race may send 100 beings below the martial king level into the small universe for a period of 1 month. Inside everyone is an enemy. Killing a member of a different race earns points. After 1 month, the one with the highest points will obtain the ownership of the small universe. This competition is also called the gathering of prodigies of this generation." At this point, Lu Huanyu deliberately turned to Yi Wuxian, his eyes filled with provocation and mockery. "Yi Wuxian, I hear that your junior brother Qin Yang has extraordinary talent, stepping from Grandmaster to half-step Martial King in just 3 months. I wonder if he dares to participate in this contest. If he doesn't, that's fine. Just admit that the younger generation of the ancient god clan is unmatched." Lu Huanyu was extremely confident. The current generation of the ancient god clan was formidable. 6 of the top 10 prodigies belonged to them. In his eyes, this gathering of prodigies was already a sure win for the ancient god clan. Yi Wuxian showed no anger at these words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said with unwavering certainty, "My little junior brother will slaughter your lot like dogs." The words shocked everyone present. Though they had heard rumors of Qin Yang's extraordinary talent, they never expected Yi Wuxian to be so confident as to claim he would top the list. Lu Huanyu's eyes flashed with disdain. He thought to himself, just a half-step martial king, brat who has just stepped into the realm, yet dares to be so arrogant. Once inside the small universe, I'll make sure our clan's geniuses teach him a good lesson. The wind of the Jialan starfield grew more restless. A breathtaking contest among the younger generation of the major races was about to officially commence within the ancient small universe. The rules for the competition over the miniature universe in the Jialan Star region were finally settled, and the news of the Cosmic Genius Assembly swept across the entire cosmos like a thunderbolt, instantly causing a tremendous uproar. All major factions were shaken, and the young prodigies below the Martial King realm were especially eager, their gazes fixed on this ultimate contest for the dominance of the miniature universe. This was not merely a contest of talent and strength, but a gamble of racial glory and future opportunities. When the news reached Starry Sky Martial University, the entire institution was thrown into a frenzy of excitement and shock. Inside the hall, spiritual energy swirled as Kai Hung and Luo Huan sat facing each other, a pot of warm wine placed on the stone table before them, yet the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Kai Hung raised his cup, took a gentle sip, furrowed his brows slightly, and said in a low voice, "This genius assembly on the surface is a competition among the younger generation, but in reality, it concerns the ultimate ownership of the miniature universe. Almost all of the top prodigies below the Martial King realm across the cosmos will gather in the Jialan Star region. Although the younger generation of our human alliance is on the rise compared to the ancient races like the Ancient God Clan and the Holy Spirit Clan, with their profound heritage, winning will be no easy feat." Hearing this, Luo Huan slowly nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. "You are right. Within the human alliance among the geniuses below the Martial King realm, just considering Starry Sky Martial University, only a handful are truly impressive. You and me, Qin Yang, Yilin, and that long-secluded heir of the Feng family, Feng Huanyu, who has not shown himself for a long time. As for the other major martial universities, they might be able to gather another 5 with decent strength, but the rest are mostly just fillers." He paused, then added, "Such a lineup compared to the dazzling array of geniuses from the Ancient God Clan and the elite gathering of the Holy Spirit Clan still falls short by a margin." Kai Hung nodded in agreement and said, "But that said, within our human alliance, those who have a chance to contend for the top are only you Qin Yang Yi Lin and the direct disciple of the Tongtian Sword Emperor. All of you are top combatants at the half-step martial king realm, so it's not impossible to compete with the alien prodigies. I'm not qualified for that. Luo Huan gently shook his head, his tone modest, yet firm. Feng Huanyu, though he appears to be in seclusion all year round, his strength should never be underestimated. He might not be weaker than me. Moreover, even if we exclude him, I may not be able to rank among the top. Within the entire human alliance, the ones truly hopeful of contending for the crown are probably only Qin Yang and Yi Lin. Qin Yang's combat power when he cleared the Starry Sky Tower was witnessed by all, and his strength is beyond doubt. Yi Lin, on the other hand, has always kept a low profile, rarely making a move, so no one knows her true depth. As the deputy sect leader of her sect, you should know something, right? Yi Wuxian asked curiously. Kai Heng shook his head again and gave a bitter smile. I don't know either. His tone shifted and his expression turned grave. Moreover, I've heard that this time the top prodigies of the alien races will all appear. For example, Yao Tongtian of the Wanyao Alliance, who possesses both dragon and phoenix bloodlines and controls multiple Daos with terrifying combat prowess. Sheng Yi of the Holy Spirit clan, who it is said has already stepped into the half-step martial king realm with the full assistance of his clan's martial emperor, making his strength vastly different from before. As for the ancient god clan, needless to say, among the top 10 prodigies of the younger generation in the cosmos, the ancient god clan occupies 6 positions, each standing at the pinnacle of the half-step martial king realm, with profound heritage, ruthless methods, and all are formidable opponents. Kai Heng's hand holding the cup paused slightly, and he said gravely, during the 4-clan martial meet in the past, Qin Yang defeated Sheng Yi in a battle that made him famous across the world, and the two have old grudges between them. If they encounter each other at this genius assembly, it will most likely be another earth-shattering death match. In the end, the greatest threat still comes from those prodigies of the ancient god clan. I wonder if Qin Yang can withstand the pressure and win those tough battles. Luo Huan was silent for a moment, then looked out the window and said heavily, after careful thought, if our human alliance wants to obtain the dominance of the miniature universe this time, it ultimately depends on Qin Yang. His talent and growth rate are the only hope for our younger generation to break the deadlock. Hearing this, Kai Heng couldn't help but laugh and teased. In the end, it still depends on the disciples of our Tianyuan sect. Your ancient sect, on the other hand, is somewhat in decline now. Not necessarily. Luo Huan snorted, a glint of defiance in his eyes. Feng Huanyu is the heir of our ancient sect. His potential may not be much inferior to Qin Yang's. He just lacks an opportunity to show his edge. Kai Heng's smile gradually faded. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, regardless, I hope our human alliance can win, and even more so, I hope every disciple participating in the assembly can return alive. Luo Huan also fell silent. He knew well that this genius assembly was no small matter. To compete for the resources and dominance of the miniature universe, the prodigies of all races would inevitably go all out, with life and death battles unavoidable. Every step would be on the edge of life and death, and no one could predict whether they would return alive. After a long while, Luo Huan raised his hand to refill Kai Heng's cup, a smile returning to his face as he lifted his glass. Don't think too much. I believe we can all come back alive. When we return from the Jialan Star region, we'll go back to the school and have a good drink. Kai Heng also raised his cup, a glint of determination in his eyes, and replied with a smile, that's for sure. Not only will we return alive, but we will also bring back the opportunities of the miniature universe and win glory for the human alliance. The two cups clinked together with a crisp sound, yet it could not conceal the weight and anticipation in their hearts. Although the two factions had their conflicts, both sides were fairly upright in character, which led to a decent relationship between the two men. After all, the rivalry had not yet reached a life-or-death level. In the end, they were both prodigies of the human alliance. Meanwhile, in Qin Yang's cave dwelling, Yi Wuxian's figure gradually appeared. He looked at Qin Yang, who was sitting with eyes closed, tempering his soul power, and spoke softly. Junior brother, I have important news for you. Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, a faint glint of light flashing through his gaze, then stood up and cupped his hands. Senior brother. Yi Wuxian nodded and detailed the rules of the Cosmic Genius Assembly to Qin Yang. The martial emperors of all races have decided that each race will send 100 prodigies below the martial king realm into the miniature universe for a month. The ranking will be based on hunting points and resource value, and the race ranking first will obtain the dominance of the miniature universe. This time you need to represent the human alliance and participate in this genius assembly. After hearing the rules, Qin Yang's eyes lit up instantly, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. This was good news for him. Since it was only among his peers, he could easily obtain the method of the time Dao. Moreover, he was confident he could sweep through everyone. Furthermore, the participants were all top prodigies. If he killed them, his fortune would greatly increase, perhaps even helping him step into the martial king realm. Seeing Qin Yang so excited, Yi Wuxian couldn't help but caution him, don't be too careless. The prodigies of other forces are no pushovers, especially the 6 great prodigies of the ancient god clan. Each stands at the pinnacle of the half-step martial king realm with profound heritage and ruthless methods. They are far from comparable to the opponents you've faced before. Hearing this, Qin Yang curled his lips into a confident smile, his tone resolute and domineering. Senior brother, rest assured. Not to mention the 6 great prodigies of the ancient god clan, even if all 10 of their top geniuses take the stage, I will sweep them all one by one. This miniature universe is mine for the taking. His eyes gleamed with sharp light, and though his aura was not yet fully released, it already exuded a domineering air of unmatched confidence. After stepping into the half-step martial king realm, his strength was already far beyond what it used to be. Yi Wuxian looked at Qin Yang's confident demeanor, and the worry in his heart gradually dissipated. A gratified smile appeared in his eyes. Good. Within the vast territory of the Saint Spirit clan, a boundless sacred garden was shrouded in spiritual mist, rare flowers and exotic herbs thriving in abundance, while the air was thick with the essence of life force. A figure slowly emerged from a rift in the void, clad in a pristine white robe and surrounded by a faint holy radiance. It was Xingyu, a half-step martial emperor of the Saint Spirit clan. On the white jade platform in the center of the garden, Xingyu sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, his aura heavy and condensed, yet the spiritual energy of the Saint Spirit clan within him exuded a faint trace of ferocity. Sensing Xingyu's presence, he abruptly opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing within them, and the spiritual energy around him instantly turned turbulent. The Heavenly Prodigy Assembly will commence in 10 days at the entrance of the miniature universe in the Jialan Star Domain. This time Qin Yang will represent the Human Alliance. Xingyu spoke in a calm tone, his gaze fixed on Xingye, without any fluctuation in expression. At the mention of Qin Yang, Xingye's face instantly twisted into a grimace, his voice icy and piercing, brimming with overwhelming hatred. Qin Yang. Good. Very good. Last time he trampled on me to make a name for himself. This time I will personally tear him apart and annihilate his soul. I will tell the world that I, Xingye, am the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the universe. The crushing defeat of the past was the eternal shame of Xingye's life. He thought of nothing but revenge at every moment, and now that the opportunity had finally come, he would not let it slip away. Xingyu's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. You are as arrogant as ever. Qin Yang has already stepped into the half-step martial king realm. His cultivation speed is against the heavens, and his combat prowess is far beyond what it used to be. He is no longer someone you can contend with as before. He paused, his tone turning serious. Moreover, the core objective of our Saint Spirit clan this time is to seize the dominance of the miniature universe. To achieve this goal, the greatest threat is not the Human Alliance, nor the myriad demon alliance, but the ancient god clan. This time, the 6 prodigies of the ancient god clan have all emerged, each standing at the pinnacle of the half-step martial king realm with profound foundations. Coupled with the racial talent bonuses of the ancient god clan, their combat power is terrifying to the extreme. After deliberation, the elders of the clan have decided to have you unite with prodigies from other clans, and upon entering the miniature universe, eliminate the ancient god clan's prodigies as the first priority. The Human Alliance, where Qin Yang belongs, is also one of our allies. As long as we can first remove the greatest threat, the ancient god clan, what you do to Qin Yang afterward will not be interfered with by the clan, and no other forces will be able to stop you. You mean I have to join forces with Qin Yang? Xingye's face instantly flushed with anger, his Saint Spirit energy surging to a violent peak, his tone filled with disbelief and resistance. Impossible. Between Qin Yang and me there is a blood-deep enmity, no reconciliation except death. To ask me to join forces with him might as well kill me directly. In his view, allying with Qin Yang was a greater humiliation than death. Xingyu's tone turned instantly resolute, carrying an unyielding authority. Either join forces, or you will not be qualified to participate in this heavenly prodigy assembly. The clan will not allow someone who jeopardizes the clan's great cause due to personal grudges to represent the Saint Spirit clan in battle. Xingye's words abruptly halted the fury on his face, freezing his expression, shifting indecisively. He knew well that participating in the Heavenly Prodigy Assembly was his only chance for revenge and the sole path to prove himself. He could not afford to give it up. After a long silence, Xingye gritted his teeth and said, I understand your meaning. I can agree to temporarily join forces with Qin Yang to deal with the ancient god clan. But whether he agrees or not, I don't know. If he refuses, don't blame me for being unable to complete the clan's orders. That is not your concern. Xingyu said coldly, you only need to remember that after entering the miniature universe, your primary goal is to eliminate all the prodigies of the ancient god clan. As for the rest, do not meddle. With that, Xingyu's figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the garden. Xingye sat on the stone platform, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his eyes filled with venom and resentment. Qin Yang, let you live a few more days. Once the ancient god clan is dealt with, I will make you pay with blood. Meanwhile, within the territory of the myriad demon alliance, a blue-white planet floated in the void. Named Dragon Phoenix Star, it was one of the core domains of the myriad demon alliance. On the planet, endless mountain ranges stretched, and a colossal dragon coiled atop the highest peak, its scales shimmering with dazzling golden light exuding the terrifying pressure of a martial emperor. This was the blade down martial emperor of the myriad demon alliance, also the master of Yao Tongtian. On the mountaintop platform, Yao Tongtian sat cross-legged on the ground. He had a handsome face, a faint aura of dragon and phoenix swirling around him, sharp eyes, and a steady demeanor. He was the foremost prodigy of the current generation in the myriad demon alliance. He looked up at the dragon coiled before him, and spoke respectfully. Master, following your instructions after entering the miniature universe, should we unite with the prodigies of the human alliance, the Saint Spirit clan, and other forces, to first deal with the ancient god clan? The dragon slowly opened its eyes, a golden gleam flashing within them, its voice ancient and majestic, carrying an unyielding power. Correct. The ancient god clan's strength is too formidable. With 6 of their prodigies emerging together supported by their racial heritage, if we do not unite to eliminate them first, the dominance of the miniature universe will inevitably fall into the hands of the ancient god clan. Therefore, after you enter the miniature universe, you must set aside all personal grudges and form a temporary alliance as soon as possible to sweep away all the prodigies of the ancient god clan. Once the threat of the ancient god clan is removed, the subsequent struggle for dominance of the miniature universe will depend entirely on your own strength. Whoever can seize it will do so by their own ability. Hearing this, Yao Tongtian nodded slowly, a look of calm, not surprise on his face, and even a confident smile appeared. The ancient god clan's advantage is indeed too great. No single force alone is necessarily their match. Joining forces is indeed the best choice. However, will the prodigies of the other forces be willing to unite with us? After all, there are many grievances among the various sides. I have already discussed this with the martial emperors of the human alliance, the Saint Spirit clan, and other forces. The blade down martial emperor stated calmly, we have reached a consensus. As long as the ancient god clan is eliminated, no matter who ultimately obtains the dominance of the miniature universe, the other forces can share the benefits, enjoying the resources and inheritances of the miniature universe together. The meaning is clear. Anyone can take the dominance except the ancient god clan. If the ancient god clan seizes control, given their domineering nature, they will monopolize all the opportunities. But if another force takes it, at least everyone can still get a share of the spoils. A flicker of understanding passed through Yao Tongtian's eyes, and he nodded lightly. I see. This plan is indeed feasible. I believe the prodigies of the other forces will also understand the stakes involved. He paused, a hint of regret in his tone. It's a pity. I had wanted to take advantage of this heavenly prodigy assembly to thoroughly witness Qin Yang's strength and see what abilities he has that make people so highly praise him. It seems I will have to wait until after the ancient god clan is eliminated. The blade down martial emperor smiled faintly. Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Prepare well. In 10 days, accompany me to the Jialan Star Domain. Yes, master. Yao Tongtian nodded solemnly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in an instant. In the void at the entrance of the miniature universe in the Jialan Star Domain, one terrifying aura after another descended. Half-step martial emperors and participating prodigies from various major forces gathered here. In the void, banners fluttered, and the prodigies of each clan stood in formation, their auras vast, and their battle intent soaring to the heavens. The entire star domain was filled with a tense atmosphere. In front of the ancient god clan's camp, Lu Huanyu stood atop the sky, surrounded by golden divine radiance. His gaze swept coldly over all the forces present, his tone domineering and contemptuous. In my eyes, this so-called heavenly prodigy assembly is completely unnecessary. The prodigies of your various clans, whether in number or quality, can never be a match for the prodigies of my ancient god clan. The dominance of the miniature universe rightfully belongs to us. His words were filled with disdain for the other forces, as if the ancient god clan had already secured victory. Is that so? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Yi Wuxian strode out of the void, surrounded by a faint blood-colored saber aura, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at Lu Huanyu, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. Having more in number does not mean having greater strength. Back then, your ancient god clan sent 5 half-step martial emperors to besiege me alone, and I killed them all, not even leaving their bones behind, did I? As his words fell, the strong and prodigies of the other forces burst into loud laughter, filled with mockery and derision. The feat of Yi Wuxian single-handedly killing 5 half-step martial emperors of the ancient god clan had long spread throughout the universe, becoming a humiliating mark on the ancient god clan. Now being brought up publicly by Yi Wuxian was undoubtedly a harsh slap in their face. Establishing authority before battle, striding into the cosmos. Lu Huanyu's face was so dark it could drip water. Yi Wuxian's mockery was like a sharp blade piercing his heart. Yet he could not refute it. The memory of being slain alongside 4 others by Yi Wuxian alone, when he was a half-step martial emperor of his own clan, was his eternal pain and the disgrace of the ancient god clan. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage within him, and fixed a sharp gaze on Yi Wuxian, saying coldly, "So it seems you are quite confident in your junior brother Qin Yang. Could it be that you think he alone can sweep away the 6 prodigies of my ancient god clan?" Yi Wuxian stood with his hands behind his back, a faint aura of blood-colored blade energy swirling around him, his tone calm. yet carrying an irrefutable arrogance, naturally. In my eyes, the prodigies of your ancient god clan are nothing but a flock of chickens and dogs. How could they compare with my junior brother? Schwa. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly erupted in uproar. The powerhouses and prodigies of the various major forces present all looked at Yi Wuxian with astonishment on their faces. Although they had long known that Qin Yang possessed extraordinary talent, and that Yi Wuxian held his junior brother in high regard, they never expected Yi Wuxian to hold Qin Yang in such high esteem, daring to claim outright that the 6 prodigies of the ancient god clan were mere chickens and dogs. Such an evaluation was truly shocking. Lu Huanyu was stunned for a moment, then burst into a wild laugh as if he had heard the greatest joke, his laughter filled with disdain and fury. Ha! Arrogant and ignorant, utterly devoid of the measure of heaven and earth. Does a mere junior who has just stepped into the half-step martial king realm even deserve to be compared with the 6 prodigies of my ancient god clan? Yi Wuxian, just wait to collect your junior brother's corpse. I guarantee that after he enters the small universe, he won't last 3 days. As his words fell, a figure slowly walked out from beside Lu Huanyu. This figure was clad in a green-white robe embroidered with intricate ancient god clan runes, with 2 curved horns protruding from the top of his head. His face was stern, his gaze complex and unfathomable, and his aura exuded the mid-stage of the half-step martial king realm. Clearly one of the 6 prodigies of the ancient god clan. He swept his gaze across the Human Alliance's camp and spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but clear throughout the venue. I have long heard of the young friend Qin Yang's fame. It is said that in 3 months he advanced from Grandmaster to half-step martial king, a talent rarely seen in the universe. I wonder if Senior Yi Wuxian might allow Qin Yang to come forth and let us witness what kind of monstrous figure could earn such high praise from you. Before Yi Wuxian could respond, a tall and upright figure slowly stepped out from the ranks of the Human Alliance's prodigies. Qin Yang's aura was steady, his eyes harboring a restrained glint. He glanced indifferently at the ancient god clan prodigy and asked calmly, "If you have something to say, just say it directly." The ancient god clan prodigy sized Qin Yang up and down, a flicker of contempt flashing in his eyes, and spoke slowly, his tone dripping with undisguised arrogance. "I had thought that the young friend Qin Yang would be a figure of astonishing brilliance, but after meeting you today, you are nothing special. Your aura is ordinary, your foundation unremarkable. It is truly hard to imagine that you could make Senior Yi Wuxian think so highly of you." Qin Yang showed no reaction upon hearing this, still maintaining his composed demeanor, and replied indifferently, "Dealing with you is more than enough." Ha ha ha, what a joke. The ancient god clan prodigy couldn't help but laugh, his contempt deepening. "Do you know who I am? I am Lu Feng, one of the 6 prodigies of the ancient god clan. With my mid-stage half-step martial king cultivation, I have slain no fewer than 8 or 10 half-step martial kings. And you, a junior who has just entered the half-step martial king realm, dare to boast before me?" Qin Yang raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at Lu Feng, and said in a cold tone, "Who you are is not important. What matters is that from the moment you spoke disrespectfully to me, you are already dead. How dare you?" Lu Huanyu roared, murderous intent surging in his eyes. A mere junior dares to utter such reckless words. Humans are indeed all arrogant and conceited, overestimating themselves and ignorant of the vastness of heaven and earth. "Qin Yang, I will see how you kill a prodigy of my ancient god clan today. If you cannot, I will make sure your soul is utterly destroyed." Yi Wuxian immediately stepped forward, shielding Qin Yang, as his blood-colored blade energy surged wildly, unleashing a terrifying pressure across the entire venue. He stared at Lu Huanyu and sneered icily. "What are the prodigies of your ancient god clan? Back then you, Lu Huanyu, didn't even have the courage to face me directly, hiding inside your clan and not daring to come out. And now you have the audacity to boast here. Do these worthless prodigies of your clan even deserve to be compared with my junior brother?" Standing behind Yi Wuxian, Qin Yang wore a helpless, bitter smile on his face, silently complaining to himself, "Senior brother, are you afraid I'm not getting enough attention?" Deliberately stirring up hatred for me. His original plan was to enter the small universe, quietly, steadily accumulate resources, hone his combat power, and then display his strength at the crucial moment to compete for the top spot. But now, thanks to Yi Wuxian's actions, he had become the center of attention. Not only had the ancient god clan marked him as a thorn in their side, but the prodigies of other forces would also keep a close watch on him. Staying low-key was no longer possible. However, Qin Yang quickly came to terms with it. After all, he possessed the strength to sweep away everything, and being watched or targeted made no difference to him. The more he was targeted, the more he could use this opportunity to sharpen his combat power, sweep away all opponents, and make a name for himself across the universe. Enough, stop the nonsense. A voice of immense authority suddenly rang out, instantly silencing the clamor of the entire venue. Everyone turned to look and saw the avatar of the Blade, Dao Martial Emperor, slowly speaking from the front of the Demon Beast Alliance camp. His body was wreathed in terrifying Martial Emperor pressure, and his gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke with indisputable authority. "The rules of the Prodigy Assembly have long been set. Cease these pointless disputes at once and begin the grand event swiftly, allowing the prodigies of all races to enter the small universe. Everyone present fell silent, daring not to refute. The avatar of the blade, Dao Martial Emperor, was the only Martial Emperor-level existence here, and his words were an unquestionable command. Lu Huanyu glared fiercely at Yi Wuxian, and Qin Yang forcibly suppressing the fury within him, and slowly stepped back, without speaking. Seeing this, the blade Dao Martial Emperor's avatar nodded, then slowly raised his right hand. A colossal hand that blotted out the sky materialized out of thin air, its palms swirling with dense laws of the blade Dao, and slammed violently toward the void. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the void trembled violently. A massive spatial rift was forcibly torn open, revealing behind it an ancient and desolate world where countless stars floated and spiritual energy was so dense it nearly liquefied. This was the ancient small universe. The prodigy assembly officially begins. Contestants from all races may enter the small universe in turn. The voice of the blade Dao Martial Emperor rang out once more, spreading across the entire Jialan Star region. As his words fell, the top prodigies of the 7 major forces all focused their eyes, and their auras surged. The next moment, countless figures transformed into streaks of light, charging headlong toward the massive spatial rift, scrambling to be the first to enter the small universe and seize the advantage. Qin Yang's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, first acting as the vanguard for the Human Alliance's prodigies. Leading the 100 human prodigies behind him, he sped toward the spatial rift. Trying to leave? Stay right there. Just as Qin Yang was about to step into the spatial rift, a furious shout erupted. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with malice as he launched a sudden attack on Qin Yang. He opened his mouth wide, and a terrifying soul wave surged out from within, like an invisible blade slamming fiercely into Qin Yang's sea of consciousness. He was skilled in soul attack techniques. Oomph! Qin Yang let out a cold snort, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. His 9 nether soul suppression art had already reached a minor accomplishment, and his soul strength far surpassed that of cultivators at the same realm. Lu Feng's soul attack was nothing but a clumsy display before an expert. In an instant, his soul power erupted within him, and a soundless dragon roar echoed from his sea of consciousness like the roar of a giant dragon. An even more violent soul force counterattacked with overwhelming force. Lu Feng's entire body trembled as if struck by an invisible mountain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. He had never imagined that his proud soul attack would be so easily countered by Qin Yang, and even turned back to severely injure himself. Qin Yang did not pause or take the chance to pursue Lu Feng. He merely glanced at him indifferently, then led the human prodigies and leaped into the massive spatial rift, disappearing from everyone's sight. Lu Huanyu stared at Lu Feng's disheveled state, then at the closing spatial rift, his face growing darker and the murderous intent in his eyes nearly overflowing. Qin Yang, if I do not avenge this, I swear I am not a man. Let's see how long you can survive in the small universe. Yi Wuxian stood in place, watching the spatial rift slowly close, a faint smile appearing on his face. Junior brother, perform well. I believe you will sweep away all rivals and claim the top spot. Within the ancient small universe, stars shone brightly and dangers lurked everywhere. A fierce contest for the honor and future of the universe's younger generation had officially begun. The instant Qin Yang struck down Lu Feng, all gazes above the void of the Garan starfield froze upon the closed spatial rift. Powerhouses from every major faction were visibly shocked, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. No one had anticipated that Qin Yang, having just entered the half-step martial king realm, could so effortlessly suppress Lu Feng, one of the 6 prodigies of the ancient god clan. Such combat prowess had already far exceeded the scope of any peer at the same cultivation level. Thank you. A half-step martial emperor from the Saint Spirit clan slowly turned his gaze toward Yi Wuxian, his tone laden with undisguised admiration. In just half a year, such progress and talent, truly worthy of being called the foremost prodigy of this era. At this rate, Qin Yang is destined to become the 4th martial emperor of the Human Alliance, and might even surpass you senior predecessors. The clone of the blade Dao Martial Emperor also spoke, his aged voice carrying a hint of regret and envy. Qin Yang's innate talent is unmatched across the cosmos. In the annals of the myriad worlds, there have been but a few. What a pity he is not a member of our 10,000 Demon Alliance. If he were a disciple of my demon clan, this old monster could set aside mundane clan affairs and focus on exploring the abyss, just like Tianyuan and Tongtian. Yi Wuxian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face as calm as still water. Listening to the praises, he cast a faint mocking glance at Lu Huanyu beside him. You overpraise him, my lords. My little junior brother is nowhere near as precious as the prodigies of the ancient god clan. Lu Huanyu, don't you agree? Lu Huanyu naturally caught the sarcasm in Yi Wuxian's words. His face darkened further, and he let out a cold snort, his tone icy. The prodigy assembly has only just begun. Qin Yang merely won a single match against Lu Feng by luck. Nothing to boast about. Moreover, whether he can survive the large universe remains to be seen. With that, a subtle glint flashed in his eyes as he added meaningfully, "The tallest trees catch the fiercest winds. A prodigy too dazzling often dies the fastest." Yi Wuxian's expression instantly turned grave. Keen as he was, he instantly grasped the implication behind Lu Huanyu's words. Originally, the major factions had agreed to join forces within the small universe to eliminate the prodigies of the ancient god clan. Yet now Lu Huanyu's confidence clearly stemmed from more than just his own strength. Most likely some other faction had secretly struck a deal with the ancient god clan, aiming to use this assembly to eliminate Qin Yang, a potential threat. If the prodigies of the human alliance still acted according to the previous pact, joining forces with other factions without caution, Qin Yang would likely fall into an ambush. But then Yi Wuxian slowly relaxed. He knew Qin Yang's character too well, always cautious and suspicious, never easily trusting others, let alone these alien prodigies with their own hidden agendas. Even if other factions had indeed conspired in secret, Qin Yang would never foolishly walk into the trap. With that thought, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Yi Wuxian's mouth, and his tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. "Thank you for the warning, Sectmaster Lu. But this wind, it's not strong enough to reach my little junior brother." One sentence made his stance clear. No one had the power to harm Qin Yang. The powerhouses of the other factions exchanged glances. Some showed fear, others a flicker of malice, but none dared to retort. Yi Wuxian's strength was undeniable, and the combat prowess Qin Yang had just displayed was enough to intimidate everyone. To interject rashly would be nothing but self-inflicted humiliation. Lu Huanyu watched Yi Wuxian's composed demeanor, rage burning within him, yet he could only suppress it, sneering inwardly. Wait and see. Once inside the small universe, there will be plenty of opportunities to make Qin Yang pay. Meanwhile, within the small universe, after passing through the torn spatial rift, Qin Yang felt a distortion around him, and in the next moment, he stepped into a brand new realm. All around was pitch black, with only the myriad stars shining in the deep void, emitting a faint, yet ancient radiance. The air was thick with an extreme concentration of primordial power. He knew that the teleportation array was highly unusual. To prevent the prodigies of various races from joining forces prematurely, the landing points for all participants were random, far apart from one another. Indeed, scanning the surroundings, there was nothing but endless stars and void, not a single soul in sight. Fortunately, the communication terminal was still functional. With a flick of his finger, Qin Yang called up the terminal interface and sent a location inquiry to the other 99 prodigies of the human alliance. Before long, replies came in succession. Yi Lin, Shun Qianqian, Luo Huan, Kai Heng, and others all reported their coordinates. Qin Yang quickly browsed through the messages. He noticed that Shun Qianqian and Yi Lin were extremely close, less than a million li apart. At their speed, they could rendezvous in half an hour. He immediately sent them a message instructing them to meet up first and look out for each other, never moving alone. Shun Qianqian, Roger. Heading towards senior sister Yi Lin now. Yi Lin understood. Qianqian's position confirmed. We'll report after we meet. Seeing their replies, Qin Yang nodded, slightly relieved. After handling communications, he wasted no time. With a thought, the fate diagram silently activated, and a golden glint flashed in his eyes, instantly locking onto the approximate location of the Celestial Universe Sutra. His primary objective in entering the small universe was to seize the Celestial Universe Sutra. With this 8th grade technique of the Time Dao, he could master the Time Dao and step into the martial king realm through it. Qin Yang's figure moved, transforming into a streak of light racing through the deep void. The spatial laws around him silently operated, and the power of the universe in his palm merged into his movement technique, achieving extreme speed. Stars and nebulae along the way blurred past behind him. Half an hour later, Qin Yang's form abruptly halted. Ahead in the void, a colorful planet hovered slowly. This planet was peculiar. It had no solid ground, composed entirely of dense multicolored gaseous masses. Within the gas, countless violent storms raged, roaring deafeningly. Through the layers of storms and gas, one could faintly see at the planet's core a magnificent ancient palace. Found it. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. Just as he was about to dash toward the gas giant, a fiercely sharp sword light suddenly shot out from the void behind him, ice cold, carrying a terrifying killing force aimed straight at his vital point. Qin Yang's expression remained unchanged, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He swung his hand back, his broad palm precisely catching the fierce sword light. With a slight pressure of his fingertips, a crisp crack sounded, and the sword light, capable of slaying an ordinary half-step martial king, was easily snapped, dissipating into specks of light in the void. "My!" A surprised exclamation rang out, and then a figure clad in black armor slowly stepped out of the void. The armor was engraved with intricate ancient god clan runes, emanating a terrifying aura of the late half-step martial king realm. His face was cold, his eyes sharp as a blade. He was Yubei, the top prodigy of the ancient god clan, ranked 3rd among the universe's 10 great prodigies. His ranking was only below Lu Feng of the ancient god clan and one other supreme prodigy. Yubei looked Qin Yang up and down, a hint of wariness and curiosity in his eyes, then spoke slowly. "To be able to snap my life-bound sword light so easily. Qin Yang, you do have some skill. No wonder you dared to boast in the Garan starfield and belittle the prodigies of my ancient god clan. Qin Yang's gaze swept over Yu Bei indifferently, and he calmly uttered his name, Yu Bei. After speaking his name, a sharp glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and he said with a faint smile, originally you didn't have to die, but you chose to walk right into death. Indeed, Qin Yang had not noticed Yu Bei before, but this man was overconfident, believing he could kill Qin Yang. Yet it was a good thing for Qin Yang. Through his eyes he saw the flourishing fortune of Yu Bei. If he could plunder it all, he would surely advance further in the fortune Tao. Yu Bei stood in the profound void, his black armor gleaming coldly under the starlight. His hands rapidly formed intricate mudras, thick darkness seeping through his fingers as he threw back his head and roared with laughter, his voice shaking the cosmos. You ignorant frog in a well. You didn't truly think that by entering the half-step martial king realm you could challenge me, and even kill me. His aura surged dramatically with the oppressive pressure of the late-stage half-step martial king, rolling over like tidal waves, his tone dripping with contempt for humanity. There is a vast difference even within the half-step martial king stage. You will never know just how enormous the gap is between my ancient god clan and your human race. Human prodigies as arrogant and ignorant as you. I've slaughtered more than enough. You're nothing but the most insignificant one I've ever encountered. Incidentally, you happen to be an SSS class wanted target issued by the Yama Palace. Killing you would earn me the 9th rank martial art bestowed by the palace. I should thank you for delivering this opportunity right to my doorstep. Die Qin Yang. As those final words fell, Yu Bei struck fiercely. He raised his hand abruptly, boundless dark energy, surging around him like ink poured into clear water, instantly spreading across the entire void. This dark power converged rapidly in his palm, forming a colossal black palm that blotted out the heavens, its creases swirling with eerie dark mist and radiating an ominous aura. This was the path of darkness. It was extremely insidious and tyrannical, capable of corroding everything in heaven and earth, whether spiritual energy, magical treasures, or physical bodies. All could be gradually dissolved by it. It could also directly invade the sea of consciousness, causing souls to sink and ultimately become mere puppets of darkness, doomed to suffer eternally, without hope of rebirth. As this palm descended, even the light of surrounding stars was devoured, plunging the entire void into eternal silence. Qin Yang responded with a cold sneer. Within his sea of consciousness, a 3-inch soul avatar suddenly opened its eyes, golden light blazing from them, as spiritual power surged violently around it. Following this, the soul avatar grasped the sword hilt on its back and drew it in one swift motion. A long sword radiating golden spiritual energy materialized from thin air. The heaven-subduing, god-slaying sword. The supreme divine ability of the nether soul, formless soul palace. A hum resonated through the sea of consciousness, then pierced through it, echoing across the entire void. The soul avatar swung its sword, unleashing an overwhelmingly fierce golden blade light from Qin Yang's sea of consciousness. Like a great sun piercing the darkness, radiating magnificent light and terrifying power capable of destroying all darkness, it struck directly at the colossal black palm. When the golden blade light collided with the black palm, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only silent annihilation. The dark power capable of corroding all things dissolved instantly before the heaven-subduing, god-slaying sword's blade light, like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. The boundless sword light swept through like a hot knife, through butter, piercing straight through the black palm and heading toward Yu Bei's body with irresistible momentum. Where the sword light passed, Yu Bei's body was cleaved in two, blood and flesh spraying and scattering throughout the void. Yu Bei's pupils contracted sharply, terror and disbelief filling his eyes as he let out a blood-curdling scream. How is this possible? Your soul power. How can it be so terrifying? Qin Yang stood in the void, his expression cold, and his tone laced with undisguised mockery. A frog in a well can only see the sky the size of a well's opening. You dare to brag before me? Before his words finished, echoing, the soul avatar within Qin Yang's sea of consciousness struck again. A more condensed golden blade light shot forth, piercing precisely through Yu Bei's dissipating soul. Yu Bei's screams cut off abruptly, his remaining consciousness annihilated completely. His body slumped lifelessly into the void. The top genius of the ancient god clan, ranked 3rd among the 10 great prodigies of the universe, had fallen. Almost immediately after Yu Bei's death, Qin Yang activated the celestial fortune chart. Countless invisible threads of fortune manifested around him, like grasping tentacles sweeping toward Yu Bei's corpse and soul fragments. Vast fortune energy surged along these threads into Qin Yang's body. Pure and mighty, it flowed like rushing rivers through his meridians, constantly nourishing the seed of the fortune great Tao within him as it slowly grew and radiated increasingly intense fortune fluctuations. At the same time, the competition terminal on Qin Yang's wrist lit up slightly. The score on its screen flickered. His initial 100 points instantly doubled to 200. He understood immediately. All prodigies entering the small universe started with 100 points. Slaying alien prodigies granted corresponding point rewards. Yu Bei's head was worth 100 points. After Yubei's death, his body and soul fragments dissolved rapidly, transforming into a special substance weightless and intangible that drifted slowly through the void, destiny itself. And this was destiny of the darkness attribute. A flicker of delight crossed Qin Yang's eyes as he immediately channeled his power to envelop and absorb this strand of dark destiny. Upon inspection, he discovered this destiny was of no ordinary caliber, a 6th-rank destiny that would greatly aid his future cultivation of the path of darkness. Having dispatched Yubei, Qin Yang didn't hesitate. His gaze fell upon the multicolored gas giant, and in a flash he transformed into a streak of light hurtling toward the magnificent palace at the planet's core to establish a foothold and seek the whereabouts of the celestial cosmic true scripture. Meanwhile, above the void of the Jialan star domain, countless massive screens floated in the void installed through the combined effort of major factions. They transmitted real-time footage from within the small universe, allowing external powerhouses to clearly observe every move of the prodigies and the progress of their battles. At this moment, every screen displayed the same frozen scene. Qin Yang confronting Yubei. Lu Huanyu's eyes brightened as he watched the screen, a smug sneer spreading across his face. Turning to Yi Wuxian, his tone brimmed with schadenfreude. Yi Wuxian, your junior disciple, is dead meat. Although Yubei ranked slightly below Lu Feng, he remained the universe's 3rd-largest prodigy, wielding the path of darkness with terrifying combat power. Qin Yang, who had only just entered the half-step martial king realm, stood no chance against him. Yi Wuxian stood unmoved, responding with a smile, 3rd on the universe's prodigy rankings. Adequate as a sparring partner to help my junior disciple test his blade and refine his combat strength. Empty bravado. Lu Huanyu snorted, his eyes filled with disdain. Once Qin Yang gets slaughtered by Yubei, let's see how composed you'll still be. Hardly had he finished speaking when the scene on the screen shifted dramatically. Qin Yang's body flashed with golden light as a fierce sword aura slashed through the void, splitting Yubei's body in half in an instant, followed by another strike that permanently ended his life. The entire process unfolded faster than lightning, taking less than a breath. The universe's 3rd prodigy had been slain by Qin Yang so effortlessly that the once bustling void of the Jialan star domain fell into deathly silence. Powerhouses from every faction, the Human Alliance, the Holy Spirit Clan, the 10,000 Demons Alliance, and even half-step martial emperors from other races, stared transfixed at the screens, their faces etched with utter disbelief, their breathing catching involuntarily. On the screen, the image of Qin Yang slaying Yubei with a single sword strike was etched into everyone's minds like a brand. The silence in the Jialan Star region lasted for a long time before it was broken by the murmurs of powerhouses from various forces. The holy aura swirling around Xingyu, a half-step martial emperor of the Holy Spirit Clan, rippled slightly, and a trace of emotion flickered across her usually serene face. She spoke slowly, her tone carrying an unconcealed admiration. To effortlessly slay Yubei, such combat prowess has already placed him among the strongest prodigies of today. No wonder Yi Wuxian is so confident. Such talent and strength are rarely seen in the world. The avatar of the sword, Dao Martial Emperor, nodded slightly, a glint of approval flashing in his aged eyes, and echoed, Xingyu speaks truly. The strength Qin Yang has displayed now is enough to contend for the top spot in this prodigy assembly. As it stands, it seems difficult for the ancient God clan to secure the championship firmly. The half-step martial emperor of the mechanical god clan, with silver patterns slowly flowing around his body, spoke in a steady voice, like metal resonance. No wonder Qin Yang is hailed as the greatest prodigy in human history. Seeing him today, the reputation is well-deserved. His talent and strength are indeed formidable beyond expectations. Even with the 6 prodigies of the ancient god clan, it is highly unlikely they will gain any advantage over Qin Yang. The crowd exchanged remarks, though not explicitly mocking. Every word struck Lu Huanyu's sore spot. Lu Huanyu felt his blood boil with rage, gritting his teeth in fury, silently cursing Yubei as a waste. He couldn't even deal with a human junior who had just entered the half-step martial king realm, unworthy of being the 3rd-ranked prodigy in the universe. This is a complete disgrace to the ancient god clan. But on the surface, Lu Huanyu still forced himself to hold firm, suppressing his fury, and said coldly, "Why are you all so anxious? I admit that Qin Yang's strength is indeed impressive. Killing Yubei is no small feat. But Yubei is only ranked 3rd among the 6 prodigies of my ancient god clan. Above him are Lu Feng, and ultimately our trump card, Gu Qingqing. Especially Gu Qingqing. I absolutely do not believe Qin Yang can be a match for her." As soon as the name, Gu Qingqing, was uttered, the previously buzzing crowd fell silent, instantly, a flicker of unusual expression in their eyes. Every powerhouse present knew the name of Gu Qingqing. She is not only the universally recognized #1 prodigy of the current era, but also a rare holder of the time mandate, possessing the supreme time, Great Tao. Trained from childhood under the full dedication of the ancient god clan's martial emperor, her strength is unfathomable. Even an ordinary martial king would not dare to underestimate her, let alone the younger prodigies. Seeing the crowd silence, Lu Huanyu's face revealed a smug smile, his tone growing more confident. As long as Qin Yang encounters Gu Qingsheng in the small universe, she will surely take his head with ease, making everyone understand that the prodigies of my ancient god clan are the true pinnacle of the universe. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxian also fell into a brief silence. He had to admit that Lu Huanyu's words were not false. Gu Qingsheng's talent and strength were indeed the greatest threat Qin Yang had ever faced. One could even say she was the only prodigy capable of defeating him. But upon second thought, recalling Qin Yang's confident demeanor of "no one else but me" before departure, Yi Wuxian's doubts gradually dissipated. He knew Qin Yang too well. Qin Yang was always cautious. Unless he had absolute confidence, he would never accept a challenge lightly, let alone publicly declare that he would sweep away the prodigies of the ancient god clan in the Jialan Star region. With that thought, Yi Wuxian raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as he stared at Lu Huanyu, and said in a calm, yet unmistakably forceful tone, "So what? Even if Gu Qingsheng possesses the time great Tao and extraordinary talent, she is definitely no match for my junior apprentice brother. I'm arrogant and conceited." Lu Huanyu snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "Words are useless. Let's wait and see. I want to see if Qin Yang can even survive long enough to meet Gu Qingsheng." The two sides were at daggers drawn, while the powerhouses of other forces remained silent, their eyes fixed on the screen. At this moment, the screen had switched to the figure of Qin Yang speeding toward the gaseous planet. Everyone knew that the following events would be even more thrilling, and the potential showdown between Qin Yang and Gu Qingsheng had become the greatest suspense of this prodigy assembly. Meanwhile, within the small universe inside that colorful gaseous planet, Qin Yang's figure, like an arrow released from a bowstring, swiftly darted through the violent gas storms. The storms that could tear apart the physical body of an ordinary half-step martial king could not even come close to him, shielded by the space law around him. Following the fluctuations of the time law, he raced along, and soon pierced through layers of storms, directly breaking into the magnificent hall at the planet's core. Inside the hall, it was not the imagined splendor of gold and jade, but rather extremely ancient and simple. The walls were engraved with countless ancient runes which faintly shimmered with a soft time halo, exuding an aura of age and profundity. In the void at the center of the hall, a special scripture floated. Around it swirled a hazy mist, within which a surging long river could be faintly seen drifting slowly. The river water was clear, yet permeated with endless vicissitudes of time. It was the phantom of the river of time. Tianzhou Dao scripture. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and he was certain. He could clearly feel the dense aura of the time great Tao emanating from the scripture. That aura was far more obscure and profound than any other Tao he had encountered before, yet it was infinitely alluring. Without much hesitation, Qin Yang moved and landed on the white jade platform in the center of the hall, sitting cross-legged. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, cast aside all distractions, and devoted himself fully to comprehending the Tianzhou Dao scripture floating in midair. As his mind sank into comprehension, Qin Yang felt the scene before him change. The scripture seemed to come alive, the phantom of the river of time around it growing clearer. The surging river flowed slowly before him, and countless obscure words and runes poured into his mind like a tide. Every word and every rune contained profound truths of the time great Tao, narrating the mysteries of the passage of time. Qin Yang was immersed in the comprehension of the time great Tao, completely cut off from the outside world. He seemed to have become a drop of water in the river of time, witnessing the birth and annihilation of stars, feeling the flow and cycle of time. The aura of the time great Tao, like a trickling stream, slowly flowed into his mind and meridians, nurturing his Tao foundation and refining his cultivation. Time passed imperceptibly. Outside the hall, the gas storms remained violent, and the prodigy competition within the small universe grew increasingly fierce, but Qin Yang remained seated cross-legged, motionless, wholly absorbed in comprehending the Tianzhou Dao scripture. After an unknown duration, when Qin Yang had thoroughly grasped the mysteries of the last rune, the Tianzhou Dao scripture, floating in midair, suddenly transformed into a golden light, surging directly into his mind and merging completely with his soul. Qin Yang abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant golden glint flashing in his gaze, which then quickly faded, returning to calm. He slowly stood up, his aura rippling slightly, as a more condensed Tao pressure quietly emanated. After several hours of devoted comprehension, he had finally fully mastered the Tianzhou Dao scripture, not only grasping the basic applications of the time great Tao, but also steadily improving his own cultivation in the process. With the Tianzhou Dao scripture, he could comprehend the time great Tao. He could also prepare for the future space-time great Tao. Moreover, he intended to step into the martial king realm via the time great Tao, to become one of the rare cultivators of the time Tao. While Qin Yang was comprehending the heavenly Tao Sutra in another region of the small universe, Luo Huan and Kai Heng were traversing side by side through the profound darkness. This universe had long lost its vitality, with nothing but completely dim planetary remnants along the way. Some shattered into rubble, drifting in the void, others like dead inky spheres, emitting not a single glimmer of light. The once magnificent sea of stars was now reduced to endless desolation and decay, the air thick with dissipated spiritual energy, and the stench of ruin. Kai Hung raised his hand to brush a cold planetary fragment, beside him the biting chill seeping through his fingertips. He scanned the dead silent starscape and spoke in a low voice. This small universe has been completely extinguished. Energy is imbalanced, the heavenly mandate shattered, causing most planets to lose their foundation of operation, utterly dim and collapsing. The native life forms of the universe have likely all perished. If that's the case, our only hope for finding resources lies in those special planets that still harbor primal essence. Luo Huan gave a slight nod, his gaze fixed on a distant planet, faintly emitting a glimmer of spiritual light. He spoke with a hint of relief. It's fortunate that this is a ruined universe. If it were a small universe still teeming with life, it would surely have nurtured mature civilizations and powerful cultivators. Then even the weakest entrant would be at the martial king realm, leaving no room for our younger generation to seek opportunities. You're right, Kai Hung agreed. In a living small universe, civilizations have impenetrable barriers and top-tier combat power is abundant. For us prodigies below the martial king realm, we'd just be cannon fodder. But now in this ruined universe, the resources are hard to find. It does give us a chance to compete. Luo Huan's expression gradually turned solemn. This small universe must have once boasted a flourishing cultivation civilization. For us, the most precious resource is naturally the universe's primal essence. It can directly nourish the Tao foundation and elevate cultivation. Unfortunately, it's extremely rare and deeply hidden. Besides that, there are the divine weapons, techniques, and heavenly treasures left behind by the former civilization. These are the wealth of cultural heritage, immensely useful for breaking through realms and enhancing combat power. Not entirely true. Kai Hung shook his head, a note of caution in his voice. For us at this stage, the greatest fortune is actually the participating beings from other races. Killing them earns points, and the point ranking determines the final control of the small universe. But at the same time, they are the greatest danger. Especially the prodigies of the ancient god race. Each one possesses terrifying combat strength, and encountering them means a fight to the death. Luo Huan let out a soft sigh, his gaze wandering into the boundless void, his tone tinged with helplessness. But finding these people is too difficult. The entire small universe is vast and boundless, with several hundred participating prodigies scattered within it, like looking for a needle in the ocean. Moreover, according to the previous alliance, the other forces should have joined forces to drive out the ancient god race beings. Yet we've been here so long, and not even a shadow of an ancient god prodigy have we seen. Instead, everything feels eerily wrong. Kai Heng's expression grew even more serious, his voice lowered. Don't rush. We'll meet them eventually. The ancient god race cannot remain hidden forever. They must vie for supremacy, and that means they will actively hunt down prodigies of other races to accumulate points. What we can do now is quickly find resources to strengthen ourselves while staying alert to the dangers around us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a chilling voice suddenly came from the void, like a winter gale, dripping with undisguised murderous intent and arrogance. Are you looking for me? Who? Luo Huan and Kai Hung instantly tensed, their auras surging as they stood back to back, scanning the surroundings with wary eyes. Both were top-tier Grandmaster-level combatants, among the finest of the younger generation in the human alliance. Yet in this perilous ruined universe, the slightest negligence could prove fatal. The next moment, the void rippled slightly, and a figure clad in white armor slowly materialized. The armor was engraved with intricate golden divine patterns, radiating a faint holy glow. The figure exuded a terrifying half-step martial king pressure, like a towering mountain bearing down on the two. The newcomer had two curved horns atop his head, a stern face, eyes sharp as blades, and he looked down on Luo Huan and Kai Hung as if they were ants. It was none other than Lu Feng, one of the 6 prodigies of the ancient god race, ranked second on the universal prodigy list. Lu Feng stood relaxed, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor steady and domineering. He looked down at Luo Huan and Kai Hung, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. If I recall correctly, you are Luo Huan and Kai Hung, the top prodigies of the human alliance, aren't you? He paused, his gaze sweeping over them, his tone growing more mocking. Tis to say, your human race is really declining. So-called top prodigies, yet you haven't even stepped into the half-step martial king realm, still stuck at the peak of Grandmaster. Once the human race created a glorious history, but I never expected this generation to be so pathetic. Not even a single decent prodigy to show. Luo Huan and Kai Heng's faces turned extremely grim, their fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles turned white. They knew in their hearts that Lu Feng spoke the truth. Both had been stuck at the peak Grandmaster level for a long time, failing multiple attempts to break through to half-step martial king. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was not only at the half-step martial king realm, but also ranked second on the universal prodigy list, his strength far beyond their imagination. The two sides were simply not in the same league. Kai Heng's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, his fingers stealthily reached for a green jade pendant hidden in his bosom. This was an emergency contact jade pendant specially crafted by the Human Alliance. Once crushed, it would instantly transmit the user's location and danger situation to a preset contact. Without a second thought, he crushed the jade pendant. It instantly dissolved into a shower of spiritual light, sending an invisible message racing toward the terminals of Yi Lin and Qin Yang. He knew that his own strength together with Luo Huan's was no match for Lu Feng. The only hope for survival was if Yi Lin or Qin Yang could arrive in time to rescue them. Lu Feng took in Kai Heng's action but did not stop him. Instead, he sneered, his murderous intent thickening, crushing a contact jade. Does it matter? Even if you inform Qin Yang, he may not make it in time. And even if he does, he will die just the same. Though you're not Qin Yang, and killing you won't earn me the 9-grade technique bounty from the Hall of Yama, collecting some interest and weakening the human alliance's combat strength isn't a bad idea. As he spoke, the murderous intent in Lu Feng's eyes surged. He let out a furious roar, and an invisible sound wave burst from his mouth, like a raging tsunami sweeping toward Luo Huan and Kai Heng. This sound wave was infused with dense ancient god race divine power, capable of not only shaking the physical body, but also invading the sea of consciousness. If struck head-on, even peak grandmasters like Luo Huan and Kai Heng would suffer severe soul damage and physical collapse. Luo Huan and Kai Heng's faces changed drastically, despair flooding their eyes. They wanted to dodge, but the space around them had already been locked by Lu Feng's pressure, making it impossible to move an inch. They could only watch helplessly as the invisible sound wave hurtled toward them. At that critical moment, a slender fair hand suddenly emerged from the void. The hand was as white as jade, fingertips glowing with faint spiritual light. It seemed delicate, yet it contained terrifying power. With a gentle press of that hand, the void trembled violently, and an invisible barrier materialized out of thin air, firmly blocking the terrifying sound wave Lu Feng had unleashed. Boom! The collision of sound wave and barrier produced an earth-shattering roar, sending endless energy ripples spreading in all directions, pulverizing nearby planetary fragments into dust. Hua! Lu Feng's face instantly turned extremely ugly, his eyes blazing with disbelief and fury. He had never expected that someone would dare to intervene and stop him at this moment, and that this person's strength was no weaker than his own. He whirled around, his sharp gaze sweeping the void, and bellowed, "You skulking coward, dare you show yourself?" Luo Huan and Kai Heng breathed a sigh of relief and puzzlement flickering in their eyes. Following Lu Feng's gaze, they saw the void ripple slightly, and a figure in a light purple long dress slowly appeared. The woman was slender with exquisite features and a cold, elegant aura. A faint pressure radiated from her. She was one of the top prodigies of the human alliance. Yi Lin. Seeing the light purple figure blocking in front of him, Kai Heng's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and a wild joy spread across his face. He hurriedly called out, "Sect Master." In this desperate situation, Yi Lin's arrival was undoubtedly a ray of hope in the abyss, instantly igniting his will to survive. Luo Huan stepped forward quickly, his gaze vigilant as he stared at Lu Feng in the distance, his tone filled with worry. Yi Lin, Lu Feng's strength is exceptionally formidable. He is second on the celestial prodigy, ranking a half-step martial king with peak combat power. The three of us may not be his match. When you and Qian arrived, did you manage to contact Qin Yang? He knew in his heart, though reluctant to admit it, that this was the truth. Among this generation of human prodigies, although there is an extraordinary being like Qin Yang, the vast majority are stuck at the Grandmaster realm. Even though Kai Heng and he were peak grandmasters before a top prodigy like Lu Feng, they were as fragile as ants. Compared to the top prodigies of the ancient God clan and the Holy Spirit clan, the gap between them was indeed significant. To contend with Lu Feng, they would probably have to rely on Qin Yang. Yi Lin nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Lu Feng, her expression calm and undisturbed. Chen Qianqian beside her stepped forward, a hint of anxiety on her face, and said softly, "We received Kai Heng's urgent message and rushed over immediately. We also tried to contact Qin Yang, but his terminal has been in a shielded state, seemingly busy with something urgent. We can't reach him for now." Can't reach Qin Yang. Luo Huan and Kai Heng's faces instantly darkened, their worry deepening. Without Qin Yang's support, it would be nearly impossible for the three of them to fight against Lu Feng. Lu Feng took in their conversation, his gaze falling on Yi Lin, a flicker of doubt and scrutiny in his eyes. He looked her up and down and said coldly, "And who are you?" Before coming here, the ancient God clan had already gathered intelligence on all the extraordinary prodigies from every race. Qin Yang, Yao Tong, Tian Sheng Yi, and others were all on the list, but you were nowhere to be found. He spoke the truth. The ancient God clan had expended tremendous effort gathering intelligence for this assembly of prodigies. Any young prodigy with even a modicum of fame in the universe was meticulously recorded, yet Yi Lin's existence was as blank as a void. Yi Lin was too mysterious. She had long concealed her whereabouts, rarely making a move, and over time, she had been forgotten by the clans in their lists of top prodigies. Yi Lin slowly raised her eyes, casting a cold glance at Lu Feng, and said with undisguised disdain, "There's no need for Qin Yang to act. A waste like him I can handle alone. How dare you?" Hearing Yi Lin's words, Lu Feng was so enraged that he laughed, instead his arrogance intensifying. "It seems I have been too inactive, and the world has forgotten my methods. Even a nameless nobody like you dares to disregard me. Today I will make you understand the consequences of underestimating me, Lu Feng." As his words fell, Lu Feng let out a furious roar. Endless soul divine power burst forth from his body like a surging ocean converging in the void into a brilliant golden sea that exuded a terrifying soul pressure instantly sweeping toward Yilin. That soul force was extremely domineering. Where it passed, the void trembled slightly, as if about to be completely submerged. This was Lu Feng's soul Dao, insidious and tyrannical. In the past, with a single thought, he had annihilated the souls of several half-step martial kings, earning him a fearsome reputation. Luo Huan and Kai Heng's faces changed dramatically. They quickly circulated their spiritual energy to protect their own sea of consciousness, yet even so they could feel the terror of that soul pressure as if their own spirits were about to be torn apart. Yilin, however, remained calm, a piercing cold light slowly emerging in her eyes. Without any response, the next moment, a silver-white sword light suddenly burst forth from between her eyebrows. Within the sword light lay an infinite soul power more condensed and sharper than Lu Feng's soul ocean. The sword light struck out like a blade cutting through darkness, directly cleaving Lu Feng's soul ocean in two. Before Lu Feng could react, Yilin extended a delicate jade hand around, which faint spiritual light swirled, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything, and reached straight for Lu Feng's head, clearly intending to severely wound his soul. Lu Feng's expression finally turned serious, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "You do have some skill, but unfortunately you are facing me." Before his words had even faded, Lu Feng suddenly clenched his fist wreathed in dense divine power of the ancient god clan, carrying a terrifying fluctuation, and met Yilin's jade hand. Boom! The jade hand and the fist collided, and a terrifying wave of energy exploded instantly like a deafening roar. Endless energy ripples radiated outward, pulverizing the planetary debris along the way into dust. Luo Huan, Kai Heng, and Qin Yang quickly retreated to avoid the terrifying aftershock, their faces filled with shock. Almost at the moment of collision, a flash of light appeared in Lu Feng's palm, and an ancient seal materialized out of thin air. The seal was entirely golden, engraved with intricate ancient divine patterns, exuding a terrifying aura that could annihilate everything. It was an 8th rank divine weapon. Die! Lu Feng roared, manipulating the ancient god seal, which hurtled toward Yilin like a mountain crushing down. Yilin showed no panic. Her aura surged as a silver-white divine sword shot out from her body. The sword had a long icy blade, its aura no weaker than the ancient god seal, clearly also an 8th rank divine weapon. The divine sword hovered before Yilin, emitting a clear sword cry as if responding to the ancient god seal's challenge. Clang! The 8th rank divine weapon and the 8th rank divine weapon clashed, producing a piercing metallic sound. The immense impact simultaneously sent Yilin and Lu Feng flying backward. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, their faces instantly turning pale as paper, clearly sustaining serious injuries from the collision. Lu Feng stumbled to stabilize himself, wiped the blood from his mouth, but there was no anger in his eyes. Instead, a wild smile appeared, and he threw his head back and laughed. Excellent. Excellent. What a thrill. It has been a long time since I met an opponent who can match me. Who are you? You have earned the right to remember your name. Yilin also slowly steadied herself, her face still pale, but still carrying that cold indifference. She sneered, her tone full of mockery. A dying man is not worthy of knowing my name. As her words fell, Yilin's swiftly formed intricate hand seals, her aura surging. On the silver-white divine sword, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared. If Qin Yang were present, he would surely recognize that the golden light contained a dense force of the fortune Dao. You seek death. Lu Feng's killing intent surged, and he roared, "Ancient God Seal, suppress." With his shout, the ancient God Seal instantly erupted with even more terrifying light. A vast soul power surged out from the seal, forming a colossal ancient god phantom that pressed down toward Yilin. This was the top soul divine ability of the ancient god clan, the ancient God Seal, with infinite power capable of suppressing all souls. Even a half-step martial king peak prodigy could hardly resist it. However, unexpectedly, Yilin manipulated the silver-white divine sword imbued with the fortune Dao and swung it fiercely. On the divine sword, golden and silver-white light intertwined, forming a sharp sword light that shot straight toward the ancient god seal. Where the sword light passed, all obstacles were instantly destroyed. It forcibly blasted the ancient god phantom away, and then the terrifying sword light descended, cleaving Lu Feng's body in two. No! Lu Feng's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. He had never imagined that he would be defeated by a nobody. In the instant his body was split in two, he mustered his last ounce of strength, using the ancient god seal to envelop his soul. Then the ancient god seal, carrying his soul, turned into a streak of light and madly rushed toward the exit of the miniature universe, barely escaping from this universe. With Lu Feng's escape, the previously tumultuous void instantly fell silent, leaving only endless star debris and the smell of blood in the air. Yilin slowly sheathed her divine sword, her aura instantly wilting, her face growing even paler. Her body swayed slightly, almost falling to the ground. Senior sister. Qin Yang quickly stepped forward, and supported Yi Lin, her face full of concern. Are you all right? Are you okay? Yi Lin shook her head. Nothing serious. That Lu Feng does have some skill. It will be difficult to win the top spot this time. I thought I could contend with Gu Qingcheng. Now it seems there is still a gap. Gu Qingcheng is the #1 prodigy in the universe capable of defeating Lu Feng instantly. Yet I am on par with Lu Feng, barely holding an advantage, but definitely no match for Gu Qingcheng. With a thunderous roar, the void at the exit of the small universe abruptly shattered, and a disheveled figure reeking of blood burst out from the rift. It was Lu Feng, fleeing in panic. His white armor was covered in cracks, his once upright posture, now slightly hunched, blood constantly trickling from the corners of his mouth, his aura chaotic and unstable. There was no trace left of the proud demeanor of the universe's second most outstanding prodigy. Lu Feng staggered to steady himself, panting heavily with his hands on his knees, his chest heaving, his eyes filled with disbelief, resentment, and unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and growled, "What the hell is that woman? I can't even defeat her." He simply couldn't accept this fact. As the universe's second most eminent prodigy with peak combat power at the half-step martial king stage since his emergence, aside from Gu Qingcheng, a being like a nightmare, he had always swept through everything undefeated, truly second only to one and above all others. He had never suffered such humiliation. Earlier, when he encountered Qin Yang and was taught a lesson, though unwilling, he could barely understand. Qin Yang was a heaven-defying prodigy who had recently become famous across the universe with extraordinary talent and combat power. It was reasonable that he could suppress him. But now a female cultivator from the human race who had never appeared in the universe's roster of prodigies could also defeat him and force him to flee in panic. This instantly cracked his Dao heart, leaving it unstable. When did the human race produce such a top-tier prodigy? Lu Feng murmured, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. I used all my strength, even summoned the ancient god seal, yet I still couldn't win against her. He couldn't understand. After painstaking cultivation for centuries, having perfected the soul Dao, and wielding the 8th-grade divine artifact, the ancient god seal, why would he lose to an unknown nobody? This sense of defeat was far heavier than losing to Qin Yang, pressing down on him like a boulder, making it hard to breathe. Meanwhile, above the void of the Jialan star domain, countless screens continued to broadcast the real-time battles within the small universe. When the crowd saw Lu Feng defeated by Yi Lin, fleeing frantically from the small universe, the entire void fell into a brief silence, then erupted into low murmurs. Many half-step martial emperors from various factions turned their eyes toward Lu Huanyu of the ancient god clan, their gazes carrying mockery and amusement. Clearly, Lu Feng's crushing defeat had shamed the ancient god clan. Lu Huanyu sat on the ancient god clan's warship, his face dark as if it could drip water, his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In his heart, he had cursed Lu Feng 1,000 times. Suppressing the rage within, he coldly snorted at the elder beside him. Lu Feng was just careless. If he had gone all out from the start and not underestimated that Yi Lin, he would never have lost. Besides, even if Lu Feng lost, we still have Gu Qingcheng. She can sweep away all opponents. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng had become his only source of confidence. In his view, as long as Gu Qingcheng made a move, neither Qin Yang nor Yi Lin could stand against her. The top spot at this prodigy assembly would still be firmly in the hands of the ancient god clan. I'm still talking tough. The half-step martial emperor of the mechanical god clan, his silver runes flickering, spoke in a voice as cold as metal resonance. A loss is a loss. No amount of excuses can change the fact that Lu Feng was routed and fled. Shun Yu of the Holy Spirit clan spoke slowly, his gaze falling on Yi Wuxian, his tone carrying a hint of approval. I thought the Human Alliance had only Qin Yang to carry the banner, but I never expected they had such a top-tier prodigy hidden away. If I'm not mistaken, this Yi Lin is also your junior sister, right? As his words fell, the eyes of all the powerful experts present focused on Yi Wuxian, filled with curiosity and probing. Previously, everyone had thought that this generation of humans had only one heaven-defying prodigy, Qin Yang, but now it turned out there was also Yi Lin, a hidden master. Yi Wuxian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and unruffled. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, he spoke in a calm yet proud tone. Of course, my master's discernment is exceptionally sharp. Those who enter his tutelage are not ordinary people who can be compared. The half-step martial emperor of the Titan clan, massive in stature, spoke in a booming voice. Your Human Alliance sure knows how to keep secrets. All these years, everyone in the universe thought that your human prodigies were withering away and vulnerable. Now it seems you were merely deliberately hiding your strength. The clone of the blade, Dao martial emperor, nodded slowly, a trace of wisdom shining in his aged eyes. From this, the battle for the top spot in this prodigy assembly will likely be a final showdown between the ancient god clan and the Human Alliance. The prodigies of other factions will probably find it difficult to break into the top tier. Shun Yu smiled slightly, his tone confident. The outcome is already decided. The Human Alliance will surely win. The ancient god clan has no chance. He knew well that now the Human Alliance had two top-tier prodigies, Qin Yang and Yi Lin, and combined with the secret alliances of other factions, the ancient god clan's hope of winning was nothing but a pipe dream. The half-step martial emperors of the other factions remained silent, not refuting Sheng Yu's words. Before the Prodigy Assembly had even begun, they had already formed a secret pact with the Human Alliance, the Holy Spirit Clan, the 10,000 Demon Alliance, and other factions, agreeing that after entering the small universe, they would first join forces to eliminate the prodigies of the Ancient God Clan. This alliance was inevitable, and the prodigies of the Ancient God Clan were doomed to be utterly slain, with no chance of survival. Lu Huanyu watched the expressions of the crowd burning with rage, yet he still forced calm and sneered. That's not necessarily true. I know that several major factions have secretly allied to encircle my Ancient God Clan's prodigies. But we are not fools either. Coincidentally, we also have forces we've allied with. At these words, the expressions of the powerful experts present remained unchanged, as if they had already anticipated this. After all, the Ancient God Clan had always been cunning and treacherous. It was not beyond reason that they would secretly collude with other factions in the struggle for dominance over the small universe. Yi Wuxian spoke calmly, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. We are fully aware of your Ancient God Clan's methods. Cunning, treacherous, and faithless, that is your nature. We had already taken precautions long before you began secretly colluding with other factions. Do you think these petty tricks can change the situation? Merely a futile effort. Lu Huanyu was left speechless by Yi Wuxian's words, trembling with rage, his face ashen. Finally, he could only coldly say, fine. Fine, a futile effort. I'll see if your Human Alliance's prodigies can survive the small universe. I'll wait for the news of their complete annihilation. The two sides were at daggers drawn, the atmosphere once again tense. The powerful experts of all factions understood that this struggle for the domination of the small universe was not only a clash of the younger generation's prodigies, but also a game of political maneuvering and competition among the major powers. At that moment, Qin Yang, having comprehended the Tianzhou Dao scripture, saw the message on his terminal, then tore through the void and headed in Yi Lin's direction. With a sharp tearing sound, a narrow rift was abruptly torn in the void. Golden light carrying a dense aura of the great Dao streaked out from within, landing steadily in the void as Qin Yang's figure slowly materialized. Qin Yang. At the sight of Qin Yang's arrival, Chun Xianqian spoke, first a look of delight spreading across her face. Luo Huan and Kai Heng immediately hurried over, their eyes filled with urgency and relief. Having been unable to contact Qin Yang earlier, a stone had been weighing on their hearts, and now seeing him safe, they finally felt at ease. Qin Yang's gaze swept swiftly over the group, pausing momentarily on Yi Lin's pale face. His brow furrowed slightly as he strode forward and asked, what happened? How are your injuries? He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy within Yi Lin was somewhat disordered, and her soul fluctuation seemed weak, clearly indicating she had just endured a fierce battle. Yi Lin gently shook her head, her tone calm and unruffled. Nothing serious, just a few minor wounds. I'll recover after a short period of meditation. She had always been composed, and even after a desperate fight with Lu Feng, she had not lost her poise in the slightest. Kai Heng quickly stepped forward, his voice tinged with excitement and admiration as he explained, Qin Yang, you don't know what happened. Just now Lu Feng of the Ancient God Clan suddenly appeared and attacked Luo Huan and me without a word. Fortunately, sect leader Yi Lin arrived in time and fought desperately to drive Lu Feng away. He couldn't help but look at Yi Lin, his face full of praise. Honestly, I never imagined the sect leader could be so powerful. If the sect leader had revealed her strength earlier, our Tianyuan sect wouldn't have had to endure so much restraint over the years. We would have long held our heads high. Luo Huan curled his lips, a hint of helplessness and self-mockery in his tone. Exactly. If Yi Lin had shown your cultivation realm earlier, I wouldn't have had to run around every day under the title of top human prodigy, acting like a fool. I could have long gone into seclusion to cultivate and strive for the half-step martial king realm. Yi Lin glanced calmly at Luo Huan and replied in a placid tone, in the past I was indeed not your match. It's only through a recent fortuitous breakthrough that I can barely contend with Lu Feng. Do you think I'm an idiot? Luo Huan pointed at himself, looking exasperated. You call this barely contending? Lu Feng is the second ranked on the Universal Prodigy ranking, and you managed to drive him away. If that's barely, then I must not even qualify for entry. Ha ha ha. Luo Huan's words instantly drew laughter from everyone, lightening the previously heavy atmosphere. Laughter echoed in the void, and the tension and fatigue of the past days seemed to dissipate along with it. Seeing that everyone was safe, Qin Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face as he slowly said, after entering the small universe, I soon encountered Yu Bei of the Ancient God Clan and casually killed him. Later, in a gaseous planet, I stumbled upon a cultivation technique of no low quality and have been focusing on comprehending it. That's why I couldn't receive your messages in time. I apologize for causing you worry. What? You killed Yu Bei? Luo Huan's laughter abruptly ceased, his face filled with disbelief. His eyes bulged wide. The Yu Bei, who is one of the 6 great prodigies of the Ancient God Clan and ranked 3rd on the Universal Prodigy ranking. You actually killed him? Qin Yang nodded lightly, his tone as casual as if he were mentioning something trivial. I took care of him. Not only Luo Huan but Kai Heng and Qin Yang were also frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock, their jaws nearly dropping. Yu Bei of all people. That was the top prodigy of the ancient god clan, a half-step martial king with a soul Dao that was nothing short of miraculous. He had slain countless prodigies from other races and was renowned far and wide, and yet Qin Yang had killed him so easily. Kai Heng swallowed hard, exclaiming in amazement. Qin Yang, from the way you talk, it sounds like killing Yu Bei was as easy as drinking water or eating a meal like squashing an ant. Qin Yang smiled, his tone frank. You're right. To me he was indeed no different from an ant. I could crush him with a flick of my fingers. The others were even more astounded, their faces etched with shock. They knew well that Qin Yang was always steady and never boasted or exaggerated. If he said it, it must be true. But the more they realized this, the more alarmed they became. If he could crush Yu Bei like an ant, just how powerful had Qin Yang become? He was probably far beyond the ordinary half-step martial king peak, perhaps even touching the threshold of the martial king realm. After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Huan's eyes blazed with intense light, his expression brimming with excitement. Excellent. Now that you Qin Yang are so insanely powerful and Yi Lin possesses such formidable combat strength, if the few of us join forces along with the other prodigies of the alliance, we can likely secure the top position in this prodigy tournament and win the dominance of the small universe for the human alliance. Yi Lin also nodded slowly, her gaze firm as she said, as long as the two of us join forces, we can sweep through all the prodigies within the small universe. No one can stand in our way. She had personally felt Qin Yang's aura and knew her own strength. Together they indeed had the confidence to crush everything. Qin Yang's expression gradually turned serious as he spoke slowly. The prodigies of other forces are manageable, nothing to fear. This time our greatest enemy is Gu Qingqing. He paused, then added, moreover, to win the top spot, points are the most important. Only by ranking first in points can we truly gain control of the small universe. Yi Lin nodded in agreement, saying, you're right. Points are indeed the key. But as long as you can kill those prodigies with high points, the top spot will be yours. According to intelligence from various sources, Gu Qingqing is already harvesting points madly. Her current total has reached over 10,000. Over 10,000 points. Kai Heng gasped. The initial points are only 100, and killing a prodigy yields at most 100 points. That means Gu Qingqing has already killed over 100 participating beings. That's terrifying. Yi Lin's expression also turned grim. Indeed, Gu Qingqing's strength is unfathomable, and she possesses the time Dao and time destiny. Killing prodigies of other forces is like slicing melons and chopping vegetables. However, the Titan clan just sent word that the fourth prodigy of the ancient god clan Long Yuan is active nearby. He has over 6,000 points, making him one of the highest scoring prodigies aside from Gu Qingqing. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he spoke with certainty. In that case, we'll kill him first. Taking his 6,000 points will narrow the gap with Gu Qingqing while also weakening the ancient god clan's combat power. As his words fell, Qin Yang's aura instantly became sharp and aggressive. The fluctuation of the time Dao quietly circulated, and a terrifying killing intent radiated outward. Luo Huan, Kai Heng, and Qin Yang immediately wiped away their smiles, their expressions turning serious, a glint of battle intent flashing in their eyes. A new hunt was about to begin.